When you sold yourself for a half piece of moldy cake, you realized how delicious the takeout that even dogs wouldn't eat was. As the strong men in the Jin mansion pried open your mouth like picking livestock, your mind was filled with the absurd image of gnawing on the system panel due to hunger yesterday. That broken golden finger actually required you to do half an hour of Lu Gung-ho's fitness exercise to gain 0.1 gene of strength, but you didn't even have the strength to do the exercise, let alone fart. At this moment, pushed by several burly men, you were pulled into the line, and they no longer cared about how other refugees were struggling, following the line through the streets. Outside the city gate was a human hell of refugees, while inside the city gate was a bustling and prosperous city scene. Watching these scenes, you unconsciously said, "The rich smell of wine and meat at the gate, but the road is littered with frozen bones." Hearing your words, a burly man in the line turned back in surprise. "So you are a destitute scholar?" You dared not admit that you were a scholar, just wanting to show some ability to others and gain some qualifications to be used. "My name is Fang. How should I address you?" "Sir?" The burly man was delighted to hear that you could read and write and do arithmetic. His eyes lit up. You quickly saluted Fang. The pedestrians soon arrived at the Jin mansion. Perhaps after eating a piece of dry cake, your energy recovered a lot. At this moment, looking at the two big characters Jin mansion, you remembered that the place you were in was called Wuji County, and the current emperor was the famous Han Xian Emperor Lu Xie in history. Thinking of the Jin mansion, you were a little surprised. "Isn't this the home of the goddess Xinmi in Xiaoji's Rhapsody of the Goddess of Luo? I didn't expect to directly enter Xinmi's home." However, soon, as you followed the burly men to the backyard, you calmed down. Now you are just a bottom-level servant, and all you have to do now is to find a way to survive by relying on the Jin family and gradually improve your status. After entering the Jin mansion, Fang quickly greeted you to follow him. "This is where I live. You will live with me from now on." You smiled at Fang, realizing that the lower-class people were indeed simple. As long as you could help them, they would quickly give back. "If you want to learn to read, write, or do accounts in the future, you can find me anytime." What caught you off guard was when Fang hurriedly approached you and whispered, "Can you write those kind of naughty things? Our heads as part of the retinue are hanging by a thread, could be killed at any time, and we have no property. Naturally, we have no women. The maids in the mansion are not something we dare to covet." Looking at his somewhat sad expression, you nodded with some understanding. "I can also draw in that aspect." Fang's eyes lit up, surprised that you were indeed a talented scholar. Fang quickly took out 2 pieces of dry cake from a corner and handed them to you. "Take some time to draw a few paintings, please." You nodded while nibbling on the dry cake. "That's no problem. I just need some brushes and ink, and it would be great if there were some paper." Paper had already existed in the late Han Dynasty, but at this time, paper was still considered a luxury item. Fang gritted his teeth. "It's a bit expensive, but as long as you are willing to work, I will take care of it." At this moment, a voice outside said, "Have you checked the house? Everyone come out. The lady is here with the young master." At this moment, various burly men and newly joined refugees quickly came out from various rooms. Watching everyone take their positions, a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back coldly scanned everyone. "The lady and the young master pity you, so they have taken you in as part of the group, providing you with food and shelter. In times of danger, you must protect the lady and the other young masters and misses of the mansion first. Only when they are safe can we be safe. Understand?" The scattered refugees responded sparsely. At this moment, a man and a woman walked in from the archway on the east side of the courtyard. The man looked like a young teenager of 14 or 15, with a fair and handsome face, wearing a blue silk robe, exuding a rich and imposing aura. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, wearing a blue long dress that accentuated her figure. The refugees were a bit mesmerized by their appearance, as they had never seen such a beautiful woman before. However, they immediately lowered their heads, knowing that as lower-class commoners, they were not worthy of such a woman. You also lowered your head busily, silently cursing in your heart, "Even if this woman is placed before crossing, she is definitely the best of the best." Thinking about what you saw and heard on the way from the city gate, you feel a bit desolate. The end of the Han Dynasty was the era when the aristocratic families officially rose to power. Since then, this land has entered a strange situation, with the transfer of power between dynasties being controlled by the aristocratic families. The wars and chaos of all dynasties have been endured by the common people, while the children of the aristocratic families continue to live in luxury. For you at the moment, the most crucial thing is to stand firm, and other matters can be put aside for now. Behind a man and a woman is an old man in a green shirt, holding a pile of clothes in his hands. "My fellow colleagues, the lady and the young master have compassion for you. They know that you have just joined our Jin family and have nothing, so they specially sent clothes today. 2 sets for each person. Remember the kindness of the lady and the young master in the future." The woman had a gentle expression and did not speak. only gesturing for the old man and the young man to come forward to distribute the clothes. After distributing the clothes, the woman and the young man left. It was not until they disappeared at the other end of the archway that the middle-aged man let everyone disperse. You returned to the room holding clothes and Fang's dog. Fang's dog chuckled softly at you and said, "Did you see the lady just now? She is truly a rare beauty in this world. And she is also a widow. Can you draw a woman as beautiful as the lady?" You shook your head, knowing that your so-called painting skills were nothing special. Fang's dog chuckled and said, "The lady is not someone we can covet. People from the lower class must have their own awareness." You pretended not to hear Fang's dog's words. Although Fang's dog's words sounded nice, in reality, he was eager to paint the lady's portrait himself. But how could you do that? You had just arrived and didn't dare to take such a risk. The sky gradually darkened, and Fanaga lay down somewhat disheartened without your promise. He really fell asleep. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep, making loud snoring noises. Zhang Sui looked at the fact that it was already numbingly dark outside, so he walked out, took off his outer clothes, and prepared to work out in front of the door. He hadn't utilized the golden finger since he crossed over yesterday. His golden finger is obviously not significantly effective. It is cumulative, every day. He strips off his shirt and insists on exercising for half an hour in the open space, growing 0.1 pounds of strength, with a chance of triggering the bludgeoning rate. Therefore, it is all the more important for him to keep exercising every day. Stick to it 365 days a year. Then, grow at least 36.5 pounds of strength a year. In 10 years, that's an increase of at least 365 pounds of strength. In 20 years, one grows 730 pounds of strength, plus his original strength, 150 or so pounds. That means that in 20 years, he'll have nearly 1,000 pounds of strength. And this body, currently, is only 18 years old. 20 years later, and only 38 years old. If it was uninterrupted, in 20 years, it would be at least a being whose strength was at the level of a fierce general. Not to mention charging into battle and building a career. At least, as long as one is meticulous. It's not so easy for others to kill themselves. As for exercising what? Goldfinger is not accounted for either. Zhang Sui could only start jogging at the door. He had been running for a long time before a line of subtitles popped up in the void in front of him. Exercise jogging for half an hour, and your single arm strength increases by 0.1 pounds. Today, you have a single arm strength of 150 plus 0.1 pounds. Increasing the strength of your workout is able to increase your bludgeoning rate. There is only one chance to increase your strength per day. Zhang Sui wiped the sweat from his forehead. That's a much clearer hint than crossing over yesterday. It's just that, at a glance, the variation from day to day is awfully low. 0.1 pounds, what's the point? However, Zhang Sui forced himself not to think about that. It's better to have a golden touch than none at all. A man's heart is not enough to swallow a snake. Think of it as exercising your patience. After the workout, Zhang Sui went back to his room to take out his clothes and prepare for a shower. He and Fangadog were both stinking. He was starving to death after not eating or drinking yesterday, and he didn't care about the flavor. Now that it has come to life, you can't make yourself stink like that. Zhang then walked near the archway. There, two ministries stand guard. Seeing Zhang Sui come out, the two ministries drew their swords in unison. Zhang Sui busily said, "I'm new here. I just finished working out and my body is covered in sweat. I just want to take a shower to clear the odor from my body." The two ministries still didn't care and told him to back off. Zhang Sui said with a twinkle in his eye, "Aren't all of us, the ministry, here to protect the lady and the Duke and Miss? If we stink all over all the time, what will Madam, the Duke and Miss think?" The two ministers looked at each other. One of the country-faced ministry curves oddly glanced at Zhang Sui. He had come to the Jin family as a minister for many years, and it was the first time he had seen a minister who still cared about these images. However, the other person's statement was not entirely without merit. Pointing to the night curtain to the left beyond the archway, the country-faced ministry said, There's a well. Just wash there. No one's there now. I'll be watching you. Don't wander around. Otherwise, if you go to the wrong place, you'll be clubbed to death straight away." Zhang Sui thanked him before walking over. The well is kind of sling-like. The wellhead was stacked with stones. Next to the well, a barrel was placed. A hemp rope was tied to the top of the barrel. It was now the time of the moon and stars, and the scenery was still visible from 3 meters away, just not too clearly. As for the two ministries at the archway entrance, no one could even be seen. Only when they walked around could they see the swaying vapors. Zhang then threw the barrel into the well and pulled up a bucket of well water. He was no stranger to this operation. He comes from a rural background. When I was in junior high school, I studied in the county and rented a nearby rural house outside the school, the kind that cost $50 a semester. In those days, Bathing was like this all year round. Bringing up a wooden bucket of water, Zhang Sui directly poured it over his head. The next moment, a murmur sounded. Frightened, Zhang Sui almost jumped up. Zhang Sui looked in the direction of the voice. Instead, he saw a small head raised next to a cluster of bushes less than 2 meters away to his left. Surprisingly, it was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. The little girl looked like a porcelain doll in a long dress and a bun. It wasn't much different from the little girls that used to appear in short videos before crossing over, and yet completely different from those children in the stragglers. The children among those stragglers were all bone-thin and dirty. Looking at the little girl, Zhang Sui had a severely cut-off feeling. Little girls aren't afraid of life either. She seems to have just woken up. Tilting her head, she looked around blankly. Eventually, her eyes fell on Zhang Sui and she muttered, "Who are you? Why did you splash water on me?" Zhang Sui let out a forehead. Turns out he was awakened by the water he poured over his head. Moreover, it could be clearly ascertained that the little girl was not of low status in this mansion. However, Zhang Sui wasn't too scared. After all, still a child. Without that kind of majesty. Zhang Sui put down the barrel and squatted his body, smiling at the little girl and said, "I'm the ministry that just joined here. I'm sorry for accidentally splashing on you when I took a shower just now." It was only at this point that Zhang Sui saw clearly from close range that the little girl looked pitiful with 2 dry tear tracks on her face. Zhang Sui gently wiped the tear tracks on the little girl's face with his dampened hand. The other guy was more than just cute as a porcelain doll. Temperament seems to be excellent as well. So far, there's been no sign of any crying or sniveling. Zhang Sui smiled and said, "What's your name? Why are you hiding here alone?" The little girl stood up, glanced at Zhang Sui, and gently patted the hem of her skirt with her 2 little hands and said, "You can't help even if you say so." Zhang Sui was just about to snicker. "How do you know if you don't say it?" But before he could finish his sentence, he saw a figure carrying a lantern in the distance coming this way and said, "Rong Rong? Rong Rong?" Zhang Sui looked over from afar. It was a slim figure. The little girl was busy hiding behind Zhang Sui and whispered, "Help me block it." Zhang Sui. The figure approached with a lantern. It was only when he was less than 10 paces away that Zhang Sui got a good look at the other party's appearance. A teenage girl. The young girl's face was quite a bit dainty, with a hint of youthfulness, but, invisibly, with a raw coldness. Looking at Zhang Sui's naked upper body from afar, the young girl didn't lose her temper, but changed directions and continued walking while saying, "Rong Rong? Rong Rong?" Soon, she walked to the archway and said something to the 2 minions. Seeing this, the little girl grabbed the hem of Zhang Sui's coat and circled around, always one Zhang Sui away from the young girl. Zhang Sui looked down at the little girl and didn't make a sound. The young girl searched for a moment, before turning back. When her back was far away, Zhang Sui obviously heard her huffing and puffing. "Where did you die? You hurry up and come out. Sister won't scold you anymore." Zhang Sui looked suspiciously at the little girl who had hidden behind her again. Only then did the little girl let go of her grip on the hem of Zhang Sui's coat and squatted next to the ancient well, her hands on her knees, burying her head. End of chapter. Chapter 5, Zhao Yun? That's the hero of Changshan County. Chapter 5, Zhao Yun? That's the of Changshan County. Zhang Sui watched the young girl leave before he squatted on the ground and said to the little girl, "Is that your sister? If you have something difficult, why don't you tell me about it?" The little girl then tilted her head and pouted her lips. "You are a ministry. How can you help?" Zhang Sui looked at the little girl with quite a bit of amusement. It was the first time I'd been underestimated by a small child. However, Zhang Sui was not angry. This body of his own today is indeed just a ministry. The little girl looked to be the existence of the extraordinary status of the Jin family. In her subconscious, ministries such as her own are bottom feeders who know nothing. Only, today, one is going to break this subconscious notion of hers. With a twinkle in his eye, Zhang Sui pointed to the moon overhead and said, "Do you know why there is only the sun during the day, but only the moon at night?" The little girl did not have the good sense to say, "The sun sets and the sun rises. This is the law of the ages. Where is the reason?" Zhang Sui laughed. "That sunset, where did it fall? And the sunrise, where did it come out from?" The little girl furrowed her tiny brows and asked rhetorically, "And why do you say that?" Zhang Sui raised his left hand into a fist and said, "Our world is actually an orb. And now, we are here. And the day, here it is." The orb had been revolving around the day, and when it turned here, the light was blocked, so it became dark, and when you couldn't see the day anymore, you thought it was sunset. Day, in fact, has always been here. When the orb revolves around the day to here, the day appears again. This is the sunrise. The time period, from sunset to sunrise, is fixed at about 12 hours. That's where our 12 hours of the day come from. The little girl then looked at Zhang Sui with some surprise and said, "Where did you learn that?" Those big, soulful eyes were full of curiosity. Seeing that the little girl was captivated, Jiang Sui laughed. What I know is much more than that. Yo! Pointing to the ancient well behind him, Jiang Sui said, do you know where the water in this ancient well comes from? The little girl shook her head. Jiang Sui raised his right fist and said, I just said that our world is an orb, and we are standing on the surface of the orb. At our feet, the orb is so thick, and the water of the ancient wells is inside the earth beneath our feet. Inside this land, there is a section of space that contains a large amount of water called groundwater. The little girl's eyes widened. It was the first time she knew this. The little girl's eyes shone brightly as she said, why do you know so much? Jiang Sui raised his eyebrows and said, don't you care? Anyway, you should know that I basically know everything you want to know. So now, can you tell me what difficulties you're encountering? The little girl sighed with a face like a little old woman. Nothing much, it's just that second sister yelled at me again today. She's old and uninteresting, always forcing me to read. I'm a girl. I'll marry when I grow up and just teach my husband. Why do I need to study? Jiang Sui reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. Smiling, I think your second sister is right. The only reason I know so much is because I read a lot. Read 1,000 books and walk 1,000 miles. If you read, you don't have to go out of your way. You'll be able to know what others see. How would you know what it's like out there if you don't read and you stay at home and have no contact with other people? Let's say, for example, that our world is an orb. How would you know if I didn't tell you? The little girl cocked her head. Only after a long time did her eyes shine brightly and she said, it feels like, what you said is somewhat reasonable. What's your name? I'll have time to find you to play later. Today, I have to go back first. Jiang Sui said, my name is Jiang Sui. Pointing in the direction of the archway, Jiang Sui said, I live in there. The little girl stood up and said, my name is Xin Rong. You can just call me Rong Rong. After saying that, he jogged away in the direction the young girl had left. Jiang Sui watched Xin Rong leave and shook his head before continuing to take a shower. Only after taking a shower did Jiang Sui return to his house to sleep. I'm still a little hungry, but it's a lot better than just crossing over last night. Jiang Sui had a long dream this night. In the dream, he went back to the 21st century Earth, bought all kinds of food, and ate all kinds of food. Early the next morning, Jiang Sui was woken up by Fong a dog. Jiang Sui went out of the room. The entire compound was filled with people gathered. About 100, all men, and none of them are very old, ranging from teens to 30s. All the people were arranged in 4 rows. In front of these people were 2 big, tall, strong men. One heck of a big middle-aged man at dusk yesterday. The middle-aged man's name was Jin Hao, the captain of all the ministries, from the Wuji County City Defense Army. Wuji County is located in Zhongshan County, a county in Jizhou. 3 years ago, the Jizhou pastor was called Han Fu. At that time, Han Fu had a general named Koji Yi who occupied Wuji County. As per Jilis rebellion, Han Fu led his army to attack the city. Right here in Wuji County, a tragic siege broke out. In the end, Koji managed to fend off Han Fu's attack on the city. However, the people of the city were also killed and wounded. Captain Jin Hao was seriously injured in the battle. Good thing he was lucky he didn't die. But the city guard no longer wanted him. He has nowhere to go. It also happens that the Jin family is recruiting ministries. So, he entered the Jin family, because he was slightly skilled in martial arts, and was fierce and ruthless enough, and also knew some of the formation. He was promoted by Madam to be the captain of all the Jin family's ministries. The long-faced big man next to the middle-aged man was Jiao Su. Jiao Su was from Changshan County, which is next door to Zhongshan County. Martial arts. As a result, he was recruited and hired as a lieutenant by Mrs. Jin Hao and Jiao Su declared their identities and origins before scanning everyone. Jin Hao said, from the time you enter my Jin family, you are my Jin family's ministry. Born as a member of my Jin family, you will die as a ghost of my Jin family. As a ministry, you have one mission, that is, to develop exquisite martial arts skills to protect the safety of our Yin family. The world is not at peace today. Zhuo County, across the canal from us, is now in the hands of Gongsun. To the north, the Umaro and Xianbei invade again from time to time. We could be attacked at any time in Wuji County. In order to have the strength to protect Jin's family, we must train every day to ensure that we are strong enough. Get it? The crowd responded sparsely. Jin Hao said, now then, all of us start. From the very basics. Zama Bu. After a day of practicing martial arts, everyone was exhausted, especially the stragglers who had just joined and went straight back to the house to lie down straight away. Jiang Sui rested for a while, and it was already dark. Jiang Sui stripped off his shirt and trained according to the martial arts taught during the day. It's getting late. He still had to follow the workout for half an hour before he could complete the day's task of increasing his strength by 0.1 pounds. Zhang Sui practiced for less than a quarter of an hour before he saw a figure stop in front of him. It's Vice Captain Zhao Su. Zhao Su was curious. What's your name? Zhang Sui continued to train while saying, Zhang Sui. Zhao Su sized up Zhang Sui with satisfaction. Though skinny, but definitely worked hard enough and had a good enough attitude. Zhao Su said, not bad. More suffering in normal times. Less bloodshed when you encounter the enemy. Zhang Sui thought of Zhao Su's previous introduction and asked curiously, Lieutenant, you're from Changshan County? Zhao Su said, yes. What's the problem? Zhang Sui asked. Then has the vice captain ever heard of this man Zhao Yun? Zhao Su was dumbfounded. I didn't think that you even knew about him. Zhao Zilong. Who in our Changshan County doesn't know? This is the hero of our Changshan County. He was chivalrous and loves to fight. 3 years ago, he led a group of good men from our Changshan County to defect to Gongsunzan. However, it is rumored that he has recently returned to Changshan County with everyone else. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Writing at the end of the Han Dynasty. Chapter 6. At the end of the Han Dynasty. Zhang Sui was a little excited to hear Zhao Su say that. He somewhat wanted to go to Changshan County to see Zhao Yun. Not so much to make his acquaintance, but simply to see what Zhao Yun looked like. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and various Three Kingdoms games, Zhao Yun is a handsome young general. Zhao Yun's looks and age became a mystery. He wanted to witness it, but Zhang Sui quickly vetoed the idea. The current self, not to mention going to find Zhao Yun, is not even able to leave the Xin mansion. You know, it's currently the first year of Xingping. At this time, it was the time when Yuan Shao and Gongsunzan were fighting. There's war everywhere. There are arrests everywhere. Once you go out yourself, I'm afraid that if you don't see Zhao Yun, the person will be gone first. For the time being, it's still regular and meticulous in the Xin mansion. It's better to be able to stay meticulous, because, according to the trajectory of history, eventually Yuan Shao, who had 4 generations and 3 dukes, would unify Hebei, and Jinmi of the Jin family would be spotted by Yuan Shao and hired to be the main wife of Yuan Shi, Yuan Shao's second son. The Jin family will prosper from this. When Yuan Shao died and Cao Cao took control of Hebei, Jinmi married Cao Pai. Jinmi and Cao Pai had another son, Cao Rui. Cao Rui became the new emperor of Wei. During these decades, the status of the Jin family has been high because of Jinmi. One can stay safe in the Jin family until one dies. Zhao Su nodded when he saw how seriously Zhang Sui was working out. This kid, he can do it. So diligent and hardworking. Let's see how long he lasts. If he was able to hold on, he would teach him the Zhao family gun himself. The so-called Zhao family gun refers to the fact that Tong Yuan, a generation of gun masters, traveled to Changshan County in his later years and found that the people in Changshan County were more ferocious. Therefore, when he left Changshan County, Tong Yuan left a set of gun techniques, named Zhao family gun, for the people of Changshan County to practice. Zhao Su didn't talk to Zhang Sui any further. Patting him on the shoulder, Zhao Su told him to keep up the good work while he went back to the house to sleep. Zhang Sui followed the daytime workout for half an hour. This time, his increased strength remained at 0.1 pounds, and no blasters appeared. Currently, his one-arm strength has come to 152 pounds. After the workout, Zhang Suikai went over to the ancient well to take a shower. The 2 ministries guarding the archway, Zhang Sui had sort of met them. This time, after instructing Zhang Sui not to wander off, they let him pass. Zhang Sui rushed to the ancient well and rinsed it for a while before seeing a small figure tiptoeing over. Zhang Sui saw the small figure coming in the moonlight and stopped in confusion. It didn't take him long to see who the visitor was. It's Yan Rong, that little girl from yesterday. Jin Rong came to him and laughed. I'm here again. You're really here at this time. Zhang Sui laughed. And what is your business today? Jin Rong asked. Do you know how to draw? Zhang Sui nodded. Sloppy. Yan Rong exulted. Then wait here for me. After saying that, he trotted away. After Zhang Sui finished taking a shower and sat next to the ancient well for a while, he saw that Jin Rong was back again. This time, she was holding a scroll. Handing the scroll to Zhang Sui, Jin Rong said with a serious look on her face, Can you draw this on the fan? Zhang Sui suspiciously took the scroll and opened it. It was a portrait of a man in his 30s. Zhang Sui was puzzled. What is this? Jin Rong's small face dimmed as she said, This is my father. He died 5 years ago, shortly after I was born. I want to paint my father's portrait on the fan. In that case, I can take it everywhere. Even when I sleep at night, I can take it with me. Zhang Sui glanced at the portrait and then looked at Jin Rong. It's kinda sad that the little girl lost her father at such a young age. Zhang Sui said, Alright, I'll draw it for you when I'm free during the day. Jin Rong said with stars in her eyes, If you can draw it down, you'll be my great benefactor. When I grow up, I can marry you. Zhang Sui reached out and pinched her fleshy little face, snickering, Okay, I'll wait then. It's just a little girl's word. Jinrong sat beside Zhang Sui again and said with a smile, I asked Hongyu today, and she said that a ministry like yours doesn't have much ability, but I didn't expect that she would also look away. Zhang Sui laughed a few times. Normal. In this era of the end of the Han Dynasty, one's own status at the bottom of the hierarchy, under normal circumstances, was indeed nothing but a body of strength. Jinrong didn't dwell on it, but pointed to the sky and said, See, there are stars there. Do you know why that star blinks? Zhang Sui said with a serious face. I know. That's the refraction of light. Jinrong said. What is the refraction of light? Zhang then spoke to her about light. The little girl was obviously only 6 or 7 years old, with a childish face, but she listened with great attention. It took Zhang Sui a while to talk about the refraction of light. Touching his somewhat grumbling stomach, Zhang Sui said, It's getting late. I have to go back to bed. If we don't go back, we'll be too hungry to sleep later. When you're asleep, you're not hungry. Jinrong pondered for a moment and said, You wait. After that, she trotted off. When she came back again, she was surprised to have 2 duck legs in her hand. Zhang Sui. He felt his mouth water. Seeing this look on his face, Jinrong shoved 2 duck legs into his hands, before hugging her knees and quietly watching him eat. Zhang Sui was not polite either. He was really hungry. Don't be too happy to have 2 duck legs to eat at this juncture. Jinrong watched him eat happily and smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into a crescent moon and said, It's so delicious. I hate eating this. Zhang Sui looked at Jinrong and just smiled, not saying anything. After all, it's a little girl. It makes no sense to talk about something so negative, and she can't understand it. Jinrong watched Zhang Sui finish eating before she got up. Her small hands patted her clothes and said, I'm going back, or else mother and second sister will go to my room later to inspect it. Tomorrow, I'll bring you some more food. Zhang Sui let out a laugh as he watched Jinrong's tiny back disappear into the night. Sheesh. Or your own precious people. I just hope it doesn't lead to trouble. With this status of his own nowadays, if people found out that he had this kind of dealings with her, they would be afraid of misunderstanding. The next day, the ministry training continued with the zigzag. During the intermission, Fang Dog was already raising money to buy ink, paper and ink stones. The crowd heard Fang Dog say that Zhang Sui was a scholar who could also draw and paint women, so they were a bit expectant. Even the captain, Xin Hao, and the vice-captain, Zhao Su. After training at dusk, Captain Jin Hao called out to Zhang Sui, Are you really a scholar? Zhang Sui smiled noncommittally. He won't verbally admit it. After all, he only recognized clerical script. He really had enough to write about. He has studied simplified Chinese since he was a child. And, before crossing over, he hadn't written in years because of the popularity of computers. Sometimes, even some of the simplified Chinese characters used in everyday life, he forgot how to write them. But there's no problem recognizing and reading it. The key issue is that as long as one has not verbally admitted it, one will have a reason to prevaricate even if one encounters problems in the future. Captain Jin Hao saw this and greeted Zhang Sui to follow him. The two came to a separate room. This room, although it was also in the same compound as everyone else's room, did not have any firewood in it, and there's a plank bed in there. Jin Hao pulled out a bunch of bamboo slips from under the bed and gestured for Zhang Sui to look at them. Zhang Sui squatted down suspiciously and picked up a piece of bamboo slip and scanned it. There was something odd about his face. Only a few words were written on this piece of bamboo slips. Black hair mingled in a mass, ho chi and blood surging upwards. Zhang Sui looked up at Captain Jin Hao. Where did he find it? It's hard to believe that at the end of the Han Dynasty, there was already such writing. End of chapter. Chapter 7, I'm at the end of the Han Dynasty. Chapter 7, I'm at Han. When Captain Jin Hao saw Zhang Sui looking at him with an odd expression, his heart hung in his throat and he nervously said, Why, don't you recognize him? If this is really unrecognizable, he's going to bury Zhang Sui. After whetting his appetite today, he turned out to be a fake scholar. Zhang Sui said, It's true that I recognize it. I'm just curious that there would be this kind of writing. Captain Jin Hao was instantly relieved and grinned out. It's good to recognize. It's good to recognize. Pointing to the remaining bamboo slips, Captain Jin Hao said, Then hurry up and organize them and read them to me. After saying that, as if he was afraid that Zhang Sui wouldn't read it properly, he directly pulled out 20 copper coins and handed them to Zhang Sui. This, you take it. No loss. Zhang Sui was not polite either. After receiving the copper money, Zhang Sui then organized the pile of bamboo slips. It's really Liu Bei one. However, you can tell that the level of the person who wrote this Liu Bei text is really bad. The entire Liu Bei text is about 500 words. It is written about a poor drifter who enters a famous family as an underling. After that, a young lady from a famous family falls in love with him. The two of them rendezvous day and night, doing all the things men and women do. However, When it comes to men and women, there is no other description than the most vulgar words such as a mixture of black hair. The process, all the screaming of that famous lady. Zhang Sui finished organizing inside. His previously curious mind completely flattened out. Captain Jinhao saw him looking like this and asked, "What's wrong? What's the problem?" "This article, but I paid 100 coins for it." Zhang Sui looked at Captain Jinhao and said, "Captain, with all due respect, what the hell is this writing? Crude." Zhang Sui was tempted to say that even elementary school students could write better than this. Captain Jinhao heard Zhang Sui say this and immediately became interested. "Then can you write? If you can write an article." Captain Jinhao clenched his teeth, took out a roll of silk from a wooden box in the room, stuffed it into Zhang Sui's arms and said, "1 zhang of silk, how about it?" Zhang Sui immediately clapped his hands and said, "Good, it's the year of Xingping. According to the history books and the memory of this body, the copper money used now is 5 baht. The 5 baht, however, is no longer the 5 baht that existed before the Yellow Turban Revolt. Because of the lack of copper production, the imperial court, starting with Dong Zhuo, issued a large number of 5 baht coins that were tarnished. This change in quality is most clearly reflected in the reduction in quality. For this reason, too, the purchasing power of copper money is getting worse. By now, in the first year of the Xingping era, the means of exchange that the people had previously circulated had become all types of cloth, like burlap, like satin. These cloths became hard circulated. There's a zhang of silk that will buy several chickens and ducks, buy baskets of dry biscuits. At least, for a short time, there's no need to starve. Zhang Sui smiled and said to Captain Jinhao, "However, we have to wait until there are ink, paper and ink stones. Today Fang A Dog is raising it. The captain is waiting." Captain Jinhao rolled his eyes. "What a joke. When Fang A Dog raises these, then they won't be mine. Occupy that thing by force, and then these people will say I'm using my power for personal gain." Captain Jinhao crawled under the bed again and searched out a wooden box, in which a thick stack of paper was stacked, as well as a brush and ink stone. However, these papers are not those white papers of the latter days. It wasn't even as good as the cheapest kind of draft paper that Zhang Sui had used when he was a kid. To be precise, it's the kind of straw paper that is burned in the countryside on New Year's holidays. Yellow, and it's pretty rough. You can even see the raw material on top of the paper. Moreover, there are words written on these yellow papers. There aren't many of those words. These papers are also messy. It felt as if someone was writing, got very annoyed, wrote a few words, decided they didn't fit, crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it away, and it was picked up and flattened out. The brushes are also a bit miserable. That brush is losing most of its bristles. Also, there was dried ink on the brush. As for the ink stone, it was a small piece. Captain Jinhao sat cross-legged in front of Zhang Sui, fondly playing with the ink stone, looking incomparably nostalgic as he said, "Before, when the Grand Duke was alive, I was close to protect him. The Grand Duke is sick and ill-tempered. When he wrote, sometimes he coughed violently, and he got angry and threw them away. I'll just quietly pick it up and hide it while the Grand Duke is gone. After the death of the Grand Duke, I was transferred to come and manage the ministry." Zhang Sui nodded. No wonder. In this late Han dynasty, the only thing that is fair between the children of the families and the common people is that they seldom die well, and basically die of illness. Also, the children of the world's families will die of disease very early. For example, Chan Deng, Zhou Yu, Lu Su, Hui Jia, Xiu Jitsai, Chao Chong, and so on, because, in this day and age, medicine is so backward. Zhang Sui gets straight to his feet, and he didn't write with a quill pen. This body is an illiterate person who can't read a word. Zhang Sui himself could write, but only in simplified characters. But the thing is, he never learned the brush as a child. Starting with learning to write, it was pencils, followed by ballpoint pens and water pens. Never touched a brush in my life. As a result, he can't write with a brush. Zhang Sui went outside and folded a tree branch, letting Captain Jinhao grind the inkstone while he wrote with the branch. When he was in high school, he read a lot of Liu Bei literature. On the subject of Liu Bei 1, his favorite Liu Bei when written by a woman. In his senior year of high school, his classmate, a very well-written girl, was usually very shy. However, write up Liu Bei text. That line has flowing water, all kinds of delicate. Let him once these Liu Bei text as a collector's edition collection. She wrote 10 Liu Bei texts for Zhang Sui. Everything from the cartwheel to Liu Bei when in youth pain literature. He's always saved it. It wasn't until after college, when he joined the workforce, that he accidentally lost it during a move. And for that, he regretted it for a long time. His writing, naturally, was no match for that girl's, but it's also so much better than this Liu Bei text on the bamboo slips. Zhang Sui fantasized in his mind about the lady he had met before and spilled out 1,000 words. After writing, Zhang Sui blew the ink dry. His face burned a little. Chow. It's so obscene. One is simply an obscene beggar. However, when he raised his head and saw the shocked look on Captain Jinhao's face, this sense of shame dissipated again. Captain Jinhao sked. Zhang Sui. Okay, you, simply. It's amazing how much has been written in a short time. It was when the family head was alive. He wasn't as powerful as you. The head of the family is a former magistrate. Zhang Sui scratched his face and let out a laugh. Small token. Small token. This Captain Jinhao complimented him so much that he was embarrassed. How dare he compare himself with the magistrate? The county magistrate's family is governing the country. One is writing lewd and unnutritious Lubei texts. It's not even on the same level. Captain Jinhao looked at Zhang Sui again and suddenly felt that this Sui, was simply extraordinary. Definitely great talent. When you get a chance, recommend it to the housekeeper. If this Sui was able to establish himself in the Jin family, he, as a recommender, would also be able to do better. However, before that, there were still things for Zhang Sui to do. Captain Jinhao said with an expectant and ingratiating face. So what, Zhang Sui, can you read it out and listen to it once now? End of chapter. Chapter 8, I'm writing Liuzhai at the end of the Han Dynasty. Chapter 8, I'm writing at the end of the Han Dynasty. Zhang Sui saw Captain Jinhao looking like this and laughed with a divine smile. Sure enough, men have been horny since the beginning of time. He realized he had found a way to get rich. Wild enough though, but, at least, not starving to death. Zhang Sui picked up the Lubei text that he had just written and read it directly. In the first year of Xingping, the straggler Jinhao was recruited into the Zhao family. Miss Zhao's pretty face contained spring, closing her eyes and her body trembling slightly under Jinhao's straight gaze. As Jinhao removes the belly band from Miss Zhao's body, Miss Zhao almost cries out, trembling, brother, please have mercy on me. From then on, the two were happily married. Day after day, Zhang Sui read the entire 1,000-character essay and shook his head. It didn't feel like much when I wrote it just now. Rereading it, I realized that a lot of details were not taken care of. Adding a few more details would definitely fill out this Lubei text, though it's more than one level behind Lubeiwan, who is on the female table. But, at least it's in the eye of the beholder. He read it to himself and felt his heart swell. The captain, Jinhao, was even red in the face and trembling with excitement. His right hand was deep under the hem of his shirt. Zhang Sui's face stiffened. Tao, magnificent enough. Listening to Liu Beiwen, directly in Five Fingers Girl Seen Love, Captain Jinhao met Zhang Sui's odd expression, which calmed him down, and with a somewhat sardonic look on his face, he stopped the movement of his hands and coughed dryly for a few moments. We're all lowly people with no female family members, so we can understand, right? Despite saying that, Captain Jinhao stood up and squeezed out a smile. It's really well written. Definitely the best article I've ever heard. Pointing outside, Captain Jinhao said, I'll take you to a brothel sometime? He also pointed to his feet and said, in this way, how about you live here with me from now on? In that case, it will be convenient for you to write articles. Zhang Sui, that's just it. It's nice to live here. Other than that, it's spacious and there's no firewood. It's also safer to keep your own belongings here. Zhang Sui stood up and said, okay. Captain Jinhao was satisfied with Zhang Sui's attitude. Not as squirmy as the scribes he'd seen could be. Only then did Captain Jinhao busily put the text written by Zhang Sui carefully in his sleeve. Zhang Sui went back to Fang Adog's room to carry out his things. Fang Adog has fallen asleep. Zhang Sui didn't wake him up either. Zhang Sui directly hit the floor in Captain Jinhao's room. Only afterward did he go to the well and take a cool shower. It was already dark. After taking a shower, Zhang Sui then found a place to sit down. Yesterday, that little girl Zhenrong had said that she would let him wait for him here today and that she would bring food over. After waiting not long, he saw a small figure in front of him holding something and tiptoeing over. When he got closer, it was really Zhenrong. Zhenrong handed a handkerchief to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui took it and opened it. Inside, surprisingly, were a dozen pieces of chopped duck. Zhenrong said, there are no more duck legs today. I'm afraid mother will be suspicious. I don't eat duck legs on weekdays. There must be something fishy about taking two yesterday and then again today. I just took more chopped duck. Zhang Sui gave Zhenrong a thumbs up and said, smart, at a young age. To be able to think of this aspect is absolutely brilliant. Zhenrong hemmed and hawed, sat on the edge of Zhang Sui, took out a wooden box from his sleeve and opened it. Inside was a futon, a brush, and an ink stone. Zhenrong said, then the portrait of my father is yours. Zhang Sui nodded and said, I'll do my best. Don't blame me if the drawing isn't particularly similar. Zhenrong tilted her head and looked at Zhang Sui, smiling in a cute way that revealed a small dimple on the left side of her cheek. saying, "You're helping me, how could I possibly blame you?" After a pause, Jinrong said with a look of regret, "It's a pity that you're a minister. Your status is humble, and your looks are shabby. Otherwise, I'll find a way to find my mother and have you become a gentleman for me." Zhang Sui gave a forehead. "I felt that the duck in my mouth did not taste good." He hadn't looked at himself yet. There was no time to shine down the water during the day, and invisible at night. There's no brass mirrors around or anything like that. However, he was able to see that he was thin. This body was so thin it was down to bone and skin. Being so thin, it's a wonder it doesn't come off. And naturally, it doesn't look any better. Zhang Sui continued to eat the duck meat while saying, "There's nothing I can do. There's nothing to eat. I'm starving." Jinrong said, "I wonder if you'll grow some meat and look better when I grow up. From now on, every night, at this time, I'll bring you food. You eat more. I'm going to feed you fat. That way, when I grow up and you marry me, you won't be too much of a pain in the ass to my mother and sister." Zhang Sui laughed twice. What a thought for a little girl. She really took it seriously that she was going to marry her. Zhang Sui didn't dwell on the issue, but asked, "You're a lady, right? How many misses is it?" Jinrong said, "Father married mother and 2 concubines. In all, 3 brothers and 4 sisters were born. Everyone else calls me Miss 5, but dad and big brother are dead. The 2 concubines are also dead. Big sister married too. At the moment, it's just mother, me, 2 brothers and 3 sisters at home." Zhang Sui nodded. Instead, it compounds the history of Jinmi's family. But there is something different. According to historical records, Jinmi's family, Jinmi's generation, is also 3 brothers and 5 daughters. But Zhang Sui remembered that Jinmi was the youngest one. Moreover, there is no detailed account of whether Jinmi's father had a concubine. And in this world, Jinmi became the second. However, that's not a certainty that this world is different from history. Because ancient history books have very little to say about women, Jinmi's family's sisterly relationship. Naturally, it is even more unlikely to remember so clearly. There is a high probability of getting it wrong among them. Jinrong watched Zhang Sui finish eating and asked him a few more questions. For example, why did her dad and big brother get sick and die? When will she die? After she dies, will she get to meet her dad and big brother or something like that? Instead of comforting her, Zhang Sui explained the nature of life to Jinrong. The little girl's little face was bleak, but instead of making a scene, he listened intently. After listening to Zhang Sui, she then patted the dirt on her butt and went back. Zhang Sui also returned to Captain Jinhao's room to sleep. The next day, Fan Dog was surprised that Zhang Sui had moved away. When he learned that Zhang Sui had moved to Captain Jinhao's place, Fan Dog's heart was a little sour. He had originally thought that Zhang Sui would share a room with him, so that Zhang Sui would be able to read to him every day after writing that kind of article. Well now, Zhang Sui is gone, but he didn't dare say anything. After all, Zhang Sui went to the captain. Jinhao. Today Fan Dog left the Jin mansion early and didn't participate in the training anymore. With the money he had raised, he went and purchased ink, paper and ink stones. Surrounded by the crowd, Zhang Sui wrote another 1,000 words of Liu Bei's text. This time, the main character of Liu Bei's text is Fan Dog. It is written about Fan Dog who goes out to do something at night, meets a female ghost on the road, and haunts the female ghost. Zhang Sui finished writing and read it out. A group of ministries surrounded Zhang Sui, each breathing heavily, their eyes wider than bull's eyes. They opened their eyes. All along, they knew that ghosts were things that terrorized people. First time I've heard of it, and scented female ghosts, and something like haunting a female ghost. End of chapter. Chapter 9, Mrs. Zhang and Second Miss Shinmi. Chapter 9, Mrs. Zhang and Second Miss Shin. Zhang Sui finished reading the female ghost Liu Bei text he had written, looking at the surrounding ministries, each with a reddened expression. He was secretly pleased in his heart. Before crossing over, his writing was sparse. He never thought that one day, someone would read what he wrote. And it's so popular. Thinking of what the 5th young Miss Shinrong sent yesterday, Zhang Sui said to Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su, "Captain, can I skip martial arts practice early today? I want to paint a picture urgently." The crowd came back to their senses. Captain Jinhao was quite surprised. "You can still draw?" Zhang Sui laughed. "Not very skillful. I can only say that I can draw." Vice Captain Zhao Su nodded and said, "Then you go." However, just this once, he still had quite a bit of faith in Zhang Sui. If anyone else, Zhao Su might suspect that the other party was trying to be lazy. Because, ever since Zhang Sui came to Jin Mansion for the past few days, he had to practice additional martial arts after practicing every day. And, each time, it's an extra half hour of practice. Extra practice until you're drenched in sweat. Now, he has shown his talent again. Naturally, there is no need for doubt. Jiang Sui thanked Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su before returning to his room and taking out Jinrong's scroll, bushel fan, brush and inkstone out. Jiang Sui still didn't use a brush, going outside and folding a branch, and grinding the ink with an inkstone. Jiang Sui then drew according to the drawings on the scroll. The portrait on the scroll, to be honest, doesn't really look like much. That face, it's weird as hell. Jiang Sui could only draw a person based on Jinrong's appearance, and the clothes pictured on the scroll, combined with the face of the person on the portrait. Of course, he's not very good at drawing. His drawing skills were probably not even introductory in the eyes of pre-traveling painters. However, this world of the end of the Han Dynasty doesn't have the same painters that existed before the crossing. Naturally, no one made too many professional demands on the paintings he drew. At this level, it's just enough. Jiang Sui finished painting in only 2 hours, blowing the ink dry and looking at the man in his 30s with a handsome face on the bushel. Jiang Sui smiled rather self-satisfiedly. Putting the various things away, Jiang Sui then returned to the other ministries and practiced martial arts together. At dusk, he joined the group for their second meal of the day. Someone else go to bed. Instead, he stripped down to his shirt and practiced for an additional half-hour in the open space of the compound. Today was his 4th extra practice. The first 3 editions were all only 1 pounds of force. After sparring today, I was surprised that I accidentally triggered the strike chance. Today he got 0.7 pounds of strength straight out of the extra practice. His one-arm strength, from 150 pounds when he crossed over, went straight up to 151 pounds. Jiang Sui puffed out his brachial muscles. There was no feeling of increased strength. Jiang Sui isn't discouraged though. After all, it only added 1 pound of strength. It was already completely dark. Jiang Sui reflected the moonlight and went to the side of the ancient well to finish taking a shower. Then he went back to his room and took out the scroll, brush, inkstone and bushel fan, and came to the side of the ancient well to wait. After waiting for nearly half an hour, he was about to fall asleep before he saw the 5th young Miss Jinrong come out. Today she still carries a handful of chopped duck. Jiang Sui handed her the wooden box containing the scroll, brush, inkstone and bushel fan, before he took the duck meat in the handkerchief and began to eat it. 5th Miss Jinrong opened the small wooden box and picked up the bushel fan. Looking at the handsome young man on top of the bushel, Jinrong's large eyes were filled with delight. Though the face didn't look much like the portrait on the scroll, yet, it was more to her liking. 5th Miss Jinrong looked at the portrait on the bushel with an infatuated face and said, "You've seen my father?" Jiang Sui shook his head as he ate the duck meat. "No, how could I have seen it? This is what I came up with based on your appearance. And the portrait on the scroll. The portrait on the scroll is a little too abstract." Only then did Jinrong's eyes move away from the portrait on the bushel, and she looked blankly at Jiang Sui. "What is the abstract?" Jiang Sui pondered for a moment and explained. "Abstraction means that there are no characteristics, and you can't see the concrete." Jinrong still didn't get it this time. She didn't dwell on it, though. She stood up and smiled at Jiang Sui. "I won't accompany you today. I'll go back to bed." After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Sui's response, he directly hugged the small wooden box and flew away. Darting all the way back to her room, Jinrong hung the scroll back up on the wall, then lay down on her bed, reflecting the light of the dim oil lamp, staring dully at the portrait on the bushel, muttering under her breath, "Father, father, this is father." Jinrong looked at the bushel for a long time, and only then did she hold the bushel in her arms, her little face a look of contentment. Closing her eyes, Jinrong fell into a deep sleep. After a long time, a gentle female voice sounded outside. "Sister?" No response was heard before the door to the room was slowly pushed open. A young girl walked in. It was the young girl who had been looking around with a lantern earlier. This young girl is no other than the second young lady of the Jin mansion, Junmi. Behind Junmi, there was also a beautiful young woman in her 30s with a convex front and curved back. "It's Mrs. Chang." The two men walked in and went straight to the bed. Looking at Jinrong sleeping peacefully, Junmi used her slender white jade finger to lift the latter's green silk on her forehead and laughed. "Sleeping quite early today." Madame took the bushel fan from Jinrong's hand and was about to put it on the table. Just as she turned, her form froze. Only the bottom of the futon seemed to have a painting on it. A portrait of a man dressed in the same clothes as his husband during his lifetime. The lady's heart missed a beat and she was busy turning the bushel. A flash of disappointment crossed her face. It is indeed a portrait painting of the husband dressed in the same way as he was during his lifetime. But the looks are not similar. The man in this portrait is a little more handsome than the husband. Her husband had never been in good health during his lifetime, and as a result, his appearance was somewhat aged. The portrait is more like a masculine portrait of his own youngest daughter. And the pen and ink are new. Madame looked at the sleeping Jinrong with some curiosity. Who painted her? The bushel fan was the same one she always used. There was no such portrait before. Junmi. seeing the lady so deeply in love, suspiciously took the bushel and said, "Mother, what's wrong?" Seeing the portrait on the bushel, Jinmi said oddly, "Who is this painting of? Wearing the clothes of father's life, yet looking like little sister." Only then did Jinmi come back to her senses. Leaning down and pecking at Jinrong's small face, the lady softly said, "It should be that she found someone to draw your father's portrait. It's just that the person who drew the picture obviously never met your father. So we speculated on what your father looked like based on Rong's looks. The style of painting, however, does seem a bit different. For mother's sake, I haven't even seen it before." Jinmi wondered, when did my little sister know this kind of person? Would that person have ulterior motives? The lady mused for a moment. "Tomorrow, when she wakes up, ask her mother nicely. I hope it's not something else. Otherwise, my mother will not spare him." End of chapter. Chapter 10, Jinrong, my mother will think you're trying to take advantage of me. Chapter 10, Jinrong, my mother will think you're trying to take of me. Madame and Jinmi stayed in Jinrong's room for a while longer before leaving. Madame returned to her room, stripping off a long dress and exposing her snow-white shoulders. The lady lay alone under the covers, looking up at the drapery overhead. It was a while before she let out a long sigh. "It's been years since my husband and eldest son died. The second son again lacks fire. Nowadays, the entire Jin family relied on herself, a woman, to support them." Thinking of the portrait on her youngest daughter's bushel, the lady frowned slightly. "I hope it's not something else. If he was bullying his widow and orphan, then he was bound to pay a heavy price." When she thought of the portrait on the bushel, the lady felt a little empty in her heart. Though in this year, survivors are often remarried as well. However, as the present-day mistress of the Jin family, her own 2 sons and 4 daughters had not yet reached adulthood. If you remarry, the Jin family will be finished. In this chaotic world, how many people will be implicated if the Jin family is finished? The consequences for your own son and daughter are unimaginable, and that's all she could do to keep it hidden. Her fingers penetrated deep into the comforter. The lady's pretty face flushed red, a suppressed and slight gasp escaped from her red lips. The lady buried her head inside the comforter, and said with a hint of trembling in her voice, "Husband, I really want to accompany you to die together. Besides, Jinrong slept until dawn." Dressing herself, Jinrong came out of her room with a bushel fan, and just as she walked out into the courtyard's corridor, she saw that the madam was talking to a teenager about something. The young man is no one else but Jin Yen, the second son of Jin Fu. Seeing Jinrong coming over, the madam turned her head and waved at Jinrong. Jinrong busily trotted over and tilted her head to reveal a sweet smile as she said, "Mother, second brother." The lady took the bushel fan from Jinrong's hand, turned the portrait upward, and said to Jinrong, Rong, this portrait, who painted it for you?" Jinrong, with Zhang Sui's appearance floating in her mind, Jinrong's pair of eyes rolled down, and she said somewhat sheepishly, "It's an exceptionally powerful gentleman, but he said to me that I can't disclose his identity, or else, he won't see me in the future." Madam bent down and softly said, Rong, you are still young, only 6 years old. You can't distinguish between bad and good people. You tell for my mother to go and meet him. If he is a good man, my mother will thank him with a great deal of money. If he's a bad man, mother will drive him away." Jinrong's head shook like a rattle as she said, "I can't say." The lady furrowed her brows. After all, she didn't continue to ask. This little daughter of his own, though very small, was unusually stubborn in temper, somewhat like her dead father. It didn't seem wise to start with her. Thinking of this, the madam squeezed out a smile and said, "That's fine, for mother won't force you. If you have something, you must tell my mother. Go get some breakfast." Jinrong hummed. Before she bounced off with the bushel, madam looked at Jinrong's tiny back as she left, sighed darkly, and said to Jin Yen, "Yenner, repeat what I just said to you." Yen Yen scratched her face and snapped, "Mother, I didn't memorize it. Why don't you repeat A?" Before Yen Yen could finish her words, she blushed and lowered her head. Only the lady's beautiful eyes were filled with anger that was ready to explode at any moment. Madam looked at Jin Yen in such a state, and finally did not speak again, turning around and walking away, her voice weary. "When I teach you for my mother, be more attentive. You're always so absent-minded. How will you take over this huge Jin family in the future? We are orphans and widows, and countless pairs of eyes are staring, hating the fact that all of us in the Jin family are mediocre. If you are incompetent, the Jin family will be eaten to the bone. Doesn't the misery of those minions in our family who came here the last time they were recruited teach you a lesson? Once our Jin family is overrun, for my mother and a few of your sisters, they will surely be spoiled and even have no bones left. You and your brother will just have to be what those ministries came into my Jin family." Yen Yen responded in a low voice. Yen Yen followed his wife's footsteps, the group came to the hall of the Jin family. After eating, Jin Rongbin took the bushel fan and ran to the private school cheerfully. Private school, a compound dedicated to the Jin mansion. In this compound, the small children of the Jin family's immediate bloodline all studied. The teacher in charge of teaching was a famous local scholar who was hired with heavy money. In these troubled times, there are stragglers everywhere. There are bullies. There are killers, too dangerous for small children. As a result, famous families like the Jin family, whose children studied, no longer went to famous scholars for their education as they did in the past. Instead, they hired famous scholars into their homes at great expense to teach reading. Even the family members of the celebrities are given to the residents. The vast majority of famous people are not having a good time in these chaotic times, or in the year of the disaster. There were countless starvation, disease and killings. Therefore, these famous scholars, for the sake of food and clothing, and for the safety of their families, they were also happy to go to a famous residence like the Jin family and teach each other's offspring by ear. The madam watched Jin Rong leave before she greeted a maid and said, "Send someone to keep an eye on Miss Rong these days. Don't alert the snakes, and see where she goes and which people she meets with these days." The maid answered. Jin Rong studied all day at the private school, even though she's a girl. But in the Jin family, all the girls have to study too. It's not about being able to get out in the future. In this day and age, women don't have that power. The girls of the Jin family had to study, just like the women of other big families had to study. There are only two purposes. First, reading will enable them to be sensible and have the dignified and virtuous temperament of a lady, so that they will be able to marry a man from the right family in the future. Secondly, after marrying in the future, they will teach their children. How can you educate good children when you can't even recognize basic words? After coming out of the private school, Jin Rong went to dinner and asked to go away with a big bowl of soup cake on the grounds that she was hungry in the evening. Returning to his room, he bathed and changed his clothes with the help of his maid. After all this, it was already dark. Jin Rong watched the maids leave before Jin Rong quietly left the room with a large bowl of soup cakes and rushed to the ancient well near the ministry. There, Zhang Sui is taking a shower. Jin Rong walked over and said, "These days, I might not be able to come every day." Zhang Sui stopped showering and wondered, "What's wrong?" Jin Rong placed a large bowl of soup cakes on the floor before saying, "Early this morning, Mother asked me who painted the portrait of Father on the futon. Look at her serious face. She must suspect you're a bad person and think you're trying to take advantage of me. Maybe she'll even set up someone to follow me. I'll hide for a few days without looking for you. I'll come back to you after this time when Mother doesn't suspect you." Zhang Sui looked at Zhang Jinrong with a somewhat odd expression. Taking advantage of this little girl? Rub. He's not a pervert. What can he think about a 6-year-old? However, it's normal that people would have this defense as a mother. It's just that, since he suspects it, he's afraid he hasn't already sent someone to follow it. Zhang Sui looked around. "Rather, I didn't see anyone." Zhang Sui shook his head. He himself hadn't done anything excessive to Jin Rong in the first place. If Madam really wants to come to the door, we'll explain then. Himself is quite popular with the ministry these days. There was no need to worry about the lady directly letting people secretly get themselves killed. Nodding at Jin Rong, Zhang Sui smiled. Good. End of chapter. Chapter 11 Painting for the Maid Shao Dai. Chapter 11 For the Maid Shao Dai. Jin Rong was relieved to see Zhang Sui nod his head. She was really worried that Zhang Sui would say no. This time, Jin Rong didn't stay with Zhang Sui for long. Urging Zhang Sui to finish his soup cake, Jin Rong took the soup bowl and left. In the darkness of the night, a figure stood in the shadows of the courtyard wall, silently watching the scene. It was not until Jin Rong left that the figure left as well, passing through several corridors before stopping at the entrance of a room and knocking on the door. "Madam, I'm Xiao Hong. I've already seen who the 5th young miss went to see." A warm female voice rang out. "Come in and speak." The figure pushed the door of the room open and entered, closing it again, only to see the room beside the bed couch. The lady is sitting on her knees in front of a table, writing something with a brush on a bamboo slip. Seeing the figure come in, the lady then stopped writing and asked with furrowed brows, "Who did the 5th young miss meet with? What did they do?" The figure made a bow before saying, "5th miss brought a bowl of soup cakes to that ancient well outside the ministry's residence. Met with a man named Zhang Sui, who just joined our Jin family's ministry not long ago. Didn't do anything special. Miss just let this Zhang Sui finish the soup cake, and tell the Zhang Sui that she can't see him again for a few days. That she has aroused your suspicions." "Ma'am," the lady laughed in anger. "This little daughter of his, only 6 years old, is quite thoughtful." Both knew they were suspicious. Just, ultimately, a 6-year-old, poorly thought out. Since he was suspicious, how could he put off solving the problem until later? However, the lady's hanging heart gave a small sigh of relief. The man was at the mansion and identified, and hadn't done anything outrageous to his little girl. count on him to have a sense of proportion. Otherwise, today is the day he dies. After a little contemplation, the madam said, "From now on, keep this Zhang Sui under surveillance day and night to see what he is doing every day. Report to me every day at this time." The figure said. "Here." The figure retreated. A flicker of curiosity flashed across the lady's pretty face as she watched the figure exit the room and close the door. The results of this tracking today were a bit unexpected. The ministry that just joined your own Yin family? How can anyone paint? Moreover, the technique of this painting, although the level is not high, has moved the brain. She was also a little curious to see what kind of being the man was. Only, she didn't dwell on it after all. Wait a few days to follow up on that. Not just anyone is entitled to a personal audience of their own. The lady lowered her head and continued to mutter under her breath before writing a series of numbers on the bamboo slips with a brush. On the other hand, Zhang Sui returned to his room. I was about to lie down when I saw Captain Jinhao climb up and say, "Hey, Zhang Sui, you said during the day that you could draw." Zhang Sui was about to lie down. Seeing Captain Jinhao ask this, Zhang Sui said, "Yes, it will." "What's wrong?" Jinhao scratched his face and said with some embarrassment, "What's that? I'm not as talented as you and can read so many words. I can't even listen to you read that text if you're not there one day." Zhang Sui smiled knowingly at Jinhao and said, "The captain wants me to draw you a picture, right? Draw a portrait of a woman that looks good. You can't read and write, but you can still look at paintings." Captain Jinhao saw that his little mind had been poked through and gave an embarrassed chuckle, still saying stiffly, "It's like this. I have my eye on a maid in the mansion called Xiao Dai. If possible, I'll ask her to come over tomorrow. You help her paint. Better yet, be able to paint her better. I could have paid." After saying that, Jinhao got up from the bed, crawled under the bed, opened the wooden box, took out another roll of silk, bit his teeth, still made up his mind, and handed it to Zhang Sui. "Here, it's 3 zhanglong. That's a year's salary for me. You boy. It would take at least 3 years to get that salary if you were only a minister. Now, it's worth it to get so much for just one painting, isn't it?" Zhang Sui hemmed and hawed. "That makes sense. And, it's chaos. Where else can you go to make so much money after leaving the Jin family? To be honest, this captain still speaks politely. Otherwise, if he doesn't pay a cent and forces himself, won't he help him paint? After all, it's under someone else's hand. People easily give you small shoes to fill." Thinking of this, Zhang Sui took the cloth and put it on his own bedside, and handed Captain Jinhao the zhang of silk that Captain Jinhao had given him when he wrote Liu Bei's text earlier. "Captain, you are too kind. You're my captain. We have a lot to help each other with. How dare I ask you for so much? That's all there is to it. Tomorrow you have that little butterfly come over and I'll help her paint. Only, don't blame you, Captain, if the drawing isn't too good." Captain Jinhao grinned broadly and patted Zhang Sui's shoulder. "Well said. Honestly, I thought you were smooth from the first time I saw you." The two chatted for a while longer before they each went to sleep. Zhang Sui touched the satin on his bed before he went to sleep, the corners of his mouth grinning slightly upwards. It's a great way to make money. With this silk, oneself for the next few years. Save a little, don't have to starve. Early the next morning, Zhang Sui and the others were pulled up to continue practicing martial arts, still zigzagging. In the morning, after the first meal of the day, the people found their own places to rest for a while. Captain Jinhao, on the other hand, called over a 17 or 18-year-old woman with a pockmarked and somewhat fleshy face, but did not enter the courtyard where the ministry was located. This woman, called Xiao Dai, didn't dare to come in. Captain Jinhao could only let her sit down on her knees on the grass outside the archway. After that, Captain Jinhao took it upon himself to build a case table with stones and wooden boards, and fetched Zhang Sui a brush, ink, paper and inkstone, so that Zhang Sui could draw a picture for Xiao Dai. Zhang Sui folded a small branch, approached Captain Jinhao, and commanded the other to sharpen the branch into the shape of a pencil, before he dipped it in ink and began to draw. Xiao Dai sat on her knees on the grass and watched Zhang Sui draw while staring at herself from time to time, her face swollen red. The ministries, on the other hand, gathered inside the archway and looked out at the scene, each drooling with envy. It was not just envy that Captain Jinhao was able to call in his maid Xiao Dai to draw. Even more so, he envied Zhang Sui for even having this ability to draw people out. The figure arranged by the madam stood in the distance, looking over the situation, and only after a while did she leave and find the madam, telling her what Zhang Sui and Captain Jinhao and the others were doing. The lady said, "Have little butterfly ask for a portrait and send it to me at night." The figure answered. Zhang Sui was drawing seriously when he saw another maid walk over and whisper something in Xiao Dai's ear. Xiao Dai glanced at the maid with some surprise. Still, she nodded quickly. End of chapter. Chapter 12, Jinmi, find out who this mysterious man is. Chapter 12, Jinmi, find out who this mysterious man is. Neither Zhang Sui nor Captain Jinhao felt anything different. Zhang Sui continued to draw. Captain Jinhao, on the other hand, stood on the side, admiring the painting drawn by Zhang Sui and appreciating Xiao Dai. It had been nearly 2 hours before Zhang Sui had completely finished painting Little Butterfly. He nodded in satisfaction. There's an 8-point resemblance. This would have been even better with paint and a bit of smearing, but now it's clearly not. While carefully blowing on the ink, Zhang Sui said to Xiao Dai and Captain Jinhao, "The drawing is done." Captain Jinhao sked. "That's really good. It's the first time I've seen someone who can draw a picture that resembles each other so well." Xiao Dai also stood up and walked over. Looking at the portrait of herself on the paper, a blush crept up on Xiao Dai's face. Growing up, she had never imagined that a maid like herself would have someone specializing in painting. Still, she quickly came back to her senses and said to Captain Jinhao and Zhang Sui, "I want this portrait to be preserved. I wonder if I can dash." Captain Jinhao hurriedly looked at Zhang Sui. Zhang continued to blow on the ink while smiling. "There's nothing wrong with it. Give me 1.5 hours this time, and I'll copy this portrait." Little Butterfly smiled sweetly. "That thanks." Pointing behind her, Xiao Dai said, "I've been coming over for a long time. In that case, I'll go ahead and get busy. And when you're done, meet me there with your portraits." Captain Jinhao nodded. Yes. Only then did Little Butterfly leave in style. Captain Jinhao watched with fondness as Xiao Dai left. Zhang Sui snickered. "Captain likes this Little Butterfly girl?" Captain Jinhao didn't squirm and nodded. "Can't say I like it. Let's just say it's a one-sided adoration. Ministries like ours are all brown men who can't read big words, and with his head hanging at his waist at all times, he is sure to lose his life at any moment. That's why I can't even think about starting a family." Look inside the archway behind you. The ministry, which had been watching earlier, had long since left. These ministries had to practice martial arts and maintain their strength, but they didn't dare to be as laid back as he and Zhang Sui. Captain Jinhao looked bleak and said, "Let's just say that they, do you know why one by one? When they heard those words you wrote, they monkeyed around, but no one ever moved to look for the maids of the mansion? Except for feeling unworthy of these maids in the mansion. The other, too, is afraid of losing his life at any moment. In today's chaotic world, once a woman is married and pregnant and her man dies, it's a matter of the sky falling." Zhang Sui's original snickering expression was silent at this point. Indeed, it's the end of the Han dynasty now. According to historical records, during the reign of Emperor Huan of the Eastern Han dynasty, this land had a population of 56 million people, and after all this time at the end of the Han, by the time the final 3 points were returned to the Jin, there were just under 8 million left. Cao Cao also wrote in his poem, "White bones are exposed in the wild, and no chickens crow for thousands of miles." The entire period of the late Han dynasty, except for various large-scale wars that resulted in a large number of dead people. As far as Cao Cao is concerned, he condoned the generals under his hand to happen several massacres. Ordinary people, wanting to live in this chaotic world, can see how difficult it is. For that matter, 2,000 years later, there are still countless keyboard warriors who gush that if they traveled back in time, they would be willing to assist Cao Cao in unifying the country. But it never occurred to me that by crossing over, most people would have to be Cao Cao's two-legged sheep. Zhang Sui patted Captain Jinhao's shoulder and said, "How can I put it? Life must be happy. There is something to fold. Don't wait until there is nothing to fold." Captain Jinhao instantly perked up and pointed at the portrait. This write on it, write it next to the portrait." Captain Jinhao exclaimed, "Zhang Sui, you are truly a talent. Not only can you write articles, but you can also draw." Zhang Sui let out a forehead. The feeling of sadness that had just been created was instantly washed away. Zhang Sui didn't squirm and directly wrote these words in the empty space next to the portrait. After writing, Zhang Sui took out a blank piece of paper and copied the portrait. In less than half an hour, the copying was done. Captain Jinhao took the portrait and went inside to hide it. This portrait of Little Butterfly was something he could treasure for the rest of his life. When you're lonely and isolated later, you can take it out and admire it. Only after hiding the portrait, Captain Jinhao took Zhang Sui to leave the ministry's compound and went to the front compound to look for Xiao Dai. Although Zhang Sui had already been in the Jin mansion for several days, however, it was the first time Zhang Sui had left the ministry compound. For the past few days, he had been practicing martial arts in the ministry compound. This time he left, he realized that the Jin mansion was not only luxurious to look at from the outside, but inside, it was even more grandiose and incomparable. Hallways everywhere, grass and trees everywhere. There were maids everywhere wearing complete clothes, looking watery and youthful, like dainty doilies. Zhang Sui couldn't help but think of the women in the group of stragglers who had just crossed over earlier. Both the old women and the young girls were all dirty and withered. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. If there was a woman from 2,000 years later who also traveled over like herself, Being able to become a maid of the Jin family would probably be the limit. These maids are busy with their own things. Zhang Sui and Captain Jinhao came over before some eyes looked over. None of it, however, has any emotional overtones in it. Captain Jinhao and Zhang Sui quickly find Xiao Dai and give her the finished portrait. Only then did Zhang Sui and Captain Jinhao leave. The two did not leave for much longer before the surrounding maids converged and gathered around Xiao Dai. Looking at the portrait in Xiao Dai's hand, the maids chirped. Xiao Dai, your portrait? Surprisingly, someone drew your portrait. Beautifully drawn. Who painted it? Draw me one too. Dai couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Looking at the portrait, Xiao Dai said with a look of pride and shyness. The captain had the ministry called Zhang Sui draw it just now. That Zhang Sui, who looks so skinny and weak, didn't expect to have such a skill. The maids marveled more and more. I didn't expect such a wizard to emerge from that group of big old men. Just as the maids were warbling, a figure walked over. I don't know who mentioned the second miss is coming. All the maids suddenly changed in color. Busy lowered their heads and dispersed. Each returned to their posts to be busy. Xiao Dai also blushed a little. She didn't leave, though. She had admirers in mind. For, the portrait in her hand, was the one that Madame had asked for? Second Miss Junmi came over. Xiao Dai was busy with a graceful salute. Second Miss. Junmi's cool and pretty face did not see any angry expression. Her eyes swept over the paper in Dai's hand. Reaching out, he took the paper from Little Butterfly. Little Butterfly busily said, "This is what Madame wanted and asked me to send it over." Junmi ignored Xiao Dai and just carefully scanned the portrait. Even though she is a woman. However, as the second young miss of the Jin family, she had worked hard at her studies since she was a child. When my father was alive, he teased her, saying that she was a woman who had no talent. So what was she reading? She disliked them all. She had always thought that the more a woman had to study instead, especially if she was born into a prestigious family like the Jin family. The reason is also simple. A great lady like her will only marry into a big family in the future. And if you want to live on in a big family, if you don't read, you don't have talent. You can't tell right from wrong, and you have an empty frame that has been raised well. What's the use? Like that bamboo. The mouth is sharp and the skin is thick and the belly is empty. Once you have an emergency and need to get an idea, if you don't read, you can only dry cry and wait for others to rescue you. And in an emergency, human nature is selfish, all thinking of self-preservation. Who cares about you? A woman? It's very likely that they'll be treated as a liability and discarded. So you can imagine what will happen to them. So, reading is also a way to make a living for the future. And so it is. After father and elder brother passed away, this Shin family could only rely on her mother to support them. For the first period of time, my mother was in tears every day. It was good that she had read a lot, pressed down her hurt and grief, and made an emergency move to get through that with her mother. Even her mother often said that she was too much better than her second brother, but it was a pity that she was a woman. Otherwise, the Jin family would have a bright future with her. Only, even after studying hard and reading so many books, Junmi had never seen the style of the painting on this paper. Also, what's the writing next to the painting? Surprisingly, she couldn't recognize a few words. Also, writing has been done vertically, right to left, since the beginning of time. And the words on this portrait are written horizontally. Also, this character, it's neither a small seal nor an official script. Not, even, any kind of writing she'd ever seen. Yet, it's kind of like a scribe, much less scribble. Junmi instantly thought of the painting on her little sister Jinrong's futon, both a style. This little butterfly said, "Mother wants it? Then that means mother has already investigated who the other party is?" Handing the portrait back to Xiao Dai, Junmi said, "You go. I'll ask my mother again at night to find out who this mysterious person who hooked up with my little sister is." End of chapter. Chapter 13, Fang A Dog's Request for Painting. Chapter 13, Fang A Dog's Painting. Besides, Zhang Sui and Captain Jinhao returned to the ministry compound. Zhang Sui joined the ministry's ranks and practiced martial arts along with everyone else. Still zigzagging, practicing until dusk, Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su announced the dismissal for dinner. The ministry has 2 meals a day. Big morning breakfast. It was thin rice. At dusk was dinner, which was thin rice with greens. When everyone gathered to eat, someone looked at Captain Jinhao and said, "Captain, where's the painting that Zhang Sui drew for you? Don't you take it out to have a look?" The crowd chimed in. Captain Jinhao's face also raised a smile. Beautiful things are always meant to be shared. Running back to his room, he took out Xiao Dai's portrait, but Captain Jinhao didn't hand it out, but unfolded it and displayed it in front of the crowd. Sharing is sharing, but not letting anyone else touch is the bottom line. Captain Jinhao disliked this group of people too much. Their dirty hands touched the portrait and he didn't even feel like it was clean anymore. When the people saw the portrait, each of them had a scarlet gaze. Great painting, but it's marvelous. Captain, why don't you lend it to me for a night? I'll give you 20 coins. Captain Jinhao snorted and busily collected the portrait, running back to his room to hide it. Are you kidding me? This portrait was lent out for one night, and he would not know what the group wanted to do? The only person who can do anything about this portrait is himself. Captain Jinhao returned to his position and continued eating while saying, don't fantasize about me, baby. Train well. Save up your money, and when you've saved enough, I'll grant you a vacation, and you'll go to a brothel and cuddle up to a woman. Doesn't that smell better than this one of mine? There was a hush from the crowd. A trip to a brothel, even the most common prostitute, costs them a small half-year's salary at a time. And it doesn't cost anything to take a portrait and appreciate it, and it's always available. Some people looked at Zhang Sui and curried. Zhang Sui, how much does it cost to paint a painting like this? Before Zhang Sui could say anything, Captain Jinhao said, I got him to paint this one picture and use 3 zhang of silk. The crowd was dumbfounded. 3 fathoms of silk. It would take them years of not eating or drinking. Zhang Sui's eyes rolled as he looked at the crowd's bitter faces one by one. Not everyone is as generous as the captain, and gives as good as they get. These people, in turn, have given themselves a money-making idea. It's hard to make money writing Liu Bei when most people don't know how to read. If it's a portrait, it all works. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui laughed. Captain, that's to designate someone to draw. If you don't designate who to draw, just draw as I please. I can also guarantee to draw a beautiful woman. In that case, the price is cheaper. A fathom of silk it is. The crowd remained somewhat hesitant. Captain Jinhao smiled and said to Vice Captain Zhao Su, Old Zhao, you don't want it? Vice Captain Zhao Su grimaced and glanced at Zhang Sui. 1 zhang of silk. It's enough for me to go to a brothel and find a woman with good looks to have sex with. The crowd nodded. Zhang Sui pretended not to see it. He also understood that the pricing was too high, but you can't lower the price now. Compared to Captain Jinhao's painting, it has dropped once. That if you drop a second time immediately, in everyone's mind, then you can still drop it yourself. Got to make them beg for it. Thinking like this, Zhang Sui burst out laughing. His own crap drawing skills, before crossing over, were just enough to fool the clueless little girls. In front of a professional painter. It's a joke. I didn't realize that it would be so effective at the end of this Han dynasty. After eating, the crowd each washed their own dinner bowls. Some people go straight to sleep. Some people go to the ancient well to carry water for bathing. Instead, Zhang Sui returned to the room to rest for a while and dissipate the heat, then prepared to continue practicing for an additional half hour. Just then, a head poked in through the doorway of the room. It was certainly Fang A Dog. Captain Jinhao was also in the room. Seeing Fang A Dog probing his head, Captain Jinhao asked suspiciously with a sullen face, something wrong? Fang A Dog smiled sarcastically and pointed at Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui, can you come out? Zhang Sui had some joy in his heart. Here we go. The ultimate pricer of your own paintings is this Fang A Dog. Zhang Sui stood up and walked out. Fang A Dog took Zhang Sui to his own room, opened a wooden box, took out a roll of silk, smiled ingratiatingly, and stuffed it into Zhang Sui's hand, saying, I only have 5 feet of silk here. It's all I have. There are a couple dozen copper coins left. I'm going to save them for when I go out and buy some dry biscuits to eat. How about you just do me a favor? Count me as owing you a favor. Zhang Sui looked at Fang A Dog in such a state and was slightly embarrassed. Fang A Dog added, I'm the first brother you've ever known, right? When you just came in, I even gave you 3 extra dry cakes. When Zhang Sui heard Fang A Dog say this, he sighed and said, all right, who let us get to know each other so well? Then 5 feet is 5 feet. Fang A Dog smiled with his eyebrows and put his arm around Zhang Sui's shoulder. Good brother, if you have anything to say in the future, just say it. Zhang Sui asked, what kind of a woman do you want me to draw? Fang A Dog raised an eyebrow and said, it's pretty much the same as the Captain Jinhao one. And, well, nudity. You know, that's our fetish. Zhang Sui understood and said, then wait. That said, leave. Zhang Sui returned to his room, put the satin in his wooden box, and asked Captain Jinhao for a piece of paper, an ink stone. Captain Jinhao saw Zhang Sui lying on the ground, directly drawing, and curiously said, how much silk is this? And you're helping to draw it? Zhang Sui lamented. They're all brothers, they really can't afford it, so what can they do? Captain Jinhao looked at Zhang Sui, patted his shoulder, and exclaimed, well said. We are all Jin family ministries and will face the enemy together in the future. Sometimes it helps unity to do proper favors to your brothers. Zhang Sui nodded deeply, because he didn't need any reference. Zhang Sui casually drew a picture of a woman out of thin air. Unlike Xiao Chui who was dressed tightly, this woman was wearing a long dress but bare shoulders and 2 long legs. Captain Jinhao had a direct nosebleed. and his breathing was a bit rapid. Holy, Zhang Sui, you're really talented. Saying that, he panicked and took out the 10 feet of silk that Zhang Sui had returned to him, and said excitedly, "This, you give it to me. Zhang Sui, I'll recognize you as my brother for the rest of my life." Zhang Sui looked at Captain Jinhao's monkeyish appearance and secretly cursed. This bit of talent. If he were to see movies from small island nations, Europe and America before he crossed over, would he not die of excitement on the spot? Despite this sputtering, Zhang Sui still said, "Good." Captain Jinhao busily took the initiative to put the 10 feet of silk into Zhang Sui's wooden box. Zhang Sui quickly finished this portrait and gave it to Captain Jinhao. Captain Jinhao busily lay down on the bed, facing the wall, with his back to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui, without bothering about Captain Jinhao anymore, Zhang Sui drew another portrait of a woman. It was a little different from the one drawn for Captain Jinhao, but it was still bare shoulders and 2 long legs. This kind of spontaneous painting, he draws a picture and solves it in a quarter of an hour. Giving the painting to Fang A Dog, Zhang Sui then went to practice more. Fang A Dog was so excited that he made ghostly noises in the room. The other ministries in the compound heard the commotion and walked suspiciously toward Fang Dog's room. Within moments, an audible intake of breath sounded. This is what Zhang Sui drew for you. Just 5 feet of silk? It's not 5 feet of silk. It's what people put up with for the sake of my brotherhood with him. Gee, that's pretty. I'm going too. Zhang Sui practiced extra hard while listening to the clamor of the group. It didn't take long for several people to come out clutching silks and surround Zhang Sui, each with a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 14 Jinmi, this man, he's a denizen. Chapter 14 Jinmi, this man, he's a denizen. Zhang Sui looked at the silks in the hands of the crowd and was happy in his heart. Get rich, get rich. A few random drawings of beautiful women can earn so much silk. Sure enough, knowledge is money. Nonetheless, Zhang Sui still had a difficult look on his face. The crowd thought that Zhang Sui was unwilling and pleaded more and more. Zhang Sui, I will remember your kindness. Count on helping me once and you'll be brothers from now on. Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui met the crowd with such a look and sighed. Alright, you guys put the silks on the empty space to the left of the captain's room. I'll add a few moments. After extra practice, I'll paint you guys. The crowd jumped up and down. They have put the silks over. Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su looked at this scene and nodded their heads continuously. This Su, the character can be, though talented, however, is not averse to these ministries. Zhang Sui finished his extra training. Today's extra practice triggered the blaster, and he got 0.5 pounds of strength. Zhang Sui didn't bother to pay much attention. 0.5 pounds of force, won't feel a thing. Chang then went to the ancient well to take a shower. The ministry guarding the archway was much more respectful this time when they saw Zhang Sui. After Zhang Sui took a shower, the 5th young Miss Jinrong hadn't even arrived. Zhang Sui didn't continue to wait. Before, Jinrong had said that she wouldn't come in the next few days. Zhang Sui went back to the house and drew a picture under the dim oil lamp, waiting for the water in his hair to dry before he went to sleep. On the other side, Madam and 2nd Miss Jinmi went to 5th Miss Jinrong's room. Seeing that the 5th young Miss Jinrong had already climbed into bed, the madam walked over, sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed her little face, signaling her to sleep. Only after that did the lady leave with the 2nd young Miss Jinmi. Jinrong lay in bed, but she couldn't sleep. She looked out the window with her 2 extra large eyes. That Zhang Sui, who hadn't sent food over by himself today, wondered if he would starve. His thin body floated in her mind, and Jinrong sighed long and hard at her small age. Gotta get him to eat more often. Otherwise, he couldn't even be his husband when he grew up and he was so skinny. But there's nothing you can do about it now. Gotta hold back. Otherwise, if you go over to him and your mother finds out, you won't be able to eat. I'm sure my mother won't do anything to herself. However, Zhang Sui could not say the same. Madam and 2nd Miss Jinmi exited Jinrong's room, and as Madam walked towards her own room, she said, Mirror, you also sleep early. During the day you have to help with the accounts and read, so you need to sleep well at night. Junmi, however, did not leave, but stopped and asked, Mother, did you find the person who helped my little sister draw on the futon? The lady hummed and took out a piece of paper from her sleeve, handing it to Jinmi and said, It's the person who drew this picture. Inside our newly recruited ministry, the one called Zhang Sui, for mother has not yet gone to see what he is like. But, since it's inside our Jin family, and, moreover, it hasn't been hidden, and it hasn't looked for Ronger to do anything excessive. It's just that it eats something that Ronger sends over every night. For the time being, just look. Jinmi results in the paper and opens it, and sure enough, it's the same picture she saw today. Jinmi pointed to the portrait on the paper and the text in the empty space and said, This style of painting, my daughter has never seen before. These words, strange, nor does it resemble any writing known to the daughter. Could it be a spy sent by the Hoosiers? The lady guffawed. If he's a spy, isn't he shooting himself in the foot by displaying his differences so blatantly? Honestly, for my mother's sake, I'm also curious as to what he's writing these and what he's learned. However, the last few days have been too much for my mother to spare. It's time for the monthly settlement. Jinmi nodded her head in deep thought before bidding farewell and leaving. Early the next morning, Zhang Sui got up and followed the crowd to continue his horse stance. After breakfast, he asked Captain Zhenhao for a few hours leave to draw for all the ministries. By dusk, Zhang Sui had drawn 24 pictures of beautiful women. All the ministries got these beautiful pictures, and each of them ghosted with excitement. They had never seen such beautiful women on these beautiful pictures. Also, the women in these beautiful pictures are so Thai. One had bare shoulders and 2 slender thighs. One of the guard minions who stood at the archway entrance bought one as well. Holding the beautiful figure in both hands, he kept kissing it carefully. From afar, second Miss Shinmi watched this scene, a hint of curiosity flashing across her cool face. What's all the excitement about? These ministries? Also, what does that guard ministry, pro paper mean? Second Miss Shinmi recruited a maid and pointed at the guard minister who was kissing the paper and said, "Go and bring what he's holding in his hand and say I want it." The maid answered and went over quickly. When the guards ministers saw the maid coming, they hid the paper quickly in their sleeves and stood up straight. The maid walked up to him and shook her little hand and said, "Second Miss said she wanted to see what you have here." The guard ministry's face instantly swelled red, and it was a little too vain to look at the maid. The maid narrowed her eyes and said, "You're going to disobey second Miss's orders?" The guard ministry clenched his teeth, but still handed over the beauty map from his sleeve. People have to bow down under the roof. The consequences of offending second Miss are unimaginable. In this Shin family residence, the first person is Madam. The second person is the second lady. The second young lady's status was even higher than the second prince's. The maid took the beauty chart and walked directly towards the second young Miss Shinmi. Second Miss Shinmi took the beauty picture and opened it. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Her pretty face swelled red. Only on the paper, a young woman with 1,000 beautiful women, forked legs, sat on the ground. The long dress she was wearing faded below her shoulders. Underneath the long skirt, 2 long, slender, white legs were exposed. Second Miss Jinmi's voice was trembling as she said, "Denizen, the one who drew this picture is a denizen," just about to tear the beauty chart to shreds. Junmi, however, held back. She took several deep breaths to suppress the anger within her, before she looked at the maid and said in an icy voice, "Tomorrow morning, find the person who drew this picture to come over and meet me at the moon reflecting pavilion." After saying that, as soon as he threw the beauty chart at the maid, he turned around and left. This kind of denizen should never be allowed to get close to his little sister. The maid watched suspiciously as second Miss Shinmi left, her hands scrambling to grab at the beauty chart that was flung at her. In the next moment, when the beauty chart was grasped in her hand, the maid's face also instantly turned red. So it is. The painting is so tawdry. There's no feminine reserve. But the maid, red-faced, covered her eyes with the 5 fingers of her left hand, and her eyes looked through her fingers at the picture of the beauty. But I have to say, the beauty on this paper is quite good looking. I wonder who painted it. So competent? It's just that it's not being used in the right way. End of chapter. Chapter 15, the first official meeting with second Miss Shinmi. Chapter 15, the first official with second Miss Shinmi. The maid carefully folded the beauty picture and sent it back to the guard ministry. Inform the person who drew this picture for you to come and wait here tomorrow morning. I'm going to take him to the pavilion of reflecting the moon, to see the second Miss. Also, tell him that the second lady is angry and to speak properly. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when you get kicked out. The maid finished and turned to leave. Normally, she wouldn't have warned. However, she still thought that the one drawing the picture was a talented person. It's a shame to be driven away like that. When the guard ministry heard the maid say this, his face suddenly changed, and he busied himself with running into the archway. Finding Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui, the second young miss wants to see you in the morning, and she seems to be very angry. The ministries were instantly quiet. Everyone looked at Zhang Sui with some sympathy. Captain Jinhao hurriedly said, "What's the situation?" Zhang Sui has been practicing martial arts in the compound. Why does second miss want to see him? And angry? The guard minister's face turned a little red, scratched his greasy hair, glanced at Zhang Sui somewhat guiltily, and snapped, just now, I didn't notice second miss looking at me from afar, so I took the painting that Zhang Sui gave me and kissed it a few times, and second miss took away my painting and looked at it for a while, and then that's what happened." The crowd looked a bit ugly. A burly man kicked the guard's minister in the abdomen, knocking him over, and angrily cursed, "Pid goods, Zhang Sui worked so hard to draw you a picture. And this is how you pit him? What do you do at night? Who cares? Who told you to be shameless in public? If Zhang Sui gets kicked out of this, I'll get you killed. The crowd was silent, afraid to speak. In fact, just now, everyone was a bit excited to get the beauty picture, and they were all in a frenzy, not thinking at all that the second young lady would appear. Let's just say that the guard ministry had the bad luck to get caught. The Jin family is a prestigious family in Wuji County, so naturally they are not used to seeing these beauty pictures. The guard ministry was kicked to the ground and did not dare to resist. The strong man still has to kick. Zhang Sui hurriedly stopped it. Forget it, it happened. I don't think he did it on purpose. The guard ministry looked at Zhang Sui, his eyes a little sour. Seeing this, Captain Jinhao also said, Zhang Sui is right. Stop there. First, let Zhang Sui go and take a look tomorrow. Zhang Sui is so talented. If something really happens tomorrow, we'll just go together and plead with the lady. Zhang Sui chimed in. Right. The crowd could only nod their heads. Captain Jinhao emphasized some more, telling everyone to learn a lesson, not to get carried away in the future, not to inform outsiders about Zhang Sui's stuff, and so on. Zhang Sui wasn't too nervous. He vaguely guessed the reason why the second young lady had called him over. This beauty picture leaks arms and legs. However, he does have words to respond. Moreover, he believed that a man like himself, who could read and write, as well as do arithmetic and draw, was a talent in any case. Talent is hard to come by in this chaotic world of the late Han dynasty. He didn't quite believe that the Jin family would kick him out over this. Early the next morning, Zhang Sui didn't participate in the training. Instead, he went straight to wait outside the archway amidst the worried gazes of the crowd. The maid did come around the hour. Seeing Zhang Sui, the maid couldn't help but take a look around. It's real thin, but it doesn't look that bad. And, quite talented. Can draw a woman so beautifully. She looked at the painting yesterday and was a little envious. If only I could look as beautiful as I did in the portrait. The two of them walked through the corridors and courtyards one after the other, and came to a garden on the east side of the Jin family. Here fake mountains and water. Fresh everywhere. In the center of fresh, in a pavilion, a teenage girl was sitting on a stone bench, leaning on the back of it. In front of her, on the other hand, lay a case. There were ink and paper on the desk table. At the moment, she was staring sideways at a fresh. Zhang Sui and the maid came over, and she didn't react. Zhang Sui looked at the young girl from afar. He's seen it. The first time she saw Jinrong, the young girl carried a lantern around to look for Jinrong. Seeing his naked upper body, the young girl didn't yell and just continued to look for Jinrong. However, because it was dark in his time, though the moonlight is bright, Zhang Sui still hadn't gotten a good look at her. Just a vague impression. Being able to tell it's pretty, with a hint of youth and an air of raw coolness. Nowadays, under the sunlight, one can clearly see the young girl's dainty eyebrows, red lips and white teeth, and her skin is as fair as jade. Some meat on his pretty face. Although she was only in her teens, she was already able to see the aura of a royal lady. Slender body. And yet, it's not skinny. On the contrary, a great deal of flesh can be seen. Her red lips weren't exactly a pout. On the contrary, a little bigger than a normal woman. Light makeup was applied to her face. From a distance, it looked rather like a fairy descending to earth. Before Zhang Sui crossed over, he had always had no feelings for teenage girls. This young girl, however, gave him a feeling of being fluttering and left behind. In this chaotic world, there is such a beautiful woman. Zhang Sui still had some small shock in his heart. A figure immediately appeared in Zhang Sui's mind. The lady who came to the ministry compound before. This young girl has a 5-point imagination with the lady, especially the eyes and the agate nose. The difference was that the lady was fleshly and voluptuous and came with an air of young womanhood that seemed to overflow. The young girl in front of her, on the other hand, was fleshy, but not voluptuous. Although there is a sense of imperial sister, but more with a cool air. It was only then that the maid walked ahead while whispering, "This is second Miss Shinmi. Get your attitude right. Yesterday she looked at your painting, and it was too Thai for her, so she was angry." Zhang Sui glanced at the maid with some surprise. This maid, helping herself. The two definitely met for the first time. Zhang Sui hurriedly whispered his thanks. "Thank you. By the way, what's your name?" The maid whispered. "Hong Yu." The two came outside the stone pavilion. Hong Yu Ying said, "Second Miss, that person has been brought." Zhang Sui hurriedly followed and saluted. Zhang Sui greets second Miss. It turned out to be Jinmi. At the end of the Han dynasty, the north has Jin, the south has two Qiao and the Jin. No wonder he's already so good at this age. According to history, Cao Cao led his army to break through Yecheng, and the first thing he did was to send someone to guard the hall of the Yecheng government office to prevent Jinmi from being taken away. Cao Cao's second son, Cao Pai, had also heard of Jinmi's beauty, and for the first time disobeyed Cao Cao by forcing his way into the general's residence. After meeting Jinmi, he directly promised to marry her. Cao Cao came, and regardless of Cao Cao's ironic face, Cao Pai was adamant that he only wanted Jinmi to be his rightful wife. His younger brother, Cao Ji, who made the 7-step poem, thought of Jinmi all his life. Knowing that Jinmi is her sister-in-law, she still keeps throwing winks. The relationship between Cao Ji and Cao Pai ended up being so frosty, and apart from the dispute over the crown prince, Jinmi was also one of the factors. Jinmi was finally given to death by Cao Pai and had chaff stuffed in her mouth. When Cao Shi found out this news, he cried so much that he could not bring himself to cry at a brotherly banquet with Cao Pai. On the way back, he created the later world-famous Luo Shenfu. One of them, Luo Shun, is an allegory for Jinmi. Jinmi heard Hong Yu and Zhang Sui say this, then she turned her head. Not a trace of emotion could be seen on her cool face, only a pair of beautiful eyes surveyed Zhang Sui up and down. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Painting for Second Miss Jinmi. Chapter 16, For Second Miss Jinmi. Zhang Sui was stared at by Jinmi. It's a good thing he was one of those people with thick skin before he crossed over. Therefore, he didn't have a seizure. Jinmi stared at Zhang Sui for a while before her eyes moved away, her voice unable to hear any emotion as she said, "Yesterday, the painting you drew for the guard's ministry and the words you wrote, do you still have an impression?" Zhang Sui hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Yes, yes, what's the problem?" Jinmi said, "Those words, what are they? I consider myself literate, but I don't recognize most of those words." Zhang Sui was secretly relieved. So that's what this is about. Zhang Sui scratched his face. He got a little embarrassed. As someone who grew up with simplified Chinese characters, he could recognize traditional characters but couldn't write them. With his eyes rolling, Zhang Sui said without blushing, "So what? I can recognize the vast majority of the numbers, but a lot of words, I think, are too cumbersome. So, I created it myself and made some of the words a little simpler. It adds to the fun if it's like this, especially in case some bad guy tries to do something with my writing. They don't recognize my writing and can't read it." Jinmi was a bit surprised. She hadn't realized that's how she got those words. Jinmi added, "Then what did those words of yours say?" Zhang Sui said, "Those words mean that if you have something to fold, you must fold it. Don't wait for nothing to fold it. It's a cautionary tale I thought to myself as a child. Tell me, on weekdays, not to slack off. When it's time to make an effort, I don't make an effort. Then, when I want to make an effort, I may not have a chance. When you come across someone you like, something you like, you should grab it with all your might. If I don't get my hands on it at this time and miss it, it's likely that one day when I try to get my hands on it, those people, those things, will no longer be there." Hong Yu stood on the side, looking at Zhang Sui with some surprise. Good point, a bit of a denizen, but no less talented. Otherwise, it would be impossible to paint such beautiful people. It's impossible to say something that makes so much sense. Jinmi's heart was also a bit shocked. The anger and disgust towards Zhang Sui that was suppressed in his heart dissipated a lot at this moment. Jinmi asked, "Where are you from? Is your ancestry from a big family?" Zhang Sui honestly said, "I am from Yanmen County. My ancestors have been farmers for generations. This body's memories are just that." Moreover, when he entered the Jin mansion before, he still had the road guide on him. The so-called road guide is a proof of identity, on which is written the name, origin, place of residence and so on. You can't lie about these. However, some things can be lied about. In this world of the late Han dynasty, if you are not a son of a big family, you don't have the chance to study at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui continued, "However, there was once a time when Ding Yuan, the pastor of the state of Bingzhou, imparted some knowledge when he was an official in Bingzhou. He thought I was naturally intelligent, so he passed on some books to me privately. It's a pity that he was later killed by the state traitors Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu when he rushed to Jingzhou in order to attend to the king. Ding Yuan had been the pastor of Bingzhou in Bingzhou, and he also recognized the chief minister Lu Bu as his righteous son. Later, during the chaos of the Ten Changshu, Ding Yuan was invited by the great general He Jin to go south to Jingzhou to serve the king. Only, unfortunately, it didn't work out. That fool He Jin, the great general, was pitted by his own sister and played to death by Yuan Shao. Principal Ding was killed by Dong Zhuo in conjunction with Lu Bu. Moreover, all of Ding Yuan's close associates were beheaded. It can be a dead giveaway. Moving such a famous person to be a backer was definitely beneficial in this era of the late Han dynasty, which was concerned about origin. When Jinmi heard Zhang Sui say this, the ill feelings and dislike towards Zhang Sui in her heart dissipated quite a bit more. Ding Yuan, the shepherd of Parallel Prefecture. She'd heard of him before. This is a hero against the traitor Dong Zhuo. Unfortunately, it ended up getting him killed. It did not occur to me that this denizen called Zhang Sui had such a layer of identity. Jinmi nudged towards the desk table, unable to hear the tone. Then you immediately make a painting. Just paint me, and write some words. If this Zhang Sui is really the one who can draw that painting yesterday and the portrait on the bushel, and can also write, that does count as a talent. The Jin family is currently short of talent. His own second brother was mediocre. The entire burden rests on mother. One can help a little, but not much. And because it's a daughter's body, it's not convenient to go out. If this man was real, then it would be good to stay in the Jin family and cultivate him. Certainly not near my little sister. Thinking of the beauty in that painting yesterday with her bare shoulders and long legs, Jinmi's pretty face directly went cold. Never let him get close to his little sister. My little sister is too young now to tell the difference between good and bad. Thinking about this man seducing his little sister, and in the future, if she grows up and has some kind of ulterior secret with him, that would definitely be a shame for the Jin family. Zhang Sui originally felt that this Jinmi was quite easy to get along with. The sudden chill that arose made him mutter a little. This Jinmi, in the game he played before crossing over to the Three Kingdoms category, was one of the female characters he had to include in his harem. In the game, this Jinmi is always long-legged, imperial, sexy and mild-mannered. How come reality feels a little different? However, Zhang Sui didn't dwell on it. It was obvious that the other party was testing himself. Seizing the opportunity to show a line in front of her would help raise the status in the Jin family. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui folded a branch, walked to the stone pavilion, knelt and sat on the branch heel in front of the desk, studied the ink, surveyed Jinmi, and began to draw. I already thought Jinmi was beautiful before. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized that this woman deserved to be the woman who could make the brothers Chao Pai and Chao Ji mad. There was hardly a blemish to be found on the pretty face, especially those somewhat wide, sexy red lips. The more he looked, the more Zhang Sui became a bit apathetic. It's a good thing the reality of today's chaos keeps him sane. She is the second young lady of the Jin family, not something that a ministry of her own can think freely about nowadays. Only, as Zhang Sui looked at her slender figure leaning on the bench, Zhang Sui secretly swallowed his saliva. What a shame. The odds are that it will end up being Yuan Shao's second son, Yuan Shi. What a chicken envy. Zhang Sui finished painting for 2 hours this time. For the first time, he realized that the painting he had drawn was not at all as beautiful as Jinmi herself. Zhang Sui looked at Jinmi's appearance in the picture and a bold idea suddenly popped up. This if you paint the hem of her long dress in black silk. Sheesh. I don't know how powerful it is. Jinmi frowned her eyebrows as she looked at Zhang Sui and giggled. What's wrong with this man? But it does also look like a disciple of Ding Yuan, the pastor of the province of Bingzhou, a small ministry, facing himself, the second person of the Jin family, without any sense of oppression, and still able to laugh. Seeing the impatience showing on Jinmi's face, the maid Han Yu busily coughed dryly and reminded Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui came back to his senses. His face was also a little embarrassed. Retracting his eyes from the newly released portrait, Zhang Sui hesitated a little and wrote some words directly on the blank space next to the portrait. The flora and the fiber are in the right place, and the trimming and the shortness are in the right order. The shoulders are as if cut into shape, and the waist is like a veil. Extended neck and neckline. White quality is exposed. The color of the skin is not added, and the lead is not protected from it. These are lines from the Lo Shen Fu. Zhang Sui had studied for more than 10 years, and after graduation, he basically returned it to the teachers of various subjects. In particular, he only remembers 3 articles from his language textbooks, a copy of Wang Bo's preface to the Tingwan Pavilion, a Zhuge Liang's former exit table. Another one is Chao Ji's Luo Shen Fu. Shenmi watched Zhang Sui put down the brush without using it, and used a tree branch to dip the ink to write. Moreover, it was written horizontally, and the handwriting was exactly the same as the one on yesterday's portrait, so she was relieved in her heart. It's him, no doubt. Didn't get a replacement. It's really quite talented when you look at it like this. Jinmi looked down at the writing on the paper, which she still mostly did not recognize. Jinmi said, "These words, what do they say?" Zhang Sui blew the ink dry, looked at Jinmi, and smiled. "It's praising your appearance. Second miss." After that, Zhang Sui even read it. End of chapter. Chapter 17, The Best Thoughts of the Maid Hongyu. Chapter 17, The Best of the Maid Hongyu. As Jinmi listened to Zhang Sui read, a flash of unnaturalness flashed across her originally cool and pretty face. She understood the meaning of those words. These are words that complement your good figure, good looks, and good temperament. Although Jinmi knows she looks good and has had a number of people come to propose marriage, but it was the first time she had ever heard someone praise her with so many compliments. Look at the painting again. It feels a bit poorly done though, but it does look pretty good. It's just a little worse than yourself. It was a different style of painting than she had ever seen before, rather novel. In this way, the man was, apart from being shabby, a little lewd, and a bit of a denizen. Not bad at all. Jinmi turned toward Zhang Sui and said, "That's enough. Go back." Zhang Sui let out an oh-so-subtle sound before turning to leave. It was only until Zhang Sui disappeared into the distance that Jinmi got up and picked up the painting Zhang Sui had drawn and examined it. The corners of Jinmi's mouth rose slightly. The man. Good insight. The characteristics on yourself basically match. And then look at the words he wrote. Although it really wasn't as good as it should have been, it did manage to match up with the words he had just read out. It does look a bit like a word with simplified strokes. Jinmi was a little curious. What's in his head? Why did you come up with the idea of simplified characters? Hongyu was a little shocked to see Jinmi scrutinizing the drawings with a smile on her face. She's the same age as Miss Tu. At the age of 6, she was sold by her parents to the Jin family. Over the years, she had accompanied the second young lady. The second young lady was sunny and cheerful until the head of the family died after a long illness. However, after the death of the head of the family after his illness, the second young miss became silent and even high-strung all of a sudden. I forgot what year it was the last time I saw second miss smile. I didn't expect to be able to see second miss smile again today, though the smile was a little faded. Hongyu looked in the direction Zhang Sui had disappeared. Unfortunately, the man is too lowborn and not as good-looking as he could be. However, it's not bad with a maid like yourself. No one condescends to anyone. When Zhang Sui returned to the ministry compound, Captain Zhen Hao, Vice Captain Zhao Su, and the other ministries surrounded him. They were truly afraid that Zhang Sui would be driven away. Zhang Sui was able to write that kind of text and write it in such a colorful manner, and to draw those kinds of beauty pictures. If this was kicked out of the Jin family, they would cry to death. Talents like Zhang Sui are too hard to find in this chaotic world. Even if they did, people wouldn't want to hang out with them in the ministry. Well, second miss didn't do anything to you, did she? Zhang Sui, you can't leave. We all treat you as a brother. If you leave, we brothers will be heartbroken. Zhang Sui looked odd. Pain in the ass. Are you guys treating me like a brother? You guys can't find the second person who writes Liu-Bei's text and draws pictures of beauties for you, can you? Of course, Zhang Sui wouldn't really reveal this. He himself used this to make good relations with the crowd. Zhang Sui laughed. It should be fine. I feel that I have good talent. Second miss won't want to kick me out. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Jinhao kicked at Zhang Sui's ass and scolded with a laugh. Shameless. The crowd laughed out loud as well. It's okay if it's not gone. Captain Jinhao scanned everyone and said, next time Zhang Sui helps with something, don't flaunt it around. We need to keep a talent like Zhang Sui, but don't get him into trouble. The crowd agreed. The crowd continued to start practicing martial arts. On the following big morning, Zhang Sui finished his meal and sat down to chat with the crowd. This time, he didn't even bother to write. Anyway, after writing the text, these ministries can't recognize it, and he has to read it. He simply spoke directly. About what? Speaking of his earliest pre-crossing initiation, catching a corpse beautifully. As the ministries listened to Zhang Sui, their eyes were wide open, and they didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Only occasionally did they let out a gasp in unison. How could they not have imagined that those moralistic Fancher were capable of doing such things to corpses? Much less did I think that corpses could still turn into so-called zombies, like living people. Even the ministry of the guards outside the archway were attracted and crowded in. These ministries, listening to Zhang Sui's colorful speech. Some people simply brought tea and dried cakes for Zhang Sui to eat and drink. Zhang Sui drank cold water and ate dry cakes while talking about the plot, his eyebrows rising. He felt good about living like this. I should have known it would cross over. I should have known that the rom-coms I had seen in yesteryear could be so effective in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Then he must see more. It's a shame that it just wasn't known earlier. So, before crossing over, he had 200 Gs of content stored on his computer's D-disk. And many of them are still European and American. Modern. Just as Zhang Sui was speaking spitefully, a figure walked over. It was clearly the maid. Hongyu. Last night, second Miss Shinmi found Madame and spoke to her about Zhang Sui's problem. The lady was also amazed. A man who could make someone as picky as second Miss Shinmi say that talent Hua was good must be outstanding. That's why Madame asked her to come over and call Zhang Sui over today. Her ladyship wants to see for herself. If he is really talented, naturally he cannot be allowed to remain in the ministry. The ministry is a bunch of rough and tumble men. The vast majority of people, they can't read a word. You can be a martial artist who protects people and property. Oftentimes, ministries have to be sacrificed to protect the Jin family's property. If Zhang Sui had talent, then naturally he could not be allowed to be sacrificed. Hongyu, however, did not expect that someone in the ministry compound would be speaking about that aspect of things. She didn't go in. Her pretty face swelled red. The voice that spoke about that aspect of things. She heard it out. It was that Zhang Sui without a doubt. Hongyu spat as she listened to Zhang Sui's emotional speech. Men. Especially men with a little talent. Surely none of them are good. Colorful. Denge. It wasn't like she couldn't take it. Though, since the beginning of time, what man hasn't been horny? And, he can draw and talk. And I don't know what woman could marry him. This kind of man. In bed. While lingering. While talking about such things. I wonder how the light is. In her mind, she unconsciously fantasized about Zhang Sui pressing down on her and moving to tell these things. And Hongyu felt her ears burning. Gently giving herself a slap. Hongyu bit her lower red lips and secretly cursed. Hongyu, you're shameless. You're a woman. How can you think about those inferior things? Taking a deep breath to suppress her inner restlessness, Red Jade stepped into the archway and coughed dryly. Inside the archway, in the ministry compound, a group of people gathered around Zhang Sui. At the sound of a dry cough, the crowd looked over. When they saw that it was Hongyu, everyone's faces suddenly changed, and they all climbed up, somewhat afraid to look at Hongyu. Hongyu, they know, is the second young Miss Jinmi's personal maid, and is also the red person beside Madam. Captain Jinhao was somewhat at a loss for words as he forced a smile. Miss Hongyu, you have something? Hongyu glanced at everyone and gave a cut. Her gaze finally landed on Zhang Sui and beckoned. Come here, Madam wants to see you. End of chapter. Chapter 18, received by her ladyship. Chapter 18, received her ladyship. Captain Jinhao and the others looked at Zhang Sui with worry. What's the situation? Yesterday Miss Tu saw him. Madam is here again today? Zhang Sui smiled reassuringly at the crowd and said, I'm a talented person. Don't worry, there's definitely something going on when Madam called me. Hongyu gave Zhang Sui an odd look. Sure enough, cheeky enough, who boasts of talent? Of course, he does have talent. And, the heart is big. When the crowd heard Zhang Sui say this, the tense looks on their faces loosened a bit. Indeed, Zhang Sui is a talent. In these troubled times, talent is hard to come by. Zhang Sui followed Hongyu out of the ministry compound. Only then did Zhang Sui lick his face and smile. Sister, what did Madam call me for? Anyway, it's always okay to call out sister in duty when you see someone. Before crossing over, Zhang Sui worked in a company and was in contact with the A party. Party A, but where there is a woman, he is called sister. Party A's old aunts. When they saw Zhang Sui, such a young man with such a sweet mouth, they all smiled. He was even contacted individually by people who followed up and introduced him to clients. Sure enough, when Hongyu heard Zhang Sui's address, she spat with a red face and said, I'm not your sister. I might not even be as old as you. Zhang Sui said, that wouldn't hurt. With this outstanding temperament, sister looks like a mature and stable sister type at first glance. Hongyu stopped in her tracks, looked Zhang Sui up and down, and snapped, oily mouth. Don't be like that when you see the lady later. Second Miss is there too. Madam and Second Miss. But Arjun family is now the person in charge. They are both dignified and virtuous, and they are not used to seeing an oily tongue. Moreover, you are a ministry, and when you talk to Madam and Second Miss, you must be disciplined and not overstep your bounds. Understand? Zhang Sui busily said. Sister's lesson is correct. Only then did Hongyu continue to lead the way while saying, this time, the lady has called you over, so you don't need to be nervous. You were in contact with Miss Five before, yes or no? Zhang Sui had already known that he couldn't hide it from others. At this moment, Honest said, yes, once, I was taking a shower by the ancient well, and Miss Five was asleep in the shrubs next to me, so I chatted with her for a few minutes. Miss Five was very kind and brought me some food several times. Fifth Miss is a very smart person despite her young age. Red Jade sighed in relief. So that's how it is. Then don't worry about it. Hongyu said. That's good. This time, Madam called you over. Firstly to inquire about your relationship with the fifth Miss. Secondly, I see you as a talent and want to train you. Sanlai, the second lady saw you yesterday and recommended you. Zhang Sui busily said. I see. Thank you sister for reminding me. There is no way to repay sister's great kindness. Hongyu let out a light laugh and said. I don't care about your lack of gratitude. If you really appreciate it, paint me a portrait one of these days, too. Of course, be demure. Hongyu glanced at Zhang Sui and said without any good humor. Don't be like what you drew for those ministries, leaking shoulders and legs. We are all good women. What are you drawing? Hookers? Zhang Sui busily said. Sister has misjudged me. I'm a serious person. It's only natural that my portrait of you, sister, should be demure. It's natural to be shy when painting portraits of those brothers of mine. Those brothers of mine. They are all big old men. How do they know those manners? They want portraits for nothing more than that fantasy. As you know well, Sister. Those of us who are ministers have our heads hanging from our waists and lose our lives at any time. With such a life, how can one dare to get married? Especially in today's chaotic world. If you get married, won't you harm other good women? But we're normal people too. At this age, the needs of men and women, they have to be addressed? Does my sister think it is better to go to a prostitute? Or is it better to use a portrait like this? Prostitutes receive so many clients every day. They have many diseases on them, and they are easily infected. It's not like you need to pay for daily fantasies if you paint a portrait. Also, it's not contagious. Hongyu was surprisingly somewhat speechless after hearing Zhang Sui say this, but she really thought Zhang Sui had a point. To help the ministry with their needs, the house actually pays them once or twice a year to get prostitutes. Otherwise, if the repression is too hard, maybe the maids in the mansion will suffer. That's a good purpose for the portrait, Hongyu said. That being said, in the future you will also draw less, especially these portraits. Don't pass them on. You are a good talent. Spread the word. Let people mistakenly think that you are even denizens. How can you marry and have children in the future? Zhang Sui laughed at himself and said, a person like me is a lower-class minister. How can I have a chance to marry and have children? Hongyu stopped walking. Her slender jade-like finger poked Zhang Sui's forehead and said, grow some balls. If you're so talented, how could Madam and Second Miss let you get buried? Behave yourself. What is the difficulty in getting a wife and children? Zhang Sui's heart was delighted when he heard Hongyu say that. It looked like the lady was genuinely interested in promoting herself. If one could really get rid of the identity of the ministry and gain a foothold in the Jin mansion, then the future would not be bad. The Jin family is going to be on the rise in these troubled times. That is, of course, if history hasn't changed too much. As for the novels about crossing the end of the Han dynasty that he read before crossing over, where he went in and defected to Cao Cao, Liu Bei, or whatever, or even set up his own monarch, Zhang Sui didn't even have the luxury of hoping for that. He knew exactly what he could do. But if he had that ability, why would he have been just a social animal before he crossed over? The two men walked through the winding corridors to the outside of a rather imposing building, and stopped at the door of a room labeled the study. At the door, there were a few maids standing. The door to the room was open. The lady can be seen sitting on her knees in front of a desk and table. The desk table was filled with tall bamboo slips. Zhang Sui stood outside the door and looked at Madam. Ripples rippled through him. In this late Han dynasty, women did become literate, especially those who are the women of those big families. Basically they can read and write. Yet, very few women are able to hold up the home. This Madam, looking so lovely, can also support this huge Jin family? Really is not easy. It's just a shame. Madam is so good looking and her body is even more voluptuous. Obviously needy, but not fattening. Simply the best of women. This would feel so good in my arms. I can't imagine how wonderful it would feel. It's just a shame that the lady has to end up growing old alone like this. On the side of the Madam, the second young Miss Shinmi was standing, holding an ancient paper book in her hands. Mother and daughter were busy with each other like that. Not talking, not showing off any flavor, but like a picture of the ultimate landscape. Hongyu walked in and bowed towards the lady. Only then did the lady raise her head and meet Zhang Sui outside at eye level. Zhang Sui hurriedly lowered his head. Almost forgot the rules. Hongyu's voice then came out and said, Zhang Sui, come in. End of chapter. Chapter 19, finally understanding. Chapter 19, finally. Zhang Sui heard Hongyu's call before he quickly stepped inside. Just as he stepped into the room, he smelled a nice scent. It has a sandalwood scent, and the scent of a woman's body. Zhang Sui shrugged his nose somewhat heartily. He stayed with the minions and all he could do was smell sweat every day. Practicing martial arts every day. Some people who don't like cleanliness don't take a bath for days. The smell that emanated from that body drove him crazy so many times. Arriving 5 paces in front of the table, Zhang Sui saluted Madam and Second Miss Shinmi successively. Greetings, Madam. Greetings, Second Miss. The lady sized up Zhang Sui. Too thin. It seems honest. The lady smiled gently. You need not be nervous. Lift your head and speak. Zhang Sui looked up busily. Honestly, as a 21st century social animal, he was poor though, but he really wasn't in the habit of bowing and groveling when he talked to people. At this moment, looking flatly at the lady, and with this distance so close, Zhang Sui couldn't help but swallow his saliva. From a distance, the lady has been superb. Up close, one realizes that the lady is far from superb. Obviously had children and looked to be in his 30s. However, some of the fleshy faces show no signs of age at all. Especially the red lips, stained with rouge, looked bright and appetizing. That chest, it's substantial. White skin with a Q-tip feel to it, like they could pinch water. Zhang Sui's mind was filled with the saying that women are made of water at this moment. The second young Miss Shinmi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly when she saw that Zhang Sui's gaze at her mother was somewhat different. This denizen, what is he doing? The lady met Zhang Sui's gaze and did not suspect anything else, but smiled and asked, "What? Is there something wrong with my face?" Zhang Sui came back to his senses and busily said, "No. I was just thinking that it's not easy for a woman as beautiful and tender as Madame to hold up the large Shin family. In my mind, the lady is truly a woman of honor." Second Miss Shinmi, this denizen. It's a smooth talker. You definitely don't think that way. Do you really think I can't guess what you're thinking? How many men have met their mothers and are you that way? When Madame heard Zhang Sui say this, a trace of shyness crossed her pretty face. It's the first time I've heard someone praise her like that. A woman of honor? Just yourself? His own hands are unarmed. However, Zhang Sui's words had poked at the soft spot in her heart. Since her husband's death, she has held up the large Jin family alone, during which she has suffered an unknown amount of hardship. Good thing the second son and daughter are grown now. All can help in some way. It's just all flawed. The second daughter, Junmi, has excellent abilities and a good mind, but unfortunately, she is a woman and is destined to be married off in the future. The second son, Jin Yen, is indeed a man, capable of inheriting the family business, but with mediocre abilities and foolish qualifications. But, no matter what, the days are looking up. Shaking her head, the lady dismissed the sadness in her mind and said to Zhang Sui, "I'll ask you a few questions. Answer them honestly and I won't make things difficult for you." Zhang Sui said with a serious face. "Madam, feel free to ask." The lady nodded and said, "You know the fifth miss? How do you know her?" Zhang Sui slightly glanced at Han Yu who was on the side. Sure enough, it's all about these issues. Then there was even less to fear. Zhang Sui honestly said, "When I was recruited as a minister, when I first came in, I was taking a shower next to the ancient well one day, and I ran into Miss Five sitting under a shrub and falling asleep. Later, we chatted for a while, and Miss Five is a very kind person who thought I was too skinny, so she brought me some food at a fixed time every night." Speaking of this, Zhang Sui smiled. In fact, she also guessed that Madame would send someone to follow her and look for my existence. Therefore, she didn't dare to come in the past few days for fear of implicating me. Mentioning her fifth daughter, Jin Rong, the lady also laughed out softly and said, "Ronger is like that. It's just that, after all, the age is too young to understand the perils of the world. Not that I doubt you. It's just that in my large Jin family, now that the male head of the family hasn't grown up, it's natural to take some precautions." Zhang Sui nodded his head in deep thought and said, "Your ladyship is worthy of being a woman of honor and thoughtful. Before the second son takes over the family business, no amount of defense is too much." The lady said rather appreciatively, "It's good that you understand." Han Yu brought pen, ink, paper and inkstone at this time. Madam said, "I heard that you are quite good at painting and can read and write. Try painting one for me and mention a few words along the way." Zhang Sui hummed. The other two maids carried the case to Zhang Sui. Hong Yi placed the pen, ink, paper and inkstone on top of the desk. Zhang Sui went outside and folded a strip of paper, knelt and sat on the support heel, and drew carefully while tracing the lady's appearance with his sight. Examining the lady in such a bright and open manner, Zhang Sui's heart was actually a bit excited and hard to resist. Look at the painted eyebrows. Look at that jolly nose. Look at those tantalizing red lips. Look at that snow-white, long neck. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. No wonder Cao Cao likes other people's wives. Just like the lady. If he were Cao Cao, he would definitely want to be included in the harem as well. Missed it and absolutely cried my eyes out. Even compared to the second young lady Jinmi, Madam is still winning. Not only the appearance is not inferior to the second Miss Jinmi, just this ripe-to-be watery man-wife vibe. Not many truly mature men can resist this temptation. Second Miss Jinmi stood to the side, watching Zhang Sui scrutinize her mother while a smile spread across the corners of her mouth. Her beautiful eyes stayed narrowed. This denizen is really not a decent person. Just, he, too, wants to hit on mother? Look how stiff he is down there. Cut him straight. The lady allowed Zhang Sui to scrutinize and draw while she continued to attend to the business on the desk. It took 2 hours for him to finish painting. Blow the ink dry. Look at the portrait. And then look at Mrs. Zhang Sui had some regrets in his heart. Madam and second Miss Shinmi are both the kind of people whose appearance is too perfect. He can only draw an eighth of a likeness. The real thing looks so much better than the portrait. And that outwardly human wifey vibe can't be drawn in any way. This would be nice to have a cell phone. After blowing the ink dry, Zhang Sui, after a little thought, wrote down a few lines of small characters. The session smiles at the spring peaches ruwashi. The clouds pile up the emerald buns, the lips bloom the cherry balls ruwashi. The pomegranate teeth contain fragrance. This is Chao Shuichin's dream of the red chamber, which describes the police fantasy nun. Zhang Sui finished writing. and only then did he say to his wife, "Ma'am, I've finished drawing." Hong Yu hurried forward and took the portrait from the desk table in front of Zhang Sui. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with overflowing color. "It's a nice portrait of the lady." Place the portrait on the desk in front of the lady. Second Miss Shinmi came over to her. Looking at the portrait, Second Miss Shinmi secretly cut a sigh. Paint your mother younger and better looking than your own set of paintings. Those who don't know, looking at the two paintings, don't even know who is the mother and who is the daughter. This poor drawing skills. End of chapter. Chapter 20, The Accompanying Master's Memorandum. Chapter 20, The Accompanying Masters. The lady looked at the portrait with a bit of surprise on her pretty face. Surely there is some talent there. It was the most likable portrait of herself she had ever seen. However, it's just that the brushwork is so crude and focuses on the shape rather than the meaning. It was something she hadn't even been exposed to before when she was studying. When she was a student, her husband taught drawing and painting, and it was all about meaning. The lady looked curiously at Zhang Sui and said, "Did you really learn it from the former parallel prefecture chancellor Ding Yuan?" The matter of Zhang Sui being Ding Yuan's disciple was something that Second Miss Shinmi had told her. Zhang Sui lied without blushing. "Yes, ma'am, that's the way Mr. taught me to draw when he was alive. But Mr. didn't teach me much. He happened to come across the great general recruiting him to the capital to serve the king, and he led the army away in haste. Before he left, he gave me some portraits and books," Zhang Sui said with a saddened face. "Unfortunately, this time, Sir went to Jingzhou to serve the king, and never came back. He was killed by the traitors Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu. All the relatives, too, were decimated. I also suffered from being implicated and hunted at that time. I had to burn books and portraits to escape, though not willingly, but books are dead and people are alive. Mr. and his loved ones, his writings are gone though, but I, as his protege, will always carry on his legacy." Although Madame had already learned from Second Miss Shinmi that Zhang Sui was Ding Yuan's disciple. However, at this moment, hearing Zhang Sui say this, she still couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. She had also heard of Ding Yuan, the pastor of Parallel Prefecture. In the past, she married into the Jin family, and on the day of her marriage, Ding Yuan even came. However, at that time, Ding Yuan's official position was not that of a pastor of the state of Bingzhou, but that of an assassin of Bingzhou. And the Jin family was even more prosperous at that time than it is now, with its gated courtyard filled with cars and horses. Although her husband was still young at that time, and his official position was not high, just a Shanghai order, but Ding Yuan also gave enough face, and her husband called her brother. "It did not occur to me that now, both the husband and the Ding era are deceased," the lady lamented. "In that case, you are also considered to be after the deceased." After mourning for a while, the lady then pointed to the two lines of characters on the portrait and said, "These are the simplified characters that Mir said you created yourself? How do you pronounce them?" Zhang Sui said. The session smiled at the spring peaches and the clouds piled up in a green bun, the lips bloomed with cherries and the pomegranate teeth were fragrant. There was a slight blush on the lady's pretty face. "Is this a compliment to your good looks?" Yesterday she had read Zhang Sui's portrait of his second daughter and the mention of the word, comparing the two paintings and the mention of the characters. It can be learned that this Sui should indeed be a disciple of Ding Yuan, the former pastor of the province of Bingzhou. An average person could never paint in this style or write such beautiful words of praise. The lady said, "Quite talented. What are you proficient in besides these?" Zhang Sui pondered for a moment. He'd like to say that he's also well versed in odd kinky techniques. For example, make crossbows. For example, make easy compound bows. For example, making dirt carts. Among them were crossbows and improvised compound bows that he had learned from the short videos he used to watch before crossing over. As a social animal, before crossing over, he had only two main hobbies for watching short videos: beautiful women and history. Beautiful women. As the name suggests, look at all kinds of long legs and ample breasts. Lying on the bed, he could enjoy the ancient feeling of having 3 palaces and 6 houses. Not too good. History, on the other hand, is all sorts of historical allusions and historical tidbits. These historical allusions and historical gadgets were not only concerned with the late Han dynasty, but in fact with other dynasties as well. For example, Suja 2 brothers between the favorite brother demon. For example, precision instruments such as gears, which many people assume actually existed during the Warring States period. During the Qin dynasty, there were even institutionalized precision bronze crossbows. Through these historical allusions and historical inventions, Zhang Sui slowly came out of the unrecognized talent and cynicism. He realized that, in the long history of the Long River, he's such a mediocre social animal, in fact, is nothing at all, and ultimately are noiselessly turned into a shovelful of yellow earth. However, when the words came to his mouth, he swallowed back. For one thing, kinky tricks were not popular in ancient times. On the contrary, it will be looked down upon. In the ancient times, the strange and obscene skills have been regarded as playthings that kill the will. Ma Jun, an artisan wizard at the end of the Han Dynasty, invented so many things and was a minor official all his life. Secondly, although the Jin family is a big and famous family, however, according to history, the current Jin family has actually fallen. And it's only since the second youngest daughter, Junmi, married Yuan Shao's second son, Yuan Shi, that she'll slowly rebound again. Wuji County is again within Jizhou. The current owner of Jizhou is Yuan Shao. Really making these weapons will not end well. Inventing these weapons out, there is a big chance that Yuan Shao's people will find out. In accordance with the ancient disregard for craftsmen, the odds are, one will be taken away by Yuan Shao's people and then locked up every day like a cow or a horse, and then asked to make these weapons. As for the fantasies of many people, Yuan Shao will pay attention to this, and will even be promoted to the military division and so on. This is a pie in the sky. Simply impossible. Ancient artisans, you can't go against the grain. You can't become an army master or anything like that. Not to mention that artisans are looked down upon. In ancient times, to become a military advisor, you not only had to be skillful in strategy, but you also had to be a man of birth. Although he is under the banner of the disciple of Ding Yuan, the former pastor of Bingzhou, there is no real evidence. Moreover, Ding Yuan, in front of Yuan Shao, who is the fourth and the third male, is not enough to look at. Not to mention, he doesn't have that either. If that's the case, why don't you stay at Yan's? For another, the historical Yuan Shao was eventually going to be destroyed by Cao Cao. Well, the ones that are still available and can be used in the Jin family. Zheng Sui looked up at the lady and said, "Arithmetic. General arithmetic. It's not difficult for me." Madam and second Miss Shinmi looked at each other. Second Miss Shinmi drew a right-angled triangle in the air and said to Zheng Sui, "You should have seen this figure before? Now, our Jin family has purchased a piece of good land, and someone has measured the two sides, which are 30 and 40 paces respectively. So how many paces do you think this hypotenuse is?" Zhang Sui burst out laughing. "Isn't this the Pythagorean theorem from middle school?" The second young Miss, Junmi, was very slightly angry when she saw Zhang Sui laughing. This denizen, I don't know what he's laughing at. It's just infuriating to watch. It's like a look of determination. Instead of getting angry, the lady asked, "That's an easy question?" Zhang Sui met the second young Miss Shinmi's suppressed and sulky line of sight, before he collected his smile and said, 50 paces. Second Miss Shinmi. The lady was a little surprised and asked a few more questions. There is oral addition and subtraction. There are other trapezoidal and square shapes with area and perimeter calculations. Seeing Zhang Sui's eloquence, Madame exhaled a long breath. It's more than enough in the Jin family. Also, he's a man. It's much easier for a man to go out and do things than a woman. Her ladyship said, "Zhang Sui, in this way, I appoint you to be my Jin family's accompanying master record. First, I'll give you half a year, and you'll follow me or second miss to understand the affairs of my Jin family. After half a year, you'll help my Jin family do more. Your reward, and I'm definitely not missing it. This half a year with the Lord's mark. Every month, I'll give you half a silk how?" Zhang Sui's heart lifted. It's not too good. Half a silk satin a month. The salary of Captain Jin Hao is also far from this much. And, one's paycheck will still be long. This madam, it's clear that she wants to cultivate herself. It would be a brain fart to say no to that. In this chaotic world at the end of the Han Dynasty, going elsewhere, at least for the time being, it seemed that Zhang Sui could not think of a better place for him in his position than staying at the Jin family. Zhang Sui hurriedly saluted. "Madam, I am willing to serve as a dog and horse." End of chapter. Chapter 21, Hongyu, what do you think of me? Chapter 21, Hongyu, what do you think of me? Seeing that Zhang Sui was so sensible, the lady nodded her head with considerable satisfaction and said to Hongyu, "Hongyu, arrange for Zhang Sui's room, and for the time being, if..." Zhang Sui busily said, "It's okay to still be with those ministries." The lady was a little skeptical. "Are you sure? You're perfectly capable of living a little better nowadays as the carrying master record." Zhang Sui laughed. "Just the original will do. I know that the lady and the second miss have a mind to train me. Madam and second miss are women after all. It's not convenient for them to go out and show their faces. Besides, the world is in chaos right now. I'm a man, so I don't have that many scruples. With the ministry, I can still practice martial arts with them. Go out and do things and have the means to protect yourself." Madam looked at Zhang Sui and nodded her head uncontrollably. "It's really okay. This one Sui, other than being thinner, there's absolutely nothing to pick on." He knew he was going to train him, and instead of squirming like the rest of the world, He took on the responsibilities with honor and was willing to change for those responsibilities. If he doesn't change his mind, he can totally make him an auxiliary to his second son in the future. The lady laughed. Since you put it that way, I won't force it. I'm looking out for you. And as you said, I want to train you. As long as you don't change your heart, as long as you keep working hard, in the future, Arjun family will definitely have a place for you. The second prince is young and needs someone to assist him as well, Jiang Sui said. Thank you, ma'am. The lady looked to Hong Yu and said, you take him to the ministry compound, arrange a separate room for him, and take 2 bedding and 10 pieces of silk over. Looking at Jiang Sui again, he said, you will rest for a day today, and starting tomorrow, you will arrive at my door every day before dawn, and I will take you to familiarize yourself with the various affairs of my Jin family. Jiang Sui responded. As the lady watched Jiang Sui and Hong Yu leave, she sighed and said to the second young Miss Jinmi beside her, the heavens have had mercy on my Jin family and have finally sent down talents to help us. I hope he stays that way. When the time comes, let him assist your second brother and support this Jin family of ours. Mir, you're not small anymore. You always have to get married. It's a pity that you're not a man. Otherwise, if the Jin family had you, I wouldn't have to worry so much for my mother. Second Miss Jinmi pondered for a moment, and seemed to gather enough courage to say, Mother, there is a sentence that I don't know if it should be spoken or not. The lady said, you and I, mother and daughter, what is there not to tell? Jinmi took a deep breath before saying, this Sui, indeed, looks quite good. However, I observed the way he looked at you just now. Mother, like it was a bit of that dash. The lady laughed dumbly. Mir, Jinmi was busy saying, Mother, you say. The lady said, for my mother, in fact, there is still some poise. Jinmi rightfully said, that's for sure. Mother, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. The lady laughed. That's it. The love of beauty is universal. Men, in the end, are good that way. Unless, of course, he's not a man. You'll understand when you marry later. My Mir looks like jade. Your husband will hate to stick to you every day. It's only dangerous if he doesn't care about you. And your husband, in the end, is just the man with whom you have contracted a marriage. If he can move on you, then other men, too. But there is one big difference between other men and your husband. That is, your husband can enjoy you fair and square. Other men, on the other hand, must learn to restrain themselves. There's nothing nasty about a man who covets your beauty. It is only those who covet your beauty, and who have non-consenting thoughts, that should be guarded against, or even banished. As women, we must also be loyal to our husbands and abide by the virtue of womanhood. Jinmi let out an "oh." Besides, Jiang Sui followed Hong Yu away. It was only until she was far away from the madam's room that Hong Yu turned back with a smile and said, all right, quite good at talking. Seeing the way madam looked at you just now, she is satisfied with you. You have to do well. In the future, in this Shin family, you might be the number 1 person among us underlings. I'll have to be promoted more in the future. Jiang Sui laughed. It has to be. As long as you ask. As long as it's not murder and fire. I'll do my best to fulfill you. Hong Yu bit her red lips when she heard Jiang Sui say that, and only after a while did she say, you might not even need to make it that far, and you might just dislike me. Jiang Sui was puzzled. Why do you say that? I don't dare to say anything to others, but I still have confidence in myself. I, Jiang Sui, am not the type to look down on people. You helped me and you're so good looking. How could I look down on you? I was afraid you'd look down on me. Look at you. You're good looking and soft spoken, and you don't mind skinny ones like me. This kind of person, it's just fairy level, okay? Hong Yu was flattered by Jiang Sui, her pretty face covered with a reddish haze, and she plucked out a glance at him without any good humor. Slick talker, I can remember what you said today. If you ever get tired of me, I'll. In the end, Hong Yu didn't come out on anything, but only lamented. When it really comes to that time, I can't do anything to you. Jiang Sui, this maid, she's kinda that. How else is she going to make sure? Hong Yu's expression dimmed when she saw that Jiang Sui had stopped speaking. Taking Jiang Sui back to the ministry, he arranged a separate room for him, and Hong Yu went to fetch 10 pairs of silk satin and 2 bedding. The entire ministry compound exploded. Everyone surrounded Jiang Sui, and one by one, they became excited and agitated. Jiang Sui laughed. I got promoted. Her ladyship thinks I'm quite talented and wants to train me, so she's made me the accompanying main record, and she's going to arrange for me to stay somewhere else. But who am I? Jiang Sui? You and I are brothers. Brothers, naturally, live together. And I'm going to practice martial arts with you guys. The crowd looked a bit touched when they heard Jiang Sui say this. Funny Dog grabbed Jiang Sui's hand and giggled happily. Jiang Sui, I knew from the very beginning that you were extraordinary. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Just, now, can you finish the previous catching corpses beautiful talk? The crowd burst into laughter as everyone looked at Zheng Sui one by one with bated breath. Zheng Sui waved his hand and said, cool water and dry cakes come up. I'll continue. The crowd acted immediately. Someone brought in the case table. Someone came with cool water. Someone set out dry biscuits. Zheng Sui sat on his knees in front of the desk table, eating dry cakes and drinking cold water while continuing to talk about the back of catching corpses beautifully. Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su looked at Zhang Sui's scene and smiled at each other. Vice Captain Zhao Su also finally made up his mind. Zhang Sui's character is okay. And, also hardworking. Tonight, teach him old Mr. Tong Yuan's Zhao family gun. End of chapter. Chapter 22 Zhao's gun. Chapter 22 Zhao's. After Zhang Sui finished his lecture on catching corpses and beautiful talks, the Captain Jinhao and the Vice Captain continued to pull everyone to practice martial arts. This time, there was no more zigzagging. The Captain, Jinhao, began to teach the group basic punching and kicking skills. Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su were quite satisfied to see that Zhang Sui, now that he had become the accompanying main record, was still practicing martial arts in general like everyone else, even practicing to the point of sweating profusely. At dusk, after practicing martial arts and eating, Vice Captain Zhao Su pulled Zhang Sui aside and said, Zhang Sui, I have a set of gun techniques to teach you, learn it or not. Zhang Sui froze. Marksmanship? Vice Captain Zhao Su laughed. Feeling tired? Don't want to learn? Indeed also tired. After all, starting tomorrow, you're going to be busy following Madam every day. It's not easy to come back. You always want to rest. Only then did Zhang Sui come back to his senses, and busily pulled back Vice Captain Zhao Su who was about to turn around and leave, saying, tired? Yes, I'm a bit tired, but as a member of the Jin family, or in these troubled times, what could be better than practicing martial arts? Practicing martial arts protects the most important people around you, Vice Captain Zhao Su said. Really? Zhang Sui was busy pulling Zhao Su to his room and stuffed 5 ponies of silk into his hand and said, if you have any good martial arts, teach them all to me. This is a little bit of a small reward. Later I have. Give back. Vice Captain Zhao Su shoved the silk back at Zhang Sui and cut out. I need you for these? If I was really thinking of you for all this, I wouldn't be looking for you. Zhang Sui laughed. Okay. It's me who's full of copper flavor. In the future, Vice Captain, if you need any help, just mention it and I'll do my best to help. Zhao Su nodded and said, alright then, after dark, go over to the ancient well and I'll teach you. This set of gunplay I'm teaching you is called the Zhao family gun, and it was specially taught to us by the gunplay master, old Mr. Tong Yuan, who was passing through our Changshan County and felt that we had a tough folk style. According to old Mr. Tong Yuan, this Zhao family gun, the one who has learned it best is Zhao Yun, whom you and I mentioned before. Zhang Sui's eyes lit up slightly. Tong Yuan? This is the ultimate master of the late Han dynasty. However, there is no record of this person in the history books. After all, the history books are basically about the great families of the world. Tong Yuan, on the other hand, is said to be just a martial arts celebrity who did not serve in the government in his life. Before, he had thought there was no such person. I didn't realize that in this world, there really is. Zhang Sui hurriedly nodded his head and said, good. Vice Captain Zhao Su was about to leave. Walking to the door of the room, he still stopped, scratched his head, and snapped, the silk. I don't want it, but can you give me one other thing? Zhang Sui looked at Vice Captain Zhao Su's reddened face and knew what he wanted. This old boy. Before the Captain Jinhao asked him if he wanted to find himself to draw a picture of a beauty, he did not give up to the silk. Think expensive. So did not draw. This time, but still couldn't help but speak up. Zhang Sui agreed with his mouth full and said, for the beauty map, I'll give it to you before tomorrow. Vice Captain Zhao Su let out a laugh and walked out while saying, alright then, I'll go. Seeing this, Zhang Sui didn't dawdle and hurriedly finished the bowl of thin rice and green vegetables, returned to his room, and directly drew. People Vice Captain Zhao Su taught himself Tong Yuan's Zhao family gun. 5 silk satin pay also don't want. Want a picture of a beautiful woman. He can still give him to rub it in? Zhang Sui drew a quick picture of a beauty. Compared to other people's beauty drawings, which were just leaking shoulders and thighs, this beauty drawing for Vice Captain Zhao Su, Zhang Sui directly drew a naked ancient beauty. When the painting was handed over to Vice Captain Zhao Su, Vice Captain Zhao Su's eyes were drawn as he looked at the beauty picture. Busy pushing Zhang Sui out of the room, Vice Captain Zhao Su agreed to teach Zhang Sui the Zhao family gun after dark while he closed the door to the room. Zhang Sui shrugged his shoulders. This old boy, such a monkey. Zhang Sui didn't go to rest either. Taking off his shirt, he began practicing his martial arts in the compound. This time, instead of practicing Zamabu, he practiced the basic punching and kicking kung fu that Captain Jinhao had taught him today. The rest of the ministry basically went back to their rooms to rest or even sleep. In these late Han times, nightfall is the time to rest, because, after nightfall, there are no lights, like in this Chu compound, with hundreds of people. Only Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su have oil lamps, the kind that gives off a dim flame and burnt black soot when you light it. Of course, nowadays Zhang Sui has it. Oil lamps, not cheap either. This is especially true of oil. Other ministries that don't spare a thought. Other entertainment even less. Therefore, everyone goes to bed at night. There is another reason for this, and that is that the dinner was also a thin meal, which is extremely easy to digest. If you don't go to bed early, you tend to be too hungry to sleep at night. Zhang Sui was practicing seriously here when Captain Jinhao heard the commotion and walked out. Watching Zhang Sui strip down to his shirt and still practicing with a sweaty face, Captain Jinhao kept nodding his head. This Sui, so talented and so hardworking, it would be strange if he didn't succeed. Walking towards Zhang Sui, Captain Jinhao corrected his posture and practiced after him for a while. It wasn't until Zhang Sui remembered pretty much all the basic punching and kicking moves that he went back to rest. Zhang Sui practiced for half an hour, sweating profusely before stopping. Worked out today and triggered the blitz chance, adding 0.3 pounds of strength. Zhang Sui sat on the ground for a while before Vice Captain Zhao Su walked out with a long spear. Zhang Sui hurriedly followed. The two men stepped outside the archway of the ministry compound and stopped next to the ancient well. Zhao Su then began to explain the Zhao family gun moves to Zhang Sui. The Zhao family gun has a total of 16 moves, and Vice Captain Zhao Su just spoke about a move today. Zhang Sui practiced one move for another half hour under the guidance of Vice Captain Zhao Su. After that, Vice Captain Zhao Su is going to bed. Zhang Sui then prepares to take a shower. Watching Vice Captain Zhao Su leave, Zhang Sui pulled a barrel of water from the ancient well and was just about to teach down from the head when a voice rang out. "You eat first?" Zhang Sui stopped watering and looked in the direction of the voice. It was the fifth young lady, Jin Rong, who held a handkerchief in her hand, which was spread out and contained 2 duck legs. Meeting Zhang Sui's 4 eyes, Jin Rong smiled so much that her eyes curved into a crescent moon and said, "Mother and second sister have both seen you, and gave you a carry-on master's note, so I took 2 duck legs for you. This time it's a bright take. You're so good that mother and second sister don't even hate you. I was worried about you before, afraid that mother and second sister would know of your existence and kick you out." Zhang Sui took the handkerchief and sat on the ground, eating up the duck leg while saying, "Average." Jin Rong laughed. "There is no worry now. You eat more and grow more meat. In the future, if I marry you, mother won't say anything more." Zhang Sui let out a forehead. "Kids are kids. It's too easy to think." Zhang Sui dryly coughed a few times and said in a low voice, "Fifth miss, in the future, don't say anything about you marrying me. Otherwise, if Madam and second miss hear about it, they will really kick me out." Jin Rong cocked her head and said suspiciously, "Mother and second sister have already accepted you and won't kick you out. Moreover, if you are so talented and can still be my husband, then my Jin family will have one more talent. Moreover, you are the son-in-law of the Jin family. Aren't you more loyal? Tying the knot, don't you know?" Zhang Sui, "This little girl is smart, but, after all, she's a little kid." Zhang Sui was just about to explain, but he saw a light in the distance approaching this way. Jin Rong was busy shrinking and whispered, "I should be asleep at this hour. I have to go back. I can't let anyone find out I'm still out there." When he finished, he made a motion to silence himself, then catapulted away towards the darkness. Zhang Sui let out a laugh. After all, he was a child, and was afraid of Madam and the second miss. Zhang Sui turned his head to look at the lights that were getting closer. There was actually a bright moon and was able to see not too far away. Surprisingly, it was red jade. Zhang Sui busily wrapped the duck leg in a handkerchief, dried the grease stains on his mouth, and smiled sardonically at Hong Yu who came over. "Sister, you're coming over so late, yes?" Hong Yu obviously did not expect Zhang Sui to be topless. Raising the light and seeing Zhang Sui's upper body, Hong Yu hurriedly covered her eyes and said, You put your clothes on first," Zhang Sui said with some difficulty. "I was practicing extra hard just now and didn't come out with any clothes on. Moreover, right now, my whole body is sweaty." Hong Yu then let out an oh-so-subtle cry. While letting go of the hand covering her eyes and turning her head to look away, Hong Yu moved closer, pulling out a wrapped-up handkerchief from her sleeve and handing it to Zhang Sui. Hong Yu said, "Here, take this. There are a few pieces of duck meat here. I ate some of what second miss didn't finish today, and I had a little left over, so I brought it to you. You are so thin. You need to eat more to grow meat." End of chapter. Chapter 23, For Intelligence from the Gen family. Chapter 23, 4 from the Gen family. Zhang Sui looked at the duck meat in the handkerchief handed over by Hong Yu with a slightly odd expression. This maid called Hong Yu. Could it be that she has a crush on herself? Otherwise, bringing yourself duck for dinner in the middle of the night? Though this body is still too skinny, and the origins don't work, but, at least it's talented. Among these male subordinates of the Jin family, there was still a future. It seemed to be worthy of red jade in that comparison. Zhang Sui took the duck meat in the handkerchief and sat down directly on the ground, starting to eat it while saying, "Thank you, really, it's actually good. Madam and the second young lady, both of them are figures that can only be seen from afar. In his present position, it is only fitting that he should marry a maid. Not to mention, Hong Yu is pretty okay looking." Seeing that Zhang Sui didn't reject his good intentions, Hong Yu felt a little flutter in her heart. The head facing away turned slightly, and out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Zhang Sui. Looking at Zhang Sui sitting on the ground, his naked upper body glowing in the moonlight, Hong Yu's pretty face became redder and redder. However, she did not leave. She slowly took a few steps back towards the back and retreated to Zhang Sui's side, sitting down with her back to Zhang Sui. Before Hong Yu said, "Why are you training so late?" Seeing that the other ministries went to sleep at night, Zhang Sui said, "It's not the same. I want to practice more and try to improve myself as soon as possible. This way, there will be strength to protect the Jin family in the future." Hong Yu guffawed and said, "You are quite aware of your responsibilities. Madam did not love you for nothing." After a pause, Hong Yu added, "In the future, so what? I'll bring you some food at night. I am second Mrs. Personal Maid. Although second Miss has grown up and no longer needs to be accompanied all the time, I still have to serve second Miss at night, especially when it comes to meals. What second young Miss finishes eating, is what I eat. On weekdays, I can't eat at all, so I give it to the other maids. You're so skinny. You need to eat more. In the future, I'll take those reserved for the other maids and send them to you. A man has to have meat to be strong and to shock people." Zhang Sui turned around and looked at Hong Yu beside him. Hong Yu anxiously said, "You, what are you turning around for? Men and women are not related. Turn around or I'll leave." Zhang Sui could only turn back again and smiled. "I just wanted to say that this is too much trouble for you, sister." Hong Yu watched Zhang Sui turn back again, unable to see his upper body out of the corner of her eye, which made her sigh of relief, and in her heart there was some small loss. Greeting Zhang Sui's question and answer, Hong Yu's pretty face was still on fire as she said, Then just remember how good I've been to you and owe me a favor. Don't worry, I won't make it too difficult for you when I want you to return favors in the future." Hearing Hong Yu say this, Zhang Sui was tempted to snicker in the form of a joke. How about I give my body in return? But the words came out of his mouth and he swallowed them back. "I've just met you." Even if he knew that Hong Yu had a crush on him, he couldn't say so. Red Jade is not one of those women from before she crossed over. At heart, she's still conservative in her thinking. "Take your time." Thinking of this, Zhang Sui nodded and said, "Then, that's fine. I'll be polite." Only then did Hong Yu laugh. "I want you to be polite. And it's not just for you. You'll be more capable of protecting our Jin family when you're well fed, fleshed out, and strong. We're all from the Jin family. In this chaotic world, the Jin family is there so that we can live. Otherwise, we'll just be like those stragglers outside. Miserable." Zhang Sui nodded deeply. Only then did Hong Yu stand up and say, Then you continue. I'll go back." After saying that, she quickly glanced at Zhang Sui behind her, looking at his naked upper body. Without waiting for any reaction from Zhang Sui, Hong Yu held up the light and darted away. After darting until she was far away, until Zhang Sui could not be seen behind her, Hong Yu stopped in her tracks, her other hand gently pressed against the side of her face. The side of his face was red and burning, as Zhang Sui's naked upper body surfaced in her mind. Hong Yu bit her red lip. Men and women are just different, though thinner. However, his chest was solid at first glance. "I wonder what it would be like to bury your head in it if it grew flesh." In her mind, she couldn't help but picture herself lying naked on the bed, and Zhang Sui was seriously tracing with pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and Hong Yu's face burned once again. After a while, she came back to her senses and scolded with a laugh. Hong Yu, you tai hoof, springing into action. People don't have any feelings for you yet, and you're rushing up to the door. Bitchy or not?" Zhang Sui watched Hong Yu disappear and finish the duck meat in her handkerchief before he took out fifth Mrs. handkerchief and finished the duck leg that was still inside. After eating, Zhang Sui burped contentedly. He had the urge to cry. "Numb nuts. After traveling over for so long, I finally ate a full meal. Or duck." Touching his round and bulging stomach, Zhang Sui patted it, making a thumping sound. Before Zhang Sui hummed a little song. "Eat and be full. I want to eat and be full every day." when the body grows flesh, it completes additional training every day again to grow strength. Zheng Sui was quite expectant. Would he, in time, become a big fat man with strength like Dianwei and Su Chu? TSK, when the time comes, God stops God, Buddha stops Buddha. However, I hope that when you grow your body and strength, you don't lose your brain. Otherwise, it's not wonderful to really grow up like Dianwei and Su Chu, where the force is there and the IQ is too low. Anyhow, one is an undergraduate graduate after 2,000 years. People who have been reading for more than a decade. Brains must not be lost. Zheng Sui finished taking a shower and went back to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, before dawn, Zheng Sui got up and rushed to Madam's residence. Madam is up. When Zheng Sui arrived, she was arranging for a group of subordinates to be busy with the mansion. Only after that did she take Zheng Sui to the study. The first thing she taught Zheng Sui to do was to organize the Jin family's intelligence for the day so as to judge the situation. In Madam's words, the Jin family, although a prestigious family, had its own merchant fleet, selling and buying some supplies, and if you want to sell or buy supplies, then you have to know in advance the route of the caravan and the dangers you may encounter. Therefore, intelligence has become the first priority of the Jin family every day. The lady pushed 4 documents to Zheng Sui and said, "This is the information our officers investigated from the outside yesterday. Take a look at it and then tell me what you think." Zheng Sui let out an ososellal sound and took the paperwork and read it. The content of the 4 instruments is a bit of insight. The first sighting came from across the river, outside the county seat of Fishers County. This paperwork says that the gates of the city of Yuyuan County have been closed and no one is allowed to enter or leave. The second document was a rumor that the gates of Yanmen Pass had been open in Yanmen Pass. General Yan Ro had let the Xianbei in. The third document was from the county town of Daisian, said by a straggler, who fled from Yanmen Pass to Daisian to take refuge. On the way, his siblings met Xianbei and Han generals together. The Xianbei and Han generals raped and killed his mother, wife and daughter in public. The fourth document came from the county seat of Wuji County itself, where several large families were hoarding large quantities of grain, causing the sale of grain at the Wuji County Fair to be greatly reduced. Now not only are there stragglers in Wuji County who can't eat, but also some ordinary people who have run out of food and are going hungry. End of chapter. Chapter 24. A letter from Yuan Shao. Chapter 24a from Yuan Shao. Zheng Sui finished reading the 4 documents and handed them back to Mrs. The lady raised her pink chin and said, "What do you say after reading this information?" Zheng Sui pondered for a moment before he said, "As a Yanmen County man, based on my past experience, and this intelligence, I think that the situation today is roughly like this. First, the battlefield will not start in our Zhongshan County. Second, Yanmen County General Yan Ro opened the city gates to welcome the Xianbei into the city and join forces with the Xianbei. Their goal, supposedly, is Jizhou. The purpose should be Gongsun. Thirdly, since this battle will not open in our Zhongshan County, there is no need to hoard food. Moreover, with the war opening in Jizhou, more stragglers will enter the city. Once there are more stragglers, it's a great challenge for policing. Our Shin family, as a prestigious family in Wuji County, not only can't take advantage of the opportunity to stock up on grain, but we also have to open up our granaries to provide relief to the displaced people. In the meantime, send the ministry to increase patrols. For one thing, let the stragglers see that it's not easy to break through our Jin family's defenses. Secondly, to enlist some of the people's hearts by opening the granaries and providing relief to the displaced people, anyone who is afraid to die. But where there is a mouthful of food to eat, the stragglers will not risk rebellion. We have relieved some of the stragglers, and this part of the stragglers will not allow other stragglers to raid our Jin family. Compared to us, they are more willing to raid other worldly families that are hoarding grain." The lady sized up Zheng Sui. This accompanying master record is really something. Surprisingly, he recognized the words on all 4 instruments. And there is some advice to be given. Just, Lady Fox said, "Why are you sure that the battlefield will not unfold in our Zhongshan County?" Zheng Sui scratched his head. "That's naturally what the history books say. According to the history books, this time Yanmen County General Yan Ro opened the city gate to welcome the Xianbei people into the city, and the most fundamental purpose was to avenge Lu Yu, the Yuzhou pastor. As a member of the Han family, Lu Yu, the Yuzhou pastor, was still very prestigious in the area of Yuzhou. Or perhaps, although the great Han is going to die, the aftermath is still there. At least, there was a certain reputation among the generals and hucksters on the frontier. Yuan Shao also took advantage of this and utilized his status as the 4th of 3 dukes to befriend a number of Hu people. Thinking of this, Zheng Sui lied without turning red in the face. "I grew up in Yanmen County, and I often heard that although the Hu people often rebel, they are still afraid of my Han, and the minister of Yuzhou was killed by Gongsun only last year. Therefore, I guess that the generals of the Uzumaki must not be willing to do so, but if they fight alone, they can't beat Gongsun-zan, who is now dominating Yuzhou. For this reason, the best way is to open the city gates and welcome the Hu people, including the Xianbei, into the city to fight Gongsun-zan together. So, on their way to escape, the people will meet the Xianbei along with our Han generals. As for the Han generals who would rape and kill the people, how can I put it? Your ladyship is not in Yanmen County, so she may not be too clear about the virtues of these frontier generals. These frontier generals have been killing good men and women for a long time, especially now that the world is in chaos and the court can't control them. Even when there was a shortage of food before, those frontier generals, they directly kept the people in the neighborhood in captivity, help build fortifications on weekdays. When there are not enough provisions, they are slaughtered for human jerky. They also gave these people the name of two-legged sheep. The lady blushed a little. She'd heard about it, but she had been skeptical. Now that she heard Zhang Sui say this, she realized that there were some situations that were more serious than she had imagined. Madame told Zhang Sui to wait a bit while she had someone go and call second Miss Xinmi over. As second Miss Xinmi grew up, many of her insights were different. It didn't take long for second Miss Xinmi to arrive. After reading the 4 documents, the second young Miss Xinmi also listened to her ladyship's opinion of Zhang Sui, and looked at Zhang Sui somewhat differently. This denizen has this kind of insight. Second Miss Xinmi said. My daughter also agrees with him. The lady sighed in relief and looked at Zhang Sui. In that case, Zhang Sui, how about you take charge of opening the barn to provide food this time? Let me also see if you have the ability. If you do, I will feel comfortable handing over more things for you to do in the future. Only then did the second young Miss Xinmi anxiously say, Mother, you can't. This Ding Tu has only just been promoted to the position of attaché master recorder, and you're letting him do such a thing? In case he doesn't do well, how much trouble will he bring to our Jin family this time? The lady asked rhetorically. And who to let go? You, or your second brother? You know what your second brother is like. Nowadays there is a surge of stragglers, and if you go out as a daughter, I don't feel at ease. Second Miss Xinmi clenched her silver teeth. Eventually, she dropped her head. For the time being, there really wasn't anyone else in the mansion better suited to do this. When the lady saw second Miss Xinmi in this state, she then looked at Zhang Sui with a smile and said, Go ahead and do as you please. Let me put it to you this way. Zhang Sui, as long as you show talent, I won't let you down. Zhang Sui said. Good. The lady stood up, took off a saber from the weapon rack in the room, and handed it to Zhang Sui. This saber. You take it. With this saber, you can dominate the ministry and those underlings in the warehouse. Zhang Sui gave another thank you. The madam added. You go ahead and do this, and when you're done with this period of time, I'll continue to familiarize you with the rest of the Jin family's affairs. Zhang Sui thanked him and left with his sword. The second young Miss, Junmi, watched Zhang Sui leave and frowned. Mother, he's just arrived and you're letting him do such an important thing. I'm afraid he'll get carried away in the future. The lady sighed. If he's really good at this, it doesn't matter if he gets a little carried away. The current situation of our Jin family is that there is no one who can hold up this responsibility at all. After a pause, the lady added, also, Jizhou Mu's letter to my mother before. Have you forgotten? He wanted to take my mother as his concubine. In his letter, he was hypocritical to the core, saying that our Jin family does not have a man who can hold up the facade in these troubled times, and he and your father were confidants in life. He's willing to help look after our Jin family for your father's sake. The lady looked a little sad and said, Do you know what this means? Second Miss Xinmi's showy fists were clenched as she chortled in a low voice. Shameless man. He's trying to rob our Jin family the same way he robbed the original Jizhou pastor Han Fu. Yuan Shao is the most shameless person under the sky. He wants to take mother, not just coveting her beauty, but he also wants to swallow our Jin family openly and honestly. The second young Miss, Junmi, said with tears in her beautiful eyes. Unfortunately, second brother has mediocre abilities, but where the daughter is a man, where can she allow him to be so arrogant? The lady shook her head and said, You just aren't a man. Earlier for my mother, I thought that if your second brother could support the prawns, then this Shin family would be in charge of your second brother. Your second brother is stumped, so for my mother, I will first pretend to agree to the demands of the Jizhou minister. When you get married, for my mother to go to the Jizhou pastor's house and cut herself that night. In this way, in the way of the world, he was too embarrassed to make a direct move against your brother and 3 sisters. By the time he tries to make his move, your 3 sisters will have been married off. Your second and younger brothers are so mediocre that they can't keep the family business. So just stay alive and hand over the Jin family. As long as our Jin family retains offspring, there will always be a chance to reclaim the family business again. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Madam in a daze. End of chapter. Chapter 25 Simple Compound Bao in Preparation. Chapter 25 Simple Compound Bao in Preparation. Seeing that the second young Miss Shinmi was a bit dazed, the madam smiled, reached out her hand, touched her head, and softly said, "There's no need to think too much. Since your father's illness and death, there has been only one goal in living for my mother. That is, to raise you up and find you good families. After that, for my mother will be able to meet your father in the 9 springs." Junmi wanted to say something else. However, the lady had already waved her hand and looked down at the paperwork and said, "Go and get busy." Junmi glanced at madam, before she retreated with some reddened eyes. At this moment, her resistance to Zhang Sui was instead not so great. One could only do a small favor to the Jin family. The second brother is not up to the task. If Zhang Sui is really capable of assisting second brother in supporting the Jin family. Thinking of this, Jinmi with a heavy heart went to the family's private school to listen to Mr. Teaching question. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, left the ladies' study and rushed straight to the ministry compound. When the ministers saw that Zhang Sui was actually holding his sword in his hand, each of their faces suddenly changed and they gathered around. In this day and age, wearing a sword is not for everyone. As a matter of fact, as Shin family ministries, none of them were qualified to wear swords. Actually, it's not just ineligible. The value of the saber was something that even their ministry could not afford to pay. Zhang Sui laughed out loud as he watched the crowd of ministers each with green eyes looking at the sword in their hands. For a long, long time in this land, wearing a sword was not a combat weapon, but a status symbol. An ornate sword represents the unusual status of its owner. Therefore, at the end of the Qin dynasty, even if Han Xin was so poor that he could not even eat, he never left his sword. Before Zhang Sui crossed over, many TV dramas mistakenly thought that those with swords were martial arts experts. So, there's a crappy anime called Qinshi where Zhang Liang and Han Xian both carry swords and their worldly weapons. But in fact, Zhang Liang and Han Xian were very bad at martial arts. The reason why the two men did not leave their swords alone was that, by carrying their swords, they were telling the world that, although I am temporarily poor, I have a sword, I am a nobleman, and if you offend me, you will not have a good ending, and if you help me, and in the future, when I am famous in the whole world, I will repay you. So, when the laundry lady gave Han Xian food and provided for him for a long time, the first thing that Han Xian did after he became rich, was to send money to the laundry lady, and proudly told the laundry lady that you had a high return on your investment. Han Xian, a downtrodden aristocrat by birth, thought that by relieving him, the laundry dame was trying to return the favor. When the laundry maiden told Han Xian that she was only pitying him for being a man with hands and feet but starving, Han Xian was full of puzzlement. How could I, a fallen nobleman, be pitied by such a lowly person as a laundry maiden? Captain Jinhao lovingly stroked Zhang Sui's sword and asked, "This sword, I've seen it in the study when the family head was alive." Zhang Sui laughed. "It's what madam gave me from the study. She said that when you see the saber, you are all at my disposal. Now I will command you to do a great thing, being able to keep the Jin family." The ministries looked at each other. Captain Jinhao said, "It's true." Vice Captain Zhao Su cupped his fists toward Zhang Sui and said, "At your service." When everyone saw that Zhao Su had said so, they all clasped their fists and saluted. Zhang Sui told everyone to continue practicing martial arts and wait for his order. Instead, he greeted his Vice Captain Zhao Su as he left the ministry and roamed around the entire Jin family residence. The reason why he brought along Vice Captain Zhao Su was that Zhang Sui didn't have the guts to walk alone on the streets of this Wuji county. The reason is also simple. There are stragglers all around. When he crossed over, he had also seen stragglers attacking passers-by and then being caught by the magistrates and killed on the spot. However, in case he wasn't caught by the magistrate, his own little life would be in danger. Having a gun master like Vice Captain Zhao Su was equivalent to having a bodyguard. Understanding the layout of the Jin family, Zhang Sui had Vice Captain Zhao Su lead him around the entire Wuji County again. He doesn't know anything about Wuji County, having just crossed over. He was a straggler who had been starving for days. Though within the county of Wuji, it was only lying under the eaves at the city gate, and had not been anywhere else. After that, he was directly selected to enter the Jin family and was kept in the ministry compound. In other words, this was the first time he had wandered around Wuji County since crossing over. The whole of Wuji County, except for 5 places, is very telling. Everywhere else, it was run down. Even several of the brothels were so loose and crumbling that they looked a bit like buildings about to collapse. After being introduced by Vice Captain Zhao Su, Zhang Sui realized that Wuji County had also suffered from the Yellow Turban Rebellion before, and had been ransacked and vandalized in all directions. That's why it's created such a situation. Only a handful of worldly families, such as the Jin family, were spared because they had a large number of ministries guarding them. Later the court ordered each county to remove the yellow turbans themselves. Only then did the magistrate of Wuji County organize the big families out of their ministries to drive out the yellow turbans. Zhang Sui strolled until the afternoon, walking inside the entire limitless county. Returning to the ministry compound, Zhang Sui looked for Captain Jin how to borrow a pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and drew out the layout of the Jin family residence in a simple manner. When Zhang Sui went to college before he crossed over, he majored in automation and had an engineering drawing course in his freshman year. After that, he himself even followed short online videos to learn sketching and other painting courses. Therefore, drawing the layout of the Jin family residence, simple, was not difficult for him. After drawing the simple map, the location of the warehouse was labeled, as well as several nearby locations where someone might have broken through. It was only after that Zhang Sui drew an overhead map of the entire Wuji County. This one is even easier. Houses are not painted. Regions are replaced with names. Overlook of Wuji County for Zhang Sui. The most important thing is the various streets, and the places with a lot of human traffic. The main purpose of drawing this is to confirm the exact location of the open barn for food relief afterward, and to publicize it. The notion of doing good deeds without leaving a name simply did not exist for Zhang Sui. Moreover, this time, the good deed was to protect the Jin family from disaster. Naturally, nonetheless, it should be publicized, and publicized greatly. After drawing the overlooking map of Wuji County, Zhang Sui calculated the location from the warehouse of the Jin family residence to the location suitable for opening the warehouse to provide food, and made a good route with the least amount of people and the least amount of conflicts encountered, which led him to copy 3 more copies of the drawings. This is a total of 4 drawings, one for Madam, so that she understands what she is doing so that she will not suspect her operation, 1 copy to Captain Jin Hao, 1 copy to Vice Captain Zhao Su. Zhang Sui prepared to open warehouses in 2 places in Wuji County with the highest flow of people to provide food. Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su were to each take a branch of the ministry to hold down the fort, maintaining order and preventing stragglers or others from taking advantage of the chaos. The 4th, however, was for the housekeeper. Let the butler take the structural map of the Jin family and set up the ministry and subordinates to prevent anyone from sneaking into the Jin family during this period of time, especially the granary. Having done this, Zhang Sui then drew another picture. Simple compound bow. It was something he learned from watching short videos before he crossed over. When he watches short videos, he concentrates on 2 main categories, beauty and history. Beautiful women look at long legs and big boobs and enjoy the imperial treatment. History looks at history trivia and history inventions. The easy compound bow in this one is made by one of the bloggers on the short video. This blogger restored many weapons in history, for example, Zhuge Liang's wooden oxen and horses, Zhuge Liang's crossbow, and guide car. Many historical inventions, which have been lost. This blogger consults various texts to recover, though very few people watched. However, Zhang Sui is definitely considered an iron fan. Of course, this simple compound bow, Zhang Sui only used it for himself. He didn't dare to take it out and spread it around. Otherwise, it was spread and known by Yuan Shao. The consequences would be unimaginable. After drawing the simple diagram, Zhang Sui then listed the various materials, wooden sticks, elastic ropes, and arrows. The ingredients are still very simple. Having enumerated this material, it was well into dusk. Zhang Sui finished dinner with all his minions before handing over 2 pairs of layout maps of Wuji County to Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su to familiarize them with the paths of grain transportation and the locations of the open warehouses for grain relief. After this, Zhang Sui rested for a while, stripped off his shirt, and began to directly drill the first move of the Zhao family gun that Vice Captain Zhao Su had taught him. Practiced for half an hour. Surprisingly, I triggered the blaster again today. Added 0.6 pounds of force. Zhang Sui was in a somewhat pleasant mood. With this kind of growth, it would be scary enough to gain even 100 pounds of strength in a year itself. After the drill, Zhang Sui then put on his shirt and rushed to wait by the ancient well outside the archway. End of chapter. Chapter 26, The Birth of the First Simple Compound Bow of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Chapter 26, The First Simple Compound Bow of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Zhang Sui didn't have to wait long before he saw that Hong Yu had actually come first. Hong Yu saw that Zhang Sui was actually dressed and waiting for her, so she was busy hurrying over at a fast pace, handing a handkerchief with something wrapped in it to Zhang Sui. Hong Yu said, "You drew my portrait today?" Zhang Sui reached for it while saying, "I'm a bit busy today." "Not yet. When I'm done with this time, I'll help you again." The 2 men's hands touched. Hong Yu was just about to say, "How long will it take then?" But before the words came out, she bowed her head. She was too busy turning around and walking away. She felt her cheeks burn instantly. This would always feel like a slight to him if he saw it. Zhang Sui watched Hong Yu leave quickly and opened his mouth. He was going to say, "Why don't we talk for a while? After all, take someone's food." Besides, he wasn't a cutie pie. understood that Red Jade had a crush on him. Isn't there an old saying, day by day, you're born? Day? Of course, definitely not now, but a rare day with a short time together. How do you deepen a relationship without talking and getting to know each other? But in the end, he didn't speak. This is the Jin family residence. Yelling and screaming will surely cause unnecessary trouble. At the end of this Han dynasty, belonging to the ancient times, the big families are generally quite taboo to talk about love among their subordinates. Otherwise, the whole mansion would be a mess. Zhang Sui sat down. I'll see you tomorrow and talk to Red Jade about chatting. Zhang Sui sat down and opened his handkerchief. Wrapped inside was a porcelain bowl filled with rice and some green vegetables. Zhang Sui broke 2 branches from a nearby shrub, broke off the branches, and ate them directly as chopsticks. Since crossing over, this was the first time Zhang Sui had eaten rice. As a pre-crossing southerner who was used to eating rice, and eating rice again after such a long time, Zhang Sui was almost moved to tears. Zhang Sui finished the rice in 3 tries, bringing up a wooden bucket of water from the ancient well. Zhang Sui washed the porcelain bowls and saw the 5th young Miss Shinron tiptoeing over. This time, she served a big bowl of rice straight away. On top of the rice, there were not only greens, but also a few pieces of meat of unknown variety. In the rice, there was some soup. Zhang Sui was not polite and served it over and ate it straight away. Jinrong squatted beside him and said with a depressed expression, I was scolded by Mr. today. Zhang Sui asked suspiciously, how so? Jinrong pointed to the porcelain bowl in Zhang Sui's hand and said, I ate at noon today, and after I finished eating, I wanted to drink water. So I poured water into the bowl and chopsticks, and then got ready to drink it. I just realized that the chopsticks were actually broken. I picked up the chopsticks and they were good again. I'll just ask mother and second sister. They don't know. When I went to private school, I asked the gentleman, and he scolded me for playing with things and just wouldn't answer my questions. Also, I heard that Mr.'s new concubine is pregnant. I'll just ask you sir why the concubine is pregnant. He just said I was nasty. You know, my family has a private school. And it's not just me in the private school. It's also the children of our distant relatives in the Jin family. We debated why the concubine was pregnant. Then the guy said that if you kiss on the mouth, you'll get pregnant. But my mother and second sister kiss me all the time. So why can't I get pregnant? I went to Mr. Theory, and Mr. Theory scolded me again. Jinrong looked at Zhang Sui with an expectant face and said, You're so smart. You must know, right? Zhang Sui met Jinrong's eager eyes and was a bit saddened by tears and laughter. This little girl. She's a 100,000 reasons why. In all the days I've known her, she always asks all kinds of questions every time. Thankfully, he was able to explain all the questions she asked. As Zhang Sui ate, he said, the problem with the chopsticks, that one is called the refraction of light. Just like what I told you before about why the stars blink. Jinrong's eyes widened with a look of surprise. How can it be the same? Zhang Sui spent a long time explaining the principle of refraction of light to Jinrong. After Zhang Sui finished speaking, the meal had already been finished long ago saying, as for pregnancy, this question, how can I say it? You will know if you ask the lady. Anyway, you definitely can't get pregnant from kissing. When Jinrong heard Zhang Sui say this, her eyes lit up slightly. The next moment, she flew up and hugged Zhang Sui's side face before kissing him heavily twice. Laughing, I was worried to death before. Even though I don't think you can get pregnant from kissing, there's always the fear in case I've misunderstood. In case I do get pregnant, my mother and second sister will beat me to death if I get pregnant at such a young age. Zhang Sui touched his cheek and laughed a little. After all, they are just little kids, and although they are smart, there are some things that they are not confident about. Zhang Sui said, you don't have to worry about that now. When you grow up to be like the lady and the second lady, you'll likely get pregnant, and it's not by kissing, either. Jinrong swept her head down and said, okay, I understand then. Taking the finished porcelain bowl from Zhang Sui's hand, Jinrong said, it's getting late, I'm going to bed. As expected, you are still the smartest. I'm going to eat more and grow up to be in the mold of mother and second sister, so you can marry me. At that time, if you are so smart, you can help my Jin family. Zhang Sui looked at Jinrong's tiny back as she left and sympathized quite a bit. Precocious, this little girl, at such a young age. You know that you should let yourself marry her for the sake of the Jin family. She didn't even know what it meant to actually marry. Zhang Sui sat for a while longer before taking a shower. After taking a shower, Zhang returned to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, he practiced basic punching and kicking with the rest of the ministry. After eating in the big morning, Zhang Sui dragged the vice-captain Zhao Su to look for that elastic rope within Wuji County, and really found it. It was found at a store that specializes in making cords for stringing armor pieces on armor. In Sengoku, armor was not something to be taken lightly. That's going to kill your head. but today is a time of chaos. After the Yellow Turbans, the imperial court allowed each county to make its own armor and weapons, organize volunteer soldiers, and crusade against thieves and bandits. As a result, the privilege of making armor fell to the various families. Various lineage families also build armor. The process of building a complete piece of armor can be extremely complex. As a result, all kinds of armor-related stores have come into being. It's just that nothing comes cheap in these armors. Let's just say that Zhang Sui purchased 10 ropes made of cowhide, each only as thick as a chopstick, and it cost Zhang Sui 5 pairs of silk. When Zhang Sui purchased it, he also had meat pains. Just 10 of these ropes are so expensive. He couldn't imagine the cost of a suit of armor. After enduring the pain of purchasing the rope, Zhang Sui returned to his residence, found wooden sticks, and borrowed a sharp dagger from Captain Jin how to sharpen the sticks into the shape needed for the drawings. It was not until the evening that Zhang Sui made his first simple compound bow at the end of the Han dynasty. Taking his sword to the mansion treasury and asking for 20 feathered arrows, Zhang Sui returned to the room, stood at one side of the room, pulled the simple compound bow towards the wooden beam at the other end, and shot an arrow, 10 paces to position. Zhang Sui connects with a single shot there. The arrowhead of the feathered arrow, along with an inch or so of the wooden body, was completely inside the wooden beam. No matter how Zhang Sui tried to pull it out, he couldn't. In the end, Zhang Sui could only break the wooden arrow body. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Zhang Sui, sister's body has a fragrance. Chapter 27, Zhang Sui, sister's body has a. Zhang Sui looked at the broken feathered arrow and nodded in satisfaction. This easy compound bow. It's possible. With this attack power, at close range, even armor might be able to pierce through. Not to mention, people wearing armor are extremely rare. Anyway, as far as the city of Wuji County was concerned, including those yamen, there was not a single one seen wearing armor. His current self is still too skinny, and he's only just started practicing martial arts, brightly and single-handedly. It's totally inadequate. But with this simple compound bow in his hand, his confidence increased greatly. Zhang Sui hid the simple compound bow before he stripped off his shirt and went outside to practice the first move of the Zhao family gun for an additional half hour. Unfortunately, it didn't trigger the blaster today and only gained 0.1 pounds of strength. Zhang Sui is not discouraged either. He no longer expected a day or two to make a difference. A year or two is about right. Until then, don't expect the force of growth either. Extra practice before Zhang Sui puts on his shirt, because he had just practiced extra hard. His whole body was drenched in sweat. Zhang Sui fetched a dagger and slashed it directly in the middle of his upper shirt, then tied it with a cloth around his waist and abdomen, exposing part of the chest. Feeling the occasional night breeze blowing across his scratched shirt and on his chest, Zhang Sui was satisfied as he exited the door and went to the ancient well outside the archway entrance. This time it was 5th Miss Shenrong who arrived early. Today it was still a bowl of rice, some green vegetables, and a few chunks of meat from some unknown animal. Shenrong sat beside Zhang Sui and suspiciously reached out her hand, grabbed Zhang Sui's chest and touched it, saying with an odd expression, "You don't have any clothes to wear? Why are they tattered like this?" Zhang Sui let out a laugh and said as he ate, "I scratched this myself with a dagger," pointing to the sleeves of his blouse. Zhang Sui said, "We can't make it in time today, or else I'm going to cross off these 2 sleeves as well." Jinrong's small head was filled with disbelief as she said, "Why are you cheapening your own clothes?" Zhang Sui said with a serious face, "This is not called being cheap. This is called transformation. It's so hot right now and you're dressed so tightly. Aren't you hot? I feel like I'm going to get little bags all over my body." Cut off 2 of the sleeves and slit the chest. It's called a short-sleeve shirt and it's cool. Jinrong looked down at her long skirt and then at Zhang Sui's clothes, climbed up, reached out and touched Zhang Sui's chest once again, and said with a surprised expression, "It's still cool." Jinrong watched Zhang Sui finish eating before she left with her rice bowl and went back to sleep. Jinrong had been gone for a quarter of an hour or so before Hong Yu came over with a bowl of rice and carrying a light. Seeing that Zhang Sui was wearing clothes, only his chest was scratched open, Hong Yu's pretty face flushed a little. She wanted to say, "Why are you dressed like that?" But the words came out of her mouth and she swallowed them back. After all, Zhang Sui didn't bare his chest or wear no top like last time. Watching Zhang Sui gulping down his meal, from the corner of her eye, Hong Yu glanced from time to time at Zhang Sui's chest inside his scratched open clothes to come. Before, Zhang Sui was naked on his upper body and she was too embarrassed to look. But now, Zhang Sui was wearing clothes. It seemed, and there was nothing wrong with looking at it. Thinking of this, Hong Yu looked towards the shrubs not far away, while at the same time looking towards Zhang Sui's chest from time to time unintentionally. For the first time, she saw a man's chest. It's really different from a woman's. Her own was soft, tall, and very white. Zhang Sui's, on the other hand, looked like a plank of wood and, moreover, felt somewhat ancient and yellow. For some reason, she had the urge to reach out and touch it. She wanted to feel if it was hard. Sensing Hong Yu's line of sight, Zhang Sui suspiciously lifted the scratched clothes and looked inside. What's there? Hong Yu's pretty face reddened as if it was going to burn. Her hand that was pinching the handkerchief twisted hard on his arm and said sharply, "You denizen, I'm a woman beside you. How can you lift the clothes?" Zhang Sui hurriedly put down his clothes and smiled sarcastically. That's it. Having crossed over not long ago, thoughts are often still habitually pre-crossing. In this late Han dynasty, although women are far less conservative than in the Ming and Qing dynasties, but the traditional concepts do not allow men and women to reveal large swaths of skin. However, while eating his meal and looking at Hong Yu's red face and lowered head, with a look of being at the mercy of the king and shyness, Zhang Sui's heart was still a little restless. This Hong Yu should be interested in herself, otherwise, she's so shy. She's still not leaving? And, every night, he brings himself dinner to eat. As the saying goes, if you have something to fold, you must fold it. Don't wait until you have nothing to fold it. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui dryly coughed a few times, his old face reddening as he said, "Sister." Although Hong Yu's face was so dry, she still raised her head and looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Zhang Sui looked over and said, "Do you smell a nice fragrance?" Hong Yu blankly sniffed around and shook her head. "No, what fragrance?" Only then did Zhang Sui bring his head closer towards her, saying with a dazed expression, "It's the scent of sister's body." Hong Yu busily pushed Zhang Sui's head away with both hands, snatched the bowl and chopsticks with the little bit of rice still left in his hands, carried the light, and left quickly. After walking a long way, seeing that Zhang Sui surprisingly didn't chase after her or call out to her, Hong Yu spat and said, "Elm brain." Despite saying this, Hong Yu still had a smile on her face. He was still able to attract him on his own. Then you don't have to worry too much about him not liking you. Just wait for him to make some contribution in the Jin family and get a firm foothold in the Jin family, and then let him ask the madam to take himself over. Hong Yu was in a good mood today, humming a little song the whole way. Zhang Sui watched Hong Yu leave before he stripped off his shirt and started to take a shower. Slept beautifully today. Immediately after dawn, Zhang Sui took the 2 drawings and went directly to madam. These 2 drawings, one was the layout of the entire Wuji County, and the other was the drawings of the Jin family. One copy for madam, so that she would understand what he, Zhang Sui, was going to do. A copy for the lady to pass on to the housekeeper, so that the housekeeper can arrange the subordinates and ministries to defend the Jin family according to the drawings. When Zhang Sui rushed to the study, madam had also finished washing up. However, it was still possible to see that the lady was still somewhat awake. As she yawned, those puffy breasts rose high, plus that sleepy look. Zhang Sui secretly swallowed his saliva. If I could get up early in the morning and have a body like that in my arms, it feels like the life of a god is just like that. When madam saw Zhang Sui, she stopped yawning, gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her slender jade fingers, and smiled. "I heard that you were busy around yesterday. What were you busy with?" Zhang Sui hurriedly stepped forward and handed the 2 drawings to the madam. "This is what I did in the day yesterday. Starting today, I will be mobilizing the mansion's ministries and subordinates, and will need the housekeeper's cooperation." The lady looked at the drawings for a while, her beautiful eyes glittering slightly. This man, what he thinks and does, is really different from others. Simple and productive. After reading it, the lady said, "Okay, I'll have someone go find the butler later and have him cooperate with you." Just then, around the corner, a figure walked quickly and said, "If we open the barn to provide food, I'll go too." End of chapter. Chapter 28, Second Mrs. Self-Complacency. Chapter 28, Second Mrs. Zhang Sui looked in the direction of the voice, but it was the second young lady, Junmi. Seeing that it was Junmi, the lady shook her head and firmly said, "No, how can you go out as a girl? The world is in chaos today. Both the Jizhou minister and the Yuzhou minister are in a great battle. Now, there are Xinbei and other Hu people coming from Yanmen County. Too dangerous." Second Miss Junmi insisted, "Mother, it's just a matter of my daughter dressing up. My daughter wants to learn along. In the future, it may be time to use my daughter." Madam still refuses. Second Miss Junmi said, "Then you'll let second brother go? Anyway, one of us siblings must be sent." After glancing at Zhang Sui, the second youngest Miss Junmi quickly stepped forward, walked towards the lady, and attached her ear. "Mother, if the Lord is weak and the subjects are strong, they will be bullied as well. As the history books tell us." The lady frowned her eyebrows and asked someone to call the second male son, Yan Yan, over. When the second son, Jin Yan, heard that he was going to open a barn to provide food, he waved his hand and said, "Mother, my son has never done anything like this before, so I'm afraid I'm going to mess it up. Besides, the son is weak. You know that. For something like opening a barn to provide food, someone with force must go. With the chaos outside the mansion nowadays, how will my son fend off an assassination if he runs into one? Zhang Sui. Is this second Prince Yan Yan such a wimp? History books do not have much record of this Xin Yan, just that he was raised filial piety, but also married, and there are descendants. However, when Jinmi was a teenager, Jin Yan fell ill and died. Jinmi has great respect for Jin Yan. After Jin Yan's death, Jinmi cried her heart out. Since then, treat your sister-in-law and nephew as if they were your closest relatives. Madame is very strict with her children because she supports the Jin family alone. Jinmi often intervenes and tells her ladyship to treat her sister-in-law and nephew well. A daughter-in-law is not a daughter after all. Thinking of the end of Yan Yan in history, Zhang Sui secretly made up his mind. Find an opportunity to find a way to have a medical worker examine Yan Yan's body and see if they can save his life. Nowadays, he is living in the Jin family by himself. If the Jin family is good, one naturally follows suit. As the oldest heir of the Jin family, Jin Yan is alive. Even if his ability is mediocre, the Jin family has a support. If he fell ill and died, the heir to the Jin family would become the youngest third duke. In ancient times, or the end of the Han dynasty, this kind of chaos, dead Jun Yan, that Mrs. So big and beautiful, with a young third son, is the meat and potatoes in the eyes of others. Historically, the Jin family ultimately relied on their second youngest daughter, Jun Mi, marrying Yuan Shao's second son, Yuan Shi, to avoid a disaster. It was then continued when Yuan Shi was killed and the second youngest lady, Jun Mi, married Chao Pai. Zhang Sui hissed at the thought. When you think about it that way, it seems like it would be nice not to be reminded. And let's not even talk about whether or not your reminder had any effect. It's just a real reminder. And the lady really listens. And Jin Yan really lives and doesn't die. Then the historical ending of the Jin family could change. Perhaps. Instead, it led to the decline or even the demise of the Jin family. Zhang Sui shivered at the thought of the Jin family being destroyed. Then one loses one's reliance. As far as his current self was concerned, he really didn't know what the situation would be like if he lost the Jin family. Hinges really will die. After all, this is the end of the Han dynasty. Moreover, it happened to be the first year of Xingping, a time of great wars between the four greats. This period at the end of the Han had the highest number of deaths and injuries. All the lords, except Liu Bei, began to slaughter the city and eat the people as dried human flesh. And the Wuji County where he is now is in Zhongshan County. Jizhou, Liu Bei should be in Pingyuan County now, and will rush to Shuzhou afterward. From Zhongshan County to Shuzhou, this is 1,000 miles, or the era of the end of the Han dynasty. Everywhere to arrest the strong man, everywhere is the mountain bandits, and the year of the drought, all the way to see no green. Absolutely not. The only safest place to be right now is cowering in the Jin family. Zhang Sui immediately made up his mind to leave Jin Yan alone for the time being, letting him live or die. The lady looked at the second prince, Jin Yan, and her face sank directly. Her own son was indeed weak and sickly this time, and it wasn't like she didn't know that. However, as the future heir of the Jin family, it was surprising that he didn't even have the courage to do so. The lady was about to chide. However, she saw the second young Miss Shinbi say, "Mother, it's just me going, so it's a good deal. Don't worry, I won't mess up." Looking towards Zhang Sui, Jinmi's eyes twinkled as she suddenly walked over and said, "Don't worry, Mother, I'll dress up as his follower, and wherever he goes, my daughter will go. If he's there, it's impossible for my daughter to get hurt, right?" Zhang Sui turned his head, rather depressed. "What are you thinking? I'm not taking a toe. Taking a woman like you, and a second young lady at that, how can I let go of my business? In case of danger, won't I have to risk my life to protect you? If I don't protect you and something goes wrong, the Jin family is really finished." Zhang Sui is about to refuse, but she saw the lady exhale and said to Zhang Sui, "Zhang Sui, what do you say?" Zhang Sui was busy trying to speak. However, he saw Jinmi turn her head and narrow her eyes at him. In those beautiful eyes, there was a coldness that flickered. "Zhang Sui, Nima, dare I say no? I'm still hanging out at your house. Moreover, this second young miss, according to the historical trajectory then, she would also be the future pillar of the Jin family." Zhang Sui met Jinmi's line of sight and squeezed out a smile at the lady. "Dang, of course, second miss is smart and clever. She definitely won't mess up." Only then did Jinmi withdraw her gaze. Seeing Zhang Sui say so, the lady smiled. "Alright then, I'll trouble you, Zhang Sui. If you have any difficulties, just come to me directly. Go about your business." After saying that, the lady beckoned her maid to go and call the housekeeper over. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, sighed and headed for the ministry compound. Second Miss Shinmi called out to him, "Later, wait for me at the entrance of the mansion." After saying that, he left at a fast pace. Zhang Sui looked at Jinmi's delicate figure as she left and shook his head. So good looking. History also says it's very gentle and mild. Why do you feel like you're just a little bit of a badass? Thinking that something might happen to her if she followed him, Zhang Sui hesitated slightly, but went back to his room and used the remaining materials to make a second pair of simple compound bows. Let this chick take it for defense. Only after that, Zhang Sui greeted all the ministries to come over and asked Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su to go to the Jin family granary to fetch corn according to the drawing given yesterday. Move it to each designated place to make kanji, and then distribute it to the stragglers in the city to eat. When Zhang Sui arrived at the entrance of the residence with his 3 ministries, the housekeeper also began to set up some of his ministries and subordinates to start patrolling around the Jin family residence, especially around the granary. Standing at the entrance of the mansion, Zhang Sui was indeed able to see quite a number of people walking around the Jin family residence on the street, each with green eyes, like a demon seeing the meat of a monk. However, most of these people retreated when they saw some of the ministries and underlings coming out of the mansion and taking out their weapons to patrol the neighborhood. There were also a very few people who stood in the distant alleyways staring from afar. Zhang Sui didn't have to wait long before he saw a dark-faced boy wearing rough linen clothes and a sweat-stained scarf walk over, though it looked drastically different, like a thinly built male underling. However, with those somewhat soulful big eyes, Zhang Sui still recognized them at once. If it's not Miss Junmi, who else? The second young lady, Junmi, saw Zhang Sui looking at himself with a bewildered look, and felt a little self-satisfied in her heart. I'm still pretty good at makeup disguises. Look at the nerd. He didn't recognize it. The next moment, she was tugged by Zhang Sui's sleeve, shoving a pair of oddly shaped objects and an arrow pouch into her arms. Zhang Sui also bent his bow and arrow towards the figures standing in the distant alleyway outside, making a motion to shoot. A few silhouettes suddenly changed their faces abruptly and pulled out their legs to run. Only then did Zhang Sui look at second Miss Shinmi and said, "That's how it's used. Understand? If someone looks bad and wants to get close to you, and I don't have a way to deal with it, you shoot yourself like this." End of chapter. Chapter 29, surprisingly, it's Pan Feng, the peerless general. Chapter 29, surprisingly, it's Pan the peerless general. The second young Miss, Junmi, was a bit embarrassed when she heard Zhang Sui say this. Turns out he recognized it. It was a good thing I had black makeup on my face so I couldn't see the change in my face. Junmi looked down at the items in her arms again, a little confused. They're bows and arrows? It wasn't that she hadn't played with a bow and arrow. It's a woman, though. However, it is also the study of the 6 arts. Just how is this bow and arrow different from all the ones used? Oddly shaped. If she hadn't watched Zhang Sui gesticulate just now, she really wouldn't have thought of it. Zhang Sui ignored second Miss Shinmi's doubts and greeted the 2 ministries and Jinmi to follow. This time, Zhang Sui arranged 2 open barn food relief points in Wuji County. One is at the south gate of the city, with Captain Jin Hao leading his men in charge. The other is at the east gate of the city, with Vice Captain Zhao Su leading the ministry. There is more foot traffic at these 2 locations. It's easy to publicize the fact that Jin's family has opened a barn to provide food. And now, Zhang Sui was going to visit the south of the city. The closer they got to the south of the city, the more people of all shapes and sizes could be seen on the streets. And, like, 2 worlds that don't fit together. Some of them were large-bellied, richly and luxuriously dressed, and carried bird cages in their hands, which contained various kinds of birds, in a pleasant manner. Some were ragged, unclothed, and skinny. These people, not just men, but women as well. Zhang Sui looked at this scene and his complexion dimmed. Before he crossed over, he often saw keyboard warriors on the internet who thought they were knowledgeable and boasted about how women in ancient times were so reserved and needed to abide by women's morality, and what 8-carried palanquins were needed for marriage and so on. They don't realize that only women from large families can meet these conditions. The vast majority of women, on the other hand, are ordinary people. They can't even meet the basic needs of food, clothing and shelter. So where are they to be so particular? Zhang Sui shook his head as he watched this one woman wander off. For the first time, he realized why the ancients cried out, "If you can achieve, you can help the world." As he got closer to the southern gate of the city, Zhang Sui saw more and more stragglers. These stragglers, lying under the eaves and on the ground. Some of the women were outright undressed, pinned down and staring blankly. Some of the women and children were already motionless and reeked of foul odors. From time to time, passers-by and magistrates passed by, but no one all took a look. Zhang Sui said, "What are these government officials doing? Even if they don't consider letting these stragglers into the ground, they still have to consider the plague, don't they?" Jinmi followed behind and said, "The magistrates all listened to the county magistrate. Our magistrate here was still bought with money during the time of Emperor Ling, because he would collect money and still pay taxes to the Jizhou government. His official position was never removed. Where does he have the leisure to care about that? He also has to eat and drink with the various families in our county in order to get more money. The day before yesterday, he found my mother and asked her to offer 500 piastres of silk so that he could get through to the top and recommend my second brother as a filial piety scholar. Only after becoming a filial piety scholar will my second brother have a chance to serve. As for these dead people, a plague is what he can't wait for. Each of the great families and clans will have to defend themselves. When that happens, he will be able to receive a lot of money capital from various worldly families. Just at the beginning of last year, we actually had a plague in Woji County that killed a few hundred people. Our family then donated 100 pieces of silk and hired a healer. Those healers disposed of the plague by the extremely simple means of throwing all the bodies and people that were infected with the plague into the lime pond. How much does all this cost? All the money donated was swallowed by the magistrate. Zhang Sui. This kind of magistrate. What do you need him for? Can't you hire a healer yourself? Jinmi sighed. Even if this magistrate is ousted, the next magistrate will be the same. It's not like we haven't done it before. As for ourselves, if we dare to do so, the Jizhou government will trip you up. Unless there is someone in the official government of Jizhou, how would the ordinary families of the world dare to confront it? Speaking of this, Jinmi's pretty face was bleak and said, Our Shin family, this is the situation. When father was alive, he was the Shanxi magistrate, and when the county magistrate came to my house, he went through the side door. After father left, the magistrates came to my house all through the front door and asked for things brightly, with the excuse that they were all needed by the Jizhou government. Now that Jizhou and Yuzhou have been at war year after year, how do you think all that grain and grass came to be? All these stragglers, but those who have some use for them, have been dragged off to the army. Those who don't have any use for them can only sit and eat and wait for death. So who cares? We, the great families of the world, have become the targets of extortion by the Jizhou government. If my second brother is able to branch out, my Jin family will only have to endure. But with my second brother like this, I see no hope at all. Again, I'm in this capacity. Right now, my hope is only in my third brother. I hope I can hold out until my third brother becomes a man before I marry him off. Zhang Sui glanced at second Miss Shinmi. It's also true that it's not easy. In these troubled times, everyone is a leak. The group rushed to the south gate of the city. A long line had formed at the south gate of the city. Captain Jinhao commanded dozens of ministries and constantly reorganized the stragglers to prevent accidents. There were several other ministries that were making porridge in a large pot. Zhang Sui walked over and greeted Captain Jinhao over. Captain, why is there no sound? Shout it up. Let everyone shout up so that people know that this is my Jin family doing a good deed. Now that the gates of Yanmen County are open, the Hu people and our Han army are united. Everyone is in danger. All the big families are stocking up on food, and the people are getting hungrier and hungrier. So sooner or later, something is going to happen. We need to let these people know that our Jin family is different from the various other great families. It's fine for them to storm the other great families, not to attack our Jin family. Because, we, the Jin family, are supporting them. Captain Jinhao scratched his head and said with a fawning smile, I don't know how to shout. The second young lady, Junmi, is about to introduce herself. Zhang Sui shook his head and said, Find someone to fetch the gong, and get two loud voices to read after me. Captain Jinhao was busy acting. Before long, two big men came over. Zhang Sui looked at them and said, I'm only going to yell 5 times. If you can't learn it 5 times, don't expect me to tell you stories in the future. The two big men's faces suddenly changed, and they were busy smiling. You say. Only then did Zhang Sui scan everyone and shouted at the top of his lungs. Folks, we are the Jin family. Zhang Sui stopped and looked at the two big men. The two big men hissed after them. Zhang Sui watched them finish shouting before continuing. Now that the world is in a severe drought, Our Lady, Prince and Miss know that it is not easy for all of us, so we have poured out all of our family's money to open a barn to provide food. I hope everyone will abide by the rules and not scramble. We, the Jin family, will do our best to ensure that everyone has a mouth to feed. We are all on the same boat. Everyone's good is really good. The second young Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui Zhanko, her complexion a little odd. This denizen, a lecher no less, does have some skills. Someone bring the gong. Zhang Sui took the gong and banged it while yelling towards the crowd. After a few teachings, the two big men learned. Zhang Sui watched the two big men banging the gong and hissing, and was about to take the two ministries and the second young lady to the east gate of the city to take a look. Suddenly, on the street, dozens of big men were ferociously coming this way, even dispersing the stragglers group. Spread out, get the outta here. The captain is here, get out of here if you don't want to die. Zhang Sui looked at the visitor and busily asked the second young lady beside him. Junmi, what's the situation here? How does the Jin family deal with this on a regular basis? Second Miss Shinmi glanced at Zhang Sui and said, reason first, and if that doesn't work, shoot him. This man's name is Pan Feng, a general of Han Fu, the former governor of Jizhou. He is not very smart and his martial arts are just average. He was sent down here after the death of the former Jizhou minister Han Fu. Zhang Sui hissed and looked toward the strutting man surrounded by dozens of big men. You can't do it, but you're going to shoot? It seemed that he had still underestimated the Jin family. And, Pan Feng? Under Hanford's hand? Isn't this the peerless general from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? I didn't realize that. In reality, it was just a little Karami. No wonder there is no record of this man in any of the history books. Zhang Sui looked at the second youngest lady, Jun Mi, and said suspiciously, sure, it can be shot? End of chapter. Chapter 30, The Energy of the Great Families. Chapter 30, The of the Great Families. Second Miss Shinmi coldly looked out of the corner of her eye at Zhang Sui and said, District County Lieutenant, or an unused one. No long eyes, just kill it. Jizhou Mu also contacted my Jin family. Even though my Jin family has fallen, there is no need to be afraid. Zhang Sui. He secretly shouted, cow pies. Sure enough, the end of the Han dynasty was a key point in the rise of the Shihua gatekeepers. The fallen Jin family can decide the life and death of a county lieutenant at will. In that case, it seems that Pan Feng really does have no brain. Facing the Jin family and still daring to make trouble. Receiving confirmation from second Miss Shinmi, Zhang Sui led Captain Jin Hao and the others to welcome them. The big man at the head was serving an old woman out with one hand. In the next moment, he received a kick in the abdomen from Zhang Sui and was directly kicked to the ground. The other dudes surged up at once. The minions saw this and gathered around. Dozens against dozens. Both sides held weapons. Pan Feng pushed aside the big man in his way and walked up, locking eyes with Zhang Sui. You don't know who I am? Zhang Sui said. County Captain Pan Feng. Pan Feng coldly said. Knowing that, you still dare to open a barn here to provide food? I didn't know that you have to say hello 5 days in advance to open a barn for food here? To reduce it by 1 day, then donate 50 more silks. For the sake of you being the Jin family, remove the stuff today and donate 10 pieces of silk as a warning. Zhang Sui laughed back in anger. Now that everyone is about to starve to death, at this time, you still greet in advance? And still 5 days? For every day of reduction, donate 50 more pairs of silk? You people, do you want these folks to die? Let alone 5 days. They can't wait a day. Also, but if the county office grows a little bit and puts in some effort, we don't even have to do this in the Jin family. You don't do it at the county courthouse. We'll do it, and you're giving me this lecture? Looking at the surrounding ministries, Zhang Sui slapped his palm and said, Folks, now that our Jin family is going to open a barn to provide food, the county captain is going to stop it. What do you say? Do I, the Jin family, wait for 5 days and then come back to open the barn to provide food? Or do we continue now? And, what a way to reduce it by 1 day and donate 50 more silks. 50 pieces of silk, all for everyone to have a meal today. Looking toward Pan Feng, Zhang Sui looked indifferent and said, You guys can be greedy just a little bit on weekdays, so bear with it. At this hour, you guys still come? You really don't have the slightest regard for the lives of your folks. When the surrounding stragglers heard Zhang Sui say this, they all became excited. When they strayed into Wuji County, no one ever cared about them. They can only steal and rob every day. Those who can't steal or rob are left to starve to death. Now, finally, the Jin family had come to open a barn for them and someone was trying to stop it like this. If there was no one to support them, they really didn't dare to resist. Now that someone from the Jin family had taken the lead, what were they afraid of? Quite a few people gathered towards this side. Get out. None of you officials are any good. We want to eat, and whoever stops that is our enemy. Pan Feng looked at these increasingly boisterous stragglers with a cold aura in his eyes. A bunch of lowly animals that are worse than pigs and dogs. How dare you go against your own county lieutenant? It seems that if we don't make an example of them today, these people have forgotten the horrors of the government. Pan Feng drew the ringed-head sword at his waist and slashed towards a large, ragged woman at his side. The woman's head was directly chopped off and rolled to the ground. Blood sprayed Pan Feng's face. Seeing this, the dozens of big men Pan Feng brought with him, one by one, were about to pounce towards the stragglers surrounding them. The surrounding stragglers were instantly frightened and screamed, fleeing frantically. Dozens of big men suddenly swooped over and slashed one by one. These big men, they were all soldiers from Wuji County. They can't deal with the Hoosiers. They can't deal with the frontier generals. Couldn't they still cut down these skinny, bony, starving stragglers? Zhang Sui's mouth trembled a little as he looked at the ferocious appearance of each of these big men. These people, they really know how to pick up a soft target. Watching Pan Feng coldly scanning the surrounding stragglers with his eyesight, Zhang Sui, without saying a word, lifted up his simple composite bow and bent it. Pan Feng noticed Zhang Sui's movements and shouted in a violent rage, about to slash at Zhang Sui. "How dare you!" Captain Jin Hao immediately struck out against the attack. However, behind Zhang Sui, a feathered arrow suddenly shot out, directly missing Pan Feng's abdomen. Surprisingly, it was the second Miss Jinmi who shot it. Pan Feng wasn't wearing armor today. Jinmi stood behind Zhang Sui, just 10 paces away from Pan Feng. As this arrow went down, half of the feathered arrows did not enter Pan Feng's abdomen. Captain Jin Hao saw that Pan Feng had been directly put down and the group was leaderless, so he immediately rushed up. Other ministries have also stepped up. In an instant, the two sides battled to a standstill. These people that Pan Feng had brought with him clearly hadn't expected that the Jin family's people would actually make a move. On ordinary days, when they threatened a bit like this, people from various great families would not see eye to eye with them, and gave money directly. After all, what are these stragglers? It's too costly to start a conflict with the county office over these stragglers. At this moment, looking at the Jin family's ministry striking out and Pan Feng being knocked down, these big men immediately wimped out and crouched on the ground with their heads in their hands. There was a complete loss of the vigor with which he had cut down the stragglers just now. These people, although they were soldiers of Wuji County, were even more the people of Wuji County. They knew very well that if they really fought with these great families, they would cause endless trouble if they killed a single ministry of the great families, and they were cut down, at best, by a silk or two. Soon, Captain Jin Hao led his ministry and captured these big men, and the county lieutenant, Pan Feng, had fallen into a pool of blood, unconscious. Zhang Sui asked Captain Jin how to continue opening the barn to provide food while looking at second Miss Shinmi. Second Miss Shinmi said indifferently, "Hang his body to the city gates. In this situation today, we have to forcefully take advantage of the situation. He has offended our Jin family. How can we sit back and wait for him to die? Move the slain stragglers together and say they are the ministry we have just chosen. Then send someone to inform the steward to take these bodies and these captured soldiers to the county court to demand a statement. As a famous family of Wuji County, no reasoning should take up 3 points of momentum. Otherwise, they really think that my Jin family can be taken by anyone." Zhang Sui looked deeply at second Miss Shinmi. "Awesome. Worthy of being the daughter of a great family. An ordinary person, not to mention a woman, or even a man would be scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. She's as calm as can be." Zhang Sui immediately recruited his ministry and did what second Miss Shinmi said. Someone carried the slain stragglers together. Someone hang Pan Feng at the city gate. Looking at Pan Feng hanging at the city gate, Zhang Sui shushed him. Who would have thought that Pan Feng, the matchless general in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, would be such a wimp and be put down by a weak woman like Miss Shinmi? End of chapter. Chapter 31, The Fierce Second Miss Shinmi. Chapter 31, The Fierce Second Miss Shin. The surrounding passers-by looked at Pan Feng hanging at the city gate with somewhat strange expressions. In the crowd, some people scattered. Zhang Sui scanned the crowd and noticed it as well, but didn't give chase. His eyes flicked over to the second young lady beside him. Junmi. This chick, not too old, is quite calm and capable. Zhang Sui did not immediately go to the east of the city to inspect the situation at Vice Captain Zhao Su's place. He waited for a few moments before he saw the butler arrive in a hurry with a group of underlings carrying weapons and carrying wooden planks. Zhang Sui busily greeted him. The housekeeper looked at the bodies of the 10 or so stragglers killed on the ground and immediately ordered his subordinates to carry these bodies to the county office. As for the dozens of big men brought by Pan Feng, their hands were tied and pulled away together. Only Pan Feng hanging at the city gate. No one cares. His abdomen was almost penetrated by a feathered arrow. At this moment, although he was unconscious, blood stained his clothes and dripped down from the soles of his feet, dripping onto the ground. Obviously, it's not going to survive. Zhang Sui didn't bother with him. It's all his fault. Zhang Sui took the second young Miss Shinmi, and the two ministries followed the housekeeper and went straight to the county office. When they arrived at the county office, the magistrates at the county office were stunned and flew inside. Hey, the magistrate is surprisingly absent. A yaman looked at the housekeeper somewhat sardonically and said, the magistrate went to the Wang family for a banquet in response to the appointment of the Wang family's head of the family, and has yet to return. The butler had his subordinates place the bodies of the 10 or so stragglers right at the front door of the county office, and dozens of soldiers brought by Pan Feng knelt on one side, leaving a dozen or so subordinates to watch over them while the butler left with the others. Zhang Sui also took the second young Miss Shinmi and 2 of his minions to the east gate of the city. When he rushed to the east gate of the city, the news that County Lieutenant Pan Feng had led his men to carry the Jin family hard, and as a result, was killed by the Jin family had surprisingly already spread. Vice Captain Zhao Su had already organized the stragglers to line up and make kanji. Zhang Sui had someone bring in a gong and had 2 of his ministries strike it to publicize the Jin family. In the distance, Several clusters of people were looking on. There are soldiers. There were also stout men in full ordinary clothing. Second Miss Shinmi whispered. Soldier there? It's Wang Hao, the second county lieutenant of our Wuji County. We have 2 county captains in Wuji County. This Wang Hao is a member of the Wang clan. Pan Feng, that county lieutenant, was appointed by the Jizhou government. Wang Hao, the county lieutenant, was recommended by various families in our Wuji County. 8 years ago, Wang Hao, the county captain position, was recommended by our father. However, then the Yellow Turbans broke out, and that county captain died in battle while expelling the Yellow Turbans. Compared to that rash Pan Feng, Wang Hao, the county lieutenant, has eyes. Pan Feng was killed. He doesn't dare to act rashly. Now he can only wait and see. We don't need to pay attention. At the earliest tonight, at the slowest tomorrow, the magistrate will definitely go to our Jin family to look for mother. Negotiate a result and these people will back off. The others, they're all from various families. Obviously, this opening of the barn for food has displeased them. Because, they're all tuning in. When we do that, we're out of touch. Compared to our Jin family where none of us are out in the Jizhou government nowadays, they all have people who naturally think they can pin us down. Pan Feng's death has made them a bit wary. Second Miss Shinmi snorted lightly and said, these people, they are also afraid of death. Although our Jin family is gradually declining, the glory of our ancestors is not comparable to theirs. If we are really pushed to the edge, the big deal is that the fish is dead. Zhang Sui looked at second Miss Shinmi's cold look and scared twice. Seems like a pretty sweet-looking little girl with a murderous streak. Unfortunately, it's just a woman after all. At the end of the Han Dynasty, a woman could not walk on stage even if she was brilliant. It's not like the pre-crossing 3 kingdoms type games. What with Lu Lingqi and Huang Yueying, who can still be officials and go to war. However, this second young lady, Jun Mi, is truly outstanding. Unfortunately, she married Yuan Shi, the second son of Yuan Shao, and Chao Pai, the second son of Chao Chao. Both of these 2 people's statuses were too honorable, to the point that she had absolutely no way to display her talents. His eyes fell on the simple composite bow in Jinmi's arms, and Zhang Sui laughed in a low voice. Not bad, second miss. The arrow that shot Pan Feng just now. Only then did the second young Miss Jinmi look at Zhang Sui a little more, and her heart was also a little surprised. The arrow that shot Pan Feng just now was powerful. She also played with a bow and arrow. At that distance, other bows and arrows would never be able to shoot with that power. I wonder where the man got this bow and arrow. Zhang Sui and second Miss Shinmi waited for a while at the city's east gate. Finally, the rare bit is simmering. The stragglers were instantly in disarray. Someone so far as to pounce directly on the cauldron of simmering thin rice. Someone flipped the woman and girl directly in front of him in line out of the way and inserted himself into the seat. There was a lot of crying. Zhang Sui's face turned green as he watched this scene. It's all about the bottom feeders. These people, but they don't spare anyone else in the slightest. Zhang Sui was about to organize his ministry to go up and rebuke him. However, she saw the second young Miss Shinmi bending her bow and arrow, shooting 4 stragglers one after another. Only then did the stragglers, who had become a pot of chaos, stop and look at second Miss Shinmi in horror. The second captain, Zhao Su, retraced the death of a straggling hulk who rushed to the cauldron with a single shot. When the other ministries saw that Vice Captain Zhao Su and the others had struck out, they immediately drew their weapons and rushed towards the disruptive stragglers. At once, some of the originally fierce and vicious stragglers directly wilted, lowering their heads like quails, not daring to utter a single breath. Only then did Vice Captain Zhao Su order his men to continue distributing the boiled porridge. Zhang Sui looked at the scene and shook his head. Some of the stragglers are really apt proof of the saying that the pitiful must be hated. He also realized more and more that in this chaotic world, it was impossible to send out kindness indiscriminately. Today, however, there are not so many menacing ministries sitting around. This good deed of opening the barn to provide food is not only not a good thing, but it may also bring disaster to the Jin family. Zhang Sui and the second Miss Shinmi watched the eastern part of the city Chu handing out rarefied rice for a while, before turning back to the south of the city. The south side of the city has also begun to give out rarefied rice. Pan Feng, hanging at the city gates, was too dead to die. There was no more blood coming out of his body. Perhaps because of the deterrent of Pan Feng's corpse, the stragglers in the south of the city behaved themselves very well, and no one dared to make trouble. Zhang Sui and the second young Miss Shinmi had been watching the city's southern quartet finish distributing the diluted rice before they followed this group of ministries back to the Jin family. Zhang Sui returned to the ministry compound through the back door. The underlings of the mansion brought dinner to the ministry. While eating with his minions, Zhang Sui told them the story of Liu Bei. This time the talk was about the monk of the straw lamp. There were also monks at the end of the Han dynasty. Zhang Sui remembers very clearly that Tao Qian is the one who believes in Buddhism. At this time, however, it was just there, and not yet very widespread, but the ministry of the congregation knew. There is one temple in Wuji County, which is not very big. According to what the ministers had said, every year before the 3 dynasties, the lady would take a trip to the temple to pray for the sick and deceased head of the family and the eldest son. The 3rd dynasty is the spring festival in the later world. All the ministries listened to Zhang Sui's speech on the monk of the grass lantern with fervor. Just then, he saw a person walk through the archway door, and it was clearly Hong Yu. Hong Yu's pretty face flushed red. She could hear Zhang Sui's voice from a long way outside the archway, as well as the excited ghostly cries of her minions. She spat hard toward the ground. This guy, Zhang Sui, is really the most denizen of all. Despite this, she had to walk in and plucked out Zhang Sui without a good look and said, "Come out. Madam told me to take you to the hall. The county magistrate is here and asked you to explain about the murder of County Captain Pan Feng today." End of chapter. Chapter 32 Hong Yu's shyness, at least it's not an elm brain. Chapter 32 Hong Yu's shyness, at least it's not elm brain. All the ministries were quiet and smiled sarcastically when they heard Zhang Sui say this. 9 times out of 10, the maid had heard the story from earlier again. On weekdays, when men say this among themselves, they are not burdened by it, but rather they are still exceptionally excited and even discuss its details. For example, in the previous Catching a Corpse Beauty, the Fonzie and the zombie were stalking each other. According to Zhang Sui, zombies are dead people. Since it's a dead person, how does the Fonzie stalk it? But, in front of a woman, they are a little embarrassed. Zhang Sui hurriedly finished the bowl of rice in one gulp, and asked Fong a dog to help him wash the bowl, while he quickly followed Hong Yu. The two exited the ministry compound one after the other. Hong Yu walked in front. Her ears were red, mumbling, "You seem to know a lot about bedtime matters. Tell me, did you take a wife? Or have you been to a brothel?" Zhang Sui busily said, "Heaven and earth are kind. I absolutely did not. Not to mention going to brothels. There aren't many people in my hometown of Yanmen. Those border generals have been in complete disarray since the Yellow Turban Rebellion. They keep us civilians captive. When there is no war, the men went to work on the fortifications. Women are played by them. Once there's not enough food, we'll be stewed in one pot. Those of us who live in fear and trembling and hide all over the place during the week, how can we be in the mood for bedlam? Brothels, that's even more so only in places like Wuji County. 10,000 what-ifs. There are, and those whores won't be alive, having long since been spoiled by those border generals. According to the memories of this body, from the time of Lingdi, the people around Yanmen Pass were not treated as human beings. Those border generals have long since lost their humanity. Good women, but any good-looking ones, were dragged off to the army and spoiled by the count, or even by the dozens. Come out alive. The bodies are thrown directly into the wild to be eaten by wild animals. As for the men, from time to time they were harvested by the border generals and taken to the court to claim credit. The court never validates these. Later, when the drought was so severe that food was stretched to the limit, the court directly ordered the border generals to draft their own provisions. The civilians around Yanmen then have even less to live for. Many are directly captive as two-legged sheep. Miserable to the core. Zhang Sui's body followed the townspeople to hide, fled to Wuji County, and only by chance did he pick up a life. According to the memory, when Zhang Sui's body escaped from Yanmen Pass, within 10 miles of Yanmen Pass, not to mention the people, it was impossible to see ahead. Zhang Sui let out a long sigh. In this great land, since ancient times, regardless of the change of dynasties, commoners have not been treated as human beings by the ruling class. The people of the ruling class are referred to as the people of the lineage. Seeing Zhang Sui in such a despondent state, Hong Yu bit her red lips, slowed down her steps and walked side by side with Zhang Sui, softly saying, "I was wrong. I misunderstood you. The past is the past. Now in the Jin family, if you do well, and marry and have children in the future, it won't be a problem. Besides, you're so talented. People will be happy even if you want more women." Zhang Sui was originally in a somewhat sad mood. At this moment, listening to Hong Yu say so, looking at her pretty face with a gentle look, his mind suddenly could not help but to recall the content in the Monk of the Grass Lantern that he had just told. Zhang Sui gulped. This delicate face, although far inferior to that of the lady in the second miss, was also collagenous, bouncy, and very much an appetite for a bite. After a slight hesitation, Zhang Sui still gently touched Hong Yu's small hand and asked in a low, tentative voice, "Sister, what do you think then?" Hong Yu felt Zhang Sui's hand pass over her hand, and the morning sun instantly climbed up her jade neck. Subconsciously, she wanted to slap Zhang Sui. Denizen, for the first time in her life, she was touched by a man. But just as her hand rose, she let it drop again, her head lowered, her heart pounding. Zhang Sui, this person, was not a positively tight person in the first place. Who's the one who's painting those shoulder and thigh portraits? Who's the one who talks about bedtime in a colorful way? But even so, there is no denying that Zhang Sui is a talented man. This would be a slap in the face. And if he were to go cold on himself and hook up with one of the other maids in the mansion, there's a good chance Madame would be okay with it. Really, one would have to cry oneself to death. It's not easy to find a reliable man in today's world. As for worldly gentlemen, she did not dare to hope. With her status, if she really met those sons of the world, she wouldn't even be able to be a concubine. By following Zhang Sui, at least, there would be an identity. Thinking of this, Hong Yu's small hands tugged at her sleeves, gathering enough courage. Her voice trembled a little. I'm not that jealous. After saying that, his small feet quickly moved forward and pulled a distance from Zhang Sui. Her hands covered her chest. Feeling the violent beating in her chest, Hong Yu's mouth shivered slightly underneath her fiery pretty face. This denizen. You've said it all yourself. If he's still an elf, he can go to hell. Zhang Sui followed Hong Yu, looking at the slim body underneath Hong Yu's long skirt. The corner of Zhang Sui's mouth slightly grinned upwards, although he had already confirmed that Hong Yu was interested in him before. But now, after Hong Yu said it, the stone hanging in his heart finally fell. Before crossing over, I wasn't married myself. Nowadays, nonetheless, there are women who like them, or are so gentle and considerate and good-looking. Zhang Sui quickly stepped forward and touched Hong Yu's small hand once again. Sister, you're so nice. He didn't dare to be too indiscreet. After all, it wasn't dark yet, or in a big family like the Jin family. This is a show of love that could have dire consequences if they were caught. After all, this was not the era of the late Han dynasty, not 2,000 years later. Hong Yu still kept her head down, feeling Zhang Sui's hand touching her own. Hong Yu's face flushed red. Not daring to talk, she sped up her pace a few more steps forward, pulling away from Zhang Sui once again. Zhang Sui stepped forward and touched again. Hong Yu's pretty face was about to drip blood. This denizen. It's getting more and more licentious. Hong Yu turned her head, and under her reddened pretty face, a pair of beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Finally, the two came near the hall. Hong Yu pointed down to the hall entrance from afar and said in no uncertain terms, "Go there yourself." Right there. She, in turn, left at a brisk pace, rather like running away in a panic. If she followed Zhang Sui over there again, she was really afraid that Zhang Sui would be dishonest and make a move. In case Madame and Second Miss saw it, she couldn't even dare to imagine the consequences. After walking a long way and watching Zhang Sui already arrive at the entrance of the hall, Hong Yu then stopped her footsteps, covered her burning pretty face and ears with both hands, and secretly spat and cursed. Denizen! Cursing, Hong Yu removed her hands and still had a delicate smile on her face. At least it's not Elmwood. Otherwise, it's a crying shame. End of chapter. Chapter 33, Madame's Strength. Chapter 33, Madame's. Zhang Sui rushed all the way to the hall. In the hall at this time, there was only a middle-aged scribe wearing a luxurious brocade robe with a big belly. At the doorway, on the other hand, stood a couple of maids and two male underlings. These people, too, now recognized Zhang Sui. After all, Zhang Sui even made the steward this time, and together they organized the opening of the barn to provide food. When they saw Zhang Sui, they saluted and greeted him. Lord Record. Zhang Sui smiled and nodded in response. Sheesh. It's so comforting to live like this. He had the feeling of a small leader before he crossed over. The middle-aged scribe was originally in the hall casually watching the lines carved on the walls on both sides. At the sound of movement, he turned back in confusion. Although Zhang Sui was meeting the middle-aged scribe for the first time, he guessed the identity of the other party. This magistrate of Wuji County. Zhang Sui stood in the doorway, not knowing whether he should go in or not. After all, this is ancient times. There are too many ancient rules. It's not as casual as it was before you crossed over. Facing an official like the magistrate, although the Jin family is not afraid, it is enough to press him a big head of the main record. The middle-aged scribe was indeed the county magistrate of this Wuji County. Zhang Shen, as Zhang Sui had guessed. He had just heard truly that the maids and subordinates at the door just now had called each other master records and were very polite. Now he is here waiting for the lady. Instead, the other side came. It means that the other party, this master record status, is not big, but it is also the lady's personal person. It's always good to strike up a good relationship. Magistrate Zhang Shen patted his bulging abdomen and greeted him with a smile, taking the initiative to salute. I am Magistrate Zhang Shen. I don't know how to address the master record. What is the character of the table? Seeing that County Magistrate Zhang Shen had even taken the initiative to open his mouth, Zhang Sui could only go in and return the salute. My name is Zhang Sui, and I don't have an epithet yet. Magistrate Zhang Shen said. That would be Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang is so young, but he's actually a big shot by Madam's side. It's really admirable, Zhang Sui said with a leathery smile. Mama, you're the one who's a man of honor. County Magistrate, you make me envious. Magistrate Zhang Shen shook Zhang Sui's hand and said with a look of excitement, so do I. Zhang Sui, this magistrate, Zhang Shen, smiled fawningly. Moreover, a county magistrate was still so polite to a Jin family's main record such as himself. Definitely a smiley face. Is this a way to start with yourself and inquire about news related to the Jin family in the future? Zhang Sui gave a dark laugh. That depends on who has the best tactics. He used himself as a tool. He may not be a tool. Zhang Sui also shook back and smiled. Then we are truly brothers. Prefectural magistrate brothers. Get together often in the future. Magistrate Zhang Shen was happy in his heart. After all, you're young, and a few blowouts and you're out of your mind. There are plenty of places to use it in the future. Magistrate Zhang Shen nodded, the flab on his chin wobbling as he said, of course, that's a must. Just then, two figures came outside. It was certainly Madam and second Miss Shinmi. Instead of a long dress, as usual, Madam wore a jacket today, with a sash around her waist. Originally a tall figure. At this moment it appeared that the figure was even more like a curve, especially the belt cinched at the waist, which set off a high bulge in the upper half of the body. Zhang Sui couldn't help but ring out a saying he had read before crossing the border. A woman who lowers her head and doesn't see her toes is already a great color. And Mrs. probably can't see her toes. And there's more than that advantage. Her fair and pretty face, without applying any powder, already gave off a feeling of being like a heavenly fairy. The narrow eyes, at that moment, contained a smirk, as if they were trying to suck people in. Zhang Sui originally giggled at County Magistrate Zhang Shen. At the moment, however, there was no mood for that hypocrisy at all. He felt an urge in his body to rub his lady into his arms and ravage her. This kind of maturity that flows out without thinking is something that a young girl can't fake no matter what. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. Pieces of. It was a pity that he had traveled across, just like this in a body with no identity whatsoever. If he could cross over into Yuan Shao or Chow Chow or something like that, he would never rest until he got his lady in his hands. Next to Madam, the second young lady was half a head shorter than Madam. The second young lady was just wearing an ankle-length gown today, with a puffy waist and no visible figure at all. Moreover, the face was veiled and unreadable. However, a pair of beautiful eyes flooded with a cold aura, giving people an air of being uninviting. Mother and daughter walk together and don't look like mother and daughter at all. Like an elder sister and a younger sister. All are stunning though. However, if given the choice, his first choice would definitely be Mrs. As for the broken shoes thing that many people used to say before crossing over, such a lady, even if she was a broken shoe, he would gladly accept and more. County Magistrate Zhang Shen was also busy collecting his laughter at this time. Respectfully rushing at Madam and second Miss Shinmi, he bowed and said, Madam, second Miss. Both women gave the magistrate a nod. The lady smiled and said, take your seat. A few maids came up with tea and pastries. Her ladyship was seated at the top of the hall. The magistrate is on the right below. Zhang Sui sat on his knees on the left side of the support heel. The maid served tea and pastries and retreated. The lady looked at Magistrate Zhang Shen and asked knowingly, I wonder if Magistrate Zhang is here too. Magistrate Zhang Shen smiled with him and said, it's like this. Today County Captain Pan Feng had a conflict with the Jin family's troops, which was a minor matter, but he was shot and killed, and his body is hanging at the city gate. That's a county captain appointed by the Jizhou government. I really don't know how to account for this. This news has probably already reached the Jizhou government. I just came here specifically to talk to your ladyship about what to do about this. The lady picked up her teacup and took a small sip before she sneered. How is it being handled? Magistrate Zhang is bullying my Jin family's orphans and widows? The dozen or so lives in front of the county courthouse. Those are the ministries that my Jin family has its eye on today. We were going to bring them into the mansion. Now that there is an imminent war across the river in Yuyang, our county is full of bullies and stragglers. My Jin family is under threat at any time. A servant found a thief crawling into our mansion yesterday. We were short of men, and it was not easy to recruit ministries. And Pan Feng, the county captain, killed our men. Pan Feng is nothing more than a general under Han Fu in the past, now a lost dog not valued by the officials of Jizhou. Where did he get the guts to bully my Jin family like that? Moreover, once he died, Magistrate Zhang immediately came over to raise hell. Could it be that Pan Feng was instructed by Magistrate Zhang? Magistrate Zhang, you have good tactics, killing our ministry and then letting evil people invade my Jin family. Are you trying to kill us with a borrowed knife? Seeing his wife's aggressiveness, Magistrate Zhang Shen wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and busily got up and said, Ma'am, there is absolutely no such thing. As a magistrate, I am on an equal footing with the prefectural captain. so how can I instruct him? Besides, how dare I make a move against the Jin family? I'm not asking for a statement for Captain Pan. I just want to notify your wife in advance that the Jizhou officials might be coming, so that your wife can prepare for it. The lady's beautiful eyes glanced at Magistrate Zhang Xin and said, a reminder to respond? Why should my Jin family respond? So many of my Jin family's minions have died, all of them killed while fighting with Pan Feng, that bereaved dog. Moreover, these ministries, I have witnesses that it was when we were opening the barn to feed the grain that Pan Feng, that bereaved dog, deliberately made trouble before the conflict. You didn't just kill my Jin family's ministers, you also messed up and prevented our Jin family from opening the barn to provide food. Magistrate Zhang, the Jizhou government and the county office must give a statement within 3 days. Otherwise, I'll stir this up and let the people of the world judge. Magistrate Zhang Xin still has to say. The lady said coldly, send the guests away. The 2 male subordinates at the doorway immediately came in and stood beside the county magistrate Zhang Xin on the left and right, making a gesture of invitation. Magistrate Zhang Xin glanced at his wife and turned a little pale. In the end, he left unhappy. Zheng Sui watched the entire scene. Cowhide. The world's great families really do have cowhide. Completely disrespectful to the magistrate. Like disliking a grandchild. He was beginning to be able to understand somewhat the murder of Sun Ce, Sun Quan's constant state of hysteria, and Liu Bei's battle of Yiling. Just one fallen Jin family is already so untouchable. How can this be fun when there's a bunch of families under that rule? End of chapter. Chapter 34, Madam, Mir, be nice to him. Chapter 34, Madam, Mir, be nice to him. Watching County Magistrate Zhang Xin leave with Zheng Sui still standing in place, the lady laughed. Zhang Sui, what are you doing? Only then did Zhang Sui come back to his senses and smiled somewhat sardonically. No, it's nothing. It's just that I think that not only is the lady good looking, her ability is also extraordinary. No wonder she is able to support the Jin family. When the lady heard Zhang Sui say this, she was not happy, but sighed and said, I don't want to either. However, if I am not this strong, how will my Jin family survive? In this man-eating world, the Jin family is like a pot of sizzling delicacies that everyone is eyeing. The only way I can keep everyone at bay is to drape thorns all over myself. Zheng Sui sighed as he heard his wife say this. In that case, it's true. Although the Jin family, as a declining lineage, had acted this strong just now, but if you're not strong, you'll be swallowed up without a crumb. In this era of the late Han dynasty, showing goodness, others will not be grateful and will only feel that they have finally found a good prey to be bullied and to start with. Zhang Sui said, it's quite good, ma'am. Anyway, I idolize the lady. I will definitely learn more from your ladyship in the future to help make my Jin family strong. When the lady heard Zhang Sui say this, she laughed and said, what is the idol? Zhang Sui said, an idol. An idol is someone who is admired and respected. For example, the first emperor is my idol. The lady's pretty face was a bit unnatural as she said, you're exaggerating. Second Miss Shinmi snorted lightly. The talent is there, but, is a denizen. Now the sycophancy is on display. The lady glanced at the second young Miss Shinmi and gave her an angry look before she said to Zhang Sui, do you know why I asked you to come here? Zhang Sui shook his head and said, please, ma'am, enlighten me. Madam said, I'm just letting you understand the status of my Jin family in Wuji County. Although we are declining, we are still a great family. Not just anyone can bully us. You, as the main mark of my Jin family, as long as you don't cause any major problems, other things, let go and do them. As long as it favors my Jin family will back you up. Besides, you're not too young to have a family. In that case, you pay attention during the day and see which maid you like. If you fancy it, tell me, and I will betroth her to you. In short, in a word, as long as you do a good job, my Jin family will not treat you poorly. Zhang Sui busily said. Thank you, ma'am. The lady added. By the way, what is your watchword? Zhang Sui said. It is not yet time to take the epithet. Madam pondered for a moment and looked at the second young Miss Shinmi beside her. Seeing this, Shinmi blurted out. Sui has 2 meanings. One is said to be an access road, the meaning of a waterway. One is said to be the meaning of access and no disadvantage. How old are you in your family? Zhang Sui said. Boss, the others, they're all dead. Madam looked at Zhang Sui with some sympathy. Shinmi said, then how about taking Bo Chang for the watchword? Bo, the meaning of boss. Chang, all things go smoothly and smoothly through. No harm done. The lady looked to Shinmi with a face full of pride. This second daughter of his own, though a woman, is very talented. Unfortunately, not a male. And I don't know who I'll marry in the future. I also wonder if that man will cherish his second daughter. Nor do I know her future destiny. Had it been as he was, though far superior to the average. However, the eldest son and husband has passed away. They are alone in the house. Night and night loneliness, but also have to be careful and prudent to support this huge Jin family, living that is exceptionally painful. However, if the second son is able to support the Yen family, she is willing to hand over her other children to him, and then go to the bottom of the 9 springs to meet her husband. I don't know how long it will last like this. If at this time, there was a man of comparable stature who wouldn't plot against the Yen family, who was still willing to support the Yen family, and who could shrink in his arms at night and enjoy his favor. At the thought, the lady shook her head. How is that possible? How can a man who really has this talent be so kind? Just like Yuan Shao. His words are earnest, but full of plans to usurp the Jin family. If he really went over for his own selfishness, then the Jin family would be completely finished. You won't even be able to see your husband after you die. Seeing that Jinmi said so, Zhang Sui busily said, Second Miss is not only a fairy descending to the earth, but also has such talent, rare in the ancient world. I really admire it. This watchword is quite good. Thank you, Second Miss. Only then did Second Miss Jinmi glance at Zhang Sui. The little mouths are not stopping. Oily mouth. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be flattered by you. The lady smiled. Alright, Bo Qing, you go and rest. For the next few days, you'll open the barn and feed the grain properly. Zhang Sui made a bow and retreated. Madame and Second Miss Jinmi had been watching Zhang Sui leave and disappear into the night. It was only then that the lady looked at the second youngest lady, Jun Mi, and said, Why do you feel that you are so hostile towards Bo Chang? Don't be like this in the future. This Berchang, except for being thinner and having a bad birth, is not bad in all other aspects. Be talented to be talented. There are schemes and there are schemes. Did he not do a good job of organizing the opening of the barn for food today? For my mother to see his drawings was astonishing. Ask yourself, can you think of drawing those in graph paper? The second young lady, Jun Mi, said, My daughter admits all of this, but he's oily and slippery, and he's still a denizen. He draws those kinds of pictures for the ministry. Mother, haven't you ever seen them? The lady laughed dumbly. This matter is indeed a bit of that. But, on the other hand, he actually helped our Jin family. Those ministries of the house are basically familyless. But they're normal men too. There's always a need. In the old days, we used to give them money twice a year so they could go to a brothel to vent their frustrations. Every time I come back, someone always catches a dirty disease. Nowadays, this Bo-chan uses his painting skill to paint those for those ministries, and also makes those ministries less lustful. No one is perfect. Don't be too hard on yourself. Not for mother to praise him. The husband you marry in the future. But if he has this talent, then your husband's family will definitely prosper for several generations. If it weren't for his bad birth, how could our Jin family have possibly enlisted him? Not to mention, the person is also a protege of Ding Yuan, the former pastor of Parallel Prefecture. Second Miss Jinmi was going to say more. The lady held up her hand and said, Let's not talk about that. It's getting late. Go see your fifth sister and then take care of some more paperwork for mother. Only then did Second Miss Jinmi say, Good. The two mothers and daughters then stood up and walked out, and Zhang Sui, too, returned to the courtyard ministry. This time he didn't just add on, because it is indeed getting late. On weekdays, the fifth young Miss Rong and Han Yu both brought food. Sure enough, he didn't have to wait long by the ancient well before Han Yu came first. Putting down a bowl of soup cake and a few green vegetables, Han Yu went straight away this time, telling him to leave the bowl until tomorrow, when she would come to pick it up. Zhang Sui let out a laugh as he looked at Han Yu's fallen appearance. It's a chick after all. Cheeky. Tonight, the two were in a complete showdown, and she was a little embarrassed. One day when she calms down, she'll take it a step further, hold a little hand or something. After all, it's in ancient times, so don't be in too much of a hurry. Otherwise, even if people are interested in them, they may not be able to stand the constraints of the morals of this era and simply stay away from them. Just as she was eating happily, fifth Miss Rome came up with a smile, took out a handkerchief with 2 large chicken legs wrapped in it from her sleeve, and handed it to Zhang Sui. Hong Yu also brings you food. Ha, she likes you too? As expected. My vision is awesome. When I grow up in the future, I'll be the eldest and she'll be the youngest. Zhang Sui looked at the little girl in front of him, who was only 5 or 6 years old, and was just about to say, What are you thinking? But looking at the other party's big, innocent and clear eyes, Zhang Sui swallowed his words back. It's just a 5 or 6-year-old girl. She doesn't understand even if she says too much. When she grows up, she will naturally forget everything. Zhang Sui smiled and said, Whatever you say. With a cheeky smile, Jinrong squatted beside Zhang Sui, her right hand propped up on her chin, smiling as she watched Zhang Sui eat. After a while, She suddenly reached out her hand and pinched the side of Zhang Sui's face, saying triumphantly, "I feel like I've grown meat." Zhang Sui, looking at you. I feel like I'm looking at my family's rhubarb. Watching it go from such a tiny one to such a big one. Jinrong gestured twice. Zhang Sui looked at fifth Miss Jinrong and was directly speechless. This little girl. You think you're playing a parenting game? End of chapter. Chapter 35, Partial General Koji is coming. Chapter 35, Partial General Koji is coming. Jinrong watched Zhang Sui finish his meal before he bounced away. Zhang Sui looked at her happy face and was quite envious. Little girls are little girls. Though intelligent, he is not well versed in the ways of the world. Now it's a chaotic time. The world is in turmoil, but she's able to live her life. This would be great if I could do the same for myself. However, Zhang Sui soon suppressed it all. If you were really like the fifth young lady, you would have been a corpse long ago. Zhang Sui strolled around the ancient well for nearly a quarter of an hour, waiting for his food to be digested before he stripped off his shirt and began the additional training in basic boxing and kung fu in the first stance of the Zhao family gun. This time, Zhang Sui directly practiced for an extra hour. I was out all day today and didn't have time to practice my martial arts. Again, he considers himself relatively mediocre, especially when it comes to martial arts. Now at this age and in this chaotic world, it's natural to be a dumb bird and practice more. If you master the martial arts early, you can also have the power to defend yourself. He got the hint midway through his extra training, and today he triggered another blitz, gaining 0.4 pounds of strength. Zhang Sui was in a good mood. The conditions for this blast rate trigger don't seem too harsh, but the odds are so much higher than the pre-crossing Fortuna lottery. At this rate, he could gain several times the strength of 36.5 pounds in a year. If you can gain 100 pounds, the more Zhang Sui thinks about it, the more excited he gets. Maybe, you can be a fierce general yourself. Zhang Sui finished his extra training, dried his sweat, and took a shower before going back to sleep. Since crossing over, he had slept well and had surprisingly little insomnia. After sleeping until dawn, Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su have already pulled the team out to open the barn to provide food. Zhang Sui took 2 ministries and went to the entrance of the residence and waited for the second young lady Jinrong to come out in disguise. The 4 of them first made a tour of the Jin family residence to confirm that there were no oversights before going to the 2 city gates in the south and the east of the city for relief point inspections. After yesterday afternoon's ruckus, no one came to make trouble today, and at the south gate of the city, Pan Feng's body is still hanging on the city wall. Zhang Sui had his men put Pan Feng's body down, rather than being kind-hearted. Rather, corpses hang for too long and are prone to rotting and stinking, even attracting infectious diseases such as the plague. Pan Feng's warning had served its purpose. That's enough. Zhang Sui personally escorted Pan Feng's body to the county office. Madam and the second young lady are not convenient to go out and interact with the magistrate Zhang Shen, who himself is a master marker and has no scruples in that area. Although the county magistrate's official position is not big, it is still being held by the big families of Wuji County. But then again, it's somewhat useful. Zhang Shen, the magistrate, saw Zhang Sui sending Pan Feng's body over and was busy thanking him. Magistrate Zhang Shen held Zhang Sui's hand and said with a miserable look that he was about to cry out, "Master Zhang, go back and help me put in a good word to Madam. Yesterday's incident was really not my intention. I am on equal footing with Captain Pan Feng and Captain Wang Hao. How could I mobilize him?" Zhang Sui sighed. "Isn't that nonsense? I told you yesterday that you and I felt like brothers at first sight, so I persuaded the lady yesterday." Pointing at Pan Feng's corpse, Zhang Sui said, "If I hadn't talked Madam into it, do you think I would dare to take the liberty of bringing Pan Feng's corpse here?" Second Miss Shinmi rolled her eyes straight from the side. She discovered a third flaw in the man, lies at his fingertips. Mother doesn't even know you advised her. However, she naturally wouldn't reveal it. She followed Zhang Sui on patrol and was just playing the hand. It's not good for you to really expose yourself. If you really want to say something, it's not too late to go back and fix him. When Magistrate Zhang Shen heard Zhang Sui say this, he smiled so much that his eyes narrowed to a slit and said, "So that's how it is. I say, Lord Recorder Zhang, I'm also fond of you at first sight now. If it weren't for the fact that I'm too much older than you, I'd want to worship the Emperor's heaven and earth with you." Zhang Sui laughed out loud. "After all, it's too much of a difference to be convenient. However, Magistrate, I still regard you as a brother from the bottom of my heart, and you and I will have to communicate with each other more often in the future." Magistrate Zhang Shen couldn't wait for him to be able to plant his hands in each of the big families in Wuji County. It's just not easy to place. For one thing, he was only a magistrate, and in Wuji County, he didn't have much power. Secondly, this county magistrate of his own, compared to the various big families, that is simply not enough to look at. As long as you are not stupid, you will choose to rely on the various big families rather than yourself. This Zhang master record initiative to send to the door. That is really just dozed off. Someone send pillow. Of course, if you want to enlist this Xin family's manpower, you have to give some benefits appropriately. Thinking of this, Magistrate Zhang Shen pulled Zhang Sui closer and whispered with his ear, "We are all brothers. Help each other. I'll tell you a recent piece of intelligence. Don't reveal it." Zhang Sui nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice and said, "Naturally, naturally." County Magistrate Zhang Shen said, "The Jizhou government, as you know, is in Yecheng. Just late last night, the Yecheng side urgently issued papers asking me to prepare to receive the Partial General Koji. Moreover, the Partial General Koji is going to join Yanmen General Yan Rou at our quarters at the eastern gate of the Wuji County town. Partial General Koji spent a lot of time in Liangzhou, you know?" Zhang Sui hissed darkly. "Koji and Yan Rou are going to rendezvous in Wuji County? Wuji County is afraid of a wave of devastation. Although Koji was a great general in history, and even defeated the famous White Horse Guards, however, he is well known in Xiliang. His soldiers, all of them are the elite of the western Liangchangs. The Chang people, to the Han people, are even more cruel, never treating the Han people as human beings. Plus Yan Rou, the general of Yanmen County, captivated the people and treated them as two-legged sheep, and even opened the Yanmen Pass to lure the Xianbei and other Hu people to join him. With the two demons together, the people of Wuji County were simply lambs to the slaughter. They rendezvoused in Wuji County, and their purpose was supposedly to attack Yuyang County in Ji, to avenge Lu Yu, the former Yuzhou pastor. There was such a battle in history. Moreover, in the end, it was Koji and Yan Rou who were victorious, and Gong Sun Zan who suffered a crushing defeat. Only, the history books do not record that Koji converged outside Wuji County. In any case, this is an important piece of news, and it is important to hasten to alert the lady. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui laughed at County Magistrate Zhang Shen. "Understood. I understand. I accept this favor." Magistrate Zhang Shen's flabby chin busily nodded and said, "It must be." Zhang Sui chatted with the Magistrate Zhang Shen for a while longer, this time about Koji's past. County Magistrate Zhang Shen was quite a bit surprised Zhang Sui, he, the magistrate, didn't even know so much about Partial General Koji. It can be seen that to be able to do the main record in the Jin family, not ordinary people. Zhang Sui said goodbye to the County Magistrate Zhang Shen and immediately took the second Miss Shinmi and two ministries back in a hurry. Second Miss Shinmi curiously said, "What's the hurry to go back? Why don't we go on to see the two grain relief points?" Zhang Sui glanced at the second young Miss, Junmi, and said with a serious face, "Something big is going to happen soon. If we don't make preparations, the Jin family and the other great families may suffer." Although historically the Jin family did not suffer. However, history does not record this segment in detail. In case the butterfly effect was triggered because of his appearance, causing the original trajectory of some things to change, thus causing the Yin family to suffer. He would cry. He is now so hard to hold such a big leg. Jin family is gone. Even if he does not die, he will have to be in all directions. In today's chaotic world, where can you run away to? End of chapter. Chapter 36, Zhao Yun, the magnificent strongman of Changshan County. Chapter 36, Zhao, the magnificent strongman of Changshan County. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Zhang Sui didn't explain, but said, "There are many people outside. Let's talk about it when we see the lady." The group quickly walked back to the Jin family. Entering the mansion, Second Miss Shinmi took the lead and went straight to find Madam. Her ladyship was leading the second son, Yan Yan, in the warehouse to supervise the subordinates in counting the list of various materials in the warehouse. Hearing Zhang Sui say that he had something urgent to report, the lady then took the second son, Jin Yan, and rushed to the study. After dismissing the others and allowing Zhang Sui to sit down and take a sip of tea, the lady then smiled and said, "Bo Qing, what's the matter that's so panicky?" Zhang Sui said with a serious face, "Just now, I went to patrol the south of the city and saw the body of Captain Pan Feng still hanging on the city wall, so I unhooked it and sent it to the county office and met the magistrate. The magistrate and I browbeat each other. He should be trying to use me as a pawn he has planted in the Jin family, to pull me in. He told me an urgent tip. Last night, he received urgent intelligence from the official side of Jizhou. The partial general, Koji, is coming soon to join Yanmen General Yan Rou at our quarters at the eastern gate of the Wuji County town." The lady's pretty face got serious this time. Only after a while did she look at the second youngest lady, Junmi, and said, "This is a big deal. Prepare the receiving supplies to treat General Koji, and we mustn't fall short of our Jin family's reputation." Zhang Sui, "No, ma'am. You'll just prepare the receiving supplies?" Madam and second Miss Shinmi both looked blankly at Zhang Sui. The lady said, "Partial General Koji is the most capable general in assisting the Jizhou minister. If he is going to visit here, what else can we do but prepare the supplies to receive him? Although our Jin family is a great family, that is for ordinary people, against a great general like Koji, we have no power to fight back. Except, Zhang Sui is a bit helpless. Woman. It's a woman after all. Put them in charge of the backyard and they can do a good job. And they couldn't think beyond the backyard. No wonder. Although this land has produced countless famous generals, but female generals, there are only a few. To be precise, only women's Hao of the Shang dynasty and Qin Liangyu of the Ming dynasty. The other female generals are folkloric fabrications. Zhang Sui took a deep breath and said to his wife, "Ma'am, that's not the problem." The lady frowned her eyebrows and said, "What do you mean?" Zhang Sui looked at Madam Second Miss Shinmi, and Second Prince Shin Yan with a sullen face and said, "Madam, Second Miss, and Second Prince, none of you have ever met Koji, nor have you learned in detail about this person's identity and background, have you?" The lady nodded and said, "When my late husband was alive, he was only an order of Shankai, and was not qualified to meet a great general like Koji. After my late husband's illness and death, I and several of my children never left Wuji County. I just heard that General Koji and the Jizhou minister have defeated the white horse boxers of the Yuzhou minister Gongsunzan." Second Duke Xinyan suddenly said, "I thought he was a hero of his generation." Zhang Sui looked at Second Duke Xinyan and wanted to laugh a little. Heroes? If being able to kill people is called being a hero, there were indeed many heroes at the end of the Han dynasty. By this standard, Dong Zhuo can even be considered a hero. Zhang Sui asked rhetorically, "Then does the second prince know that this Koji, the generals under his hand are all Chang elites from Xiliang? They have never treated us Han Chinese as human beings. They are all using our Han men as slaves and women as venting tools, and when they're done using them, they give them as food to be stewed and roasted for meat?" Second Duke Xinyan's face turned pale as his mouth shivered. "Impossible, isn't it? General Koji has always been a general of our Han. How could he treat our Han people like this?" Madam and Second Miss Shinmi also blushed a bit. Zhang Sui ignored the three's ugly faces and said, "Madam, Second Miss and Second Duke, after all, you have never been out of this Wuji County and are under the protection of the Jin family, so you don't understand the tragedy outside today. I come from Yanmen County, not to mention Koji. Even the generals of Yanmen County have long since gotten used to treating us Han people as two-legged sheep. The women are all used as ventilators, and the men help repair the fortifications in their spare time. When there's no more use for them, or not enough food, they're slaughtered and eaten. Just among the stragglers we have in the city today. I even met a man from Yanmen yesterday, on the way from Yanmen to escape here. All his wives and daughters were raped and abused by the Han soldiers at the border. Of course, normal generals, they wouldn't dare to slaughter in Wuji County, no matter what. Our Wuji County is part of Jizhou, but Koji and Yanrou, they are not ordinary generals. Koji is the right-hand man of the Jizhou minister, and, as far as I know, there's more to it than that. His battles have been so dazzling that he has threatened the safety of the Jizhou minister. Jizhou Mu, in the absence of absolute strength, will never do anything to him. Koji is staying in Wuji County with the Chan elite, and if we don't prepare for this, it could be a disaster for our Jin family. Also, he will rendezvous with Yanmen General Yanrou in the eastern part of the city, so we must take precautions as well. Naturally, they won't attack the city. But how are we going to deal with some of Yanrou's generals suddenly barging into the city and even entering our Jin family residence? These generals come in, and even if they do something to the Jin family's women and family property, ultimately the Jizhou government won't do anything harsh. Yanrou, as a general of the allied forces, is dealing with Gongsunzan of Yuzhou, which is a great favor to the Jizhou pastor. So how could he possibly kill all these people for a Jin family that doesn't have anyone who has been in the official government of Jizhou? Zhang Sui swept another glance at Madam and Second Miss Shinmi and said, "Especially with so many women in our Jin family, Madam and Second Miss are even more stunning. If we don't take precautions in advance, the consequences are unimaginable." The lady bowed her head, her mouth shivering slightly. She hadn't really thought about the situation. Over the years, although the world has been in chaos, the biggest chaos, in terms of Wuji County, was probably the Yellow Turban Rebellion. However, his late husband was still alive. He is the one who handles all the matters of the Jin family. He arranged for the Jin family ministry to join forces with the ministries of various other great families to fight against the Yellow Turbans. Wuji County, as a part of Jizhou, was originally under the jurisdiction of Han Fu, the pastor of Jizhou. Later, Yuan Shao served as pastor of Jizhou, and instead of war, there was a peaceful evolution. Han Fu voluntarily ceded Jizhou to Yuan Shao. Over the years, Jizhou and Yuzhou have been at war, and all on the Yuzhou side as well. It did not occur to me that there would be such a sudden change today. and that the generals of his side would become a presence that would jeopardize his own lineage. Madame took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressed her inner panic, and looked at Zhang Sui. Bo Qing, I'm a bit confused right now. Do you have any good solutions? Zhang Sui swept a glance at second Duke Xingyan and second Miss Shinmi. The two were confused about such things. 2. It looks like it would be a dream to hope for them. After a slight contemplation, Zhang Sui said, does our Jin family have any extremely prestigious people? The kind of people who have force and can speak their mind even with other great families? The lady asked. Do the ministry's Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su count? Zhang Sui shook his head. Yesterday, against the county captain Pan Feng, Captain Jin Hao did not even dare to make a direct move, and Pan Feng did not give him face. The lady was silent for a moment, then added, I wonder if it would work if it was a prestigious magnate in the neighborhood. Zhang Sui's eyes lit up and said, if it's a prestigious magnate in the neighborhood that can invite the Jin family, then naturally it will be of use. When Koji Yi and Yan Ro and the others enter Wuji County, Madam and second Miss, you take the good-looking women of the mansion and hide for a while, and it won't be too much of a problem for second prince and this magnate to deal with them. At that time, do all the courtesies, and on the pretext that you, Madam, have gone to visit your mother's family, they will have no choice but to leave. Anyways, we're also a lineage under their rule. Only then did the lady say, just next door to us, in Jinding County of Changshan County, I know of a very famous magnate. This man's name is Zhao Yun. His epithet is Zilong. He is highly skilled in martial arts, and he is loved by all the great families and clans. Before Dongzhou plagued the dynasty, I heard that Zhao Yun recruited his minions to defect to Gongsunzan, and even our Wuji County has had people with high martial arts skills defect. Zhao Yun is magnificent. If it's him, do you think it's okay? End of chapter. Chapter 37, A Kiss. Chapter 37, Kiss. Zhang Sui's eyes lit up when he heard his wife say that. I heard Zhao Yun's name again. Previously, Vice Captain Zhao Su had also talked about Zhao Yun, and said that both of their gun skills were inherited from Tong Yuan, and that they were the two most outstanding in the Zhao family gun. Zhang Sui said, this, I've heard the Vice Captain say it as well, and it feels fine. The lady sighed in relief, took a jade pendant from her waist, handed it to Zhang Sui, and smiled. I'm the daughter of the Zhang family, a famous family in Changshan County, and my father is called Zhang Xian. You take this jade pendant to my father and ask him to step in and take you to Zhao Yun. Second Miss Shinmi said, Mother, he has never gone to see grandfather, and he is afraid that grandfather can't even be seen in person. Lady Fox said, let Vice Captain Zhao Su go over dash. Second Miss Shinmi said, Vice Captain Zhao Su is still opening warehouses to provide food. If he goes, who is scheduled to replace him? And, it feels like chaos within Wuji County today. Vice Captain Zhao Su is strong, and with him around, it feels safer at home. Madam fell silent. It's not easy to send people when you put it that way. The second young lady, Jun Mi, is about to introduce herself. Just then, Zhang Sui suddenly said, just send anyone old Mr. Zhang knows to go with me. As Hong Yu's figure surfaced in his mind, Zhang Sui said, I heard that Miss Hong Yu is the second young Miss Personal Maid. It's only right that old Mr. Zhang knows her as well. It would be fine to send her along. The lady then laughed and said, that's what I forgot. That girl Hong Yu, my father knows her too. Second Miss Shinmi still wants to say. Madam glared at her and said, what are you so excited about? You're an unmarried daughter. What's decent about walking around? Second Miss Shinmi was a bit depressed, but she didn't retort. To go out of this mansion on weekdays is to be a favor to your mother. Now it would be even more impossible to leave Zhongshan County and travel so far to Changshan County next door. Seeing this, the madam signaled Zhang Sui to come up and receive the jade pendant while asking the maid outside the door to go and call Hong Yu over. It didn't take long for Hong Yu to arrive. Hearing madam say that she should accompany Zhang Sui on a trip to Changshan County to see Zhang Xian, Hong Yu responded obediently. Zhang Sui then retreated. After a busy day, Zhang Sui finished his extra practice in the evening and took a shower. When he saw the fifth young Miss Shenrong rushing over, today it turned out to be half a braised bear paw. Zhang Sui looked at the fragrant bear paw and was so moved that tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. Before the crossing, you couldn't eat a bear's paw. That's expressly forbidden by the state. I didn't expect to be able to eat it after crossing over. Zhang Sui laughed out loud as he took a big bite. Worth it. Jinrong sat beside Zhang Sui. Her right hand propped up on her chin as she tilted her head and looked at Zhang Sui with a smile on her face. After a while, when Zhang Sui finished eating, she took out a few pieces of bamboo slips from her sleeves. Instead, it was a couple of arithmetic problems. And, is still the title of Chicken and Rabbit. Zhang Sui looked a little odd. Who would have imagined that a child in the late Han dynasty would have to learn this arithmetic problem? He thought of a novel he had read before crossing the border, the chicken and rabbit in the same cage question was even difficult for the civil and military officials. And then the male protagonist was shocked to be in front of the civil and military officials after he awkwardly pretended to be in front of the civil and military officials. At this moment, meeting Jinron's expectant gaze, Zhang Sui casually made a binary equation. Jinron's large eyes were filled with surprise and a look of entitlement as she said, "I knew it. You definitely knew it. Just, what are these graphics?" Jinron pointed to the various x's and y's in the equation. Zhang Sui grinned. "I wonder if she's asking herself these questions so often that she'll raise a Mr. Woman 2,000 years from now in the future?" Zhang Sui explained to Jinron one by one. The little girl, though she was just under 6 years old and small, listened attentively. At the far corner of the corridor, Hongyu carried a lamp in her left hand and a bowl of corn rice in her right hand. Watching from afar, Zhang Sui and 5th Miss Jinrong were explaining things. 5th Miss Jinrong had her cheeks in both hands, listening attentively, and even hugged Zhang Sui's head and gave him a kiss on the cheek, and Hongyu let out a low laugh. This man, surprisingly, was able to coax the 5th Miss to be so obedient, the gentleman in the private school of the Jin family, but was tossed by the 5th young lady, and even more than once invited the lady to go over to seek justice, because Miss 5 asked too many strange and weird questions. A lot of them made Mr. Couldn't answer. It had not occurred to me that when facing Zhang Sui, he was so well behaved. Ruby backed away a bit. She didn't want the 5th young miss to find out that she was also sneaking food to Zhang Sui. At the very least, one could not let it be known until Zhang Sui had indicated to the lady that he wanted himself. Not even for the 5th young lady. Only when the 5th young Miss Jinrong and Zhang Sui parted ways and left did Hongyu walk up, passing the corn rice to Zhang Sui and taking the porcelain bowl from his side that she hadn't taken away yesterday. Hongyu then pretended to be stern and said, "You're still talking and laughing with 5th young miss?" Zhang Sui let out a laugh as well, and while eating, he said, "She's a little girl, or a 5th miss, and you're my sweetheart." Hongyu snorted lightly, her ears flushing a little. The man, more and more licentious. Yesterday it was touching its own hand. Today one becomes his sweetheart. Hongyu was tempted to say, "I'm not your sweetheart," but when the words reached her mouth, she swallowed them back as she watched Zhang Sui feast. Women can be pampered, but you can't be pampered all the time. She had seen it before when the family head was alive, and the family head took concubines. At first, that concubine was all sorts of pampered into a frenzy in front of the head of the family, but it didn't take long for the head of the family to get tired of it, and even went around when he saw the concubine. Once, he even thought of giving his concubine to a big official, which scared the concubine to tears for a long time, and she has been depressed ever since. At this moment, looking at Zhang Sui, Hongyu's shell teeth bit her red lips and hesitated for a long time before her voice trembled a bit and said, "Me too." Zhang Sui had not expected Hongyu to respond to this question at all. Looking at Hongyu's blushing appearance, Zhang Sui's heart felt like it was being scratched, and he couldn't wait to immediately pounce on her. After all, he held back. This is the Jin family residence. There were too many intimate gestures between the underlings, and if they were caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the lady has promised herself that she can have a maid for marriage. Bear with it for a while, when you are busy with your recent affairs, and help the Jin family to get through this crisis in Koji-e. Then bring it up again, and then, marry Hongyu into the family, and do whatever you want. Isn't it better than sneaking around now? Thinking of this, Zhang Sui came to Hongyu's ear and whispered, "Madam has promised to let me pick a maid in the mansion for marriage. I've already decided. It's you. From now on, you are my wife." Hongyu looked at Zhang Sui in dismay. Madam has made a promise so soon? However, looking at Zhang Sui's head right next to her ear, Hongyu was busy lowering her head again, her entire face burning, her voice trembling as she said, I listen to you." Zhang Sui was just thinking about holding back, but at this moment, looking at Hongyu's pretty face almost dripping with blood, Zhang Sui quickly swept a glance around. Seeing that there was no one nearby, Zhang Sui busied himself by giving Hongyu a peck on the side of her face before squatting a little farther away and continuing to eat. Hongyu's heart stopped beating. This denizen! How dare you bully yourself? Her hands were shaking. Feeling Zhang Sui crouching in the distance, Hongyu's heart was in turmoil for a while before she lightly spat towards the ground. A thief has the heart but not the guts. Kiss and hide. End of chapter. Chapter 38 Meeting Zhao Yun for the first time. Chapter 38 Meeting Zhao for the first time. After Zhang Sui finished eating, he was going to talk to Hongyu for a while. Hongyu, however, didn't give him a chance and left with her rice bowl. Looking at Hongyu's rather deserted figure, Zhang Sui watched her leave with some fondness. I didn't realize that I didn't get married before crossing the border, but I was going to get married soon after crossing the border. Hongyu is pretty and has a likable disposition, and doesn't pretend to be anything more than she is. Thinking about the future, Zhang Sui had a glimmer of hope. Zhang Sui stayed by the ancient well for a while, waiting to digest it before going back to sleep. He was awakened early the next morning. Hong Yu was waiting for him outside. Zhang Sui hurriedly got up, called 4 stout old minions, and went to wait in the lady's study. This time, after all, we are going to meet Madame's father. How can we do without a gift? In this land, it's all about favors since the beginning of time. What's more, Zhao Yun had to be invited over to help. Without some favor, not to mention what Zhao Yun's side thinks, the Jin family itself will lose face. After all, a great family of the world had gone empty-handed to invite someone. When Zhang Sui rushed to the door of the study, Madame had not yet woken up. Still, she got up quickly after the maid informed her. Or maybe it was because she came out in a bit of a hurry. The lady came out wearing only a loose robe. She even stretched and yawned widely as she walked out of the house and crossed the threshold. When she stretched her waist, that lazy posture, coupled with some perfect curves, made Zhang Sui deeply realize the meaning of the idiom of beautiful colors are delicious. Coming out of the house and entering the study, only then did the lady let hand a bamboo slip to Zhang Sui, telling him to take it to the housekeeper and lift some gifts from the warehouse, as well as arranging for a carriage. Zhang Sui and the 4 ministries carried all these gifts to the entrance of the mansion. A whole wagon was piled up. 2 wagons were utilized on this occasion. A wagon specializes in pulling gifts. The other carriage was for Hong Yu to sit in. The people traveling with them this time, in addition to Hong Yu, Zhang Sui, and the 4 old ministries, there were also 20 male subordinates. Along the way, Zhang Sui couldn't even find a chance to be alone with Hong Yu if he wanted to, surrounded by people. The carriage, on the other hand, had a woman, Hong Yu, sitting on it, so Zhang Sui was not in a position to barge in. Sitting on the carriage, Hong Yu laughed out loud as she watched through the curtains of the carriage window as Zhang Sui looked towards her side from time to time with a hopeless look on his face. This denizen. I got a kiss earlier and I guess I want to come back today. But there's no chance of that now. The group expedited all the way to Jingfu County in Shanshan County, where Zhang Xian, the lady's father, lived. Sure enough, Elder Zhang Xian recognized Hong Yu. When Elder Zhang Xian saw Hong Yu, he immediately asked her and Zhang Sui to enter the house and recount the status of the lady and a few of her sons and daughters. After listening to Hong Yu's speech about the purpose of her visit, Zhang Xian's pale face was filled with sighs and sadness as she said, Tanger's fate is too bitter. Today, the large Xin family depends on her alone as a woman. A couple of kids, the oldest died early, and the second, now grown, can't take things on. My granddaughters, they're all smart, but unfortunately, they're all women to be married off. For the first time, Zhang Sui learned that his wife's name was surprisingly called Zhang Tan. After a brief stop, Elder Zhang Xian had his butler take out some gifts from the warehouse and fill up another wagon before he personally led Zhang Sui, Hong Yu, and the others to Jinding County. On the way to Jinding County, Hong Yu had been telling Master Zhang Xian about Madame and the several dukes and young ladies of the Jin family. This was also the first time Zhang Sui had heard so much. From Hong Yu's mouth, Zhang Sui realized that Madame appeared calm and often smiled on the outside, but in private, she was actually a very serious person, especially when it came to the second Duke Xinyan and the third Duke Xinyao. When second Duke Xinyan and third Duke Xinyao saw Madame, it was like seeing a ghost. Every time, he trembled with fear. Zhang Sui really couldn't imagine Madame looking that serious. The ladies he met were of the plump and dainty kind, with a strong matronly air and a smiling face. It's when she's not smiling that she gives off a great sense of intimacy. As for the second young lady, Jun Mi, she is cool on the outside, but in private she is a young girl who loves to be pampered, especially in front of Madame and Hong Yu. As for the fifth young lady Jin Rong, she is a complete 100,000 reasons, often causing Mr. Iron Face. Hong Yu laughed, your old man does not know. The day before yesterday, the fifth young lady will be an intact skirt. The lady has just found a tailor customized, cut off the sleeves, the chest is also cut open. Said what a hot day cool, this is called what shirt? Have to force the lady to wear. That shows her arms and breasts. Where would the lady dare to wear it? The fifth young lady then gave the dress to Mr. Private School, saying that she was grateful for his teaching, and gave it to his concubine to wear, which made Mr. so angry that he called the madam directly. Elder Zhang Xian laughed out loud. How did she think of that? This cannot be allowed. Yo, when you go back, instruct Tanger to keep her in check. If this grows up and she still does this, what will her husband's family think? Zhang Sui steered his horse to the side of the carriage. Hearing Hong Yu say this, his forehead broke out into a cold sweat. A little girl's home. She's so quick with her hands. She'll have to be admonished when she gets back, so she doesn't give herself away. However, Zhang Sui was still quite curious. How would the missus look in a short-sleeved shirt? After all, that body of Madame's is really something. Second miss is good too, but the extent of the boobs, much less than misses. Misses, that's the extent of it, all the way down to the point where you can't see your toes. His mind fantasized about the light of the lady in her short-sleeved shirt, and Zhang Sui hissed, definitely takes your eyes off of it. The caravan made its way into Jinding County and came to a compound. The entire compound was made of clay yellow bricks stacked nearly a meter high, 20 meters long and about 12 meters wide. On the east side of the compound is a two-story wooden house. When Zhang Sui and his group arrived, the wooden door of the compound opened. On the doorway of the first floor, on a few wooden boards, some linen and silk were laid out. Some women were picking out cloth. In the corner of the eastern side of the compound, a big man who was nearly 1 meter 85 or so tall, wearing a green-colored power suit with short clothes, rolling up his sleeves, and in his 30s, was holding an axe, constantly chopping a piece of wood. Hearing the sound of the carriage, he raised his head and looked towards Zhang Sui and his group without pausing in the movements of his hands. Zhang Sui looked at the big man and was secretly surprised. This big man, he was very muscular. As he swung the axe, his biceps bulged. His fingers, gripping the handle of the axe, were all thick and powerful at first glance. The other people who were busy inside the compound seemed to be accustomed to the arrival of Zhang Sui and his group, and none of them paid special attention to this place. Elder Zhang Xian got out of the carriage with the support of two male subordinates. Elder Zhang Xian walked towards the big man chopping wood and smiled. Zilong, do you still remember who I am? Zhang Sui looked at the big man and secretly nodded. So, this is Zhao Yun. This was what he had in mind for Zhao Yun. Tall and very muscular. How can you even hold a lance and cross the sands without this stature? Only then did Zhao Yun put down his axe, wiped both hands on his body, and smiled as he said to old Mr. Zhang Xian, I remember. Why don't I remember? Old Mr. Zhang Xian of Well-Defile County. 3 years ago, I recruited righteous men to join Gongsun Zan and crusade against the traitor Dong Zhuo, and the old gentleman even greeted a few of his minions to come and help me. It's just, I'm sorry, I couldn't bring them back. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Koji is really coming. Chapter 39, Koji is really coming. Elder Zhang Xian heard Zhao Yun say this and laughed. Zilong, you don't need to apologize. You are all serving your country and eradicating its traitors. On the sands, where is the great man who does not die in battle? Zhao Yun nodded, and instead of this question continuing, he asked, what is this, old sir? Zhang Xian asked her male subordinates to move out the supplies from the two carriages while saying, it's like this, Zilong, this time I'm here because I've come across something big. My daughter married into Wuji County. We've received reliable information that General Koji Yi will meet up with General Yan Ro of Yanmen County at the east gate of the Wuji County city and then attack Ji. This general, Yan Ro, was seeking revenge for the state pastor, Lu Gong, and so he opened the gates of Yanmen County and welcomed the Xianbei and other Hu people into the city. Along the way, they've burned and looted. The soldiers under General Koji Yi are also Chang elite. The Changs, you know, don't even treat us Han Chinese as human beings. Zhao Yun nodded and said, that's right. In the past, when the traitor Dong Zhuo plagued the court, the reason why he recruited righteous men to rush to support Gongsun Zan instead of Yuan Shao was because Gongsun Zan had once killed countless Changs, Xianbei, and other Hutu presences with his white horse righteous men. Among the people at the border, Gongsun Zan is that hero. In comparison, although Yuan Shao was after 4 generations and 3 dukes, he contributed nothing to the border. Who knows, in the end, Gongsun Zan, the hero, also became brutalized and not too different from that Hu man. Gongsun Zan indulged his generals in burning and looting the people. This is far less well done than Lu Yu, the state shepherd, coinciding with the death of his elder brother. He sought this as an excuse to leave Gongsun Zan with the righteous men who survived, each returning to his own home. Gongsun Zan wanted to block it instead. But for one thing, Zhao Yun he joined Gongsun Zan with his own men and was not entirely under Gongsun Zan's jurisdiction. Moreover, the men of this ministry are all prim and proper ministries of various great families, and even the heads of some powerful families. Gongsun Zan didn't dare to be too offended. Secondly, the excuse he made was to mourn his brother. An elder brother is like a father. The great Han dynasty rules by filial piety. Although Gongsun Zan was a vassal, he didn't dare to risk universal condemnation and could only release him. It is just a pity that when he left, he met a person surnamed Lu, the name of Bei, but a party of aspirants. The two also worked together for a period of time, heart to heart. However, it is also impossible for him to be in the company of such a wolf-hearted person as Gongsun Zan for the sake of this Lu Bei. Returning to his senses, Zhao Yun watched the male subordinates carry the gifts before he said, so, Elder Zhang Xian smiled and said, it's like this, Zilong, can you recruit a few dozen good men to go to my daughter's house and help my daughter sit in on the mansion? After General Koji leaves, Zilong, you can come back. My daughter is bereaved of her husband and her eldest son. Zhao Yun drifted off. No wonder it came with so many gifts. Zhao Yun said, that's fine. When will you go over? Zhang Xian busily greeted Zhang Sui over and said, naturally, the faster the better. This is my daughter's family's main marker. If Zilong has anything to do, feel free to order him. Zhang Sui clasped his fists at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun shouted inside and said, May, invite the several honored guests inside and prepare some refreshments. Xiao He, go run through the streets and see if any of Chang Zi and the others have nothing to do. Tell them to bring their weapons and warhorses, and we'll take a trip to Wuji County. Elder Zhang Xian was busy thanking him. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, continued chopping wood. A little girl bounced out and greeted Elder Zhang Xian, Zhang Sui, and Hong Yu as they went inside. Inside the house, at the ancestral sacrifice, there was indeed a spirit tablet placed on it, which read, the spirit tablet of elder brother Zhao Lei. The three did not wait long in the hall of the house before they saw 30 or 40 large men, riding war horses and carrying weapons, coming, each one, growing tall and imposing, though there are skinny ones too, but not the skinny, meatless kind, more like leathery. Zhao Yun greeted Elder Zhang Xian and came out, pointing to the two carriages, explaining the reason to the crowd of big men and explaining that the supplies in the two carriages were given to them as a token of appreciation. The crowd greeted Zhang Xian. Only then did Zhao Yun put down his axe and go inside the house. It wasn't long before he was wearing a tattered piece of iron armor, cloaked in white robes, holding a lance, and receiving a warhorse from the little girl he had just been with, saying to the little girl, you take care of your mother at home, and study a lot. Don't be lazy. The little girl laughed. Don't worry about it, second brother. I'm not the type to be lazy. Zhao Yun nodded before he said to Elder Zhang Xian, Elder sir, should we send you back first, or follow your daughter's main record straight to Wuji County? Elder Zhang Xian was busy saying, you guys go to Wuji County. I'm afraid I won't make it in time. My daughter is a woman with no support. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. He was also busy greeting Hong Yu and Zhang Sui to follow. Zhang Sui left a few male subordinates to escort Elder Zhang Xian back, while he followed Zhao Yun and the others straight to Wuji County with Hong Yu and a few of his minions. Zhao Yun and the others were fast and didn't rest much. It was a far shorter trip back to Wuji County than it was to come. By the time he arrived at Wuji County, it was already windy. The county magistrate, Zhang Shen, joined forces with the county lieutenant, Wang Hao, and with the city defense forces, directly blocked the entrance of the city, preventing the people from entering and exiting, because Koji had already led his army and was less than a day's journey from Wuji County. However, today, the Koji army will not enter the city yet. However, a letter came that tomorrow morning, after the hour, the army of Koji will pass through Wuji County and converge at the east gate of the city. For his part, Koji would stay in the city for a few days, waiting for Yenmen guardian Yen Ro to lead his army to join them. During this period, in order to avoid the people of Wuji County rushing the army of Koji, so Wuji County has been strictly controlled. For example, the people are not allowed to enter or leave the gates. For example, the people are not allowed to walk up the main road. For example, you can't see stragglers in the city getting in the way. On top of that, the people of the city had to prepare a welcoming ceremony, as well as gifts and such to welcome the Koji army. The various great families of Wuji County were able to flaunt their power on weekdays. At this moment, facing the army of Koji, they also did not dare to utter a single breath. When Zhang Sui arrived at the Jin family residence with Zhao Yun and the others, although the Jin family residence looked calm, it was oppressive all around. Zhang Sui took out the sword given to him by his wife and asked his subordinates to immediately vacate the room for Zhao Yun and the others to live in, and to prepare food and drink for Zhao Yun and the others. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, led Hong Yu straight to the madam's study. The lady knew about the commotion here in Zhang Sui, and rushed to the study with her second son, Yan Yan, and her second young lady, Jun Mi. As soon as Zhang Sui and Hong Yu arrived, the lady busily and eagerly asked, how is it? Zhang Sui laughed, no dishonor. They're here, 40 or so of them, and I've already arranged for them to rest. Starting tonight, they will guard the various places. Ma'am, take a few of the young ladies, the young maids of the mansion and hide in the cellar for a few days of temporary commission. Looking toward Second Prince Xinyan, Zhang Sui said, Second Prince, during this period of time, you will preside over the affairs of the mansion while the housekeeper and I assist you. Second Duke Xinyan's face turned pale and his head shook like a rattledrum. I can't do it. I've never faced such a situation before. I'll mess it up. End of chapter. Chapter 40, Her Ladyship's little hands are soft and boneless. Chapter 40, Her Ladyship's little hands are soft and Zhang Suiren came speechless. Big brother, You're the oldest man in the main Yin family. You're so afraid of getting into trouble. You don't want the Jin family anymore? At this hour, do you want your mother and a few sisters to go out? They look so like Jade. I'm afraid they won't be spoiled straight away. Historically, although Koji Yi belonged to Yuan Shao's generals, at this time, Koji Yi and Yuan Shao smacked of parity. Because of this, after Gongsun Zan's strength was completely crushed, Yuan Shao couldn't even wait to kill Gongsun Zan and got Koji Yi killed first. Now that Koji Yi is here, you dare to let him see your mother and a few sisters? The lady's face was blue. But where the deceased husband is still alive, why does he need the son to come forward? Second Miss Shinmi said, I'll disguise myself as a man. Zhang Sui immediately refused. This is absolutely not possible. Second Miss, men and women are completely different. The second young lady is fine and her chest is shrugged up. I didn't reveal it last time because it wasn't necessary. Because, as we carry the name of the Jin family, even if someone finds out that you, Second Miss, are a daughter, who would dare to come up and confirm it? Koji can be different. Who dares to stop him if he wants to come up for confirmation? The second young Miss Shinmi's ears climbed red as she glared at Zhang Sui in annoyance. Where do you think you're looking? Her ladyship frowned as she looked at second Duke Xinyan, anger permeating her pretty face. Zhang Sui hesitated briefly and looked at second Prince Xinyan. Second Prince, although it is said that there are differences between noble and lowly human lives, they are all only once. In that case, I'll always follow you. Second Prince. The second prince did as the steward and I said. But if anything goes wrong, the housekeeper and I take responsibility. That is, if the second prince makes a mistake, I will die before the second prince. How is that? It wasn't that Zhang Sui was so loyal to the Jin family. Rather, today's Jin family was the best place he could think of to land at the moment. Something had happened to the Jin family. It had fallen, and if he went somewhere else, he would definitely not be as comfortable and safe as he was in the Jin family today. Moreover, Zhang Sui was convinced that the historical Jin family had not fallen at this time. As long as nothing too major happens today, the Jin family shouldn't fall either. After all, no matter what, the Jin family is also a big family, and their ancestors have also produced people with such high positions of power as the Decikong and Decima. Although the historical Koji Yi was arrogant, he was not so reckless and ignorant as to fight against the Jin family over a few unseen women. The second prince, Jin Yan, heard Zhang Sui say this, and then he looked at Zhang Sui. Still hesitating, the madam directly stood up and angrily rebuked. If you're such a coward, then I'll come for my mother. If I die for my mother, let's see where you can hide. Second Duke Xinyan met the lady's stern gaze before he lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, If the Lord's record is true to his word, Zhang Sui said seriously, Second Prince, this is not a big deal. The steward and I preside over all the affairs of the mansion. Even if we run into a change and have to fight, we have our own ministry. And we've invited Zhao Yun and other such powerful men. The second prince only needs to show up and say something on the spot. And then it's over. The second prince still looked at Zhang Sui with some concern. But he also understood that at this time, there was no other way. If he does not come forward and his mother does, she will surely suffer with her beauty. Second Duke Xinyan nodded and said, All right then, I'll give it a try. The lady held her forehead with her right hand. This time, son, she clearly brought it with her every day to teach her. She made a point of pushing for him to be a filial parent soon. As a result, he couldn't afford to do just that. But, well, at least he agreed to do it. Madame forced down her disappointment and anger, squeezed out a smile on her face, and said to Zhang Sui, Bo Qing, during this period of time, I'll be troubling you. Zhang Sui said, This is what I should do. The Yin family is good so I can be good. Madame nodded at Zhang Sui with a face full of relief. Afterward, she got up and took her second son, Jin Yan, with her, allowing Zhang Sui to take the lead as she personally went to meet Zhao Yun and the others. Madame met Zhao Yun and the two of them chatted for a while about Madame's father, Elder Zhang Xian. Learning from Zhao Yun that Elder Zhang Xian was in good health, the lady was able to put her heart down. The madam said that she wanted to hold a banquet to receive Zhao Yun and the others, but Zhao Yun refused. Zhao Yun just asked the madam to recruit all the men in the Jin family residence and the maids who were to stay in the residence to serve the people. Let the housekeeper take care of arranging the maids. Zhao Yun only cares about the men of the Jin family. The men of the Jin family are all male subordinates, with the exception of the 200 or so ministries. Some of these male subordinates were responsible for the protection of the Jin family's caravan, while others were in charge of collecting rent and other matters. Zhao Yun set them down. A few men, such as Zhang Sui and the butler, were not arranged by Zhao Yun because of their special positions. Madame watched Zhao Yun command the crowd and nodded her head constantly. With such a person helping to watch over the Jin family, there shouldn't be much of a problem in dealing with today's situation. The lady looked towards Zhang Sui and a warm feeling flooded her heart. This main note, quite insightful. This time, if he hadn't suggested in advance and invited Zhao Yun, she honestly wouldn't have been able to rest assured about the Jin family. As he watched Zhao Yun arrange all the male subordinates of the mansion, the madam took a few young ladies to finish their dinner, and then walked to the cellar deep in the mansion, surrounded by the second son, Jin Yan, Zhang Sui, and the housekeeper. The cellar was large enough to hold dozens of people without any problem at all. It wasn't stuffy in there either. The Jin family has several cellars. One of the cellars stored last year's ice. On weekdays, when the weather was hot, an underling would go to the ice cellar and take out ice and put it in the rooms of the lady and the duke and miss. Today this cellar is also filled with ice. Second Miss Shinmi and fifth Miss Shinrong followed the young and beautiful maids down to the cellar. Hong Yu glanced at Zhang Sui, a little worried about his safety, but at this moment, she didn't dare to say much. Madam and Zhang Sui, the housekeeper, and the second Prince Xinyan explained the affairs of the residence. In fact, it was basically said to the housekeeper. The butler kept nodding. It was not until all the young women entered the cellar that the lady exhaled and said to the housekeeper and Zhang Sui, "For the matters of the residence, I will trouble you to assist the second prince more. I will not treat the two of you poorly when this matter is over." The housekeeper and Zhang Sui both said, "Ma'am, these are what we should do." The lady then went down towards the cellar. Suddenly, she stumbled on her feet and was about to fall. The crowd of women below the cellar gasped. Zhang Sui's eyes were quick and close enough, so he was busy reaching out and grabbing the lady's left hand before pulling her back. The lady's pretty face turned a little white. Her heart pounded. Not that she thought about the rest. Nodding gratefully at Zhang Sui, only then did the lady pull her small hand out of Zhang Sui's and continued down the cellar. The crowd watched as the lady landed safely, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. The cellar entrance is not closed for the time being. The butler had arranged for 2 male servants to guard the outside of the room where the cellar was located. As soon as there is a change of heart, run in immediately and cover the entrance. Zhang Sui left with his housekeeper and the second prince, Jin Yan. Zhang Sui looked back at the entrance to the cellar. His mind swam a little. For the first time, he realized the meaning of the word soft and boneless. Just now, when he held his lady's small hand, the feeling was extraordinary and evocative. Raising his hand, he put it to the end of his nose and sniffed. Surprisingly, there's a nice scent, kind of like an orchid. Zhang Sui shook his head, his heart infinitely envious. I wonder if the lady will marry again. During the late Han dynasty, it was common for women to remarry. It would be a waste for a stunning woman like Madame to end up alone if she doesn't remarry. If I were to remarry, I wonder which ancestor with a laser in his grave would be blessed with this. On a side note, the hero makes an improvised compound bow, not a compound bow, and doesn't need pulleys. Besides, we have pulleys in our country during the Western Zhou period. Also, the elastic cord needed to make an easy compound bow was not used to make the bowstring, but for both sides, easy compound bows these. Just do a search on short videos. There are a lot of bloggers who do these, and there are all kinds of them, and they're not set in stone. End of chapter. Chapter 41 Zhao Yun's sister Zhao Yu. Chapter 41 Zhao Yun's sister Zhao. Zhang Sui didn't feel too attached to the feeling of his lady's small hands. In fact, the feeling didn't last long. He's not the type of person with a strong sense of fantasy. Leaving the cellar with the housekeeper and second Duke Xinyan, Zhang Sui took second Duke Xinyan directly to the ministry compound. Originally, Zhang Sui wanted second Prince Xinyan to go back to his room first. However, the second son, Xinyan, expressed his desire to know more about Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui was, after all, only the main organizer, an underling. Under the premise of knowing that the second son of Xinyan is a bit afraid, he can't insist, and can only allow the second son of Xinyan to follow. It was in the ministry compound that the group began to eat dinner. Normally, the ministry compound eats dinner at dusk, after training. Now Zhao Yun is arranging the ministry, so there is a delay. What Zhang Sui did not expect was that Zhao Yun was also at the ministry compound at this time. At the moment, he was standing with his vice-captain Zhao Su, eating his meal while chatting idly. Both were from Chongshan County and both studied under Tong Yuan. Moreover, they were the two who had the deepest comprehension of the Zhao family gun taught by Tong Yuan. Now it seems that the difference in force between the two is not too far. The difference is the ability of both men to be generals. Vice-Captain Zhao Su's ability as a general was limited, and he could only lead a ministry of a few dozen men. Zhao Yun's ability as a general is significantly higher. Today he set up the Jin family ministry and all the male subordinates in good order. Zhang Sui found a place for the second son, Jin Yan. Although since Zhang Sui came to the Jin family's ministry compound, the second son, Jin Yan, had followed his wife here once. However, the second son, Jin Yan, still seemed out of place and unusually formal. Zheng Sui got him a wooden stool of his own making from his room and taught the second prince, Jin Yan, to sit next to the crowd and watch them eat and chat. Instead, he walked towards Zhao Yun and Vice Captain Zhao Su. Both of them nodded at Zhang Sui. Vice Captain Zhao Su smiled at Zhao Yun. Zilong, I've taught him the Zhao family gun. He's very hardworking and has great talent. He can write as well as draw. Zhao Su squeezed his eyebrows at Zhao Yun and said, that painting skill, it's definitely a masterpiece. Remember when we followed old Mr. Tong in his martial arts training? The pictures of ladies hidden in his books? Think of those of us who were amazed. But it's a world away from what he drew. Zhang Sui. This lieutenant, what's he talking about? Saying such things in front of Zhao Yun? Vice Captain Zhao Su rushed Zhang Sui. Draw one for Zilong as well when you have time. After Zilong lost his wife, he hasn't taken another one, and he's lonely at night, and he's so good looking, he never goes to a brothel. Zhao Yun glanced at Zhao Su, his face somewhat unnatural. Zhao Su snickered. They're all big old men. You've been through this once and you're still so coy? Zhao Yun said to Zhang Sui. Lord Records, don't listen to his nonsense. How can a great man, who should be reading the spring and autumn annals, keep thinking about that? Zhang Sui laughed. Brother Zilong can just call me by my epithet from now on. Second Miss has recently given me the epithet Bocheng. Zhao Su was a bit surprised and said, Second Miss's favor towards you is truly unique. On weekdays, Second Miss's face is something that none of US ministers can see. Speaking of Second Miss, Zhao Su asked Zhao Yun, how is your sister Yu doing? Has anyone proposed marriage yet? Talking about his sister Zhao Yun had a doting smile on his face and said, nope. Since my return, a number of people who have seen her have asked me to propose marriage. I told her that, and she said she's only 14 and there's no rush. What else to say? She'll be in time when I'm married again. This auntie of mine, naughty as hell, bullying my son like a cat or a dog on a regular basis. Zhang Sui looked at Zhao Yun with some surprise. By this time, he not only had a wife, but was dead. There's also a son, both not too far behind his sister in age. In Luo Guanzhong's Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the then Zhao Yun was still a white-robed young general. Zhao Yun took Guiyang and had not yet married. Zhao Fan, the governor of Guiyang, tried to give his widowed sister-in-law Fan to Zhao Yun, but he was almost killed by Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun confronted Liu Bei and said, how can a man start a family before he has built his career? That's enough to see that Luo Guanzhong is full of. Luo Guanzhong obviously wants to mold Zhao Yun into a famous general like Hua Zaiwei. Hua Zhaodong said the same thing when he first confronted Emperor Wu of Han. It is because Luo Guanzhong over-exaggerated many people in Shu Han, resulting in later generations these instead became a stain on many famous generals of Shu Han. In fact, many famous generals of Shu Han, who were outstanding enough in their own right, there is absolutely no need to over-exaggerate and paint a picture. Compared to the one-dimensional Zhao Yun in Luo Guanzhong's Romance of the Three Kingdoms, isn't the current Zhao Yun, who was a great general from the start and is bold and righteous, a bit more grounded? Vice Captain Zhao Su snickered. Your sister Yu has been clinging to you. If you want to marry her, I'm afraid that you need to be of equal strength to you. How many people can do that under the heavens? Is this to be an old girl at home? Zhao Yun looked odd. No, you guessed wrong. She doesn't like me like that. She was before I left for the war. She hasn't been like that since I got back. She didn't look at any of those friends around me. She told her mother that she wanted a man of great talent in the future. That way, he wouldn't have to go out to war as often as I do, living or dying, and her hiding at home would only add to her troubles. And she can take down a punch. On weekdays, her man can't bully her. Zhao Su gave a forehead and said, you have to change her opinion. In today's chaotic world, what use is a weak scholar? Force is what will protect her. Zhao Yun shrugged his shoulders and said, I can't control her. Let her be. Nowadays, I only have this one sister. What else can I do? Big deal. I'll just keep protecting them. Nowadays, in this chaotic world, all the lords, none of them are good. I used to think about building a career and helping to calm the chaos. Nowadays, I might as well be at home with my son and Rainy to start a family. It's just as well. Mother is old. In the old days, when elder brothers were still alive, there were elder brothers to take care of them. Now that my brother is gone, I have to carry the responsibility. Zhao Su sighed, glancing over Zhang Sui on the side. Zhao Su snickered. By the way, our Lord Records is talented. Maybe you will like it. Zhang Sui hurriedly waved his hand and snapped. Don't joke. Zhao Yun also just laughed and didn't care. After dinner, the crowd gathered to joke around. Seeing that the second son, Jin Yan, was alone and looking sparse, Zhang Sui sympathized a bit and pulled him along with all his minions. When the ministers saw the second prince and Zhao Yun joining in, they all looked a bit unnatural, and none of them were able to say anything. It was not until Fong a dog urged Zhang Sui, that monk of the grass lantern from earlier. You haven't finished telling it yet. Captain Jinhao patted him on the head and glanced at Second Duke Xinyan and Zhao Yun. Vice Captain Zhao Su said, Zilong has no problem with it. It's all a bunch of big old men. The second son, Xinyan, sensed that the atmosphere was not right and said weakly, you guys play your own games. Don't worry about me. Really, don't mind me at all. I'm also a man. You don't need to be too jealous. Just that little thing. Men, all understand. Although he didn't know what the monk of the grass lantern was, he guessed it by the way the group of ministries all looked lewd when they said those words. Besides, he wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world. He's married. Moreover, the wife is pregnant. His mother even got him this kind of book before she married him. The reason is simple. His father died and there was no one to teach him the male/female bit. His mother had to use those kinds of books and let him teach himself. It was as if such a thing as celebration was innate, and he knew it when he saw it. He used to exchange some of these with the teenagers in his private school, but soon he had a wife of his own, with whom he communicated in bed at night, and there was no need to read such books. However, after more exchanges, and after looking at that face of his wife for a long time, that enthusiasm faded. He now pulls out those books again from time to time. It's just that those books are so poorly written and shallow that they're not as good as communicating with your wife at night in bed. He had also heard his mother mention the reputation of Zhang Sui's talent. Now, seeing that Zhang Sui would even talk about those things, he was also curious as to how Zhang Sui would tell the story. End of chapter. Chapter 42, Zhang Sui, Making Beauty Pictures Move. Chapter 42, Zhang Sui, Making Beauty Pictures. Zhang Sui looked somewhat sheepishly at Second Duke Xinyan and Zhao Yun, seeing Second Eunuch Xinyan open his mouth like this, and Zhao Yun also looking over curiously. Zhang Sui clenched his teeth. It's all men. Afraid of what? Zhang Sui rolled up his sleeves and said, since you all like listening to me talk about this so much, in this way, we will all work together to get through this crisis. Afterward, I'll show you the moving catching a corpse beautiful talk, which is absolutely unheard of and unseen by you. Second Duke Xinyan looked toward Zhang Sui, his heart feeling a bit guilty of warmth. This lord's mark is, indeed, loyal enough to the Jin family. At this time, he still didn't forget to call on everyone to come together to protect the Jin family. It was worthy of her mother to find someone so loyal to the Jin family. When the crowd heard Zhang Sui say this, each of their faces showed curiosity. Even Zhao Yun couldn't help but ask, the moving catching corpse beauty, what is this? Zhang Sui raised his eyebrows and smiled. That is, make the characters in the picture move. For example, a lot of people can draw a beautiful woman sitting in a windy position. Zhao Yun nodded. Zhang Sui said triumphantly, and I am able to move the beautiful woman sitting at the end of this picture, as if she were coming to life from the picture. I call this animation. Moving pictures. Scanning everyone, Zhang Sui hemmed and hawed and laughed. The moving catching corpses in beautiful talks is where the founder and the zombie perform bedtime acts, turning them into moving generalities, as if they were really happening right in front of everyone's eyes. In the crowd, I don't know who burst out with an expletive and said, doggone it, no way. The crowd also clamored up saying, yes, the characters in the painting, how can they move? Zhang Sui patted his chest and said, gentlemen, when did I, Zhang Sui, ever tell a big lie? Told a lie? The crowd then looked at each other. Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su also fell silent. The second son, Jin Yan, was originally quite formal. At this moment, seeing that everyone had acquiesced to Zhang Sui's words and actually recognized that Zhang Sui could do it, Second Duke Xinyan couldn't help but say, how did you do it? Zhang Sui said with a mysterious look on his face, when we get through this crisis, everyone will be able to see it. Scanning everyone, Zhang Sui said with a serious face, gentlemen, after we get through this crisis, if I, Zhang Sui, can't do it, I'll give each of you a free pair of beauty drawings, if I can do it. Zhang Sui took his hand, but in the end, he just smiled and said, we are all brothers, what else can I make you do? Consider it as a one-time benefit for everyone. The crowd looked at Zhang Sui with somewhat touched expressions. Zhao Yun also secretly nodded when he saw Zhang Sui say this. This main note, he's quite nice. He had originally thought that Zhang Sui would demand that everyone would let them help with things. Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su both nodded their heads as well. Captain Jinhao reached out and grabbed Zhang Sui's shoulder and said, Bo Qing, you're a true brother. Zhang Sui hemmed and hawed, clapped his hands and said, then, let's now continue with the Monk of the Grass Lantern, which we didn't finish last time. The crowd immediately gathered around and got closer to Zhang Sui. Second Duke Yan Yan was surrounded by the crowd in the center, looking at the faces of all the ministries with a look of anticipation. Jin Yan is also curious. This Grass Lantern Monk. In the end, how amazing. Anyway, He'd read this kind of writing before, and it was all dry. Zhang Sui continued to talk colorfully about the contents of the Monk of the Grass Lantern that he had once read before crossing over. When he thought about it, he was a little embarrassed when he first told the story of catching up on the beauty of the corpse. And today, he is able to tell the contents of it without changing his face. It took Zhang Sui nearly a quarter of an hour to colorfully tell what he remembered of the Monk of the Grass Lantern. He admired his own eloquence. A picture came flooding out of his mind. He had an urgent urge to travel back, open the computer's D-disk of Scholar's information, and carefully revisit the contents. Come to think of it, he really hadn't seen it in a long time. However, Zhang Sui was even more grateful for his behavior. It's good to be at the end of the Han Dynasty. If he had behaved this way before he crossed over, it would have been enough to send him to the station for tea for years. As the crowd listened to Zhang Sui's speech, their eyes glowed green one by one. They hated to be transformed into the hero in it and bear this sinful relationship for him. The second prince, Yan Yan, was also dumbfounded. It was the first time he'd ever heard someone speak of such things in such detail, in such colorful detail. Second Duke Yan Yan immediately had an idea. When he went back, he wrote down everything Zhang Sui had just said and created a small booklet out of the paper. Someday, when you get tired of watching your wife, you'll sneak it out and admire it. What Zhang Sui spoke today, he could be certain that throughout the ages, he would never be able to find a second copy. Zhao Yun also kept smacking his lips. Zhang Sui, the main organizer, is really a denizen. He speaks about them and he listens to them as if they happened before. Hell knows how many good women he's plagued to have such an experience. I'm glad my sister and he don't know each other. In the future, 10,000 times out of 10, you have to continue to deal with him, and you can't let his sister have access to it. When he thought of his lovely sister, if she were to be spoiled by Zhang Sui, Zhao Yun felt heartbroken. Zhang Sui swept a glance at the crowd's expression and let out a laugh. Alright, that's all for today. When this crisis is over, I'll let you all see that moving catching the corpse beauty. You only get one chance. Missing it will definitely make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Feeling that the food in his stomach was basically digested and the sky was completely dark, Zhang Sui then stripped off his shirt and began to practice extra hard. The extra training remained the same, basic boxing and kicking kung fu and the first move of the Zhao family gun. All the ministries went to bed. The second son, Yan Yan, did not stay at the ministry compound this time. He darted back to his room. He's got more important things to do right now. Hurry up and record what Zhang Sui is talking about. Zhao Yun, along with Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su, watched as Zhang Sui practiced extra hard, and eventually the three joined in. This time Zhang Sui practiced for half an hour extra without triggering the blast rate. Because the fifth young Miss Jinrong and Hong Yu had both gone into hiding in the cellar, Zhang Sui didn't have any additional meals tonight. Zhang Sui dried his sweat and took a shower, after which he went back to sleep. According to the housekeeper, the county magistrate Zhang Shen had already given orders to each of the great families yesterday, before dawn the following day. Each of the great families had to send out their family heads and subordinates to deliver all sorts of fine gifts to the south gate of the city to welcome the arrival of the partial general Koji and his army. Early the next morning, in a daze, Zhang Sui was woken up. Instead, the butler sent someone over to wake him up, telling him to take dozens of male subordinates and minions to protect 2nd Duke Xinyan as he rushed to the south gate of the city, ready to greet partial general Koji and his army. Zhang Sui did not even have time to eat breakfast and rushed to find the second son, Xinyan. 2nd Duke Yan Yan was extremely nervous. At this moment, he was in the hall of the mansion, standing with the butler. Zhang Sui's arrival was a huge relief to 2nd Duke Xinyan. The butler instructs Zhang Sui on what he should pay attention to when he meets Koji, and tells Zhang Sui to accompany the second son, Xinyan, over there. He, on the other hand, sat with Zhao Yun in the Jin mansion. Zhang Sui didn't push back, and taking down the butler's orders, Zhang Sui took the gifts, 30 male subordinates, and 10 ministries, and flanked the second son, Xinyan, straight to the south gate of the city. End of chapter. Chapter 43, The Lu Family. The first family of Wuji County. Chapter 43, Lu. The first family of Wuji County. When they arrived at the south gate of the city, a lot of people had already gathered at the south gate of the city. These people were directed to stand in various areas by the county magistrate Zhang Shen and the captain Wang Hao. Zhang Sui and 2nd Duke Xinyan arrived with their men, and County Magistrate Zhang Shen was busy rushing over. Seeing that it was 2nd Duke Xinyan leading the group, Magistrate Zhang Shen froze. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Today's situation is no time to dwell on that. County Magistrate Zhang Shen came over and explained what 2nd Prince Xinyan should pay attention to later, then left and stood at the front of the line. Behind the Magistrate Zhang Shen and the Captain Wang Hao, a group of people talked and laughed. Then, a gray-haired old man walked over with the support of a young man in brocade clothing. The crowd looked over. Second Duke Xinyan was a bit flustered and whispered to Zhang Sui, Lord Record, someone is coming. This person is Lu Hui, the family head of our Wuji County's #1 family, the Lu family. Lu Hui also served as a Zhizhong engagement before, a very big official. I have only recently returned from resignation due to old age and illness. His son, Lu Sun, serves as a gongqiao in Yecheng. The one who assisted him is his grandson, Lu Shuang. This Lu Shuang is a playboy. Many beautiful maids at home have been spoiled by him. No poetry. Always coveted my second sister. It's just that before, mother has always politely declined. Zhang Sui comforted. Second Duke, don't be afraid. It's a public place, and we're all by your side. If you know how to answer, open your mouth. If you don't, keep quiet. Other than that, I'll speak. Only then did Second Duke Xinyan glance at Zhang Sui and let out The old man Lu Hui and the young man Lu Xuan walked over. Second Duke Xinyan made a bow towards Lu Hui and said, Greetings, old sir. Lu Hui sized up Xinyan and laughed. Why didn't your mother come? Yan Yan said. She hadn't seen her maternal grandfather for a number of years, and went over to visit some time ago with some gifts. Lu Shuang, who was on the side, said without mockery, You don't go early or late, and you pick this time of the day? Yan Yan lowered her head and stopped answering. Seeing this, Lu Hui continued, With your mother out of the picture, you, as the oldest man in the main family of the Jin family today, are also considered the head of the family, and there are some things that can be done. Yan Yan hummed. Lu Hui was overjoyed to see Xinyan respond and looked to the delighted Lu Shuang beside her. Lu Shuang nodded his head busily. Only then did Lu Hui say to Xinyan again, Your second sister, too, has reached the age when she should get married. Our Lu family and your Jin family are both within Wuji County. This grandson of mine, who once had the honor of seeing your second sister's appearance, fell in love with her at once. I mentioned this to your mother before. Your mother says that this is something that she, as a woman, can't fully decide, and that she can't do so until she's conferred with you. Do you, by any chance, agree? Second Duke Xinyan raised his head and glanced at Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang said to Xinyan, Xinyan, one must be self-aware. You know better than anyone else what you yourself are capable of. Do you think that, if your mother buys you a filial piety, you'll be fine in the future? Daydreaming about what? Nowadays, the chaotic world prevails, and without talented people to stick around, any great family will eventually fall. Your Jin family's ancestors have produced many great officials though, but, in your father's generation, it fell away. In your generation, there is even less hope. If you are like this, imagine what will happen to your children. The Jin family, relying on you won't work. This is the time to take chances. Understand? Looking at Lu Hui beside him, Lu Shuang proudly said, My grandfather was a former governor under the state pastor's command, and Lord Yuan can appreciate my grandfather. My grandfather resigned from his post due to illness, and Mr. Yuan held my grandfather's hand with fondness. My father also serves as a gongqiao in Yecheng. In the future, it will surely be reused by Lord Yuan as well. I'm also brilliantly talented, good-looking, and a great martial artist. Marrying your second sister to me as my wife would be a blessing for your Jin family. After you become my great-uncle, when you go out, I'll be able to take care of you for a while, won't I? Also, General Koji Yi and my grandfather were on good terms. If you know what you're doing, you'll answer for it now. Otherwise, when General Koji Yi arrives later, perhaps, General Koji Yi will visit your Jin family. You have a bunch of good-looking maids in your house besides your second sister, don't you? Your third sister. I hear she's pretty good-looking too. Second Duke Xinyan's face turned white and his body shivered slightly. Zhang Sui looked at Lu Shuang, somewhat speechless. There is also a chain of contempt between the great families of the world. Just because the Jin family hadn't seen any outstanding people in recent generations, they were bullied so much by this Lu family. A dude, bullying in public. This Lu Hui, she's not a good person either. Seeing how this old bastard looks like he's bossing people around, I really want to get him killed. Seeing that the second son, Jin Yan, was somewhat unable to support himself, Zhang Sui gently touched his wrist and opened his mouth at him and said wordlessly, Directly refuse. Koji Yi here, no need to be afraid. Second Duke Xinyan was a bit surprised to see Zhang Sui say this. He didn't know why this lord's marker would say that there was no need to fear Koji, but, at this time, there was nothing else he could do. Second Duke Xinyan only knew that his second sister should never marry someone like Lu Shuang. Thinking of this, Second Duke Xinyan raised his head, looked at Lu Hui and Lu Shuang with some trepidation, and shook his head. No way. My second sister cannot marry Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang grimaced and raised his palm about to slap towards the second prince. Jin Yan, Zhang Sui hurriedly drew his sword and stood between second Prince Xinyan and Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang narrowed his eyes and snapped, "Get lost." Lu Hui looked at the second son, Xinyan, with an unpleasant expression and said, "Jin family's second son, do you think that my Lu family is not worthy of your Jin family?" Second Duke Xinyan lowered his head, not daring to respond. The Lu family is strong. There are still people in the Gigi government who are officials. It's not comparable to today's Jin family. He didn't dare to open his mouth for fear of causing trouble for the Jin family. If he got into trouble, his mother would know about it and there would be no shortage of rants. Zhang Sui met Lu Shuang's gloomy line of sight and laughed. "The second Duke is the future family head of my Jin family. Duke Lu is reckless in public and wants to slap the second Duke's face. Is this the kind of family style your Lu family has?" Lu Shuang was about to pounce towards Zhang Sui. "I'm not just going to beat him up, I'm going to get you killed. Shuanger." Lu Shuang did not reach Zhang Sui this time before he was scolded by Lu Hui. Lu Shuang pointed his right index finger at Zhang Sui and laughed. "Good dog. Good dog. When I marry the Jin family's sister, I will definitely ask the Jin family to send you over as a dog. Let's see how I will get you killed then." Lu Hui took one last look at the second son, Jin Yan, and turned to leave while snickering. The Jin family is truly fallen, fatherless, and without even the slightest bit of vision. It seems that it will end with this generation. End of chapter. Chapter 44, One shot kills the head of the Lu family. Chapter 44, One shot kills the Lu family. Second Duke Xinyan saw Lu Hui and Lu Shuang leave. Then he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and greeted Zhang Sui to come over. Zhang Sui came to the side of the second son, Jin Yan. Looking at Yan Yan covered in cold sweat, he was quite sympathetic. This second son is weak in nature. Being born in the Jin family is really not a good thing. It's a good thing that historically, he had a good sister, Xinmi. Otherwise, this Jin family would really be in decline. Zhang Sui softly comforted. "There's nothing to be afraid of. Second Prince, trust me, Koji-e won't do anything to us. On the contrary, Koji-e is a bane to this Lu family. Sooner or later." Second Duke Xinyan looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Zhang Sui laughed. "Just listen to me. Can I harm you? This Lu Shuang has just said that he wants to get me killed. I wouldn't harm the Jin family for my own little life. When this is over, I will explain the reason for it to your ladyship. And to you, the second son." Only then did second Duke Xinyan nod heavily. Watching Zhang Sui take a few steps back and stand behind him, second Duke Xinyan's heart was suddenly greatly relieved. Just now, when Lu Shuang was about to slap himself, he did not hesitate to draw his sword and block himself. Everyone else, they don't dare move. This main note, it's pretty ballsy, and pretty talented too. Mother had always praised him. If this Sui was his own father or brother-in-law, with him supporting the Jin family, then he could completely let go of his heart. As soon as this thought came to her, Yan Yan was busy shaking her head. "Crazy, crazy, crazy. This is absolutely insane on its own. I can't believe I'm so wishy-washy. What kind of person is he? How is he qualified to marry his own mother or sister? How could one have such an outrageous idea?" However, looking at Lu Hui and Lu Shuang's grandchildren who had stopped in front of him, second Duke Xinyan looked gloomy. The Jin family, in its own generation, was indeed going to decline. Although my mother got herself a filial piety. However, the second son, Jin Yan, knew very well what he could do. Not to mention, it's still a time of great turmoil in the world. The Jin family is such a big family. The mother and several sisters are again all of national color. If he himself was the future head of the Jin family, he was absolutely unsure of keeping them. Second Duke Yan Yan let out a long sigh. He felt as if something heavy was pressing down on his shoulders, leaving him a little breathless. The group continued to wait. Wait until the sun is high in the sky before real dust rises. I don't know who shouted, "It's coming." So many people. Everyone snaps out of it, stops all crosstalk, and looks to the sky. Sure enough, countless black dots appeared in front of the roiling dust rising from the sky. As the distance continued to close, the black dots transformed into a single general. The one at the front was wearing a silver armor, and his long hair was casually tied up with a red rope in a very Chang style. In his left hand, he still held a long knife. Behind him were thousands of cavalry. These cavalrymen, all of them with 3 war horses per person, were arrogant and cloaked Chang people. Behind these Changs came other assorted infantry. These infantrymen, they're the ones who look like Han soldiers. However, the equipment of these Han soldiers was far inferior to those Chang soldiers. The Chang soldiers, each clad in battle armor, held long-handled weapons. The Han soldiers, on the other hand, were all clothed in cloth, with short-handled weapons or bows and arrows. At a glance, you couldn't see a single armored soldier in 100. County Magistrate Zhang Xin and County Captain Wang Hao were busy reminding everyone to get ready. Everyone backed off to the side of the main road. Lu Hui, the head of the Lu family, stood at the front of everyone with the support of his grandson, Lu Shuang. The army came all the way. At a glance, there were at least 5 or 6,000 of them, except for the generals and the 1,000 Changs in front of them who stopped. All the subsequent Han soldiers entered the city. Lu Hui took Lu Shuang with him and quickly greeted him, clasping his fists towards the person at the front. General Koji, do you remember me? I'm Lu Hui, the governor under Lord Yuan's command. It turned out that the leader was no other than the partial General Koji. Koji didn't dismount. Carrying a long sword and overlooking Lu Hui and Lu Shuang, Koji laughed. I don't recognize it. The fact that Koji was so unforgiving was clearly out of Lu Hui's expectation. Lu Hui's face bristled under a miserable white. However, he quickly came back to his senses and said, General Koji is such a great man. It's normal that he doesn't recognize me. Today, though, it's kind of getting acquainted. Upon hearing of General Koji's visit to my Wuji County, I've brought the people of my Wuji County to greet you and present you with some gifts and treats. So General Koji mustn't excuse himself. When he finished speaking, he was busy waving towards the county magistrate Zhang Shen and the county lieutenant Wan Hao. County magistrate Zhang Shen and county captain Wan Hao were busy greeting people from other big families to send up the gifts that had been prepared earlier. Koji overlooked the crowd and said, gifts and such are not necessary. Pointing to the 1,000 Chang cavalry behind him, Koji said, just arrange for shelter, food and drink for these 1,000 brothers of mine and their BMWs within the city. Lu Hui hurriedly said, there were arrangements made earlier. I have an arrangement. And to Koji, he pointed to the second son, Jin Yan, and said, this Shin family has a lot of beauty and food. General Koji, how about you stay at the Koji family this time? Second Duke Jin Yan's face was pale. Lu Hui, the old undead, deliberately, just because he didn't want to marry his second sister to his foppish grandson, he victimized himself like this. When Koji heard Lu Hui say this, he faintly said, then let's arrange it this way. Lead the way. Lu Hui hurriedly asked his grandson Lu Shuang to lead the way. Second Duke Jin Yan was still standing still. Zhang Sui was busy pulling down and whispered in his ear, what are you afraid of? Just go. Second Duke Jin Yan stole a glance at Lu Hui. Lu Hui happened to see him. Lu Hui met the timid and resentful Yuan Shen of the second Prince Shen Yan and let out a fierce laugh. Second Duke Shen Yan didn't dare to meet Lu Hui's eyes, so he busily lowered his head and, surrounded by Zhang Sui and the others, led Koji and the others straight to Jin's house. The people of the Jin family had already set up their preparations. Her ladyship was standing in the cellar doorway, looking up with some concern. Outside, 2 male subordinates suddenly darted in and said, our undercover sentries have reported that the second prince has brought General Koji and the others over. It was then that the lady busied herself. Hurry up and close it. The 2 male underlings were busy covering the cellar entrance. At a glance, it doesn't look any different from any other ground. At the entrance of the Jin family residence, Zhao Yun also got the information from the undercover agent, and immediately led a group of magnates to turn on their horses, put on their armor, and carry their weapons, and stood at the entrance of the Jin family residence. It didn't take long to see a group of people swarming towards this side. It was certainly Koji and the others. Koji saw Zhao Yun and the other magnates from afar, and his eyes lit up slightly. These dozens of people, each with a tiger's back and full body armor, were absolutely good. Zhao Yun saw Koji and the others arrive and galloped his horse to meet them with dozens of magnates. Lu Hui and the others obviously did not expect such a group of people as Zhao Yun at the entrance of the Jin family residence. Lu Hui rebuked, how dare you be bold? How dare you be reckless in front of General Koji? Without saying a word, Zhao Yun spurred his horse forward and picked Lu Hui up with a spear, holding his lance with one hand in his left. With Lu Hui hanging from it, Zhao Yun scanned everyone, his eyes finally landing on Koji's face as he stepped forward on his horse and said, General Koji, first time I meet you. I'm Zhao Yun, a native of Jinding County, Changshan County. I have no intention of making an enemy of General Koji. I have only been stationed here as a member of the Jin family's ministry. This person has made up his mind and stirred up the relationship between General Koji and I. Not killing him will not be enough to calm the many mouths of the people. When he finished, he threw it with force. Instantly, Lu Hui's body was thrown out and smashed heavily on the ground. This action by Zhao Yun was too sudden and too quick. The vast majority of people didn't react. Lu Shuang, Lu Hui's grandson, was even more dramatically shrinking in his gaze. Koji reacted instead, looking at Zhao Yun unexpectedly lifting his lance with one hand and picking someone on the lance. Koji's eyes erupted with a blazing light and said, strong man, good arm strength. End of chapter. Chapter 45 Koji vs Zhao Yun. Chapter 45 Koji vs Zhao. Seeing Koji say that, Zhao Yun clasped his fist at him and said, General Koji is joking. Only then did Lu Shuang and the Lu family's crowd come back to their senses. Lu Shuang, in particular, directly jumped onto Lu Hui's corpse and cried her heart out. Turning his head, he looked at Koji Yi and Zhao Yun, his eyes filled with resentment. None of them are good people. What did your own grandfather do? Licking his face to please Koji Yi. Only one heavy word was said to this Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun killed his grandfather directly without saying a word. Koji was impassive. He even said strong man to Zhao Yun, the butcher. Sooner or later, one day, he or she would rise to the top and make them pay tenfold. Zhang Sui looked at Lu Shuang's resentful sight and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad for a dude who doesn't read poetry. As the second prince said, showing this kind of look in front of someone like Koji Yi, is this fear of not dying fast enough? Do you really think that people like Koji Yi are kind? As Koji Yi met Lu Shuang's resentful gaze, his eyes moved away from Zhao Yun, looked behind him to a few of his personal guards, and pointed at Lu Shuang. Chop it up. He's not going to leave any woes for himself. A few of his personal guards stepped forward and directly chopped Lu Shuang into mush as he screamed. The scene was so bloody that it sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. The county magistrate Zhang Shen and the county lieutenant Wang Hao were even more frightened and their legs were weak. This was the family head and grandson of the Lu family, the number one family in Wuji County. It's just straight up killed like that. This General Koji Yi is really as brutal as the rumors say. No wonder he brought 1,000 Chang elites with him. When the Lu family crowd saw that the family head Lu Hui and grandson Lu Shuang were both made dead, each of them panicked and fell to their knees, prostrate on the ground, not daring to utter a single breath. Their bodies shivered. As members of the great families of the world, they were used to flaunting their power on weekdays, but when they really faced someone like Koji Yi, who had absolute military power and strength, they were no different from ordinary people. Only then was Koji satisfied. Bare your fangs in front of my Koji. Let's see if your bones are hard. County Magistrate Zhang Shun, County Captain Wang Hao, and various other people from various families and clans agreed. Only then did Koji Yi look at Zhao Yun, the long sword in his hand pointing at the Jin mansion behind Zhao Yun and said, strong man, since you're the Jin family's ministry behind here, I'll be staying here for the next few days. Zhao Yun didn't squirm and directly made a pleased gesture. Koji Yi told the county magistrate Zhang Shun, the county captain Wang Hao, and various other members of the great families to leave. He entered the mansion with a few of his personal guards, surrounded by Zhao Yun, second Duke Xin Yan, and other members of the Jin family. Zhang Shen, the county magistrate, watched as Koji Yi and the others entered and disappeared inside the mansion, wiped a handful of bean-sized beads of sweat from his forehead, and said to Wang Hao, the county lieutenant, in a trembling voice, atrocious to the extreme. County Lieutenant Wang Hao also wiped the cold sweat from his face and looked towards the grandchildren Lu Hui and Lu Shuang, who were hacked into a pile of rotten flesh and a pool of blood on the ground, and snapped. The Lu family members are also unenlightened. Why don't they do something good and have to mess with the Jin family and General Koji? This is good. Magistrate Zhang Shen also sighed. Yes, the Jin family is no longer in decline, but its heritage is not comparable to others. Let's just say this Zhao Yun. I don't even know when he became a part of the Jin family. I only know that he should be in Changshan County. County Lieutenant Wang Hao recruited people to come up and dispose of the corpses of Lu Hui and Lu Shuang's grandchildren and clean up the bloodstains, while repeatedly urging others to be careful and not to follow in the footsteps of the Lu family. On the other hand, Koji Yi entered the hall of the Jin family residence, sat down on the main seat, and looked at the crowd with a smile. Which one is the Jin family patriarch? Second Duke Xin Yan hurriedly threw a pleading look at Zhang Sui beside him. Zhang Sui smiled down at him, signaling him to go forward despite. Only then did the second son, Jin Yan, go up and salute Koji Yi, saying, General, I am. My name is Jin Yan. While beckoning Zhao Yun and the others to sit down, Koji Yi looked around and said to Jin Yan, I've heard that there are many beautiful women in the Jin family, so go and call a few of them out to have some fun and help out. Yan Yan was too scared to make a sound. Zhang Sui hurriedly stepped forward and bowed towards Koji Yi. Back to General Koji. Some time ago, we went to visit Zilong, and we just happened to run into Madame's father who was sick with longing for his daughter. So, Madame went to visit yesterday with a group of people. Those beauties, they are all maids of the ladies close, or young maids. The number is extremely small. After saying that, he also said to the butler standing at a distance, Butler, have the maids of the residence serve tea and pastries, and entertain General Koji. The housekeeper responded and busily greeted the convergence of maids around him. Koji Yi looked curiously at Zhang Sui, the man who looked a little scrawny. Surprisingly, I'm not afraid of myself. Seeing this, Zhao Yun was busy echoing, General Koji, this is the truth. My elder brother is newly deceased, and my old mother is too sad, so I took my brothers back to Changshan County. Before that, I was actually at Gongsun Zan's place, because, Gongsun Zan crusade against the traitor Dong Zhuo. Now that he has killed Envoy Lu of the Yuzhou minister, I will part ways with him. The Jin family heard I was back, so they went to pay me a visit. I'm also here this time because I still have brothers working in the Jin family. I didn't expect to coincidentally run into General Koji here. Zhang Sui picked up. Zilong also admired General Koji, and knowing about General Koji's beheading of the white horseboxers, he said that General Koji was truly a man of God. Unfortunately, his elder brother passed away, and as an elder brother is like a father, he had to stay home in mourning. Otherwise, Zilong said that he even had the heart to go on a campaign with General Koji. Koji had been in a stirring mood when he heard Zhao Yun and Zhang Sui say this. Zhao Yun's group, at first glance, looked extremely good, like the elite Chang people under his command, but it didn't occur to me that Zhao Yun would have just lost his older brother, although he had somewhat recruited Zhao Yun, but it was all like this. He can only put down his thoughts for the time being and said to Zhao Yun, Zilong, right? You stay home with your old mother. When your old mother is better, you can come back to me and we'll kill Gongsun Zan together and avenge Ambassador Lu. Zhao Yun hummed. The housekeeper came up with a group of young maids. These maids were left behind on purpose earlier. How could a large Jin family not have young maids? It's just that these young maids are all flat. Koji instantly lost interest. Not as good as those maids in his own mansion. He simply pulled Zhao Yun and cut right through the courtyard. Zhao Yun wasn't polite either. The two fought to a standstill. Koji was getting excited about Zhao Yun. It was not until midday, after having eaten, that Koji went for a lunch break under the arrangement of his housekeeper. A few of his own soldiers guarded the doorway where he slept. There was no one else who broke into the Jin residence. Zhang Sui spoke with second Duke Xinyan and the housekeeper, and the three of them went straight to the cellar. Open the entrance to the cellar and call out Madam and the second young lady. When Madam saw that Zhang Sui, second Prince Xinyan, and the housekeeper were all there, the heart that had been hanging in the air was relieved. The lady smiled and said to the second son, Xinyan, Yener, how is it? Actually, there are many things that are not as serious as imagined. You are the future head of the family and must bear it. Second Duke Xinyan glanced at Zhang Sui beside him and said, Mother, I was scared to death. The Lu family's old man and that Lu Shuang, they even tried to bully me, and it was the Lord's record who helped me block it. Also, the old man of the Lu family by Lu Wushuang, both dead. One was killed by the called Zhao Yun. One was killed by General Koji's own guards. The lady was taken aback. However, she quickly calmed down again. A great family is no match for a strong army. She had also heard of Koji's ferocity. Even Gongsun Zan's white horseboxers were routed by him. The Lu family dared to show off in front of Koji, and it was normal for them to be killed. It was just that it was out of her expectation that Zhao Yun would make a move to kill someone. The madam took one more look at Zhang Sui, guffawed, and said to the housekeeper and Zhang Sui, Housekeeper and Bucheng, you have done a great job. After this matter is over, my Jin family will definitely not treat you poorly. The butler was busy saying, that's what I should do. The lady gave some more instructions to the second son, Jin Yan, before taking the second young miss, Jun Mi, back to the cellar again. Before second Miss Shin Mi entered the cellar, she glanced at Zhang Sui. This man, apart from being a bit Thai, is really something, all daring to block the Lu family. Moreover, Zhao Yun, whom he had called in, had definitely gotten a big credit this time. In the future, look at his strengths more often. End of chapter. Chapter 46, Madam Moves. Chapter 46, Madam Moves. Zhang Sui watched the second young Miss Shin Mi enter the cellar before chatting with the housekeeper about what to do afterward. He hadn't noticed in the slightest that, in the cellar, a pair of beautiful eyes were watching him slyly. When the second young Miss Shin Mi landed under the cellar, two male subordinates managed the wooden door of the cellar and treated it with hay and dirt. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, followed the second prince, Jin Yan, and the housekeeper away. After that, the housekeeper went to arrange for the maids and male subordinates of the mansion to handle the affairs of the Jin family as usual. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, followed the second prince, Jin Yan, to the lady's study. Her ladyship is unable to attend to affairs now, and all these affairs can only be left to the second son, Jin Yan, although the second son, Yan Yan, is weak in nature. But, on weekdays, the lady had taught him all this by hand. So, even though he can handle it now without his lady to teach him, it's just slower. Zhang Sui moved to a table. Looking for the second son of Xinyan asked for pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and folded a tree branch. Directly draw the picture out. Earlier, he had promised the ministries that he was going to show them the charms of animation after this crisis was over. Now, practice on your own first. Zhang Sui would have liked to just draw scenes from Catching the Corpse Beauty. But now, after all, it was outside the lady's study, and second Duke Xingyan was still nearby. though second Duke Xinyan hadn't shown any resistance to these things before. But it's still indecent to draw these things in public. Zhang Sui hesitated slightly and directly drew up Mrs. Up. When he had painted Madame earlier, he had carved her completely in his mind. For the lady's looks, he could now draw them with his hand. Of course, it's only 80% like that. It's not because he drew it off the cuff with 80% likeness credit. Rather, he's only like 80% as good as he can be. Give him more time and he won't be able to improve much. And drawing Mrs. And, moreover, a normal portrait of Mrs. The others had nothing to say. It can also be given to the lady to please her. Madame is now the pillar of the Jin family. The first person, not to mention her looks and body issues. It was to curry favor with her. And it would also help one to gain a firm foothold in the Jin family. The key issue was that the lady seemed to be quite appreciative of him painting. Zhang Sui drew 20 pictures of the lady walking around in one afternoon. There are also a couple of drawings of sideways faces turned around in front smiling sweetly. After finishing the drawing, Zhang Sui used a dagger to drill 3 holes on the left side of these 20 drawings, then cut off a section of the hem of the clothes on his body and turned it into 3 sections of cloth, which were drilled into each of the 3 holes, binding these 20 drawings together into a book. After that, he then turned the pages quickly, faster and faster. For the first time, the pace was relatively slow, the 20 drawings kept changing, and it was possible to see the remnants of the lady in the drawings walking stiffly. As the pages turned faster and faster, the lady in the picture began to take quick steps and walk in a fluid position. At the end of the day, it became a scene where the lady was walking towards the front with a surplus while turning back and smiling sweetly at someone. Zhang Sui licked the corner of his mouth. Not enough, not enough, not nearly enough. There had never been a moment like the present, and Zhang Sui regretted that he hadn't professionally and systematically learned to draw before crossing over. So much so, that the animation, today, is far from expressing the character of the lady, though it does bear an 8-point resemblance to the lady, but the voluptuous body of Mrs. The unobtrusive maturity that flowed from underneath that tower. It's not shown at all in the animation. However, even so, watching the animation made Zhang Sui's heart itch. He realized that the corners of his mouth did not know when he was moved to shed tears. Just as Zhang Sui kept flipping through the drawings and getting mesmerized, a shocked cry rang out saying, "Mother, Mother is alive. Mother is actually alive in your paper." Zhang Sui came to his senses. It's the second son, Yan Yan. The second son of Jin Yan was originally reviewing the various documents of the Jin family and was somewhat exhausted. Was thinking of resting. Zhang Sui was seen flipping through a book over and over again. And, the books, they felt rough as hell. Therefore, second Duke Xinyan curiously walked over. But it did not occur to me that this so-called book was a portrait of his own mother. It's still just coming out. These portraits kept changing, surprisingly bringing the mother to life in general. Zhang Sui also came back to his senses after being called out like this by second Duke Xinyan. Giving the drawing to second Duke Xinyan, Zhang Sui smiled and said, "Second Duke, I drew this drawing just now specifically for Madame to express my hefty admiration for Madame's ability to support the Jin family's huge family business despite being a woman." The second eunuch, Yan Yan, had no doubts. Receiving the picture, he played with it lovingly, following Zhang Sui's example of constantly flipping it back and forth, looking at the mother constantly walking around, but also rushed to his smile back. The second son of Xinyan heart a little sad. He hadn't seen his mother smile at him since the deaths of his older brother and father. The world said that my mother was a beautiful and pleasant-looking woman. To be her son and still be able to receive her words and teachings must be the happiest person on earth. But only he himself knew clearly that his mother was that friendly to everyone else, only treating him, the second son, always with a stern face, even a cold face. He could actually understand his mother. His mother wanted him to be able to support the Jin family, but he just didn't have the ability to do so. It took too much disappointment on the part of the mother to do that. This situation, unfortunately, cannot be changed. He couldn't be what his mother had in mind. Despite this thought, second Duke Xinyan still made a decision. He took Zhang Sui to the cellar and gave the lady the drawing that Zhang Sui had just drawn for her to quickly look over and demonstrate. The lady watched the second son Xinyan do the demonstration, and without much patience, she directly collected the drawings and returned to the cellar. Only then did the second son, Yan Yan, leave. Watching the wooden door of the cellar close, second Miss Xinmi greeted the dim light and asked her ladyship suspiciously, "Mother, what does second brother want?" The lady handed the drawings to the second young Miss Xinmi and said in a good-natured manner, "I don't know, he just told me to flip through these drawings quickly." The lady swept a glance around at the dozens of young and beautiful maids, and her own daughter-in-law, and sighed. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders, she would have wanted to berate herself right then and there for this time. There are no words at this juncture just to send yourself some drawings. Although Koji E is not moving at the moment, What should we do if he finds out? Normally, at this time, his own son this time should be patient and take over his burden properly, dealing with the affairs of the Jin family seriously. What words can't be saved for after Koji is gone? Second Miss Shinmi heard Madam say this and suspiciously quickly flipped through the drawings. The drawings are 20 in all. Each picture, moreover, is somewhat similar. She could tell at a glance that this was the work of that denizen Zhang Sui. With a quick turn of the page, these drawings were strangely moving, turning into the appearance of his mother walking on the paper. The stiffness of those movements was surprisingly muted because of the dim lighting and flipping. At a glance, it looked like it turned into his own mother looking back while walking towards the front, seemingly spotting someone she knew. Her mother smiled sweetly at her. End of chapter. Chapter 47 Yenmi, if you can't do it, then recruit a son-in-law. Chapter 47 Yenmi, if you can't do it, then recruit a. Second Miss Shinmi quickly understood somewhat what her second brother meant. She flipped through the drawings faster. In the drawings, the mother's looks and movements are painted. The second young Miss Shinmi looked at the madam and softly said, "Mother, my daughter thought that the second brother actually had other deeper meanings when he sent these drawings to call you at this time." Only then did the lady look suspiciously at second Miss Shinmi and said, "How so?" Second Miss Shinmi said, "For one thing, the fact that second brother came over at this time means that the situation outside isn't particularly dire. Even if Ergo made an error in judgment, how come the butler and that denizen also made an error in judgment? Even if the butler and that denizen make a mistake, then Zhao Yun, who was invited here, won't make a mistake. That Zhao Yun, at first glance, is someone who has been in the battlefield for a long time. He only arrived at Arjun family when he was lining up his troops, and he's very good at it." The lady nodded thoughtfully. That's true. She was disappointed in her second son though. However, the housekeeper had stayed on from her late husband's time and was very old-fashioned in her ways. It's unlikely that there will be a major mistake at this point in time. Not to mention, there's the Lord's Mark and Zhao Yun in the mix. Mrs. Costil furrowed her brows and said, "So, what did your second brother send this painting for? At this time, how could I have the leisure to look at a painting?" The second young lady, Jun Mi, handed the drawings to the lady and quickly flipped them over, saying, "These drawings, they are definitely the work of a denizen." Red Jade stood not far behind her. Hearing second Miss Shinmi say this, her red lips under her pretty face skimmed. That denizen, who just came to see Madam with the second prince, didn't even know to take a look at himself. Nowadays, there is still leisure to paint the second prince. I just don't know what the painting is. When we get out, we're definitely going to teach him a lesson. Madam was originally a little impatient before she saw second Miss Shinmi flipping through the pictures, but at this moment, watching the drawings turn over quickly, the lady looked stunned. Surprisingly, it was himself. And, as the pictures flipped up, they turned into images of themselves walking and turning their heads and smiling. The lady returned to her senses and laughed. This Bochung, what a clever mind. Second Miss Shinmi, "Mother, that's not the problem." The lady's pretty face flashed a touch of redness, and she smiled somewhat awkwardly and said, "Mirror, my mother didn't see that this painting had a deeper meaning." Second young Miss Shinmi exhaled. "Mother, second brother brought this to you and it looks bleak. Think about it?" The lady furrowed her brows. Second Miss Shinmi sighed quietly in her heart. Mother was polite to everyone, including yourself. However, with the second brother, mother has always pulled a face. It's actually understandable. The second brother was originally the future family head of the Jin family, and had to bear the burden of supporting the entire Jin family. But the second brother was too mediocre and, moreover, of a soft nature. Just like this time when something happened. It's amazing that Ergo still doesn't want to take the blame. Mother was disappointed to the core, so she didn't have a good opinion of her second brother. But then again, Ergo is a human being after all, a mother's son. How could he not be touched by seeing his mother's smiling face in the picture? Seeing that the lady was lost to the authorities, the second young lady, Jun Mi, could only say, "Mother, what second brother means is that he is your son after all." Mother, you smile at everyone. The only one who's always been stern with the second brother. Looking at the pictures, your smiling face, mother, made him even more sad. Madam's pretty face clouded over when she heard second Miss Shinmi say this. And yet, he didn't make a sound. Second Miss Shinmi didn't open her mouth again either. After playing with the picture for a while, second Miss Shinmi handed it over to Hanyu and said, "Put it away." Hanyu received the drawing and gave a hum. When she turned around and placed the drawing in the wooden box beside the second young lady's bed, Hanyu pretended to turn over the drawing without thinking, following the second young lady's example. Watching the lady move on the paper, Hanyu's heart is both amazed and aggrieved. That denizen, who observes her ladyship so meticulously, can't even look at himself more than once. Was she the woman he was attracted to? Or was the lady the woman he was attracted to? Despite the jumble of thoughts, she carefully pressed the drawing under a few pieces of clothing and closed the wooden box. When I see him next, if he doesn't draw one of these for himself. Hong Yu sighed darkly. That doesn't do him any good either. The lady was silent for a long time before she said, your second brother. But if there is one point that saves my mother's heart, why would my mother do this to him? If he is like this, how can he inherit the family business? Second Miss Shinmi said. Second brother really can't afford to hold out. Big deal. I'll just recruit a flunky into the family. The lady looked at the second youngest lady, Junmi, and said, a flunky? What son of a good family would want to join the family? Besides, you're a woman. Are you staying at home to be a second for your mother? A woman in charge. Is far from what you think. For my mother's heart is exhausted every day. There's just no one to tell it to. Precisely because my mother knows the hardships involved. Therefore, my mother is even more reluctant to allow you to recruit a flunky into the family, while you take over my mother's guts and support the entire Jin family. Zhang Sui subconsciously surfaced in second Miss Shinmi's mind. He's lowly, and, other than being horny, it's not bad. However, this thought came together while negative Jinmi was busy shaking her head. No way. No way. What's on your mind? He's not going to be cheap himself. At this moment, hearing Madam say this, second Miss Shinmi said, daughter also knows. Daughter is just saying that the next best thing to do is to do just that. For the sake of our Jin family, my daughter is also willing to give up everything. The daughter is from the Jin family. Without the Yen family, there would be no daughter. If sacrificing my daughter alone can allow my Jin family to continue to support itself, then my daughter will never regret it. Just then, a small head burrowed out from under Madam's armpit. He laughed a few times, turned his head, looked at Madam and second Miss Shinmi with a smile and said, it's alright, mother, second sister. There's me. I already have a powerful man, just waiting for me to grow up. He will marry me. At that time, the Jin family will be handed over to him. It's none other than the fifth young lady, Jin Rong. The madam brought the fifth young Miss Jin Rong into her arms and joked, our family Rong Rong is only this tiny bit old and knows what it means to marry? And he even handed the Jin family over to him. Jin Rong busily nodded her head and said, mother, I know. To marry is to cave in. Let him press on me at night, and then give birth. Second Miss Shinmi's pretty face turned red as she pinched her cheeks and said, who taught you that? Her ladyship blushed a little. Fifth young Miss Jin Rong said in a matter-of-fact tone, I heard it all on the day second brother caved in. Later, second brother took advantage of mother and second sister's absence when you weren't there, and dragged sister-in-law to her bridal chamber several times. Behind the crowd, a young girl in a brocade dress had a pretty face so red that it was dripping blood. It's no one else. It was Lu, the main wife of Jin Yan, the second son of the Jin family. Lu couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. I didn't realize that I had been seen by my sister-in-law on several occasions when she and her husband were in the same room. The lady's face looked better then, and, a little weepy. His own second son, who could do nothing else, was still Thai in that area. You don't know to look around when you're in the same room with your own wife. This is good. It was seen by the fifth daughter, a quirky little girl. End of chapter. Chapter 48 Koji E vs Yuan Shi. Chapter 48 Koji E vs Yuan. The madam rubbed fifth Miss Jin Rong's little head and laughed. These matters are not something our Rong Rong should worry about. Jin Rong, however, ignored it and instead brought her mouth to the lady's ear and whispered, mother, I know a man who is very powerful and knows everything. When I grow up and marry him, there will be absolutely no problem in letting him help us. When the time comes, you won't have to work so hard. Mother, leave it all to him. The lady snickered. Who is it? Jin Rong raised her eyebrows and said, can't tell you. If I tell mother, you'll surely go and fix him and throw him out. Looking down at Madam's chest and second Miss Shinmi's chest, Jin Rong said, when I grow up to be as big as mother and second sister and you guys, I'll ask him to marry me and then have him help us. Madam and second Miss Shinmi looked at each other and both wanted to laugh a little. The little girl is smart and clever though, but, ultimately, it's a little girl. Madam could only dote on you. Good. When our Rong Rong grows up, it all depends on you. When that time comes, you guys will be busy, and enjoy the blessings for my mother. Jin Rong said. Then, mother, don't be mean to second brother. The lady sighed. Look at your daughters. They are all so smart, obedient and responsible. Why did you give birth to a second son who has no responsibility and is mediocre? Koji E stayed at the Jin family residence for 2 days. On the third day, Yen Ro, the guardian of Yanmen County, had sent an urgent letter. In a few days, he will immediately lead his army to Wuji County to meet up. Koji asked one of his personal guards to bring this message to the 1,000 Chang elite in the city. Koji brought 6,000 men this time. 1,000 of the Chang elite lived in the city of Wuji County. They, and their war horses, were served by the people of the city. The remaining 5,000 were Han soldiers who did not stay in the city, but were stationed at the east gate of the Wuji County town. As soon as the personal guards took this news out, the entire Wuji County was in chaos. These 1,000 Chang elite, those officers who live in the residence of the great families of the world, have forced the people of the various families to send out maids to perform. During the performance, these Chang officers directly pulled the maids up and down. These maids were so scared that they burst into tears. However, the people of the various families and clans didn't dare to care, but just let these maids keep good company. Those Chang elites who lived outside the residences of the great families ran out into the streets, entered various stores, visit houses, and private houses, and pounced on women when they saw them. Throughout Wuji County, cries could be heard everywhere. Some bold men rose up and were stabbed to death by the Chang elite directly in broad daylight. Only the Yen family here seemed quiet. This place is inhabited by Koji-e, and all those Chang elites don't dare to make trouble here. However, Koji-e also had his second son, Jin Yen, pick out a dozen good-looking, slightly younger maids to accompany his personal guards for the night. Second Duke Jin Yen was directly stunned. The butler could only look towards Zhang Sui and Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, nodded his head, though not willingly. However, compared to the tragic situation outside, these prices paid by the Jin family were already very low. The butler could only go and select a dozen or so maids to come out and prepare them to be sent to his proctor's room at night. After that, Koji-e and his personal guards started practicing against each other. As he was practicing, a chorus of rebukes suddenly rang out. Where is Koji-e? Both Koji and the personal guard stopped. Zhang Sui was busy bringing his second son, Jin Yen, to quickly welcome him out, only to see that at the entrance of the mansion, a young man who was 1 meter 8 in height, wearing iron armor and a blue cloak, carrying a long spear, with a gloomy face, walked in. The second son, Jin Yen, hurriedly said, "This general, I am the temporary family head of the Jin family." "Jin Yen, are you?" Behind the young man were dozens of generals. Hearing the second son, Jin Yen, introduce himself in this manner, the anger on the young man's face then cuts down, saying, "So it's Xin Lang. I am Yuan Shi, the second son of the Jizhou herd, and I was ordered by my father to talk to your hall about the matter of the previous letter." He also looked toward Koji-e, who was carrying a long sword in the courtyard, and said, "But I never thought that, Koji-e. You are so bold and presumptuous. Wuji County is land under my rule in Jizhou. The people of Wuji County are the people under my rule. Now you, however, condone the generals under your command to go around fornicating and being lawless, and don't let your people stop at once." When Koji-e saw Yuan Tan, he snorted and said, "I wonder what the second prince's monkey business is. I have fended off such evil thieves as Gong Sunzan for the people of Wuji County, and now, what is wrong with charging some interest for the enjoyment of my elites? Isn't that what everyone does in the world today? Or did you ask your father to reward each of the generals under my command with a few beautiful women?" Yuan Shi flicked second Duke Xinyan to the side while carrying his lance forward. Koji-e held his long sword in both hands and slung it over his shoulder as he looked at Yuan Shi carelessly. Yuan Shi pointed his lance in his hand straight at Koji-e and narrowed his eyes. "Koji-e, are you not putting me in your sights at all?" Koji scoffed. "You have me in your sights again? A mouthful of names. What are you? Your father would have to be courteous in front of me. Without me, Koji-e, he killed Han Fu, captured Jizhou, taken on Gong Sunzan. In the Battle of Boundary Bridge, I killed the White Horse Boxers, but your father wanted to show off his abilities, and was killed by the remnants of Gong Sunzan's White Horse Boxers. If it weren't for Tian Feng calling me over for reinforcement, your father is gone. And you? Your father didn't even dare to point his weapon at me in front of me. And you, the son, are bold as hell. Believe it or not, I'm just going to kill you now, and your father can't do anything about it?" Yuan Shi was furious, and the lance in his hand was stabbing towards Koji-e. This Koji-e, deceiving people too much. However, Yuan Shi here only struck out with his lance, and Koji-e quickly unloaded the long sword he was carrying on his shoulder, and with one slash, he cleaved away Yuan Shi's stabbing lance, and was about to slash at Yuan Shi's neck. Zhao Yun, who was on the side, made an urgent move, picking off Koji-e's long sword that was slashing at Yuan Shi's neck with his spear. Yuan Shi's eyes contracted dramatically, his face instantly turned pale, and beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. Although he had always known that Koji-e was highly skilled in martial arts, but he had always thought that his father had treated Koji too softly. Even if he couldn't kill Koji-e, he had the ability to fight him for dozens of rounds. But unexpectedly, he couldn't even deal with a single move. Koji-e's long sword was picked apart by Zhao Yun's spear and was about to strike again, behind Yuan Shi, dozens of generals brought by Yuan Shi quickly surrounded and came up. As Koji Yi stopped his attack, he playfully surveyed the generals and looked at Yuan Shi. Second Duke, are you trying to force me to rebel? Now that your father hasn't taken down Gongsun Zan yet, why? Do you want to unload on me? Yuan Shi stared dead at Koji Yi, his eyes filled with blood. He couldn't wait to pounce on him and stab Koji Yi to death. However, he was also aware that at the moment, his father did not dare to turn his back on Koji Yi. It's not the first time that Koji has been this reckless. His father hated Koji Yi to death, but in order to take Hebei and to fight against Gongsun Zan, one must endure. Thinking of this, Yuan Shi took several deep breaths and waved his hand towards the generals surrounding Koji Yi and his personal guards. These generals then withdrew. Koji Yi glanced at Yuan Shi and smiled contemptuously. Let's go. Greet everyone and go to the eastern quarters of the city. End of chapter. Chapter 49 Madam saw me naked. Chapter 49 Madam saw naked. Koji Yi left the Jin family with his personal guards. Yuan Shi is still around. Watching Koji Yi leave, Yuan Shi remained motionless. Only one eye looked like it was filled with blood. As a son of the Yuan family with 4 generations and 3 dukes, he was respected wherever he went. No matter who sees him, not to say courteous, at least will come to a second son. This Koji Yi, that's the attitude. When we take Gongsun Zan, we will definitely make him die without a trace. Despite saying this, Yuan Shi was clueless at this point. His father had repeatedly urged him not to turn against Koji at this time. Koji is not a loyalist. Once he flipped, Koji Yi's biggest possibility was to defect to Gongsun Zan. A Gongsun Zan is already so difficult to deal with. Add another Koji Yi to the mix, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Yuan Shi took several deep breaths before suppressing the anger in his heart, replaced his face with a smile, and said to the second son, Jin Yan, Jin Lang, is your mother at home? Can you introduce me? I have been ordered by my father to come and discuss with her about my father's secret letter earlier. Second Duke Jin Yan was about to answer the truth. My mother is in. Zhang Sui's face changed slightly, and he busily tugged on Second Duke Jin Yan's sleeve. What's on your mind? How dare you tell Yuan Shi the truth? It seems that this Yuan family of 4 generations and 3 dukes is an extraordinary existence to these great families. This second son, Jin Yan, is a representative. Han Fu just died, and the second son Jin Yan doesn't even learn a lesson. Originally, the pastor of Jizhou was Han Fu. Han Fu came from the Han family, a famous family in Yingchuan, and was a disciple of the Yuan family. Yuan Shao was able to take a shot at Han Fu, captured the Jizhou pastorate, and even killed Han Fu. A man like Yuan Shao is still trustworthy? What a pig's brain. This second son, the second son, Jin Yan, was reminded by Zhang Sui, and only then did he busily say, my mother went to my maternal grandfather's place to save her family. Yuan Shi's face was a bit stunned as he said, how long will it take to come back? Zhang Sui gently shook his finger towards second Prince Xinyan. Second Duke Xinyan then said, I don't know. Mother is usually in charge of the house and is fierce. She doesn't take the initiative to say. I don't dare to take the initiative to ask. A hint of dislike flashed in Yuan Shi's gaze towards second Prince Xinyan. A big man. The power of his home is in the hands of a woman. Once his father takes his mother, the Jin family will be in the pocket of the Yuan family. However, since his mother's return date was uncertain, Yuan Shi thought of Koji Yi and could only say to his second son, Jin Yan, then, I will go back first. If your mother returns, help me pass her on. Let's just say my father teared up and expects an early answer. After saying that, he clasped his fists and left with the generals. Second Duke Xinyan personally escorted Yuan Shi and the others away. Watching Yuan Shi steer his horse and disappear from sight, Second Duke Xinyan hurriedly looked at Zhang Sui and said, Lord Records, this is Second Duke. Now that Koji Yi is acting recklessly, with him holding down the fort, our Jin family can be too much more stable. Zhao Yun also looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Zhang Sui said with a serious look on his face, this Yuan Shi, even though he is the second son of the Jizhou pastor, do you think, second prince, that he is really here to protect our Jin family? Just now, Koji is still around. Once there is a conflict, our Jin family will immediately be finished. Has second prince thought about it? Once the two of them start a conflict in our Jin family, can our Jin family withstand the onslaught of generals? It's evident that Yuan Shi didn't even consider the Jin family. And Koji Yi, although he's a bit of an asshole, but with him sitting in our Jin clan is at least still in the middle of peace. Looking toward Zhao Yun, Zhang Sui said, this is thanks to Zilong. Zhao Yun was not amused. Zhang Sui said, therefore, our current situation with the Jin family is to not get involved in either side. These two sides, they're bound to fight again. We're going to experience another wave of war here. It's true to train more ministries, just in case. Second Duke Xinyan said. A fight? How about in our Wuji County? Zhang Sui was silent for a moment and said. It's hard to say. Anyway, a fight is certain. And, it's just in these 2 years. Gongsun Zan killed Lu Yu, the governor of Yuzhou, which is a brainiac in the beginning of his downfall. This time, Koji Yi has joined forces with Yanmen Pass Guardian Yanro to bring in the Hu people, including the Xianbei, and Gongsun Zan will surely not be able to stop them. As soon as Gongsun Zan here is repulsed, war is about to break out between Ji Zhoumu and Koji Yi. When the time comes, Koji Yi will die. Zhao Yun said suspiciously. Koji Yi is extremely strong. Even when facing the white horse boxers, he is still brave and unstoppable. Only then did Zhang Sui look at Zhao Yun and smiled. Zilong, bravery can be a general. But, in this chaotic world, to survive, a general must be humble, cautious and loyal. Otherwise, it is a thorn in the side of others. Aspergillus E is brave, but just now he was so nonchalant to Yuan Shi. In the eyes of any vassal, this kind of person will not survive. When the cunning rabbit dies, the traitor cooks. Once the formidable enemy declines, this Koji Yi's days will be over. There have been too many examples of this through the ages. Let's not talk about the distant past, that is, our dynasty's Emperor Gaozu, those who helped him take down the king of Western Shu. Those different surnamed kings, how many of them survived to the end? As soon as the Western Shu hegemon died, these foreign-named kings, one by one, were eradicated cleanly. Zhao Yun was instantly silent. A magnate on the side asked, now that Koji Yi has left, when do we leave then? Zhang Sui laughed and said, all of you stalwarts should stay for a few days first, just as a rest, just in case, when the Koji army marches, you can leave. Zhao Yun nodded back. Koji Yi's departure loosened the tense atmosphere of the Yin family. By dusk, through the secret sentries, it was ascertained that Koji Yi's army and the army led by Yen Menguan's guard Yen Ro converged at the camp east of the city and departed, heading straight for Zhuo County on the opposite bank, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Madam, second Miss Jinmi and the others also came out of the cellar. Her ladyship found out from the housekeeper and the second son, Yen, what had happened in the end. Learning that Yuan Shao's second son, Yuan Shi, had rushed over to find himself, the lady's eyebrows knit high. In the end, she said nothing but sigh. Zhang Sui did not follow second Duke Xingyan anymore and returned to the ministry compound. The ministry and the ministry compound, however, did not return. They continued to patrol around as Zhao Yun had arranged. Although Koji's army retreated, the people were worried that they would go and return. Zhang Sui finished eating alone and rested for a while before he stripped off his shirt and practiced extra hard alone. After the extra practice, this time it triggered the bludgeoning rate and added 0.3 pounds of strength. The night was dark. It's a bit of a dreary day with no moonlight. There were a lot of stars hanging in the sky, but it was dark all around. Zhang Sui didn't put on his shirt and was going to go sit by the ancient well to dry off his sweat and take a shower. Today Madam and the second Miss and the others came out of the cellar though. However, the Jin mansion is still under martial law. Therefore, he expected that Hong Yu and the fifth Miss Shinron would not come to deliver the food. Naturally, there is no need for a top. Take a shower and go straight back to painting. Previously, I promised Zhao Yun and all the ministries that I would draw beautiful animations for them to see. Honesty is important in these late Han times. Zhang Sui thought about continuing to hang around in the Jin family, so integrity could not be lost. Sitting by the ancient well, Zhang Sui blew on the cool breeze and saw that he was about to dry up his sweat. But then he saw a bit of light come on. Zhang Sui was delighted. Is it jade? The fifth young lady comes to herself without a light. At this time, there was only Hong Yu. This chick, Hong Yu, is not ashamed to be her own compatible woman. As soon as he came out, he thought to bring himself food. Thinking that he hadn't been alone for the past few days, Zhang Sui greeted him, to hold her little hand today. However, without walking for long, Zhang Sui froze in his steps. The visitor did have a red jade. Hong Yu also carried a lamp. But then again, there's more than just red jade. At the sight of Hong Yu, the lady also froze in her steps, her beautiful eyes slightly shrinking. How could she not have expected that Zhang Sui would come over naked? Zhang Sui froze, and while scrambling to turn around and walk quickly into the darkness, he said, Ma'am, listen to my sophistry. I didn't know it was you. I thought it was fifth miss. After all, Madam and second miss and Hong Yu all knew that fifth miss would bring him something to eat at night. Hong Yu also gulped and looked nervously at her ladyship. The lady bit her red lip, her snow-white neck flushed in the dim light. In the end, she stood still with a calm demeanor. Zhang Sui returned to the ministry compound and hurriedly put on his clothes before he re-entered, saying sardonically, Ma'am, it's so late. If you're looking for me, just have someone call me over directly. Hong Yu glared at Zhang Sui and spat. Madam called you over at night. If people find out, What will Madam say? It's hard to argue with a mouth. Zhang Sui hurriedly echoed. Yes, yes, yes. I'm a pig brain. End of chapter. Chapter 50, Madam, incorporating the Jin family as a side clan? Chapter 50, Madam, incorporating the Jin family as a side clan? Han Yu glanced at Madam. Seeing that the lady beside him looked calm and showed no signs of storming out, she was also secretly relieved. She plucked out Zhang Sui with some annoyance. It's a big night for you to not wear a top. But when she thought of the way he hurriedly ran over just now, the red dress felt a little more comfortable in her heart. This denizen must have thought he came alone to bring him food. These days, at night, only himself and the fifth young lady sought him out. And Miss Five is not a fan of holding a lamp. Thinking of how eager he was to see himself, Han Yu secretly hummed. Also just now rush. Before, when he was hiding in the cellar and he accompanied the second prince to see Madam, he didn't even give himself a second glance. Seeing Zhang Sui in such a state, the lady did not blame him, but only whispered, "There is no one in the compound, is there?" Zhang Sui hummed. "No, just in case." Everyone is still following Zhao Yun's arrangement and continuing to squat at various points. The lady whispered, "Go inside the compound then. I have a few questions for you and will be back later." Zhang Sui busily made a gesture of invitation, then led the way in front. Zhang Sui took his wife to his room, then wiped the bed clean with his sleeve and made his wife sit on it. Zhang Sui said, "Wait a moment, ma'am, I'll go boil some water." The lady said, "No, I'll ask a few questions and then go. I'm a woman. Looking for you in the middle of the night. I'm prone to gossip. I can't stay too long." Zhang Sui stood in front of the lady and obediently said, "Lady, feel free to ask." Madam sized up Zhang Sui and said, "After hearing Yenny and the housekeeper talk about you, I feel that you are quite knowledgeable." Zhang Sui laughed twice and said, "Thank you for your praise. I'm just full of. Just listen to it, don't take it seriously." The lady wondered, "Full of? What is this?" Zhang Sui foreheaded and said, "That's it. It's just nonsense." The lady nodded. Before continuing, "Say what you will, and listen or not. That is my business and not your responsibility." Zhang Sui let out an oh so subtle sound. The lady pondered for a moment before she said, "What do you think? How is this person Yuan Xiao?" Zhang Sui skimmed his lips and said, "This man is not as good as Cao Cao. If Cao Cao takes a concubine, even that woman's children will be treated well. Yuan Xiao takes concubines. He doesn't care if others live or die. This man Yuan Xiao is a humble gentleman on the outside, but in reality he is dark and vicious on the inside." Han Fu was a Yuan family disciple and official. He took the initiative to give him the pastor of Jizhou, and he still wants to get Han Fu killed, so you can know this person's character. The lady was stunned. She had not yet told anyone other than her second daughter, Shenmi. Yuan Xiao had sought her out because he wanted to take her as a concubine. This man, how did he know? Han Yu did not have the good sense to say, "What nonsense. What's with having a concubine or not having a concubine? That's not what Madam is asking." Zhang Sui glanced at Han Yu and then at Madam. Madam signaled Han Yu to be quiet before she looked at Zhang Sui and said, "What do you know? Or is this something Mir told you?" Zhang Sui spread his hands and said, "How could Second Miss say this? Second Miss and I are actually not that close. Besides, it's a matter of the Jin family's reputation. I'm just guessing. Yuan Xiao's second son, Yuan Shi, came to the door this time, and said that the secret letter, and not the lady did not see. Predictable. I'm not trying to dictate the affairs of the Jin family. I'm just a master recorder after all. I just don't want the Jin family to go astray. After all, I'm considered a part of the Jin family now. The Jin family stands so that I can live well. I'm not doing any better when the Jin family is in trouble. Your ladyship thinks so highly of me, and in these troubled times I would be hard-pressed to find a second-rate family to treat me like this. I'm the one who knows what I'm doing. The Jin family is treating me like this, so I naturally know everything." Hearing Zhang Sui say this, the lady nodded with satisfaction and said, "Words are not bad." After a moment's silence, the lady added, "I heard Yenny say that you think that the Jizhou shepherd and Koji E will fight, and that eventually Koji E will die?" Zhang Sui nodded and said, "Although Koji E is strong, he is ultimately a general. Yuan Xiao has many elite soldiers and good generals under his hand, as well as many strategists, and has gained the support of various great families. When the two fight, the result is obvious." Madam said, "Then do you think it is possible for our Jin family to profit from this?" Zhang Sui looked at Madam with some surprise. Madam is ambitious. Not bad for the head of the Jin family. It's amazing to think of profiting from it. Unfortunately, it's a woman. If it's a man, the Jin family will have an unlimited future with someone like Madam to support the family. Throughout history, the women of the Jin family are really not simple. Zhang Sui stammered for a while before saying, "Profit-making, naturally, is possible. But we don't have a man in the Jin family who can matter right now. There are some things that it is not convenient for the lady and the second miss to do as women. The lady said, then how about I have Yener stand in front and you assist him? Zhang Sui, aiding the second son. Yen? Zhang Sui only felt a toothache. The second prince is a little too soft-tempered, and panic when things go wrong. To be honest, he really didn't think highly of second Duke Xinyan. Zhang Sui asked rhetorically, which point does your ladyship want the second prince to achieve? Madam said, at the very least, it will be able to protect the Jin family so that outsiders won't dare to covet it easily. Just like the Jizhou shepherd. My Jin family, if possible, I am deathly unwilling to hand it over to him. Zhang Sui scratched his head. Historically, the Jin family really relied on Yuan Shao's second son, Yuan Shi, and Cao Cao's son, Cao Pai, to hold them together. Now, wanting to exist independently from Yuan Shao's control, it's really not that difficult. The lady did not continue to force the issue, but rose and smiled. Take your time to think about it for a few days. If you're really willing to do that and have a concrete plan, some other day, I'll confer with those old men within the clan and let you merge into the Jin clan as a member of my Jin clan side clan. As you said yourself, we are actually one. The Yen family is better so you can be better. And I'm not boasting. You are talented and, well, extraordinary. But it's hard to get the next one that can value you as much as I do. For the same simple reason you should be able to think of. My Jin family is not supported by a reliable male master. Other families, all of them, and they don't need you to tell them what to do. The lady finished and left with Hongyu. Zhang Sui escorted the lady to the ancient well and watched her back leave before exhaling. He really didn't think that the lady would think so highly of him. Surprisingly, he wants him to come and assist the second prince to stand firm under Yuan Shao's hand. I wonder where the lady gets her confidence. He doesn't even have one himself. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Sui got a headache from thinking about it. So he left it alone and just took a shower. The lady took Hongyu back to her room, letting Hongyu rest on her own. The madam sat on her knees in front of the case table in the room and continued to deal with the affairs of the Jin family. These days, she's letting her second son help with it though. However, the second son was too mediocre to handle much of it at all, and she still had to do it herself. It was only late into the night that she dealt with it, yawning, and walked over to the bed, stripping off her long skirt, revealing her arms and fragrant shoulders that were like white jade, and the smooth little belly that was slightly bulging. Sitting down on the bedstead and lifting her two long, slender, rounded legs, the lady lay back, pulled the covers over her belly, and looked up at the drapery above her head. In her mind, she couldn't help but to picture the scene of Zhang Sui's naked upper body. It's been months in the Jin family. Zhang Sui's originally thin body had grown a lot of flesh. The lady's mind wandered to that firm chest, and her heart was in a bit of a turmoil. How long had it been since she had experienced the firmness of a man? Burying her hands under the covers, the lady flushed up and breathed a little emphatically. After a while, as if deflated, she looked bleak, closed her eyes, and let out a long sigh. End of chapter. Chapter 51 Animation. Chapter 51. Besides, after Zhang Sui sent his wife back, he then returned to the ancient well and took a shower. After taking a shower, he returned to his room and drew carefully in front of his desk. What's the picture? It's the Catching a Corpse beauty anime that was previously promised to the multitude of ministries. He chose only one action screen. In the action scene, the Fonzie is Captain Jinhao. Only the dressing becomes a Taoist robe. The female zombie, on the other hand, was Ms. Kurai, a well-known actress from the island action movies he had watched before crossing over. Although Kurai-sensei had disembarked long before he crossed over, Kurai-sensei had been a great source of enlightenment for him. Can't get it out of my head to this day. As for why the Captain Jinhao was chosen to look like a Fengshi, the reason is also very simple: to increase the sense of immersion. Of course, neither Captain Jinhao nor Mr. Kurai actually drew very well. However, none of this is critical. As a lover of Liu Bei's writing and romances for a time, his focus was never on these minutiae. Zhang Sui hummed a little tune as he drew quickly. The more he admired what he had been through, luckily with such a crummy hand, so much so, that he was able to integrate into the Jin family's ministry so quickly. Without this handful of scummy craftsmanship, honestly, it wouldn't have been easy to instantly mingle with the Jin family's ministry. After all, as far as men are concerned, the best way to become friends is to be elegant. Back in the day, when he was in college, he and his 3 roommates didn't originally have a good relationship. There have even been falling out and even fights over people not wanting to clean up after themselves and often playing games in the middle of the night. However, every time we went to dinner together and watched rom-coms together, the relationship was soon good again. Zhang Sui drew until close to dawn before he had drawn 40 pictures. Although it looked rough at a glance, Zhang Sui quickly flipped through it, his mouth grinning behind his ears. long legs, big white ass. Various key parts are in place. Definitely intriguing enough. People are visual creatures. The animation formed by these 40 drawings gave this man of the late Han dynasty an impact that was definitely more shocking than words. Zhang Sui used a dagger to drill 3 holes in one side of these drawings and tied them with a rope, which he hid in his sleeve and went out. Dawn. Going to say hello to Zhao Yun. After all, there was no way to know for sure if Koji and the others would go and return. The Yen family is still under martial law. Demonstrate a responsible attitude even though you yourself are the main memorizer. Zhao Yun is very responsible, holding down the gate all night. Seeing Zhang Sui come out, Zhao Yun greeted him and curiously said, "Why did Lord Records come over so early? There was no movement for a night. The Koji army should have already left. Woji County is safe for now. You can sleep a little longer." Zhang Sui laughed. "No harm done. It's good to come out for a walk and pay more attention." Zhao Yun nodded and said, "That's true." Zhang Sui stood beside Zhao Yun and raised an eyebrow. "Do you still remember what I promised everyone in the ministry compound when you first arrived earlier?" Zhao Yun hemmed and said suspiciously, "Remember, you said that you'd draw the animation of catching corpse beauty for everyone when you got through this crisis safely." Zhang Sui lowered his voice and said, "I stayed up all night last night and finished the drawing. Zilong, do you want to take a look at it first?" Zhao Yun froze and looked around with a somewhat embarrassed expression and said, "Lord Records, I read the spring and autumn annals. This isn't too good, right?" Zhang Sui looked at Zhao Yun's sheepish look and laughed. "What are you afraid of? Could I still tell? Besides, you've got a son, so what are you embarrassed about? As far as the male and female bit is concerned? Besides, how many people brothels are going bright and early? We'll just look at a few pictures." As Zhang Sui spoke, he pulled out the drawings he had made during the night from his sleeve and quickly flipped them over in front of Zhao Yun's eyes. Zhao Yun's eyes were wide open and his breathing was a little short. His heart was pounding. What hasn't he seen in all his life? I just haven't seen a picture of a man and a woman in bed and still moving. It's just that it's a little too short. He's not over it. It's gone. Zhao Yun looked around nervously while seeing that no one was paying attention to his place. Before he gulped and attempted to flip through the drawings. However, he was clearly inexperienced and it took him a while to turn the page. Completely ineffective. Zhang Sui laughed out loud when he saw Zhao Yun looking like this. Zhao Yun was busy covering Zhang Sui's mouth as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Only then did Zhang Sui stop laughing and quickly flipped through it. Zhao Yun's eyes were dead set on the drawing, and he looked at it several more times before looking at Zhang Sui, with admiration on his face, saying, "Lord Records is truly multi-talented, and if this is used in the right way, it will definitely be extraordinary." Zhang Sui teased, "This little matter isn't the right way? Since ancient times, inheritance has been of utmost importance." Zhao Yun's face was a bit unnatural and said, "Cunning. Anyway, you should read more books in the future and get less of this." Zhang Sui gave an oh-so-sweet sound, closed the drawing, tucked it into his sleeve, nodded, and said in a serious manner, "All right, I'll listen to you. Zilong, I was originally thinking, let Zilong you have a taste. If you like it, I will draw you a book of this kind of animation, and let the word spring and autumn be written on the cover of the book, so that in the future, Zilong, you can carry it with you. Since you don't like it, Zilong, it's a pity that you can't force it on people, isn't it? I'll give it to someone else then. Zilong, you keep busy," said, about to leave. Zhao Yun's face was a bit torn as he watched Zhang Sui really want to leave. After all, he called out to Zhang Sui, walked over quickly, and whispered, "As you said, write the words spring and autumn on the cover and give it to me." Zhang Sui wanted to laugh a little as he watched Zhao Yun's face flush and look around warily. After all, he didn't laugh out loud and patted Zhao Yun's chest, saying, "What's a big man to be afraid of? I'll continue painting for you when I have time today, to thank you for your help these past few days." After saying that, he went back to find Captain Jinhao and the others. Zhao Yun was busy saying, "Read it twice more." Zhang Sui demonstrated to Zhao Yun a few more times before leaving in Zhao Yun's fawn sight. Zhang Sui found Captain Jinhao. Captain Jinhao was different from Zhao Yun. Captain Jinhao was an old man with a thick skin. Seeing Zhang Sui's drawing, or his own likeness, Captain Jinhao's eyes could not wait to stick to the drawing. He also recruited other ministries to watch it with him. A group of ministries surrounded the picture, and tears of emotion flowed from the corners of each mouth. There were even occasional gasps of surprise. "So white. It's huge. Bercheng, what you're telling us is far less interesting than this. I always thought that Bucheng's paintings had reached the peak, but now I realize that Bucheng's skills are much more than that." Zhang Sui also raised his eyebrows when he was praised by these people. A night of staying up trying was not in vain. "What are you doing?" A cold, delicate voice rang out. End of chapter. Chapter 52. Zhang Sui, for the sake of the Jin family, I will bear the stigma. Chapter 52, Zhang Sui, for the sake of the Jin family. I will stigma. A sudden chortle startled the crowd. Almost instantly, the crowd dispersed individually. Captain Jinhao was also startled. He scrambled to tuck the drawing into his sleeve and saluted in the direction of the voice. Zhang Sui. He was numb. Why is second miss here so early? Zhang Sui squeezed out a smile and said, Second miss. This early. Second miss Shinmi came with lotus steps. A pair of beautiful eyes flashed in icy cold sight, sweeping over the faces of the crowd. Second miss Shinmi said, What were you all excited about just now? The minions snapped, not daring to reply. Second miss Shinmi's gaze fell on Captain Jinhao's sleeve. That picture isn't quite hidden yet. Second miss Shinmi walked over. Captain Jinhao was busy backing up, saying repeatedly, Second miss. What are you dash? Second miss Shinmi pointed down Captain Jinhao's sleeve and said, The books. Give them to me. Captain Jinhao's face turned white under the brush. Zhang Sui hurriedly interjected. Second miss. That's the spring and autumn annals. That's right. That's the spring and autumn annals. It's like this. Zhao Yun has always loved reading spring and autumn. It's thanks to him that we're safe this time. There was no change last night, so Zhao Yun and the others won't be able to stay for more than a few days before they have to leave. We wanted to give him a little gift for his help. So, just now, we gathered to confer. Then it occurred to me that I'd copy a copy of the spring and autumn for him, and everyone thought it was a good idea. So there was an outpouring of amazement just now. Second Miss Shinmi narrowed her eyes and said, Why do I feel so untrustworthy? Zhang Sui raised his hand and swore, It's true, I would never lie. Second Miss Shinmi ignored it, but quickly pulled books from Captain Jinhao's sleeve. Quiet. There was dead silence all around. All the ministries looked at Second Miss Shinmi in despair. Zhang Sui also looked as if his heart was dead. Finished? How can a great lady like Second Miss Shinmi look at this? You're dead. Second Miss Shinmi flipped through the first page, and her beautiful eyes slightly shrunk. She looked at Zhang Sui incredulously. This denizen. It's gone crazy. Is he that passionate about bedtime? The morning sunlight flew from her snow-white, long neck all the way up to her pretty face. Finally, her earlobes were so red they were dripping blood. Her slender jade fingers kept flipping through the pictures. Looked at 5. She just couldn't look at it anymore. She couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. She looked at Zhang Sui, her beautiful eyes almost spitting out fire. Zhang Sui felt the burning gaze of Second Miss Shinmi and also hated to find a hole in the ground. I hadn't counted on her being here today. Finished? If I had known, I wouldn't have taken it out so early. He actually had a little something in mind that he wanted to show off. There you go. That's why it's important for people to keep a low profile. What Zhang Sui never expected was that the second young Miss Shinmi suddenly said, A book like Spring and Autumn is not suitable for you to read. You can't read something so profound. I don't want to see you all get together again to read the book Spring and Autumn. Otherwise, the next time you find out, you'll be expelled from the Jin family. Understand? The minions were a bit stunned. Zhang Sui was also a bit surprised. It's amazing that Second Miss would help cover it up. However, he quickly realized it again. It should be that what he had done to the Jin family during this period of time had made both Madame and Second Young Miss recognize his abilities. Otherwise, Madame wouldn't have found herself urgently last night and thrown out that kind of offer. It was obvious that Miss Tu didn't want to drive herself away either. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui busily said, Second Miss's lesson is right. We'll keep it in mind. Captain Jinhao and the others all came back to their senses and chimed in. Here. Only then did Second Miss Shinmi look at Zhang Sui and coldly said, Come with me. With that, he turned and walked away. Captain Jinhao nudged in the direction of Second Miss Shinmi and opened his mouth to say wordlessly, Find a way to get it back. Zhang Sui rolled his eyes. Bring back a hammer. How do I take it? Can't we just rob them? Who told you to hide it? Zhang Sui ignored the crowd of minions and followed Second Miss Shinmi straight to a stone pavilion. Second Miss Shinmi sat on a long stone chair in the stone pavilion, threw the drawing on the stone table, and sneered, Lord Record, you're really versatile. You can even draw this. Seeing that Second Miss obviously didn't want to make a big deal out of it, Zhang Sui grew a bit bolder and snapped, Second Miss, listen to my sophistry. Second Miss Shinmi's beautiful eyes flashed with sarcasm and said, Cunning? Zhang Sui sighed and scratched his head. No way. A slip of the tongue. Madam and Second Miss are both the kind of fairies that come down to earth, and I'm always nervous when I'm facing you, so there are times when the expression is not clear. Look at me. I'm relaxed when I'm facing the second prince. Second Miss Shinmi snorted and said, Oily mouth. Well, I'll listen to your sophistry today. I'll see what you can say to be able to make me accept your reasons for drawing such filth. Zhang Sui glanced at Second Miss Shinmi, rubbed his eyes, tried to squeeze out 2 tears, and sighed. Second Miss, how else do I need to weasel my way out of this? As you know, Second Miss, I am the underling. I'm so old I haven't married or had children. Those ministries, too. But we're all normal men. We have needs. But it's been a very stressful time. Especially with Koji living in before. We're on edge every day for fear of a confrontation. And then we're all going to die a horrible death. In order to protect the Jin family, we must also do our best to block it. It's a mission and a duty. Earlier, on my way to escape from Yanmen County to Wuji County, I met a big man in his 30s who had never touched a woman in his life. His greatest wish before he died was that he hadn't experienced the wonders of women. During this time, the situation is critical and I am facing this situation with these ministries. The best way to dispose of it would be for us to go to a whorehouse once and let off some steam and release the stress. But compared to our needs, the safety of the Yen family is clearly more important. Naturally, one cannot put the safety of the Jin family at risk for the sake of need, even when you know you're going to die a horrible death. What can be done about it? Is it really possible to see all the ministries die with regret? That's the kind of thing I came up with. As you can see, second miss. Everyone is happy to get relief. I'm genuinely looking out for the Jin family. I also know it's not good to spread this kind of filth. So, I took it upon myself to paint this in private, without the knowledge of the lady and the second miss. As long as the Jin family is good, this kind of stigma, I'll just take it on. Of course, if Madam and the second young lady have a better way to dispose of them, I will never paint these again. Second Miss Shinmi laughed in anger. This denizen, he can really turn black and white upside down and talk nonsense. If I didn't know that he was evil at heart, I would have believed this nonsense. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Second Mrs. Thoughts. Chapter 53, Second Mrs. When Zhang Sui saw Second Miss Shinmi laughing like this, he coughed awkwardly and stopped talking. It was obvious that the second young miss was a very intelligent woman despite her young age. These fabricated words of his own might be believed by others, but it was obvious that the second young lady would not believe them. In that case, it's better not to say anything. Seeing that Zhang Sui had stopped speaking, second Miss Shinmi teasingly looked at Zhang Sui with an overlooking look and said, "What? No more continued sophistry?" Zhang Sui squeezed out a smile and said, "Second Miss, just tell me what you want me to do. Everyone is smart. You're not going to kick me out for that, are you? Besides, if you really wanted to drive me away, you would have struck out long ago, and you wouldn't have covered up for me just now, saying something about this being the spring and autumn, knowing full well that people don't believe it either. For another, beautiful women tend to be kind-hearted. The second young miss looks like a beautiful woman, and she seems to be a kind-hearted person." The second young miss, Junmi, saw that Zhang Sui had said so she did not have the heart to squeeze her dislike, pulling out another book of drawings from her sleeve and tossing it onto the stone table. Second Miss Shinmi said, "I've looked at both of your drawings, and they're both good. You draw me one of these, to draw better." Zhang Sui glanced at the stone table. With just one glance, he recognized what the other book's drawings were. It was the one he had previously given to the second son, Yen Yen, to animate his wife's drawings. Zhang Sui asked, "Can I take the liberty of asking what the second young miss wants to paint this for?" The second young lady Jinmi's eyes then moved away from Zhang Sui, looking toward the grass in the distance. "My second brother still needs you to assist. There are some things, there is no need to hide the colorful to you. Jizhou Mu wants to take my mother as a concubine. Of course, you should have guessed that concubinage of my mother is false, and scheming against my Jin family is true, although my Jin family has fallen. But, in Jizhou, it still has some small reputation. There are also countless ministries, male servants and maids under my Jin family. The fields in them, and other assets, are innumerable, not to say it's much, enough to support the Jizhou herdsman's rations for half a month for his 100,000 strong army. The chowderman is not guilty of harboring a false accusation. It's inevitable that my Jin family, with such a large family business and no supporting man at home, will be coveted. In the past 2 years, many people have proposed marriage to my mother, wanting to marry me, thus gradually encroaching on my Jin family. Whether it's gluttony for me or my mother, it's all one thing." Turning her head, second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui and said, "Mother looked for you last night." Zhang Sui froze, but still nodded honestly, although Mrs. wants to avoid suspicion. However, Junmi, as the second miss of the Jin family, and being smart and powerful, how could she not know? One can only honestly admit it. Second young Miss Shinmi said, "I can also guess that mother's search for you is bound to be based on your performance this time and wants you to assist my second brother. But a nest of eggs, you can't put them in a jar. Otherwise, if you miscalculate, the consequences will be unimaginable. Not to mention, my second brother's temperament is really not the material to support the Jin family, and the mother, more than anything else, is the backbone of the family. If she remarries, especially if she marries a Jizhou pastor, my Jin family will be completely finished. That's why I thought, if possible, I could marry into the family of the Jizhou minister instead of my mother. Whether it's marrying the Jizhou pastor as a concubine, it's still better to marry the son of the Jizhou pastor as a proper wife. Sacrificing me will also buy the Jin family a little time. I am far less important to the Jin family than my mother. I only hope that the little time gained will allow mother to bring up the third brother. Or, perhaps, sister-in-law will be able to give birth to a capable nephew. Or maybe, you really have that ability to assist my second brother in supporting my Jin family. Zhang Sui. There was something very wrong with him. This Jin family, from the madam to the second young lady to the fifth young lady, are all thinking about how they can keep the Jin family and allow it to continue. Only the second son, Jin Yan, who was supposed to support the Jin family, did not have the ability or the awareness to do so. The second young lady, Jun Mi, said, I need you to draw me one of these moving pictures. Paint me as pretty and spiritual as you can, the kind that can make a man instantly attracted. In the future, when second brother is still unable to accomplish anything with your assistance, and when the Jizhou herdsmen come to force mother's hand, I will have this painting brought to the Jizhou herdsmen and replace mother with me. Hearing second Miss Shinmi say this, Zhang Sui sighed and said, alright, second miss, I'll try my best. It seems to follow the path of history after all. Actually, that's not so bad. Historically, the second young lady first married Yuan Xie, the second son of Yuan Shao, and then married Chao Chao's son, Chao Pai, before giving birth to his son, Chao Rui. Relying on this layer of relationship, the Jin family is prospering day by day. As the Jin family's main record himself, he was able to follow the food and drink, and no need to be afraid. When second Miss Shinmi saw that Zhang Sui had agreed, she then beckoned a maid over to fetch Zhang Sui a pen, ink, paper and inkstone. This time the paper was no longer yellow paper like the one in the box under the bed like Captain Jinhao. Instead, it's thin white paper, very smooth, kind of like the white paper for drafts handed out at the college entrance exams before Zhang Sui crossed over. Zhang Sui touched these white papers, and his originally bleak mind brightened a bit as he said, this is Zuobo paper, isn't it? Would it be a bit too extravagant to use this kind of paper? He remembers how expensive Zobo paper was in this late Han period, one of those things that money can't buy. According to historical records, Kai Yong, the father of Kai Wenji, a famous talent in later times, was a great scholar at the end of the Han dynasty. He was well versed in the classics of poetry and writing. Many dignitaries asked him to help write something. Kai Yong only wrote for those who provided the Zuobo paper. Second Miss Shinmi was a bit surprised. You actually know about Zuobo paper as well. This Zobo paper? It's a rarity. Money can't buy it. Zhang Sui told the historical account of Kai Yong and Zuobo's paper. Second Miss Shinmi, she doesn't even know. This man, or someone who was born in Yanmen County, it seems that he didn't lie before, and should indeed be a disciple of the former parallel prefecture chancellor Ding Yuan. Otherwise, how is it possible to know such hidden things? Let's just say, he really has some skills. Unfortunately, not the man of my own family. Sizing up Zhang Sui, a thought suddenly surfaced in second Miss Shinmi's mind. If this man was willing to join the Jin family and be her husband, then even if second brother couldn't support the Jin family, it seemed like it wouldn't be that bad with him around. If she had a child with him, then he would have to do everything he could to support the Jin family. Watching Zhang Sui leave the edge of the stone table and step away to fold the branches, second Miss Shinmi's eyes fell on Zhang Sui's buttocks. It was still a bit scrawny, but, compared to the first time I saw him, it was much better. Grow some more meat and you'll be a strong man. In bed, it can't be too bad. End of chapter. Chapter 54, second Miss's hands are very moist. Chapter 54, second Miss's hands are very. While second Miss Shinmi was staring at Zhang Sui's ass, Zhang Sui finished folding the branch and walked back. Noticing that second Miss Shinmi's eyes had been staring at him, Zhang Sui suspiciously pulled at the clothes on his body and asked, Second Miss, is there something on me? It was only then that second Miss Shinmi snapped back to her senses. Her pretty face couldn't help but burn. She couldn't believe it. She herself, the second Miss of the Jin family, would actually one day think about a male subordinate in her family. Just now, even in his own mind, he had fantasized about this man's firm buttocks. Second Miss Shinmi hated to run away. What is this thinking to yourself? However, she was afraid to go. The more you walk, the more you prove your weakness. Besides, one is the second young lady, and you're afraid of a male servant? Thinking of this, second Miss Shinmi forced herself to calm down, deliberately pulling away from the topic and said, No, I just thought, you're also a handful of years old. It's time to get a wife. Previously, mother promised you that you would be allowed to choose one of the maids as your wife. How are your thoughts now? Do you still not have a favorite? Zhang Sui was a little lost in thought as he watched second Miss's pretty and somewhat youthful face swell with red. he couldn't help but mentally explode. Really good looking, and Mrs. are two styles of beauty. Madam has a plump figure, pretty face, always smiling, with a strong mature woman's temperament exposed, so that people can't help but pick her up, wanting to ravage into their arms and embed it in their bodies. The second young lady has a slim figure, but not lack of meat, the delicate face with a trace of youthfulness, the original cool temperament, at the moment along with the pretty face red, as if it is going to drip blood, quite a sinus youthful appearance. No wonder the historical Chow Pai even went so far as to flip off his father Chow Chow and steal her when he first saw her. It is no wonder that the historical Chao Ji was so soulful that he wrote such a stunningly beautiful ancient text as Luo Shen Fu, thinking that a beauty of such caliber could not be owned by him in the end. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. Damn it. How nice it would be if I traveled to Yuan Shao myself. How could you not take the lady and the second young lady into your arms together? Of course, that's the way it is now. The truth is, there is no what if. As a male subordinate of the Jin family, the district's main record, one should recognize his own identity. Messing around with hormones at this time of year, that's a real dead giveaway. Zhang Sui retrieved his thoughts, walked over to the stone table, pulled out a dagger at his waist, and sharpened the note into a pencil shape before responding to the second young lady. Jun Mi, already thought of it. Second Miss Jun Mi's heart missed a beat. Thinking about it? Well, surely he can't be recruited into the family. However, soon, second Miss Jun Mi came to her senses again. What's on your mind? Why do you keep thinking about him joining the family all by yourself? Feel like you're monkeying around. That's ridiculous. Your own Haljin family second miss looks as beautiful as dumping the country. How many people step through the threshold want to ask for marriage? Why must choose this man as a son-in-law? Despite thinking so, second Miss Shinmi still asked, who? Tell me about it. I'll help you look. Zhang Sui looked at second Miss Shinmi somewhat strangely. What are you looking at? This is something that you can't do anything about. But thinking that Hong Yu was after all her previous personal maid, and that their feelings were extraordinary, Zhang Sui still knelt down on the support heel, facing the second young lady, and started grinding the inkstone while honestly saying, Hong Yu, I think Hong Yu is just fine. Second Miss Shinmi let out an O and said, quite good. She wanted to say something else, but realized that there was surprisingly nothing to say. To be exact, at this moment, she actually envied Hong Yu a little. Hong Yu is a maid. This Sui, too, is a master mark. Hong Yu is good looking and knows her way around. This Sui is a bit of a denizen, but he has talent. The two are a good match. Being able to facilitate this pair, they are probably going to be happy. Unlike yourself, as the second young lady of the Jin family, though, as long as she insisted, it was highly likely that her mother should and would support her marriage. However, when one is capricious, all the burden of the family falls on the mother. Thinking of her mother's hardships over the years, second Miss Shinmi sighed darkly. Seeing second Miss Shinmi sighing, Zhang Sui asked suspiciously, Second Miss, just paint you like this? Or do you strike a pose? Second Miss Shinmi turned her head and furrowed her eyebrows. I don't look good like this? Zhang Sui laughed. Second Miss looks good in any way. It's just that the second young lady has come up with this Zobo paper, so it's only natural to pursue perfection. Otherwise, it's a waste of this Zobel paper. Second Miss Shinmi stood up. That's true. Zobo paper, even she doesn't spare it. It would be a waste not to paint yourself to look good. It's just that, since second Miss Shinmi grew up, she's been in the Jin mansion, and hasn't had much contact with men outside of her father and second brother. Naturally, it's even more difficult to know what kind of a stance will maximize a man's attraction. Thinking of the various pictures drawn by Zhang Sui, second Miss Shinmi looked towards Zhang Sui. The denizen, being a man, and, moreover, a lustful man, must know better than himself. Thinking of this, second Miss Shinmi said, you make the painting. You say how? Zhang Sui stopped grinding and seriously sized up the second young Miss Shinmi. The second young lady was slim and handsome, with skin as fair as jade and a neck as long as a swan's. Zhang Sui pondered slightly for a moment and said, if second Miss, it might look better if you change into a light green long dress. Second Miss Shinmi didn't say anything and turned to leave. After waiting for a few moments, she saw second Miss Shinmi folding back, kinda changed into a long light green dress and stopped by the stone pavilion bench. Zhang Sui stood up and looked around the second young lady. Second Miss Shinmi's pretty face was a bit twisted. It always felt like the denizen's pair of eyes were up to no good. Zhang Sui looked around the second young Miss Shinmi for a while before picking up a pair of drawings and signaling the second young miss to sit on the bench so that she could watch it carefully. Zhang Sui watched for a while before he said, Second Miss, raise your head and smile at me. Try it. Second Miss Shinmi raised her head and looked at Zhang Sui, eager to squeeze out a smile. But looking at Zhang Sui's straight line of sight, she still couldn't laugh. It was all she could do to force the corners of her mouth to rise ever so slightly and then droop again. Zhang Sui said. Then, because she had drawn a picture of the second young lady before and carefully scrutinized her look. Therefore, this time, Zhang Sui's painting went much smoother, just modified some details of the action. This time it took less than a quarter of an hour for Zhang Sui to draw a picture of the second young lady, Junmi. In the painting, the second young lady is wearing a long green dress, sitting on a bench with a serious look on her face. The breeze curled her green silk, giving her a very aged look. This was the first time that Zhang Sui felt that second Miss actually looked better without black silk. When he was drawing for Miss Tu before, he thought of drawing two slender thighs with black silk for Miss Tu. And in this picture, wearing black silk makes it look vulgar instead. Such a quiet second young lady, on the contrary, appeared to be immortal. Zhang Sui drew 20 more pictures of the second young lady. These drawings contain the faintest hint of the corners of the mouth turning up on Miss Tu's pretty face as she looks down at her book. Looks up, and looks up. After these drawings, it was midday. Zhang Sui stacked a total of 21 drawings on top of each other, drilled 3 small holes in one side with a dagger, took the red rope from the maid, threaded it through the holes, and locked it. Only after that did he hand the drawing to the second young lady, Junmi. Second Miss Junmi was originally looking at the grass in the distance. When Zhang Sui handed over the drawing, she didn't think too much about it and just reached out for it. Her fingers directly held Zhang Sui's fingers. Ice cold. One word popped into Zhang Sui's head, very moist. Second Miss Junmi's fingers touched Zhang Sui's fingers before her pretty face changed slightly, and she was about to draw back her hand in a panic. Zhang Sui saw that the second young Miss Junmi had taken the drawings and was about to let go. But it didn't occur to me that the picture that was obviously picked up by the second young lady, Junmi, was going to fall. Zhang Sui hurriedly stretched out his other hand and wrapped it around the second young lady's small hand along with it, before catching the drawing and not letting it fall to the ground. When the second young miss saw Zhang Sui actually holding her hand, her entire body was a bit confused. Almost subconsciously, her other hand directly slapped Zhang Sui's side face. Zhang Sui was also a bit confused. At this moment, he hadn't really thought about why he was getting beaten up. In all his life, he had never been hit in the face. He scrunched his neck in panic and said, "Hit the man, not the face." Seeing that second Miss Shinmi's other hand was about to slap Zhang Sui on the side of his face, second Miss Shinmi reddened her face, withdrew her hand, and left quickly, not even returning her head for a moment, not even wanting the picture. Zhang Sui looked at second Miss Shinmi's angry back as she left and was about to mutter, "Inexplicable," but when the words came out of his mouth, feeling the cold touch still remaining in his hand, Zhang Sui suddenly came back to his senses. Holy, it's a big offense. I shouldn't have subconsciously wrapped my arms around the fallen picture just now. His own hand was wrapped around the second young lady's tiny hand. Although the end of the Han dynasty was still quite open, women remarried often. But, after all, men and women are different. Moreover, he himself, a mere master marker, was holding the young lady's small hand. A drop of cold sweat seeped from Zhang Sui's forehead. It's a big offense. It is. Zhang Sui hurriedly chased after him and said, "Second Miss, I didn't do it on purpose. Unjustly." End of chapter. Chapter 55, Second Miss Shinmi, so in his eyes, I'm like this. Chapter 55, Second Miss Shinmi, so in his eyes, I'm. The second young Miss Shinmi originally hated to hurry and stay far away from Zhang Sui. In all her life, she hadn't been touched by a man other than her father and second brother, especially since growing up. She even kept her distance from her second brother as well. But I didn't expect to be touched by this denizen today. And, more than once, this would have made her angry if she didn't know he didn't mean it. But I didn't think that this denizen would be so foolish at this time and keep catching up. Seeing Zhang Sui follow and explain, the second Miss Shinmi suddenly stopped her footsteps. Her beautiful eyes were full of cold aura. "You still follow? Stay away," he said, before speeding up his pace again to leave. Zhang Sui stood in place, watching the second young Miss Shinmi leave and enter the house, somewhat helpless. After waiting for a few moments, seeing that the second young Miss Shinmi also did not make any movement, and there was no one looking for himself, only the maid just now, took away the portrait of the lady on the stone table and the picture he just drew for the second young miss, Zhang Sui was relieved. By the looks of it, the anger should be gone. Zhang Sui went back to the stone table and took away the animation of catching corpse beauty, and returned to his residence. He had to draw another one like this and give it to Zhao Yun as a token of appreciation for Zhao Yun stepping in to protect the Jin family this time. As soon as Zhang Sui left here, the second young Miss Shinmi came out of the house, but did not go out of the threshold, instead asking the maid outside, "That denizen is gone?" The maid hummed all over. Second Miss Shinmi then hummed, "Wish I could punch him in the head." Despite this thought, second Miss Shinmi returned to the house. In her hand she held 2 books of drawings. One heck of a book was her mother's. The other book was one that Zhang Sui had just drawn for her. Putting her mother's drawing aside, second Miss Shinmi sat down on her knees and opened her portrait to look at it. She didn't just flip it up quickly, looking at the first page of the portrait. In the portrait, she is wearing a long green dress, sitting on a bench, looking down earnestly at a book. The breeze blows the green silk. It's a picture that looks extremely quiet and beautiful. The corners of second Miss Shinmi's mouth rose slightly. This denizen, nothing else, does have a distinctive style of painting. The self in this picture, although not as good as 80% of the person, but it is also generous, quite good looking. It's mostly that air. It was as if it was two styles compared to the dirty picture he had drawn earlier. Second Miss Shinmi looked over one by one. She saw the slightly upturned corners of her mouth in her drawing, the lifted head, if anything, in a smile. Second Miss Shinmi's slender right hand caressed the picture, let alone others. It was she herself who had fallen in love with herself in the portrait, though she had always been confident and knew she looked like a woman of the world. But, for the first time, it was clear to her that she stood out so much in the eyes of others, so clean out of the box. The second young Miss Shinmi finished looking through all the portraits before she quickly flipped through them. The picture, which was originally static, was now moving quickly. In the portrait, she looks up from her serious reading state and looks ahead with a smile, as if there was a lover in front of her who made her shy. It is a picture that is more delicate and more emotionally charged than the mother's. The way Zhang Sui had held his hand earlier surfaced in his mind. Second Miss Shinmi snorted lightly, and had the nerve to catch up and explain. It would have been less of a whipping if it hadn't been for the fact that he could do it. Second Miss Shinmi's eyebrows slowly knitted up again. An outstanding beauty like herself does not get to choose her preferred lover, and can only give up herself for the sake of the Jin family. Second Miss Shinmi let out a long sigh. This is the sadness of being born into a big family like the Jin family. Having grown up enjoying the benefits that other women don't have, you can't help yourself when you grow up. Second Miss Shinmi caressed the portrait with some love. It was a while before she greeted the maid outside the door and came in. Go tell that denizen that I want to keep this picture and have him draw another one. The maid answered and retreated quickly. Zhang Sui was painting seriously in his room when he saw the maid stop outside, probing towards the inside while knocking on the door and saying, Master Record? Master Records? Zhang Sui raised his head, stood up, and walked out suspiciously. Something's wrong? When the maid saw Zhang Sui stop in front of her, a head taller than herself, her little face suddenly turned red and said, So what? Second Miss said that she wants you to draw her another drawing of what you just did. The second young lady just looked old and serious and laughed. Second Miss doesn't usually smile. The maid looked at Zhang Sui with a pair of big bright eyes somewhat enviously and said, The Lord's record is really a powerful one. Looking at the maid's somewhat pleasing gaze, Zhang Sui was just about to boast smugly, when his mind snapped to Hongyu, and he still held his words back. Gotta. This maid was still more than a little inferior to Hongyu. He didn't even hold Hongyu's little hand, so don't mess around at this time. It would be a big loss if the madam thus thought that she was a scum and would not be willing to grant Hongyu to herself. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui nodded and said, Not bad. The maid did not receive any special care from Zhang Sui, and her little face went down in fleshly disappointment. Giving a bow towards Zhang Sui, the maid turned around and left. Zhang Sui watched the maid leave before he hummed a little song and resumed painting. He was calculating that Red Jade should be here tonight. Make sure you get her little hand tonight. Zhang Sui didn't have long to draw this time before Madame sent someone to summon him over. The second prince and the butler were also there. This time, however, there was no second Miss Shinmi. While handling the Jin family's bills, the madam looked up at Zhang Sui and said, I asked you to come over this time. Firstly, to seek the opinion of you, Yenner, and the housekeeper on whether or not to continue with the previous opening of the barn to provide food. Secondly, I'm asking you what we should do in response to the murder of Lu Hui, the head of the Lu family, and his grandson Lu Shuang. Although Lu Xuan was killed by Koji Yi's own soldiers, but Lu Hui did die at the hands of Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was invited by us. We can't put the blame on Zhao Yun. These past few days, the Lu family's people have made no moves, not because they're afraid of us, but because they're afraid of Koji Yi. Now that Koji Yi is gone, they will absolutely turn on us. How to respond? It's possible that both of us are going to issue a conflict. Compared to the decline of our Jin family, the Lu family is flourishing, and Lu Hui's son is still working as a gongqiao in Yecheng. We are at a disadvantage. After the lady finished speaking, her beautiful eyes looked towards the second prince, Jin Yen. The second male met the lady's gaze and busily lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. As the lady watched the scene, anger rose again from her originally peaceful mood. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders, she would inevitably be unable to resist losing her temper again. The lady could only look at the butler and say, Butler, you first. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Her Ladyship's Marriage. Chapter 56, Her Ladyship's. The housekeeper, hearing the lady say this, pondered for a moment and said, I thought that the opening of the barn for food relief should still be continued. Although Koji-e has left, the number of stragglers in our Wuji County has not diminished as a result. On the contrary, it has increased. Now that the armies of Koji-e and Yenro have crossed the river, they will soon attack Zhuozhou. The people around Zhuozhou have crossed the river and come over to us for refuge. Glancing at Zhang Sui, the butler said, according to what the Lord's record said earlier, by opening the barn to provide food, we will be able to build up prestige among the stragglers, thus preventing them from hitting us. I thought, therefore, that it was not only necessary to continue to open the barns for food, but also to maintain the previous patrols. The lady looked to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui nodded approvingly. Seconded. The lady hummed and said to the butler, then continue with the previous setup. Butler. The butler said respectfully, yes, ma'am. Only then did the lady add, and what about the matter of Lu Hui's murder? The butler said, push is definitely not to be pushed on Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun killed Lu Hui only because he helped my Jin family this time. If we put the blame on Zhao Yun, then who will dare to help us in the future? However, we and the Lu family are both the great families of Wuji County. In a real fight, we'd still be at a big disadvantage. And, heads up, heads down, there can only be reconciliation. Let Zhao Yun step in and we'll send an apology gift. Zhao Yun is a great warrior from the neighborhood. He has a lot of benevolent people under his hand. Plus he's on good terms with Koji this time. When we go to the Lu family for reconciliation, tell them this and pay a heavy gift. I'm sure they'll recognize the time. Moreover, the second son of the Jizhou minister came to us before. We moved out that Jizhou Mu intends to have a good relationship with us. Even if the Lu family is fooling around, they have to be afraid of the Jizhou pastor. The lady frowned her eyebrows and did not respond, but looked at Zhang Sui. Bo Qing, tell me. Zhang Sui glanced at the butler and said seriously, people are good at being bullied, and horses are good at being ridden. The Lu family thought they had someone as an official in the Jizhou government and didn't look down on Zhao Yun at all. Earlier, when Koji-e arrived, that old man Lu Hui yelled at Zhao Yun, and Zhao Yun was furious before he struck him down. At this time, even if Zhao Yun's status as a great warrior is brought up, how could the Lu family care? Not to mention, Zhao Yun killed their family head Lu Hui. As for moving out the second son of the Jizhou pastor, that is all the more reason not to do so. The hardest thing in the world to return is a favor. Looking toward the lady, Zhang Sui said, moreover, the Jizhou minister also wrote that secret letter to the lady. The lady sank back and nodded. Indeed, Yuan Shao had wanted to take a concubine himself and subsequently annex the Jin family. Moving out of the Jin family at this time may seem like making a backer, but it bears endless consequences. The lady looked at Zhang Sui and said, so, what do you think should be done? Zhang Sui grinned and said, move the location of the open barn for food relief from the south and east of the city to the front and back gates of our Jin family. Constantly publicizing these as our Yin family being compassionate to everyone. At the same time, strengthen the patrols of the mansion near the courtyard wall, the gate and the back door. Strengthen the secret sentries and monitor the Lu family's movements at all times. Once the Lu family wants to make a move against us, we immediately withdraw from opening the barn to provide food, and the lady herself will go out and tell these stragglers that the Lu family wants to destroy us, and that we really can't support them, so we can only stop opening the barn to provide food for the time being. When the conflict with the Lu family is dealt with, we'll reopen the barn to provide food. The lady looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Is it feasible? Zhang Sui said, I thought it was feasible. When Koji came to Wuji County before, that old man Lu Hui and Lu Shuang acted overbearing and even threatened the second prince. Why is that? It's because our Jin family used to show too much weakness. Although it's true that the Lu family has people in the Jizhou government, however, it's just a gongchao. Before though Lu Hui the dead old man had been a ruling center engaged. That was also before. He retired before he died. How could Jizhou shepherd Yuan Shao, as the son of the fourth and third dukes, make a fuss over a retired man? Not to mention, our Jin family's ancestors are renowned. So, although there is a gap between our Jin family and the Lu family, it is not an insurmountable gap. If we really make an air of dying together, I don't believe that the Lu family will still be able to fight us to the death. Now the world is in turmoil, and there are great wars going on everywhere. If the Lu family, has the courage to die in a fish, this chaotic world will teach them that their family is broken. In this condition today, who is not a wise man who sees what he can get away with? Otherwise, when Koji asked the various great clans of the world to prepare maids for his Chang elite to enjoy some time before, the various great clans of the world would have long ago risen up instead of choosing to hold their breath. Also, the people are the people. especially now that there's a war going on right across the river. The stragglers who fled to Wuji County, with us opening the barn to provide food relief. It's definitely a regeneration. The Liu family is going to war with us by not letting them eat. This is going to kill people. These stragglers, when unorganized, can be a scattered bunch. If someone organizes it and it provides meals, it's not impossible to flush out a Liu family. The lady looked to Zhang Sui and nodded secretly. It's a bit radical, but it does make sense. If his second son was as capable as he is, why would he have to suffer so much? Thinking of this, the lady said, "So, is there a problem with you arranging for this to happen?" Zhang Sui let out an subtle sound and said, "No problem. After all, today's self and the Jin family were one." Madame was satisfied as she watched Zhang Sui not push back and directly agreed. "This Zhang Sui must be kept." The lady laughed. "By the way, I told you before that you have also reached the age to take a wife, and asked you to choose a maid in the mansion as your wife. It's been so many days, can you choose a good one?" Zhang Sui honestly said, "I've chosen. I want Hongyu." Madame was not surprised. Hongyu was personally trained by her, and used to serve as her second daughter's personal maid. Not only is she pretty, but she's very dignified and virtuous. It's not surprising that Zhang Sui would pick it. Madame beckoned the maid and called Hongyu over. Red Jade rushed over. The lady and Hongyu said about Zhang Sui choosing her saying, "I really like Bocheng, but I won't force you either. You should know that all these years in the Jin mansion, I treated you as a righteous daughter. If you really don't like Bercheng, I can also pick another one for Bercheng." Hongyu glanced at Zhang Sui. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Hongyu's pretty face instantly climbed into a blush. Lowering her head, her two hands twisted together with a shy face, and answered with a low voice, I'll listen to you, ma'am, in everything." The lady laughed. "That's fine. After this period of time, I'll pick an auspicious yellow date for you to get married." Hongyu and Zhang Sui gave a unanimous thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 57, Madame's Vulnerability. Chapter 57, Madame's. Only after the lady had given her blessing to Zhang Sui and Hongyu did she wave her hand at the two of them and say, "Bo Qing, Hongyu, you guys go and get busy. I'll have someone send word to you if there's anything." Only then did Hongyu and Zhang Sui exit. As soon as the two of them left the study, Zhang Sui was about to follow Hongyu. Red Jade left at a quick pace. Zhang Sui still has to follow. Hongyu continued to walk briskly with her head down while hurriedly saying, "Don't you follow me or else I'll get angry." Zhang Sui laughed as he looked at Hongyu's fallen appearance. "This chick, at this hour, you know you're shy? What's the use of being shy? Sooner or later, you're still going to fall into my clutches." Watching Hongyu leave, Zhang Sui stood still and did not follow. Not as much as anyway. Red Jade didn't stop until she was around the corner. Peek around the corner and look into the distance. Seeing that Zhang Sui actually did not really follow him, but turned around and left. A flash of disappointment flashed across Honyu's reddish pretty face, told him not to follow, and he really didn't. If he's not allowed to touch himself in the bridal chamber, will he be so obedient? Why are you so honest? On weekdays, looking at his denizen-like appearance, he clearly doesn't look like that either. Hongyu looked skeptical. Men, it's so hard to understand. Perhaps, after the marriage, it will be understood slowly. After Zhang Sui and Hongyu left, the butler hadn't left yet. The butler sighed as he watched his wife bury her head in the bill. Madame raised her head and smiled suspiciously. "What's the matter? This? The housekeeper still wants a concubine? Which one of the housemaids do you fancy? As long as she doesn't object, I'll fulfill you." The butler shook his head and said, "I am grateful for your ladyship's favor, but I'm too old to toss and turn. It is not myself I sigh for, but the lady." The lady wondered. "How so?" The housekeeper said. "Although the lady has given birth to several males and young ladies, she is still very young. If one didn't know the lady's true identity, one would also mistake the lady for the sister of the second miss and the Lord's mark." The lady guffawed. "Though a decade or so earlier as a woman. But, being a woman, how can you not like compliments?" The lady said, "I'm flattered. I'm so old. The oldest daughter is having a baby. This second daughter of mine, she is also of marriageable age. I'm old enough to be a grandmother." The butler said, "Indeed, but it is also true that the lady shows her youth. Besides, the lady has always looked beautiful. Now the second son is an adult and the young lady is pregnant. Ma'am, sometimes you have to plan for yourself. Life is still long." Seeing the Lord's record in Hongyu in this kind of love, it's not that I love to be nosy, but I also really feel unjust on behalf of the lady. The lady lifted her head and looked out at the grass, and sighed quietly as well. The present-day housekeeper had existed since she had first married into the Jin family. When her late husband was alive, the housekeeper took care of the Jin family like an elder. More than once, the late husband had said that the butler was like an old father. and that if there was any difficulty, just talk to the butler. Over the years, she's learned this the hard way. In the butler's eyes, probably he himself was his daughter in general. Now that he could say such words, she was not angry. Even, there were some small grievances in her heart that made her want to cry out. After her late husband passed away, she was a woman who supported the Jin family, the hardships of which she once dared not even dream of imagining. When she was not yet married into the Jin family, she was also a young girl like Hongyu, and she was also shy and did not know what to do. But all these years, every time she was alone and helpless and wanted to ask for a gentle but solid chest to support her, she could only despair. Through days and nights of despair and helplessness, she slowly armed herself into a strong and cold woman. Nowadays, although the second son is an adult, his ability is too mediocre to support the entire Jin family. Release power to your second son yourself and then find someone to remarry? I'm afraid the Jin family would have collapsed long ago. The Jin family collapsed for the time being, and he himself still has 3 sons and several young daughters. As a mother, how could she bear to see these children suffer? The lady smiled to herself and lowered her head as she continued to work on the bills, saying, Yen is not capable enough. If I remarry, the Jin family will surely be completely annihilated. What about a couple of kids? What about all the subordinates in the Jin family? I am old and no longer need a man to cover me. Bite the bullet and this life will pass. Still thinking about the rest of your life? The housekeeper looked a little gloomy when he heard the lady say that. Poor ma'am. He wanted to say something else, but in the end he could only be mute. Although he treated his wife as if she were his daughter, in the end, the two were masters and servants, and they still needed to abide by the boundaries. The butler bowed toward the lady and said in a hoarse voice, Then, ma'am, I'll retire. Her ladyship hummed and ignored the butler. It was not until the butler's footsteps disappeared into the distance that the lady flopped down on the desk and buried her face in her jade arms. Tears rolled down like broken beads and dripped onto the case table. Those words just now were just for outsiders. As the pillar of the Jin family today, how dare she say that she wants to remarry? How dare she say that she is also lonely and isolated day and night, wanting a man to embrace her, give her tenderness, give her desire? Even if it was a housekeeper like an old father, she wouldn't dare say anything. Every time she looked at the male subordinates and maids of the mansion combining, and looked at their ambiguous sight, it was harder for her than anyone else. But what can be done? When will his second son be able to support the Jin family? When will he be able to put people's minds at ease? Every time she looked at her second son's timid expression, she hated to break open his brain to see what was inside. She was tempted to say, I'm a woman. How long do I have to control you? I'm a woman like your wife. I need the warmth of a man too. I also need to find someone who can hold me and listen to my grievances. After crying silently for a while, the lady wiped her tears and, with red, swollen eyes, continued to approve the bill. It's okay to cry. Unless one doesn't care about one's youngest son and a couple of young daughters. Unless one doesn't care about so many mouths in the Jin family. Otherwise, even if you're sad, you have to force yourself to keep going. That's probably fate. What the lady didn't know was that while she was crying, the second young lady, Junmi, had already appeared next to the wooden wall outside the threshold. She was about to go in and report to her mother. She was going to stop going to private school. She was going to help her mother with her family's affairs before she left the Jin family, and then wait for the right person to propose marriage, or find a man to join her family, or even marry into the Yuan family in her mother's place. But just as he was about to enter, he saw his mother ambling about, her body shaking like a sieve. Second Miss Shinmi retreated back again and stood still. She's afraid to go in, not daring to reveal that vulnerable side of my mother. End of chapter. Chapter 58, 5th Miss Shinrong, Zheng Sui knows astronomy from above and geography from below. Chapter 58, 5th Miss Shinrong, Zheng Sui knows astronomy from above and geography from below. Second Miss Shinmi stood in the doorway for a long time, and it was only when Madame got up and continued to deal with the bills that she mustered up the courage to stand outside the threshold and say, Mother. The Madame lifted her head and squeezed out a smile at the second young Miss Shinmi. What's wrong? Mir? Second Miss Shinmi stepped over the threshold with the hem of her skirt and went straight in. Mother, I don't want to go to private school. At my age, it's time to do something for the family. Otherwise, when I marry, I won't be able to help the family. Madame looked at the second young Miss Shinmi a little touched, beckoning towards the second young Miss Shinmi. Second Miss Shinmi walked over. The lady took her into her arms, knocked her chin into her hair, and said softly, You can think about it. When you do decide, you won't be the same person you were before. There are some things that can't be turned back. Second Miss Shinmi hummed. Only then did the lady let go of her and exhaled. Just make up your mind. Think about it for a few days for my mother and see what you can do specifically. Also, you're getting to be old enough to prepare something for your marriage. Do you have a favorite male? Second Miss Shinmi pondered slightly. What I was thinking before was that if a favorable person came to propose marriage, I would marry them. But lately, I've thought about it, and second brother's ability is really mediocre. He really can't support this Shin family, even if it forces him to die. That's it. Third brother is too young to show his talent. When he grows up, there's no way to be sure that he won't be able to be like his second brother. If he's just like second brother, then what should our Shin family do? The lady furrowed her brows. Second Miss Shinmi continued. So, I've thought about it, and nowadays, there are only two methods that are in the interest of my Shin family. Madam looked suspiciously at second Miss Shinmi. Second young Miss Shinmi said, first, I'll marry into the Yuan family instead of you, mother. Whether she marries the Jizhou pastor and becomes a concubine, or she marries the son of the Jizhou pastor and becomes a full wife. With my daughter here, it would be bad for the Jizhou her to hit on you, mother, and they wouldn't be able to hit on my Jin family. On the contrary, he has to help us a little. My daughter will also urge the Yuan family to help our Jin family. Her ladyship's brows knit deeper. Second Miss Shinmi continued. The second option, I think, is to send the message out now, right amongst our Jin family's subordinates. Tell those underlings that anyone who thinks he is capable and worthy of my Junmi, who is willing to join the family, and who is willing to serve my Jin family to the death, our Jin family can publicize to the public that I, Junmi, married him. In that case, I can both stay in the Jin family and help support it. The subordinates who join the family can also help my Jin family. The reason why the man who chooses to join the family chooses the subordinates of our mansion is also to avoid men from outside the mansion from thinking ill of my Jin family's family business. Madam looked at second Miss Shinmi saying this and said with some sadness, you are a good child, but if your second brother is half as good as you are, you don't need to give like this. About this matter of your marriage, there's no hurry yet. I know what's on your mind, but as long as I am alive for my mother, I don't need you to sacrifice your happiness for it, especially the Jeju piece. My mother will not make him a concubine, nor will she allow you to marry and make him a concubine. As for that thing with his son, it's not just a yes. After the fourth generation of Jizhou shepherd, 3 dukes, and holding military power, he is exceptionally strong. You won't have a good life if you marry. Whether it's a man marrying a woman or a woman marrying a man, it's all about a family. It is a fact that our Jin family is now in decline. We don't deserve the Yuan family. Trying to climb the ladder will only result in chicken and egg. Second Miss Shinmi still wanted to persuade. Madam waved her hand and said, you should rest for a few days first, and when you've made up your mind, I'll arrange things for you to do. As for your marriage, your father is no more. Although I am a woman, I will never joke about your happiness. Only then did second Miss Shinmi let out an oh-so-sweet sound and retreated. Besides, after Zhang Sui left Madam and Hong Yu, he went back to his own place and continued to draw that animation of catching corpse beauty so that he could give it to Zhao Yun as a thank you gift. In the evening, the underlings brought the meal. Zhang Sui finished eating and continued to draw. After the painting, it was already dark. Zhang Sui will finish the drawing with a dagger drilled holes, and made a cover. The cover written spring and autumn 2 big words, and then used the rope to wear up, made into a picture book. After doing so, Zhang Sui then stripped off his shirt and practiced extra outside. The additional training will continue to be the basic boxing and kicking techniques plus Zhao family gun first style. While practicing and sweating, a voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Sui? Zhang Sui? It was a brittle voice. Zhang Sui looked in the direction of the voice suspiciously. There's a moon tonight, but it's hazy. Therefore, it's not very clear to see. All that could be heard was the sound coming from the direction of the arch. And, it's like the voice of the 5th young lady, Jin Rong. Zhang Sui walked over suspiciously. Every time Miss Five comes alone, little girls aren't that preachy. Coupled with the fact that his body was covered in sweat, Zhang Sui didn't pick up the top that he had taken off on the ground and directly greeted him. 5th Miss? A light laugh rang out saying, it's me then. I'm coming over. Zhang Sui didn't take a few steps before he saw a large and a small figure coming from the direction of the archway. A small figure in front of him, carrying a wooden box, bounced. Who else could it be if not Miss Yan Rong? Behind her was a tall, slim young woman in a long green dress. It's second Miss Shinmi. At this moment, second Miss Shinmi's beautiful eyes were slightly shrunken as she looked at Zhang Sui with a baffled expression. Zhang Sui. He couldn't help the expletive that exploded from his heart. Why her? What's she doing here all of a sudden at night? Something's not right. How could she find it? Zhang Sui is busy blocking the upper half of his body with his hands. Snapped back to the fact that the clothes were nearby. Zhang Sui hurriedly turned around and ran, finding his clothes and quickly putting them on before he rejoined the welcome. 5th Miss Shin Rong smiled and said, why aren't you wearing clothes again? Zhang Sui squeezed out a smile and snapped, I was just working out. I work out for an hour every day before I go to bed, and I sweat when I work out, so I didn't put on my top. Fifth Miss Shinrong clearly didn't understand what was wrong with not wearing a blouse, placing the wooden box on the only stone table in the ministry compound. Fifth Miss Shinrong opened the wooden box, brought out several plates, and said with a smile, "Second sister is coming today as well, and said that she would bring you some food, so I brought her here. I haven't brought you food in days. This time, with the permission of my second sister, I sent you a whole roast duck." Zhang Sui looked somewhat sheepishly at second Miss Shinmi. The second young lady here was also misnamed, seemed to be unaffected by the scene just now, and at this moment, she just glanced at Zhang Sui with a clear and cold expression before sitting down on a stone bench, her voice unable to hear any emotional fluctuations, and said, "You eat while answering the question. I heard the fifth sister say that you are omnipotent, knowing astronomy from above and geography from below. I have something to ask you today." Fifth Miss Shinrong's little head nodded like a chicken pecking rice and said, "Yes, yes, yes, you don't have to be afraid, Zhang Sui. Just asking you some questions, Zhang Sui. I know astronomy and geography? How could I not know?" "Fifth Miss, are you trying to trap people? I just saw that you were small and studious, so I gave you some knowledge. How did I become a man of God who knows astronomy and geography? If I were that powerful, why would I still be cowering in your Jin family? I would have defected to Liu Bei or Cao Cao long ago." Despite being so depressed, Zhang Sui didn't dare to spit it out, but just stared vigilantly at second Miss Shinmi and said sardonically, "Second Miss, and tell me about it." End of chapter. Chapter 59, touching second Mrs. Little hand. Chapter 59, touching second Mrs. Little. The second young Miss, Junmi, skimmed her mouth when she saw Zhang Sui in this state. "This denizen, are you still afraid of yourself? Being mean? I've never been mean to him myself. He is the one who repeatedly draws that kind of dirty picture to defile his eyes." Despite her dissatisfaction, second Miss Shinmi was not in the mood to talk to Zhang Sui about this. Tell the fifth young lady, Jinrong, to go inside Zhang Sui's house, where there is a light. Fifth Miss Jinrong is going to refuse. However, he saw second Miss Shinmi's beautiful eyes sweeping across. Fifth Miss Shinrong walked in with a pout all of a sudden. "I don't know why you're being mean. This is my future husband. You want me to be alone with my future husband and be mean?" Zhang Sui hurriedly darted inside and hid the animation he had just drawn for Zhao Yun, before letting the fifth young Miss Shinrong in, while he stood opposite the second young Miss Shinmi. Second Miss Shinmi watched as fifth Miss Shinrong disappeared inside the room before she took a deep breath and said, "I've decided not to go to private school to help ease my mother's burden." Zhang Sui glanced at second Miss Shinmi. What a woman. Good looking and pretty. Unfortunately, it's going to be for other pigs later. The second young Miss, Junmi, obviously didn't care about Zhang Sui's line of sight, but continued, "Last time I told you, I wanted to marry into the family of the Jizhou minister instead of my mother." Zhang Sui hummed, "I'll draw you a second picture tomorrow." Previously, second Miss Shinmi called him over to carefully draw the first animation. What was originally said was to find a way to have someone send it to the Jizhou pastor's residence to use for self-nomination, or to give it to the future husband. Later, the second Miss Shinmi herself felt good, so she stayed and let him paint a second one. Second Miss Shinmi shook her head and said, "I'm not looking for you to talk about this. I kinda hold you in high regard when the fifth sister praises you so much." Zhang Sui laughed a little. Second Miss Shinmi said, "What I want to say is that I mentioned this matter of marrying into the family of the Jizhou pastor in her place to mother today, and was rejected by mother. Mother seems to prefer that I marry myself, or recruit a flunky. I understand my mother's good intentions. I'd like to ask you now, what do you think of me marrying into the family of the Jizhou minister instead of my mother?" To be honest, Jizhou Mu was after 4 generations of 3 dukes. My Jin family is also a great family though. Ancestors, too, were once prominent. However, it is undeniable that our Jin family has fallen. Even the tiny Lu family dares to bully my Jin family. When father was alive, he was only a Shanghai order. And, it's not even in office yet. It's just a title. You know what that means? Zhang Sui nodded and said, "Understood. It means a hanging." Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. She didn't get it. "What do you mean? Listed?" Zhang Sui read the second young Miss Shinmi's misgivings and busily explained. "It means that there is a name but no real power. Like what the second son is doing now. Although he is a filial piety scholar, it's just a name but without any real power." Only then did second Miss Shinmi nod her head and say, "That's what it means. Therefore, my Jin family is too far removed from the Jizhou Mu. The door is not right. If I can help my Jin family by marrying into the Jizhou Mu family instead of my mother, then I will leave my mother alone. But what I'm afraid of is that once I go over there, I might not be able to achieve the effect of helping my Jin family. But I really can't think of anything better. And, if I don't marry, the Jizhou Mu will definitely find a way to get my mother there. My Jin family cannot live without a mother." Zhang Sui scratched his head. "Say this again." Thinking of the situation of second Miss Shinmi in history, Zhang Sui secretly sighed. Second Miss was now like a drowning person grasping for the last straw. All she could think about was hugging Yuan Xiao's thigh. This is something that women have basically been thinking along the same lines since the beginning of time. Seeing that Zhang Sui did not answer, second Miss Shinmi knit her eyebrows and said, "Fifth sister said that you know astronomy from above and geography from below dash." Zhang Sui wanted to roll his eyes. "I'm not Zhuge Liang." Still, he thought hard about it. After all, no matter what, he was currently bound to the Jin family. As for what he said about going to Liu Bei or Cao Cao, he didn't have the guts. At this time, it was the first year of Xingping, and Liu Bei had gone to Shuzhou as the Order of the Plains to help Tao Qian fend off Cao Cao's invasion, who was soon to lose Yanzhou and was being beaten like a lost dog by Lu Bu and Chen Gong. Go over there yourself, let alone help either of them. I'm afraid they'll be chopped up and boiled on the way by mountain bandits or starving stragglers. More than likely, he would be captured as a strong man before he could meet Cao Cao and Liu Bei, and would die on the way to the siege before he could offer his advice. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Sui still thought of a way to say, "Second Miss, if I say that I am good at fortune-telling, do you believe me?" Second Miss Shinmi. This denizen, what is he talking about? If he knew how to tell fortunes, would he have become a vagrant before being recruited by his own family as a ministry? Moreover, he claimed to be a disciple of Ding Yuan, the former pastor of Bingzhou. But I've never heard that Ding Yuan can tell fortunes. But if Ding Yuan knew this, he would die at the hands of his righteous son Lu Bu? Greeting second Miss Shinmi's obvious disbelief, Zhang Sui pondered slightly and said towards second Miss Shinmi, "Trying won't be bad, right? If it's not allowed, second Miss won't listen to it." Second Miss Shinmi glanced at Zhang Sui. "Words are good. Just..." Second Miss Shinmi wondered, "What are you reaching for?" Zhang Sui grinned. "I want to see the palm of your right hand. This fortune-telling of mine is different from divination. You have to look at the palm lines to figure it out." Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui's big hand that reached out in front of her, and couldn't help but think of how Zhang Sui had touched her hand twice during the day today. Second Miss Shinmi's ears were a little flushed. Why did it feel like this denizen was trying to take advantage of himself? However, meeting Zhang Sui's four eyes and Zhang Sui's unavoidable eyes, second Miss Shinmi took a deep breath and still extended her right hand over, turned her head, looked away and said, "I hope you are not swindling me. Although mother thinks highly of you, I will not let you go if you have any ill intentions. My Jin family, although I need talents like you, I don't need people who insult me." Zhang Sui let out an oh-so-sweet sound and grabbed second Miss Shinmi's hand. He hissed darkly, "Ice cold, soft and boneless, and so small. I touched it twice during the day, both times in a hurry, and it felt like a fleeting moment that wasn't too noticeable. Hold it in your hand now and feel it for a long time." This feeling really gave Zhang Sui an indescribable feeling of restlessness. Zhang Sui thought of the female deskmate in high school who had written him 10 Liu Bei essays. She taught him how to read fortunes. In the beginning, she was like this to grab his hand and tell him in a serious manner, "Although you have a lot of peaches, however, you will not be able to find a wife in the future. In order to change your destiny against the heavens, you have to be specialized and be good to only one person." When he was in high school, it was pretty hot to read the palm life, career, and love lines. At the time, he was bluffed for a moment, but after he went to college and got older, he realized that all of this was a flimflam. What fortune-telling, reading the lifeline, career line, love line, are all harvesting leaks. Zhang Sui's thoughts pulled back. His left hand grasped the fingertips of second Miss Shinmi's right hand, and his right hand gently rubbed on her palm. Second Miss Shinmi instantly exploded. Her face swelled red, and she hastily drew her hand back, her voice trembling as she droned, "Denizen, what are you? What are you doing?" End of chapter. Chapter 60. The denizen won't let go of his hand. Chapter 60. The denizen won't let go of his hand. Zhang Sui looked at second Miss Shinmi's reddened face and wanted to laugh a little, though it looks cool as a batch on weekdays. But in reality, after all, it is just a young girl who knows nothing about feelings. However, at this time, Zhang Sui didn't dare to really laugh out loud. This time angered the second Miss Shinmi. "That really can not eat good fruit," Zhang Sui hurriedly explained. "Second Miss, I'm just wiping the sweat from your palms so that the life, love and career lines on your palms will be clearer, and I can count more accurately." Second Miss Shinmi was obviously not convinced, her chest rising and falling violently as she glared at Zhang Sui with a wary and annoyed expression. Zhang Sui raised his left hand, aimed his palm in front of second Miss Shinmi, and said against the dim moonlight, "Second Miss, this fortune-telling method of mine, it's male left and female right. Men look at the texture of the palm of their left hand. Women look at the texture of the palm of their right hand. You see, the texture of a man's palm is clearer, but can you see it in this dim moonlight? Not easy to see, is it? Look at yours again." Miss Tu's texture is inherently shallow for a woman. Again in this dim moonlight. There's sweat again. How does it look? The second young Miss, Junmi, saw that Zhang Sui was speaking in a serious manner, and only then did she raise her own right hand. It's not really easy to see. Then look at Zhang Sui's. It is true that it is deeper than his own, but come close enough to see it. Second Miss Junmi bit her red lips, before she somewhat reluctantly brought her right hand back out. Only then did Zhang Sui regrip the fingertips of second Miss Junmi's right hand, rubbing his hand on her palm and blowing on it. Second Miss Junmi turned her head and looked to the other side. She felt her heart jumping out of her throat. This denizen, stroking and blowing, why hasn't it started yet? After Zhang Sui finished blowing, he then brought his eyes over. It was really not easy to tell by the dim light of the moon. Leaning in close, he could see better, yet it also smelled like a nice fresh scent. Zhang Sui subconsciously said, "Second Miss came over after bathing? What kind of dry bath did you use?" Second Miss Shenrong suddenly turned her head, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger. This denizen, there's no end to it. Zhang Sui met second Miss Shenmi's murderous line of sight, and busily lowered his head, continuing to look, saying, "So what?" Although second Miss's career line is slightly convoluted, but, overall it's flat all the way. Recently, there was a storm. The career line takes on a loose shape, like a war. Good triumphs over evil. And right now, Zhuozhou on the other side of the river is experiencing battles. So it's probably safe to figure that the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yenro will eventually defeat Gongsun Zan's army. Gongsun Zan is evil for being a Han vassal and yet he killed Liu Yu, the Yu prefecture minister. Koji Yi and Yenro have Chang's, Xianbei, and other Hu people under them though. But, after all, they are paying for Liu Yu, the Yuzhou governor. For justice. The anger and petulance in second Miss Shenmi's chest only turned into suspicion. Can you calculate so accurately? Zhang Sui raised his head and met the second young Miss Shenmi's eyes and laughed. Isn't this opposite side of the battle? Soon we'll be able to verify whether my math is accurate or not. Only then did second Miss Shenmi not retort. Zhang Sui wiped the palm of second Miss Shenmi again. This time it wasn't that he was intentionally trying to take advantage of the situation. Rather, second Miss Shenmi did look nervous. The small hands that had been cold and icy looked warm and sweaty at the moment. Zhang Sui wipes it off and blows it away. The second young Miss Shenmi's originally calmed down heart tensed up again. If it wasn't for the fact that she was begging for this denizen, she would have wanted to slap him in the face. Not only had she been touched by this denizen when she was growing up, but she had been touched more than once. Before, I could say it wasn't intentional. This time it was blatant. Did he have the audacity to take advantage of himself on purpose? Or is he really telling fortunes? Zhang Sui looked at it for a moment and then said, "This love thread of second Miss." Speaking of this, Zhang Sui said, "The so-called love here refers to marriage." Second Miss Shenmi bit her red lips with her shell teeth and said with a red face, Can you hurry up?" Zhang Sui gave an oh-so-sweet sound before continuing. "This love line of second Miss is bumpy. Disconnect from the halfway point. Two halves of a love line, both very thick. It means that the second young lady will have two marriages, both to powerful sons. The upper part of the love line, in which there is a circle in the shape of a circle, the circle being Yuan, the Yuan of the family of the shepherd of Jizhou. The circle appears in the second paragraph of the first half, indicating that if it were to come to pass, the second young lady would marry the second son of the Yuan family. Taken together, it means that it is possible for the second young lady to marry the second son of the minister of Jizhou, but that the marriage will not be a happy one, and that the Yuan family will not be able to protect the Jin family for too long. And, for some unknown reason, the second young lady will part ways with the Jizhou Mu family. Second Miss Shenmi frowned. Zhang Sui touched second Miss's palm again and said once more, "Second Miss's lifeline is like a flat horse, but at the end, there is a break. Suggests that Miss Tu's second marriage was a sad ending. The second young lady will be driven to death by her second husband, and even end up in a situation where she will not be allowed to die." Second Miss Shenmi's pretty face turned pale. That is to say, one cannot end up well, no matter what. Second Miss Shenmi looked towards Zhang Sui, her somewhat wide red lips shivering slightly. You didn't lie to me? Are these unchangeable? Zhang Sui pondered slightly. Naturally, it can be changed. I've told the second young lady her fate. That can be changed. The vast majority of people are unable to change their destiny against the odds, and that's because they are unable to see their own destiny. How being a traveler yourself who doesn't exist in this world can trigger the butterfly effect. Naturally, some people's fortunes will follow. As for whether Miss Tu can change it, that's unknown. Anyway, Pan Feng's fate changed. There is no detailed record of this little man in history, except that he originally belonged to Han Fu, the former pastor of Jizhou, and now, with his own presence, he was shot by Miss Tu. Second Miss Shinmi's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with overflowing colors and said, "How to change?" Zhang Sui said. "Then what fate is like, just don't follow it." The second young Miss, Junmi, pondered at once. "Not going with destiny. That means you can't marry into the Jizhou pastor's family? Then we'll have to go the route of recruiting a son-in-law. However, there is no rush to make a decision now. Let's first see if the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yen Ro across the river can defeat Gongsun Zan's army, and verify that this denizen's math is accurate. If it's accurate, let this denizen do the math for mother and second brother. Finally, and then discuss with his mother, since he could not marry into the family of the Jizhou pastor, to help the Jin family, how should we hold on to the Yen family?" When she thought of this, Second Miss Shinmi saw that Zhang Sui had stopped talking. Second Miss Shinmi asked, "Is there any more?" Zhang Sui shook his head. "No." Second Miss Shinmi glared at Zhang Sui and pulled back her small hand from him. "Denge, it's over. Then why are you still holding my hand?" I wanted to slap him. Second Miss Shinmi shouted towards the house. "Little sister, let's go." Only then did fifth Miss Jinrong trot out. Seeing that the dishes on the stone table were still untouched, the fifth young Miss Jinrong said to the second young Miss Shinmi, "Second sister, I'll stay here and watch him finish eating so that I can take the bowls and chopsticks back." Second Miss Shinmi, however, didn't agree and pulled her away saying, "Let the maid come and get it tomorrow. It's such a big night. What's decent for you to follow him?" End of chapter. Chapter 61 Nightmares. Chapter 61. Zhang Sui watched the second young Miss Shinmi pull the fifth young Miss Shinrong away before he returned to the stone table, sat down, and ate. All three meals tasted good today. 2 meat and 1 veggie. There's enough rice too. Just cool. However, when he thought of telling the fortune of second Miss Shinmi just now, Zhang Sui felt it was worth it again. Second Miss Shinmi's small hands were really nice to touch. Zhang Sui had never played with a woman's hand for so long in his 2 lifetimes, including before crossing over. Zhang Sui sighed darkly as he ate. Before crossing over, I had only heard of the Year of the Legs series. Now, he realizes what it feels like to be a hand player. After eating, Zhang Sui didn't sleep on it. He walked around the ancient well outside the ministry compound. It's been a long time since Hong Yu brought food over. Today, by all rights, it's time. Of course, he was full tonight, not remembering that Red Jade sent food. Rather, he was going to touch Hong Yu's little hands properly today. In the past, he didn't dare to be reckless, and that was because he was afraid of scaring Hong Yu. Today Madame betrothed Hong Yu to him. Anyone who isn't bold at this point would be a cutie. However, he had waited for half an hour without seeing Hong Yu. Zhang Sui was a bit disappointed and could only return to his room in disgust. He didn't go to sleep right away either. This time animated the lady, second Miss, Zhao Yun, and the rest of the ministry. Hong Yu, as his future wife, had to draw it anyhow. Zhang Sui also drew Hong Yu. What was drawn for Hong Yu was the animation of Hong Yu sitting on the bed with duck legs, looking ahead in shy silence while removing her clothes and revealing her 2 snow-white fragrant shoulders. The more Zhang Sui drew, the more lewdly Woody laughed. He seemed to have seen the night of the wedding candles, when Hong Yu stripped off her clothes and looked like she was at the mercy of the king. Finally, 2 lives to have his first woman. Zhang Sui finished drawing 20 pictures in only 1 hour. Bound. Zhang Sui flipped through it for a long time, looking at it with fervor. Finally, he forced himself to go to sleep. There were important things to do tomorrow, rearranging the opening of the barn to provide food and instructing the location to be relocated, from both the south and east of the city, to the front and back doors of the Jin family. He can't stay up all night. Otherwise, you won't have the energy for tomorrow, and that's a bad thing. That night, Zhang Sui had a beautiful dream. In his dream, he and Hong Yu were married, and his friends and family gathered in one hall. After accompanying his friends and family to make a toast, Zhang Sui rushed to the wedding room. When he lifted the cover of Hong Yu, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, Hong Yu's face was full of shyness, and she looked like she was at the mercy of the king. Zhang Sui's entire body was paralyzed and he directly pounced on him. The 2 rolled from the end of the bed to the end of the bed. He was about to raise his sword and mount his horse when he realized that Hong Yu had actually had her menstrual period. Zhang Sui was very depressed, like a pot of fire being doused with cool water. But when it comes to this kind of thing, he can only recognize his own bad luck, and comfort Hong Yu for a long time to come. Not in a hurry. Zhang Sui lay on the bed, his body once again burning. When his ambition is high and Hong Yu wipes him down, he opens his eyes and is about to exclaim that Hong Yu is a good wife. The next moment, his eyes contracted dramatically. Hong Yu didn't know when she became the second young lady. That cool and pretty face was full of frost at the moment. Zhang Sui winced in fear and was directly awakened. In the consciousness, there was still a remnant of Hong Yu's petulant look. There was also second Mrs. Hideous look. And the abdomen, too, is intact. Zhang Sui wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. At this point, his psyche was very complicated. On the one hand, there was some fondness for Hong Yu's gentle-to-the-core appearance in the dream world. On the other hand, the second young lady's sense of malignant coldness creeped his pores a little. After fidgeting on the bed couch for a while, Zhang Sui then put the animation he drew for Hong Yu and the animation he drew for Zhao Yun into his sleeves, and went to the ancient well to wash his face and sober down. He was going to look for Zhao Yun and animate him first, then go to Captain Jinhao and Captain Zhao Su to discuss about reopening the barn for food and shifting the location of the barn for food. To his surprise, he saw Hong Yu on the way. It's still early in the day, not quite dawn. However, Hong Yu had already gotten up and rushed to the catering room, arranging for the catering room underlings to prepare today's breakfast. Obviously, Hong Yu did not expect to see Zhang Sui this early either. Thinking of the fact that Madame gave her and Zhang Sui a promise of marriage only yesterday, Hong Yu lowered her head and with a red face, she was about to leave with a quick step. There was something about her that didn't really want to engage with Zhang Sui right now. Zhang Sui hurriedly called out to her. Only then did Hong Yu stop her steps, but she didn't dare to turn around, instead turning her back to Zhang Sui and said, I still have something to do. You have something to say quickly. Zhang Sui rushed to her side and pulled out the animation he drew last night from his sleeve, handing it to Hong Yu and smiling, I stayed up late last night to draw it for you. Look at my eyes. They have dark circles. Only then did Hong Yu turn her head. Although her pretty face was still swollen and red, she still carefully surveyed Zhang Sui's face. No dark circles were noticed. However, instead of squeezing out her dislike, Hong Yu frowned her eyebrows, wanting to speak. In the end, she said nothing, turned and walked away. Zhang Sui looked at Hong Yu's back as she left, a little sad. Yesterday the lady was fine until she was promised in marriage. Once you're engaged, why do you feel so cold? Zhang Sui didn't have time to dwell on that either. He had more important things to do. When he came to the entrance of the mansion, he found Zhao Yun and handed him the drawing. Zhao Yun looked at the word spring and autumn on the cover of the picture, and although his face looked calm, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose, and he couldn't even suppress it. Zhang Sui laughed. Zilong, I'll have to trouble you for a few more days. On the ministry side, I'll have to draw away 2 batches of men to open the barn and give the stragglers in Wuji County something to eat. When Zhao Yun heard Zhang Sui say this, his expression immediately became serious and said, this is a great good deed, so feel free to draw on it. I'll be responsible for the safety and security of the Jin family. Zhang Sui thanked him for a while before he summoned Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su to arrange for the opening of the barn to provide food. The 2 men still followed the previous method of opening the barn for food, and rushed to the south and east city gates respectively with boilers and corn. Zhang Sui personally demonstrated by beating the gong and drums, informing the continuation of the opening of warehouses and food relief, and identifying that it was done by the Jin family. Moreover, after today, starting from tomorrow, the opening of the warehouse and food relief points were set up at 2 locations, the gate and the back door of the Jin family's residence. Watching the stragglers under the command of the ministry, lining up ready to receive thin rice, without looting, Zhang Sui then returned to Jin Mansion, and discussed with the housekeeper and Zhao Yun to strengthen the defense around Jin Mansion, to prevent people from taking advantage of the chaos to sneak into Jin Mansion to cause trouble in the recent period. After arranging all this, Zhang Sui was ready to go back to the ministry compound, his own room, and take a nap. Still on the road, I saw Red Jade. Hong Yu held a porcelain bowl in her hand and waved at him. Zhang Sui hurriedly jogged over. Hong Yu handed over the porcelain bowl and whispered, this is the cordyceps soup that the mansion has prepared for the several gentlemen and young ladies. After drinking it, it is said to be able to alleviate fatigue, so you should hurry up and drink it. Zhang Sui was a bit surprised. This is not good, is it? Hong Yu bit her red lips and said, if I let you drink, hurry up. Only then did Zhang Sui let out an oh-so-subtle sound and dun 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 dun. Hong Yu took the porcelain bowl from him and snapped, next time, don't stay up all night, or painting or something. After saying that, he was about to leave. Zhang Sui busily tugged on her wrist and smiled sweetly. Thank you, ma'am. Hong Yu's pretty face instantly reddened, shook off his hand and flew away. Zhang Sui was just about to ask, have you seen the painting I drew for you? But before the words could be spoken, the red jade silhouette was gone. End of chapter. Chapter 62 Attack on Zhuo County. Chapter 62 Attack Zhuo County. Zhang Sui looked at Hong Yu's back as she left and let out a laugh. Dare I say that I misunderstood this chick. It's not that she's gone cold on herself. Rather, I'm shy. She was shy yesterday after her ladyship's promise of marriage. Think about it. After all, it's an innocent girl with no feelings whatsoever. Unlike myself, my skin is already thicker than a city wall. Zhang Sui went back to his room with satisfaction and huffed and puffed. After sleeping for I don't know how long, I was nudged awake. Zhang Sui yawned and looked suspiciously at the person beside him who had nudged him awake. It was the other maid beside the lady. The maid said, "Madam tells you to hurry to the study." Zhang Sui climbed up while asking, "What happened?" The maid quickly followed Zhang Sui while saying, "Not really. It seems like a fight is about to start on the other side of the river." Zhang Sui rushed to Madam's study. A number of people had come to Madam's study, in addition to second Duke Xinyan, second Miss Xinmi, the housekeeper, and several other people in charge of the residence. This was the first time Zhang Sui had watched so many people from the Jin family gather. Zhang Sui was led by the maid and found a spot to kneel down. There were other maids who brought tea and pastries and placed them on the table in front of him. The crowd was silent. After Zhang Sui, several other people came one after another. It was not until there were 26 people sitting on their knees in the study that the lady said in a deep voice, "Zhuo County on the other side of the river is going to be fought soon, either this afternoon or tomorrow morning. We need to be ready. I have called you all here today, not for any other reason, but mainly to explain your precautions. We don't know the outcome of the battle in Zhuo County. The distance is too great. However, once Zhuo County shows results, our Wuji County will be greatly affected. Our manpower has received intelligence that Yu Prefecture's Minister Gongsun Zan has arrived with a large army in support. If the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yanmen Pass defender Yan Ro are defeated, in all likelihood, Gongsun Zan's army will cross the river and approach towards our Wuji County. The point is, on the official side of Jizhou, I haven't received any signs of troops being sent out. If we really run into this situation, we'll have to make an emergency retreat. The destination of the emergency retreat, I've also chosen Handan. Handan has our fields and our business. Moreover, Handan is close to Yecheng, our seat of governance. Until then, all of you, please cooperate." The opening of the barn for food continues. However, the warehouse's assets of grain and cloth must now be put away in an expedited manner. In the event of a change of heart, our convoy must start immediately and go over first. Then there are 2 gentlemen and 4 ladies, and then all the maids, and then the male underlings. The ministry stays at the end, just in case. All of you notify the people under your jurisdiction and don't mess up. Also, the property here needs to be left guarded. Looking to the butler, the lady said, "Butler, arrange for a few reliable old men to be in charge. If anything happens to them, my Yen family will make it up to his children." The butler answered. The lady looked at Zhang Sui again and said, "Watching you pay attention to communicating with Zhao Yun and the crowd of ministries that stayed behind to open the barn to provide food, so that they don't panic. Our Jin family will not leave them behind." Zhang Sui responded. Only then did the lady say, "Now everyone move immediately." The crowd got busy. The entire Jin mansion was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Based on history, Zhang Sui knew that Koji Yi and Yan Ro were bound to win this time when they joined forces against Gongsun Zan. However, Zhang Sui didn't remind Madam, in the unlikely event that the butterfly effect occurs because of his appearance, and the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yan Ro are defeated, how can he bear the responsibility? It's always good to be prepared. Zhang Sui found Zhao Yun and told him about Madam's arrangement. Only after that did he find Captain Jin Hao, Vice Captain Zhao Su, and the others who were opening warehouses for food relief at the city gates in the south and east of the city respectively. After explaining these, Zhang Sui was about to return to the Jin mansion, when he saw the crowd running towards the east wall of the city, saying, "It's a fight! It's a fight!" Zhang Sui also followed the crowd and surged towards the city wall. On the walls, the soldiers did not stop the people. However, the people were divided into pieces to prevent them from obstructing the patrol of the walls. Zhang Sui squeezed into one of the battlements, somewhat speechless. People in this land, since the beginning of time, have been genetically predisposed to watch. Even if they were fighting, all these people were still watching. And, of course, himself. But it's too far. Even standing on the walls, you can't see anything at all. All that could be seen was that in the extreme distance, on the other side of the river, the people, in 2s and 3s, were darting toward the riverbank. Zhang Sui also saw a woman carrying a child on her back, a child in her left hand, and a 5 or 6-year-old girl in her right hand. Her face was extremely alarmed. While darting towards the riverbank, the woman turned back frequently. The little girl she was holding in her right hand struggled to catch up in her bare feet, and simply couldn't make it in time, and was yanked straight to the ground, bawling her eyes out. The woman couldn't care less and dragged herself away. The crowd on the city walls watched the scene without any change in expression. And there were even people laughing loudly. On the other side of the river, there were some small boats anchored. The boat was crowded with a dense crowd of people. Each small boat was packed with people. There were others who wanted to get on the boat, but there was simply no room for them. The men in the boat fought with the men on the shore. Wails and screams were heard. The old man sat on the ground and kept slapping his thighs. Children were abandoned outside the crowd, crying their hearts out. The women kept looking around and calling out the names of their loved ones as they were pushed toward the shore by the crowd. The men rushed to the side of the boat and fought. Some of the small boats had already made their way to the center of the river. However, there were still people picking at the edges of the boats. On the boat, the crowd was banging and beating towards the people picking their way around the edge of the boat with pots and pans. There was a fresh body floating on the river. The river, which had been clear, was stained red. Zhang Sui looked out at all this in the river in the distance, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He was somewhat glad that he had joined the Jinfu. Otherwise, with this scene, he doubted he could survive. Zhang Sui watched for a while, but he just couldn't stand it anymore. This kind of hell-on-earth-like scene, even if he thought he had a heart of stone, his heart was still strange. Zhang Sui could only get off the city wall and rush back to the Jin family. He was a little flustered. Actually, he hadn't experienced war yet. Before crossing over, he had only seen the great wars in places like the Middle East on the internet. But, across the internet, it doesn't feel like much. Unlike now, when you may have to experience the great war yourself. Zhang Sui was at the entrance of Jin's house, standing with Zhao Yun and the others. Jinfu didn't even cook tonight. Everyone is standing by, ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. The ministries at the open grain relief points at the city gates in the south and east of the city have also returned. However, no one entered the mansion, and they all clustered at the entrance of the Jin family mansion. There was a constant stream of men coming in and out, reporting to the lady in the study the reports of the battle on the other side of the river. It was not until nightfall completely descended that someone dashed into the Jin mansion, excitedly shouting, "Zhuo County's city is broken, and the army has not withdrawn." The atmosphere, which had been suffocating, instantly loosened up. At the entrance of the mansion, everyone, even Zhao Yun, had let out a sigh of relief. End of chapter. Chapter 63, The Lu Family Makes a Difference. Chapter 63, The Lu Family Makes a Difference. After determining that Zhuo County had been breached and that the combined army of Koji Yi and Yen Rou continued their attack, the crowd at the Jin family residence began to dine in droves, temporarily without the threat of the combined army of Koji Yi and Yen Rou. All the ministries also returned to their ministry compounds to rest. Currently, the defense of the Jin mansion was in the hands of the male subordinates and the magnates brought by Zhao Yun. When Zhang Sui returned to the ministry compound, the ministry members were gathered around, enjoying the animation of catching corpse beauty drawn by Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui ignored them. He stripped down to his shirt and found a separate place to add to his training. Zhao Su, the vice captain of the team, saw that Zhang Sui had to work out every day, and welcomed him and taught him the remaining 15 of the 16 styles of the Zhao family gun. Previously, Zhang Sui was only taught the first stance because he was afraid that Zhang Sui would be in a hurry. Zhang Sui's performance during this period of time convinced Vice Captain Zhao Su. Zhang Sui was no ordinary young man. Zhang Sui had practiced for nearly an hour after his Vice Captain Zhao Su, and all the ministries had gone to sleep. Vice Captain Zhao Su instructed Zhang Sui to go to bed as well. He then went back to his room first. He had things to do tomorrow and he needed to rest early to be refreshed for tomorrow. Zhang Sui put on his wet clothes and carried the wooden box containing clean dishes and chopsticks sent by 2nd Miss Shinmi and 5th Miss Shinron last night, and went to sit by the ancient well outside the archway. I wonder if Hong Yu and 5th Miss Shinron will come over today. Wait a while first to dry out the sweat. They don't come, they take a shower then. After waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour, 5th Miss Shinron arrived, carrying a large porcelain bowl. This large porcelain bowl was bigger than any of the porcelain bowls Zhang Sui had eaten in before, nearly twice as big. Inside was a big bowl full of soup cake and lots of greens. Zhang Sui took the porcelain bowl from 5th Miss Shinron's hand and looked a bit odd. 5th Miss, I can't eat that much. 5th Miss Shinron sat on her but on the side of him, her right hand propped up on her chin, and said with a smile, "Second sister said that men need to exert strength and have a big appetite, so they need to eat more. You're still so skinny, you need to eat more to grow meat." Only then did Zhang Sui sit down while asking, "Second Miss knows you sent it over?" 5th Miss Shinron's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said, yes, I originally served you a small bowl, but second sister asked me to serve you so much, and said that I wasn't allowed to tell you." Zhang Sui laughed twice and said, "You still say that? Aren't you afraid that second Miss will fix you?" 5th Miss Shinron reached out and pinched Zhang Sui's puffed up cheeks from eating and laughed. "You and second sister are as close as I am. Second sister is my sister, and you are my future husband. I'll tell each other all the secrets you've asked me to keep. Be even-handed." Zhang Sui wiped the sweat from his forehead. This little girl, can't really talk nonsense with her. Otherwise, she doesn't know what a secret is. Luckily he hadn't said anything outrageous to her. 5th Miss Shinron waited until Zhang Sui had finished a large bowl of soup cake and burped a few times before the 5th Miss inquired a few questions. Things like, why are there places where bees are generally seen to be out? such as, why ants are found in swarms, and things like, how do ants and ants make babies and stuff like that. After asking 10 questions in a row, she was content to leave with the wooden box and the large ceramic bowl. Tonight, Red Jade didn't show up again. Although Zhang Sui was a bit disconcerted in his heart, there was nothing he could do. He had thought that the fact that Hong Yu had brought him wormwood soup to drink during the day meant that she would come tonight. Zhang Sui could only take a shower and then go back to sleep. Before dawn the next day, Zhang Sui got up and found Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su, telling them how to set up the 2 open barn food relief points and how to publicize them. Although Zhang Sui had already said it yesterday, dreadfully they forget. It can only be repeated. After teaching them, Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su pulled out their ministries and arranged them to the main entrance and the back door of the Jin mansion respectively. There were already stragglers waiting outside. These stragglers were alerted yesterday when they lined up at the gates of the southern and eastern parts of the city to receive thin rice to eat. However, there were significantly more stragglers today than yesterday. Zhang Sui followed his ministry to direct these stragglers to line up while asking these stragglers for information. From the mouth of these stragglers, he learned that these extra stragglers were the people who fled from the other side of the river yesterday. The ministries and subordinates of the big families had already gotten the news and fled the war. Only for them, the common people, the officials of Zhuo County did not give any hints. On the contrary, they comforted them and told them not to run around, that there would be no danger occurring, and that they would definitely be able to hold Zhuo County. Until yesterday afternoon, Koji Yi and Yan Ro's army formally attacked the city. Zhuo County's defenders could not defend at all. The defenders were defeated and retreated. Only then did some of Zhuo County's people escape. The people of the neighboring counties heard the commotion and fled across the river for fear of the repercussions. Because they fled so hastily, many of the stragglers and their relatives got lost and didn't bring their belongings with them, which is why they could only come here to the Jin family to receive relief. Quite a few of them had also gone to guard the gates of other clans in Wuji County. The other families simply didn't open their barns for food. Especially the other 4 big clans in Wuji County even organized ministries to drive the stragglers closer. Zhang Sui was vaguely agitated in his heart when he heard what these stragglers were saying. It's a done deal. At the end of the Han Dynasty, this group of worldly families didn't treat the displaced people as human beings at all. And how can we possibly open the barn for food? Even in the chaotic times of the late Han Dynasty, when starvation was rampant, these great families were still appropriating land. And that, in turn, was the point that the Jin family was able to capitalize on. Nowadays, although the Jin family had fallen, its strength was far inferior to the other 4 great families. However, the opening of the barn for these displaced persons to provide food, the consumption of a certain amount of food, can be exchanged for these displaced persons' disguised guardianship, is very cost-effective. The Jin family opened the barn at the front door and the back door for 2 days to provide food. In the past 2 days, judging from the information from the Jin family, Koji Yi and Yan Ro's army had traveled all the way in triumph. Even when Gong Sun Zan's army came to their aid, it still didn't stop them from advancing. It only took 2 days for Koji Yi and Yan Ro's army to kill outside the city of Yongnu County, to prepare for another attack on the city. The people in the neighborhood crossed the river to seek refuge. Wuji County is full of stragglers. There was no lack of fierce people among these stragglers, who went around burning and looting. Some of the smaller clans were even directly obliterated. County Lieutenant Wang Hao led soldiers in an attempt to pacify it. It's simply too much to manage. There are too many people. The Yin family here is also standing by. All the ministries of the Jin family in conjunction with the male subordinates, Zhao Yun and other magnates, surrounded the Jin mansion. The maids and women of the mansion were all forbidden to enter or leave to prevent unnecessary panic. Zhang Sui also had his ministry beat a gong and drums to inform the displaced people. The Jin family was the only one of so many families in Wuji County to open a barn to provide food, and it had done everything it could. Many of the stragglers were also indeed grateful to the Jin family, and when they saw someone causing trouble, they came out to scold them. Zhang Sui asked his maid to ask the second young lady Jinmi for more than 20 sheets of zuobo paper, and continued to draw the second young lady's exquisite picture at night. During the day, he is completely unavailable. The aggravated situation in Wuji County prevented him from relaxing a bit during the day, so much so that he didn't care if Hong Yu didn't bring food in the past few nights. He was mentally strained to the breaking point every day and had no spare mind to think about that. On the big morning of this day, Zhang Sui was outside the Jin family residence, patrolling with a few of his minions, when he saw a male subordinate dart over and whispered with his ear, "Madam has asked you to urgently go over there and ask Zhao Yun to keep an eye on the place." Zhang Sui asked suspiciously, "What happened?" The male subordinate whispered, "Not really, it seems the lady is going out." Zhang Sui didn't ask any more questions. Finding Zhao Yun, he told him to strengthen his defense while he darted in through the side door of the gate. When they rushed to Madam's study, Second Duke Xinyan and Second Miss Xinmi were approving the Jin family's bills at Madame's original location. Madame stood aside, her pretty face grim. Only when she saw Zhang Sui come over did the lady suppress her anger and say, "Yenner, be more attentive and look at your sister." After saying that, only then did she quickly walk out, a smile creeping back onto her pretty face, and said to Zhang Sui, "Bo Qing, I need to trouble you to accompany me to the county office." Zhang Sui asked, "What happened? Why do you want me to follow you there?" He himself was neither the strongest person in the Jin family, nor was he strong in martial arts. What's the point of going over there? As the lady walked towards her residence, she said, "The heads of the other 4 clans want to see me. Don't even think about it. The Lu family is now certain that the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yen Ro won't pose a threat, so they've turned on our Jin family house. You're the only one who can talk or be a man." End of chapter. Chapter 64. Ma'am, wait a little longer. Chapter 64. Ma'am, a little longer. Hearing Madame say that, Zhang Sui could only nod his head and say, "That's fine." The lady said, "Wait outside for a while I change my clothes and cover my face." Zhang Sui hurriedly stopped it. "It's better not to change your clothes or cover your face." The lady stopped in her tracks and looked at Zhang Sui in disbelief. Zhang Sui said, "If Madame doesn't change her clothes or cover her face here, then, as soon as Madame goes out later, all those stragglers outside will know that you really went out to the county office. When there is a real conflict, we will have to utilize this group of stragglers out there to be convincing." Mrs. Although Zhang Sui did talk to her before about utilizing the stragglers, however, she didn't believe that the stragglers could be utilized. How bad is this mob out there these days? Burning and looting everywhere. If it wasn't for the fact that the Jin family had a strong ministry, as well as male subordinates, and had even invited a powerful man like Zhao Yun to sit in on the situation, she didn't have the slightest doubt that the Jin family would have been overwhelmed by these stragglers. And now, to utilize stragglers? However, she didn't have the heart to ask about that right now. The family heads of the 4 major families were rushed. Although she knew that the county office was now a place of dragons and tigers, she had to break in. Thinking of this, the lady reversed her direction and greeted Zhang Sui to follow. Rushing to the mansion hall, the butler had long since had his male subordinates prepare the carriage and open the mansion's gate. There was a long line outside the gate. When the crowd saw the lady walk out, each one looked over. During this time, the doors of the Jin family were closed tightly, and only the male subordinates and the ministry were outside. "But I didn't expect to be able to see the gates open today." The lady subconsciously shrank her neck when she saw so many stragglers outside, each with a deadly gaze. Although as the current head of the Jin family, she had a say in the Jin residence. However, out here, facing so many stragglers, she still felt panicked and scared, was a little afraid to step over the threshold. However, he saw Zhang Sui walk up to her, and while wrapping her vainly in his arms and walking towards the outside to isolate the crowd of stragglers, he said, "Gentlemen, Our Lady is going to the county office for a meeting to discuss with the family heads of the other 4 great clans the possibility of expanding the opening of warehouses to provide you with more rations. Please show some respect, get out of the way and don't add to the chaos. Madam is a woman after all, so please look with kindness, please." Zhang Sui kept talking while escorting his lady towards the carriage. Seeing this, all the ministries yelled after Zhang Sui. When the crowd of stragglers heard Zhang Sui and the minions say this, they all narrowed their gazes. Everybody stopped looking at the lady like that. In the entire Wuji County, only the Jin family still has mercy on us. Now, Madam has to go to the county office to get more open barns and food for everyone, so no one should get in Madam's way. All back off a bit. All back off a bit. Don't make it difficult for the lady. Many of the stragglers also came forward. Madam shrank in Zhang Sui's arms all the way to the carriage. Zhang Sui had the horseman drive the carriage towards the county government office while standing on the carriage's yoke and cupping his fists towards the surrounding stragglers. "Folks, Madam is going to the county government office to meet with the heads of the 4 major clans to try to open up more open barn food relief points for everyone. Now that the war is raging, everyone is having a hard time, especially since there are a lot of old people and children among the folks. It's pathetic." Her ladyship is disturbed whenever she sees these old people and children. However, the Jin family is only one family after all, far from being able to satisfy everyone's rations. To help all of you folks get through this, you'll have to have the entire Wuji County family work together to do so. Now the lady is going to lobby, so please give us all face and get out of the way. Madam was sitting in the carriage wagon. Her body shivered slightly. Despite being in a carriage and unable to see the stragglers outside, she still felt scared. It was as if a flatboat was in the middle of the ocean. She was really afraid that these stragglers would suddenly rush up. During this time, she had gotten countless intelligence that these stragglers were burning, looting, and raping women. Even some of the smaller clans were directly obliterated. Out here, even with so many of the Jin family's ministers and male subordinates, and with Zhao Yun and other powerful men. Nor could they stop the onslaught of these stragglers. The last time they encountered such a scene was the Yellow Turban Rebellion. At that time, the late husband was still alive. Though the deceased husband was also thin and weak, he was able to hold up the sky and the earth. Now that her late husband is gone, she is a woman who has to hold up this world for the Jin family. She had to carry it even if she didn't want to. Well, listening to Zhang Sui's cry from outside the carriage, a wave of warmth welled up in the lady's heart. This man, though, was the age of his own second son, but so reliable. Just now, the scene of snuggling into his arms and entering the carriage with him flanking her made her a little nostalgic. How long has it been? It was only then that she realized once again how reliable and strong a man could be, though he was holding himself falsely, but she still felt the warmth of that firm chest. His mind couldn't help but recall that night when he saw Zhang Sui's naked upper body, that sturdy chest. The lady bit her red lip. A thought popped into her head. It would seem nice to be able to marry this man instead. He is talented enough to be able to support the Jin family. He's also very manly. It's also very pleasing to the eye, though it's still a bit scrawny right now. But when you think about it, this man, too, is quite durable. With this thought, the lady awoke abruptly, her pretty face swelling red. What is this nonsense about yourself? It was all at this juncture. The four great families were about to turn on the Jin family and turn on themselves. I can't believe I'm still thinking about this. Despite this thought, the lady could not resist lifting the curtain in front of her. Lift off a little bit. Through the lifted slit, she looked at Zhang Sui. Looking at Zhang Sui standing on the carriage, he kept clasping his fists towards the surroundings. Looking at Zhang Sui's figure that stood straight, the lady still slowly lowered the curtain. Wait a little longer. Wait and see. Let's see if the second son really doesn't have it. See if your second daughter can recruit a capable flunky to start. The second daughter is beautiful, dumpy and capable. It doesn't necessarily mean that you can't recruit a capable flunky. If they were recruited, they themselves would then hand over the Jin family to them. Getting older yourself, there's not a lot of fangirls to flow. At that time, I believe that my husband, in the 9 springs, might also bless himself, and if possible, at that time, to give him a son and a daughter. But it all has to wait. Today is not the time to think about that. The lady's somewhat white and fresh little hands were pressed against her hot, pretty face to calm herself quickly, to think about how to deal with the difficult situation with the family heads of the 4 major families. This was also one's obligation as the current head of the Jin family. All other children's feelings have to be put aside. Without the Yen family, everything is a mirage. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Zhang Sui, the next arrow will be this bastard's face. Chapter 65, Zhang Sui, the next arrow will be this bastard's face. Zhang Sui stood all the way on the carriage and pleaded with the stragglers around him. The carriage eventually slowly drove away from the Jin family. The moment he left the encirclement of the stragglers, Zhang Sui let out a long sigh of relief. Just now he seemed to be able to talk, but in fact, he was scared to death in his own heart. In case there was an ungrateful one among this group of stragglers who just had to rush over. He didn't even know how to fend them off. The good thing is that everything went well. The carriage went straight to the county office. As soon as the carriage stopped, Zhang Sui quickly jumped off the carriage and walked to the side of the carriage. At that moment, the lady also lifted the curtain of the carriage and was about to come down. Zhang Sui has seen it. In the past, when a lady got out of a carriage, the maid would always take her hand. He didn't think too much about going out without a maid this time, and he put his hand out. The lady froze as she looked at Zhang Sui's hand that reached out in front of her, and her pretty face flashed a scarlet red. Eventually, she calmed down quickly. At this point, don't preach so much. Extraordinary moments. Extraordinary deeds. Holding Zhang Sui's hand in her small hand, the lady got out of the carriage with Zhang Sui's assistance. Zhang Sui weighed in darkly. Madam looks plump, but it's not heavy. He felt like he could pick her up with one arm. Only after the lady got out of the carriage did Zhang Sui busily let go of her small hand. The madam glanced at Zhang Sui before she asked the carriage driver and the carriage to wait outside the county office, while she led Zhang Sui directly inside the county office. Rushing to the lobby, which was already filled with several people, County Magistrate Zhang Shen sat in the center. However, underneath that fat face, a pair of eyes were hidden in slits, and it was obvious that some of them were sitting on pins and needles. Below the magistrate, on the right and left, 2 men each knelt. Behind each of the 4 stood another man. 4 men stood, each so tall that they looked like small mountains. It's very oppressive. And the 4 kneeling men were all men. The youngest was a middle-aged scribe in his early 40s. The oldest, an old man with gray hair. All 4 were dressed in brocade garments, with tea and pastries on the case table. If it weren't for the stragglers all over the place outside, one wouldn't be able to tell that this was the chaotic period of the late Eastern Han dynasty. The lady led Zhang Sui to the lowest position on the left side and knelt on the support heel. Zhang Sui stood behind the lady, holding a simple compound bow in his left hand. When Magistrate Zhang Shen saw the arrival of his wife, he let out an awkward laugh and said, "So what? All the family heads, people, they've all arrived. Where's the talk today? Nice talk. Do me a favor and don't start an argument. Now that there is a war going on across the river, we have a large influx of stragglers in Wuji County, and we still need the Lord's family heads to work together." The middle-aged man in the first position on the right hand gave a heavy grunt and looked coldly at the magistrate Zhang Shen and said, "What does it have to do with me? You're a magistrate, and you can't even handle this, so what's the use of having you? We pay so much tribute to the government year after year. All for nothing? Since you can't sit in that position, someone capable will do it." Magistrate Zhang Shen smiled with him, not daring to speak again. Only then did the middle-aged man look at the madam again. "Zhang Tan, we all converged together today to ask for a statement from you. The others either buried their heads in tea and pastries, or close your eyes." The middle-aged man continued, "My Lu family's former family head, Lu Hui, and his grandson, Lu Shuang, died at your hands. Today, if you don't give a statement, none of us will spare your Jin family. Also, now that the stragglers are running around, everyone has not opened their warehouses to provide food, but Yuzhin family came alone. What is the meaning of this? This is to put our other families on the fire? Is this using our despicability to set off the greatness of Yuzhin family? If you don't deal with these two things today, Yuzhin family won't be able to stay in Wuji County. District's fallen family. Not even a man to support the family. Who gave you the courage to be so bold?" A cold smile spread out from the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth as he said, "Or, do you owe it? If you really owe it, just say it directly. Several of your daughters are good. I'm willing to make it difficult." Zhang Sui looked at the middle-aged man. He had previously thought that the children of the big families were all people who had read books and would definitely not say anything vulgar. In hindsight, a big mistake. Just like before crossing over, many people assume that college students are polite and gentle in general. The other three laughed out loud when they heard the middle-aged man say that. Her ladyship's pretty face was grim, and her mouth shivered. This group of people, bully. The lady raised her head and looked straight at the middle-aged man and said, "Lu Chang, it's true that my Jin family is now in decline, but it's not at the mercy of anyone. You can fight if you want to. There's no point in coming to me today just to show off. As for the tragic deaths of elder Lu Hui and Lu Shuang, you should go to General Koji, not come to my Jin family. The real culprit doesn't dare to track down and picks on our Jin family?" Lu Chang, a middle-aged man, sneered, "Yes, I don't dare to look for Koji, but I dare to look for your Jin family. What's wrong? If you don't give a statement today, I guarantee that, starting tomorrow, all of your Jin family's fields will be subject to suppression. Besides, you won't get out of this county office today." When he finished, he clapped his hands. At once, outside the hall of the county office, dozens of magistrates quickly surrounded and blocked the threshold of the hall. Magistrate Zhang Shen was busy rounding up the situation. "Lu family patriarch, don't make a big deal out of it. Discuss it properly." He also looked at the madam and said, "Madam, hand over Zhao Yun and the others, give some compensation, and remove the open barn in food relief point. We're all from large families. We've all read Confucius. Why do we need to fight with swords like this? Reckless." Madam clenched her fists. After glancing at Lu Chang's self-satisfied look, the lady stood up, her puffy breasts rising and falling violently, handing over Zhao Yun and the others. "That's impossible. Compensation. That's even more impossible. The tragic deaths of elder Lu Hui and Lu Shuan were not our Jin family's fault at all, so why should we be responsible for Koji? Cut one city today and 10 tomorrow. You people, you'll only get an inch. Bullying my widow and orphan? That's okay. I just want to see how you're going to suppress my Jin family. A skinny horse has a few pounds of bones. Before my Jin family perishes, you guys won't be able to have a good time either." Lu Chang stood up and beckoned towards the magistrates outside the threshold of the hall. Dozens of magistrates were about to rush in. Madam's pretty face turned white, her beautiful eyes glaring angrily at Lu Chang. In the next moment, she saw Zhang Sui behind her bending his bow and raising his hand to shoot. Close enough, less than 20 paces. Zhang Sui shot an arrow with a simple compound bow, grazing the side of Lu Chang's face. There was a buzz. The arrow shot at the beam behind Lu Chang, missing the wooden beam by more than an inch. The tail of the feathered arrow shook violently. Lu Chang's eyes narrowed slightly. The big man standing behind him was also a bit leggy. Everyone else in the hall, too, froze momentarily. Zhang Sui bent his bow again and pointed the arrow straight at Lu Chang. "Whoever goes further, the next arrow will not be a beam, but this bastard's face." End of chapter. Chapter 66. Zhang Sui, the time to utilize the masses has arrived. Chapter 66, Zhang Sui, the time to utilize the masses arrived. Zhang Sui's words gave Lu Chang the creeps. The others rose to their feet and chided. How dare you, Zhang Tan, how dare you bring such a maniac here? But if you hurt a single hair on the Lu family patriarch, your Zhen family will be exterminated today. Madame obviously did not expect Zhang Sui to behave in such a manner either. Standing in front of Zhang Sui, the lady was also a bit nervous and had to ponder what to do. However, he saw Zhang Sui turn his arrow immediately toward the others. Anyone who had his arrow aimed at them turned pale and tried to back away to dodge. Zhang Sui snapped. All of you stand still. Whoever moves again, I'll shoot them first. At once, everyone dared not move. Zhang Sui aimed the arrow at another family head in front of a quietly moving big man and said, You want your family head to die a death, don't you? Just this distance. Let's see if your family head is steel. The big man immediately stopped in his tracks. Magistrate Zhang Shen hurriedly smiled with him and said, Lord Recorder Zhang, don't be reckless and violent. People will die. If you really kill anyone here, they will definitely not spare you. Zhang Sui arrow scanned everyone and said, I am but a lowly man. For people here, including you, Magistrate. 5. Which one's life is not worth more than mine? Magistrate Zhang Shen's mouth shivered. Zhang Sui teased, trading my lousy life for the life of any one of the 5 of you is a big profit. You can also bet on whether I dare or not. Anyway, there are 5 of you, so if you bet once, one of you will die. The other 4 are still alive. The chances of surviving are still pretty good. When I've shot one of you, you'll get me and the lady. Easy peasy. But, you say, at this distance, which of you 5 will die? The arrow was aimed at the magistrate Zhang Shen, and Zhang Sui laughed. Magistrate, is it you who will die? Magistrate Zhang Shen hurriedly waved his hand and said, Lord Recorder Zhang, we are brothers at first sight. Are you treating me like this? Zhang Sui nodded and said, That's right. The next moment, he aimed the arrow at Lu Chang. The burly man behind Lu Chang hurriedly rebuked. How dare you? Zhang Sui snorted. I've just shot an arrow. Do you think I dare? Your Lu family just had a family head die. And this one who just rose to power died again. Do you think it's interesting? Lu Chang was breathing a little hard. Zhang Sui stepped forward with his bow and arrow raised. Lu Chang watched the arrow flashing with a cold aura, zooming rapidly in front of his eyes, and his legs and feet went a little weak. Zhang Sui walked over while saying, You all have bad cultural skills. Haven't you heard that when a piker is angry, blood is spilled? In the past, when Tang Ju faced the king of Qin, the king of Qin didn't even dare to move. You bastards, are you thinking you can be stronger than King Qin? Walking over to Lu Chang, Zhang Sui kicked him in the abdomen, sending him to the ground. Lu Chang wailed. The crowd was about to pounce. Zhang Sui stomped on Lu Chang's abdomen and aimed the arrow directly at Lu Chang's right eye. Hurry up! Let's see if you guys rush up faster, or if this bastard dies faster with my arrow. Lu Chang felt the tip of the feathered arrow almost against his right eye, his legs and feet shaking like chaff. He looked at the tip of the feathered arrow without moving a muscle while he snapped. Nobody move! Nobody move! The crowd then stopped. Lu Chang's voice was trembling as he laughed along. The Jin family has produced a young hero as well. Don't be impulsive. If you have something to say it properly. Only then did Zhang Sui slowly move the feathered arrow back a little and said, Get up and follow us out, and greeted the lady coming up. The lady had been so frightened that her face lost its color. At this moment, she had long since become disorganized and was at a loss for words. Hearing Zhang Sui say this, she subconsciously came up. Lu Chang is still slowing getting up. Zhang Sui hissed, Move faster or I'll shoot you to death. Lu Chang was enraged. Nevertheless, faced with the threat of death, he reluctantly rose to his feet, his legs and feet shaking. When he stood up, Zhang Sui asked his wife to pull out the dagger at his waist and stab Lu Chang in the neck. Lu Chang screamed in fear. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Madame was also scared enough that her hands shook. The tip of the dagger cut through the skin of Lu Chang's neck, and blood rolled down like a strand of silk. Lu Chang was so scared that he almost went limp. The people around them were also scared enough and were busy backing up. The lady is a womanizer. They kind of get it. Pushing too close, maybe she wouldn't dare. But there was a chance that she would stab Lu Chang to death. Only then did Zhang Sui shoot an arrow towards a clan leader not far from his side. The entire hall of the government office resounded with cries of alarm saying, Be careful! This family patriarch was directly scared to the point that he screamed and sat on his butt on the ground. Instead of hitting him, the arrow hit the burly man behind him. The strong man screamed miserably and slowly collapsed directly against the beam. Zhang Sui bent his bow and arrow, once again aiming at a clan leader and nudging at him, signaling him to come over. The family head's face turned pale, but he could only reluctantly walk up. Only then did Zhang Sui greet his wife and drive forward. He's the queen. The two men escorted the two family heads towards the gate of the county office, all the way to the carriage. The feathered arrow in Zhang Sui's hand shot an arrow into the thigh of the family head in front of him. The head of that family collapsed straight to the place and kept wailing. Lu Chang, who had a dagger pressed against his neck by the lady, shivered in fear. Only then did Zhang Sui busily put away his simple composite bow, grabbed the dagger from the lady's hand and pressed it against Lu Chang's neck, signaling the lady to hurry up and get on the carriage. The others chased them out. Looking at the family head who fell to the ground and kept wailing, and looking at the feathered arrows on the other party's thighs that had half gone into the flesh, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. This is really not afraid to die. Don't you dare do that. Zhang Sui stabbed a dagger at Lu Chang's leg after his wife got on the carriage, kicking the latter to the ground and urgently asking the coachman to drive the carriage. The carriage galloped away. The crowd that came out after them wanted to catch up, but listening to the two family heads crying hoarseness, they froze and didn't dare to catch up. The lady was in the carriage, catatonic, and while lifting the curtain to look at the fading crowd, she said to Zhang Sui in a trembling voice, "What should we do now? We've offended them to death. They won't spare our Jin family. My Jin family was already in decline, so how can I withstand the siege of the four families?" Zhang Sui didn't answer Madam's words directly. He knew only one thing now: the time was ripe to exploit the masses. The next moment, he smeared the blood from the dagger on his face, on his clothes, and smeared a messy passage with blood from his stained hands on the lady's face and hair. "I'm offended, ma'am." Madam was completely confused by Zhang Sui's whole thing. She had just experienced life and death, and now she was being touched in the face and hair by a man. "Ever since I was a child, it was my late husband who never did this." Zhang Sui smeared his lady's pretty face with blood and messed up her hair before he said, "Lady, just watch me act later. When I kick you, just feel free to shed tears." Mrs. The carriage carried the two of them flying back to the gate of the Jin family residence. The stragglers here are still lining up to receive thin rice. The carriage came rushing in and stopped outside the crowd. Zhang Sui cupped his fists toward the crowd and said with a sad face, "Folks, starting tomorrow, our Jin family can't open the barn to provide food." Pointing to the bloodstains on his face and clothes, Zhang Sui's voice trembled a bit as he said, "Folks, both my wife and I have been beaten. Just now, I accompanied my wife to the county office to discuss adding more open grain relief points for you. As you can see, the magistrate and the other four families, instead of listening, beat us, and say what you will. We are betraying them by opening our barns to feed them. If they don't stop opening the barn to provide food, they're going to destroy my Jin family. They say my Jin family is a fallen family with no men to support them, and insulting us, saying that all the women of our Jin family are ode, and assaulted the lady." Lifting the curtain of the carriage and leading out the lady with messy hair and a blood-stained face, Zhang Sui's eyes reddened as he said, "Our lady is a lady of the house, with a kind heart. Now, they just bullied our Jin family for not having a male master to back her up and insulted her like this. We're scared. Folks, our Jin family is a fallen family. We can't fight the other four great clans. If we don't act according to them, they're going to overthrow our Jin family. Folks, I'm sorry, our Jin family is really forced to do this." End of chapter. Chapter 67, Impacting the Four Great Families. Chapter 67, Impacting the Four Great. At the entrance of the Jin family's residence, the crowd of stragglers froze at the sight of Zhang Sui and his wife covered in blood and with a head full of disheveled hair. Listening to Zhang Sui's blood-curdling accusations, the anger of the stragglers gradually crept onto their faces. They're already so miserable. The only family willing to give them relief was being pushed so hard. Is there any law in this world? Is this pushing people over the edge? Angry growls rose and fell. It's too much. These scum. It's just as well that they don't want to help us, but they have to force those who are willing to help us. Are they human? They all deserve to die. If the Jin family doesn't open the barn tomorrow to provide food, then we'll all starve to death, won't we? Seeing that all the stragglers were angry but had not yet formed a force, Zhang Sui was busy dragging the lady out of the carriage and escorting her inside the mansion. The lady had been confused the entire time. She was a bit overwhelmed by the situation with these stragglers having out of control. The lady looked at Zhang Sui, her voice all mixed with trembling and said, "Bo Qing, what are you going to do? What if the stragglers storm our Jin family?" Zhang Sui comforted, "Don't worry, ma'am, I won't let them storm our Jin family. I'll take care of everything now. You go wait inside." After saying that, he no longer cared about the lady and immediately turned the direction and rushed out of the mansion. He hurriedly found the captain Jin Hao, attached his ear to Jin Hao amidst the clamor, and shouted, "Let the ministry spread out. 4 people in a group, and let the stragglers follow them separately." Rushing towards the county office and the 4 great families' warehouses, "Let them lead. Don't be afraid." He also ran to the butler and asked the butler to immediately open the warehouse and take out all the weapons in the Jin family's warehouse. All the male subordinates acted together to distribute these weapons to the strong and able-bodied among the stragglers. Watching the Jin family's male subordinates quickly distribute weapons, Zhang Sui jumped onto the top of the carriage wagon and roared toward the surrounding noisy stragglers. The four great families in the county government office disregard everyone's lives and deaths. They're the culprits. Since they want us dead, let's drag them down. Starvation is death. Beating them to death is still death. It's all death anyway. I'd rather be a full meal and die than starve to death alive. Fathers and mothers, follow the line. We'll rob their granaries. Think of your parents. Your parents are crying. Think of your children. They're starving. As men, as sons of men. If you can't even protect your own parents, wives and children, are you still great men? If the four great families cut off our rations, then we'll cut off their lives. Everyone listen to the call. Take your weapons, and follow the command to grab the grain. Don't take liberties. Otherwise, a loose end. All four families have ministries and underlings. They want us dead by any means necessary. We want them dead too. As Zhang Sui continued to roar, Captain Jinhao quickly arranged his men in groups of 4, forming a total of 20 long lines. Zhao Yun stood in front of the main gate of the Jin family residence, looking at Zhang Sui standing on top of the carriage, constantly growling and flailing, with a somewhat odd expression. This man, why does he give off a weird vibe? It looks unreliable on a normal day. How is it that at this point in time, there is a sense of command? Inside the Jin family residence, the lady stood behind the gate, looking at Zhang Sui's excited appearance outside through the gap, her beautiful eyes slightly widening. This man, at this moment, had a surprisingly extraordinarily imposing figure. Under Zhang Sui's constant roaring and command, the 20 long lines of the procession split into 5 directions, each under the command of the Jin family's ministers, and rushed towards the 4 family residences and the county courthouse. The crowd was rushing and yelling frantically at the same time. The entire Wuji County was in chaos. Inside the county courthouse, County Magistrate Zhang Shen and the family heads of the 4 great families were all in a rage over the fact that Zhang Sui had just made a move. They were discussing how to join forces and overthrow the Jin family together. But before a result could be negotiated, a clamor was heard rapidly approaching. Magistrate Zhang Shen and the 4 great family heads were all distraught. Magistrate Zhang Shen was busy running out first. Just as he rushed to the entrance of the county office, he saw 4 teams encircling from the north and south. All stragglers. The strong men in front of these stragglers were all armed with sharp blades. The stragglers in the back, without weapons, however, held various stones. As soon as they saw the yamen, the stones in the hands of the crowd of stragglers immediately rained down on them. Several yamen smashed to the ground on the spot. More stragglers rushed straight inside the county courthouse. Magistrate Zhang Shen was so scared that he directly held his head and squatted on the ground. The family heads of the 4 great families were directly captured alive. Elsewhere in Wuji County, the residences of the 4 great families were also impacted by the stragglers. Each family, by an onslaught of 4 teams. Although the 4 families have many ministries and male underlings, but there are more stragglers. On weekdays, the 4 great families were not afraid of these stragglers and stragglers. But today these stragglers are organized and have sharp weapons in their hands. The ministries and male underlings of the 4 families panicked. The most crucial thing was that they didn't dare to execute the stragglers at will as they usually did on weekdays. With so many stragglers in the scene, it was again they who attacked the mansion. Once you kill the stragglers, it's easy to cause a riot. The mansion also has their male and female sons and daughters. The riot resulted in the stragglers storming into the mansion, and the dukes, misses, and madams could be expected to end up in the same situation. These days, there were quite a few small clans that had been wiped out by the stragglers and even raped and pillaged. The Jin clan's ministry had already gotten a hint from Captain Jinhao just now, and led the group to attack the granary. Whoever resists will be killed. Now seeing the 4 great families' ministers and male subordinates step back, not daring to resist, they suddenly rushed into the granary and went mad, snatching away food and weapons. The entire Wuji County is in a state of euphoria. Zhang Sui also urgently asked Captain Jinhao to send out his ministries, ordering the ministries that led the onslaught of these stragglers not to come back for the time being, and asking them to take these stragglers and station them in front of the city gates around the area, not to disperse, to prevent the 4 great clans and the county magistrate from attacking each one, as long as they don't fall apart. They had weapons in their hands again. The law is not to blame. He didn't believe that the Jizhou government would send a large army to suppress it. Now Jizhou and Gongsun are at war, and Yuan Shao clearly doesn't get along with Koji Yi, as evidenced by the previous clash between his second son Yuan Shi and Koji Yi. Zhang Sui didn't believe that the Jizhou government would cause another incident. However, even so, Zhang Sui did not stop there. He was busy finding his wife and asked her to personally handwrite a letter accusing the 4 great families of suppressing the stragglers and attempting to create a riot, thus subverting the peace of Wuji County. After the lady finished writing, Zhang Sui asked her to send the letter urgently to Yecheng, the official capital of Jizhou. Watching the ministry quickly leave with the secret letter, the madam looked nervous and said, Bo Qing, like this, can it really solve the problem? I'm afraid that the four great families will retaliate even more fiercely afterward. Zhang Sui pondered slightly for a moment before saying, first, now that Wuji County is rioting, it must be appeased. With so many stragglers armed with weapons, it's obviously better to pacify than to suppress. With so many capable people in the Jizhou government, it's impossible for them not to see this. The four great families are capable of causing unrest, and it's not like they're a top-tier lineage family with the ability to quell rebellions. When the time comes, the Jizhou officials will send messengers, and we, the Jin family, will send people to pacify the stragglers? And if we control these stragglers, then these stragglers will be our backers. The Jizhou government will also favor us more for the sake of stability. At that time, with the Jizhou government as our backer, our Jin family will be safe. Madam, who in our Jin family can control these stragglers? End of chapter. Chapter 68 Pushing the Book Great Ming begins with financing Zhu Yuanzhang. Chapter 68 Push Book The Great Ming begins with funding Zhu Yuanzhang. Recommending a friend's book. The Great Ming begins with funding Zhu Yuanzhang. Recommendation: become Zhu Chengba's hairdresser, Pokey investment, and make the Great Ming even greater. Synopsis: become Zhu Chengbi's hairy little friend. Invest in the stud and make the Great Ming even greater. Luing travels through the Ming dynasty and becomes the son of Zhu Yuanzhang's youngest friend, Lu Jizu. To Zhu Yuanzhang this quality stock, Luing must learn Musk. Stud investment Zhu Yuanzhang. Incidentally kill Yuan Dog. Destroy Chen Yuliang. Kill Zhang Shicheng. Accidentally snatched the name of Li Shanchang's first meritorious minister. Stealing the name of Lu Bowen's strategic minister. 3 parts of the world Zhu Guoliang. A unified Jiangshan Lu Yongtai. Luing wants to temper Zhu Yuanzhang, temper the Huaxi Xuangui, and build a new order. The Great Ming meritocracy should not be unruly, and the Great Ming should not be in turmoil. The newborn Daming Empire in the midst of the Great Destruction shall be the Empire of the Sunset. Whether it's day or night, there's always the Empire's land bathed in sunlight. End of chapter. Chapter 69 Madam, if I were to remarry, what would Mir think? Chapter 69 Madam, if I were to remarry, what would Mir think? Zhang Sui was a bit confused when he heard his wife ask this. Is that something he should say? He was tempted to say that the Jin family was currently just 2 men in charge. One is the second son, Yan Yan. The other is the third male. The third prince is only 8 or 9 years old. We can't let the third prince go, can we? Naturally, he could only let the second son, Jin Yan, go. But then again, he really didn't think that second Duke Jin Yan was capable of taking on this responsibility. But if you can't choose the second prince, who can you choose? Seeing Zhang Sui in such a difficult position, Madam squeezed out a smile at him and said, You've been busy all day. Go rest first. Zhang Sui bowed toward the lady before bidding farewell and leaving. Madam watched Zhang Sui leave, her mind filled with the scene of Zhang Sui's actions today. In the hall of the county courthouse, he shocked the crowd. At the gate, he commanded a combination of minions and stragglers to storm the residences of the 4 great families and the county offices. The lady's heart beat a little harder as she watched his spirited appearance. That's what a great man does. This is something that even the late husband was far from being able to do in his lifetime. If the Jin family had him in their way, she was willing to be a small woman. Shaking her head, the madam forcibly excluded the Zhang Sui from her mind before summoning her maid and asking her to go and call the second Duke Xin Yan and the second Miss Xinmi over. Now that such a big thing had happened to the Jin family, it was no longer something that she alone could decide. Also need this son and daughter to help with ideas. Soon, second Duke Xin Yan and second Miss Xinmi arrived. The lady gestured for them to sit down before asking, You should know about what happened in Wuji County today. Second Duke Xin Yan and second Miss Xinmi both nodded. The second young lady, Junmi, said, Zhang Sui. He commanded the crowd of stragglers to storm the residences of the 4 great families and looted the warehouses. Second Duke Xin Yan said with a look of admiration, The Lord's record is quite bold. A child could never do such a thing. This would be good if my child's future children were as capable as the Lord's mark. The lady was powerless to spit. How old are you? Instead of thinking about being strong yourself, you're actually banking on your children. Second Miss Xinmi looked at her wife and said, Mother, although Zhang Sui is very courageous, this move has already offended the 4 great families. They won't let it go. We need to prepare a countermeasure in advance. The lady repeated what Zhang Sui had just said, and her gaze fell on the face of the second son, Yan Yan, as she said, If someone must fill the role of guiding this group of stragglers, then, Yener, you are the only one left in our Yin family. The right to guide this group of stragglers will only be safe enough for our Jin family if it falls into our hands. Second Duke Xin Yan's face turned pale, and he busily stood up and said, Mother, child can't do it. How can a child do that? My child has never led a soldier, much less known how to fight. Normally, children are afraid to see this group of stragglers. This group of stragglers is not good, but are all vicious. The lady looked at the second duke, Yen, with an expressionless face. Sure enough, counting on him for anything is counting in vain. The lady took a deep breath to suppress the anger within her, before she said, "This is something that can only be done by you at the moment, whether you want to or not." Second Duke Xinyan's mouth shivered and he lowered his head. Not daring to speak, the lady added, "But rest assured, this will not be left to you alone, for my mother knows what you are capable of, and will not allow you to do more than you are capable of. However, as the future head of my Jin family, you should at least do a good job on the surface." Second Duke Xinyan gave a weak "oh." The lady was silent for a moment before she said, "My mother has just thought about it. Once the Jizhou government sends someone will need to control this group of stragglers, and at that time, Yener, you will step in." Looking toward the second young lady, Junmi, the madam said, "Mir, at that time, you will disguise yourself and follow your second brother around as a staff member to help him with his plans. Of course, my mother wouldn't let your siblings risk their lives. For mother's sake, the idea is that when the time comes, let Birching follow you. So much has happened in the last few days. Bakudu has done a good job, with courage and skill. With him at your side, you listen to his advice more often. I've already promised him that I'll betroth Hongyu to him. From now on, it's all family. You should not embarrass him, let alone dismay him. Our Shin family, we will still need his support in the future." Only then did second Duke Xinyan let out a huge sigh of relief and said, "I also thought it was feasible." Lord Record's words, "If it is possible, can we allocate Zhao Yun to my child as well?" The lady rolled her eyes. "It's not like Zhao Yun is a member of the Jin family. That's the magnates that the Jin family invited to help. How many people want to keep Zhao Yun cannot? We are a declining family. You have such mediocrity. It is strange to keep Zhao Yun." The second son, Jin Yan, met the lady's line of sight, and busily shrunk his neck and said, That's fine with a master's mark." The lady said, "Yenny, you go and rest first." Second Duke Yan got up and left. The lady waited until he disappeared from sight, and only then did she glance at the second young Miss Shinmi. Her pretty face flushed with a blush. Seeing her mother squirming a bit, second Miss Shinmi curiously said, "Mother, do you have something to say to your daughter?" The lady took a deep breath and gathered her courage. "Mir, for my mother, she is very old and doesn't have much fangirl left. In a few years, you won't even be able to have children. Who would want an old woman who can't even have children?" Second Miss Shinmi hummed. "Indeed, mother, though she looks young now, is in her 30s, it's true that in a couple of years, you won't even be able to have children. If you're going to remarry, it's only for a few years." The lady's shell teeth bit down on her red lips, and she somewhat dared not look at the second young Miss Shinmi. "For my mother, it's not that my mother doesn't love the Jin family, and doesn't love you guys, but, after all, for my mother is a woman. Over the years, with your father's death, my mother has been working diligently for the welfare of the Jin family and taking care of you children as you grow up. As you grow up, you will eventually have to marry. For mother there are needs. Cold feet in the winter. For my mother, and my mother wants someone to warm them. You understand? Not the maid kind of foot warmer." Second Miss Shinmi looked at her mother with some sympathy. In this day and age, it is not unacceptable for a woman to remarry. Conversely, she had always considered, too, having her own mother remarried. After all, the father died many years ago. It's just that she's never found a man worthy of her mother. Now, hearing her mother say this, the second young Miss Shinmi also became interested and laughed. "Mother, if you meet the man of your choice, then mother you remarry, and your daughter will also be happy, as long as that man is truly able to treat mother. Only, mother, can you tell me who this man is? My daughter is not trying to interfere with your choices. Mother, my daughter just wants to get to know him. If it's possible, my daughter can also discuss with second brother how much dowry it would be appropriate for our Jin family to contribute at that time when mother marries over." The madam's tense to the core expression eased slightly when she heard the second young Miss Shinmi say this. Crimson crawled up her neck, spreading all the way to her earlobes. She felt like her whole face was on fire. The madam squeezed out a smile at second Miss Shinmi and said, "The time is not ripe yet. When you and Buching work together to assist your second brother and help our Jin family get through this crisis. For mother will tell you again. When the time comes, my mother will first find you a man of your choice, and then return the power of the Jin family to you and your second brother. And for mother's sake, I don't know if he wants to. However, I will lower my stance a bit for my mother. After all, for my mother's sake, she's of this age. And, besides, the other side is brilliant. Of course, these are not things to consider at the moment. But, don't worry, no matter what will happen to my mother in the future, my mother will keep an eye on the Jin family at all times and have him help out more as well. In my mother's heart, you and your second brother will always be my mother's sons and daughters. After a pause, the lady asked again, by the way, after pondering over it for the past few days, for my mother, I still think that recruiting a superfluous son-in-law is probably a good choice for both the Jin family and for you. Think about it and see if any of the male subordinates in our Jin family residence are to your liking. Your second brother has mediocre abilities and no commitment, and your third brother is too young to see if he can support the Jin family in the future. You understand? Of course, my mother would prefer that you marry. My mother's heart is also conflicted, for mother both hopes that you can help your second brother support the Jin family, and that you don't have to suffer as much as for mother. End of chapter. Chapter 70, Testimonials on the Shelf. Chapter 70, On the Shelf. Today the editor came to inform me that it will be on at 12 p.m. I have things to do during the day, so I'll have to take a nap before I can get up and code. There's no point in selling misery or anything like that. Talk about updating later. From now on, I will try to update 8,000 plus words per day, and will increase the word count a bit when I have the time and the mood to do so. I'll try not to break up the schedule, and I'll say hello in advance if I take a vacation. Also, thanks for the rewards and monthly tickets from all the book lovers. Too many to list. In short, a million thanks. Well, that's it. Without further ado, I'll try to write as well as I can, and try to afford to subscribe to it. You bookworms. End of chapter. Chapter 71, Paper Armor. Chapter 71, Paper. The second young Miss Shinmi subconsciously floated Zhang Sui's figure in her mind when she heard Madame say that. This denizen is probably the smartest of the male underlings in the mansion today, although the people are a bit more colorful. The thought came together, however, and she dismissed it. His mother has promised him marriage to Hongyu. Could he still be sharing a man with Hongyu? That could never be done. Despite thinking so, her mind was filled with the scene of Zhang Sui rubbing her palm. Second Miss Shinmi was a bit annoyed. What's with this dengue? Why is he so pestering? Why does it keep popping into your head? Thinking of this denizen. Thinking of him rubbing his palm. Second Miss Shinmi thought of the matter of Zhang Sui's fortune-telling. This time, the allied forces of Koji E and Yen Ro were able to defeat Gongsun Zan. It's exactly the same as his math. Find some time for him to do some math for his mother? It's just that now is not the time. Forcing Zhang Sui out of his mind and meeting Madame's eager gaze, Second Miss Shinmi smiled. No, mother, I'm not in a hurry for now. Rather you, mother. If you do come across a favorite, make sure you talk to us. As sons and daughters, we still want mother to be happy. The lady's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears when she heard Second Miss Shinmi say this. She was more or less apprehensive before, fearing that this second daughter of hers would object. But I didn't think that she could be so sensible. Her slender white fingers wiped the corners of her eyes, and the lady squeezed out a smile and said, good, for my mother will definitely remember. Besides, Zhang Sui returned to the ministry compound. Part of the ministry compound has returned. Under normal circumstances, people would not be able to come back yet, and would have to continue to open the barn at the gate for food. This sudden change, the vast majority of the stragglers were led away by Captain Jin Hao with his ministry to attack the four great families to seize food, resulting in a great reduction in the stragglers waiting for relief at the gate and back door of the Jin family, and the people were able to come back. However, everyone has heard about the stragglers storming the county office and the four big families. At this moment, everyone gathered around Zhang Sui when they saw him return. Bercheng, what's going on today? I heard that these stragglers are mixed with our people. Will they attract a siege from the Jizhou government? Vice Captain Zhao Su also came over. Zhang Sui met the expectant and anxious eyes of the crowd, and after a little contemplation, honestly said, among the stragglers today, there are indeed people I have arranged. There's no way around it. Because of our Jin family's decline and because of the fact that Zhao Yun had previously killed the previous head of the Lu family, the heads of the four great families are going to madam over today and bully us into taking Zhao Yun out to give them an explanation. Zhang Sui snorted and said, how is this possible? Zhao Yun made his move for the sake of our Jin family. If we abandon Zhao Yun over this, then what face do we have left? Moreover, they have long since seen our Jin family fall into decline and want to bully us. We cannot afford to be timid, much less retreat. That's the way it is with the forces of evil. The more you show weakness, the more they get the better of you. In today's situation, our Jin family can only be tough to the end. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will be annexed. So, I borrowed the stragglers to destroy the granaries of the four great families. But that's not nearly enough. We also have to utilize this group of stragglers to completely suppress the four great families and make our Jin family even stronger. Nowadays, the posture of our Jin family is like that of a boat in a countercurrent, trying to maintain the status quo. That's not going to happen. We're either going back or we're going in. So get ready, all of you. Our quiet days are broken. Although this is not what we want, if our Jin family is to hold out, we will likely have to go to war. Heroes emerge from chaos, heroes fit the times. Though a general is a man of many bones. But, being in a chaotic world, if we don't fight, our fate is controlled in the hands of others. Everyone should have felt it about Koji Yi's visit here earlier. Also, this time, but if our Jin family has someone powerful enough, why do we need to invite Zhao Yun? The bottom line is dash. Zhang Sui raised an eyebrow and said, "Gentlemen, even though I speak vulgarly, but is the truth. If we don't engage in combat and build a career, then we will always be the Jin family's ministry for the rest of our lives. Now that we're young, the Jin family will still want us. When we get older, will the Jin family still be kind enough to give us an old age? We have to have our own homes, our own women, our own children after all. Besides, no matter how nice and fragrant the paintings I paint for you are, they don't smell as good as a real woman. But it is impossible to have a true woman in our condition. To have a true woman, we can only change our status. But if we can get rid of our status as ministers and gain a position, it won't be easy to ask for a woman." Pointing behind him in the direction of the county courthouse, Zhang Sui snorted. "That county magistrate, Zhang Shen, is so fat-looking that if I remember correctly, he has several concubines. All of you are not as good as him?" Zhang Sui doesn't want to fight per se. "I'm in the Jin family, wife, kids, and a warm bed. Isn't that good?" However, he hadn't thought before that the Jin family's situation would be so bad. If he doesn't step in today, how can Madam, a woman, face the vicious faces of the four great families? Or perhaps, force second miss to follow the historical track to marry Yuan Xie, Yuan Shao's second son? So one is still a man? Not to mention, now that I think about history, Yuan Shi was not a good choice. Thinking about the scene of the displaced people being driven today, Zhang Sui had some intentions in his heart. With his knowledge of history, perhaps, with the power of the Jin family, he can also make something in this late Han. Always meticulously. Ultimately, it's in the eye of the beholder. In the future, when you are old and can't think of anything else, will the Jin family still value you so much? People, after all, rely on themselves to feel more at ease. Moreover, he had a golden finger, and he was able to increase his strength by 0.1 pounds by stripping his upper body for half an hour of extra practice every day. There is a chance to trigger a blast. This is clearly to let himself to take the road of military generals. All the ministries heard Zhang Sui say this and were somewhat moved. To say they don't like women would be a lie. But whenever they really had access to women, who would look at the paintings that Zhang Sui had drawn for them? The problem is that there just isn't a chance. And as a ministry, their heads have been hanging from their waists and their lives. As a result, all are afraid to marry a woman. Vice Captain Zhao Su frowned. The Jin family treasury does have weapons, but with only weapons and no armor. Those of us who go to the battlefield will also die 9 out of 10. Zhao Su sighed and said, "Even for someone like me, the chances of being able to survive once on the battlefield are slim." Zhao Yun's brother. You should know. The reason for his early death was that he was shot by a random arrow in his early years when he was leading a powerful crusade against the Yellow Turbans, though the feathered arrow was drawn. But he never got better. Then the disease took hold and he died. The crowd calmed down when they heard Vice Captain Zhao Su say this. Vice Captain Zhao Su said, "A set of armor is too expensive again. Not to mention ordinary people. Even our Jin family can't buy a few pieces of armor even if we gather all of our family's money." The crowd nodded. Zhang Sui fell silent. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The short videos that I watched before crossing over were about the armor aspect. He had read 2 installments. Among them is the process of making paper armor. It's very convenient. Moreover, the defense of the paper armor was not weak, although paper is not cheap in this era. But, if you just use the cheapest yellow paper, then the cost is naturally much smaller than that of armor. And, with paper armor, it wouldn't be very difficult to put together a few dozen sets. The only inconvenience was the rain. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui said, "I have some ideas about the armor, and I might be able to get some." Everyone looked at Zhang Sui in unison. Vice Captain Zhao Su said anxiously, "How do you get it?" Zhang Sui laughed, "Get it out and talk about it." He wouldn't dare boast until he got it out. He'd have to craft a suit of paper armor himself. In case the production doesn't work, it's a big shame. When the crowd saw Zhang Sui say this, they were a bit helpless, but it's not good to push. It was also getting to dusk. The underlings brought supper. Zhang Sui was about to eat with all the ministries when a female voice rang out. "Is the Lord's record in?" End of chapter. Chapter 72 Chuang Tzu, Mutual Assistance. Chapter 72 Chuang Tzu, Assistance. The crowd turned their heads at the sound of a female voice. Zhang Sui also looked over. The voice, it sounded like Hong Yu's. Sure enough, at the archway entrance, Hong Yu poked her head out, her little face glancing towards the inside somewhat nervously. Zhang Sui scrambled to put down his things and greeted him. It's finally something to look forward to. It's been days since the lady's promise of marriage. Hong Yu had spoken to him once, and hadn't even sent food over in the evening. When Hong Yu saw Zhang Sui darting over, her small face climbed with a blush and she busily shrunk her head back. The ministries watched the scene and made snickering noises of eek. Many eyes were filled with envy. That second Mrs. Personal Maid, Hong Yu, right? How many times has this come to Bozong? Look at her face just now. It's as red as a monkey's butt. It's not possible that she's interested in Bo Chang, is it? Ha ha ha. It's normal to have. Although Bo Chang lives with us, he is already the main record and is loved by the lady. You guys, follow and learn. The crowd soon quieted down again, faces somewhat pressed. They thought of women. They want women too. They're also a little tired of doing ministry. Zhang Sui quickly stepped out of the ministry compound. Hong Yu had retreated to the ancient well. She was carrying a wooden box in her hand. When Zhang Sui rushed over, her little face was still swollen red, as if it was about to drip blood. While opening the wooden box and taking out a plate of dishes from inside, Hong Yu spat out. A bunch of mouths that don't keep their mouths shut. Talking nonsense? Who's interested in you? I am just following Madam's order, saying that you have labored today, bringing you some food to treat you. Zhang Sui sat by the ancient well and laughed. Then you really don't mean anything to me? Hong Yu brought out the 3 dishes and plucked out Zhang Sui. She was tempted to say, the hell with you, but he thought that the lady had promised marriage, and, moreover, that he should not be too much in his own mouth. In case this elm brain took it for real, really thought that he had no interest in him, and no longer took care of himself, then at that time he did not know who to go to cry to. Thinking of this, Hong Yu gouged out Zhang Sui, and while wiping the edge of the ancient well with her handkerchief, she said, and you have no interest in me? Zhang Sui laughed as he took a large bowl of corn rice and picked up the green vegetables and ate them. Of course it's interesting. I just like you. How else would I have begged your wife to marry me? Hong Yu used her handkerchief to wipe clean the edge of the ancient well before she sat down and said with a red face, I naturally like you too. Zhang Sui asked rhetorically. Then you haven't come to see me for the past few days? Hong Yu bit her lip and looked away. If I don't come to you, you won't come to me? But thinking that he was also busy these days, Hong Yu did not go any further on this matter, but quietly watched Zhang Sui eat. Zhang Sui nudged toward the dishes and said, have you eaten yet? Eat together? Hong Yu shook her head and said, I have to go back later to serve Madam and second Miss for dinner. After they finish eating, I will eat again. This has become a habit. Zhang Sui looked at Hong Yu's delicate little face. The red color had not yet receded. Zhang Sui suddenly stretched out his hand, and in Hong Yu's shocked gaze, he reached out and held her left hand. Hong Yu didn't dodge. After a brief moment of shock, she lowered her head and stared at the hem of her skirt in disbelief. Her small face, which was about to calm down, once again climbed up with redness, and her voice even carried a hint of trembling as she said, you denizen, there are still ministries there in the archway. You're not ashamed, and I still have to have a face. Seeing that Hong Yu didn't move her hand away, Zhang Sui became a bit more bold and simply put down his dishes and held Hong Yu's small hand with both hands, saying, my lady has all but promised you to me. Just that you haven't gotten married yet. I'm holding my lady's hand. So what if they see it? Hong Yu glanced at Zhang Sui and spat. Shameless. Zhang Sui licked his face and laughed. In front of my own wife. I am still afraid. Then in the future bed matters. You still need a woman to open up? Hong Yu pointed the back of her head at Zhang Sui and cut out. Just looking for an excuse. Despite saying that, a small smile crept onto Hong Yu's reddened face. It's not all that elfin. At least, it still knows how to make strong words. Thinking of the madam's animation she had seen earlier, Hong Yu added, if you want to marry me, I have to have a bride price as well. Zhang Sui gave a and got serious. What kind of bride price do you want? Tell me. I'll try my best to do it. Hong Yu took a deep breath and said, I want you to draw me a portrait like the one you drew for madam before. The kind that can move. Just after saying it, Hong Yu regretted it a little. It felt like I was asking a little too much. Madam is a madam. How can she be compared to herself? Even though she was to be his wife from now on, she couldn't ask for that. Thinking of this, Hong Yu said, so what? It could also be. Hong Yu was going to say that it could be replaced with a simpler one, but before her words could come out, Zhang Sui laughed. Just this? Don't worry. I'll draw it for you later when I have time. I want hundreds of your drawings to form your animation, for our grandchildren when we're old. Let them know. Ma'am, That when you were young, you were as beautiful as, well, a churl. Hangyu's heart felt like it was coated in honey when she heard Zhang Sui say that. This man, quite a heart. Hangyu lowered her head and nodded heavily. If you're happy, if you have time, I'll listen to you. Zhang Sui looked at Hangyu with a look of being at the mercy of the king, stood up, and sat down next to her. Looking at her pretty face that was close at hand, like a ripe apple, Zhang Sui brought his mouth over. Hangyu sensed Zhang Sui's movements and busily moved her position to the side, looking towards the archway sheepishly. The two ministries at the archway entrance, long gone, have also gone to dinner. But even so, Hangyu felt eyes all around and almost cried out. There are people all around. In case they are seen, Zhang Sui saw that Hangyu was on the verge of crying out in a hurry, so he retracted and put her small hand in his palm to play with it. Don't be nervous, I'm not going to kiss you. Even if I want to kiss, I'll wait until you want me to. Hangyu didn't dare to look at Zhang Sui, but she didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhang Sui thought of the idiom that his high school female classmate had told him and said, I think, sister, you're a little too nervous. In fact, it's more than common for us couples to kiss down on the face. It's not just people. In fact, other animals are pros everywhere. Is it possible that, as human beings, we are no better than animals? Hangyu glanced at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Where? Zhang Sui said. Fish you know, right? Hangyu spat and said, you really are a denizen. How can a fish kiss? Zhang Sui laughed. Zhuangzi, you know Zhuangzi, right? Hangyu hummed. So, Zhang Sui said, Zhuangzi has said that when the spring dries up, the fish are on land with each other, and they yawn and moisten each other. Two fish spit bubbles at each other to survive after the spring dries up. One fish spits out of its mouth and gets sucked in by another. Do you think it's pro? And it's more than a kiss. It's a straight up mouthful. I just looked at your sister's side face like a peach, charming your eyes, so I wanted to give you a kiss. Instead of kissing your way over to your sister's mouth and eating your spit. I've been very restrained. Hangyu's beautiful eyes were wide open. There are such shameless people in this world, and one that can be so forcefully interpreted? Hangyu panicked and pulled her hand out of Zhang Sui's hand, carrying the empty wooden box and leaving quickly. This denizen. Stay with him any longer and I don't know what other shameless things he'll say. Zhang Sui busily said. You're not taking the dishes back? Only then did Hangyu stop in her tracks, glaring at him from afar and saying, I'll come back tomorrow to get it. Denizen. End of chapter. Chapter 73, The First Paper Armor at the End of Han Dynasty. Chapter 73, The First Paper at the End of Han Dynasty. Hangyu finished speaking as if she had fled. Zhang Sui looked at her little body as she scampered away and laughed outright. Chick, I definitely want to take it a step further when you come tomorrow. Only after watching Hangyu disappear around the corner did Zhang Sui pick up his rice bowl again and eat. Finishing all the meals, Zhang Sui cleaned the dishes and returned to the ministry compound. A crowd gathered around. Bok Sung, what is your relationship with Hangyu? That's a popular person beside Madam and Second Miss. You must be careful. The lady will not spare you if she knows you are related to her. Zhang Sui met the crowd's questions and grinned. Madam has already promised her to me. It's just that the timing hasn't coincided lately, so there's no marriage. When this time has passed, we will be given a marriage. When the time comes, I'll have to move out. I'm a man with a woman. All the ministries let out a gasp in unison. How could they not expect Zhang Sui to find a woman? Moreover, this woman is also like the jade like Hangyu, the red person beside Madam and Second Miss. Lonely as I am, I'm going to look at the charts for an hour tonight. When will I have a good life like you? Bo Chang. Zhang Sui laughed as he measured up his feet in the ministry compound to digest. Hurry up and build your career. Brothers, wouldn't it be easier for all of us to get promoted together in the future? When the time comes, what woman will it take to not get it? The minions were suddenly excited again. Some people are already thinking about 3 wives and 4 concubines. Zhang Sui took a short walk before he started to strip off his shirt, first performing additional training in basic boxing and kicking kung fu, followed by practicing the 16 styles of the Zhao family spear. After practicing for an additional half hour and sweating profusely, Zhang Sui ran to the ancient well to dry his sweat and waited for 5th Miss Shenrong to come over. 5th Miss Shenrong only brought 2 duck legs today. Today, however, she wasn't asking questions. She was showing off. Previously, Zhang Sui had taught her the principle of refraction of light to explain the breaking of chopsticks in water. Today, she told this to the gentleman and a group of fellow students in a private school. As a result, her fellow students could not understand her, and Mr. was so angry with her that he even called his wife to talk to her. After Madam went there, the 5th young lady, Jinrong, confirmed the refraction of light by making a little boy hide in the water to see the height of the ruler in front of Madam. The height of the ruler as seen by the little boy hiding in the water was higher than the height of the ruler in reality. The scene bluffed Mr. and Mrs. A little. They asked Miss Five who taught her, and Miss Five crossed her arms and laughed merrily, saying to Zhang Sui, "I'm not going to tell them that my future husband taught me." Zhang Sui looked at fifth Miss Shenrong's smug look and laughed happily as well. He realized one thing: this fifth young lady, smart as a whip, had a talent for science and engineering. If educated well, there might be another Huang Yueying in this late Han era. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui touched her little head and smiled. Not bad. Very smart. I like it. In the future, don't tell others that I taught you. This way, I can teach you more. Thinking of the refraction of light, Zhang Sui asked, "Is there any glaze at home?" Fifth Miss Shenrong nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and said, Yes, there are several in our family, but it's a glazed cup. It's our family heirloom. It is rumored that it was rewarded to our family by Emperor Sung during his time. I broke one when I was a kid and got spanked by my second sister." Zhang Sui's eyes lit up as he said, "Bring 2 of them over one day and I'll teach you the rest of the refraction of light." Fifth Miss Shenrong hugged Zhang Sui's face and gave him a firm kiss on the side of his face and said, "I knew it. You know everything. You're much better than Mr. Zhang Sui accompanied Fifth Miss Shenrong to talk for a while longer before Fifth Miss Shenrong left. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, took a shower, dried off, went back to his room, and fell straight to sleep. Tonight, he dreamed all night. The dream was all about him building all kinds of weapons and armor. However, when I woke up, all the various things in the dream were forgotten. Zhang Sui sat on the bed and stayed for a while, trying to recall the various methods of building ancient weapons from the short videos he had watched before crossing over. He hurriedly took out yellow paper and an ink stone, then used a tree branch to quickly write an imitation of a stranger's sword's forging method. Others, one after another, were written again. Throughout the morning, only the forging method of imitating the stranger's sword was written in full. Other methods of weapon forging are incomplete, and there are always missing steps in between. Zhang Sui could only draw these weapon sketches from his memory. As for the exact steps, you'll just have to see what pops into your head one day and add them. It's too hard to come up with it all at once now. He didn't have the patience for that either. After finishing this morning meal with some of the ministries, Zhang Sui went to find his wife. "What are you looking for, ma'am?" "Ask for plain yellow paper. To make paper armor, you need a lot of yellow paper." Zhang Sui remembered that the Jin family residence was there. It's going to be more of a waste of effort than if he went out and bought it. Madam was not surprised that Zhang Sui wanted paper. After all, Zhang Sui could paint and write a lot of words. Only, she didn't expect Zhang Sui to ask for so much paper. Nevertheless, she asked the butler to take Zhang Sui to fetch a large amount of paper. Although Zhang Sui wanted a lot of paper, it was all the most ordinary yellow paper. The value is naturally not low, but it was all within the reach of the lady's heart. Just the fact that Zhang Sui protected her at the county office yesterday, and commanded the stragglers to storm the county office and the 4 great families, and then asked her to write a secret letter to the Jizhou government to complain, was worth giving Zhang Sui so much paper. Zhang Sui was given a large amount of paper and used a dagger to cut these papers down to 2 finger widths, punch 4 holes in each cut sheet. He also asked the lady to apply for some glutinous rice, boiled it, and then got the help of the ministry to glue these cut papers with glutinous rice. And each copy of yellow paper was glued with 40 sheets. After each piece of yellow paper is glued, a wooden hammer is used to hammer it solidly, trying to minimize the gaps between the papers. Only at the end were the glued, 2-finger wide sheets strung together with string. It took 2 days for Zhang Sui to produce this set of paper armor. Zhang Sui wore this paper armor on the wood, while he himself directly shot it a dozen times with a simple compound bow. The results were surprisingly good. Zhang Sui remembers that there was already a large amount of paper in the Eastern Han Dynasty. However, the first paper armor appeared in the Tang Dynasty. This pair of paper armor came out and directly advanced the appearance of paper armor by more than 400 years. Zhang Sui removed the paper armor from the wood and put it on himself, punched a set of basic fists, and danced a few times with the 16 stances of the Zhao family gun. Paper armor is strong enough, yet it didn't really affect his movements. Zhang Sui immediately wore his paper armor to meet the lady. The lady touched the paper armor, her pretty face filled with shock. She did not expect that Zhang Sui's purpose for wanting paper was to create this kind of paper armor. More than anything, she didn't think that this paper armor would actually work. Zhang Sui smiled and said to his wife, "Madam, I have a request." The lady was still fondling the paper armor. At this moment, hearing Zhang Sui say this, she came back to her senses and said, "Ah, you say." Zhang Sui said, "My purpose of making this paper armor was not to make a splash. And I'm sure that once this paper armor appears, it's bound to be imitated very quickly. It's just that our Jin family will be the first to use it. I would like your ladyship to purchase paper as soon as possible now, so that we can make as many pairs of paper armor as possible before the Jizhou officials come. And the person who made this paper armor. If anyone asks, don't say it's me. Just say someone else told the lady about you. If you have to ask for a name, just say that you are from Jingzhou and your surname is Huang. The lady looked at Zhang Sui with an odd expression and said, why? Zhang Sui laughed. Anyway, if madam does what I ask, it's fine. The lady, though puzzled, did not pursue the matter. Everyone has everyone's hidden secrets. Zhang Sui obviously didn't want to go into details, so she couldn't be bothered to pursue it. Madam immediately got her housekeeper to come and buy a large amount of paper around Wuji County, and then got people to make paper armor under Zhang Sui's command. In the past few days, intelligence from Wuji County had also been continuously sent into the Jin Mansion. The county magistrate, Zhang Shen, and the heads of the 4 great families were all captured by the stragglers. Plus the 4 families' warehouses were ransacked. The large number of stragglers, again divided into 4 parts, converged in an organized manner and did not disperse. The 4 great families were temporarily cowering in their respective mansions, not daring to act without authorization. However, they still sent people to Yecheng to report to the Jizhou government, requesting that the Jizhou government send a large army to exterminate these stragglers. Madam has approached Zhang Sui about this. Zhang Sui told his wife that there was no need to be overly nervous. Instead, he found Captain Jin Hao and contacted the ministries and the stragglers around, asking the ministries to organize the stragglers to distribute the looted food every day, controlling the stragglers to stop causing trouble for the time being. 5 days later, news came again from across the river. The armies of Koji Yi and Yenro, once again defeating Gong Sun Zan's army, had broken through Yangnu County and were heading toward Yuyang County. Gong Sun Zan's army, unable to resist. Meanwhile, the messenger from the official government in Yecheng Jizhou finally had a message. The messenger led 1,000 troops and was less than a day's distance from Wuji County. Too sleepy to code 2 more chapters during the day, probably in the afternoon. End of chapter. Chapter 74, Madam, the Jin family can fulfill any of your wishes. Chapter 74, Madam, the Jin family can fulfill any of your. The Jin Mansion. Zhang Sui was directing the maids of the mansion to make paper armor according to his requirements. These few days had passed, and these maids had already produced 20 pairs of paper armor after Zhang Sui. These are the limits. Although this was the late Han era, paper had already been reformed by Kai Luan, and the price and quantity of production had been dramatically increased. This boost, however, is only relative to the old days. For now, paper, even the most common yellow paper, remains expensive and scarce. Zhang Sui was able to use so much paper this time, or the Jin family had a merchant fleet in the neighborhood, and there were no major conflicts with the families in the nearby counties. Just as Zhang Sui was checking the strength of the paper armor that had been produced, a maid hurriedly arrived and said, Madam tells you to hurry to the study. Yecheng has sent a messenger and brought thousands of troops. When Zhang Sui heard the maid say this, he was busy turning around and leaving. When he rushed to the study, he saw that the madam, the second prince, the second young miss, the housekeeper, and the other important hands of the Jin family had all arrived. Everyone got together and they all talked about it. Madam, on the other hand, was filled with rare anxiety. Once Zhang Sui arrived here, the crowd looked over in unison. That's the boy. What a bad idea. Now it's good that a messenger and an army have been sent. This is a regular army from Yecheng that has fought hundreds of battles, so how can a ministry like ours stand up to it? If the messenger besieges our Jin family, hand him over. Zhang Sui frowned. The lady had her butler hand a bamboo slip to Zhang Sui, stopping the crowd's murmurings, and said in a deep, petulant voice, Shut up, all of you, now that nothing has happened yet you are disorganizing yourselves. You are crazy, aren't you? Woe is me. Have none of you ever read a history book? The crowd then quieted down. Although many of them still looked at Zhang Sui resentfully, they did not dare to speak. Zhang Sui was also too lazy to bother with this group of people. Receiving the bamboo slip from the butler, Zhang Sui quickly scanned it, though they were all in traditional Chinese characters, several of which, taken individually, he couldn't really recognize, but strung together, he still reads the meaning. Yecheng came to the people, and Diejiao Tianfeng was at the head of them, with 1,000 elite men and 300 in armor. Zhang Sui hissed, when 1,000 men come, 300 are armored. This configuration, is it ready to strike? Sure enough, in these late Han times, stragglers are not people. In the eyes of the lords, generals and families, the stragglers are just as dead as they are dispensable. In their eyes, the so-called the people are the most valuable does not refer to the displaced people, but to the big families. The only thing to be thankful for was that it was Tianfeng who led the way. Tianfeng, as a Jizhou Biajiao, the top stream among the officials of Jizhou, has always been very rigid in temper, and very insightful and resourceful. Historical records show that Tianfeng and Koji should take the first credit for Yuan Shao's ability to take down Gongsunzan. Koji charged. Tianfeng came up with a plan. In the famous Boundary Bridge, after Koji defeated Gongsunzan's white horseboxers, Yuan Shao was also almost killed by Gongsunzan's white horseboxers going and coming back. It was Tianfeng who commanded his personal guards to rely on the terrain to fend off the white horseboxers, after which Koji came to kill and saved Yuan Shao's life. Although in the end, Tianfeng and Yuan Shao ended up having a falling out, and Tianfeng was even killed in prison by Yuan Shao. But that was all very much later. At least for now, Tianfeng is definitely one of Yuan Shao's most trusted strategists. Thinking of this, Zheng Sui handed the bamboo slip back to the housekeeper and bowed to the lady. Madam, my previous guess was indeed in error. I thought this group of stragglers, armed with sharp blades and forced to storm the four great families in order to make a living, deserved sympathy, and that the law was not against them. But, apparently, I was wrong about the way the Jizhou government treats the stragglers. They don't care about the stragglers. In the eyes of the Jizhou government, the stragglers should die if they stormed the great families of the world. So, they sent 1,000 elite men, and they were armored for 300. The crowd clamored again. The lady's heart trembled a little. However, looking at Zhang Sui's calm demeanor, the madam's mind drifted back to the scene at the county office, where Zhang Sui was holding a bow and arrow with a ruthless face. The scene of Zhang Sui standing on the roof of the wagon, waving his hands and constantly shouting loudly to command the stragglers also surfaced. At this time, she chose to trust the man in front of her, who was the age of her second son. The lady slapped the desk and again said in a deep, petulant voice, "Silence." The crowd was quiet again. The lady's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold aura as she swept across everyone. All of them did not dare to meet her eyes, though the lady always wore a smile on weekdays and looked gentle. However, at this time, the pretty face was also so bloomy that it was able to drip water, and there was a sense of intimidation. Zheng Sui looked at the lady and sighed darkly. It's no wonder that a superb woman like Madame can still support this huge Shin family. Just the face changing and the aura it brings is very compelling. It's hard for the average underling to resist. Second Miss Shinmi is a bit of her shadow. As for the second son, Yen Yen, he couldn't even eat a fart. The lady suppressed the crowd, before continuing to look at Zhang Sui. Bo Qing, so, what do you think? How should we deal with the situation at hand? This time, when we stormed the county office and the four great families, we had our people there. Since the messenger has come over, it can be easy for him to investigate. Our Jin family was already in decline. Now that the messenger has arrived with a large army, that the four great families are afraid that they are going to push us to our deaths over this? The crowd once again looked at Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui organized his language in his mind for a while before he said, if someone else was leading the group this time, we might actually be in danger. However, the person leading the team is the don't drive Tianfeng, and that could be a favorable thing. Tianfeng is the absolute beloved strategist of the Jizhou pastor. If the Jizhou minister simply wants to exterminate the stragglers this time, then all the more reason for him to send a member of the military generals who are proficient in combat. Plus the importance that the Jizhou minister had previously placed on our Shin family. I think the most important purpose of the Jizhou move, besides rounding up the stragglers, was to prompt the lady's previous secret letter. Normally, at this point, the lady should personally go to meet the messenger and then agree to the secret letter. But I thought that there was a third way when the visitor was Biejia Tianfeng. Now immediately dispatch the ministry to inform the four directions of the stragglers that the Jizhou government has brought 1,000 armor-clad elites to exterminate them. The stragglers shall panic. Then let the ministries among the stragglers blow their own identities for the Jin family ministries. Inform the stragglers, and let everyone wait for the arrangements to be made, and that my Jin family is willing to advance and retreat with them, and live and die together. Quite a few people stood up underneath the miso and snapped. Are you crazy? Letting our Jin family live and die with these stragglers? Just these stragglers? Do they deserve it? If they all die, what does it have to do with our Jin family? The lady's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold aura as she swept over. The men shut their mouths again in indignation. The lady took several deep breaths and her towering breasts rose and fell violently a few times before she squeezed out a smile at Zhang Sui and said, Continue, Bo Qing. Zhang Sui said, Unring the bell. This time it started with the stragglers, and naturally it should stop with the stragglers. Although the Jizhou government doesn't treat these stragglers as human beings at all, a group of obedient stragglers, there are still able-bodied men among these stragglers, and a large amount of grain and grass is still with them. If I were Biejia Tianfeng, I wouldn't move my troops again. Nowadays, the enemies of Jizhou are actually more than just Gongsunzan. Earlier General Koji came, and the second prince and he were at war. Zheng Sui didn't continue this any further, but said, It can be said that Jijomu now needs stability, more soldiers and horses, and more grain and grass. If we are joined by the able-bodied from this straggler of our Wuji county, and there is grain and grass, this is a bargain for nothing. Ultimately this is something that will just be a big deal, and we, the Jin family, need to seize this opportunity to use the stragglers to deepen our relationship with the Jizhou government. Nowadays, in this situation of our Jin family, we can either rise or fall. There is no second way to choose. Therefore, after the stragglers have been told to be calm, the four quarters of the ministry will select the able-bodied among the stragglers and, under the leadership of the second son, will go to meet the Biach Tianfeng, informing him that our Jin family has been given large quantities of grain and grass, and that the stragglers are tame and willing to serve the Jizhou government. Also, our Jin family is willing to send out our ministry to help train these stragglers. Second Duke Xinyan's face turned a little white and he was about to come forward, but he glanced at Madame's gloomy gaze. Second Duke Xinyan could only droop his head at once. Hearing Zhang Sui say this, Madame said after a moment of slight contemplation, "In this matter, you will accompany Yenner. If it's done right, my Jin family can fulfill any of your wishes." The crowd gasped. Any of the wishes? Are you crazy? He wants the Jin family's fortune, so he'll give it to him too? The lady looked over with a sullen face and said, "Then which one of you will solve this crisis and the same promise will be given to you?" The crowd all snapped their mouths shut. End of chapter. Chapter 75, Wada Feng's first meeting. Chapter 75, Wada Feng's first. When the lady saw that the people did not dare to answer, she then said to Zhang Sui again, "Bo Qing, I am optimistic about you." Zhang Sui looked at his wife, and a warm current surged through his heart. Madame is not only beautiful, but also so gentle and considerate. Cupping his fist at Madame, Zhang Sui made a gesture of invitation towards Second Duke Xinyan, and rushed to the ministry compound with Second Duke Xinyan in tow. As the lady watched Zhang Sui and Second Duke Xinyan leave, her beautiful eyes glowed with a bright light. It always feels, somewhat surprisingly, peaceful. Second Duke Xinyan followed Zhang Sui as he walked. It was only until the person behind him disappeared from view that Second Duke Xinyan said in a trembling voice, "Lord Record, is it really all right? I feel like I don't even dare to speak when I see farewell. What should I do in case he tries to kill me?" Zhang Sui laughed. "I'm the main marker, a member of the Jin family. Even if Don't Drive wants to kill someone, he'll kill me first." The second son, Jin Yan, said with an eager face. "Then has it been agreed upon?" Zhang Sui was somewhat speechless. "If Tianfeng really wants to kill someone, if I die, you probably won't be able to escape either. But there's always comfort. Otherwise, this second male is too cowardly to go." Now that he was the oldest man in the main family of the Jin family, if he didn't dare to go, then nothing could be done. Zhang Sui was secretly helpless. This is if the Jin family is mine. With the Jin family backing me up, what am I afraid of? Even if the Jin family has fallen, the mansion has more than 200 ministries, the maids and male subordinates add up to thousands, and the industry is spread all around. Even Yuan Shao coveted it and wrote secret letters to Madame, wanting to take a concubine Madame, thus plotting against the Jin family. It's a pity that with such a large family business in his hands, the second son is still wimpy like this. Zhang Sui thought of Liu and Song Huizong in history. Shaking his head, Zhang Sui smiled at Second Duke Xinyan. "As promised, no matter what happens later, I will ensure that I die in front of you, Second Duke." Only then did Second Duke Xinyan breathe a sigh of relief and was moved to say, "Lord Record, if only you were a member of my family. Unfortunately, you're just a master marker. Otherwise, I will marry my second sister to you." Zhang Sui let out a forehead. This second son, he simply lost his mind. Surprisingly, in order to protect himself, he wanted to send out the second Miss Shinmi. But he likes it, can't show it, of course. Zhang Sui said with a serious look on his face, "To be able to serve the Jin family, that's my duty. Second prince mustn't say that." Second Duke Xinyan nodded heavily. After this incident, he must tell his mother again and again to treat this main record well, but don't let him go from the Yen family. The two of them came to the ministry compound, and Zhang Sui, in the name of the second duke, instructed the ministry to rush to the four gates of Wuji County, find the stragglers and the ministry among the stragglers, and tell them to follow the plan, while he, the second duke, and the vice-captain, Zhao Su, waited for them at the western gate of the city. The crowd of minions quickly dispersed. Only then did Zhang Sui and his lieutenant Zhao Su, flanked by the second son Jinyan, rode their steeds straight to the west gate of the city. It was only when it was close to noon that they saw Captain Jin Hao and the other ministries arrive with 4 teams of stragglers. Zhang Sui hurriedly greeted them and inquired about the status of these ministries, learning from them that they all did as he asked, and that the stragglers were now all within control even though they were panicked, and that there were still ministries left in them to pacify them. Zhang Sui breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Sui had Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su straighten out these stragglers and the ministry, making urgent and simple adjustments to make these stragglers look similar to the ministry, at least on the surface. After this, Zhang Sui had his second son, Jin Yan, lead the crowd toward the outskirts of the city to meet him. About 10 miles outside of the city, they encountered people from the four great families. The four families didn't send their minions. They were afraid that once the ministry was drawn away this time, the stragglers would continue to storm the mansion. Really, even if the reinforcements from the Jizhou government kill these stragglers, as far as the four great families are concerned, they will not be able to recover their losses. The four major clans had all sent only a handful of stout men to escort the representatives. Seeing second Duke Xinyan come with a vast group of people, at least 1,000, the people of the four great clans panicked and pulled away. The four great families and the Jin family have long been on the same page after this incident. There are four great families without the Jin family. There's the Jin family without the four families. Thus, the people of the four great families were also afraid that the second Prince Xinyan would suddenly strike and kill them here. However, the group of second Duke Xinyan did not make a move. They formed an array and waited quietly under the rectification of Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su. After waiting for nearly an hour, dense silhouettes were seen in the sky. Now the sun is blazing. The blazing sunlight hit the armor and cold flashes could be seen from afar. The four great families were all excited. There was cruelty in their gazes as they looked at second Duke Xinyan and his party. The Jiju officials have arrived. This Jin family, who dared to bring lowly stragglers to storm the county office and the four great families to seize food. Today is the day of the Jin family's destruction. The silhouettes were getting closer. Finally, it transformed into an army of 1,000 men. The forefront of the 1,000-man army was full of generals clad in armor and holding sharp blades. There were dozens of people in front of them, all riding high horses, unusually serious and majestic, although the people in the back did not ride horses. However, the aura of solemnity on their bodies still made people feel chilled. These men, obviously, were battle-hardened generals, not ministry comparable. Second Duke Xinyan's hands and feet shook terribly as he watched these people approach. Zhang Sui hurriedly held the back of his left hand and laughed. Second Prince, don't be afraid. As I said before, even if I will die before you. Second Duke Xinyan looked at Zhang Sui and almost cried out. Lord's mark, that's a little too gentle. Even a man himself wants to rely on him. The army eventually stopped in front of the crowd. The people from the four great families greeted them first, each introducing themselves. Zhang Sui assisted the second male to go over. The second son, Jin Yan, is really scared. His legs and feet are not listening. After a few moments, only in the middle of the army, dozens of generals in armor flanked a middle-aged scribe in a green shirt with an elegant face walked up. The middle-aged scribe is no one else but Tianfeng, one of the most trusted strategists of Yuan Shao, the governor of Jizhou. At a glance, Tianfeng saw the group of 1,000 men behind Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su. This group of 1,000, though at a glance you could tell most of them were lazy and untrained. Yet, they are all young and strong. Interspersed among them were some obviously trained men. Tianfeng pointed to the group of 1,000 men behind Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su and asked, what is the status of these men? Lu Xin, the representative of the Lu family, busily stepped forward and saluted towards Tianfeng. Back to Ambassador. These are the Jin family rebels who encouraged the stragglers to storm our county office and our four great families. After Lu Xin finished speaking, he flashed a morose smile at second Duke Xinyan. Dead. Greet the messenger and have the nerve to bring so many people. Tianfeng's gaze swept over these people in front of him, not responding to Lu Xin's words, but instead said, who is in charge of the Jin family? Second Duke Xinyan stepped forward tremblingly and said in a trembling voice, yes, it's me, Xinyan, the second oldest of the Jin family, the current eldest male of the Jin family. Tianfeng rode on his warhorse, overlooking Xinyan, and frowned slightly as he watched Xinyan's body shaking like sifting chaff. Zhang Sui was directly speechless when he saw that second Duke Xinyan was left speechless. At this point, people are waiting for you to open your mouth and explain. What are you doing if you don't seize the moment to explain the thousands? I taught you everything just now. Seeing that the second son, Jin Yan, still had no intention of opening his mouth, Zhang Sui clenched his teeth, quickly stepped forward, saluted Tianfeng and said, Jin family master record, former disciple of Ding Jianyang, the pastor of the state of Bing, has met with the ambassador. Tianfeng looked at Zhang Sui with some surprise and said, you said, whose disciple are you? Zhang Sui raised his head, looked straight at Tianfeng, and exclaimed, back to envoy. I am a disciple of the former parallel prefecture shepherd Ding Jianyang, a native of Yanmen County. Ding Jianyang, that's Ding Yuan. Jianyang is an epithet of Ding Yuan. 5 more today. 10. 000 plus now. Stayed up late last night. No savings. End of chapter. Chapter 76, Second Prince Yen Yen promoted to General of the Ministry. Chapter 76, Second Prince Yen Yen promoted to the Ministry. When the people of the four great families heard Zhang Sui's introduction, each of them secretly said that it was not good. None of them knew that the Jin family was even harboring a disciple of the former pastor of Parallel Prefecture. Tianfeng sized up Zhang Sui and asked, "You said you are Ding Jianyang's disciple? Then what did Ding Jianyang teach you?" Zhang Sui lied without blushing. "Sir did not personally teach me anything. At first he saw that I was lonely, but intelligent, and wanted to teach me himself. But it coincided with the great general recruiting him to the capital. So he hastily left some bamboo books for me and then hurriedly left. He asked me to meet him in the future. And then, he never came back. However, I learned a few things based on those bamboo books he left behind. Like literacy, like painting." Tianfeng was skeptical. "You show your hand and see?" Zhang Sui took out a dagger from his waist and drew a portrait of Tianfeng on the ground while saying, "At that time, when Mr. accepted me as a disciple, I didn't recognize the characters yet. So Mr. taught me to learn how to write people's names to begin with. It's just that he left before I could learn. The names I remember, for example, are Lu Bu Lu Feng Xian, Zhang Liao Zhang Wenyuan, Uncle Zhang Yang Zhang Ji, Tianfeng." This man, pontificating, did seem like he had some dealings with Ding Yuan. It is also difficult for the general public to know that Ding Yuan, the former pastor of the state of Bingzhou, originally had these three generals. What made Tianfeng confirm something more and more was that although the man in front of him had some unusual painting skills, he did have them. After he drew so many random drawings on the ground with his dagger, a human head facing somewhat similar to his was displayed, but it was exquisite and lifelike. Stopping Zhang Sui from continuing to draw, Tianfeng asked, "You really weren't personally taught by Ding Jianyang?" Zhang Sui hummed. "Mr. said that one should be honest, and I indeed am not." Tianfeng looked at the portrait, and then at Zhang Sui, and at the second son, Jin Yan, who was beside Zhang Sui. Looking at Zhang Sui's calm demeanor while the second son Jin Yan didn't dare to raise his head and his legs were shaking, Tianfeng nodded. One can only say that there is still a big difference between the fallen Jin family and Ding Jianyang. Tianfeng dismounted from his horse and continued, "Then you are now in," Zhang Sui said. When Yanmen Pass was in turmoil earlier, the guard opened the gates and lured the Xianbei and other Hu people into the city. I could only follow my old folks and stray to Wuji County. Looking at the second son, Jin Yan, beside him, Zhang Sui said, "Fortunately, thanks to the help of Madam and the second son, I have a place to stay. Now, the Jin family has asked me to be the main organizer and help with some things." Tianfeng had some small disappointment in his heart. Ding Jianyang's disciple, but not taught in person. It is true that there is some ability, but it cannot be said to be due to Ding Jianyang. Let's just say there is some knowing. And, now it's a subordinate of the Jin family. There's no way to pity him for being a little talented like that. One could not cross the Yen family to take him either. Tianfeng nudged toward the array behind Zhang Sui and said, "What is the situation of these 1,000 people?" Lu Chang was busy coming up and said, "These are unruly people." Tianfeng frowned. Lu Chang immediately turned pale and didn't dare to speak. After all, the messenger in front of him was not an ordinary person. He was a bio, belonging to those at the very top of the Jizhou government. Even the old master Lu Hui, when he was alive, had been a ruling center engaged, and was far from being able to compare. Not to mention, now that the old man, Lu Hui, has been killed, he was even more unofficial. Tianfeng looked at Zhang Sui and said, "Continue." Zhang Sui was slightly pleased in his heart. Sure enough, it was good news when Tianfeng came. Zhang Sui hurriedly pointed to the array behind him and said, "These 1,000 people behind us, there are Arjun family ministries, and there are also strong people among the stragglers. They stormed the four great families before, and they realized the mistake. Therefore, when they learned that Arjun family was coming to greet your excellency, they begged to come along, to confess their faults to your excellency, and also to make their attitude clear to your excellency, that they wanted to take the brambles and ask for something to be done for the officials of Jizhou. The grain and grass they got from impacting the four great families, they are also willing to give up all of it to the Jizhou government. The people from the four great families were in a hurry. These stragglers are robbing their food, and now, it's going to be surrendered to the Jizhou government?" Lu Chang's face blanched as he grabbed the words again. "Envoy, it's absolutely not possible. These thugs, they've robbed the granaries of our four great families, and we all have no food to eat. If this continues, we will starve to death." Zhang Sui just lowered his head and didn't retort. There was no point in retorting at this time. After all, the Jin family did lead these stragglers to rob. And, the point today is not whether the grain was looted or not, nor whose grain these are, much less whether the four great families would die without this food. Rather, the Jizhou government also needs food. With such a large amount of grain, it would be too difficult to collect it from the various worldly families on weekdays. The big families were all arrogant and domineering at the end of the Han dynasty, but now that it has been taken out, how can the Jizhou government let the big families take it back? Ignoring Lu Chang, Tianfeng said to Zhang Sui, "Are you sure that you are going to hand over this grain, and that you will not riot again?" Zhang Sui pointed to the array behind him and said, "What we have brought this time is only a very small number. The vast majority of the stragglers, having heard of your excellency's arrival, are quietly waiting for him at the four city gates. If the ambassador doesn't believe me, he can take the generals on inspection himself. If they have rioters, the ambassador can kill them on the spot." Tianfeng looked at the quiet and tense stragglers in the array, nodded, greeted the unarmored soldiers to come out, and said to Zhang Sui, "Arrange for someone to take them to bring the grain over. Now that you realize the mistake, do not make it again. This time, seeing as your first-time offenders, I'll spare you." His eyes fell on the array of stragglers. Tianfeng slightly contemplated for a moment. His eyes fell on the second son Jinyan and said, "Since these stragglers listen to your Jin family so much, now, I appoint you, Jinyan, to be the general of the ministry, in charge of training the stragglers in this array, to be used for the state pastor in the future. I hope you won't let the state pastor down." The second prince, Yan Yan, was a bit dazed and was about to refuse. Where is his ability to train this group of stragglers? And, to train these stragglers, then they need to be fed and watered. It's a huge expense. He couldn't get the idea to go back and ask his mother, but before he could open his mouth, Zhang Sui was busy pulling him toward Tianfeng and bowed solemnly. "Thank you, envoy. We definitely won't dishonor our mission." After saying that, he greeted a few more ministries to come up and asked them to take Tianfeng's soldiers to each of the four city gates to transport the grain out. The people from the four great families looked at this scene and their faces turned white. Lu Chang came to Tianfeng and cried to recapture the grain or they would starve to death. Zhang Sui stood to the side, secretly sneering. This Lu family patriarch has some bad brains. On weekdays, it would be bad for the worldly families to collect taxes. Now that you've taken it out, how can I let you take it back? In his place, he could only bite his tongue at this time, so he might as well give it away generously as a favor. Instead, he favored trying to demand it back. It's a lost cause. The other family members saw Lu Chang pleading and came up to beg Tianfeng. Tianfeng didn't even care. On the contrary, the generals behind him looked at the people of the four great families crying and wailing, and immediately drew their weapons. The four great families were silenced. Tianfeng raised his hand and scolded the general. "Why don't you put your weapons away?" The generals had put away their weapons. Only then did Tianfeng say to the people of the four great families, "Now that the world is in a bad way, the state pastor wants to pacify the world and is in dire need of grain and grass. I've heard that the benevolent people of Wuji County are very righteous, but when I came here, I spoke to the state pastor, and it wasn't easy for you. The stragglers are unintelligent and have caused you to suffer." So the state pastor immediately sent a large army to assist. With such a large army, the road consumes quite a lot of food. Now we are at war with Gongsun Zan again. Tianfeng sighed. At this time, it would be nice if someone could be a good example and solve the state pastor's worries. The mouths of each of the four great families shivered. It's heartbreaking enough to not get back the food that was looted. This Lu still want to take food out of his own people's hands? Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled off Lu Chang's forehead as he said in a trembling voice, "We've already been robbed of food by the stragglers, and we're going to starve as well." Tianfeng crossed Lu Chang's eyes and ignored the crowd again. The people of the four great clans came together, looking at Tianfeng for a moment, the 1,000 elites behind Tianfeng for a moment, and the second prince, Jinyan, for a moment. Their teeth were gnashing. Just robbers. What Jizhou government? No different from robbers. Had I known that they were acting like this, I shouldn't have asked them for help, and instead found a way to directly charge the Jin family. And the Jin family too. This group of people from the Jin family, they're so hateful. A declining family, or a woman in charge. Sooner or later, I'll have to avenge this. I'll try to do 10,000 a day, and I'll code at night, an update between 10 o'clock and 9 p.m. And, thanks to, read all about it. End of chapter. Chapter 77, Zhao Yun is leaving. Chapter 77, Zhao Yun leaving. Tianfeng looked like he hadn't seen the indignant looks of the people from the four great families at all. The truth is, he doesn't care. No matter how honorable these so-called big families are, who can compare to the state shepherd who was born from the fourth and third dukes? He was not at all afraid of any resentment or even retaliation from these four great families of Wuji County. These four big families are really not long for the world, so let's wipe the slate clean for him. For For a state pastor with military power and honorable origins, it is not impossible to exterminate 4 families. It's just a little more trouble. Now it is the critical period for the state minister to pacify Hebei, and the enemy that needs to be dealt with is very powerful. The state minister really does not want to be distracted from other concerns. When I think about it, even Han Fu, the state pastor of Jizhou, the state pastor can be destroyed. The crowd waited at the west gate of the city. It didn't take long for soldiers to arrive escorting stragglers and carrying food. Tianfeng was satisfied with the reaction of these stragglers. As Zhang Sui said, honestly, there was no sign of rioting at all. Then, his mission of leading an army to pacify Wuji County this time had been accomplished. Zhang Sui could also see Tianfeng's covetousness and eagerness for the grain. For a whole day, Tianfeng didn't leave, don't even eat, nor did it go into the city. Just kept watching batches of grain being shipped out of the city and then toward Yecheng. The people from the 4 great families and the second Prince Xinyan and the others did not leave. Zhang Sui also accompanied. However, Zhang Sui asked Captain Jin how to lead the array to the entrance of the Jin family residence to find the lady to arrange for accommodation. He, on the other hand, stayed in place with his vice-captain, Zhao Su, and a dozen or so of his minions to accompany the second son, Jin Yan. It was not until dusk that the food from the 4 major families in the city was completely transported away. Tianfeng didn't stay behind either and followed the large group. Only then did Zhang Sui accompany second Prince Xinyan and leave with vice-captain Zhao Su. By the time we returned to the Jin family residence, Madame had already arranged for the accommodation of the nearly 1,000 stragglers. Just a dozen private houses next to the Jin family residence. Once Zhang Sui had determined where the nearly 1,000 stragglers were staying, he was ready to enter inside the Jin family residence and return to the ministry compound. However, he saw Zhao Yun call out to him and said, "Lord Records, what is this situation today?" Zhang Sui didn't lie and honestly said, "The emissary sent by the Jizhou government today is Bijie Tianfeng, and he has already appointed the second prince as a ministerial general. That is to say, our Jin family currently has the Jizhou government as a backer. In the future, with these 1,000 more people, the other 4 great clans will not dare to easily offend." Zhao Yun said, "Then, I'll withdraw back tomorrow with my brothers. We've been out for a while too. There is no danger to the Jin family, and my mission has been accomplished." Zhang Sui could only nod his head as he saw Zhao Yun speak decisively. His heart was a little lost. During this time of contact, he admired Zhao Yun more and more. This Zhao Yun, compared to the loyal and righteous Zhao Yun in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, is a little more human, very grounded, very chivalrous. He would have loved to keep Zhao Yun. However, it was clearly impossible for Zhao Yun to stay in the Jin family, at least for the time being. Zhao Yun is a man of high pursuits and high moral character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought people back from Gongsunzan. Zhang Sui patted Zhao Yun's shoulder and said, "Zilong, I admire you. In the future, when possible, try to get in touch as much as possible. If there's anything I can do to help, just mention it. Let's just say you want to animate the monk of the straw lamp, and I can help with that too." Zhao Yun's face was a bit unnatural as he sophistically said, if I want to paint, it must be from the spring and autumn annals." Zhang Sui nodded his head repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes, paint the spring and autumn, paint the spring and autumn." Zhang Sui accompanied Zhao Yun for a few more moments until his stomach rumbled, and only then did he enter the Jin family residence through the side door. When the subordinates saw Zhang Sui return, they immediately served dinner. Zhang Sui finished eating and took a short walk to digest some of it before he stripped off his shirt and started practicing extra hard. After this additional training, Zhang Sui triggered another blast, increasing his strength by 0.8 pounds. From the time he crossed over to now, nearly 3 months, Zhang Sui insisted on practicing extra hard every day. Original one-arm strength of 150 pounds, now it's all turned into 176 pounds of force. Zhang Sui looked at his arms, which were already somewhat muscular, with some skepticism. This 176 pounds of strength didn't feel like 176 pounds of strength in his perception. Before he crossed over, he watched Olympic weightlifting and learned about some of the Olympic weightlifting records. He remembers that the inaugural Olympic record for one-armed weightlifting was 142 pounds. Did he or she this surpass the Olympic record? Looking at his body, even though he had grown some meat, he was still so thin that it didn't feel like he was surpassing the Olympic record. Find a way to get a scale to measure it tomorrow. He also remembered that there was a difference between the gene of the Han dynasty and the gene of the pre-crossing period. After the extra practice, it was late, and the ministry compound was full of minions sleeping. This is the era of the late Han dynasty. People, especially ordinary people, are extremely poor in spirituality. Usually by the end of the day, they have nothing to entertain them. All you do is play with your wife and kids except sleep. This is probably the main reason why wife and kids are hot. Unlike before he crossed over, he was tired to death all day long, and when he returned home, he still played with his cell phone, swiped short videos, played games, was often bored, and was still able to play until the next morning, and then dragged his heavy body to work like a dead dog. After drying his sweat, Zhang Sui put on his clothes and was ready to go to the ancient well to wait for 5th Miss Shinrong or Hongyu to bring food. It took him a little by surprise. Surprisingly, I waited for both Hongyu and the 5th young lady Shinrong. To be exact, there are 2 others, the 2nd young lady, Junmi, and Mrs. The 4 daughters came over with a wooden box carried by the 2nd young lady Junmi under the red jade beading lamp. Zhang Sui busily greeted him and said with a smile, "Madam and 2nd Miss, what brings you here?" 5th Miss Shinrong raised an eyebrow at him. "Look, mother and 2nd sister approve of you. We've kind of met family. Later, when I grow up, there's no need to go through all the trouble of marrying me." Zhang Sui. He was somewhat unsure of the meaning of the 5th young Miss Shinrong raising her eyebrows at him. Looking at 5th Miss Shinrong's small face with a soulful expression, Zhang Sui secretly sighed. This would be great if it were my own daughter. It's pretty, and smart. If she could be trained to become the 2nd Huang Yueying, she would be famous in history. When Madame heard Zhang Sui say this, she smiled and said, "I've already heard from Yenner that you've made a great achievement today, so I've specially accompanied Ronger over to treat you and ask you something in the meantime." Zhang Sui busily wiped his sleeve on the ground beside the ancient well to help clean the ground before he made an inviting gesture towards Madame and 2nd Miss Shinmi. The lady nodded in her heart as she watched Zhang Sui nimbly wipe the ground with his sleeve. This man, though young, and talented, and courageous, and gentle, like when his late husband was alive, he could never have made a similar gesture of coming over himself and him immediately wiping the floor with his sleeve. Or maybe the deceased husband doesn't care too much about his feelings, even if the late husband did favor himself. So much tender and considerate behavior from this man. And I don't know where he learned it or who taught him. End of chapter. Chapter 78, Ma'am, this man is good if he's my man. Chapter 78, Ma'am, this man is if he's my man. Hearing Madam say this, Zhang Sui revealed a smile and said, "This is all what I should do. As I said before, the Jin family and I are one. If the Jin family is good, I can be good." Madam was very satisfied with Zhang Sui's answer. Sitting down on the ground where Zhang Sui had wiped clean, the madam signaled the 2nd young Miss Shinmi to place the wooden box not far away, opened it, and took out 2 meat and 2 veggies from it, as well as a big bowl of soup cakes, signaling Zhang Sui to eat first. Although Zhang Sui considered himself to be very thick-skinned, at this moment, facing the sight of the 4 women, his face was still somewhat unnaturally flushed, but this was no time to be shy. Zhang Sui could only gulp down his food while diverting the attention of the ladies and asked, "I wonder if Madam and 2nd Miss have any more orders?" The lady pondered slightly for a moment before nodding her head and saying, "Today, the buyer appoints Yenner as the Ministry General. I'd like to hear what you think. These stragglers? Since the Bei Dao has entrusted Yenye, it's only natural that we must take them as well. Nowadays, our Jin family was originally feuding with the 4 great families, may not have the strength to anger the Jizhou government again. Not to mention, as I told you before, Jizhou Mu and I wrote that secret letter." Zhang Sui organized his words before he said, "To sum it up in one sentence, we have to do our best to train up. Normally, it would be hard for us to go it alone and recruit so many able-bodied stragglers for our use. This time, through the compulsion of the Jizhou government, these able-bodied stragglers, in order to save their lives, had to be used for my Jin family. It's a good thing. Now that the world is in turmoil, our Jin family can only keep moving upward in building our career if we want to protect ourselves. To get to that point, more powerful forces are needed. More powerful, trained ministries are just a must. Now that so many able-bodied ministries are converging in our hands, it's actually a really big positive thing for us. It's for the long haul. As near as we can see, with the addition of so many able-bodied ministrations, we can pull up to the gate and drill with honor. I don't believe that the 4 great families won't be afraid when they see so many people. They wouldn't dare to easily strike against our Jin family again. If it were before, we'd have to worry about them stopping it. After all, so many people are a threat. But today, we have the pretense of an official appointment in Jizhou, so no one can stop anyone from coming." The lady kept nodding her head. The 2nd young lady, Junmi, also secretly marveled. The dentist is really impeccable except for a little bit of color. To the Jizhou government to train these nearly 1,000 stragglers errant. And the Jizhou government also does not provide any benefits, any food and weapons. It's likely to be a headache when viewed by a normal person. But after what he said, it became a big favor. That's what sets his eyes apart from ordinary people. Hong Yu, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Sui with some fascination. She doesn't understand any of this. But, seeing the lady nodding her head constantly, it was clear that the man, himself, was brilliant. Zhang Sui continued. Also, Koji is bound to clash with the Jijo shepherd. In my judgment, the place where the conflict started is near our river. Now Koji, in conjunction with Yanmen's guardian Yanro, commanding the Han army and the Xianbei-led Huans as a large army, is attacking Gongsunzan, and is continually singing a triumphant song. This looks like a big victory for Koji, building on his success. But as far as I'm concerned, it's Koji who is burying himself. When the cunning rabbit dies, the traitor cooks. In the old days, Go-Tramp was lying on his back, and turned his head to get Dafu Wenshou killed. Han Xian assisted Emperor Gaozu in destroying the king of Chu, and was soon made to die by Empress Lu in the palace of Chang'e. Gongsunzan is the most powerful enemy of Jizhou Mu. Nowadays, Koji is able to constantly defeat Gongsunzan. Once Yu Yang is taken, Gongsunzan will be extremely weakened and will no longer be a match for Jizhou Mu. The meaning of Koji living will no longer exist. Before Koji arrived, the second prince almost made a move with him and Arjun family. And this is the proof. The arrogant man must be reaped by heaven, no matter how capable he is. Jizhou Mu is definitely not the type of person who can watch others ride on his head. Not to mention, the fact that Koji has joined forces with Yanro, the Yanmen guardian, is indeed strong, but is another reason why he must die. The Jizhou minister can put Koji to death on the grounds that Koji has united with the Xianbei and other Hu people to brutalize the people. In this way, killing Koji will also win the favor of the great families of the world. Before Koji arrived in Wuji County and condoned the Chang elites to rape and rape women in broad daylight, which seemed like a great sight, but it was the dirt that buried him everywhere. All the more reason we need to expedite the training of the stragglers now. In the future, when Jizumu and Koji are at war in the neighborhood, we will be nearby, and at that time, whether we want to or not, we must follow and go out to fight Koji. Now that we have these nearly 1,000 able-bodied stragglers, we will expedite their training, and in the future, in the Great Wars, the merit that these nearly 1,000 able-bodied stragglers make will be Arjun families. If there is a small war effort, the second prince will surely be an official. It's best if it's a military general, holding military power. With military power in our hands, not to mention the 4 great families, we'll have a place in Yecheng. If we really can't, a civil official. Arjun family has some backing. Nowadays, Arjun family seems to be in a critical situation, but opportunities and dangers have always existed side by side. As long as we utilize this group of nearly 1,000 able-bodied stragglers, looking back in the future, this is definitely the beginning of the restoration of glory for my Jin family. As the lady watched Zhang Sui gushing, a smile appeared on her pretty face. Men and women are just different. He himself had supported the entire Jin family all these years, but he was unable to consider him at this level. His own second daughter, always smart and very insightful. However, she couldn't say much about discussing the matter of her second son's appointment as a ministerial general with her today. The lady looked at Zhang Sui with some burning eyes. If he could become his own man, although his status was a bit lowly, but, with his intelligence, he could be enough to help the Jin family. In the future, they will give him children, and their current children will also be considered siblings, so that they can work together for the Jin family. It's just that there's no telling what he's thinking. Though one's looks are pretty good, but the age was there. After all, a dozen years older than him. Try his attitude today. The lady said. Well, that's what I thought. In this way, starting tomorrow, me are under disguise, and you together under the hand of Yenny to plan. What do you think? Yen's ability is mediocre. Mir is around to be able to help with some ideas, especially with food and grass expenses. Zhang Sui glanced at Jinmi. If he were to simply lead an army, he really didn't want to take second Miss Jinmi. Second Miss Jinmi looks so fine and tender. It is too horrible to go to the battlefield. It's probably gone. But, ma'am, when it comes to food consumption, in this regard, in today's Jin family, there is truly no one more suitable than the second young Miss Jinmi. For one thing, she had enough authority to transfer grain and grass to the Jin family at any time. Although he had seen various war movies before he crossed over, the vast majority of them liked to highlight the bravery of the generals to describe the ability of a large army. But he had always thought that provisions, generals, and intelligence were equally important, and that one was indispensable. The addition of the second young lady, Jun Mi, ensured a steady supply of food and grass, and this was the best person for the job. Secondly, the second young lady is much more decisive and bold than the second son. Sometimes the second prince can't get the idea and is far away from madam. Then it's okay to be able to convince the second young lady at that time. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui smiled. Your ladyship is very considerate. I will swear to protect the safety of the second miss and the second prince. End of chapter. Chapter 79 Madam's little excitement. This man, he's got a little interest in me. Chapter 79 Madam's little excitement. This man, he has a little in me. When Madame heard Zhang Sui say this, she smiled and said, Yenner and Mir need to be protected, and you need to be safe as well. Bo Qing, in our Jin family, you are a very important person. As you said before, my Jin family and you are one. Zhang Sui hummed. Second Miss Shinmi shot a glance at Zhang Sui and also secretly nodded. To be honest, she had originally thought that Zhang Sui would disapprove of her following her second brother to train this group of nearly 1,000 stragglers. After all, as he had said before, it was easy to see that he was a woman even in disguise, but it didn't occur to me that he would approve instead. In the meantime, just keep an eye on him. Didn't my mother tell me to recruit a son-in-law? It's a denizen though, but he is also worth considering. Well, she was actually a little jittery inside. The average man who can afford it will basically never consider joining a family. This denizen has shown all the ability to be good, at least so far, and a good hand at painting in a weird style. Maybe, he really doesn't want to join the family. However, when this thought came together, it was suppressed by second Miss Shinmi. She is the second miss of the Jin family. Looks as beautiful as, well, the country. The ability to do so is also outstanding. Since reaching maturity, how many people have stepped over the threshold and begged their mothers for themselves without being able to do so? If he could really join the Jin family and be his husband, what would he not be satisfied with? She was the second young lady of the Jin family. How could she grow others' ambition and destroy her own? Thinking of luring Zhang Sui as a son-in-law, the second young Miss Shinmi looked to the lady at her side. The implication of her mother's earlier comment was that she had a compatible man and wanted to remarry. The reason why he was concerned that the second brother's ability was too mediocre to support the Jin family, and wanted to wait until he had a family on his side before making a decision. Second Miss Shinmi was curious. Who is that man? It's amazing that they were able to move their mother to remarry. You know, the mother can't even look at the Jizhou pastor. Second Miss Shinmi secretly made the decision to observe properly during this period of time. Previously, my mother had never considered remarriage. Now, to be able to move the mother's heart. This man, what kind of god is he? Surprisingly, he has such charm. The four women watched Zhang Sui finish his meal before the lady smiled again and said, Bo Qing, I heard that you can also tell fortunes? Zhang Sui glanced at second Miss Shinmi. It looks like this is what she said out loud. The soft and boneless nature of second Mrs. Small Hands came to mind, and Zhang Sui thought of Hong Yu again. During this time, he also pulled on Hong Yu's small hand. Both women are good looking though, but their little hands feel completely different. Red Jade's fingers were more slender and dry. The second lady's fingers were softer to the touch, as if they had no bones, and they were icy cold and prone to fine sweating. Zhang Sui's eyes fell on the lady's hand. I touched it once before without thinking. Nice touch. Moreover, Madame was a bit more plump than both second Miss and Hong Yu. So did her hands. But it's plump, not fat. At this moment, welcoming the lady's gaze, Zhang Sui busily wiped his hands on his clothes, suppressed the small agitation within him, and smiled. Yes, I know some. Second Miss Shinmi narrowed her eyes. What's this denizen's point? He hadn't specifically wiped his hands when he'd told his fortune before. The lady said, then I'll trouble you to do the math for me. Zhang Sui busily said, wait a moment. Under the suspicious gazes of the ladies, Zhang Sui brought up a barrel of water from the ancient well and carefully scrubbed one side, confirming any dirt on his scrubbing hands before redrying them on his body, and then came to the lady's body, saying with a serious face, Ma'am, please extend your right hand. The lady hummed and held out her right hand. Zhang Sui looked at the lady's right hand reaching out in front of him, and his expression went into a trance. Though I've known Mrs. for a short time, but this was the first time he had ever viewed his lady's hand so closely. Not bad for a second young lady's mother. All of them have the feeling of being soft and boneless at first glance, but there was something different. The lady's fingers were slender and white, like fragile objects. Yet, there is a great deal of meatiness to it. Before he traveled across the world, he had also seen various so-called actresses' extremely beautiful hands. The vast majority of them are kind of a little thin and scrawny. He didn't really like that. Women, wherever they are, have some meat on their bones and actually have better senses. Zhang Sui's mind subconsciously fantasized about the scene of the lady's small hands roaming over his body. The body instantly burned. The ladies were all a bit puzzled as they watched Zhang Sui staring at the lady's right hand. Madame also couldn't help but ask curiously, Bo Qing, is there a problem? Zhang Sui abruptly came to his senses, and busied himself with a sarcastic smile. No, it's just that I thought of some problems just now, and I got a little lost in thought. Zhang Sui was secretly chagrined. Madame is such a siren. He thought to himself that although he liked beautiful women, he definitely hadn't gotten to the point of piggishness before. But when confronted by the lady, he was somewhat uncontrollable. If this was the case of the lady using the beauty trick on herself, Zhang Sui secretly sighed that she was likely to be easily tricked. In the past, when he read Romance of the Three Kingdoms and watched The Chain of Tricks, he always thought Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu were too brainless. It was only now that he had some empathy. Beauty like the lady, she really riveted to seduce people. Do not know who can resist? Anyway, one would probably not be able to resist. Straightening his mind, Zhang Sui took hold of the fingertips of the lady's outstretched right hand and gently rubbed his other hand over her palm. Hong Yu was busy carrying her lamp a little closer. Zhang Sui was almost moved to tears. The lady's little hand was so soft that it felt like it had no bones to touch, and it was also a bit fleshy, so it was a damn treat. What a hand-playing year series. After Zhang Sui wiped it off, he blew towards the lady's hand again. As the lady watched Zhang Sui holding her small hand and rubbing and blowing on it, her pretty face flushed red. She looked toward Zhang Sui, and her heart beat violently. She hadn't been this close to any man since her late husband passed away. At this moment, looking at Zhang Sui's serious and pious face, the lady thought of the countless nights when she was lying alone in bed tossing and turning. If it had been him, at night, in bed, he would not have let himself be alone any longer. And, as a woman, having experienced personnel, the lady's heart fluttered. Through Zhang Sui's actions, she could tell that Zhang Sui had a crush on himself, a woman who was a dozen years older than him. There was a sense of restlessness in the lady's heart. She wanted to tell Zhang Sui that she could have remarried if it had been him, that she needed him to warm herself. Yet, despite this restlessness, the lady looked away, forcing herself not to think about it for a while. Not yet. At least, it's not the time for the Jin family today. As the mistress of the Jin family herself, even if she had to remarry, she had to make sure that the Jin family continued and that her several sons and daughters would be able to settle down. Until then, there is only patience. The Jin family and their sons and daughters are their first consideration. After Zhang Sui finished blowing, he analyzed it in a serious manner and said, "Madam, this person's poem has 3 lines, which are the love line, the lifeline and the career line. Madam has a thick and one-pointed lifeline and is able to live to the end of her life. The career line is generally thick and smooth, yet has twists and turns, suggesting that the Yin family will be relatively smooth under Madam's charge. There have been 2 breaks in the love line, 1 complete break and 1 about to break. It means that Madam's marriage was not very smooth in her life. Her husband died in the first part, and the latter part has some twists and turns that need to be carefully worked out by the lady. The end bifurcates and breaks in 2 places, indicating that the lady's daughters will be successful and 2 of her sons will die young. Mrs. Second Miss Shinmi, 5th Miss Shinrong." Hong Yu's face suddenly changed, and she chided in a low voice. "How can you say that?" Zhang Sui looked back at Hong Yu. "This stupid girl, she really thinks she's making it up? These are your own words based on history. Fortune-telling is fake. It is true that their fate is told through history. 2 more chapters, haven't checked them, won't be able to post them until I find time to check them this afternoon." End of chapter. Chapter 80, The Second Miss Shinmi, Listing to Z. Chapter 80, The Second Miss Shinmi, Listing to. Seeing Hong Yu chastise Zhang Sui, the lady came back to her senses and busily said, "Hong Yu, don't blame him." Only then did Hong Yu lower her head. The lady looked at Zhang Sui and said, "I believe that Buqing will not curse us." Zhang Sui said with a serious face, "I'm just being honest. It's the same words as before. If the Jin family is good, I can be better. If I can, I also want the Jin family to be incredibly powerful. This way, if I live in the Jin family, I can also rest in peace. There's a saying in my hometown, wife, children, and a warm bed, which says that a man's ultimate dream is to live happily ever after with his wife and children. Wouldn't it be nice if I could be safe and secure every day, with my own wife and children every day? Cursing something to happen to a couple of males would not do me half as much good. A couple of males are the men of our Jin family. The stronger they are, the more favorable it will be for our Jin family." The lady gave a hum, withdrew her small hand from Zhang Sui's hand, got up and said, "Bo Qing, I'm troubling you. You should rest early after eating." After saying that, he took the second young Miss Shinmi, Hong Yu and the 5th young Miss Shinrong to leave. It was only when she reached the doorway of the 5th young Miss Shinrong's room that the second young Miss Shinmi suddenly spoke up. Although he is a bit of a denizen, he is, indeed, not a person who would tell lies. Earlier, he gave me a fortune-telling session and calculated that Koji E would be able to defeat Gongsun Zan's allied forces, and the certainty in his tone was definitely not blind talk. Brother and father are dead. I think it's necessary to have the healer look at the second and third brothers as well. I've heard him say before that destiny can actually be changed. It's just that because other people don't know their destiny, they can't change it. now that he has calculated your destiny for you. Mother, then why not change it according to your destiny? Madam suspiciously looked at the second young Miss Shinmi and said, you are quite trusting of Bo Chang, and I haven't seen the two of you have much contact on weekdays. Second Miss Shinmi froze, then came back to her senses and forced a smile. Mother, where do I trust him? I just can't stand him. It's true that there's some talent, but it's a little too denizen. You are not to know that he also draws the kind that moves dash. Seeing her ladyship staring at herself with a puzzled face, the second young lady Jinmi's pretty face swelled red and her hands gestured in the air. That's it. That's the kind of man and woman on top of the bed. The kind that can move. For that group of ministries, in the morning, caught by me. I hate this kind of denizen. Full of that sort of thing. Completely devoid of literati style. The lady then nodded and said, I see. I was just asking. Also, no man is too horny. As I told you before, don't you keep grasping at this point of Bercheng. No man is perfect. No gold is perfect. You can't ask someone to be perfect. If Bo Qingjin was perfect, how could he have fallen to our Jin family and worked as an underling for us? It was taken long ago. Looking at people, except for the great traitors and evildoers, we must look at their good points with a kind eye. Bozong, especially so. In our Jin family today, I thought that there was no one more talented than him. As the second miss of our Jin family, if you choose to recruit a son-in-law, then your future position in the Jin family could be the first. Your second brother is capable of this, and I don't want to say it again for my mother. You should learn how to deal with underlings nowadays. We can be strict with ourselves, but not with others. Even family and friends are the same. Second Miss Shinmi obediently said, my daughter has remembered. Madam looked at the second young Miss Shinmi in such a state, reached out her hand, pinched her pink and pretty face, and softly said, in the future, perhaps Bo Cheng will be able to help you even more. The Jin family, you may need to work together. Mother doesn't want you to turn against him, you know? Second Miss Shinmi looked at Madam, her heart beating a little intensified. What does Mother mean by this? Is this Mother's intention to set herself up with that denizen? Mother wants to take that degenerate into her family? Glancing at the personal maid Hongyu beside her out of the corner of her eye, Second Miss Shinmi secretly muttered in her heart. Mother should be considering having promised Hongyu to him. Serving him by himself and Hongyu together, there wouldn't be too much yelling and cheating. After all, Hongyu had followed him since he was a child and had always obeyed. Just, Second Miss Shinmi hummed in her heart. This denizen, he really makes good use of her, and pleases his mother so quickly. Despite this thought, Second Miss Shinmi still said, daughter knows, and will not speak of him in this way in the future. The lady smiled. Okay, then you rest early. Tomorrow you will have your subordinates go and get a healing worker to come over and look at your second and third brothers. Second Miss Shinmi said. Good. The madam lowered her head again and gently touched Fifth Miss Shinrong's forehead with her forehead. Smiling, Ronger, go to bed. Fifth Miss Shinrong answered and pushed open the door, bouncing into the house. Madam and Second Miss Shinmi walked in and watched as she took off her coat and laid down on the bed. Only then did the madam come to the bedside, gently scraping the nose of Fifth Miss Shinrong and softly saying, close your eyes and sleep. Fifth Miss Shinrong was busy nodding her head and closing her eyes. The madam overlooked the face of the fifth young Miss Shinrong, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. This little daughter of his own is so fond of him. He also quite liked his little girl. There would be no conflict between father and daughter if they could marry him later. This youngest daughter of his own, born not long after her late husband died of illness. She hadn't experienced fatherhood in all her life. Hopefully, he and I will become. This way, the youngest daughter could also feel her father's affection from him. After watching from the bedside for a while, and watching the fifth young Miss Shinrong fall into sleep, the madam helped her tug on the corner of the quilt and left with the second young Miss Shinmi. Madam watched Hongyu and second Miss Shinmi go to their rooms to sleep before returning to her own room. After dealing with the affairs of the Jin family for a while in front of the case table, the lady took off her outer garment, revealing her belly band and two slender and round thighs, and lay down on the bed. Pulling the covers over her belly, the lady stared at the drapes in disbelief. Her thoughts drifted far away. For the first time since her late husband's illness, she thought life was pretty good too. There is something to look forward to. Thinking of what the second daughter said, Zhang Sui will be men and women bed on the paper drawing, but also become able to move. The lady suddenly laughed out loud. Redness from the neck directly climbed to the earlobe. Zhang Sui, it seems, really can't get over that bit. If it works out with him, will he draw a picture of the two of them in bed after they are in bed? Thinking of that scene, the lady bit her red lips and her breathing was vaguely a bit rapid. End of chapter. Chapter 81 Zhao Yun, this man is a denizen. Stay away from him. Chapter 81 Zhao Yun, this man is a denizen. From him. After taking a shower, Zhang Sui returned to his room and fell asleep. Today he was satisfied. Touching the little hand of Mrs. It was as if the touch of the lady's little hand in her hand was still between her fingers. He mentally counted sheep and forced himself to sleep. It's really late. If you don't sleep, you won't be able to get up tomorrow. This isn't pre-crossing. This is the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. Being a servant in someone's mansion, you still have to go to bed early and get up early to create an image of yourself as a hard worker. This sleep, Zhang Sui slept exceptionally well. Once he woke up, he hurriedly put on his clothes and shoes and quickly rushed to the entrance of the mansion. Yesterday, Zhao Yun had said that he was going to take people back today. Zhao Yun had done such a great favor these days, so how could he not send them off? When Zhang Sui rushed to the front door, Madame had surprisingly woken up. At the moment, she, her second son Jinyan, her second young Miss Shinmi, and the housekeeper, were saying something to Zhao Yun. One of them, Zhao Yun, was still holding a set of paper armor in his hands. Zhao Yun kept nodding his head. Beside Zhao Yun, a group of magnates were organizing their clothes and cleaning the manes of their warhorses. Seeing Zhang Sui come out, the butler said, "Lord Records, he has also come." Zhang Sui trotted over and greeted Madame. Second Duke Jinyan and second Miss Shinmi one after another, saying, "Madam, why are you up so early?" Madame laughed. Zilong also told me yesterday that he wanted to leave today. During this period of time, Zilong and his brothers have done our Jin family such a great favor. How could I, as the host, not come out to see them off? After a pause, the lady added, "By the way, Bo Qing, it's not convenient for me to go out, so later on, you take a few ministries and send Zilong and the others out of the city." Zhao Yun laughed. "It's too much trouble. The Lord's Record is quite busy. No need to trouble him." The lady insisted. "It has to be. It's basic etiquette." The butler entered the mansion immediately. Before long, he saw a couple of minions come out with their horses. Seeing this, Zhao Yun cupped his fists to Madame, Second Duke Jinyan and Second Miss Shinmi. "Then Madame, Second Duke and Second Miss, we'll be leaving. Next time, if you need any help, just go find me. For the last year or two, I'll still be in my old neighborhood and won't leave." The Madame said with concern, "Do you really not want to eat breakfast before you leave? I've already got someone cooking it. It'll be ready soon." Zhao Yun rolled onto his horse and waved his hand. "Ma'am, there's really no need. You go inside. We're really leaving." The lady waved her hand. Zhang Sui took his horse from one of the quartets and drove alongside Zhao Yun. The other magnates mounted their horses and hugged their fists towards Madame Second Duke Jinyan and Second Miss Shinmi as they left. The group went straight to the west gate of the city. Zhao Yun smiled and asked Zhang Sui, "Lord Records, I heard Madame say that you made the paper armor? How did you come up with it?" Zhang Sui pointed to his head and said somewhat smugly, "It's all in my head. Zilong, if possible, I hope that in the future we can fight together in the battlefield." Zhao Yun heard Zhang Sui say this and pondered a little before saying, "Let's talk about it. At the moment, I have no intention of doing so. Now the world is in great strife. So many vassals, yet none of them strike my fancy. Jizhou herdsman Yuan Shao is hypocritical to the extreme, plotting to murder the former Jizhou herdsman Han Fu. Han Fu can still be a disciple of his Yuan family, and even when he was given the pastor of Jizhou, he continued to lay his hands on him. This kind of person, I despise." Gong Sun Zan, originally I most admired, thought it was a hero. Who knows, when the war comes together, the original form is revealed. Killing Lu Yu, the governor of Yuzhou, and condoning the generals under his command to arbitrarily trample on the people and even burn and loot them. Zhao Yun said with a pained look on his face, "There's no difference between them and the Hu people. The rest, not to mention the rest. Cao Cao massacred hundreds of thousands of people in 4 counties in Shuzhou. Yuan Shu is just a dude. Lu Yan, the shepherd of Yizhou, has taken over the mountain and cut off Yizhou from the imperial court. The zone thieves of Jingzhou prospered, and the state pastor Lu Biao lived off the zone thieves. Li Juguaxi's stream is the Western Lian barbarians. This vast world, so many lords have risen to power, yet there is not a single benevolent ruler who truly fights for the people. In that case, I might as well stay in my old home. My brothers are there. As long as it's in our acreage, we can at least still protect our folks from disaster." Zhang Sui nodded, deeply impressed. "That's true. Today's lords are a bunch of scum that are worse than rotten. If not for the fact that I'm a subordinate of the Jin family, and I don't want the Jin family to fall, or even be wiped out by 4 tiny clans, I would have wanted to follow your example." Zhao Yun patted Zhang Sui's shoulder and said, "Lord Records, you are brave and resourceful, but you are harboring in a small family like the Jin family, which is really a pity. I observe that the lady and the second young lady are good to you. If you could marry one, it wouldn't be in vain for you to bend your knee in the Jin family." Zhang Sui looked odd and said, How can that be? How can Madam and Second Miss look at me? Especially Madam. Zhao Yun said. I've been here before. My kids are catching up to you. I remember every smile of my late wife's life. I can't be wrong. Zhang Sui said. I'm just a subordinate. Zhao Yun laughed. It's because you're an underling that it's possible. Although the Jin family is a great family, it has long since fallen. Now, in vain is there a house full of riches, but not a single male owner. In other people's eyes, it's a meat and potatoes. Who wouldn't want to crave a bite? It's possible to screw up and have your family die. What right does it have to dislike you? Unfortunately, I don't have a daughter. With your talent, Lord, remember, marrying my daughter to you would be a blessing for me. You but a nobleman to see that your future is bright. If I wasn't such a bad robber, I'd want to take you with me. Zhang Sui was flattered by Zhao Yun. Just then, a female voice suddenly rang out. Second brother. The crowd looked ahead. However, on the wall of the west gate of the city, there was a young girl with a lance in her hand. The young girl came flying down with a leap of faith. It was clearly the young girl that Zhang Sui had met when he went to Zhao Yun's house in Jinding County, Chanshan County earlier. Zhao Yun's face suddenly changed. Behind him, the magnates were also taken aback. Stao Yu, what brings you here? Why are you still alone? It turned out that the young girl was Zhao Yun's younger sister, Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu galloped down the city wall, unharnessed a steed from a stake in a wooden shed, and galloped his horse to meet him. Stopping next to Zhao Yun, Zhao Yu smiled and cupped his fists towards the crowd of magnates. What am I afraid of alone? I just saw that you guys hadn't been back for so long. Second brother. And I heard that there was a war going on across the river. So I came over to take a look. In case you guys get involved. I need to give a heads up to my aunts and sisters-in-law at home. Zhao Yun reached out his hand and pinched Zhao Yu's face hard. Laughing. You naughty boy. You are a daughter after all. Next time you go out, get a couple people together. There's chaos everywhere now. And if something really happens, how will I explain to my mother? Zhao Yu hemmed and hawed but didn't respond. Instead he tilted his head and waved his little hand at Zhang Sui on Zhao Yun's other side. Hey! Zhang Sui smiled down at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu asked again. I haven't heard your name when you went to my house before. Zhang Sui was about to reply. Zhao Yun busily interjected and said to Zhang Sui. Lord Records, go back. Don't send any more. With so much going on in the Jin family, that's where it's important. The magnates clasped their fists at him and said. Lord Record, we'll see you again. Seeing this, Zhang Sui said, alright then, brothers, be safe. Zhang Sui steered his horse to the side with a few of his minions and watched Zhao Yun and the others leave. In front, Zhao Yu's voice came out and said, Second brother, what are you doing? I don't know his name yet. Zhao Yun said, there's no need to know. Zhang Sui. Zhao Yu's suspicious voice rang out. Why? Zhao Yun's voice faded away and said, this is a denizen. Lewd to the core, even drawing women kind of portraits. Sister. You stay away from him. His mouth is old and powerful. Oily. I'm a man. I'm all giddy by what he says. And a daughter like you can't even withstand it. Zhao Yu exclaimed. He's such a person. I was just looking at him. And he's svelte. Zhao Yun's voice drifted away and said. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Zhang Sui. End of chapter. Chapter 82. Her ladyship's body is soft. Chapter 82. Her ladyship's body is. Beside Zhang Sui. A few of his ministries apparently heard Zhao Yun's words and looked a bit strange as they said to Zhang Sui. Lord Records. Brother Zhao said you were obscene, eh? Zhang Sui turned his head and glared viciously at a few people before steering his horse back to the Jin family residence. On the way, he saw the ministries of the four great families. They hid in the alleyways, in the crowds, looking at him with a pair of resentful eyes. Zhang Sui snorted. These people from the four great families really don't see the coffin. And now they want to take a shot at the Jin family. Waiting. Now you don't have a chance. The future has even less chance. Zhang Sui returned to the Jin family residence. The gate and back door of the Jin family residence were opened again to provide food. However, this time, those who were responsible for arranging for the stragglers to line up and supervising them to prevent them from rebelling were no longer the Jin family's ministers, but ordinary male subordinates. Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su, on the other hand, led their ministries and pulled the 1,000 able-bodied stragglers to start training in the open space in front of the gate of the mansion. The nearby stragglers watched from afar, whispering. Only, the eyes of these stragglers were not resentful. On the contrary, there were some small snickers. Zhang Sui greeted Captain Jin Hao. He was directing his ministry to train with 1,000 able-bodied stragglers. Zhang Sui asked, who arranged this? Captain Jin Hao laughed. Second Miss arranged it. Zhang Sui nodded. So it is. The second young lady, Jun Mi, is also a very intelligent woman. In this era of starvation at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the people of the great families were extremely cold-blooded. not to mention the opening of barns to provide food relief. They also hated the idea of raiding all the other people's land and family properties. It's no longer as simple as chowder. Totally knocked the bones out. The second young lady, Junmi, is a special case. According to the history books, the historical Wuji County has also experienced an extremely miserable time. The second young lady, Junmi, then proposes to her wife and her second brother, now the second son, Jinyen, to open a warehouse to provide food. The second son, Yen, asks her why she did it. Historically, the second young lady Jinmi said roughly, "Our Jin family has plenty of food, and the people are starving to death, so it is easy for them to take risks. Opening the barn to provide food relief and losing some of the grain and grass won't do much harm to my Jin family, but it will arouse the people's goodwill and prevent them from hitting our Jin family in the head." It is no wonder that Jinmi, the second young lady in history, married 2 husbands and was favored by both. Unfortunately, her later years were a bit dismal. Thinking of the historical second Miss Jinmi dying with chaff stuffed in her mouth and her long hair draped over her face, Zhang Sui sighed. Such an intelligent and stunning woman. Such a fall. It's really saddening. Gesturing for Captain Zhen how to continue, Zhang Sui then prepared to go to Madame to see if she had any special arrangements for him. If not, he joins the training. It is now the first year of Xingping, and the ensuing pandemonium is getting more and more intense. If you don't train properly and improve your martial arts, you'll die a horrible death when things change. Of course, he also wanted to stay in the Jin family and enjoy his happiness peacefully. However, in today's situation, he really didn't dare to hope for that Yin family situation in history. Madame was in the hall when I found her. Second Duke Xinyan, second Miss Xinmi, and third Duke, and several other young ladies were there. A healer was taking their pulse and whispering questions about the situation. Second Duke Xinyan was standing to one side, his face white. Zhang Sui arrived and the crowd looked over. The lady walked over alone and whispered, "Coming? Zhao Yun and the others are gone?" Zhang Sui hummed. The lady signaled Zhang Sui to follow her out. The two of them came to the eaves outside the hall. The lady's eyes were a little sore and she squeezed out a smile and said, "Bo Qing, thank you indeed." Zhang Sui looked at Madame suspiciously. The lady spat out a breath and said, "Just now, he medical worker gave Yen Yan's child a look around and said that Yen Yan's child's body is in great deficit. In addition to 2 frequent bedtime affairs, there is another one. That is, too much work. Thinking too much. Thankfully it was caught in time. Otherwise, it is likely to lead to diseases such as consumption." He said that a son of a great family in Hedong, surnamed Wei, died because of this disease, and because of this, his new wife was blamed. He medical worker told me not to blame my daughter-in-law, saying this, as long as it can be identified and improved in time, and don't wait until things get serious. It's all too late. Zhang Sui, the Hedong Wei family? New wife blamed? Isn't this Kai Wenji, the famous talent in history? Of course, at the moment she is not called Kai Wenji, but Kai Xiaoji, whose real name is Kai Yen. The name Kai Wenji was changed to avoid the name Sima Zhao. Kai Wenji was also a bitter woman. To be exact, at the end of the Han dynasty, there was not a single one of those famous women who did not have a bitter life. Zhang Sui comforted his wife and softly said, "Since it has been found out, that's a good thing, although seeing a doctor is a taboo matter. But, for the sake of our health, we, the Jin family, have this condition. We still need to have more medical workers take a look." The lady nodded gently and said, "Bercheng, thank you." Zhang Sui pointed outside and said, "Ma'am, is there anything you want me to do today? If not, I'll go train with the ministry." Madame smiled at Zhang Sui and said, "No, you go and get busy. I'll send someone to find you if something comes up, on the side of the ministry and the stragglers outside. Although Yenner is a ministry general, it's only a superficial one, and need you to worry more about it." Zhang Sui said, "Don't worry, ma'am, I know." The lady hummed and turned to leave. Without taking 2 steps, her foot wrenched, and with an ouch, she was about to fall towards the ground. Zhang Sui's eyes were quick and busy as he rushed up and wrapped his arms around Madame's small waist. Madame's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. What had been frightening a moment ago turned into panic in this moment. Her pretty face swelled red. Not far away is the lobby. His own sons and daughters, still all in it. The small hand pressed on Zhang Sui's chest. The lady's pretty face that was so red that it was going to drip blood. Her red lips slightly opened. Her voice as low as a gnat. And she snapped. "Still not letting go?" Zhang Sui's ears also burned a little. "This is the first time I've been this close to the lady. Let's just say, ma'am's body, it's so soft, like a puddle of soft mud. And, being so close, one could clearly see Madame's pretty face. Those long eyelashes, that glowing skin, a tiny wisp of a crease in those red lips. Even the tiny fluffy hairs on that nose look a little playful and cute, especially the redness. like a ripe apple. Zhang Sui couldn't help but think of the delicate appearance of Empress Dowager He when Cao Cao assisted her in reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms before traveling. It's no wonder Cao Cao likes young women. Zhang Sui swallowed hard, but instead of sending it away straight away, he pulled the lady to her feet, and only then loosened it lovingly. It wasn't as if the lady hadn't noticed Zhang Sui's difference. She bit her red lip and limped toward the hall. Her heart, at that moment, also sent a ripple. There was a little smugness in her heart. Though I'm older myself, in my 30s, still, it seemed to be tempting to him. Zhang Sui looked at the lady's silhouette as she went in and averted his eyes with difficulty. His heart thumped a little as he thought about what Zhao Yun said before he left. Could it be that the lady actually did mean something to herself? Soon, however, he snapped back to his senses and slapped himself. Sure enough, he's a scumbag himself. The reason why I wasn't a slag before crossing over, by the looks of it, really wasn't my nature, but that I was too poor. Poverty has saved itself from becoming a decent man who was not attracted to women. Now that he hadn't been across for long, he had forgotten the situation where he had just crossed over and almost starved to death. Now that she clearly has Han Yu, she still fantasizes about Mrs. What a ing scumbag. Zhang Sui takes a quick step away. Don't dwell on that. Let's not talk about whether or not the lady can get it. Even if you do get it, who can do anything about it? This is the end of Han. But if you are in a position to do so, then why make it so difficult for yourself that you have to stick to the same rules of marriage that you had before you crossed over? Know how to adapt to your environment. Right. One just needs to adapt to the environment. After all, those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. Zhang Sui rushed to the gate of the Jin family residence and joined the ministry and 1,000 able-bodied stragglers to begin training. Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su have different training. The training of 1,000 able-bodied stragglers begins with a zigzag. The ministry, on the other hand, moved from fisticuffs to weapons training. Vice Captain Zhao Su is in charge of long-handled weapon training. Captain Jin Hao, on the other hand, was in charge of short-handled weapon training. End of chapter. Chapter 83, Glass Wine Lamp. Chapter 83, Glass Wine. While Zhang Sui followed the training of his ministry, in the hall of the Jin family residence, the medical worker finally finished checking the bodies of the 2 sons and several young ladies. Smiling down at the lady, the healer said, "Don't worry too much, ma'am. The other males and ladies are in perfect health. Just the second male needs some attention. Though I shouldn't be the one to say these things, I'll remind. The second prince needs a looser environment, not too much pushing." The Jin family has high hopes for the second prince, but, sometimes, people's abilities are just out there. It's like a bowstring. One has to treat an ordinary bow as if it were a good one, and pull it hard every day until it is full of strings. It won't take long for this ordinary bow to break. The lady looked to the second prince. Yen Yen. Second Duke Xinyan's face turned a little white and he was busy lowering his head. The lady sighed darkly. Your own son, this time, really has no bearing? His eyes fell on his second daughter, Xun Mi. That's all. Still pinning my hopes on my second daughter. Zhang Sui came to mind. With the second daughter plus him, it shouldn't be a problem to support the Jin family as of now. And, one is not old enough to do that. Thinking of this, the lady smiled at the healer and said, "Thank you, he. Looking to a maid standing in the doorway, the madam said, "Take He Hyung to the side hall to have something to eat and rest." He also made a gesture of invitation towards He Hajuan, saying, "He Hajuan, I'll have the butler settle your bill, and you can take a short rest in the side hall." He medical worker nodded and left. The madam looked at her 2 sons and a few daughters again and said, "Yenner, go and rest for a while. Everyone else, go to the private school." The crowd dispersed. Fifth Miss Rong ran to the lady's side, tilted her head, and said with a pleasing face, "Mother, child, can the child ask for one thing?" Madam lowered her head and laughed. "Ronger, I heard that you've been rummaging around lately, and before my mother could blame you, you came to the door." The second young lady, Xun Mi, was going to walk out. She was going to go and disguise herself and then go outside to watch the group of ministries and the 1,000 able-bodied stragglers. Hearing the fifth young Miss Shinrong say this, she also curiously stopped in her tracks. She's been busy the last few days helping with the bills, so, it didn't bother his little sister. Without thinking, she rummaged through the box. My little sister has always been smart and obedient and doesn't mess around. What's it for this time? Fifth Miss Shinrong shook the lady's hand and said, "Mother, child is wrong. But can you give it to me?" Madam scratched the nose of Fifth Miss Shinrong and said, "You tell me first." Fifth Miss Shinrong said, "I want the glazed wine marquis from home." Only then did the second young Miss, Xun Mi, fold her arms and say, "That thing is not just expensive. It's a treasure that our ancestors obtained from the time of Emperor Chang. It was very tough to make. What do you want them for?" Fifth Miss Shinrong shook her head and said, "I can't say. I want it. Second Miss Shinmi frowned her eyebrows. Madam overlooked the fifth young lady, Jinrong. This fifth daughter, who has always been obedient, never makes trouble. Growing up, the only thing she did excessively was to just smash a glazed wine marquee when she was a child when she was hugging it and playing with it. Thinking of this, the madam said, alright, you go to the housekeeper. For my mother let the housekeeper save it. Only then did the second young Miss Shinrong let go of the madam's hand and hopped away. Madam watched the scene and smiled dotingly. Looking at the second young Miss Shinmi who hadn't left yet, the madam asked, why? Is there anything else? Second Miss Shinmi shook her head before she left to go back to her room, sitting in front of her dresser and using a paintbrush to darken her skin. On the other side, the fifth young Miss Shinrong found the butler and asked him to fetch the glazed wine marquee out. The housekeeper was busy asking for confirmation from her ladyship. Only after confirming the words of the fifth young Miss Shinrong from the madam did the butler take out the glazed wine marquee. There were 5 in total, and fifth Miss Shinrong took them all. In the evening, Zhang Sui finished eating with his ministry, returned to the ministry compound, finished practicing extra hard, and sat next to the ancient well and waited. It was then that he saw the fifth young Miss Shinrong rushing over. Still in the distance, the fifth young lady, Jinrong, had already laughed quite freely and said, Zhang Sui, guess what I got today? Coming in front of Zhang Sui and placing the wooden box beside him, the fifth young Miss Shinrong hid her things behind her and looked at point Zhang Sui with an expectant face. Zhang Sui opened the wooden box and took out a meat and a veggie and a bowl of corn rice from it while smiling. You found the glaze? After all, she had told herself earlier that she had told her to find it. Fifth Miss Shinrong's small mouth pouted as she took out a small parcel from behind her back and handed it to Zhang Sui with a depressed look on her face. It's no fun. None of it is hard to beat you. Zhang Sui let out a laugh, reached out and pinched her small face, took the small package and opened it. It contained 5 cups. Zhang Sui was a bit surprised. He was somewhat shaken by the sages of this heaven and earth. This is the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. But this glazed cup, compared to the glass cups from before the crossing, there was no difference at all. These 5 glazed glasses were like the kind of beer mugs that cost $9 a piece on a certain Yuletide before traveling. Zhang Sui looked at them for a while, put the 5 glazed cups back into the small package, and said to fifth Miss Shinrong, I'm going to smash these 5 cups. Is there any problem? Fifth Miss Shinrong waved her small hand with a bold face and said, if I ask mother to give it to you, it's yours. Zhang Sui said suspiciously, you spoke to the lady? Fifth Miss Shinrong spread her hands and said, I can't do without it. I searched for days, wanting to steal them and give them to you, but after searching through several rooms, none of them were there. In the end, I only learned from my mother that she had asked the housekeeper to keep these glazed wine marigolds. Zhang Sui nodded. It looked as if the lady didn't know that the cup was for herself and that it was meant to be smashed. Otherwise, it's unlikely that she would have given these cups to the fifth miss. Well, still, make something for the lady. At least make the lady feel like she's getting her money's worth. Otherwise, this cup smashed, the lady's heart is inevitably some small. After all, at the end of the Han dynasty, although the glaze production technology is very mature, but also belongs to the rare items, not only the price is expensive, but also the status symbol. Zhang Sui laughed as he ate. Don't tell madam that you gave me this cup yet. Wait for a few days. I'll make you some refractory knickknacks and another gift for madam. Then you can tell her. Fifth Miss Jinrong nodded vigorously. Tonight, the fifth young lady, Jinrong, however, did not ask questions, but instead talked about how on the hall today, he medical worker examined everyone's body, and said something about how the second prince had too much bedtime every day, so he had lost his body or something like that. Zhang Sui listened in awe. Zhang Sui finished his meal and cleaned the dishes by the ancient well before letting the fifth young lady, Jinrong, lead the way. Zhang Sui blew on the cool breeze for a while, waiting for his digestion to finish before taking a shower. Halfway through the rush, he saw lights approaching in the distance. Zhang Sui was busy putting his clothes on. It didn't take long to see Red Jade approaching with a light in her hand. Looking at Zhang Sui all wet and his chest open, Hong Yu's pretty face reddened. Setting the light aside, Hong Yu took out a handkerchief with something wrapped inside from her sleeve and handed it to Zhang Sui. End of chapter. Chapter 84, Hong Yu, if you die. Chapter 84, Hong Yu, if you. Zhang Sui took the handkerchief and opened it. Inside lay half a bear's paw. Zhang Sui laughed. Sister, I've just finished eating and you brought it here. And what's with the bear paws today? After saying that, he wiped his sleeve on the land by the ancient well and gestured for Hong Yu to sit down. Hong Yu said, this is what the young lady asked me to give you. The young lady heard that you were the one who told her ladyship's fortune before she had her ladyship ask a medical worker to examine the second son before checking out the problem. The young lady wants to thank you, but she was too much of a woman to approach you, so she asked me to pass on her thanks. Zhang Sui was unimpressed and said, alright, Then go back and thank young lady for me. Hong Yu cocked her head and looked at Zhang Sui with a serious face. While nibbling on the bear's paw, Zhang Sui suspiciously touched his face and said, "Is there something on my face?" Red Jade shook her head and sighed as she came back to her senses. Clasping her hands on her knees, Zhang Sui curiously said, "What is it?" Hong Yu didn't look at Zhang Sui this time, but instead looked at the knight and said, "You're really getting better and better. It's not just being able to read and write, it's being able to draw. It's being able to tell fortunes. I heard from the people of the mansion today that Madam intends to find an outstanding man for the second young miss to become a son-in-law among the subordinates of the mansion. One of these underlings of the mansion. I know one. You're the most capable one. If I were second miss, I'd definitely want to recruit you into my family." Zhang Sui laughed. "You're worried about that? What are you thinking? Madam has already betrothed you to me, and then recruiting me into the family. The second young miss doesn't want to lose face?" Only then did Hong Yu turn her head and look at Zhang Sui. Recruiting a superfluous son-in-law would have been faceless. Besides, we're not married. The big deal is that the lady is backtracking on this marriage of ours again. Zhang Sui, Hong Yu added quietly, if second miss must recruit you into her family, I can actually be a concubine for you. Zhang Sui looked at Hong Yu in consternation. He didn't even know how she could say that. Hong Yu turned her head again and looked into the night. "I'm just a maid. Everything I have, I owe to the Jin family. Madam and second miss. I'm nothing if I'm not given by the Jin family. The lady and the second miss. To be honest, it feels like a dream to be married to you." Zhang Sui glanced at the bare paw in his hand, and immediately felt that it was a bit unsavory. Looking at Hong Yu's sad-side face, Zhang Sui wrapped the bear's paw in a handkerchief and put it aside before reaching out his hand, pulling Hong Yu's hand that was hugging her knees away from her, and holding her left hand in the palm of his hand. Perhaps because she had been holding hands a lot during this period of time, Hong Yu didn't resist, but let Zhang Sui pull her. Zhang Sui looked at Hong Yu and said, "Don't say that. No matter what happens in the future, I remember that you are my first woman. Sister. Unless it's you who doesn't want me. Sister, I definitely want you. Since I entered the Jin family, my sister is the first person who has been kind to me. I, Zhang Sui, am definitely not an ungrateful person. Not to mention, my sister is very good looking and so gentle. If a lady like my sister doesn't want it, who else do I need?" Hong Yu turned her head, with tears in one of her beautiful eyes. She said, "You keep your word?" Zhang Sui looked at Hong Yu in this state and felt a little hard in his heart. In the midst of Hong Yu's somewhat panicked state, Zhang Sui took her into his arms. Hong Yu was about to struggle away and whispered, "If someone comes." Zhang Sui hugged him a little tighter and said, "Someone's coming, so what? If you see it, you see it. You are the woman the lady promised me. Now that my own woman is grieving like this, can I still be indifferent?" Hong Yu heard Zhang Sui say this before her struggle stopped, burying her face in Zhang Sui's chest as she said in a trembling voice, "Then I'll remember what you said today. In the future, if you have another woman and don't want me anymore, I will die." Zhang Sui. Seeing that Zhang Sui did not answer, Hong Yu then tilted her head and asked somewhat nervously, "Are you afraid that I'll mess around like this?" Zhang Sui came back to his senses and busily said, "How come? It's quite good, quite good. You're supposed to be my woman, and it's only right that you pester me." Red Jade hummed, shrinking in Zhang Sui's arms for a long time. She then gathered enough courage and tremblingly stretched out her hand, also wrapping it around Zhang Sui's waistband, and said in a low voice, "Madam said before that she would wait until there was time for us to get married, so how much longer do you think we'll have to wait?" Zhang Sui shook his head and said, "It's not something I can rush. It's just that the current situation in the Jin family is a bit tense. It's possible that within just a month or two, there will be a fight in our neighborhood." Hong Yu looked up and said, "So you'll go to war?" Zhang Sui pondered for a moment and looked down at Hong Yu. "It should. The Jin family is now being targeted by the other 4 great families in Wuji County, so the only way to fight is to fight, and the only way to help the second prince build his career, get merit, and get an official position, is for the others to be afraid. But the second male is like this, as you can see, branched out. Earlier, Madam told me to let second miss and I assist second prince. Then, once the battle is fought, it will almost be necessary for me to follow the expedition." Hong Yu buried her head in Zhang Sui's chest again and said, Then you must be good. I'll wait for you to come back. If you die in battle, I'll set up a burial mound for you. Then I'll go look for you and we'll be husband and wife again in the next life." Zhang Sui's heart was touched as he listened to Hong Yu's jarring voice. The lady just promised to marry. Neither one of them talked much about love. Just recently held a few little hands. She's all thinking like this. Zhang Sui said, "If I do die in battle, I don't want you to die. When you do, just find a better man to marry. We're not married yet, and as long as you don't say anything, No one else will know and resent you. Hong Yu raised her head and looked at Zhang Sui with scarlet eyes. Zhang Sui wanted to say something else. Hong Yu's puffy breasts rose and fell violently. The next moment, she suddenly raised her neck and kissed Zhang Sui's mouth. Zhang Sui was a bit dazed. How could he not have expected that Hong Yu would take the initiative to kiss up? This is the end of Han. Can a woman be that forthcoming? He didn't think about it that much, though. He lowered his head and met it hard. The two of them hugged and nibbled together for a while. Zhang Sui only felt his body getting hot, and his hands unconsciously reached into his clothes. Hong Yu's whole body tightened, and tears suddenly rolled down her face. Zhang Sui felt his face being wet and was busy letting go, saying with an apologetic face, "I was wrong. Don't cry. I'm such a loser. How could I?" Hong Yu shook her head and wiped her tears. I'm your woman. You can do whatever you want. I'm just a little happy. Today you kissed it all and touched it all. Even if we are not married. But I am your woman. If you die in battle, I, as your wife, will die with you. After that, he stood up and left at a brisk pace. There are 2 more chapters. One is 1,000 words short. Both are unchecked. So I'll find time this afternoon to code the other 1,000 words. Check them, and send them out. Also, thanks to my fellow bookworms for the rewards and monthly tickets. I'll try to keep up the daily 10,000 every day in return. Well, that's it. End of chapter. Chapter 85, 4 Great Glazed Products. Chapter 85, 4 Great Glazed. Zhang Sui didn't follow up. He just quietly watched as Hong Yu left. His heart was touched. It was enough for this silly girl to say that. Going forward, he didn't really want to think about it, as long as he doesn't die. Then, when you marry a woman in the future, you must marry her as well. As for maid status or whatever, he didn't care. Zhang Sui reopened his handkerchief by the ancient well and ate half of a bear paw before continuing his shower. Lying on the bed, his mind was filled with what Hong Yu had just said, the taste of her red lips, and the softness under his clothes. Rinse off though, but it was as if that softness between his fingers still lingered. Zhang Sui secretly sighed, but if he was able to run into Hong Yu like this before crossing over, then he wouldn't have to live that lonely, isolated and cold before crossing over. In that case, the crossing was, in fact, quite good. At least before crossing over, he couldn't even get a wife, and now he was able to marry a gentle, thoughtful and beautiful woman like Hong Yu. Getting up from the bed, Zhang Sui picked up the remaining Zhuobo paper from the second animation he drew for second Nishinmi, as well as the ink stone, and drew the scene where the two of them were making out just now. Drawing to the scene of his hand reaching into Hong Yu's clothes, Zhang Sui's heart was filled with regret. If this was before crossing over and Hong Yu was this submissive, he would have just taken her to a hotel. Unfortunately, this is not pre-crossing. It's the end of Han. Although Hong Yu was very active today, but, after all, she was an ancient woman. It was not possible to let go so openly. You'll have to wait to get married to really eat her. But it's been kissed and touched. Then next time, at least you'll be able to kiss and touch it, too. That's progress. Zhang Sui finished his drawing and carefully folded it up and hid it in his sleeve. Give it to Red Jade sometime. Let the silly girl loose a little more. Only then did Zhang Sui sleep contentedly. Early the next morning, Zhang Sui did not follow Captain Zhenhao, Vice Captain Zhao Su and his ministry to train at the gate of the mansion. Training is mandatory, but he had other things to do first today. He went to the butler and asked for permission to go to the warehouse, and with the butler's help, he found a few pieces of gravel. The gravel, both very rough and very fine. It's all for sharpening the blades of weapons. Zhang Sui brought the gravel back to the stone table outside the ministry's compound, and took out 2 of the 5 glazed wine marquee. Finding a large rock, he smashed the 2 glazed wine marigolds into several pieces along the side, then found fast fist-sized rocks and smashed off the bumps near the bases of the 2 glazed wine marquees to make them as flat as possible. The sides of the glazed wine marquee are then cracked into various shapes with a small stone. There are long strips. There are round ones. This time, Zhang Sui was going to utilize these 2 glazed wine marigolds to make 4 things. A monocular, which is for future wars. With a monocular in hand, one is able to see farther than the human eye. In this way, there is a good chance that you can avoid being ambushed. The enemy was hiding in ambush at a great distance, and looking through the monoculars it was quite possible to see silhouettes. There is also a most important role, to avoid the straw man. In ancient times, there were several cases of grass as greener on the other side of the fence, to its root cause. One is the role of the heart. Second, it's too far away to see. With monoculars in hand, the grass must show itself. Also, historically, Zhang Fei and others tied tree trunks to their horses' tails and dragged them along, creating dust and creating the illusion of a large army for distant enemies. Monoculars can be useful in such situations. One is a magnifying glass and a glass mirror. The magnifying glass is for Mrs. Madam often has to review the Yin family's bills, and her eyes must be tired after looking at them for a long time. Make a magnifying glass for Madam, a round one, and hang it around her neck. This way, since it is used as a decoration, it can be used at any time. As for the glass mirrors, they were for the second young Miss Shinmi and Hongyu. Copper mirrors were available at the end of the Han Dynasty, and the quality is good. However, copper mirrors are prone to rust and are not easy to carry. Zhang Sui was going to make two 2-finger-wide glass round mirrors. Magnifying glasses and glass mirrors are pleasing to the eye. Madam and second Miss Shinmi are, after all, the current and future heads of the Jin family. Pleasing them would be infinitely beneficial to one's future in the Jin family. The dainty face of Madam came to mind. Zhang Sui was a little restless inside. It always felt like Zhao Yun's words seemed a bit reasonable. Giving these things to the lady is also a way to add some goodwill to her. As for the 3-pronged mirror, it was for the 5th young lady, Jin Rong. The little girl is very inquisitive and very smart, something that can be taught once you're taught. This time, using a prism allowed her to understand the refraction of light a little better. After roughly dealing with the shape, Zhang Sui cleaned up the glazed slag, and only then took out the yellow paper and inkstone from the room and drew the graphics of the monocular telescope, as well as the various data. Looking at the graphs and data on the yellow paper, Zhang Sui sighed. Thanks to engineering drawing, which was once his major in college, he was able to draw these without any problems. But when he was in school, he abhorred the course. No, it's an abhorrence of all the majors he studied, because, after his undergraduate degree, he couldn't find the right major. In the year of graduation, many of my classmates went to the factory to become the so-called reserve cadres. Some of the girls were crying at the time. Zhang Sui only remembers that the dean said, this specialty is only somewhat useful if you go to graduate school. It didn't occur to him that he couldn't use it before crossed over and used it instead. This is probably what Steve Jobs was talking about. You have to believe that everything you do in life that you are serious about will manifest itself at some specific time in the future. After drawing all the drawings, Zhang Sui began to roughly sand these glazed pieces with a coarse grit stone, polishing them to the desired general shape. After polishing all the glazed rough steps, it was dusk. The minions are back for dinner. Only then did Zhang Sui eat with them. Afterward, at the behest of these ministries, Zhang Sui told them a passage from the Jin Ping Mei, The Plum and the Golden Vase. The book, Jin Ping Mei, was Zhang Sui's earliest text of initiation in that area. Still in my freshman year of high school, my teacher told them to get the 4 great books and right afterward. He went to buy it with his table and saw the Golden Lotus on the way to the bookstore. It's also labeled and censored. The paper quality is a batch worse. It was still covered with dried rice particles. At that time, his classmate told him that Jin Ping Mei was only one of the 4 earliest masterpieces, the predecessor of water margin. He was amazed and extremely impressed with his tablemate's profound knowledge. Except, after reading it, he got a little bent out of shape. He also understood that his deskmate was not as decent a female classmate as she appeared to be on the surface. It wasn't until he saw the 10 Liu Bei essays written for him by the same table later in the day that he truly understood. Under the table's shiny and colorful exterior, there was a Thai girl's heart. The table also seemed to have completely lost its third sense. Thinking of the same table, Zhang Sui has some wireless remembrance. The first Liu Bei movie he saw was also taken to by the same table, in a little store owned by her uncle's family. A group of men squatted down and watched his uncle put on a DVD. Instead, she stood beside him with her collar up and a ducktail hat, wrapping her arms around his neck. Surprisingly, no one realized she was a girl. The crowd listened to Zhang Sui's story about Simon Ching licking Li Beer's toes and stared in disbelief. Captain Jin Haoden said, playing quite well. Next time I go to a brothel, I'm going to try it too. End of chapter. Chapter 86, Second Prince Shenyan, what do you think of my second sister? Chapter 86, Second Prince Shenyan, what do you think of my second sister? The crowd laughed out loud when they heard Captain Jin Hao say this. Dog raised an eyebrow toward Zhang Sui and said with a pleading face, Bo Qing, draw a picture of Shiman Ching licking Li Huier's toes? The crowd got a little excited when they heard Dog say that. Zhang Sui laughed out loud as he watched the crowd of his minions get excited and pointed at them. A bunch of denizens. The crowd burst into laughter. Captain Jin Hao clapped his hands and said, draw a picture of a picture. But we, Berchung, have to charge for it. The last time I drew the animation for catching a corpse beautiful, people were giving it away for nothing. You guys have the nerve to still want it for nothing? The crowd was about to go back to the house to get their stuff. Seeing this, Zhang Sui directly waved his hand and said, bring paper and an ink stone. It's a little cute to have money and not earn it. He still has to save up to marry Hongyu. On the day of the wedding, he was thinking of buying a lot of nice things for Hongyu. Captain Zhen Hao immediately flew into the house and took out the yellow paper and ink stone. The vice captain, Zhao Su, was sharpening an ink stone. A group of people gathered around Jiang Sui, watching him get busy. "What are you all doing?" a somewhat muffled voice asked. The crowd was creeped out and scattered in panic. "But it's the second son. Yan Yan." The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. For the second Prince Xin Yan, they were really not afraid. It wasn't because second Prince Xin Yan didn't have majesty. Rather, the second son, Yan Yan, had heard Jiang Sui tell that kind of story with them. Fellow travelers, at this moment, seeing the second Prince Xin Yan coming over, Dog busily greeted him and smiled thievishly. "Second Prince, come, 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 what Cheng is going to draw again? Which woman's toes is Simon Cheng licking this time?" Captain Jinhao laughed and scolded. "Dog, you don't have any exact woman in your head, as long as it's a woman." The second son, Jin Yan, hurriedly followed him over and curiously said, "Licking your toes is okay?" He hadn't done that to his wife. He felt that Jiang Sui had opened up a new direction for him. During this time, his wife was pregnant and he couldn't do anything else. Jiang Sui hemmed and hawed. After Vice Captain Zhao Su ground the ink, he immediately drew with the branch. The crowd kept exclaiming, "Jiang Sui moves quickly." It didn't take long to draw a man kneeling in front of a woman who was shy with her eyes closed. Some people just started grabbing paintings. The crowd roared in anger. Jiang Sui laughed and said, "Don't grab it, don't hurt the piece." Second Duke Yan Yan was busy pulling him out of the archway. Jiang Sui was puzzled. "Second Prince, something's wrong?" Second Duke Xin Yan rubbed his hands together and laughed. "You didn't go to training today?" Second sister asked me to ask. "What's wrong with you today?" Jiang Sui drifted off. "So it is," Jiang Sui said. "I have something to make. And if this thing is made, it will be of great use in the future if we have to fight." Second Duke Xin Yan's complexion perked up and he asked, "What is it?" Jiang Sui laughed. "It hasn't been made yet. After it's made, I'll be sure to show it to you first." Second Prince. There was some small disappointment in Second Duke Xin Yan, but Jiang Sui didn't do it, so he couldn't force it. All he could say was, "Then remember, make sure you show me first." After a pause, Second Duke Xin Yan pointed in the direction of the ministry compound and licked his face and smiled. "That picture, you give me one too?" Jiang Sui laughed. "No problem. If there's nothing else, I'll go in first." Only then did Second Duke Xin Yan say, "There's no rush. I still have something to ask you." Jiang Sui looked at Second Duke Xin Yan suspiciously. Second Duke Xin Yan asked, What do you think of my second sister?" Jiang Sui said with a face that took it for granted. "The second young miss looks like a fairy of national color and beauty. Whoever can marry her will be blessed for 8 lifetimes. Second Prince Xin Yan was shocked. "Are you serious? Why do I feel that second sister is plain and ordinary? Moreover, sometimes she's quite fierce. She's always cold, though she doesn't lose her temper much with me. Her second brother, and is respectful, but I always felt like she had her mother's murderous aura about her." Speaking of this, Second Duke Xin Yan lamented, "I am most afraid of my mother. Mother is so mean. I used to talk to my second sister about it. Mother has been alone all these years, and she's not that old. If we find a man for her to remarry, it will be worthy of mother's dedication to my Jin family. We've seen how hard she's worked over the years. I even saw her standing alone at the window one year on the night of the Third Dynasty, crying, but she has a terrible temper. I don't even know who can stand her except me. My son, Jiang Sui. This second son, is he talking like a human being? Madam and Miss too are such good women. Madam is so smiley, so pretty, so plump, so well built, so capable. I'm craving tears. Who else can stand her? As for the second young lady, she's surprisingly mediocre. If the second young lady was mediocre, there would be no good-looking women in the ancient world." However, Jiang Sui didn't refute it. "There's no point in arguing against this sort of thing," Jiang Sui said. "Perhaps individuals see things differently. There's a saying in my old country that a lover's eye is a good eye. As long as it's someone you really like, then it's as pretty as a Shih Tzu." Second Duke Xin Yan didn't retort, but said, "Since you are so optimistic about second sister, then in this case, for the sake of you drawing me a picture, I'll reveal a little bit of information to you." Jiang Sui. Second Duke Xin Yan swept the surroundings. His eyes fell on the 2 ministries guarding the archway, moved closer toward Jiang Sui, and whispered with his ear, "Mother is going to recruit a son-in-law for second sister, and it's going to be amongst the male subordinates of our Jin family. The second sister has been skulking around lately too, trying to find one to her liking. You think so highly of her, you need to take the opportunity to do well. I kinda like you. I want you to be my second sister's husband." Second Duke Xin Yan smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, "It feels like you're quite knowledgeable. Later, in the future, we'll cut more that way between our brothers-in-law. I am not as learned as you, but I can appreciate." Jiang Sui. After finishing his speech, Second Duke Xinyan patted Zheng Sui's shoulder and said, "Work hard. I'll wait for your good news." Zheng Sui looked at the back of Second Duke Xinyan's departure with a somewhat odd expression. Second Miss Yan Yan is looking for a son-in-law? Is this a complete change in the trajectory of history? Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. However, soldiers come and go. As for being good in front of Miss Tu, how do you behave yourself? He himself only got the lady to marry Hongyu. How it seemed a bit odd to go to the second young lady now and offer her services. Besides, he didn't really like being a flunky. Flunky has not been a good word since the beginning of time. Not to mention, it's likely that a major war is coming. Yuan Shao destroys Koji. Seizing this windfall, the Jin family might be about to rise, and it wouldn't be like the general Jin family in history, which could only rely on the second young miss to marry to keep going. 5 shifts complete today, continuing tomorrow at 10 a.m. End of chapter. Chapter 87, Zhang Sui, do you want me to bully others? Chapter 87, Zhang Sui, do you want me to bully others? After second Duke Xinyan left, Zhang Sui also quickly returned to the ministry compound. The multitude of ministries are still whimpering. Without meeting them, Zhang Sui stripped off his shirt and began to practice extra hard. When he had finished his extra half hour, the ministry went to bed. Zhang Sui brought along the sandstone and the pieces of glaze cut ready to be used as magnifying glasses for the 3-pronged mirrors, and polished the pieces of glaze while sitting by the ancient well, waiting for the 5th young lady, Jin Rong, and Hong Yu to bring over the food. It was only when she polished the trigonometry that 5th Miss Jin Rong came bouncing in with a wooden box. Zhang Sui heard her humming a little song from afar, and only then did he pick up the polished tricorder and look into the moonlight. The prism doesn't need to be polished much. It works just fine. After all, it's just for splitting light. 5th Miss Jin Rong carried the wooden box to his side, set it down, curiously cocked her head at the 3-pronged mirror, and asked, "What is this?" Zhang Sui laughed. "This is called a trigonometry mirror, which is an object I made for you to be able to confirm the refraction of light more graphically. Tomorrow after the sun comes up, you come to me at the ministry compound and I'll tell you what to do. When the time comes, you take this and show it to your husband. Draw a diagram of the refraction of light, and he'll understand why chopsticks are bent in water." 5th Miss Jin Rong hugged Zhang Sui's face and barfed on his side. "I knew it. You're the best." Zhang Sui let out a laugh and said, "The blue is better than the blue. 5th Miss, you need to learn more and surpass me in the future." 5th Miss Jin Rong sat next to Zhang Sui and skeptically said, "Why should I surpass you? When I grow up, I'll marry you and you'll be my husband, so it's not natural for you to be better than me." Zhang Sui touched her head and softly said, "Men don't have to be stronger than women. You're too young to understand that now, but at least, the more I hope you know, my talents are limited. I feel that you are quite smart. I hope you can learn and be my helper in the future." 5th Miss Jin Rong smiled like a dimple. "If I can help you, then I will definitely help." Zhang Sui looked at the 5th young Miss Jin Rong, his eyes vaguely glowing. Compared to himself, he expected rather more from the 5th young lady. History does not account for this 5th lady, but if Miss 5 had been able to receive the ample knowledge she had before she crossed over, perhaps, she would have been able to make a name for herself, and make something far beyond this era. Let's just say artillery shells, steam engines and the like. He had learned and even watched short videos about it though. However, he was completely unable to do so. He's not actually good with his hands. If someone smarter than him embraces the principles involved, there may be hope. The late Han Dynasty era comes to mind, with steamships sailing the seas. Zhang Sui's heart leapt weirdly. In that case, we might be able to dominate the sea and achieve global unification. However, the chances of that are slim. The lowest thing Zhang Sui expects from Miss 5 is another Huang Yueying. Zhang Sui opened the wooden box and took out food from it while reflecting the moonlight, and the 5th young lady continued to explain the principle of splitting light in a 3-pronged mirror. Looking at 5th Miss Jin Rong's right hand propping up her little face, listening attentively with a serious look on her face, and even drawing the refraction lines of light herself, Zhang Sui was filled with an old fatherly smile. It was only recently that he had inquired under people about the true age of the 5th young lady. 6 years and a few months shy of that. A little girl so small was able to listen to this content. Much better than himself. Zhang Sui thought about when he was 6 years old, but he had only just started 1st grade. At that time, let alone the refraction of light. What he did, with the older children of the village, was to drop toads, or dig earthworms, at dusk, hanging from a rope by the stalks of a hollowed-out cabbage, beside the water plants of a ditch. At that time, the teacher assigned him to write the letter E and he cried. In contrast, Miss 5 looks like a doll and is so smart. The more you look at it, the cuter it gets. 5th Miss Jin Rong listened to Zhang Sui's lecture on the principle of the 3-pronged mirror before she left with the wooden box and dishes. It wasn't long after 5th Miss Jin Rong left that Han Yu rushed over, also a set of wooden boxes. there are meals inside too. It's pretty much the same as what Miss Five brought. According to Hong Yu, it was specially left to him by Madam. Before, when Hong Yu brought food to eat, she would purposely avoid other people for fear of being discovered. Now she has come in bright and early. On the contrary, it was the fifth young Miss Shinrong. Hong Yu saw her come over. However, she was sneaking around. Those meals, which were prepared for her by her subordinates, she deliberately didn't finish them and sent them to Zhang Sui to eat. Hearing Hong Yu say that, Zhang Sui's heart warmed up. Little girl's home. It's pretty sweet. Starting tomorrow, tell her not to bring food at night. The little girl's family needs to grow their bodies and brains more than they do themselves, and they can't afford to run out of food. Want to ask a question? Just let her come empty-handed. Zhang Sui didn't eat directly this time. He was just full and he couldn't eat. He was going to leave the meal that Hong Yu had sent him until midnight. Tonight, he was going to stay up late. One is to paint that picture for the second son. The second is to polish the glazed pieces that are to be made into magnifying glasses, glass mirrors and monoculars. He wanted to make these as soon as possible and then join the training to improve himself as much as possible so that he could deal with the big battle that was coming. However, he didn't let Hong Yu leave either. The two sat snuggled up by the ancient well, staring at the moon in the sky. Neither spoke. Having been sitting in silence for a quarter of an hour, Zhang Sui still couldn't help but reach out from behind and wrap his arms around Hong Yu's waistband. Hong Yu's body stiffened slightly. Only then did Zhang Sui take out the painting he had drawn earlier from his sleeve and handed it to Hong Yu. Hong Yu's body normalized as her attention was drawn to the painting. Facing the moonlight, she opened the picture suspiciously. Just see the picture of Zhang Sui kissing her, his hand reaching into her clothes, her eyes mesmerized. Hong Yu's pretty face instantly swelled red, and even her earlobes were red, her silver teeth biting her red lips. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Zhang Sui beside her, her face full of anger, but her eyes were full of petulance. Seeing this, Zhang Sui's hand reached out once again. Hong Yu was about to get up in a panic. Zhang Sui wrapped his arm around her waistband a little tighter and whispered, "Madam, the moonlight is just right. If you move around, you'll be seen by the people there at the archway later." Hong Yu's voice was trembling as she said, You denizen, you're just going to bully me." Zhang Sui came over his head and kissed her on the side of her face, laughing softly, "You're my woman. If I don't bully you, do you expect me to bully someone else?" Hong Yu lowered her head, her small hand tugging at Zhang Sui's hand that reached into his clothes, but the force slowly loosened. After a long time, she murmured, "You can only bully me." Feeling Zhang Sui's hands fidgeting, Hong Yu's body leaned against Zhang Sui's body, closing her eyes as her breathing was suppressed. After nearly half a quarter of an hour, she opened her eyes and said with a pleading tone in her voice, I have to go back. I've been out there too long, and there's someone coming outside." Zhang Sui said fondly, "Then you must come every day from now on." Hong Yu plucked out a glance at Zhang Sui and peeled his hand away, busily standing up. It took her several steps before she stopped and hemmed, before walking away at a brisk pace. End of chapter. Chapter 88, Report from the Front, Koji Yi's Allied Forces Besiege Yuyang. Chapter 88, Report from the Front, Koji Yi's Allied Forces Besiege. Zhang Sui took a shower after Hong Yu left. He was in a good mood today. He felt that the day was getting more and more flavorful. After taking a shower, Zhang Sui carried the wooden box back to his room. First, he drew a picture of Simon Cheng licking Li Bailey's toes and the plum and the golden vase for the second prince on the desk. After that, Zhang Sui began to polish the glaze pieces under the dim oil lamp. Midway through the meal that Hong Yu had brought him, it was not until close to dawn that Zhang Sui used coarse gravel to polish a few pieces of glazed shards to the required shape. Lying on the bed, Zhang Sui squinted for nearly half an hour before reluctantly getting up. He began to polish the magnifying glass with a fine grit stone. "This magnifying glass is for the lady. This is the first gift for Mrs. Polishing until the early morning." All the ministries came back from training outside and ate lunch before Zhang Sui came out to eat together. After eating, the ministries continued to go outside to train with the nearly 1,000 able-bodied ministries. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, went back to the house and continued to polish the glass shards into the shape of a magnifying glass. This time the sanding was done with fine sand until high noon. Looking at the freshly baked, 2-finger-wide circular magnifying glass, Zhang Sui met the sun and shone a white spot of light at the stone table. Picking up a yellowish fallen leaf from the ground, he reflected the white light on it, and without a moment's notice, watching the fallen leaf glowing with green smoke, Zhang Sui grinned with joy. It was one of the things he used to do in middle school. However, that time it was burned with a magnifying glass on the ants. Just when he was laughing happily, a large and a small figure appeared in the archway. It was clearly 2nd Miss Shinmi and 5th Miss Shinrong. When 5th Miss Shinrong saw Zhang Sui playing with the magnifying lens against the fallen leaves, she ran over excitedly and said, "Zhang Sui, I've come to ask you for a three-pronged lens. Only then did Zhang Sui remember that he had promised 5th Miss Shinrong yesterday that he would give her a live demonstration of the principle of the triangular prism's beam splitting. Zhang Sui placed the magnifying glass on the stone table and went to his room to take out the tricorder. In the two women's shocked sight, after the prismatic lens of light, the table actually appeared a colorful rainbow. 5th Miss Shinrong quickly clapped her hands in excitement and said, "It's really the same as what you told us last night. This daylight is able to separate a strip of colorful light." Zhang Sui handed the tricorder to 5th Miss Shinrong and smiled. "Remember, 5th Miss, practice is the only standard for testing truth. There are many things that what the eye sees is not always true." The 5th young lady, Shinrong, picked up the three-pronged mirror and rotated it a few times herself, illuminating the rainbow, and then darted away, saying, "I'll go look for the gentleman." 2nd Miss Shinmi watched the departing figure of 5th Miss Shinrong before she looked at Zhang Sui with an odd expression. "You still know strange and obscene techniques? What split light? I've never heard of it before." Zhang Sui smiled before changing the topic. "2nd Miss is looking for me?" 2nd Miss Shinmi said, "I just saw that you didn't come to training for 2 days. Though Ergo says you're tinkering with tools conducive to war. But where does it take so long? Mother asked you and I to assist second brother. And when you didn't show yourself, I came to see." Hearing 2nd Miss Shinmi say this, Zhang Sui let out a laugh and handed the polished magnifying glass to 2nd Miss Shinmi. "This is the small object I built along with that tool I made. Help me give it to madam." 2nd Miss Shinmi suspiciously took the magnifying glass and tossed it around. "What is this for?" Zhang Sui signaled the second young lady to wait a moment while he went inside and took a piece of bamboo slips out, placing it behind the magnifying glass. At once, the words on the bamboo slips became large. Zhang Sui removed the bamboo slip from behind the magnifying glass and placed it in front of the second young lady. "Junmi." 2nd Miss Shinmi's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she said, "It's the same as a dewdrop." She'd seen dewdrops on leaves once that had that effect. Zhang Sui nodded his head and said, "It's a dewdrop-like effect, and the principle is similar. This, Miss too, will give to the lady for me. Let the lady set something around this magnifying glass that she can hang on to. Madam often reviews bills, and her eyes hurt after reading too much. If you make madam tired of reading, put this magnifying glass on the bamboo slips, and it will make your eyes feel better." The second young Miss, Junmi, looked at Zhang Sui with some skepticism. Zhang Sui looked down at himself and asked, "Problem?" 2nd Miss Shinmi's cool face flashed with a flash of intrigue and said, "I didn't expect that you would be so curt with mother. Speak, what are your plans?" Zhang Sui, "Plotting? What could I possibly want?" The scene where the lady almost fell down earlier and she came forward to hold her waist pole and the two of them looked at each other in all directions came to mind. Zhang Sui is a bit vain. "Ma'am, it's really pretty. That face, it's so good looking, so feminine. The body was also a soft mess. The skin is also so good that you can't help but take a bite out of it. If it is possible to plot, I would like to plot madam. I wonder if it is possible." Although he thought so, Zhang Sui still smiled sarcastically. "Plot? Me? What can I plot? Madam is the first person of the Jin family, deciding whether I live or die. I'm ingratiating at best. Yes, to please the lady. After all, I am a member of the Jin family. To please the lady so that I can stay well in the Jin family. Not to mention, the lady has also promised marriage to Hong Yu and me, which is a regenerative parent." 2nd Miss Shinmi spread her hands and said, "So, you don't need to please me? Hong Yu is my personal maid." Zhang Sui looked at 2nd Miss Shinmi in a daze. "What do you mean?" This was the first time I had seen 2nd Miss Shinmi so talkative and reaching out for something so actively. When 2nd Miss Shinmi saw Zhang Sui staring at her with odd eyes, 2nd Miss Shinmi withdrew her hand and turned around, saying, "You watch out. Also, return to training early." After that, he left at a quick pace. Zhang Sui, he was tempted to say, "Actually, say I want to please you, and I'm ready to do so. It's just a glass mirror." Still, he didn't say it. The process of making glass mirrors is not really difficult. The hard part was the materials needed for those crafts, which ordinary people most likely didn't have. And Zhang Sui needed to find those alchemists or fengshur. Of the 4 glazed pieces he was going to make, the glass mirror was the last to be considered. The hours are also irregular. If he didn't need an alchemist or a fengshur, he would have to put the making of glass mirrors on hold for the time being. For the time being, he was more anxious to make the monocular. After all, the Great War is just around the corner. After the second young Miss Shinmi left, Zhang Sui went out of the ministry compound and went to the firewood room to look for the bamboo tube. Meanwhile, the second young lady, Junmi, brought a magnifying glass with her and played with it while going to the study to find madam. When she arrived, the lady was looking at a cut of cloth. The cloth had a lot of dense writing on it. Seeing 2nd Miss Shinmi coming over, the madam said, "Just in time to come. Both Bo Chang and you are outside training, right? You'll go over later and tell Bo Chang that the training has intensified. The allied forces of Koji E and Yen Ro have defeated Gongsun Zan's reinforcements head-on. The information that just came in, Koji E and Yen Ro's army have surrounded Yuyang. Earlier, Bo Chang said that once we take Yuyang, Gongsun Zan will find it hard to fight against the Jizhou officials, and at that time, the Koji E and Jizhou Shepherd conflict will erupt. So let's be prepared for that. It's getting to the kind of situation he was talking about. End of chapter. Chapter 89, Ma'am, will you think I'm too old? Chapter 89, Ma'am, will you think I'm too old? The second young Miss Shinmi heard the madam say this and said with an "Oh, I'll have someone tell him later that he hasn't been training for the past 2 days and is busy making things." The lady was surprised. What is he doing? Second Miss Shinmi shook her head and said, "I asked second brother to ask, but he didn't say anything, saying straight out that it would be conducive to fighting. When it's done, he'll show it to second brother first." Saying this, he handed the magnifying glass in his hand to the madam. "I just came over from the ministry courtyard, and he asked me to pass it on to you. Mother, he said that your eyes are tired from reviewing the bills. Mother, this thing is called a magnifying glass, and when placed on a text, it acts like a dewdrop to magnify it." The lady was a little surprised. She hadn't thought that Zhang Sui would even think of giving himself something. And, there's a dew-like effect? Taking the magnifying glass, Mrs. holds the magnifying glass, still on the far side of the cloth. Through the magnifying glass, you can see the text become large. The lady busied herself with the magnifying glass again and placed it near the cloth. Sure enough, the text on the cloth became several times larger. The lady's heart was touched. She hadn't expected that Zhang Sui would be so considerate of himself. Thinking of the previous scene of Zhang Sui's owner's own waistline, the lady's complexion burned a little. The second youngest Miss Shinmi saw her ladyship's face flushing a bit and staring at the cloth and magnifying glass in disbelief, and queried, "Mother, what? Is there something fishy?" The lady was then busy coming back to her senses and forced to smile. "No, I was just thinking of something. Since you've just come from him and he's busy making objects, you should leave him alone for now. You will disguise yourself and accompany your second brother to oversee the training of the ministry and those stragglers. Your second brother is in poor health, and Berchang is away now, so take more trouble." Second Miss Shinmi hummed. "It's about to leave." Her ladyship called to her again and said, "Have you got anyone in mind about the flunky? Preferably among our Yin family underlings. If it's just not possible, you can also choose a man outside of the Yin family. Anyway, it's best to have some talent, and some good looks too. The ambitious, or the ones with ulterior motives, beware." Second Miss Shinmi shook her head and said, "Not yet. My daughter hasn't paid attention lately." The lady laughed. "Keep an eye out too." Second Miss Shinmi hummed. She secretly wanted to laugh a little as she left. Zhang Sui, that denizen, was trying his best to please his mother, but the mother didn't even seem to think about that level. Otherwise, when my mother talked about the flunky just now, she didn't even mention him. Madam watched the second young Miss Shinmi leave before she sat down on her knees and continued to deal with the bills on the case table and the affairs of the Jin family. After a long time of processing, she felt her eyes grow a little sore, and only then did she suddenly remember the magnifying glass on the desk. Taking the magnifying glass from the desk, she made a few gestures at the bamboo slips, and a blush spread over the lady's face. She couldn't help but think of that day when Zhang Sui wrapped his arms around his waistband and kept gagging, his eyes dumbfounded. He's got a lot of guts. All dare to be reckless in the face of a lady like yourself. But then again, it is youth after all. Like his own second son, although he was not very capable, he was also exceptionally keen when it came to bedtime affairs. Otherwise, that kind of coy person is like a jackal that can't be fed on his daughter-in-law. Thinking of Zhang Sui, the lady hesitated slightly, but still stood up, took the magnifying glass and walked out of the study. Go see what he's up to. The lady came alone to the ministry compound. The ministries at the archway of the ministry compound are gone, all pulled to the gate to train with the stragglers. Madam walked in through the archway. Zhang Sui was seen standing in front of a stone table, holding a dagger and handling a bamboo tube. The look of concentration. So much so that Zhang Sui didn't even notice when she walked in. Zhang Sui was handling the bamboo cylinder with a dagger against his own drawings in a serious manner. A soft whisper suddenly rang in his ears. "What is this?" Zhang Sui turned his head, but he saw a delicate face close at hand. "It's Mrs." When he turned his head, the lady's pretty face was less than a foot away from him. Zhang Sui shivered in shock. Seeing this, the lady took a few steps back and said with an apologetic face, "Did I scare you?" Zhang Sui came back to his senses and busily waved his hands. No, it's just that it's a bit too much of a surprise that Madam would come to the door." Madam looked at Zhang Sui's face, flushed a little, and her heart leapt a little. This Bok Sang, as a person who has been here before, was able to tell that he did have a bit of a crush on himself. The lady's right hand ruffled the green silk around her ears, revealing a smile and saying, "Can I still eat you? You are busy with your business. I just came to tell you one thing." Where did Zhang Sui have the heart to do anything? He always had an apoplectic feeling when the lady was around him. Zhang Suiqiang smiled. "Madam, you say." Only then did the lady say, "I have just received intelligence that the combined army of Koji Yi and Yan Rou has defeated Gongsun Zan head-on and is currently besieging Yuyang." Zhang Sui calmed down and looked a bit serious. "Yuyang can't be defended. As soon as this month or two, there will be a war near our Wuji County. Our group of minions and stragglers, we need to catch up on our training. Strive to throw yourself into the fray and fight a beautiful battle when the Jizhou officials turn on Koji Yi, so that it will be conducive for the second duke to build his career and for our Jin family to gain a firm foothold in Wuji County." The lady hummed. "I'm a woman's man. I don't know anything about fighting a war or anything like that. Yenny, we're going to have to trouble you." Boaching. Zhang Sui hummed. "Don't worry, ma'am, I will do my best." The lady hummed back. "It's about to leave." Thinking of the magnifying glass in her hand, the lady asked again with a little nervousness. "Bercheng, I asked you a question. Just for fun. Don't take it too much to heart. I don't mean anything else." Zhang Sui said. "Madam, feel free to ask." Feeling a little heat in her earlobes, the lady still insisted. "What do you think about a woman much older than you, but okay looking, and willing to have a good life with you?" Zhang Sui looked at Madam in a daze. That? The scene of his wife's pretty face reddening as she was embraced by him around her thin waist earlier surfaced in his mind, and Zhang Sui's heart was beating violently as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Is this, ma'am, a blatant hint? She actually likes herself? Surprisingly, it was true as Zhao Yan said, that the lady would actually like herself like this? Zhang Sui couldn't help but lick the corners of his somewhat dry mouth. If the lady was someone else, he would have to endure today, not daring to leap in all at once. After all, this is the end of the Han dynasty. It could have killed someone. However, Madam is the current head of the Jin family. Zhang Sui's body was shaking a little. Scumbagged a bit though. However, the opening can be folded straight, must be folded. Do not wait for no empty branches. Zhang Sui wrapped his arms around his lady and kissed her directly. The lady's eyes widened and her breathing stopped. She had already seen through that Zhang Sui liked her though. However, she could not have imagined that Zhang Sui would be so bold. How dare you hug and kiss yourself? Seeing that Madam did not resist, Zhang Sui's arms around her were slightly harder. He couldn't wait to get the lady completely into his body. The lady froze for a moment, panicked, and was about to push him away. Under the sun, this Sui, too, is a little too bold. But she pushed and didn't push. Instead, Zhang Sui wrapped his arms a little tighter. The lady's voice faltered, and she said with some urgency, "Let go first, Bercheng, or I'll get angry." Zhang Sui looked at Madam's pretty face that was so red that it was about to drip blood. Her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears, and only then did he let go of Madam fondly. The lady glanced at Zhang Sui and turned her head away. Zhang Sui is about to follow. The lady darted away while quivering. "Don't you follow me. Let me calm down." Only then did Zhang Sui stop in his tracks, watching the lady's silhouette quickly leave. Zhang Sui's heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. It felt like a dream to him. Madam is such an extremely beautiful thing that she would fall into her hands today. That supremely soft and voluptuous body. Those soft red lips with their fragrance. Zhang Sui gulped. For the first time, he sighed from the bottom of his heart. It's so damn cool to travel to the end of this Han dynasty. Life is wonderful as it is. Any other complaints? End of chapter. Chapter 90, there is still a lack of an army commander. Chapter 90, there is still a lack of an army commander. After Zhang Sui watched the lady leave, he stood still and warmed up to the taste of the lady. Sure enough, the same woman feels completely different. Red Jade's body tightened as she wrapped her arms around her, and when he wrapped his arms around the lady, he felt her body roll and soften. Zhang Sui took a deep breath to suppress the evil fire within him and focused all his attention on the bamboo tube before he gradually returned to normal. Besides, the lady left the ministry compound and didn't notice that Zhang Sui didn't follow along the way. Something in her heart said no. In this moment, she actually felt a hint of disappointment. However, she was quickly relieved again. Zhang Sui was just a man the size of his second son. There were many things about men and women that he didn't understand. Naturally, when he saw that he was angry, he didn't dare to come after him. It will become clear later when he has more contact. Returning to her study, the lady sat on her knees before her desk and took out a bill, but she could not look at it. All I could think about was the kiss I had just received. The lady only felt her cheeks redden as if they were going to burn. The body was also inexplicably hot. She wrapped her small, cold hands around her rolling cheeks as her beautiful eyes looked out of the den at fresh, watching fresh bloom in the hot sun. The lady bit her red lip and burst out laughing. Actually, I'm a bit older myself though, in my 30s. However, many people still say that they and their second daughter are like sisters. Besides, she did have a pretty good face, and her body was no less than that of her second daughter. The oldest daughter came back once, bathing with my oldest daughter. My own body is no better than my oldest daughter's. To say it's blooming fresh is an understatement. The most crucial thing is that, as a woman who has been through a lot, as long as Zhang Sui has the guts to marry himself, in the future, in the bed, he will definitely let him experience his own wonderful place. With the scene of Zhang Sui pressing on her body floating in her mind, the lady was busy giving a light slap to herself and then sipped 2 mouthfuls of herbal tea. What's on your mind? In today's condition, it's impossible for himself and him to get to that point all at once. If you want to remarry him, you will have to take your time to get these children of yours to accept him. Otherwise, these sons and daughters of their own could not accept it in a hurry, and they could not abandon their sons and daughters to forcefully remarry her. She was more concerned about the future of the Jin family and her children than remarrying. The prerequisite for remarriage is also to make sure that the Jin family can continue even if they leave themselves, and also that their children are all settled, safe, and well off. Don't worry about your little daughter. It's the second son and second daughter who should be most worried. The second daughter, in particular, looked down on him, always thinking he was a denizen, horny and unable to see the good in him. If not corrected properly, the second daughter could be the biggest obstacle to her own remarriage in the future. Endurance. Endurance. So many lonely days and nights in the past have been experienced. It's that close now? The cloud of fire on her face slowly receded before the lady hummed a little tune and picked up a bill to review. Zhang Sui a whole day. Only again will monocular telescope of the 2 pieces of glaze fragments to the drawing of the specifications polished or rough. Bamboo tube size also roughly in line. After that it's just a matter of sanding it smooth with a fine grit stone. The glazed lenses for making monoculars must be smooth enough. This is something that trigonometry is far from being able to match. Zhang Sui didn't continue into polishing the smooth. After a busy day and a largely sleepless night last night, he needed to catch up on his sleep. And before catching up on his sleep, he had to make a trip to the main gate to speak to 2nd Duke Xinyan, 2nd Miss Xinmi, Captain Zhen Hao, and Vice Captain Zhao Su about training. Previously, only the Captain Zhen Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su were allowed to arrange the basic training such as Zamabu, because there was still time. Now that the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yen Rou have surrounded the city of Yuyang, that training will have to be accelerated. For example, training in the use of weapons, like training for a siege, like training for a raise. If these are not properly trained, when the time comes to mount the battlefield, they are likely to be untouchable cannon fodder. Zhang Sui found the 4 of them and talked about the updates to the training content. 2nd Duke Xinyan snapped. I don't understand this. 2nd Miss Xinmi was even more silent. She is a daughter, this time to assist the second son Xinyan, mainly out of some ideas, especially supervision, and responsible for grain and grass matters. How can she lead an army? Zhang Sui could only land his eyes on Captain Zhen Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su. Captain Zhen Hao's face blanched a bit and said, Bo Qing, as you know, I was just the family headsguard before, training dozens of people, 1 or 200, I have no problem with that. Serious battlefield. Me, where do I know this? Captain Zhen Hao looked at Vice Captain Zhao Su and said, Old Zhao, you're good at this. Vice Captain Zhao Su spread his hands and said, fighting single-handedly. I'm not afraid. I don't panic when I command a couple hundred men, but I come from the city defense force. I've fought Yellow Turban before, still guarding the city. The Yellow Turban kind, just a lot of people, nothing capable. Now to fight the likes of Koji Yi, where can I? Have you not seen the Chang elite under the hands of Koji Yi? Clad in heavy armor, even in the face. The crowd fell silent. That's true. Previously, when Koji Yi passed through Wuji County and stayed there with 1,000 Chang elites, why did all the big families fawn over and curry favor with each other to the utmost? It's because you can't beat it. The 4 families have a large number of ministries though. However, these ministries have not experienced a great deal of battlefield fighting at all. There was no heavy armor like the Chang elite to drape themselves in. How do you fight? If you really fall out with Koji Yi, the entire Wuji County might be slaughtered. Zhang Sui sighed when he saw that neither Captain Zhen Hao nor Vice Captain Zhao Su could do it. There's still only one person to call, Zhao Yun, for no other reason. Zhao Yun had led the gentry to join Gongsunzan, and fought with Yuan Shao and Lu Yu, the former governor of Yuzhou. Battlefield experience. Zhao Yun definitely has it. When I went to Changshan Jinding County to invite Zhao Yun over before, Zhao Yun and his powerful brothers marched in quite a way, advancing and retreating. In this chaotic world, marching all the way, they didn't run into any mountain bandits to intercept them. All these aspects confirm Zhao Yun's commanding ability. Perhaps Zhao Yun's commander-in-chief ability may be at the bottom of the list among the many famous generals of the late Han dynasty in history. However, compared to these people from the Jin family, it was already a heavenly plate-like existence. Zhang Sui said. Then how about inviting Zhao Yun over to help again? Second Duke Xinyan said. He has only been gone for a short time. What is the price to pay for him to come this time? Second Miss Shinmi said. I heard that he has a sister who is very much loved by him. Starting with Zhao Yun, and he just left. He may not come if it's still an ordinary gift. If we start with his sister, throw in the towel and surround him, it's possible to work. Second Prince Xinyan said. It's not easy, is it? Zhao Yun is a powerful man. What do you want? Zhang Sui signaled the crowd to continue their drills, while he was left alone to go back to his ministry compound to prepare for bed while thinking about what Zhao Yun's sister would like. Seen it once before. The little girl was carrying a lance and galloping her horse in a nimble manner. Something that might not really be to her liking in general. End of chapter. Chapter 91, Zhao Yu, sure enough, he's a denizen. Chapter 91, Zhao Yu, sure enough, he's a denizen. Zhang Sui traveled all the way back to the ministry compound before he thought of an item, a three-pronged mirror. This stuff is already out there. And, for those who don't know, it's possible to cite it as a surprise. Anyway, that's how it played out in a TV show he'd seen before he crossed over. Surely one item is not enough. Zhang Sui thought of how Madame and Second Miss Shinmi looked when they first saw him painting them. It just so happens that I have a few sheets of Zobel paper in my hand. He thought of something else. That was when he was a senior in high school. And behind the school building, outside the fence, were residential homes. There was a boy studying art who rented a private room down the road. Zhang Sui also rented a house and had to pass in front of his house. After every evening study, the boy could be seen opening the gate and displaying various portraits inside. The boy was sloppy looking, and not the kind of person who dresses diligently. However, every time Zhang Sui passed by his door after his evening study, he could see several pretty girls talking and laughing inside. The girls are not yet familiar faces and change often. Once on vacation, he was riding his bike home and was pulled over by his table, and when he got near an embankment, he saw this boy and a big beautiful girl hiding behind a bush and kissing. At that time, the table was so excited, he still remembered. This was the first time Zhang Sui had ever watched someone kiss in reality. And, still, with a girl watching someone else kiss. The reason why he remembered it particularly well was because he had shamefully fantasized about kissing his classmates' lips when he had first watched them kissing each other. But it was discovered. It was so embarrassing that he wanted to find a hole in the ground. Thinking about all this, Zhang Sui made the decision to try tomorrow. If you can't, we'll talk about it then. Having made his decision, Zhang Sui directly fell back to sleep. He slept until the ministry returned and called him to dinner. After eating and practicing extra hard, Zhang Sui sat next to the ancient well and waited for Hong Yu and 5th Miss Shinrong. However, this time, Hong Yu unexpectedly came with the 5th young Miss Shinrong. From Hong Yu's mouth, Zhang Sui learned that Madame had told her to do so, said the two would come together later in the evening. In this way, for one thing, Miss 5 could meet with Zhang Sui every day and ask him about his knowledge. Secondly, the 5th young Miss secretly left her own meals for Zhang Sui every time, so if she didn't get enough to eat, she would easily not grow her body. Since this was the case, it would be better to have Hong Yu and 5th Miss deliver the food openly and honestly, and deliver more at once. Zhang Sui looked at the 5th young Miss Shinrong sitting on the side, chattering away, and then looked at Hong Yu, somewhat tearless. He did want to teach Miss 5. The little girl was so smart and well-spoken that Zhang Sui had a great sense of fulfillment teaching her. However, he honestly wanted to be alone with Hong Yu. The divorce into marriage is far away. With Red Jade alone, he could improve his life at night, too, by having a good time and a good time. Especially since Hong Yu had been a bit contrary the last few days. But Miss 5 is here. How can he do it? Hong Yu pursed her lips as she looked at Zhang Sui's look like he was about to cry out. Although Zhang Sui was a bit reluctant, there was nothing he could do. One can't go against the lady's wishes. Besides, he really hadn't been thinking much about that lately. Tell Miss 5 to fetch the tricorder and he'll borrow it. While the 5th young lady was leaving, Zhang Sui hugged Hong Yu who was sitting beside him and just nibbled on her. Hong Yu looked at Zhang Sui, her pretty face shy and helpless. This man, why didn't he realize he was so immodest before? It always felt like every time I saw him, I was the one being bullied. Zhang Sui hugged Hong Yu and nibbled on her for a while, touched her for a while, and before she could get enough, the 5th young lady came back with a three-pronged mirror. Zhang Sui could only bury his head and eat. After eating, Hong Yu took the 5th young Miss Shinrong and left. Zhang Sui sat by the ancient well for a while, and only after digesting some of it did he take a shower and go back to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhang Sui took the initiative to go to Madame about going to Jinding County to seek Zhao Yun's help again. Looking at the lady's sleepy eyes, lazily stretching as she walked into the study. Zhang Sui somewhat did not want to avert his eyes, though Madame was dressed in a plain long dress, no different than usual. But, as she stretched out, the highs of her chest were on display. Zhang Sui uncontrollably thought of holding her and kissing her. Madame also noticed Zhang Sui's line of sight and her pretty face reddened. Without looking at Zhang Sui again, the lady asked, "Why are you looking for me so early today?" Zhang Sui spoke of the need to step up the training of his ministry, and now that the Jin family did not have such people, he needed to seek Zhao Yun's help. Zhang Sui said, "This time, I'll just bring 2 ministries, and I don't need any other items, so I'll just invite Zhao Yun alone." Still looking at the bill, the lady asked, "And what other things are needed? Tell me, and I'll have the butler prepare it for you." Zhang Sui said, "Don't. I'll go over there lightly and bring Zhao Yun over as soon as possible. Training is urgent these days, and bringing too much stuff slows down the trip." The lady said, "That will do. That sword of yours, I have not taken it back, so take it directly to the steward and ask him to immediately prepare steeds and dry food for you. The ministry is yours to pick." Zhang Sui hummed, but didn't go anywhere. Madame didn't hear Zhang Sui's footsteps leaving before she suspiciously raised her head and looked at Zhang Sui. "You still have something to do?" Zhang Sui looked around. It's still early. The study was again not far from the house where Madame slept. There was no one else near the study either. Zhang Sui took 2 steps closer towards the lady. When the lady saw Zhang Sui move like this, her little heart beat violently. This Bok Sung, he's really getting bolder and bolder. The lady also stood up in a panic and retreated a few steps towards the back, her pretty face reddening as she said, "Why don't you go get ready? About 20 steps to the left is the maid's room." Zhang Sui quickly stepped forward and hugged the lady. The lady's pretty face was about to drip blood, and with both hands against Zhang Sui's chest, she droned, "Let go. If anyone sees, I'll get you killed." Zhang Sui lowered his head and kissed his lady's red lips before he let go and quickly left. The lady stood by the case table, looking at Zhang Sui's back as he left, slowly paralyzing to the ground. This Bozong, they all have to go out and do things, and they still won't stop. I'm glad it's still too early, and I didn't let the maids get up myself. Otherwise, can't even imagine the consequences of being seen. If I had known he was so bold, I shouldn't have asked him that yesterday. Just delay it some more." But feeling the warmth of her lips, the lady reached up and fondly touched them where they had been kissed, and sighed again with a long sigh. Zhang Sui left from the lady's study and could not suppress the smile on his face. Madame is truly a woman of color. Also, the lips are really soft. The body is also very substantial. Unfortunately, now is not the time. But there's no rush. Take your time. Sooner or later, I'm going to get my lady in my arms. Zhang Sui found 2 ministries and carried his sword to meet the steward, and had the steward arrange for steeds and dry food to be prepared. Just after dawn, Zhang Sui took 2 of his ministries and went straight to Jining County. The 3 of them ran furiously all the way, stopping for 2 hours right in the middle. The next afternoon, Zhang Sui arrived at Zhao Yun's house in Jining County. In front of Zhao Yun's house, Zhao Yun is not there. That sister of his, Zhao Yu, was picking 2 barrels and coming back from someone's house. The barrel was filled with fresh water. Zhang Sui watched this scene of Zhao Yu and had one ministry bend over in front of him while the other ministry ground while he took the zobo paper and laid it on the back of the bent over ministry and drew quickly. While drawing, Zhang Sui sized up Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu actually saw Zhang Sui from a distance. She was a bit puzzled as to why Zhang Sui had come here. Was going to ask, but then I thought of what my second brother had said, stay away from him. He's a lewd man with a mouth you can't stand. Zhao Yu still didn't ask, but just continued to pick 2 buckets of fresh water to go home while sizing up Zhang Sui. Seeing Zhang Sui's pair of eyes looking at himself recklessly, from his face to his waist, to his feet, Zhao Yun's small face tightened. I'm sure it's a denizen. What kind of man looks at a woman like that? And so shameless. He's seen him looking himself, and he doesn't know to restrain himself. After picking 2 wooden buckets of water and quickly returning home, Zhao Yu came out with his spear in a fierce manner and just greeted towards Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui busily picked up the painting he hadn't finished yet and aimed it at Zhao Yu, forcing a smile. Sister, don't misunderstand. I just think you're good looking and want to draw you a picture. End of chapter. Chapter 92, Zhao Yu, my second brother's blindness. Chapter 92, Zhao Yu, my second brother. When Zhao Yu saw the unfinished portrait in Zhang Sui's hand, the ferocity on his face instantly dissolved into nothingness. She looked at the portrait somewhat incredulously and pointed down at herself again. This is me? Zhang Sui secretly sighed in relief as he watched Zhao Yu look so changed. When I was a student, I often heard people say, a woman's face, the day of April, change at the drop of a hat. It really seems right now. This Zhao Yun's sister, she really utilizes the art of face changing to the extreme. That would be nice. Zhang Sui squeezed out a smile and said, Yes, it's you. Sister, I just drew you. When Zilong was in the Jin family before, I've heard him praise you more than once. Said he had a sister who was dainty, cute, slim, a beauty among beauties, and could do martial arts. Whoever marries her will definitely have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. The last time you went to pick up Zilong, I was blown away by you. At that time, I was so amazed that I wanted to make a painting of you to keep for all eternity. That way, when I'm old, I can hold the portrait up to my grandchildren. See, your grandfather and I are among those who have seen the fairies who have come down to earth. The two ministries stared wide-eyed, sucked in cool air, and their sweaty hairs stood up steeply. This young girl is indeed okay looking. It's also just a little worse than Miss Two, but definitely not to the point where fairies come down to earth. Is this sway so complimentary? Not too much? If they were women, they wouldn't like such a pompous form of compliments. A person who doesn't have some knowledge of what they look like? This time, Zhang Sui was afraid that he was going to mess things up. However, it didn't occur to me that Zhao Yu, after hearing Zhang Sui say so much, her little face flushed red, her little hand scratched her face, and she said with an embarrassed expression, "Is that so? I'm so good looking?" Before that, second brother said I looked like a tiger and was afraid I wouldn't be able to marry. 2 parts. Zhang Sui let out an and said, Zilong is just afraid that you will be cheated by a bad man. I've spent some time with Xiren, and he's very introverted. The more he likes someone, the more he says in front of outsiders that the person is no good. In case some bad person hits on him, let's just say that I'm not exactly a good-looking man, but I'm decent looking, aren't I? I still have some talent. I'm a particularly sincere, truthful type when it comes to women, especially ones like my sister. Our lady of the house says I'm steady, but Zilong told you he was a denizen. Yes or no? But I haven't married a woman until now. Zhao Yu's eyes went wide and he was busy nodding his head. So that's how it is. I told you, the first 2 times I saw you, I thought you were a civilized man. But my second brother had to say that you were a denizen, lewd to the core, and a smooth talker, and told me to stay away from you. So it was for your protection. But why did he say that to me? Am I going to hurt you? How could I, a daughter, hurt you? I'm the second brother, his sister. Doesn't he know me well? How could I hurt you? Zhang Sui sighed. Perhaps he did this subconsciously? After all, Zilong has been to war and is quite vigilant. Zhao Yu still had to question it. Zhang Sui busily said, Sister, can you let me finish your portrait? We'll talk after I finish painting? Zhao Yu wiped her little face, stood straight, hummed, and said with a red face, Then you continue. If you finish drawing, can you give me a portrait? I haven't had anyone draw me a picture since I grew up. I've seen people draw portraits before and they ignore me. That's about as well drawn as I can see that guy. Not at all. Zhang Sui laughed. That's a must. I'll draw a portrait of you, sister, for sure. Either way, you're the one I'm looking at, and Zilong's sister. After a pause, Zhang Sui continued to look at Zhao Yu and continued to paint while saying, By the way, sister, what's your name? Where is Zilong now? Zhao Yu hemmed and hawed and said, My name is Zhao Yu, the Rain of Rain. 3 siblings in our family, representing clouds, rain, and thunder, respectively. When my mother was pregnant with my oldest brother, it happened that my father was out working on the farm, and when he saw the change in the weather, he decided to name his future children after this change, so that when his children come together, it will rain and irrigate the fields. By the way, what's your name? Zhang Sui said. My name is Zhang Sui. My cousin's name is Bucheng. You can just call me Brother Bucheng. Zhao Yu nodded and said with a curious look on his face, What are you looking for second brother for today? Zhang Sui laughed. Nothing much, just simply thinking of you, sister. So I purposely came to take a look and make a painting for you to keep at home. After all, I haven't seen a woman as good looking as you, sister, before. Zhao Yu's face was sweet and honeyed as she laughed. You bookworms, you just talk so well. Before, my second brother was trying to find me a sword dancer, like him, and it was annoying as hell. Wouldn't it be nice to find someone who reads? I know martial arts myself. I can protect people. I can also carry water, farm, and kill pigs. He'll just have to paint like you, and if he's able, he'll advise the officials and earn some salary. Zhang Sui nodded and said, Not a bad idea. But, how can I say this? You are Zilong's only sister, and he, like your father, wants you to marry well. Zilong himself is not a scholar, and those who have had much contact with him know martial arts. He definitely wants to marry you off to a know-it-all. Zhao Yu let out an oh-so-subtle sound and sized up Zhang Sui. This man, second brother, despises him so much, and he still defends second brother so much and speaks for him. What a nice guy, also able to paint, speaks well too, and very discerning. Not at all like the second brother, who has no eyes and keeps saying he can't get married. Zhao Yu curiously said. Then, second brother, how could you be said to be a denizen? You really don't have that. That what dash? Zhang Sui laughed. Go and ask around. I had previously fled from Yanmen County to Wuji County. In that situation in Yanmen County, how can you be in the mood for a woman? I would have starved to death if it weren't for the lady taking me in. Zhao Yu looked at Zhang Sui somewhat sympathetically and said, I also know something about Yanmen County. There are frequent Hoosier incursions there. In the past few years, the court has been corrupt, and the people there in Yanmen County are so unhappy that there are no chickens crowing for 10 miles. We also have refugees from Jinding County who fled there. Many wives and children are dead. So miserable. My second brother even went there in his early years with the county's magnates to resist the Hoosier invasion. In that case, you really can't be a denizen. It may be true, as you say, that my second brother thinks you're a talent, so he doesn't dare tell the public how good you are. After all, there's chaos going around now. You don't have martial arts and you have some skills. The bad guys will take you and sell you for hard labor. Zhang Sui hurriedly nodded his head and said, that should be it. Zhao Yu asked tentatively again. So, what about your relatives? Zhang Sui said, before I fled, my family died out and I was the only one left. Zhao Yu sighed and said, then, why don't we eat here today? My second brother went hunting for bear fighters, so I'll make you a delicious meal tonight. End of chapter. Chapter 93, Zhao Yun's mother, no wonder you are wants someone who can read. Chapter 93, Zhao Yun's mother, no wonder you are wants who can read. Both Minutemen were dumbfounded. Zhang Sui complimented her so pompously, and it was clear that he had impure intentions. This Zilong's sister, why is she enjoying herself instead? And invite him home for dinner? Hearing Zhao Yu say this, Zhang Sui laughed. It won't bother you guys? Zhao Yu laughed. No trouble, it's just a matter of adding a few pairs of chopsticks. Besides, you're Ergo's friend, and you gave me paintings. I've seen that paper you're painting on. It's expensive. We can't even afford to use our magistrates. Last time, some magnates gave some to my second brother, saying they wanted me to learn how to write, which my second brother rejected in a hurry. You treat me like this and it's just a meal. You're just asking me to do more. I'll consider it. Zhang Sui nodded his head deeply and said, since my sister said so, I'm flattered. By the way, I have a small gift for my sister. Don't mind if you don't mind. Sister. Zhao Yu blinked her eyes and looked at Zhang Sui curiously. Zhang Sui took out the tricorder and signaled her to extend her right hand, holding it above her to adjust the angle. Not long after, a beam of colorful light fell onto Zhao Yu's palm. Zhao Yu let out a wow and said, what is this? How did you do that? Zhang Sui taught Zhao Yu how to use the trigonometry before continuing to draw. Zhao Yu stood still while holding up the tricorder, constantly changing angles. Her little face couldn't suppress her surprise as she said, Brother Berchang, you're really great. I'd like to marry a bookworm like you, who knows everything. You can even get a rainbow out of the sky. You're so capable. That's if my future husband can be like you. Zhang Sui said, surely I can. Sister, you're so good looking, so gentle and considerate, and protective. Who wouldn't want a woman like that? A blush crept up on Zhao Yu's face once again as she glanced at Zhang Sui and said, thank you. If I get what I want in the future, I'll give you a thank you gift. Zhang Sui also finished drawing Zhao Yu's avatar at this time and handed it to Zhao Yu. Sister, this one. You hold it first. I've watched you, memorized your features, and I'll be able to draw them when I get back. Zhao Yu took the portrait and smiled from ear to ear. It's so pretty. It's still you, Brother Bozong. Who can read? This portrait, it's like a fairy who came down to earth. You hurry in and I'll get you something to eat. I'm going to show this painting to my mother. After speaking, without waiting for Zhang Sui to agree, he took the portrait and ran into the house, saying, Mother, look, I've got a treasure. One of the ministers said with a constipated expression. Bo Chang, this is too much? Zilong's sister is indeed quite attractive, but she's not as good as the second young lady, so how can she be a fairy? Zhang Sui glared at him in dismay and said, shut the up. Women are meant to be complimented. Understand? Lover's eyes. When you build a career someday and see a woman you like, that's a fairy. The two ministries looked at each other in disbelief. It's as good as it looks. Is it something you can look at and become pretty? Zhang Sui didn't bother to argue with them and greeted them to follow and instructed them not to talk nonsense. The three entered inside the house. I saw an old lady standing by the threshold of the hall, holding the portrait that Zhang Sui had just drawn for Zhao Yu, holding it up high, looking seriously at it in the setting sun, and laughing. It's really like my Yuer. It looks good. Zhao Yu stood beside her and said excitedly, Mother, this Brother Bo Chang is the one with vision. He said his daughter was like a fairy who came down to earth. look at this portrait of him. Daughter is very pretty. Mother, in the future, I'll find a scholar like Brother Butching to be my husband. So don't you ever think about finding me a martial artist like second brother. The old lady smiled dotingly. Well, whatever our family you likes, I'll let your second brother help you find whatever you like. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Zhang Sui and saw the three of them entering the house, and the old lady busily returned the portrait to Zhao Yu and welcomed them, saying, your honorary guests have come to our door, and it's a great honor to have them here. Why don't you fetch some pastries for the honored guests? Zhao Yu gave a heavy sigh, took the portrait and climbed up the stairs to the second floor, hid the portrait, and then dashed down to the kitchen to fetch herbal tea and homemade pastries. The old lady signaled Zhang Sui and the two ministers to sit down. Zhang Sui saw that this old lady was also old. Her hair was graying, and she was definitely not young. This is Zhao Yun's mother? There are no historical texts that account for Zhao Yun's mother. However, the Han dynasty ruled by filial piety. It is now the year of Xingping. After leaving Gongsun, the historical Zhao Yun only met Liu Bei in Yecheng, in Yuan Shao's territory, in the 5th year of Jianan, after which he followed Liu Bei and did not return to Jinding County. That means that Zhao Yun's mother should have died 5 years before Jianan, and, most likely, for more than 3 years. At the end of the Han dynasty, there were many people who held on to their parents for 3 years of mourning before re-emerging after their departure. For example, Jia. For example, Sun Tzu. For example, the Huan steppes. In other words, Zhao Yun, the mother, doesn't have many days left. Since I've come to beg Zhao Yun today, I have to leave some thoughts for him as well. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui smiled and said to the old lady, Old madam, I see that you are glowing and quite radiant, and you look like a blessed person, so I would like to paint a portrait of you. Is that possible? The old lady was stunned. Zhao Yu's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said, Of course it's good. Zhang Sui laughed and made the old lady stand by the threshold, facing the setting sun that shone into the house. He glued a few sheets of zobel paper together with grains of rice and drew a full-body portrait of the old woman. It took a whole half hour, and it was getting dark, to finish the painting. In the portrait, the old woman stands by the threshold, gazing silently ahead. Both ministries looked at Zhang Sui with some envy. This Sui, how nice it would be to draw a picture of such a huge catching a corpse beauty. Hang it in the room and they can watch it 10 times a day. This would be even better if it was used to draw one of these gigantic catching a corpse beauty animations. Zhao Yu looked at the portrait, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. The old lady looked at the portrait and also kept nodding her head and laughed. This child, Bo Qing, really has a pair of skillful hands. It's beautifully drawn. Zhang Sui laughed. Old lady, this portrait is yours. If you still need paintings in the future, feel free to send someone to the Jin family in Wuji County to find me. I'll paint it for you when I have time. The old lady laughed. How can I trouble you every time? Old me finally does understand why this child, always says she wants to find one who can read. That kid Zilong. Just give him another pair of hands and he won't be able to draw. Zhao Yu hammed and hawed. Mother, you finally know. Just as the three of them were talking and laughing, outside the door, the sky was already numb and dark. Zhao Yun and a few of the hoi polloi steered their horses back. On his shoulders, he carried half of a bear corpse. Saying goodbye to a few magnates, Zhao Yun led his steed towards the house's compound, tying his steed to a pillar on one side. Zhao Yun looked into the room suspiciously. No lights were lit. Instead, bursts of laughter came out of the house. It's the mothers and the sisters. Seems to be having an extremely good time talking to people. Zhao Yun was suspicious. Who is this? To be able to make your mother and sister so happy that the lights don't go on? End of chapter. Chapter 94, Zhao Yun, Lord remember. I'm worried. Chapter 94, Zhao Yun, Lord remember. I'm worried. Zhao Yun entered the house with a heart full of doubts. He saw his old mother and sister Zhao Yu gathered around Zhang Sui in the hall. His old mother was holding a rolled up thing in her hand. Kindly, his sister, Zhao Yu, was twitching with laughter. Zhao Yun, what's the situation? Why is he here? Why are mother and sister laughing so much? When the crowd saw Zhao Yun enter, they stopped talking. Zhao Yu came back to her senses and bounced away. Gu, it's dark and second brother is back. I'll go light the lamp and cook for you guys. Zhao Yun's heart thumped as he watched Zhao Yu look so excited. The old lady smiled at Zhao Yun. Zilong, why are you just coming back? This boy, Bo Qing, has been waiting for you for a long time. Zhao Yun's face was a bit ugly. He had a feeling something big was wrong. However, he still managed to squeeze out a smile, and while hanging half of the bear warrior's meat from the beams of the room, he smiled at Zhang Sui and said, What is it that the Lord's record wants to see me about? Zhang Sui looked to Zhao Yun. There were some unexpected takeaways from the trip. not just taking care of Zhao Yun's sister Zhao Yu, it even took care of Zhao Yun's old mother. At this point, there's no point in hiding. Instead, it has to be thrown out in the open. Otherwise, Zhao Yun might even refuse privately. However, in front of the old lady and Zhao Yu, he couldn't refuse. Zhang Sui said, "It's like this. Before, didn't you ask your second son, Jin Yan, to be the general of the ministry and train the nearly 1,000 stragglers? No one in the Jin family is currently capable of this. I thought that since you have experience, Zilong, I would like to ask you to go over and help with the training. I really don't have a choice. I won't hide it from you. But the Jin family has received information that the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yen Rou have surrounded Yuyang. Gong Sun Zan will be defeated. Once Yuyang is broken, Koji Yi's time to die has come. Dong Sun Zan is the most powerful enemy of the Jizhou government. With Yuyang gone, Dong Sun Zan has no strength to fight the Jizhou government. And Koji Yi, who is too close to the Changs. The 1,000 elites under his hand are all Changs. This time, they have joined forces with the Xianbei and other Hu people. The Jizhou government must kill him to curry favor with the major families. Not to mention, Koji Yi is on bad terms with Jizhou Mu. You saw it before, when the second son of the Jizhou pastor went to the Jin family, and Koji Yi said that so arrogantly. When the cunning rabbit dies, the traitor cooks. Not to mention, Koji Yi is so arrogant. Zhao Yun nodded. He also anticipated that Koji Yi and Yuan Shao would have a big battle. Zhao Yun furrowed his brows and said, "I don't want to get involved these days. It hadn't been long since my brother died. Father died early again. The old mother is not well. My sister is at the age to marry again." He wanted to spend more time with his elderly mother and sister. And, at this time, no vassal was in his sight. Zhao Yun's words here had just finished when Zhao Yu walked in carrying a light and placed it in front of the ancestral tablets in the hall, illuminating the hall. The old lady opened the rolled-up portrait and smiled as she said to Zhao Yun, "This is the portrait that boy Buching drew for me today. The boy, who took a lot of effort. Zilong, if there's nothing you can't put off, just help him out." Zhao Yun looked at the open portrait and looked at the old mother in the portrait. His heart sighed. Indeed, it's very similar. Took the trouble. No wonder I heard my old mother laughing so much just now when I was still outside the door that she didn't even light the lamp. And the paper, surprisingly, is still Zobo paper. This is something that money may not even buy. Zhao Yun took a closer look at the portrait and smiled at the old lady. It's quite a resemblance. Mother, I'll give it to you to hang right here in the hall, so that you can see it when you come in and out in the future. The old lady was busy saying, "No way. In case it's taken, where will I find a second one?" Zhao Yun laughed. "That's fine. Your old man will bring it with him." At this time, Zhao Yu also climbed up to the second floor, climbed down again, took out a drawing, unfolded it in front of Zhao Yun, and said with a hefty smile, "Second brother, I have one too. You're the only one who doesn't." Zhao Yun looked at Zhao Yu in the portrait, but he couldn't laugh. Crossing over Zhao Yu and looking at Zhang Sui who was sitting not far away, Zhao Yun sighed. "Talk to him tonight." The old lady was obviously in a good mood today and had Zhao Yu cook a few more dishes. In the evening, several people gathered for dinner. After eating, Zhao Yun asked Zhang Sui to sleep with him so that he could follow him tomorrow. Zhang Sui watched the old lady and Zhao Yu both go to bed, before he stripped off his shirt and stood in the courtyard, facing the starlight dotted with light, and began to practice extra hard. Zhao Yun clasped his arms to his chest as he watched Zhang Sui sparring, especially when he saw that Zhang Sui had practiced extra to the Zhao family gun. Zhao Yun couldn't stop nodding his head. Occasionally, he was on hand to correct it. After Zhang Sui's extra training, he triggered the strike chance again today and grew 1 pound of strength. Zhang Sui wiped the sweat from his face and a smile spread across his face. It seems that the harder you practice, the greater the chance of the extra practice triggering a blast, and the higher the magnitude of the blast. At this rate, it's likely that I won't have to wait years to become Hercules myself. In the future, when you have money, build yourself a square halberd that weighs hundreds of pounds. Zhao Yun watched Zhang Sui finish practicing before he went to the ancient well to bring him a few buckets of cool water so that Zhang Sui could take a shower. After Zhang Sui took a shower, the two of them went back to their room together. Zhao Yun looked at Zhang Sui lying beside him and was a bit tongue-tied. Zhang Sui curiously said, "Just say what you have to say. You've been stammering all night." Zhao Yun said, "Madam and second miss kind of like you. Taking care of this is better than nothing. Although Madam is a widow, but her face is still there. And, behind her, she still relies on the Jin family. The second young lady is even more so. She's a beautiful-looking woman. And she's still young." Zhang Sui's body was a little hot as the scene of Madam's winking eyes floated in his mind. This time, he didn't retort, but asked with a smile, "You care so much? I have my own ideas, so I don't need your help on that point." Zhao Yun laughed awkwardly twice and said, "How do you say? We are also friends." "Friends? I'm afraid you're not doing well," Zhang Sui said. Alright, I'll remember. But, without talking about that, let's go to bed early today. We still have to catch up tomorrow." When he finished, he lay down and covered his abdomen with the thin quilt. Zhao Yun saw that Zhang Sui's back was turned to him, and he didn't move for a while, but he couldn't sleep. He poked Zhang Sui's back with his elbow and said, "Lord Records, are you asleep?" Zhang Sui suspiciously opened his eyes and turned his head some, drifting behind him out of the corner of his eye. "No, what's wrong?" Zhao Yun secretly sighed before saying, "I'm worried." Zhang Sui rolled over and faced Zhao Yun, and immediately became interested. "What are you worried about? Are you worried about building your career? Worried that you don't have a bright master now?" Zhao Yun shook his head. "No, I'm worried about my sister." Zhang Sui immediately lost interest, lay on his back, closed his eyes and said in a jarring voice, "What does sister need you to worry about? Looking quite cute and having martial arts skills, how many people can't wait to marry her?" Zhao Yun looked towards Zhang Sui and narrowed his eyes. "I'm just worried about you." End of chapter. Chapter 95 Zhao Yun, my sister is too fierce. Chapter 95 Zhao Yun, my sister is too. Zhao Yun saw that Zhang Sui was actually about to fall asleep again, so he busied himself with poking him with his elbow once again. Zhang Sui looked at Zhao Yun somewhat breathlessly and said, "Zilong, an elder brother is like a father. But then, haven't you ever heard the saying? Children and grandchildren will always have their children and grandchildren. Who can cheat his sister out of her mind?" Zhao Yun pondered slightly and said, "Lord Record, you just thought that my sister was cute and had martial arts skills, right?" Zhang Sui hummed and rightfully said, "Yeah, there's a problem? You're probably the older brother, so you don't think she'll marry. I did hear it from my sister, but it's your illusion. It's hard to create that kind of appreciation of the opposite sex between loved ones." Zhao Yun said, "I know, but, did you know that the younger sister is fierce?" Zhang Sui said suspiciously, "No, I think she's quite good. Talking to her today, I thought she was quite gentle and sweet." Zhao Yun, meeting Zhang Sui's face with sincerity, Zhao Yun said, "Illusion, my sister I know best. She's good at acting. For the first time, she'll be well-behaved and sweet. But, when it gets really familiar, she's mean." She told herself that in the future she would marry a man as proficient in martial arts as I am. He hates people like you who are not strong in martial arts. She also said that on the night of her cave, she was going to use the severed foot before she did that. If that man has martial arts skills like mine and is able to dodge it, then she recognizes it and cavorts with that man and has children later. If it's not as good as me and can't be beaten, she'll have the man exterminated and make peace. And after that, I have to do her favors. If that man doesn't make peace, break his limbs, she will, in time, find another man. Zhang Sui, why do I think it's unlikely? How could a woman as petite and lovely as my sister do something so unconscionable? Also, I just heard her say today that she likes the kind of men who can read." Zhao Yun laughed out loud. After laughing for a while, Zhao Yun asked rhetorically, "Are you thinking that this second brother of mine, who spends time with her every day, doesn't know her as well as you do? Believe it or not, I'm just reminding you because you're a friend. Don't blame me for not warning you if you suffer and become extinct in the future. Sleep, sleep, sleep. We have a lot of catching up to do tomorrow." When he finished, he also pulled up the thin quilt and covered his abdomen. Zhang Sui quietly watched Zhao Yun sleep peacefully, somewhat speechless. "What do you mean? Don't blame me for not warning you? It's not like I'm planning on cavorting with your sister. It doesn't matter if she's pretending to be gentle and sweet, or if she really is. What's that got to do with me?" However, seeing that Zhao Yun had fallen asleep, Zhang Sui didn't bother arguing. It always felt like Zhao Yun was going to get anxious if he kept arguing. You can't beat him yourself, and asking for his help. If you really get in a hurry with him, then you've come here for nothing. He also closed his eyes and went to sleep. When Zhang Sui woke up early the next morning, Zhao Yun was no longer there. Just the sound of chopping wood coming from outside. Zhang Sui yawned, got dressed, and hurried out. He saw that in the courtyard, Zhao Yun was chopping wood. Seeing Zhang Sui wake up, Zhao Yun said, "This time, I'll go over with you for a longer period of time. I'll split more firewood so that my mother and sister don't have to worry about firewood at home." Sister is obviously a girl, practicing martial arts every day. That hand roughness is catching up with men. If this continues, how will she marry? Zhang Sui did not want to go on about Zhao Yun's sister. He felt that Zhao Yun was bewitched, doesn't recognize his sister's excellence at all. It's as if a certain winter didn't know his wife's beauty before crossing over. Zhang Sui changed the subject and said, "Where is your son?" Zhao Yun had said before that his son was almost as old as Zhang Sui. Speaking of his son, Zhao Yun couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he said, Put it in one of my brother's house to practice martial arts. Mother favors him too much. Let him be at home. And his mother, with a mouthful of heart, will not spare him any pain at all. The boy, being a man of understanding, pleaded with my mother himself and went to someone else's house to practice martial arts. My brother is also highly skilled in martial arts and specializes in swordsmanship. I'll introduce this brother to you sometime in the future. If I'm not home and you need help, you can go to him. Just then, Jiayu came out with a wooden basin and smiled sweetly at Zhang Sui. Brother Bocheng, wash your face, brush your teeth, and get ready to eat. You guys are going to be in a hurry later, so I'll get you some food ahead of time, and cook some meat for you to take on the road as you go. Placing the wooden basin on the stone in front of Zhang Sui, Jiayu handed a branch to Zhang Sui before humming a little song and skipping off to the kitchen. Zhang Sui looked at the branch in his hand, and then at the steaming water on the stone in front of him, and nudged his mouth towards Zhao Yun. Look, how considerate a woman my sister is. So good at taking care of people. How could no one want her? If you really can't marry her later, you tell me and I'll marry her. Zhao Yun's movement of chopping wood stopped, and a coldness held in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Sui. After all, he didn't speak, saying, if you have the guts. Zhang Sui finished brushing his teeth with the branch and washed his face, before he found an axe from the house and followed Zhao Yun to chop wood. It didn't take long for the old lady to come out as well while buttoning the left side of her coat. Seeing Zhang Sui busy, the old lady laughed and said, this boy, Bo Qing, is talented and filial. He's really a favorite. Why don't you make a man for my Yuer? Zhang Sui laughed twice and said, old madam, if I can marry Yuer, then my ancestors' graves will be smoking. But where do I deserve it? Rainy is like a fairy who has descended to earth and knows how to find a better family. Zhao Yun's gaze towards Zhang Sui only softened a little. Seeing that his old mother still wanted to speak, Zhao Yun said with a leathery smile, Mother, in the future, my younger sister will have to marry a man like me who is strong in martial arts and who is devoted to him. Those guys, Zhao Hao, Fang Guan, are just fine, and they're on good terms with me. People have been thinking about their sisters for a long time too, and they don't smile at other women. With the Lord's mark like that, to be honest, I kind of like it too. This is something I would have set up if my sister hadn't had her heart set on it long ago. Looking at Zhang Sui again, he smiled and said, Lord Record, it's fate, it's a bit of a pity. However, don't worry, you're so talented. You'll definitely have 3 wives and 4 concubines in the future. There's no shortage of women. The old lady sighed. It's up to her. I'm staying out of it. The 2 ministries also came out and followed along, chopping wood. The 4 of them split a large pile of firewood and helped put it in the kitchen before they began to eat. After finishing their meal, the 4 of them didn't ink. Taking the meat that Zhao Yu had already cooked long ago with them, they steered their horses away. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, followed on horseback for a long distance. After walking about 10 miles, Zhao Yun told her to hurry back and take care of her old mother. It was only then that Zhao Yu waved her hand somewhat reluctantly and said to Zhang Sui, then, Brother Bocheng, besides painting, what else do you know? Zhang Sui laughed, I know some of everything, I'm just not very good at it. I also know some poetry and fugue. I also make some weapons. Looking at the lance that Zhao Yu was carrying in his hand but no bow and arrow, Zhang Sui said, you don't have a bow and arrow. Next time I'll make you a different kind of bow and arrow. Zhao Yu hemmed and hawed. So, it's a deal. With that, he extended his hand to pull the hook at Zhang Sui. Zhao Yun was busy using his riding crop to whip the horse's ass of Zhang Sui's seated steed and said, rush the road and rush the road. Only then did Zhang Sui wave goodbye to Zhao Yu behind him. Sister, hurry back. Next time Zilong comes back, I'll have him bring it to you. Zhao Yu laughed. Alright, I'll wait then. If you can't do it, I'll go and ask for it. End of chapter. Chapter 96, A Foot on the Second Miss. Chapter 96, A Foot on the Second. Zhang Sui flew all the way with Zhao Yun and the 2 ministries. On the following big morning, the 4 of them arrived at the Jin family in Wuji County. Zhao Yun acted rather quickly. Once he arrived at Jin's house, he watched the training of the lower ministry and nearly 1,000 able-bodied stragglers. A number of stragglers stood beside them. Zhao Yun's brows knit directly. He found Zhang Sui and followed him to see the lady, to whom he offered full authority to take over the ministry and nearly 1,000 able-bodied stragglers. He also asked for a bunch of weapons. The Jin family warehouse alone has a large number of weapons. These weapons have been passed down through generations and have to be cleaned every so often. As such, it is kept quite well. These weapons, mainly ring-headed swords, lances and long gorges, and some of the bows and arrows. Zhao Yun organized all of the Jin family's more than 200 ministries and nearly 1,000 able-bodied stragglers together. A ministry takes 4 able-bodied stragglers and forms a wu, with the ministry being the leader of the wu. 2 NGS form a SH, from which a ministry is chosen as a shish. 5 NGS form a canton. From which one of the ministries is chosen to be the canton commander? 2 tons form 100. From which a ministry is chosen as 100 generals. After that, Zhao Yun conducted a unified test on these 1200 people. Those who are physically strong and prefer to get in close, take ringed head swords and wooden shields. Those who can shoot become archers straight away. Those with a bit of strength use lances and long gorges. Once the army had been reorganized, Zhao Yun drew boundaries and transferred male subordinates from the Jin family residence to form a patrol. No other stragglers, within the boundaries, are allowed to approach. Even if you have a loved one in this group, you are not allowed to go near it. Once close enough to be caught, the relief of all loved ones is cut off. Meanwhile, captured members are not allowed to eat for a day. There is a lot of training involved. Wake up before dawn in the morning and train to fight with various weapons. Zhao Yun didn't teach these people the Zhao family gun. It was all simple chopping motions. After breakfast, it was time to train in the execution of various orders, as well as arrays, and how to attack a city. It even includes a variety of means of establishing merit, including entrenchment, precedence, decapitation, and capture of the flag. In the evening, after dinner and before dark, they trained their formations. The formation that Zhao Yun provided these people with was also rather simple. It was the plum formation. In Zhao Yun's words, there was no time to spare, and none of these people had ever been on a battlefield. Their brains were simple, and they couldn't remember much at once. Therefore, it is important to use the simplest means to get them to quickly memorize the various battlefield means of saving their lives. Zhang Sui, his second son Jinyan, and his second Miss Shinmi also trained with the crowd. Zhao Yun's training was even harsher than that of his previous captain, Shin Hao, and vice captain, Zhao Su. Often the crowd feels exhausted by the end of the day, especially Zhang Sui. After training during the day, he had to take off his shirt at night for extra training. Not that he wanted to add to the practice, trying to get it done right in the middle of training. However, at the end of the Han Dynasty, it was also not permitted to strip naked in public in everyday situations unless one was fighting to the death. The only thing that made Zhang Sui feel comforted was that his previous guess wasn't wrong. High-intensity hikes were able to trigger blitz chances more easily, and sometimes the magnitude of the blitz was higher. During these training days, Zhang Sui's strength improved by 0.5 pounds and 0.6 pounds every day after extra training. Every now and then, there are 1.0 pounds, 1.2 pounds, or something like that. And, compared to others, he did have a better time. In the evening, Hong Yuan, the fifth young lady, Jun Mi, would come and give him extra meals. The extra meals were also more substantial than before. Before adding meals, it was all about vegetables and of course meat. And now, the main content of the additional meals were all meat. According to Hong Yuan 5th Miss Shinrong, it was requested by Madam. Thinking of the 2 previous kisses, Zhang Sui was a bit apoplectic every time he mentioned Madam. He tried to get to Mrs. a couple of times, but, surprisingly, Madam did not see him. Whenever he wanted to see Madam, the people around Madam said that she was busy and asked him to tell them if he had something to say, and they relayed it to Madam. It's a good thing that although Madam doesn't see it, Hong Yu comes every day. Although it was a bit of a hassle every time he detached the 5th young Miss Shinrong, and Zhang Sui's head was numb from thinking of all kinds of excuses, he always managed to succeed from time to time. Ever since Zhang Sui had put his hand inside Hong Yu's clothes earlier and the 2 of them had broken through that layer of restraint, Hong Yu had become significantly more open behind her. Sometimes Zhang Sui failed several times to find excuses to send away the 5th young lady Jinrong, and Hong Yu would also help send away the 5th young lady Jinrong, even, at times, actively pandering. The 2 were now just short of a final breakthrough. But this is the end of the Han Dynasty, after all, and without a marriage, this hurdle is very difficult to break through. Not to mention, it's still inside the Jin mansion. During this period of time, Zhang Sui also finally used the night to get the monocular done. As for the 2 glass mirrors, he no longer had the heart to get them. He was now so busy with training during the day that he couldn't find the time to go to an alchemist or a fengshur to find those items for making glass mirrors. And those are items that ordinary people simply don't have. 1 month later in the evening, Zhang Sui finished training with the crowd and sat down to rest with the second son, Jin Yan, and the second miss, Jun Mi. The crowd was also spread out on the floor one by one. Only Zhao Yun, Captain Zhen Hao, and Vice Captain Zhao Su still had the energy to slice and dice on the sidelines. Just as the crowd was watching Zhao Yun and Vice Captain Zhao Su sparring enthusiastically, Hong Yu came out of the side door in a flurry, came to the side of second Duke Xingyan, second Miss Shinmi, and Zhang Sui, and said in a low voice, "Madam is in the study, and has asked you and Zhao Yun to hurry over." Second Duke Xingyan stumbled to his feet. Second Miss Shinmi was also about to get up, but he didn't stand still and was about to fall on his butt. Zhang Sui's quick eyes and hands were busy stretching out his right foot and patting under second Miss Shinmi's ass. Second Miss Shinmi sat on her but on the top of Zhang Sui's feet, though her little face was dressed up and tanned. At the moment, her neck and earlobes were still red. She panicked and bounced up from the top of Zhang Sui's feet, turning her head angrily toward Zhang Sui, her beautiful eyes looking like they were about to spit out fire. With an innocent look on his face, Zhang Sui busily moved over and whispered with his ear, "I didn't do it on purpose. Second Miss. It was so critical just now. I subconsciously stuck my foot out to protect you, and the purpose was served. If I hadn't stuck out my foot just now, the second young lady would have been afraid of falling. Besides, not many people know who you are. Second Miss. It's okay. Second Miss Shinmi's shell teeth bit her red lips, almost biting out blood. Denizens. No one else knows. So you didn't put your foot in it? Thinking of the scene where she had just sat on her but on the top of Zhang Sui's feet, Second Miss Shinmi stomped her foot on the top of Zhang Sui's feet. Zhang Sui hissed, "This second lady, you've done a bad thing with good intentions." She was glad she didn't like to wear high heels as many women usually did before crossing over. "Otherwise, you'll have to lose this foot." Zhao Yun was also reminded by Hong Yu and quickly chased after him. Seeing Zhang Sui limping, Zhao Yun said with concern, "What's wrong? This?" When Second Miss Shinmi heard the question, she turned back and looked at Zhang Sui with a cold aura in her eyes. Zhang Sui met Second Miss Shinmi's murderous gaze and smiled forcefully at Zhao Yun. It's fine. It's just that I was bitten by a cat or a dog." Zhao Yun. End of chapter. Chapter 97 Yuan Shao's eldest son Yuan Tan is coming. Chapter 97 Yuan Shao's eldest son Yuan Tan coming. Second Miss Shinmi also heard Zhang Sui's words. She almost gritted her silver teeth. This denizen has the audacity to call himself a cat or a dog. In the future, you'll regret it. The group arrived at Madame's study. There was no one else in Madame's study at this time. Dressed in a thin black veil dress, she sat on her knees in front of the desk table, flipping through the bamboo slips with a serious look on her face. Zhang Sui saw it from afar and had some mixed feelings. It's been a month. It's been a whole month without seeing her again. A month has passed and she seems to have gotten a little better looking again. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. It's true that the beauty in the eye of the beholder is the beauty in the eye of the beholder. When I hadn't kissed her before, I had thought it was superb, but I hadn't thought about it so much. Now that I've kissed it, I can't wait to watch it every day. Just haven't seen you for a month, and I even think the people look better. The madam heard the footsteps and raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the crowd and finally lingering on Zhang Sui's face. Her heart was inexplicably flustered as well. However, now is not the time to think about that. As Second Duke Xinyan, Second Miss Shinmi, Zhao Yun and Zhang Sui came in, Madame handed a bamboo tube to Second Duke Xinyan. The second son, Xinyan, took the bamboo tube, opened the lid, pulled out a note from inside, and read, "The Jizhou government secretly announces that the eldest son, Yuan Tan, and the other driver, Tian Feng, will be coming to Wuji County on October 15th. So please cooperate with the county magistrate and the county lieutenant to make a good reception. October 15th. That's tomorrow." The lady listened to the second Prince Xinyan read, and only then did she look at the crowd and say, "How do we do it?" Second Duke Xinyan stood on the side, his head drooping, and did not speak. Her ladyship had no more thoughts of him. Ever since the last time Zhang Sui did her fortune-telling, he figured out that of her 3 sons, only one would survive. And after the second son, Xinyan, was again examined by the medical workers and found to have a serious deficiency in his body, she was completely dead in the water, though she was very reluctant. But there was nothing she could do about it. You can't drive the second son to death. The main men in the Jin family today are just the second and third sons. The third son was still young, and, moreover, had not shown excessive talent. She could only hope for her second daughter now. There is also the future after she remarries. She will blow pillow talk in that man's ear, so that he will help the Jin family. The lady looked to the second young lady, Junmi, and said, "Mir, what do you have to say?" The second young Miss Shinmi pondered slightly and said, "My daughter doesn't know much about this aspect, but the fact that Elder Duke and Beiju came together is a first for the entire Wuji County in the last 10 years. Glancing at Zhang Sui, second Miss Shinmi said, "Or perhaps it's just what the Lord's record said. We're going to start the war in Wuji County right away. We have to take precautions ahead of time." The lady nodded and looked to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun said, "I'm only responsible for helping with the training. At present, after 1 month of training, the Jin family's 1,200 men basically have the strength to go into battle." Zhao Yun didn't want to get involved in the power struggle of the Jizhou government. Whether Koji Yi wins or Yuan Shao wins, it doesn't make much difference to him. In his eyes, both Koji Yi and Yuan Shao are raccoons of the same tribe. Neither of them is a bright master of the world. Not to mention, helping out the Jin family. The Jin family is not even as good as Koji and Yuan Shao. It was only a matter of time before a fallen family that didn't even have a reliable male master was swallowed up. Now the world is in chaos and everyone is in danger. He didn't have the heart to save so many people. Before the emergence of a bright master, he only wanted to protect Jinding County and his folks. This time, helping with the training was also to return Zhang Sui's favor. In any case, Zhang Sui had traveled a long way to find the family, and had painted his sister and his old mother with all his heart. The lady nodded and said nothing. From the beginning, it was clear to her that a powerful man like Zhao Yun did not want to help the Jin family. Of course, the Jin family didn't have that condition. The lady could only finally turn her attention to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui pondered for a moment and said, "Come, it is sooner or later. If they come this time, the following army should come as well. The great battle is just a short time away. I think that we can start by spreading rumors so that the four great families and their cowardly clans will evacuate this place first. If the Jin family is concerned, the merchants are also banned from crossing the river for the time being. On the surface, we continue to open barns to provide food. On the one hand, to win over the hearts of the stragglers. Afterward the Great War, our ministries will only become fewer and fewer, enlisting the stragglers, in case there is a change. For example, if all our ministries are wiped out, at this time, urgently recruiting these stragglers is the only way out. Besides, it helps to curry favor with the alibi. I have some knowledge of the farewell. He is one of the few Jizhou officials who is still upright and clear. We open the barn to provide food and help stabilize Wuji County. It would tend to increase the goodwill of the alibis toward us. In the future, the Jin family will be officials in the Jizhou government, and they will have to deal with the Bei Dao less often. The good cause we sow today will bear good fruit in its day. And secretly, we shipped out a portion of the grain and grass as a merchant sale to the granary at Chuliang. Based on Zhang Sui's contact in the Jin family during this period of time, Zhang Sui knew that although the Jin family was declining and did not have an outstanding male master, thus they could not speak in the government. However, the Jin family is still very rich. There are many industries in Hebei. One of them, Quilliam, had an estate and granaries. Second Miss Shinmi furrowed her brows and said, "Why was it sent to Chuliang and not Yechun?" Zhang Sui laughed. "I'll explain this later. Second Miss, could you let me finish first?" Only then did Second Miss Shinmi shut her mouth. Zhang Sui continued. "This great war has the potential to spread to Wuji County. Transport away some of the rations as a precaution. Although I thought that the Jizhou government was bound to win, a localized defeat is possible. We, the Jin family, have to make sure we cover our expenses. Moreover, even if the war doesn't reach Wuji County, if we have too much grain and grass in Wuji County, we may be requisitioned at that time. At that time, on top of the war, no matter which side of the force, it is impossible to come to a peaceful discussion with us. At the same time, it is also possible to disguise the third prince and a few other young ladies and follow the merchant caravan to Chuliang. Ma'am, continue to sit here. Your ladyship is the first person of my Jin family, and you sitting here will at least show the Jizhou government that my Jin family supports the Jizhou government. In contrast, the withdrawal of the four great families better demonstrates my Jin family's support for the Jizhou government. These past month or so, the four great families didn't make a move against us, which doesn't mean that they've eliminated their hatred with us over this. On the contrary, I'm afraid it has deepened. The reason it hasn't been done is purely because we have so many people training at our door every day. Besides, we're here by order of the Bujinkan. However, once this great battle is over and our Jin family's strength is weakened, they will definitely rise up and fight back. In that case, we'll first use this battle to lower their position with the Jizhou government, and then use their escape, with the lady sitting firmly in Wuji County, to set off our Jin family's difference. Finally looking toward the second prince, Jin Yen, Zhang Sui said, "Then it's time to watch the second prince's performance. This time, if we are able to fight a victorious battle, with the war merit, the second prince will surely be able to serve on the side of the government. At that time, we will completely distance ourselves from the four great families, and they're just going to have to put up with it." Zhao Yun glanced at Zhang Sui. A bit of an idea indeed. Unfortunately, the status was so low that he could only work as a cow for the Jin family. The lady said, "Can you be more detailed?" Zhang Sui, looking to the second male, Yen. However, he saw second Duke Xinyan make a pleading gesture at him. Second Miss Shinmi didn't have any special reaction. Zhang Sui was a little excited in his heart. More details? That would be nice. Zhang Sui gave a dry cough and said, "This matter is confidential. The less people know about it, the better." Second Duke Xinyan hurriedly said, "Mother, then my child will go out and chat with those ministries for a while longer." Second Miss Shinmi followed second Duke Xinyan away. The lady was about to call out to the two, but as she watched them leave, she opened her little mouth and closed it again. Zhao Yun said, "In that case, Yun will also take his leave first. End of chapter. Chapter 98, Madam, I'm not avoiding you. Little heart. Chapter 98, Madam, I'm not avoiding. Little heart. Madam watched Jia Yun leave and glanced at Zhang Sui somewhat sheepishly. Taking a deep breath, the lady stood up and walked to the door of the study, signaling the surrounding maids to retreat. Zhang Sui watched the maids leave and busied himself towards Madam. The lady stepped back quickly. Her pretty face flushed a little. Sit down properly. I'll ask you something. Zhang Sui didn't stop walking, but said, Ma'am, one day's absence is like 3 autumns. I haven't seen you for a month. The lady bit her red lips and pushed Zhang Sui away a bit, saying, I was wrong. That day, I shouldn't have asked you. Zhang Sui sighed and said, I'm not doing this because you're a lady. Rather, I liked you from the first moment I saw you. The lady looked at Zhang Sui with some surprise, though it had been known that the man had a different kind of affection for himself. But there was something different about hearing him say it himself. And, the first time he saw himself, he already liked him? The lady just felt her heart pounding. There was something sweet in her heart. This feeling was even more nervous than when she had married into the Jin family. Although he was trying his best to hold back, his voice was still a bit shaky as he said, Nowadays is not the time. You do that and my heart is all messed up. And, in my heart, the Jin family and a few of my sons and daughters come first. Now that the Jin family is in this situation, you're so smart. You should know clearly that I don't have the heart to think about that. If you really like it, you just wait a year or two until the Jin family stabilizes. Madam's pretty face was so red that it was dripping blood. However, instead of lowering his head, he stubbornly stalked his neck and looked straight at Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui quietly looked at the lady and listened to her. Mature women are different. Even when it comes to relationships, you can keep your sanity. Zhang Sui took a step forward and grabbed the lady's small hand, placing it in the palm of his hand to play with it. The lady's beautiful eyes held panic and she was about to draw her hand out. Zhang Sui pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her. Madam's breath came in sharp gasps, her breath spraying on Zhang Sui's face. But this time, she didn't dodge or struggle. Tremblingly reaching out her hand, the lady encircled Zhang Sui's waistband and softly said, My heart's liver, I want you too. But it's really not possible right now. Zhang Sui's body felt like it was exploding when he heard the title of Madam. He wrapped his lady a little tighter, his lips falling from her red lips all the way down to her pale neck. The lady hugged his head, her body rolling, her voice trembling with a hint of pleading. There are people outside. I can't account for it if they see me. I want to marry you. But, you wait a little longer, okay? Now that the Jin family is in turmoil, it's impossible for us to go on without them. And I cannot stand by and watch my sons and daughters lose their lives in the midst of this chaos. Zhang Sui kissed his wife on her chest. The lady shuddered and clutched Sui's head. Zhang Sui buried his face in his lady's chest and sniffed her scent hard. It was a while before he looked up, even though he thought his face was thicker than a city wall. At this moment, he was red as if he was burning. Pressing the lady onto the case, Zhang Sui, whose voice was also shaking with excitement that was somewhat uncontrollable, said, I'll call you Tanner from now on when no one is around. A flash of shyness flashed across the lady's pretty face, which was almost dripping blood, but she nodded and murmured a Zhang Sui looked at her in such a letting you pick manner, couldn't help but kiss her again, and only then let go with great reluctance. Her ladyship asked him to sit down on the side. She herself returned to the desk and sat down on her knees, straightening her hair and pulling at her collar in a bit of a panic. Zhang Sui quietly watched the scene. If this wasn't the end of the Han dynasty, but before he traveled, he felt that he would never be able to endure it. The lady felt Zhang Sui's burning gaze, which caused her to pluck out a glance at him, and looked outside again somewhat sheepishly. Seeing no one, the lady then said, When the Jin family stabilizes, I will marry you. Right now. Really, I'm afraid a couple of kids won't be able to take it. You privately, play nice with them. When the Jin family stabilizes, and they have no problem with you While pretending to flip through the papers on the desk, the lady said, When the time comes, it's up to you. Mir, in particular, is more than a little upset with you, calling you a denizen. Look at you just now. Mir didn't even fault you. Zhang Sui's mood also calmed down at this time from the heat he had just experienced, and laughed. That or you are too tempting, Tan Air. I don't feel that way when I look at other women. The lady turned her head sideways and teased. You don't have one for Hongyu? Zhang Sui scratched his head and said, I also quite like Hongyu, but it still feels different facing Hongyu and facing you. Tanner, can I do what I just did every day from now on? The lady's pretty face once again climbed scarlet, and she said in a bad mood, You didn't listen to a single word of what I just said. In the future, if there's nothing going on, I won't see you. Otherwise, you'll be discovered sooner or later like you did just now. Zhang Sui. Madame wanted to laugh a little when she saw that Zhang Sui looked a little hurt. This man, on a regular basis, seems pretty reliable. What's with being a child at a time like this? The lady was silent for a moment, and with a hint of coquetry in her voice she said, "Listen, I'm not avoiding you, but when you're like this, I can't be still. In that case, I'll try to make it a point to see you once a month from now on." Once a day, Zhang Sui was busy saying. Madame shook her head and said, "Once a day, then what do others think? Also, on Hong Yu's side, she's an untouched little girl. Unlike me, you need to coax her more as well." After a long exhale, the lady then said, "Half a month. I'll try to find you once every half a month." Zhang Sui could only nod his head. Half a month is better than nothing. When the lady saw Zhang Sui nodding, her heart was vaguely relieved. And why would she want to do it once every half a month? She's not like those little girls. More than anything, she wanted to spend every day getting tired of the man in front of her. Just, obviously, not possible. What's the point of a short-lived fit? She clearly knew that whether the two could go on or not was based on whether or not the Jin family could exist. In today's chaotic world, it doesn't matter how passionate two people's feelings are. Feeling the inner agitation gradually calming down, the lady also stopped pretending and simply pushed the papers aside, saying to Zhang Sui, "I didn't listen to much of what happened just now, so tell me more about it." When Zhang Sui saw that his wife was getting serious, he could only suppress the agitation in his heart and got serious. "Send someone to spread the news now that the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yen Rou have succeeded in besieging Yuyang, and it won't take long to defeat Gongsun Zan and take Yuyang. At that time, Koji Yi will be immensely powerful, and he will use his troops against Wuji County." Earlier, when Koji Yi arrived in Wuji County, his 1,000 China elites raped and pillaged the city and even killed Lu Hui, the head of the Lu family. Also, the Jin family is already going to run. Tonight, arrange for the caravan to load supplies, and early tomorrow morning, rush to Chuliang. Only then did the lady wonder, why did you choose to go to Chuliang instead of Yecheng? Yecheng, as the seat of the Jizhou government, is safer there, isn't it? End of chapter. Chapter 99, the Zhen family is going to run away. Chapter 99, the Zhen family is going to run away. Zhang Sui laughed out loud when he heard his wife ask that. Mrs. Zhang Sui laughed for a while before stopping and saying, "Once Koji Yi and the Jizhou government go to war, Koji Yi will be defeated." The lady nodded. Zhang Sui said, "If Koji Yi is defeated in battle, he will die. Gongsun Zan has lost Fishing Yang. His strength has been greatly reduced, and he is no longer a match for the Jizhou government. Tanner, do you think that at that time, the Jizhou government will still defend Hebei to the death?" Jizhou Mu has always been an ambitious man. Otherwise, in the past, the former Jizhou pastor Han Fu, as a Yuan family disciple, gave up the Jizhou pastor's position. Why would the Jizhou pastor lay down a deadly hand and have to get rid of it? Also, in the past, during the chaos of the 10 constant servants, Great General He Jin could have executed these eunuchs without conscripting Dongzhuo and the others into the capital to serve the king. But why does Jizhou Mu insist on bringing in Dongzhuo and the others? What is Dongzhuo's identity? Also a Yuan family disciple. In the end, from the very beginning, what Jizumu sought was not to protect Great General He Jin at all, but the entire Jiangshan. When Gongsun Zan is taken down this time, he won't have the strength to fight against Jizumu. So, Tanner, what do you think Jizhou Mu should do? The lady shook her head. Zhang Sui said, that is, while continuing to exterminate Gongsun Zan, start moving south. In Chang'an and Luoyang, a group of men are in rebellion, and Li Ju and Guasisi, who come from Liangzhou, have powerful soldiers under their command. The Jizhou government should avoid fighting them short for the time being. Around Yenzhou, I've recently gotten word that Cao Cao and Lubu are fighting to the death. Cao Cao and the Jizhou government are in an alliance. It's up to Cao Cao to fight for it. So why should the Jizhou government interfere? With Cao Cao's defeat, the Jizhou government will then send troops to defeat Lubu and take Yenzhou, and it will be justified in name only, without having to bear the burden of gossip. Cao Cao's victory, Yenzhou, as Cao Cao's territory, remains subordinate to the Jizhou government, and there is no need to fight over it, at least for the time being. Then if the Jizhou Mu wants to fight for the world, he can only go south from the plains to Qingzhou, then Shuzhou, and then nibble away at the whole world. The assassin of Qingzhou is now Tian Kai, a great general under Gongsun Zan. The name of the governor of Beihai County is Kong Rong. Neither one is a good fighter. This time, the Jizhou government sent the eldest son, Yuan Tan, and the farewell minister over to Wuji County, and as I see it, in addition to overthrowing Koji Yi, there is another purpose, which is that after overthrowing Koji Yi, They will lead their troops southward from Wuji County in the same direction, passing through Tsuliang, and rushing to the plains, and from the plains they will cross the river and go southward to Qingzhou. We will now transport the grain to Chuliang. At that time, the second prince will lead the army southward together. An Arjun family will send food midway, sending charcoal in the snow. The lady's pretty face was quite shocked. So he's thinking this far ahead? All have already thought about the situation after the Jizhou government defeated Koji-e? And the lady was curious, why did you conclude that Tian Kai and Kong Rong could not hold Qingzhou? Kong Rong is the 20th grandson of Confucius, famous throughout the world, and on a par with the great scholar Kai Yong. You think so little of him? Zheng Sui laughed so hard that his stomach hurt a little. Mrs. Zheng Sui laughed for a while before saying, whether it's Kai Yong or Kong Rong, their talents need not be questioned. But leading an army into battle has nothing to do with talent. It's true that I don't know much about Kong Rong, but what I do know is that when Dong Zhuo was in rebellion, Kong Rong could only take refuge in the North Sea, and did nothing other than a stiff upper lip. By comparison, other far less talented than him, the shepherd of Jizhou, Cao Cao, and Sun Jian, all raised their armies in revolt. Although in the end most of the lords proved to be just having other plans, but, after all, they all rose up. Kong Rong doesn't even dare to raise an army. Also, I've heard that last year, Beihai suffered a siege by the remaining Yellow Turbans, and Kong Rong, sitting in Beihai, almost had the city broken by the remaining Yellow Turbans. In the end, it was the plain order Liu Bei who led a few hundred men to give relief. According to Vice Captain Zhao Su, our Beihai was once besieged by the Yellow Turbans. The court had no reinforcements, and it was our Wuji County that organized its own ministry to break the enemy. Kong Rong, the head of a county, led a county's army in a battle that was not even as good as our Wuji County. Ma'am, how good do you think this Kong Rong's ability to unite troops in battle is? Although we do not yet know Duke Chang's ability to command troops in battle, the fact that the Jizhou minister was able to send him and farewell Emperor Tian Feng here proves that Duke Chang's ability is recognized by the others. From this, it can be determined that Duke Chang will definitely be able to defeat Tian Kai of Qingzhou and Kong Rong of Beihai. We transported grain to Chuliang and waited to give him a snowball's chance, with only benefits and no harm. Moreover, if we leave with this shipment of grain, the other Wuji County clans will absolutely assume that we are retreating to Yecheng to protect ourselves. They'll go to Yecheng, too. What they thought of was that Arjun family was the first to escape, and that the law would not be held responsible, and that at that time, when the officials of Jizhou really wanted to seek justice, the other families would put the blame on us, and from this, we can avenge our hatred for killing Lu Hui, the head of the Lu clan. But at that time, we favored Chu Liang, and snowed in to give the southbound Qingzhou army provisions. Think, ma'am, how this will turn out. The lady surveyed Zhang Sui with a smile in the corner of her eyes. This man, though young, has many crooked thoughts. It feels really feasible. If the Jin family can really rise with his help. The lady glanced at Zhang Sui with incomparable flavor and said, well, then I'll listen to you. For this great battle, if it is as you wish, at that time, Arjun family can promise you any of the conditions. Zhang Sui traced the lady's face with his eyes and licked the corners of his mouth. Any conditions? I'm going to marry you then. That's okay? Madame's earlobes were red. This man, he really doesn't talk about those things 3 times. Don't bother with him. The lady said, you go and get busy. I'll greet the people and make the arrangements. Only then did Zhang Sui slowly get up and was about to leave. Just as he reached the threshold, he turned back. The lady raised her head and looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Just when she wanted to ask if there was anything else, she saw Zhang Sui bracing his hands on the case table and pecking on her red lips when she raised her chin. That's when he turned to leave. Madame covered her red and pretty face with her hands. There's really nothing to do with him. Alone with him, it felt a little out of control at times, covering her face with both hands for a while, until the heat of the fire on her face completely disappeared. The lady walked out of the study, recruited her manpower, and set it up according to Zhang Sui's words. The entire Jin family residence was suddenly busy. The merchant caravan's personnel quickly converged and began loading grain and grass from the warehouse, preparing to depart early tomorrow morning to rush to the Chu Liang Jin family's property. The male subordinates of the Jin family also quietly walked out of the Jin mansion and entered all parts of the streets, spreading the news that a great war was coming and that the Jin family was fleeing from Wuji County. At night, there were people who touched the surroundings of the Jin family residence. Sure enough, seeing the Yin family residence brightly lit, the caravan's wagons and horses pulling wagons of grain and grass out of the Yin family residence. End of chapter. Chapter 100, Madam, when this rush is over, you'll spoil me every day. Chapter 100, Madam, when this rush is over, you'll spoil every day. These people immediately went back when they saw the Jin family caravan pulling grain and grass away in the middle of the night. That night, Someone reported to the madam, the various clans within Wuji County were organizing caravans to transport grain and grass away. Very busy. Early the next morning, her ladyship herself came to the gate and boarded the carriage. Those who boarded the carriage were not only her, but also the third duke, the third miss, the fourth miss and the fifth miss. There's even a pregnant young lady. The caravan trooped out of the car door and headed in the direction of Yecheng. The whole of Wuji County is crazy busy. The people of the four great families immediately organized a retreat as well. They had also received a secret message from the Jizhou government telling them to prepare to welcome the eldest son Yuan Tan and farewell Master Tian Feng. Now, both are coming. What is the purpose of their visit here? No doubt about it. Previously, when Koji Yi brought his army to Wuji County, he condoned the rape and pillage of the Chang elite under his command, and none of the Jizhou officials stepped in. You should know that Yuan Shao, the pastor of Jizhou, is a son of the Yuan family with 4 generations and 3 dukes. It is an example for all the great families of the world. How could he possibly tolerate such behavior from Koji Yi? But then, he hadn't acted before. Now he has personally sent his eldest son, Yuan Tan, and the farewell driver, Tian Feng, to arrive. The significance of this is self-evident. In addition, although the Jin family is in decline, his second son, Jin Yan, has become a general of the ministry appointed by the Biehu, and he is also allowed to train the stragglers. It is evident that the Jin family has a little connection with the Jizhou government. The Jin family must have gotten the inside track, which is why they hurriedly moved their grain and grass out of Wuji County and rushed to Yecheng. Even madam and the ladies and gentlemen have left. If we don't leave now, when will we? Moreover, as we can tell from the fact that Tian Feng, the previous Beijiao, forcibly took away the grain and herbs of the 4 great families that the stragglers had looted, and if they didn't leave this time, their ministries in grain and herbs would still be requisitioned. These ministries and provisions are the lifeblood of the great families. How is it possible that the Jizhou government cannot let the Jizhou government draft? This time, even if the Jizhou government settles the score, they will be able to push out the Jin family to take the blame. After all, it was the Jin family that took the lead on this. And, the law is not a law. They just didn't believe that the Jizhou government would liquidate all the families in Wuji County. The lady rode in a carriage, surrounded by Zhang Sui with hundreds of male subordinates, straight out of the city's western gate for 20 miles. Stopping at the fork in the road, her ladyship descended from the carriage, assisted by Hong Yu, the third duke, the third miss, the fourth miss, and the fifth Miss Shenrong all came down at madam's summons as well. The lady surveyed the face of each of her children. These children, not all of them, are hers. There were several others, born to her late husband and concubines. However, after her late husband passed away, she, as the first person of the Jin family, had raised all of these children with care. Although there is often a struggle for power in the world's great families, but the Jin family didn't. The reason was simple. None of the men in the main family of the Jin clan were able to come out on top. Madame could only hope that these children, no matter who bore them, would work for the Jin family. Looking at the somewhat panicked looks on these children's faces, the lady's expression softened and she softly said, "For mother, I can't go with you to Chuliang. The Jin family is in a critical situation now, and my mother needs to sit in the residence. This time when you go to Chuliang, you siblings should help each other, supervise each other, and study well. Our Jin family, we need you to work together to support it. Understand?" The crowd nodded. The lady nodded with satisfaction and said, "For a short time, my mother cannot urge you to be self-conscious. If there's really something that's difficult, look for Red Jade, treat Hong Yu like a sister." The crowd nodded again. Hong Yu said, "Don't worry, ma'am, I will definitely take care of Gongzi and the young ladies." Madame smiled at Red Jade and gestured for them to get in the car. Just then, the fifth young lady Zhenrong busily trotted up and pulled the lady aside. The lady laughed. "Ronger, what is it? This?" Fifth Miss Zhenrong hooked her finger towards Madame, signaling her to crouch down. Madame smiled lovingly and still squatted down. The fifth young Miss Shenrong glanced at Zhang Sui who was holding his steed in the distance, before she put her mouth to the madame's ear and whispered, "Mother, Zhang Sui is my future husband. He's very powerful. He knows astronomy from above and geography from below. If you come across something you don't know how to do, go and beg him. He'll surely help out for my sake." Fifth Miss Shenrong blinked at Madame and said with a serious face, "Really? He's very powerful." The Madame looked at the serious expression on the face of the fifth young Miss Shenrong, and then looked to Zhang Sui, who was standing not far away at the edge of the steed, quietly looking at Hong Yu, and smiled so much that her mouth couldn't close. Reaching out and gently scraping the nose of the fifth young Miss Shenrong, the Madame laughed. "Good. For mother's sake, listen to Rong's words, and from now on, if you can't do something, go and ask him about it. If he can't do it, for mother will pester him. Fifth Miss Shinrong's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. After saying that, he ran to Zhang Sui's side again and hooked his finger at him. Zhang Sui took his eyes off Hongyu and turned his head sideways. Fifth Miss Shinrong stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear, "Mother is in your hands. You'll be my husband from now on, and my mother will be your mother. So behave yourself, and when I grow up and marry you in the future, my mother will see that you've behaved well, and she'll give us a lot of dowry. At that time, I'll give it all to you." The corner of Zhang Sui's mouth twitched. It's true that girls are outgoing. This little girl, only 6 years old, is thinking of asking for more dowry later. Although somewhat speechless, Zhang Sui still said with a serious face, "Study well. When I'm done with this period of time, I'll go to Chuliang to teach you." Fifth young Miss Shinrong nodded, before she left and walked towards the carriage while saying, "You have to remember what I said, and I'll study obediently." Hongyu carried the fifth young miss onto the carriage before she waved her hand towards Zhang Sui with some fondness. It's going to be a long time this time apart. During these times, the two spent a lot of time together in the evenings. Suddenly it felt a little empty without him around. But there's nothing to be done about it. These are extraordinary times, and extraordinary things can only be done. Hundreds of male subordinates clustered around a few carriages splitting the curved beams and kept moving farther and farther away, eventually disappearing from sight. At the original stopover, only Madame and Zhang Sui were left. Her ladyship watched the caravan go away, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. It was the first time she had left with her children. Zhang Sui walked over to her and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with his hand before taking her into his arms. The lady didn't push away this time. Leaning his face against Zhang Sui's chest, the two of them remained motionless for a long time before separating. After that, Zhang Sui took out ordinary linen clothes from the package on his horse's back and asked his wife to put them on the outside. Another straw hat was taken, veiled, for the lady to put on. Having done this, the lady was about to roll over and mount her horse. Zhang Sui held her in a hug. Madame looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Zhang Sui laughed. "There's still a long way back, so you can ride with me for a while, and then separate when you reach the city gates." Under the lady's veil, a smile appeared on her face, but she didn't immediately agree to it, only looking at Zhang Sui with a smirk. Zhang Sui busily said, "It's a rare opportunity, and after we go back, it will be hard for us to be so intimate. You yourself have often said that the mansion is full of people and might be discovered." The lady then hummed. Zhang Sui held his lady's small hand and helped her onto the horse. Zhang Sui rolls over and sits back, with his left hand holding the reins of the other steed. Zhang Sui's right hand wrapped around his lady's small waist and pulled the reins of the steed beneath him. The lady felt that he was hot and leaned back, her body pressing against Zhang Sui's body. Zhang Sui's breathing was a little short, and he couldn't help but lower his head at her to nuzzle her earlobe. Madame leaned her head on his shoulder, closed her eyes and said, "When the Jin family gets through this crisis, you will spoil me like this every day. All these years, I've been alone, and every night, when I lie in bed, I feel like my feet are cold, and I can't even warm them up by dawn." Zhang Sui looked at his wife's confused look and lowered his head to kiss her red lips for a while before he softly said, "Good. When the time comes, I will spoil you like this every day. Do you know that I've been craving your body for a long time?" The lady laughed softly and hummed, "Wait a little longer." Soon, the two men rode their horses all the way to the city gates about 3 miles before they rode apart. Zhang Sui sent his wife back to the Jin family residence. Only after that did he, along with second Duke Xingyan, second Miss in disguise, and dozens of his minions, head straight to the city's west gate 5 miles away to await the arrival of eldest Duke Yuan Tan and farewell driver Tianfeng. End of chapter. Chapter 101, 1,000 armies come. Chapter 101, 1,000 armies come. When Zhang Sui and his group arrived at their destination, the people from the 4 great families had yet to arrive. The second young lady, Jun Mi, was a bit worried. "If you operate like this, will there really not be any problems?" Second Duke Xingyan also tightened his face. Zhang Sui scratched his head. To be honest, he wasn't confident himself. He was an ordinary social animal before he crossed over. Where had he ever done anything to give advice? But, according to the history books, that's how it went down back there. Koji was killed. Yuan Tan, the eldest son of Duke Yuan Tan, crossed the river from the plains to the south of Qingzhou, defeated Tian Kai, the assassin of Qingzhou, defeated Kong Rong, and captured Qingzhou. If it was before the crossing, and second Miss Shinmi and second Duke Xingyan asked this, he would have responded, "Let's see. I don't know. If you guys don't believe me, then go hire someone who can advise you." However, after crossing over for a little over half a year, I have learned more about the second son, Xingyan, and the second Miss, Junmi. He clearly knew that second Duke Xingyan was an unreliable person, and a man with no ideas. Although the second young Miss Junmi has ideas, she has no experience in power and strategy. Historically, she died a horrible death because of it. Her second husband, Chao Pai, was competing with Chao Ji for the position of son of the throne. The second young lady, Jun Mi, as Chao Pai's wife, was beloved by Chao Chao and Lady Bian. Normally, this would be the time to help Chao Pai ingratiate himself with Chao Chao and Mrs. Bian, so that Chao Pai would have an advantage in the fight for the throne. As a result, second Miss Jin Mi did not do so. She chose to remove herself from this battle for the throne. On the other hand, her enemy, Gua, whose status was originally far inferior to hers, chose to speak up for Chao Pai at every turn, even offering advice. When Chao Pai became the emperor, he naturally did not bring the second young lady Jinmi with him, but Gua, who spoke up for him at every turn. Gua saw Chao Pai's resentment towards the second young lady, Junmi, so she blew pillow talk in Chao Pai's ear. Then Chao Pai found a reason to bestow the death of the second young lady, Junmi. But where the second young lady Jinmi is skilled in power and strategy, where there is still was anything? Being in the presence of two such people can definitely be bad if you don't feel more confident yourself. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui could only say stiffly, there won't be a problem. Of all the ideas I've had, which one have I failed at? You guys just watch. Hearing this from Zhang Sui, the second son Jinyan steered his horse to Zhang Sui's side and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, Bo Qing, my Jin family is truly blessed to have you. Looking at the second young Miss Jinmi again, she raised an eyebrow and said, Sister, mother asked you to pick a son-in-law earlier, how have you considered it? The second young Miss Jinmi met the sight of the second son Jinyan. How could she not know what this second brother of hers meant? But she wasn't going to admit it. A woman herself, with a national look and talent, Zhang Sui, this denizen, hadn't even taken a look at himself all this time. Both the mother and the second brother announced their intention to select a flunky among the male subordinates of the family. If he doesn't take the initiative, you, a woman, have to take the initiative to come up? No way. It's not like there's no one else who wants them themselves. There was an endless stream of people who wanted to propose themselves. Why should I bow down first? Thinking of this, second Miss Jinmi intentionally did not look at Zhang Sui and said, there are a few, but, still can't decide. The second son, Jin Yan, hurriedly steered his horse over and whispered, did Bo Chang? What do you think of Bo Chang? Second Miss Jinmi glanced at Zhang Sui from afar, and when she saw Zhang Sui looking over curiously, second Miss Jinmi could not see a single fluctuation of emotions on her cool face, and just said faintly, it's just like that. Second Duke Xinyan was shocked and said, Bo Chang is still just like that, isn't he? Among the members of our Jin family, except for mother and you, my second sister, who is better than him? Second Miss Jinmi skimmed her lips and said, second brother, you like him so much, just recruit him. Second Duke Yan Yan. What kind of talk is that? If I were a woman, what would you say? I can't wait until I'm a woman. This Pak Xing, he is brave and resourceful. He can also read and write and paint. Such a reliable man. Feel safe even staying around him, especially in chaotic times like these. But looking at second Miss Jinmi's cool face, second Prince Xinyan looked at Zhang Sui with a disappointed face. Done. This second sister of his own is blind. Can't even look at a man like Pak Xing. The second son, Xinyan, steered his horse to Zhang Sui's side and said with a smile, Bo Qing, my third sister will reach maturity soon. Why don't I discuss this with my mother and let my third sister recruit you as her son-in-law? Zhang Sui, he really wanted to say, why didn't you ever think about your mother? But he didn't dare to say it after all, and could only say sardonically, the second young miss looks like a national beauty. It's normal not to consider me. I'm just an underling. I don't look as tall and handsome as you, second prince, either. Nor is he as martial as Zhao Yun. Second Miss Jinmi furrowed her eyebrows and said, it's not nice to look at you. How do you get people to believe in you when a man, who has no confidence in himself, doesn't know himself? After saying that, he steered his horse a little farther away. Zhang Sui, second Duke Yan Yan. The group didn't have to wait long before they saw the other families behind them and the county magistrate, Zhang Shen, and the county lieutenant, Wang Hao, arriving one after another. Lu Chang, the head of the Lu clan family, looked at Zhang Sui, his eyes full of killing intent. His thigh wound had healed long ago though, but at this moment, when he looked at Zhang Sui, he felt a vague pain in his healed wounds. Thinking of the previous time at the county court, when Zhang Sui had stabbed him so hard in the thigh with a dagger, Lu Chang's teeth were about to be clenched. During this time, they had thought of various ways to deal with the Jin family, but there's been a large number of stragglers in front of Jin's house all this time. Jin Yan, the second son of the Jin family, even became the designated ministerial general of Tianfeng of the Beihai family. They dare not make trouble easily, but now there's a war to be fought. At that time, Not only the stragglers trained by the Jin family will have to die, but the Jin family's ministry will also have to die. When these people die out, it will be the end of the Jin family. Second Duke Xinyan faced the unkind gazes of the various family heads and shrank his neck somewhat in fear, hiding to Zhang Sui's side. Second Miss Xinmi also tightened her expression. Zhang Sui had nothing to fear. This time bring dozens of ministries. Moreover, eldest Prince Yuan Tan and farewell Master Tianfeng are coming soon. These big families, even if their brains were not working, would not pick this time to cause trouble. Sure enough, the crowd was at peace with each other. It was only when it was noon that we saw rolling dust and smoke lifting from the sky. The faces of all the people went white. They had received a message and knew that Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tianfeng, the other son, were coming. They all thought they were all taking dozens, if not hundreds, of people. They'd deal, a couple thousand. But the situation, thousands at least. As the dust and smoke rolled up, it wasn't long before the entire earth shook. The next thing I saw was the hills, full of generals. There's the cavalry. There's infantry. There are archers. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Second Duke Xinyan's mouth shivered as he steered his horse behind Zhang Sui, who grabbed the reins and yanked it back. Zhang Sui's face was also a bit ugly, though he knew the hordes weren't coming for them. But there are too many people. This kind of aura of thousands of troops and horses is really soul-crushing. However, he knew better than to be weak at this time. It should not be too easy for these people to get so many of their own people killed. Greeting Second Prince Xinyan's fearful expression, Zhang Sui swallowed and said, "You can't leave. Remember what was said before? If the second prince does die, I will die before you. Don't worry, second prince, I will protect you." Second Duke Xinyan met Zhang Sui's serious look, and only then did he forcefully resist the urge to turn his head and run, saying in a trembling voice, "Good." Zhang Sui again looked at the second young Miss Xinmi who was scared out of her wits beside him, held her hand and said with a resolute face, "Second young miss, this statement of mine is valid for you as well. Watch me act. Even if I do die, I'll die before you." Only then did the second young Miss Xinmi regain some of her sanity, looking towards Zhang Sui with tears welling up in her eyes as she gently nodded her head. Zhang Sui loosened his grip on the second young lady's hand and greeted the second son, Jinyan, the second young lady, Junmi, and the ministry to welcome them. When the others saw the Jin family's crowd welcoming them, they then forced themselves to hold back their fear and followed. End of chapter. Chapter 102, Tomorrow's Expedition. Chapter 102, Tomorrow's Expedition. The crowd and the army met. At the head of the group was a burly man around 30 years old. The burly man wore a suit of iron armor, a white cloak, and a sword hanging from his waist. Beside him, it was clearly Tianfeng, the other driver. Seeing the crowd, the burly man was the first to greet them, saluting them from his steed. "Kid Yuan Tan, this is my courtesy." Yuan Tan's move had made the crowd's tightened psyche feel much better. Zhang Sui steered his horse behind second Duke Xinyan, his heart a little tart up. In the past, he never believed in the nobleman temperament. He had always thought that the so-called noble gentleman's temperament was all blown out of proportion. Nothing more than some sycophants blowing it up in order to flatter people. Just as he used to say beautiful when he saw a woman, whether she was older or younger. But the feeling that this Yuan Tan gave off really made him feel a rich and cultured air. Zhang Sui instantly thought of the nobleman in an island anime he had watched before crossing over. Killing pills. The heads of the various clans also smiled curtly towards Yuan Tan. Yuan Tan ordered his army to enter Wuji County and rush to the east gate of the city while he and Tianfeng followed the heads of the various clans into the city. It was only when he reached the city that Yuan Tan curiously looked at the second son, Jin Yan, and said, "Jin Lang, in these few days, can we stay at Jin's house? Although the Jin family has fallen, however, the Jin family has countless properties. Moreover, the Jin family has produced many famous people in their ancestry. In particular, Jin Han, the official to the Grand Secretary, the Grand Secretary, the Lord of Guanglu, hereditary 2,000 stones of the county governor's official position, until the last generation of the Jin family head before stopping. In Yuan Tan's heart, only the Jin family in Wuji County is worthy of his sincere friendship. In addition to this, he has long heard that the Jin family has a second daughter, Junmi, has reached the age of maturity and can be married. Looks like a national beauty. The country and the city. He's in need of a concubine. Might as well check it out." Second Duke Xinyan glanced somewhat nervously at Zhang Sui, who was following behind him. Zhang Sui secretly nodded at him. Yuan Tan is not Koji. Yuan Tan comes from the Yuan family of the 4 generations and 3 dukes, and as a top family of the world, he will still maintain a certain amount of respect for the big families of the world. It was only then that second Prince Xinyan smiled forcefully at Yuan Tan and said, "It's a great honor to have eldest prince here." The family heads of the four great families thumped in their hearts when they saw that Yuan Tan was about to go over. The Jin family is already in decline and is the fish on the chopping block. Now that they're allowed to climb up to the elder duke, won't that be a resurgence? How can they take revenge then? With a twinkle in his eye, Lu Chang, the head of the Lu family clan, smiled at second Duke Xinyan and said, "This morning, someone saw Zhen Lang's mother leaving Wuji County in great numbers. I wonder what the reason is. Could it be that she is afraid of Duke Chang and treats him and the army as a flooding beast?" Yuan Tan and Tian Feng looked at each other when they heard Lu Chang say that, and their faces sank. He had only come with his army this time, and Mrs. Jin left with her people. What was the meaning of this? Second Duke Xinyan's face turned a little white. The other family heads chimed in, and we did see it. And it's not just the lady who's gone, is it? I've also seen other sons and daughters of the Jin family. As soon as the elder duke and the army arrive, they leave. Their hearts are in the right place. Eldest Duke Yuan Tan grunted as he listened to the crowd jabbering up. The crowd then quieted down. Second Duke Xinyan was about to explain, but he saw Zhang Sui make a quiet gesture toward him. Before Koji came to Wuji County and Zhao Yun killed Lu Hui, the previous head of the Lu family, the Jin family was already immortalized with the Lu family. The incident that occurred at the county office had intensified the conflict between the Jin family and the major clans. It's time to take advantage of this opportunity to let the Jin family suppress these people. The heads of these families are now out of their minds, thinking only of seizing the Jin family's weaknesses and then using the Jizhou government to suppress the Jin family. So much so that they don't even do basic investigations. That's their fatal flaw. At this point, instead of explaining, let things fester a little longer. As long as Yuan Tan and Tian Feng didn't move to kill, they could keep it down. When they arrived at the Jin family residence, it was the moment when the group changed their faces. As the family heads of the various families looked at the gloomy face of elder Duke Yuan Tan, a playful smile appeared on each of their faces. Let's see if your Jin family dies. A fallen family without a male head of the family, with all sorts of industries under their hands. If you don't die, who will? Only when you are dead will your estates be divided up. The crowd flanked eldest eunuch Yuan Tan all the way to the entrance of the Jin family residence. A large number of stragglers had gathered here, waiting in line for the opening of the barn to provide food. Zhao Yun was training with those 1,200 men. In front of these 1,200 people, the lady was waiting with her housekeeper and others. Seeing the lady, Lu Chang and the family heads of the great clans changed their faces drastically. What the hell is this? The secret sentries they had arranged in the city had clearly seen the lady leaving Wuji County with the Jin family in a carriage early this morning, exiting the city gates and heading towards Yecheng. And who is this lady? Now, although the lady had seen Yuan Tan and Tian Feng for the first time, the vast momentum and the fact that they were wearing armor made her guess. Her ladyship immediately greeted them with her housekeeper and the crowd. Yuan Tan and Tian Feng looked at each other. The line stopped. The lady bowed towards Yuan Tan and said, "Concubine Zhang, waiting for Elder Duke's arrival." Yuan Tan sized up the lady and sighed in his heart. Is this the real first person in charge of the Jin family now? It's a real looker with a lot of flavor. It's not even close to Lu, whom my father just married. She's all grown up so beautiful. Her second daughter's looks are evident. Yuan Tan quickly stepped forward and returned a bow towards the lady before looking at Lu Chang and the other family heads of the great clans and smilingly said, "Just now, when I heard them say that the lady left Wuji County early in the morning with all of the Jin family members and rushed to Yecheng, I suspected it. Sure enough, the Jin family is a truly great family. How could they be so insensitive?" Lu Chang and the others all lowered their heads, their faces a little pale. The lady swept a glance at Lu Chang, and her gaze finally landed on Zhang Sui and gave a laugh. This man, everything was according to his calculations. Though young, it is very calculating. What a great man to own. Despite thinking so, the lady did not fall on her sword on this, but said, "The heads of the families care for my Jin family, often sending people to squat near my Jin family to learn to follow suit. And this time, I guess it's also due to being provoked." Yuan Tan nodded his head and agreed. That should be it. Glancing at Lu Chang and the others, Yuan Tan's face flashed with a flash of dislike. That's the difference between a real family of the world and a small family. Look at the hearts and minds of the two, one heavenly and the other earthly. Lu Chang and the others listened to the words of the lady, and all saw the undisguised touch of dislike in Yuan Tan's gaze towards them, and all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Done. Got screwed. This Tan, who left this morning in great numbers, looks like he deliberately set up a trap for these people of his own. Damn. This woman. She even has some tricks up her sleeve. Seeing that his wife had said so, Tian Feng let out a smile and said to Lu Chang and the other heads of the great families, "Today, the eldest son will rest at the Jin family. Each family head, before dawn tomorrow, each urgently recruit some ministries, and early tomorrow morning, rendezvous at the city's eastern quarters. All go back." Lu Chang and others. End of chapter. Chapter 103, Tianfeng, the Jin Family Rebellion? Chapter 103, Tianfeng, the Jin Family Rebellion? Seeing that Lu Chang and the others were still not moving, Tianfeng furrowed his brows and said, "Problems?" Only then did Lu Chang and the others come back to their senses and busily retreated. Now that the elder duke and the buyer are in front of them, they don't dare to confront them, especially since this time it came with thousands of troops. When the lady saw Lu Chang and the others retreating, she then made an inviting gesture towards the eldest son, Yuan Tan, and the farewell master, Tianfeng, and the others. Yuan Tan and Tianfeng and the others followed the lady and the second Duke Xinyan through the gate into the mansion. Zhang Sui didn't follow, but watched them go in. Zhao Yun, Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su surrounded them. Just a few of them came? Vice Captain Zhao Su asked. Zhang Sui shook his head and whispered, "At least tens of thousands of people have come. A huge crowd. Only instead of staying in the city, they went through the city and stationed themselves at the east gate of the city. As the eldest son of the Jizhou pastor, a son of the Yuan family of 4 generations and 3 dukes, and a lineage in his own right, Duke Chang naturally won't be as reckless as Koji. But, Zhang Sui exhaled a long breath and said, just now, Bei Dao Tianfeng said that he told each family head to urgently recruit ministries and go to the eastern city quarters early tomorrow morning. That should be, we're about to go to war. The city has been broken on the fisherman's Yang side. We're all going to war. All the people's complexions were suddenly tense. The thought of facing those of Koji was too much for the crowd to imagine. Last time, Koji's 1,000 Chang elites that were stationed in the city, all of them still had palpitations in their hearts. This is something, however, that is no longer up to them, just like the various families, though none of them had appointed ministerial generals like the second prince. However, just now, they were also instructed to urgently recruit their ministries and rush to the compound tomorrow. Evidently, something that doesn't shift because of the person, especially Vice Captain Zhao Su, who directly sat on his butt on the ground. Although before they thought of building up their career, and later on, they would have good luck in the government, have many wives and concubines, and no longer have to think about the beauty drawings drawn by Zhang Sui, but he was more aware of the brutality of fighting a war. Being from the city defense army, he had also experienced the Yellow Turban siege. Thinking of that tragic scene, Vice Captain Zhao Su gasped a little. The other 1,200 people were far away and did not know what Zhang Sui had said. However, looking at the Vice Captain Zhao Su sitting paralyzed on the ground with a lifeless look on his face, the crowd knew that something bad was going to happen, but they also knew that there was nothing they could do. Zhang Sui glanced at the people around him, and he was also a bit trembling, but at this point, it was no longer a matter of being afraid to fight. Ignoring Vice Captain Zhao Su, Zhang Sui looked at Zhao Yun and said, Zilong, you can go back. You had no intention of being in the Jin family, and this great battle is too dangerous. You go back and take care of the old lady and your sister. Zhao Yun looked deeply at Zhang Sui. At this time, all he could think about was getting himself out of the way and avoiding danger. Although he had never wanted his sister to have too much contact with him, there really wasn't much to say in that regard. Very brotherly. Zhao Yun didn't squirm or fudge. The Great War is coming. At this time when he was still staying in the Jin family, even going to war with the Jin family's crowd, then he would be considered one of the Jin family's subordinates. Once you're on the battlefield, you can't just say you want to leave. Zhao Yun clasped his fists at Zhang Sui, Captain Zhen Hao, and Vice Captain Zhao Su, went inside the mansion to take out his horse, and steered away. Zhang Sui asked Captain Zhen Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su to straighten out the 1,200 men and told them to take a day off today and get ready to leave tomorrow morning. Each of the 1,200 men went back to their own quarters. Zhang Sui also followed the ministries back to the ministry compound. This time, the ministries did not let Zhang Sui tell any more stories, and even more so, they did not let Zhang Sui draw. Everyone went back to their rooms, sitting or lying down, wondering what they were thinking. Zhang Sui stood alone in the ministry compound. He had gotten a normal lance from the Jin family's warehouse before. At this moment, he was then alone with his lance, and the simple compound bow at his waist, practicing constantly. When he was sweating from practicing, a maid appeared at the archway and signaled him to come out. Zhang Sui walked over suspiciously. The maid said, Madam is hosting a banquet for the guests in the hall with the second prince and the second miss, and asked you and the captain and vice captain to go over. Zhang Sui hurriedly put down his lance and simple compound bow and greeted Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su as they headed to the hall. When he rushed to the hall, in the hall, Yuan Tan was sitting at the very first place, and Biejiao Tianfeng was sitting on his right side, and Madame and the second Sun Jinyan sat on the left-hand side below Yuan Tan. Second Miss Xinmi, still in disguise, stood behind second Duke Xingyan. At this time, Yuan Tan was laughing and joking about something with his wife and second son, Jin Yan. From afar, Yuan Tan's voice came out and said, "Madam, Jin Lang, why don't you see a few girls coming out? I've always heard that the second girl is a beautiful woman, but I've never had the chance to meet her." The lady laughed. "It's a real coincidence. Elder Duke, the concubine's second daughter. She left today. Our Jin family has properties in Chuliang, and recently the person in charge there has grown old and applied to my concubine to transfer one person over to assist. The concubine's second daughter, who is proficient in some arithmetic. The concubine let her go over to help. This child, filial to the core. Her second brother's health isn't good again. And before that, our Wuji County's medical worker came to see him and said that he was weak and couldn't exert himself. This child then took the initiative to take on the responsibility, telling the concubine and her second brother that she would recruit a son-in-law, and that she would assist her second brother in my Jin family in the future. The people are all chosen. There's just a few processes missing." Zhang Sui and Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su had already arrived at the threshold of the hall. A quick glance showed Yuan Tan's disappointed look. Zhang Sui's eyes swept over the smiling lady and secretly sighed in admiration. Her ladyship's temperament and lack of shock in dealing with things is so much better than the second duke's. I don't know what would have happened today if Mrs. Liu hadn't sat in on the Zhen family. At a glance, Madame saw Zhang Sui, Captain Zhen Hao, and Vice Captain Zhao Su coming over, and busily gestured for the three to stand behind her. Raising her wine, she toasted Yuan Tan. Before the lady said, "Elder Duke, tomorrow the army this is going to march?" Yuan Tan was just that, although he was a little depressed in his heart. As Yuan Shao's eldest son, what woman could he not get if he wanted? At this moment, seeing the lady's inquiry, Yuan Tan honestly said, "Yes, at the hour of the day tomorrow, the army will depart from the eastern quarters of the city." The lady said, "Then the various family ministries of our Wuji County will also go to the front line together?" Yuan Tan and Tian Feng looked at each other and smiled. Yuan Tan said, "The battlefield is not a small battle. The ministries of the various other clans are only responsible for helping to transport food and grass and clean up the battlefield." The lady asked again, "Then, those stragglers that my Jin family has been training for this period of time?" Tian Feng, who hadn't interjected, said, "Does your ladyship want them to go to war or not? If your ladyship does not allow them to go to war, then what kind of behavior is it to be considered during this time, when more than 1,000 men are training? The Jin family is rebelling?" Her ladyship's face suddenly changed, and she busily said, "Absolutely not." Tian Feng said, "Since they have been training for so long, not for the purpose of rebellion, they must be for the purpose of serving the Jizhou government, then it's natural to go to war." And, Tian Feng looked at second Duke Xinyan and said, "Before, it was your son's initiative to train that group of stragglers, so I appointed him as a ministry general. Now, it is also time to check the results of your son." End of chapter. Chapter 104, Madam, I'll wait for you to come back and marry you. Chapter 104, Madam, I'll wait for you to come back and marry. Second Duke Xinyan's mouth shivered and he looked pleadingly at Madam. The lady's pretty face was also ugly. How was she not aware of her own son's capabilities this time? What's the difference between sending him into battle and sending him to his death? And, Madam's gaze swept behind her. His own second daughter and Zhang Sui, Jin Hao, and Zhao Su were among these 1,200 people. If they folded, not only would the strength of the Jin family be greatly reduced, she would even cry to death. The second daughter is so much more capable than the second son. She had already made her decision, to let her second daughter recruit a son-in-law to join her, so that her second daughter and Zhang Sui could work together to assist her second son in supporting the Jin family. Jin Hao is a guard left behind by his late husband, and has excellent martial arts skills. Zhao Su had been the trainer of the Jin family's ministry. These people, they can't afford to come up short. With that thought, the lady took a deep breath and removed a scroll from her sleeve. Second Duke Xinyan hurriedly stepped forward, took the scroll, quickly stepped forward, and handed it to Yuan Tan. Yuan Tan suspiciously took the scroll and asked the lady, "Madam, this is..." The lady smiled. "This is the Qin wind without clothes that my Jin family ancestor, Jin Han's father-in-law, Kong Guang, the Marquis of Boshan, once transcribed in his own handwriting to the Morning Emperor as a taifu. Our Jin family has always regarded it as a treasure. And today, when my concubine saw Duke Chang, she thought it was a celestial being. Treasures should be won by those who have a destiny. Elder Duke, you may not excuse yourself." Her ladyship's words caused Tian Feng, who was on the sidelines, to perk up. Kong Guang, the Marquis of Boshan, that is a lifetime to do all the generals, prime ministers, Tu Fu, the position of Taisher, for dynasty auxiliary old minister. It is even the 14th grandson of Confucius. Even the great scholars Kai Yong and Kong Rong had to kneel down a few times when they saw his portrait. Today, Madam is actually giving out his autograph. Yuan Tan saw how excited Tian Feng was and curiously opened the scroll. Only columns and columns of text were written in neat handwriting inside. Heck, it's Qin Feng without clothes from the Book of Psalms. Not a single word was changed in it. Beautiful as a picture. Yuan Tan laughed. Madam, such a heavy gift. The lady said, this scroll, and Elder Duke our destiny, must be a reminder from the ancestors of the Jin family in heaven. The concubine is just complying. Yuan Tan carefully closed the scroll and handed it to Tian Feng before he said to his wife. The ancestor of the Jin family was enthusiastic. Madam, I wonder what I can do for the Jin family. The madam secretly sighed in relief, and busily pointed at the second son Jinyan, the second young Miss Shinmi, Zhang Sui, Captain Zhen Hao, and Vice Captain Zhao Su, and said, this is concubine's second son Jinyan, concubine's maternal uncle's son Zhangmi, Jin family's main record Zhang Sui, Ministry Captain Zhen Hao, and Vice Captain Zhao Su. They are all pillars of my Jin family. If possible, I hope the elder duke will take care of it after the expedition. Yuan Tan's gaze swept over the second son, Jin Yan, and the second young miss, Jun Mi, though at a glance, he noticed something different about the second young lady. However, Yuan Tan did not point it out, but said, the battlefield is a place of immortality, so if you are greedy and afraid of death, you will only die faster. Jun Lang and Zhang Mi, I'll see to it. The lady wanted to say more. However, he saw Tian Feng on the side and said to Yuan Tan, Your Excellency, I'm a bit tired and would like to go back and rest first. Early tomorrow morning, we're going to set out. Yuan Tan also stood up and said, in that case, I'll go with you. Bei Hai. Again, he said to the lady, that's enough for today. Ma'am, we must go and rest first. We have an expedition tomorrow, so we need to refresh ourselves. When Madame saw that Yuan Tan and Tian Feng both said so, although she was unwilling in her heart, there was nothing she could do. Her ladyship was busy having her second son, Jin Yan, personally accompany Yuan Tan and Tian Feng back to their rooms to rest. It was only when second Duke Xinyan, Yuan Tan, and Tian Feng left that the lady looked at Zhang Sui, Captain Zhen Hao, and Vice Captain Zhao Su and opened her mouth, but could only sigh. Captain Zhen Hao smiled strongly. Madam, it's already ready. And, as a ministry, that's all we live for. Don't worry, ma'am, we'll fight hard to stand up to the Yin family's cultivation over the years. After saying that, he clasped his fists and left with quick steps. Vice Captain Zhao Su followed closely behind. Zhang Sui is also leaving. Instead, the lady spoke. Bo Qing, come with me. Zhang Sui stopped dead in his tracks. Her ladyship looked at the second young lady, Jun Mi, and said, you should also rest early, and then follow your second brother around and keep an eye on him. Your second brother doesn't have much of an idea. You have to make the decision. Second Miss Shin Mi hummed. Only then did the lady take Zhang Sui away. The two men, however, did not go to the study this time. Instead, he went to the backyard of the Jin family, by a lotus pond. A small boat was parked by the lotus pond. The lady dismissed her subordinates and stepped onto the boat, signaling Zhang Sui to follow. Only then did Zhang Sui step onto the small boat. The lady gently paddled her oars towards the depths of the lotus pond. Zhang Sui watched his wife's movements and said with some surprise, your wife still knows how to row a boat. The lady looked at Zhang Sui, a smile on her face as she said, when I was still unmarried, I loved to follow my brothers and sisters in rowing, especially when it's hot. It's so comfortable to lie on the boat with a cool breeze. Pete, lying on the boat, reading a book. I thought, when I grow up in the future, I'm going to find a man I like to marry, and we'll snuggle up on the boat, read a book, and listen to the wind. Hearing Madame say that, Zhang Sui did not hesitate and slowly pressed his body up. The lady lay on the boat and looked at Zhang Sui with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. I had, originally, thought that if I remarried you in the future, you could help the Jin family. Zhang Sui looked at the beauty in front of him and kissed her eyes before saying, I will live. I haven't warmed your feet enough to die. Tanya, the lady closed her eyes, reached out to hug Zhang Sui's waistband, and murmured in a trembling voice, I'm here. Zhang Sui kissed her red lips before he attached his ear and said in a trembling voice, wait for me to come back. When I come back, I'll you and make you cry every day. The lady originally wanted to say, you denizen. At this time, you still think about those, but when she thought that she might never see her again after this trip, her ladyship was overcome with grief. It's hard to make up your mind to remarry, only to be met with this situation. The lady hugged Zhang Sui tighter, burying her neck in Zhang Sui's shoulder, her voice shaking slightly. I've been thinking about you hugging me every day these days, and we're turning over in the bed. I want you to warm me, too, my sweetheart. I'll be waiting for you to come back. At that time, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Zhang Sui hummed all over. his hands slipping into his shirt. The lady's pretty face looked like it was on fire, but she did not let go of Zhang Sui. It was a while before Zhang Sui said, "I don't want to take it out." The lady bit her lip and said, "When you come back and you don't want to give up, I'll let you fool around all night." Only then did Zhang Sui reluctantly climb to his feet. The two sat in the boat. No one spoke again. It was a few moments more before the lady picked up the oars and rowed the boat back. The lady was in front, and Zhang Sui was in the back, walking towards the front of the mansion. Seeing that he was about to go around the veranda, Zhang Sui wrapped his arms around the lady's waistband from behind. The lady leaned her head back, closed her eyes, and softly said, "Someone will be here later." Only then did Zhang Sui kiss her red lips and loosely let go. End of chapter. Chapter 105, Two Duck Legs. Chapter 105, Two Duck. Zhang Sui separated from his wife and returned to the ministry compound and went straight to bed. If you're going to be on the road tomorrow, you may not have the energy tomorrow if you don't get a good night's sleep today. That's going to war. No spirit is dead. Zhang Sui didn't dare to be sloppy. However, he was somewhat unable to sleep. He couldn't help but think of the battlefield killings, as if he saw himself being hacked to a bloody pulp on the battlefield. Before crossing over, his favorite thing to play games was the sword and gunfights in the ancient battlefield. He sucks at playing Warlords and Three Kingdoms type games. The Three Kingdoms and Three Kingdoms categories were tossed around and played by him, but now that he had to face it in person, he found himself wimped out. Just unexpectedly, when he couldn't stay up and slept through it, he dreaming dreams that have nothing to do with fighting a war. He dreamed of a cave night with his wife. The two fought in every corner of the house. It didn't stop all night. When he woke up again, he was woken up by Captain Jin Hao. And the captain, Jin Hao, was woken up by the second son, Jin Yan. As it turns out, Second Duke Jin Yan got a tip from Yuan Tan's personal guards to get up now and straighten out those 200 men. These 1,200 men were all able-bodied members of the stragglers of Wuji County. It's the son of many, husbands of many, the father of many. Many are not destined to return from this expedition. Therefore, Yuan Tan asked his personal guards to convey a message to Second Duke Jin Yan to rectify these stragglers in advance. If you want to say goodbye early. Save yourself from slowing down the trip when you leave later. The army will not allow anyone to slow it down on this expedition. If you can't walk, make a severe court-martial. And of these current 200 men, Second Prince Jin Yan does not have the ability to command them. Second Miss Jinmi is naturally even more unlikely. Zhao Yun left again. It can only be managed by Zhang Sui, the main organizer. Zhang Sui climbed up, packed his paper armor from under his bed, took his lance, hung his simple compound bow at his waist, his wife's gift of a sword, and inserted his dagger. He took a somewhat fond look at the room he had inhabited for the better part of a year. This departure may never come back. To him, it was somewhat like a newbie village in a game he played before crossing over. Only after doing all this did Zhang Sui leave with a quick step, following Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su out of the ministry compound. The entire Jin mansion also clamored. Lights were lit everywhere. In the kitchen, underlings and maids came and went. Zhang Sui saw Madame standing at the entrance of the hall, talking to the second son, Jin Yan, and the disguised second miss, Jun Mi. The lady even cried uncontrollably. Zhang Sui watched from afar, and his heart was also a bit enamored. However, this situation today is no longer something you can call your own bluff. The doors of the Jin mansion were surprisingly wide open today as well. The butler guarded the gate. Seeing Zhang Sui, Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su come out, the butler walked up and nodded at them, but didn't say anything, only hanging 3 amulets onto each of the trio's waist before letting them leave. Zhang Sui and the 3 of them went out of the Jin mansion and called out all the stragglers in the neighborhood. It was also arranged that the ministry should remind the stragglers in the neighborhood that they would soon have to go out on the march, and that after the hour they could no longer be bid farewell by the crowd. Near the Jin mansion, countless stragglers climbed up and surged over. Zhang Sui had all 200 people, including the Jin family's 200-odd ministries, arrayed at the gate of the Jin family residence. The stragglers that came to the Jin family residence rushed into the middle of the array. There were cries all around. At dawn, the Jin family subordinates came out with one wooden basin after another. In the wooden basin, bowls of soup, cakes and bowls of spirits. Her ladyship, veiled and surrounded by her butler and others, stood at the gate and looked out over the scene. When the sun rose in the east, eldest Prince Yuan Tan and farewell driver Tian Feng, surrounded by their personal guards, went out of the Jin mansion first and steered their horses towards the east of the city. Outside the Jin mansion, the crying intensified instantly. Various old and weak women and children stood in line. Many even fell to their knees. Zhang Sui stood here with Second Duke Jin Yan, Second Miss Jinmi, Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su, close to the hour of the morning. Yuan Tan sent soldiers to order the army to move forward and rush to join the garrison east of the city. Second Duke Yan Yan's legs were shaking a bit. Second Miss Shinmi assisted him onto the carriage. Second Miss Shinmi, Captain Zhen Hao, and Vice Captain Zhao Su followed him on their warhorses to prevent him from having accidents. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, led these 200 men on foot towards the east gate of the city. The stragglers kept following. A lot of people were crying at the top of their lungs. Zhang Sui walked ahead while turning back from time to time. The lady stood at the door of the mansion and kept waving her handkerchief. Zhang Sui sighed. This would have put the lady to bed yesterday if I had the chance. Maybe a shot in the arm. Even if he died, it would be good to leave a descendant to the end of Han. In the future, perhaps this offspring will be able to pass on their deeds to future generations. Unfortunately, this is the end of the Han dynasty after all. Even if he had wanted to do that yesterday, the lady would not have approved. One can only pray that they don't die. Zhang Sui walked a long way and did not see the lady again before he stopped looking back. On either side of him, the stragglers still followed. It was only when he passed the urn that he saw the magistrates of Wuji County. The magistrates of Wuji County guarded the place and stopped the stragglers. Many of the stragglers stuffed things into the arms of these 200 people behind Zhang Sui. There is a variety of dry food. There are even fruits like sugar cane, all things you don't normally see. Behind Zhang Sui was a 16-year-old boy. His mother, with her graying hair, slipped him 2 cooked duck legs in her arms. His mother tried to follow on and was stopped by the magistrate. As she watched the teenager fade away, his mother fell to her knees and screamed, "Son, wait for you to come back. For my mother to wait for you to come back to give you a wife." The teenager had obviously not eaten meat in too long. When he got the duck leg, he went straight for it and ate it with a heartless look on his face. Zhang Sui patted him on the head. He remembered that the teenager was called Huang Han and was good at shooting. Huang Han was slapped by Zhang Sui and grinned, handing the remaining duck leg to Zhang Sui with a reluctant face, but still said, "Lord Ji, for you to eat, my mother bought it. She never bothered to buy it before." Zhang Sui pushed the duck leg back and nudged his mouth toward the back. "Come on, look at your mother. She'll be out of sight soon." Huang Han let out an oh-so-subtle cry before turning his head. Unfortunately, they had already entered the urn and didn't get to see that glance again. The crowd passed through the urn and out of the city gates, making their way to the garrison 5 miles away. After a short rendezvous at the garrison, the men and horses were counted and the army was organized. The ministries of the great clans of Wuji County, numbering about 1,000, were responsible for overseeing the people in the army who had originally transported the grain. The large army brought by Yuan Tan was still ahead. The army of 200 men, the second Prince Xinyan, was organized in the rear army. Everything was in order and it was noon. With the start of the martial flag, a total of 30,000 troops this time, marching sharply towards Lotus. Passing through Lotus, the army split in two. Yuan Tan alone led an army of 3,000 men, all cavalry, and stopped at Jua County. Tianfeng led the remaining army and continued to drive all the way to Yongnu County, stopping at a canyon. The front army of 5,000 men, 1,000 of whom were armored, sat directly in the canyon in the way. The rest of the army, on the other hand, stopped at each of the 2 sides of the canyon. There's no tent, no fires allowed, no walking around. Every so often, someone brings cool water and food. End of chapter. Chapter 106, Second Mission Me, you must return to the Jin family alive. Chapter 106, Second Mission Me, you must return to Jin alive. The crowd hid in the bushes on either side of the canyon for nearly 2 days. The second son, Jin Yan, and the second miss, Jun Mi, were lying beside Zhang Sui. All 3 were bored out of their minds. Except for when they first started hiding, they felt their hearts skip a beat. After that, they felt absolutely nothing. What Zhang Sui didn't expect was that the second son, Jin Yan, would do something that would be outrageous. He had surprisingly brought the painting of Shiman Chang and Li Huier that Zhang Sui had drawn for him. Bring it on! Before, he was still concerned that his sister was there and he was too embarrassed to look. Later, when he was really bored, he just took it out and looked at it in front of the second Miss Shinmi. Zhang Sui was numb. It's just as well that others don't know that the second young lady is around. Second Duke Xinyan knew it, yet he still dared to do it. Quite a few people around them even gathered around. This strange maneuver by second Duke Xinyan made them quite excited. Some people were looking at the paintings of the second Prince Xinyan while talking about how they went to brothels and tangled with those women in what years and months. These whores, they're not nearly as good looking as the ones in this painting, and they're not even amorous. If I become a general in the future, I'll want dozens of women like this to play like this every day. Second Miss Shinmi's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Zhang Sui with a deadly glare. Zhang Sui, sensing second Miss Shinmi's murderous gaze, smiled sardonically and said in a low voice, "It doesn't matter about me. It's second Duke. He backstabbed me. He originally said it was just a private study with the young lady. Who knew that he was heartless enough to take it out here in Langham to enjoy it together? I used to watch this quietly and alone." The second young lady, Junmi, smiled contemptuously and said, "You can play at these portraits for the rest of your life. No need for a woman." Zhang Sui hurriedly shook his head and said, "You don't understand this, second miss. I call this a papier-mâché. How can a paperweight smell as good as a present?" Second Miss Shinmi frowned and said, "Present? What is that?" Zhang Sui gave a low chuckle and said, "In my old home, when I was a kid, someone would make those scarecrows, usually wilting." Zhang Sui raised an eyebrow and said, "When the hunger and thirst are unbearable, fill this scarecrow with gas." Zhang Sui even made a blowing motion with his mouth. When you blow a full breath, the scarecrow bulges up, like a real person. And then, this presentiment, that means a living woman. Because the living don't have to blow, and when they want to use it, they just use it. The second young miss, Junmi, looked at Zhang Sui angrily and said, "All of you from the old family are denizens and shameless." Saying that, he reached out his hand and twisted it hard around Zhang Sui's waist. Zhang Sui's face twisted. This woman, so much strength, not at all as gentle as Mrs. Sure enough, the woman or the lady kind of smells good. Just then, two green eyes looked over, but it was the captain, Shin Hao, who crawled over and said excitedly, "Bo Qing, your old home is really interesting. Why didn't you say anything when we were at the Jin mansion before? If you had told me, I would have asked you to help make it. You don't know. All I can do is look at it every day, but it's suffocating." Second Miss Shinmi plopped down next to Zhang Sui and kicked him in the ass. She couldn't wait to sew Zhang Sui's mouth shut. This man, why is he so horny? It's okay to draw before. Nowadays they also get scarecrows. Vice Captain Zhao Su, seeing Captain Jinhao crawling a long way away, talking to Zhang Sui about something with an extremely lewd grin on his face, also curiously crawled over and asked, "I seem to hear scarecrows just now. What do you guys need scarecrows for?" Captain Jinhao came close to Vice Captain Zhao Su's ear, glanced at Zhang Sui, and laughed his ass off. Second Miss Shinmi's face was blackened by makeup though. At the moment, the earlobes were still red. This man is, quite simply, the denizen of denizens, full of that side of things. Thinking of him joining the family in the future, the second young Miss Shinmi's whole body can't be energized. She couldn't imagine his various fetishes. At this moment, seeing that other people were also crawling over one after another, second Miss Shinmi said with a sullen face, "What are you doing here?" The crowd then snapped and backed away. Only then did the second young Miss, Junmi, glare at Zhang Sui and said in a low voice, "In the future, when you return to the Jin mansion, you are not allowed to draw those things again, much less make any scarecrows." Zhang Sui grinned. "That's natural. If I can return to the Jin mansion, then, with Madam, what do I need that for?" Zhang Sui thought of Madam and looked at the second young lady, Junmi, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he and the lady are married, this second young lady, won't she have to call herself father? Well, it's gotta be daddy. Zhang Sui couldn't help but snicker. "Second Miss, if you can go back, you'll have to call me dad." Second Miss Shinmi gouged out Zhang Sui and said, "What's the father?" Zhang Sui laughed. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui's lewd smile and felt only chill seeping through her pores as she kicked his ass and said, "Are you taking advantage of me? I'm the second miss. You're just a master mark." Second Miss Shinmi secretly added in her heart, "Even if you join the family as my husband in the future, you will still be a head shorter than me." Zhang Sui forced a smile and said, "How dare I? This way, second miss. If you call me daddy again, I'll tell you what daddy is." On second Miss Shinmi's cool face, her beautiful eyes flushed with a coldness. It was obvious to her that the denizen was up to no good. However, she was curious as to what this father was that made him smile so obscenely. Taking a deep breath, second Miss Shinmi lowered her voice and said, "Dad." Zhang Sui snorted out a laugh. People all around looked over. Second Miss Shinmi glared viciously at Zhang Sui. Definitely not a good word. Second Miss Shinmi immediately climbed a little farther away. "Stay away from this denizen." Just then, someone bent over and darted over. "Where are Yan Yan, Zhang Mi, and Zhang Sui?" Second Duke Xin Yan. Second Miss Shinmi and Zhang Sui raised their hands in unison. The soldier whispered, "Xin Yan and Zhang Mi follow me." Bei Wei appoints Zhang Sui as the Deputy General of the Ministry, temporarily leading the Jin family's 1,200 ministries. Second Duke Xin Yan looked ecstatic, climbed up and ran. "Definitely, it's the current treasure offered earlier that's doing the trick. There's going to be a fight." The elder Duke and the alibi are still giving face to the Jin family. Second Miss Shinmi climbed up and was about to leave, but then stopped in her tracks, glancing at Zhang Sui. who was still lying on the ground. Second Miss Shinmi hesitated for a moment and whispered, "You have to return to the Jin family for me alive. When the time comes, I have something I have to do with you." Zhang Sui asked, "What is it you say now?" Second Miss Shinmi ignored it, turned around and followed the soldiers. Soon after, Second Duke Xingyan and Second Miss Shinmi followed the soldiers away. Voices rang out here and there saying, "All of you press your heads down, and whoever gets up will die. The enemy is coming. Everyone get ready and follow orders. Anyone who acts without authorization or runs away from the battlefield will be beheaded without pardon." Zhang Sui, who originally hadn't felt anything, heard these voices and his nerves tightened once again. It didn't take long for someone to whisper, "The sound of horses' hooves. Coming." Zhang Sui put his ear to the ground. Sure enough, from the other side of the canyon, in the extreme distance, came the dense sound of horses' hooves. End of chapter. Chapter 107, Ambushing and Killing Aspergillus. Chapter 107, Ambushing and Killing. Hearing these hoofbeats in the distance, Zhang Sui's heart instantly rose to his throat. He quickly touched his chest to make sure there was nothing wrong with the paper armor. After that, it was checked that the lance, simple compound bow, feathered arrows, sword, and dagger were all present and able to be reached at all times. Zhang Sui then kept taking deep breaths. He felt his hands and feet shaking a little. Thinking that he might die in battle next, Zhang Sui had some regrets. If you can survive, how can you show more of your masculinity in the future? Otherwise, the death would have been in vain. The sound of horses' hooves became clearer and clearer. It didn't take long, and even if Zhang Sui didn't have to put his ear to the ground, he was still able to hear it clearly. As time gradually passed, Zhang Sui could even hear the sound of warhorses rattling their noses and armor clanging, and a springy laugh. Then came the sound of several steeds galloping. A voice snapped, "Who are the troops in front of the canyon?" Another voice said, "Yecheng Lieutenant Zhang Qi, by order of the Minister of Jizhou, has come to greet General Koji Yi and celebrate his capture of Yu Yang." Only then did the horse's hooves sound again. Zhang Sui buried his head in the grass and quietly prayed in his heart. After this burst of hoofbeats, the entire ground began to vibrate rapidly. Countless hoofbeats, footsteps, and the sound of wheels rolling over the earth, as if there were a constant beating of drums in the heart. He distinctly heard a wagon pass through the canyon ahead of him. Just as he was counting silently in his heart and reached 605, an ear-piercing horn sounded throughout the canyon. In front of Zhang Sui, at the edge of the canyon, thousands of soldiers lying on the ground suddenly burst out. They clutched a rock and slammed it down toward the canyon below. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" A scream rang out. Screams, wails, angry curses, and the neighing of war horses annihilated the surroundings. The whole process lasted less than a quarter of an hour. As the bugler raised the order flag and kept dancing towards the back of the canyon, thousands of soldiers swarmed down towards the back of the canyon. Zhang Sui and the others all flew up from the ground as well, following the thousands of soldiers as they darted towards the back of the canyon. Zhang Sui darted, constantly greeting the soldiers behind him to keep up, while looking down into the canyon, only to see that in the originally empty canyon entrapment, there were now corpses collapsed horizontally and vertically. Soldiers, war horses, the wagons were all smashed to pieces as well. Blood splattered everywhere. Over these corpses, a single general roared angrily and charged toward the front. In front of the canyon, the generals who had already camped on the road also rushed headlong. Weapons and arms touch. There were screams and screams. Rows and rows of soldiers fell in a pool of blood as they were variously pierced through their bodies by their weapons. Before the unbroken soldiers could get up, they were caught up and trampled by the following soldiers and warhorses. Their bodies were submerged under layers of corpses. Zhang Sui, with 200 men, followed the army to outflank the rear of the canyon. The thousands of soldiers in the canyon kept advancing toward the front while constantly resisting the encirclement from the rear. The gunslingers in front of them rushed desperately toward the rear of the resistance. Rows and rows of soldiers were skewered as hedgehogs. A line of soldiers then rushed up. The dude waved his ring-headed sword behind him, hissing and ordering his soldiers to go forward. But any soldier who hesitated a little was directly beheaded on the spot. The rich scent of blood filled his nose. Some soldiers in the rear were directly choked and vomited. However, they didn't dare stop either. The first 100 are dead. 100 men rushed up behind them. There were layers of bodies that weren't dead. The blood-stained ground under their feet stuck to their feet and made a plopping sound. Zhang Sui rushed behind with 200 men. Watching the soldiers in front of him fall like cut wheat, Zhang Sui's eyes were scarlet. He felt his mind completely empty. He was no longer in the mood for afterthoughts. After nearly a quarter of an hour-long fight, the soldiers in front of him were basically dead. However, the enemy troops in front of him also backed out of the canyon. The original enemy army of thousands of men was now down to a few hundred, all in cloak and armor, surrounded by tens of thousands of men. Each armored enemy soldier was drenched in blood. Their faces were hideous and horrible. The armor was hacked and torn. In the rags, there were various kinds of minced meat hanging. Their weapons were cut and rolled. Zhang Sui recognized these hundreds of people at a glance. It was the Chang elites that were previously stationed within the city of Wuji County. In front of these Chang elites, several generals looked like evil spirits, holding weapons in their hands and constantly charging towards the surroundings. Zhang Sui caught a glimpse of Koji Yi. He wore armor, no faceplate or helmet, and his long hair was tied back at the top of his head with a band. As he slashed at the soldiers, his long hair continued to spill blood and sweat. The war drums sounded. The order flag kept dancing. The soldiers surrounding the perimeter continued to shrink. However, Koji Yi and these hundreds of armor-clad Chan elites were too brave. They used Koji Yi as a sharp knife, as if a hurricane was raging all around. The encircling hordes were constantly forced back. Often it took 24 soldiers to trade the life of an elite Chang soldier in armor. Seeing that the battle had actually reached a stalemate, an ear-piercing ghostly cry suddenly came from the distance. The encircling tens of thousands of soldiers quickly dispersed from the southeast. To the southeast, thousands of cavalry swarmed. Its eldest Prince Yuan Tan's cavalry. They quickly approached the encirclement. These cavalrymen smashed into the encirclement as swiftly as the wind. The warhorse directly impacted on the armor-clad Chang elite. In an instant, dozens of Chang elite were knocked to the ground. These Chang elites fell to the ground, and before they could get up, the soldiers around them pounced on them. Countless chaotic swords slashed at these Chang elites who crashed to the ground. The originally courageous Chang elite instantly became lambs to the slaughter. The Chang elite behind them were about to go up and rescue them. Before he could advance, the following cavalry charged. More encircling soldiers pounced. Koji Yi slashed a cavalryman in half from it. His eyes were bloodshot as he watched the Chang elites around him rapidly dying and being wounded. Leading the way, he led a dozen or so Chang elite and killed directly towards the south. To the south, behind the encircling soldiers, Biejiao Tianfeng led a group of his personal guards, his eyes coldly watching the scene. Koji Yi and the 10 or so Chang elites seemed like wolves entering a sheepfold. The soldiers surrounded by them simply couldn't dodge, and people were constantly being cut down to the ground. The cavalry could only pound the Chang elite behind them over and over again. There was nothing that could be done about Koji Yi and the others who had killed Tianfeng and killed their way into the encirclement. However, Tianfeng did not have any fluctuations in his expression. He didn't move halfway. Only, in front of him, in the encirclement, the generals surrounded and charged as if they did not want to die. One by one, the supervisors also killed their eyes. They wielded their weapons and kept roaring. The dozens of men led by Koji Yi killed Tianfeng to less than 20 paces. The 10 or so Chang elites behind him were all killed in battle. For now, only Koji Yi hissed and slashed furiously towards the soldiers pouncing all around him. End of chapter. Chapter 108, The Death of Koji Yi. Chapter 108, The of Koji Yi. Tianfeng looked at Koji Yi's frantic appearance and scanned the surroundings. In the entire battlefield, other than Koji Yi, there were no other enemies left. Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Jiang Qi, the captain of Yecheng, were gathering their troops and horses and converging in this direction. Looking at the armor on Koji Yi's body, which was already shattered in every way, and the blade rolled beyond recognition, Tianfeng waved his hand. The order flag kept dancing. The encircling generals slowly dispersed. No one rushed towards Koji again. Standing amidst the sea of corpses and blood, Koji watched the people around him retreat and did not go after them. He just looked around, his eyes skimming over the body of armor-clad Chang elites on the ground that had died in battle. These Chang elites he brought from Xiliang. These Chang elite who used to follow him in invincible battles. These Chang elites who killed Gongsun Zan's white horseboxers turned around and ran away. Dead. All dead. Not even a whole body. Their armor was hacked to pieces. Their bodies are full of holes. Koji's tears instantly spilled out. He hates. Why did he choose to betray Han Fu and follow Yuan Shao in the first place? Looking at his eldest son Yuan Tan coming over, Koji Yi said hideously, "All of you Yuan family shall not die." Yuan Tan rode his warhorse, and Jiang Qi walked far around Koji Yi towards Tianfeng. Yuan Tan's face held a smile. It was as if he was watching a joke. Coming to the side of Bu Bu Tianfeng, Yuan Tan asked, "Bu Bu, how do we kill him?" Only then did Tianfeng look at Yuan Tan and said, "After all, he has done great feats for the state pastor. If it weren't for him, Gongsun Zan wouldn't be at this point. Give him a decent death." Pointing down in the eastern direction, Tianfeng said, "Send General Koji Yi on his way." The encircling circle once again took 10 steps backward. Only a force of 100 soldiers remained in place. Zhang Sui glanced around and breathed a bit heavily. It was surprising that he was among the 100 soldiers. Besides him, there were also Captain Jin Hao, Vice Captain Zhao Su, and more than 20 other members of the Jin family. The other 80 or so he didn't recognize. The 100 people looked at each other with some fear on their faces. They had only just seen the bravery of Koji. Why did he have to choose his own people to send him to his death when he clearly could have hacked him to death? However, the dude didn't give them a chance to hesitate. Two strong men of the supervisors stepped out with ring-headed swords and snapped, "Attack!" Only then did the two strong men at the head of these 100 men carry their weapons and charge towards Koji screaming. The crowd saw the two burly men rush up and followed. Koji's gaze moved away from the corpse of a Chang elite and picked up a large sword with a blade that wasn't that curly from the hand of a Chang elite's corpse at his feet. Holding the hilt in his right hand, he wiped the large blade on his left sleeve. Seeing the two strong men rushing over first, Koji suddenly rushed up with a healthy step and slashed the neck of one of the strong men. The speed was so fast that even the people around did not even see the strike. The other burly man had already rushed in front of Koji. Koji kicks him over the head. The opponent fell to the ground. Before he could get up, Koji leaped up, stabbed him in the chest, and raised his head. His eyes scarlet red as he looked at the following soldiers who rushed up. The dude brandished his ringed head sword and growled, "Attack!" The soldiers who rushed up after them could only charge up with their heads. Rushing up there could kill you, but if you don't move, you're sure to be cut down by the dude. Not to mention, surrounded by eyes. Seeing the following soldiers charging up, Koji pulled his greatsword from the corpse and hissed to meet them. Dismembered limbs and broken arms flew about. The screams continued. Soldiers were constantly being cut down. A constant stream of soldiers rushed up. In a few moments, the original 100 soldiers were down to 50 or 60. Koji himself was slashed dozens of times on his body, becoming a bloody man, but he just didn't fall. Captain Zhen Hao, Vice Captain Zhao Su, and Zhang Sui had been forced to kill in front of Koji. Dead bodies littered at their feet. Although it was obvious that Koji was already showing signs of fatigue, the crowd did not dare to take it lightly. Vice Captain Zhao Su stabbed his spear at Koji, forcing him back a step. Seeing this, Captain Jin Hao and several others took advantage of the opportunity to swarm up. Unexpectedly, however, Koji was a false move. When Captain Jin Hao was close, he slashed at Captain Jin Hao's chest with a big knife. Captain Jin Hao held his sword with both hands against the blade of the large sword that cut down. The strength of Koji's force made him feel as if he was carrying 1,000 pounds of force on his greatsword, and the greatsword in his hand directly came out of his hand. When Koji saw this, he was about to directly cut off Captain Jin Hao's neck. A long spear directly pierced through the void and instantly stabbed in front of Koji's neck. Koji's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, abandoning Jin Hao. His head tilted, his left hand grasped the head of the lance and pulled it with force, and his right hand's greatsword stabbed directly into the abdomen of the Vice Captain Zhao Su. He was about to pull out his greatsword, but he saw Vice Captain Zhao Su holding Koji's right hand holding the greatsword with both hands in a death grip, and blood gurgling out of his mouth with crushed entrails as he said vaguely, "Hurry up." When the nearby soldiers saw Koji being restrained, they pounced on him. Koji was held by several people and struggled hard for several times, but there was no struggle to move. Several people screamed and greeted the others as they came up. Zhang Sui and several others rushed forward with weapons in hand. Several soldiers directly stabbed Koji from the front and back. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, held a dagger and leapt up from behind Koji, the dagger slamming right through the top of Koji's head. Koji's body was frozen in place, motionless. His entire body was covered in blood. There was relief all around. The several people who were holding onto Koji's body also let go of Koji's body. Koji's body fell backwards slowly, and in the process also brought out the large sword that had been inserted into the body of the vice captain. Vice Captain Zhao Su sprayed out a mouthful of blood and fell straight down. Captain Jin Hao pounced over and hugged his body. Zhang Sui and the others, also the Jin family crowd, also surrounded them. There was no reaction when they were killing each other just now. At this moment, the battle ended. And looking at the Vice Captain Zhao Su, many people shed tears. Captain Jin Hao's tears are even more like a flood that breaks the dike. Just now, if Vice Captain Zhao Su didn't take advantage of the opportunity to strike, the one who died should be him. Vice Captain Zhao Su looked at Captain Jin Hao in such a state, squeezed out a smile at the corner of his mouth, looked to Zhang Sui at the side, and said in a voice as low as a mosquito, "Bo Qing." Zhang Sui's eyes watered a little, inserting the bloodied dagger directly into its sheath. Zhang Sui knelt down on one knee and pressed his ear to Vice Captain Zhao Su's mouth. Vice Captain Zhao Su trembled. "Burn me a scarecrow. The money I left in the Jin family. I didn't spare it before. This time, I'll give it all to you. As a payment for helping me make a scarecrow. Don't forget. Make it look good dash." Vice Captain Zhao Su's words ended abruptly. Zhang Sui then stood up. Looking at the wide-open eyes of Vice Captain Zhao Su and Captain Jin Hao's arms, Zhang Sui lowered his head, wanting to hold back the tears that were about to flow out of his eyes, only to find that his hands, which were clearly not even abnormal before, were shaking like sifting chaff at this moment. End of chapter. Chapter 109, Second Miss Shinmi's crying. Chapter 109, Second Miss Shinmi's. When Tianfeng saw that Koji was dead, he had Koji's head cut off and sent a messenger directly to Yecheng to see Yuan Shao, the shepherd of Jizhou. After that, the army was divided into 3. 500 men stayed here and disposed of the bodies. Jiang Qi led 5,000 men and headed straight to Yeyang to take over its defense. Tianfeng himself followed his eldest son, Yuan Tan, and led 20,000 soldiers and horses southward to the plains. Zhang Sui, his second son Jinyan, and his second Miss Shinmi were also in this army heading south to the plains. The crowd didn't even have time to dispose of Vice Captain Zhao Su's body. The army rushed for half a day, close to dusk, before setting up camp and counting the men and horses. The Jin family originally had 200 people, but at this moment, they had lost nearly 300 people. Vice Captain Zhao Su was also killed in battle. After counting the number of people, Second Duke Xinyan, as the general of the ministry, went to the army officials to report the battle damage. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, commanded the 900 men of the Jin family to enter their designated tents to rest. Today's great battle overthrowing the entire army of Koji was considered a great achievement, and all the generals were fed more abundantly than before. In addition to the sparse rice from earlier, this evening's meal featured an extra chunk of meat in everyone's bowl. After finishing his meal, Zhang Sui sat alone in the clearing not far from the entrance of the camp tent, looking at the ground under his feet in a daze. He would have liked to go elsewhere. However, there are strict rules about not going anywhere else in the barracks. If you really want to go to the toilet, you need to report to your superiors. If you wander off, you can be executed on the spot as a spy once the patrols find out. It was dark and he didn't even go in. No one in the tent was asleep even at this late hour. Those lively ministries of the original Jin family were all silent at this moment. Just as Zhang Sui used his dagger to scratch the ground under his feet with a single stroke, a figure appeared beside him. Zhang Sui looked up suspiciously. Surprisingly, it was Second Miss Shinmi. The Second Miss Shinmi is now in disguise, using the name Zhang Mi, and living in a tent with Zhang Sui, the second son Jinyan, the captain Jin Hao and a dozen other people. When Zhang Sui saw her come out, he squeezed out a smile and said, "Why aren't you sleeping? We still have to catch up on the road tomorrow." Second Miss Shinmi squatted beside Zhang Sui. Seeing this, Zhang Sui didn't bother with her and continued to scratch the land with his dagger. In the next moment, he saw Second Miss Shinmi stick her head out in front of him, and on her cool face, her eyebrows were slightly raised as she said, "What? Are you afraid of ghosts? Afraid that the vice captain will come looking for you at night?" Zhang Sui sized up the young girl in front of him and rolled his eyes. "I don't see her joking around on a regular basis. This is the time to say these things." Zhang Sui didn't have the heart to say, "I'm afraid of ghosts. I'll go in and stay with you guys. Not to mention, if the lieutenant came to me, I wouldn't be afraid. I'd be happy. We spend a lot of time together. Wouldn't he hurt me? At best, he asked me for a scarecrow, but I don't have the materials to make one for him right now either." Second Miss Shinmi said, "Then why don't you go in?" Zhang Sui exhaled a long breath and said, "I just don't want to go in. I'm full of scenes from today's tussle. When I see the others, I think of the piles of bodies, and the lieutenant's wide open eyes, and Koji. Before he died, I plunged a dagger into his head. What a great guy in the beginning. I won't forget his frightening aura when he came to the Jin family residence." Zhang Sui raised his dagger and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that death would be just this pathetic. The dagger stabbed into his head and crimson blood splattered my face. That feeling of the dagger going into the flesh. I felt, I'm not killing a person. It's like killing a cat or a dog." Turning his head to the second young lady, Jun Mi, Zhang Sui asked, "What do you think we live for in this life?" Second Miss Shinmi frowned her eyebrows and thought seriously. After a long time, she said, "I don't know, but I used to live for the sake of the Jin family, to help share my mother's burden. Later, I lived, probably, to be married to a man, to see what shameless things he would do." Zhang Sui looked at Second Miss Shinmi suspiciously and said, "Second Miss already has a favorite? Tell me about it. I'll help you with your reference." Second Miss Shinmi snorted and said, "You, a master marker, you think I need you to refer to my husband for me?" Zhang Sui, he was tempted to say, "If I could go back, I'd be your dad." It was only natural for a father to give his daughter references to men. However, Zhang Sui didn't really say that. This big battle today had made him skeptical about being able to return to the Jin family alive. Seeing that Zhang Sui didn't say anything anymore, Second Miss Shinmi hesitated slightly and asked, "You're not a man." Zhang Sui was originally still immersed in sadness. Hearing Second Miss Shinmi say this, he immediately exploded a bit. Grass. Before and after the crossing. In 2 lives, he had been poor and had no wife. Even if people say he's no good, He admits it and doesn't refute it. The only thing he couldn't take was being told he wasn't a man. Zhang Sui blurted out, "Do you want me to pull it out so you can see if it's a man?" Meeting second Miss Shinmi's bewildered gaze, Zhang Sui quite literally felt a punch in the face and sat down disheveledly, plunging his dagger into the land and glaring at second Miss Shinmi. "There are some things that can be said, and there are some things that can't be said. Out and about now. You're sleeping in the same tent as me again. Aren't you afraid at night?" Second Miss Shinmi narrowed her eyes and said, "What are you afraid of? Do you still want to do something to me? Normally, your denizen's virtues are just fine. If you really dare to take a shot at me, let's see if mother will get you killed. Of course, after marriage, that's another matter. After marriage, if you don't dare to do anything to yourself, it's going to kill you too. There's no point in keeping it." Seeing second Miss Shinmi say this, Zhang Sui smiled sarcastically and said, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. What a joke. Me and the missus are the pair. What is to be done? Also to Mrs. Even though you look like a national treasure, I dare not covet it anymore, let alone do anything about it. Otherwise, it's going to be torn up by the lady. It's also impossible to have both, no matter what era you're in. Besides, Madam can be much gentler than you, and she's obedient to me. I don't want ma'am. It would be a big loss." Seeing second Miss Shinmi squatting by her side with no intention of entering the tent, Zhang Sui stood up and walked into the tent, crossing to the present, knowing the second Miss Shinmi for so long. For the first time he did not have the interest to continue talking with the second Miss Shinmi. His mind was still reeling from the blood-filled scene. Back in the tent, Zhang Sui lay down on the hay, his eyes wide open. I don't know how long he waited before he started to get sleepy. Everyone else around the tent was drifting off to sleep. In his days, Zhang Sui seemed to see himself in a battlefield once again, where everyone who was originally alive and kicking suddenly turned into dead corpses. He was a little flustered, somewhat overwhelmed. Suddenly, a low sob rang in his ears. Zhang Sui snapped out of it. The tent was dimly lit. Only the dim firelight from the campfire outside let down through the lifted tent, allowing for a bit of sight. Zhang Sui got up from the ground and looked around. All asleep. Where did that sound come from? Zhang Sui listened to the sound and recognized it for a long time before it became somewhat of an afterthought. This voice, it seemed to be second Miss Shinmi's. The second young Miss Shinmi slept on the hay a little farther away next to the second Sun Jinyan. Zhang Sui crawls over to avoid stepping on anyone in the dim light. Crawl to the side of the second young lady. Junmi. Sure enough, it was second Miss Shinmi crying. She was currently turning her back to Zhang Sui and second Prince Shinyan and the others, suppressing her voice and crying like a kitten purring. The body shook unheedingly. Zhang Sui sighed darkly. Although the second young Miss Shinmi and the second Sun Jinyan were not directly involved in the battle on the battlefield today, they must have seen it. Second Miss Shinmi was, after all, a teenage girl. Before crossing over, I guess I was only in middle school. Didn't show much fear before though, but when it's really late at night, it's weird not to be afraid. Zhang Sui gently touched her head and softly said, "Not afraid, not afraid." End of chapter. Chapter 110, Second Miss Shinmi, are you afraid too? Sleep next to me. Chapter 110, Second Miss Shinmi, are you afraid too? Sleep me. Second Miss Shinmi felt the light tap on her head, and the sound, and turned her head. In the dim light, one of her little faces was crying, originally deliberately blacked out. At the moment, there are two distinct grooves. Tears ran down her gullet to her jaw and then dripped onto her chest. Looking pathetic, Zhang Sui reached out to dry the tears at her jaw and laughed in a low voice. "Why are you crying? Unless the whole army is wiped out, you'll be fine." Second Miss Shinmi climbed up and slammed her fist directly into Zhang Sui's chest, but just as she touched it, she shrank back, clasping her hands around her knees and burying her head between them like a quail. Zhang Sui looked toward the second son, Jin Yan, who was lying not far away, and cried and laughed a little. This being a brother is absolute. He didn't even feel it when his sister was lying on the edge crying so hard. But then again, it confirms that men and women are different. Second Duke Jin Yan is usually a wimp, but today, after seeing the blood and gore of the battlefield, he was still able to sleep, and sleep so well. The second young Miss Shinmi looks very rigid on a regular basis. She even killed General Pan Feng with a simple bow she gave her. But now, she was crying like this. Seeing that second Miss Shinmi's body was still shivering, Zhang Sui handed his hand over and said, "I don't have a handkerchief. Take my sleeve and wipe it off. It's good to have cried. People are actually afraid. This is war." Second Miss Shinmi pushed away the hand he handed over for a while before raising her head from between her knees and saying with red, swollen eyes, "Are you going to die?" Zhang Sui was directly confused by the question. "Is this something that I can know about?" Second Miss Shinmi stretched out her hand and said, "Aren't you able to tell fortunes? You do some math for yourself." Zhang Sui let out a couple of low chuckles. "That was coaxing you. At first, it was purely to remind you not to be obsessed with marrying the Yuan family and relying on them to change your fate against the odds. But, naturally, this is left unsaid. Zhang Sui could only lie and say, "This is fortune-telling. You can't tell it to yourself. If you do the math for yourself, you won't be able to do it right, and you'll lose your life." Second Miss Shinmi furrowed her eyebrows and extended her small hand towards Zhang Sui. "Then help me look again. After the last time you helped me tell my fortune, I followed what you said, didn't follow my destiny, and no longer decided to marry into the Yuan family, and thought about recruiting a flunky." Gazing straight at Zhang Sui, Second Miss Shinmi said, "You calculate my marriage line for me to see if my future husband is a man of long life." Zhang Sui looked at the second young Miss Shinmi's small hand and let out a forehead. These little hands, they're so tantalizing. This is something he probably wouldn't have really touched before. After all, one has an agreement with the lady. But with all that has happened today, I may never be able to go back on my own. And, before you die, you may never touch a woman's hand again. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui secretly said in his heart, "Tanger, I'll just touch it a few more times. And if I go back in the future, I'll definitely not mess around." Thinking like this, Zhang Sui's left hand held the tip of second Mrs. outstretched little finger, and his right hand gently rubbed the palm of her hand a few times and blew a few times. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui's serious face and felt her palms itching, so she couldn't help but bite her red lips. The man, apart from being a bit of a denizen, is pretty good. On the battlefield today, when he and the others surrounded and killed Koji E, she and her second brother watched from behind Beihai Tianfeng. That Koji E is too brave. Her whole heart hung in her throat. She had prayed to her ancestors 10,000 times in her heart that something would happen to him. Be glad he didn't. To think that if he had been replaced by his own second brother, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Right now, no one else had noticed how hard it was for them, but he was the only one who noticed and even climbed up to comfort himself. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui and looked away, afraid that he would suddenly raise his head to look at himself. Second Miss Shinmi asked lowly, "Denizen, let me ask you something." Zhang Sui rubbed the palm of Second Miss Shinmi's hand again and asked, "Tell me." Second Miss Shinmi said, You're easily in the ground. If you're my husband, what do you think of me as a wife?" Zhang Sui blurted out. Of course it's smoke coming out of his ancestors' graves. Although Second Miss looks a bit cooler, she is actually very enthusiastic inside. Second Miss Shinmi lowered her head, her face burning hot. Pretty again, and knowing the book. If the second young lady were my wife, I wouldn't get out of bed all day long, and I'd be busy with 1,000 things every day. Second Miss Shinmi's ears were red, her heart pounded. So this denizen, so fond of himself. Then when we get back, after the wedding, if you can't do what we said today, we'll castrate you. Stealing a glance at Zhang Sui, but seeing that he was still rubbing his palm, Second Miss Shinmi kicked him and suppressed a smile. Are you done? Last time was much faster than this. And, this time, you only need to look at the marriage line. Zhang Sui also blushed a bit. It felt like I'd been caught with my own little mind. Zhang Sui hurriedly babbled. Look well. Second Mrs. marriage line has indeed changed. Now, the second young lady has only one husband, and is in a good, happy relationship with him, with children on her knees. Only then did Second Miss Shinmi draw back her small hand and said with satisfaction, That's more or less the same. When he finished, he lay down again. Seeing that Zhang Sui didn't leave, Second Miss Shinmi turned around and said, Denizen, are you, too, afraid? Zhang Sui would have wanted to leave, but he did not expect Second Miss Shinmi to ask this. He couldn't help but think of today's battlefield and forced a smile. Fear? How can I not be afraid? But, Zhang Sui was going to say, but what can be done about fear? Can you leave the battlefield by being afraid? Obviously not possible. But before the words were finished, Second Miss Shinmi said, Then you sleep next to me, with your back to me, and we'll talk and sleep at the same time. Maybe, you didn't finish and fell asleep. It's not scary to have someone to talk to. When I was a child, when my older brother and father died, my mother was also afraid and lay in bed crying. I just laid down next to her and held her, and she fell asleep behind me. Zhang Sui hesitated slightly, but still lay down as he was told. The two men touched at the hip. Second Miss Shinmi busily moved a little to the side and said somewhat anxiously, Don't get too close. Zhang Sui hummed. I didn't do it on purpose. Second Miss Shinmi bristled. If you do it on purpose, I'll dash. In the end, Second Miss Shinmi didn't say anything further, but urged, Hurry up. Say something. Zhang Sui asked. Say what? Second Miss Shinmi hesitantly said. Tell whatever you like. Zhang Sui said with a twinkle in his eye. Then I'll make the legend of the white snake. Second Miss Shinmi said. Aha. Zhang Sui began to ramble in a low voice about Su Xian and the White Lady. It didn't take long to speak before he felt a small hand on his waist. A light breathing sound rang in his ears. Zhang Sui, falling asleep so soon? And it's still moving. End of chapter. Chapter 111, Second Miss Xinmi's Spying. Chapter 111, Second Miss Xinmi's. Zhang Sui removed Second Miss Xinmi's small hand that was resting on his waistband. She didn't react much either. Still sleeping soundly, Zhang Sui secretly sighed. Man is indeed a social animal. As long as there is companionship, a lot of things that seem tough will eventually pass. Zhang Sui slowly turned around. Ooh, Second Miss Xinmi did not turn her back to him at this time, but rather towards him. Zhang Sui quietly surveyed the pretty face near him. There really is some resemblance to the lady. Only, the lady was more mature and fuller. And the second young lady, Xinmi, looks a little green. However, she did have better skin than Mrs. The sides of your pretty face are full of collagen. There's a Q-bomb vestigial feel to it. Zhang Sui almost couldn't help but kiss it directly. In the end, he held back. Looking at Second Miss Xinmi's delicate face with a high nose, Zhang Sui gently pinched her nose. Seeing that she still didn't respond, Zhang Sui turned around and turned his back to Second Miss Xinmi. Facing each other like this again, the atmosphere was too ambiguous. He was afraid that he would transform into a wolf and do away with the other side. This is a military camp. When that really happens, you'll probably have to be dismantled yourself. Or maybe it was because he was sleeping next to Second Miss Xinmi. Zhang Sui didn't take long to fall asleep this time as well. When he woke up again, he found a figure crouching beside him. Surprisingly, it was the second son, Jin Yan. Second Duke Jin Yan looked at Zhang Sui, and then at Second Miss Xinmi lying beside Zhang Sui, the corners of his mouth grinning with a somewhat fluttering expression. Zhang Sui met his strange gaze and smiled sarcastically, busily whispering, Second Duke, last night, Second Miss couldn't sleep and asked me to come over. We're actually quite far apart. The crowd is still awake. The second son, Jin Yan, pointed to the pretty face of the second young lady, Xinmi, and seduced, watching What do you think of this second sister of mine, Zhang Sui? Why do you feel that the second son, Yan, is pointing in an unhealthy direction? Seeing that Zhang Sui didn't respond, Second Duke Xin Yan continued to seduce. Let me tell you, this sister of mine is the best looking in my Jin family. Only then did Zhang Sui climb up while saying, it feels like both Madam and Second Miss look good. Second Prince Xin Yan's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Are you blind? Although I respect my mother, how can she be compared to this sister of mine? Not to mention, this sister of mine is a teenager. My mother is in her 30s. Also, my mother was that mean. This sister of mine, though she may seem cool, is very good to talk to. Zhang Sui looked at Second Duke Xin Yan and seemed to smile. Madam Fierce, that's for you. In my presence, Madam is simply gentle. Just then, everyone else came to their senses one after another. Only then did Second Duke Xin Yan immediately shut his mouth. He greeted Zhang Sui and followed him out of the tent to the marshal's tent. In the marshal's tent, Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tian Feng, the farewell governor, were waiting for the generals of the army and arranging the tasks for the day. Today's task is simple. Before dawn, all tents should be closed and the feces of yesterday's generals disposed of to prevent the spread of disease. As soon as the sun rose in the east, the army started immediately. It was not until the big morning that we ate. After eating and resting for a while, the army continued on its way. Originally, in this unit of the Jin family, only the second son Jin Yan, the second Miss Xinmi, the captain Jin Hao, and the vice captain Zhao Su had mounts. Vice captain Zhao Su's death in battle gave way to vice captain Zhao Su's mount. In addition to the mounts, there were the relics of vice captain Zhao Su, a long spear, a ring-headed sword, and 2 sets of powerful short clothes. Vice captain Zhao Su has no relatives. As a result, they all fell into Zhang Sui's hands. At dusk, camp was once again set up. Zhang Sui supervised the 900 men under his hand to divide the camp and finish eating. Everyone else went into the tent message. A day of marching and exhaustion left no one with the energy to think about the previous battlefield. Moreover, the time after that, one had to continue marching until they reached the plains. Therefore, everyone wanted to rest early to build up their strength for tomorrow's march. The destination of this march was the plains, just as Zhang Sui had guessed before. According to the arrangement of the farewell minister Tian Feng and eldest Duke Yuan Tan, they have received the order from Yuan Shao, the pastor of Jizhou, to appoint eldest Duke Yuan Tan as the assassin of Qingzhou, leading the army, with farewell minister Tian Feng as the military advisor, to go south to Qingzhou and take Qingzhou. As for Gong Sunzan of Yuzhou, after being defeated by the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yan Rou at Yuyang, he retreated to Yijing and held fast. Yijing was a city specially cultivated by Gong Sunzan and Lu Yu. the former Yu prefecture governor, with a high city and thick defenses. Moreover, Gongsun had already hoarded a large amount of grain, grass, people, and beautiful women inside. For a while, it was impossible to break through. In the time that followed, Yuan Shao would not attack Yuzhou. Therefore, Yuan Shao's focus is now on three things: stabilizing the rule of Jizhou, pacifying the rebellions in Yuzhou's territories such as Yuyang, and taking complete control of these lands, and going south to take Qingzhou, and then Shuzhou. And Yuan Tan, the eldest son, was appointed as the assassin of Qingzhou with the purpose of accomplishing the task of taking Qingzhou. Zheng Sui didn't go straight to the break. Although it was already dark outside after eating, Zheng Sui stripped off his shirt and practiced outside the tent after digesting his food. In the barracks, Zheng Sui didn't worry about being criticized for taking off his shirt. After all, it's all men here. The only woman? Second Miss Shinmi. Zheng Sui was not afraid. Second Miss Shinmi is still a reasonable person. Zheng Sui didn't believe that she would be unreasonable because of the extra practice. As for extra training, it was something Zheng Sui had to do every day. It's his only golden touch. This gold finger was not that strong. Every day, stripping naked shirt outside for half an hour of extra practice, only to grow 0.1 pounds of strength, which will trigger the chance of a blitz. If this is no longer persistent and intermittent, this golden finger will not be able to work until the year of the monkey. Zheng Sui first continued practicing his fists and feet outside the tent. After that came the 16 styles of the Zhao family gun. The commotion of Zheng Sui's extra practice didn't startle many people. Everyone was so tired from marching all day that they fell asleep. And no one cared about that. Only the second young lady, Jun Mi, was lying in the tent unable to sleep, thinking about what she had chatted with Zheng Sui last night. The second young Miss Jun Mi was somewhat unable to hold back and walked out from inside the tent. Just as he walked up to the open curtain, he saw Zheng Sui, bare-chested, dancing with his lance and practicing to the point of sweating. Second Miss Jun Mi's heart skipped a beat and she was busy taking a few steps backward. She knew that Zheng Sui was practicing extra hard. However, it didn't know that Zheng Sui was practicing extra hard with his shirt off. Watching everyone else in the tent fall asleep, second Miss Shinmi hunkered down behind the curtain, poked her head out, and quietly stared at Zheng Sui. Her two small hands were over her chest, her heart beating a little violently. This man, he's really hard-working. Everyone rests and he still has to practice. This was the second time second Miss Shinmi had looked at a man's naked upper body. The first time was also Zheng Sui, but at that time it was in the ministry compound of the Jin family residence. Moreover, Zheng Sui quickly got dressed, and right now, he doesn't seem to notice at all. The firelight from the campfire shone on the man's broad chest, casting a somewhat bronzed glow on that skin. Sweat continued to trickle down his body, reflecting in the firelight. Second Miss Shinmi bit her red lips, her beautiful eyes glowing brightly. He seemed to have grown quite a bit of flesh compared to the first time I saw him in this form. His skin looked hard. I wish I could reach out and try poking it, thinking that after going back, Zheng Sui would be his own son-in-law. Second Miss Shinmi's earlobes were a little red. Pretend to go over there for something and take the opportunity to poke around and see how it feels. It's a little embarrassing, though, but, after all, this was in the barracks, and no one knew they had done these things. Not to mention, after he joins the family in the future, he dares to say? With this thought, the second young lady covered her face with her hands. How did you become like this? But, having missed this opportunity, I don't know when the next one will be. Second Miss Shinmi clenched her teeth, moved her hand that was covering her face, and was about to go up, but then he saw in the distance a group of people walking over. End of chapter. Chapter 112, Tianfeng, you must build up your career and be worthy of her. Chapter 112, Tianfeng, you must build up your career and be worthy of her. It's the eldest son, Yuan Tan, and the other men, Tianfeng. They just patrol a bit before going to bed to draw closer to the generals. Second Miss Shinmi was busy shrinking back into the tent, lying back in her place and pretending to fall asleep. Zhang Sui, who was practicing extra hard, also saw Yuan Tan and farewell Tianfeng and the others. He was busy stopping his extra training and bowed towards Yuan Tan and Tianfeng. The farewell master. The group stopped in front of Zhang Sui. Yuan Tan looked Zhang Sui up and down. Compared to many soldiers in the army, Zhang Sui obviously had some meat on his body. Also, there's a great sense of power. Yuan Tan couldn't help but pinch Zhang Sui's body a few times. Scad and laughed. Quite powerful. What's your name? Which family's son? Before Zhang Sui could reply, Tianfeng, a bai on the side, interjected. If I remember correctly, his name is Zhang Sui, and he's the main record of the Jin family in Wuji County. Duke Chang. You've met him before. Yuan Tan came back to his senses at this point. Earlier, he led his army to Wuji County and was at the western entrance of the city of Wuji County. This Zhang Sui is standing in the crowd. It's just that, at that time, Zhang Sui was wearing clothes and didn't see anything special, so he didn't pay special attention to it. Without realizing that, with his shirt off, he looked like this. Yuan Tan smiled and looked at the generals following beside him, saying, "You guys also strip naked and compare." The generals have stripped off their shirts. Zhang Sui looked a little odd. A lot of people are skinny and bony under their clothes. It was only better than when he had just crossed over. He does have more muscle on him, especially the pecs. Zhang Sui hadn't paid special attention before, probably read too much, but now it does stand out a lot when compared to others. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. This was thanks to the feeding of the fifth young lady Zhenrong and Hongyu. After entering the Zhen family, the fifth young Miss Zhenrong and Hongyu would bring food almost every night. What with all the chicken, duck, and bear claws, I've eaten them all. Not to mention soup crackers, cornbread, and the like. Second Miss Shinmi, who was lying in the tent pretending to be asleep, heard the conversation outside and saw that none of them seemed to have any intention of coming in. Before she tiptoed up once again, walked to the mouth of the tent curtain, hid in the shadows and looked into the distance. She wanted to know what they were doing. With a glance, she saw that Zhang Sui was already facing her sideways at that moment. The light from the campfire shone on his chest. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui's chest, biting her lips and breathing a little sharply, especially when eldest Duke Yuan Tan kept patting Zhang Sui all over his body and made him turn around. Second Miss Shinmi's silver teeth were almost clenched. She had the excitement of wanting to go up and take the place of elder Duke Yuan Tan. Her earlobes were on fire. She felt a little ashamed. She is an unmarried girl herself. How can you have such nasty thoughts? What's the difference between yourself and a denizen? However, she didn't look away. If this is moved away, this situation, the next time I see you, I don't know when. Yuan Tan compared the upper body of the crowd and nodded his head in satisfaction. It was to Zhang Sui that he said, "It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping and still practicing?" Zhang Sui honestly said, "This exercise thing has to be a habit. I practice like this every day and make it a habit so I don't slack off. Not to mention, it's a chaotic time and I'm in the military. Usually no extra practice, no pain, no blood and sweat. When you get to the battlefield, you're easy to kill." Diejiao Tianfeng added from the side. He was in the group that killed Koji Yi. Yuan Tan was quite curious and said, "You do pay quite a bit of attention to him." It was only then that Bui Hai Tianfeng laughed. "It is a bit. He's a disciple of Ding Jianyang, the former pastor of Bingzhou, all from Yanmen County. I have a feeling he's still a talent. The first time he met me, he didn't have much stage fright, and he was able to draw pictures of me on the floor as he went along. Worth cultivating. It's just that, at the time, he was still in the Zhen family as the main record. I wasn't in a good position to jump over the Yen family to rob them, so I didn't care." Yuan Tan looked at Zhang Sui with some surprise. A disciple of Ding Yuan? Ding Yuan has disciples? But if the alibi says so, it shouldn't be fake. Yuan Tan looked to the farewell master, Tianfeng, and said, "You keep it? Now that he's in the army, he's no longer a member of the Zhen family." Beihai Tianfeng pondered a little before he looked at Zhang Sui and said, "Have you started a family yet?" Zhang Sui shook his head. Bui Tianfeng asked again, "Then do you have a favorite woman?" Zhang Sui. He was a little uncertain. "I don't know what Tianfeng is doing asking this question all of a sudden." Tianfeng urged, "Answer quickly." Zhang Sui's mind floated back to the two women, Madame and Hongyu, who were in a state of intent, so he smiled sarcastically and said, "Yes, there is." Tianfeng's eyes lit up slightly and asked again, "Is he from the Zhen family? What is your status in the Zhen family?" Zhang Sui. Tianfeng once again urged, "Hurry up and say it." Zhang Sui glanced skeptically at Yuan Tan and Tianfeng before he stammered, Sort of somewhat honorable." Second Miss Shinmi couldn't help but smile. This denizen, indeed, covets himself. Tianfeng exhaled a long breath and said, "So how is she treating you?" Zhang Sui gave a hefty laugh. "Whether it's the lady or the red jade, it's time to touch yourself." Seeing this, Tianfeng laughed out loud and said to Long Duke Yuan Tan, "That should be the one." I didn't realize that the two had that kind of relationship, so it's no wonder that Long Duke couldn't see her in person. Eldest Duke Yuan Tan also somewhat oddly sized up Zhang Sui again. How could he not have thought that his own eldest son of Yuan Shao, the pastor of Jizhou, would be compared to such a person? However, this person's status was lower though, just the main record of the Zhen family. However, by virtue of the fact that he was Ding Jianyang's disciple, it wasn't that hard to accept that he was being compared to him. Besides, what kind of woman can't you get with your own family? Thinking of this, Yuan Tan said to Tianfeng, "It's a good thing when people have attachments." Tianfeng nodded, before he said to Zhang Sui, "Your cousin's name is?" Zhang Sui busily said, "Bo Qing." The success of success. Tian Feng said. Watching ah. Although you are a disciple of Ding Jianyang and the main mark of the Jin family, your status is ultimately lower nowadays, even if that girl is interested in you too. Zhang Sui. There's nothing wrong with that. Although the lady was also interested in herself, it must have been difficult to get her to remarry to her. But where it was easy, the lady should have let herself be arched long ago. The lady didn't even resist when she even touched the place herself. Second Miss Shinmi stood in the shadows and her expression became serious. Although he was going to join the family, but, with his status and position, he was expected to be disliked by certain people in the mansion in the future. Since ancient times, flunkies have been looked down upon, even if they are clearly competent. When Tian Feng saw Zhang Sui fall into a contemplative state, he then said, since you've joined the military camp, you should build up your career to match her status. That's what a great man does. You can't always ask her to defend you. Zhang Sui frowned. Indeed, he didn't want the lady to speak for herself too often, or at first the lady had this heart. Once time passes, and the lady has the burden of the Jin family in her heart, she may be irritable as well. Only then did Zhang Sui look at Elder Duke Yuan Tan and farewell Governor Tian Feng and said, I implore Elder Duke and farewell Governor to show me the way. End of chapter. Chapter 113 Long Duke Yuan Tan's Letter of Marriage. Chapter 113 Long Duke Yuan Tan's of Marriage. Seeing that Zhang Sui had taken the bait, Eldest Duke Yuan Tan and farewell Master Tian Feng glanced at each other and both burst out laughing. Elder Duke Yuan Tan said, in this case, Bo Qing, I will write a letter to the Jin family in my capacity and do the honors for you and the girl for once. With me as the master, the Jin family shouldn't refuse. But, after all, you are lower. It just so happens that the alibi has recently received a commission from my father to raise a cavalry. And I'm not afraid to tell you, this cavalry is for use against the Southern Huns. The Southern Huns have been roaming around Hadong and Hanoi recently, burning and looting everywhere, though they are now considered courtiers. But then they violated the people. Just like Koji, my Yuan family is a great family with 4 generations and 3 dukes in the Great Han Dynasty, and has always put the people first, so how can I possibly tolerate them acting so recklessly? Father cannot tolerate them and is ready to expel them from Hebei. But the Huns are almost all cavalry. It's not going to be easy to deport them. In the past few years, we fought against Gongsun and captured a number of fine warhorses. We purchased some more. Father wants to raise his own cavalry and go to war with the Southern Huns. Having expelled the Southern Huns, in the future, this cavalry will be of great use. Here's a chance for you to join in. Be good in the meantime. If you can perform well in this great battle for Qingzhou, you will formally follow the bio to Yecheng and join those cavalrymen. Father holds this cavalry in high regard. It's also so much easier to build a career than others, as long as you gain a firm foothold in it. By virtue of the fact that you're Ding Jianyang's disciple, your future is unlimited. At that time, if you go back to the Jin family and marry that girl, who would dare to look down on you? Although the Jin family was once honored, but, after all, it's fallen now. No more talk about what you do as a general or captain, but whenever you can become a school captain. That doesn't scare the Jin family in the slightest. Zhang Sui slowly nodded his head when he heard Yuan Tan say that. Though historically Yuan Shao did not turn out well. Eventually his eldest son Yuan Tan and others were also killed by Cao Cao and Hebei was annexed by Cao Cao. But that was all after the 7th year of Jianan. The 7th year of Jianan, or 202. And it's the 1st year of Xingping, 194. This was a period of 8 years. Those 8 years were enough for his own children and those of the lady in Hongyu to be several years old. When the time comes, find a way to get out of the Yuan family's control earlier. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui saluted toward Chang Gongzi Yuan Tan and farewell Governor Tian Feng successively. I am willing to serve Chang Gongzi and farewell Governor. Eldest Duke Yuan Tan was very satisfied with Zhang Sui's reply. Patting Zhang Sui's shoulder, Yuan Tan said, do well. Don't degrade the reputation of your husband, Ding Jianyang. At first light tomorrow, I will write your own letter for you and have it sent to the Jin family. He also looked at the donkey Tian Feng and the other generals and said, let's continue our patrol. After that, the group left. Zhang Sui grinned out as he watched Elder Duke Yuan Tan and farewell Master Tian Feng and the others leave. Although it is indeed dangerous. Fight a war and you're likely to die. However, following Tian Feng was definitely better than just staying in the Jin family. Before the Battle of Guandu, Tian Feng, as Yuan Shao's alibi, was one of the schemers and even the leader of the Jizhou faction. It's definitely better to want to follow him around and mix up some credits than the others. Thinking that he could marry his wife and Hongyu openly, Zhang Sui picked up his lance and practiced more again. He felt his body fill with strength. The appearance of Madame and Hongyu snuggled in his arms came to mind, and Zhang Sui gave a ghostly cry. Hold on, ladies, waiting for your husbands to marry you in a palanquin. Second Miss Shinmi stood in the shadows, looking at how excited Zhang Sui looked. The corner of her mouth was a little pressed. This denizen, without thinking about it, could still be favored by the elder duke and the Boo builder. Actually, thinking about it, the possibility of him building a career is indeed greater than anyone else in the Jin family, though he himself had previously planned to have him join the family. But if he can build a career, that's better than him joining the family. When he builds his career and gains his identity, it is equivalent to an additional layer of backing for the Jin family. Then at that time, no one in the family would dare to look down on him. And with him around, the Jin family wouldn't be in decline. Watching Zhang Sui dance with his lance, tigerishly powerful, Second Miss Shinmi then reluctantly removed her eyes from him and returned to her own position to lie down. And she couldn't sleep anymore. Just now, the elder duke said that he would write a letter to his mother, in his own name, to set himself up with him. Surely mother won't refuse. He's so talented that his mother praises him a lot on a regular basis. This time, the elder duke made the decision to find him this denizen as a son-in-law. And mother will surely be overjoyed. The fifth sister will be happy too. The fifth sister was obsessed with him, always saying that he knew astronomy and geography. Ergo not to mention, Ergo has long since hated to marry him as well. Ergo that's a denizen too. After he married himself, Ergo would be able to honorably ask him to help paint the unseemly things. The scene of second brother and him looking at those paintings together came to mind. And second Miss Shinmi smiled so much that her eyes narrowed. Zhang Sui has added 0.4 pounds of strength today after practicing extra hard. Zhang Sui sat cross-legged at the entrance of the tent and blew dry his sweat before he went back to the haystack of the tent and lay down to sleep. The march continued the next day. At dusk, eldest Duke Yuan Tan had his personal soldiers deliver a letter to second Duke Xinyan. Zhang Sui was directing his men to set up their tents. However, he saw second Duke Xinyan and second Miss Shinmi walking over. The two stopped in front of Zhang Sui, and second Duke Xinyan bumped Zhang Sui with his arm and squeezed his eyebrows. You can do it, Bo Qing. To be able to make the eldest duke personally come out. Zhang Sui froze, then returned to his senses. It looks like eldest Duke Yuan Tan went directly to second Duke Xinyan, although Madam is the first person in the Jin family. However, the second son, Xinyan, was the eldest male in the main family of the Jin family, and was considered the true head of the family. If it were not for the mediocre ability of the second son, Yan, who did not dare to take over the burden of holding up the Yan family, it would be the lady who would have to retreat behind him. Zhang Sui was also happy in his heart. Finally, it was clear that he and his wife were married. Zhang Sui looked at second Duke Xinyan's scowling appearance. He also looked at the second young Miss Shinmi, and saw that she didn't turn her head and her earlobes were burning up, and there was something a little odd in his heart. They're so happy that they're going to be their father? However, think about the fact that they lost their fathers at an early age and did not experience the warmth and lack of fatherly love. Now with myself as their father, it's the stepfather. Though, it's normal that they would be happy. Zhang Sui smiled at second Duke Xinyan and second Miss Shinmi. That's right. How can I convince Madam if I don't have some skills? Second Duke Yan froze. What's it got to do with your own mother? Only he immediately looked back. He was able to convince his mother when she was so fierce, so it was only natural to have the eldest male do so. Second Duke Shinmi laughed. Yes, you're all right. When you build your career and come home, I'll give you guys a wedding and never treat you badly. In the future, you'll have to take care of me. Ha ha, Zhang Sui nodded and smiled. That's for sure. Isn't that bull asterisk? After being your father, it's only natural to take care of your children. Although second Miss Shinmi's face still looked cool, her heart was overjoyed. Stealing a glance at Zhang Sui and the second brother beside him, the corners of the second young Miss Shinmi's mouth rose slightly. With such a good relationship between them, there won't be any conflicts in the Jin family in the future. End of chapter. Chapter 114 promoted to the rank of Centurion. Chapter 114 promoted to the rank of. During the next few days of marching, Zhang Sui, second Duke Xinyan and second Miss Shinmi were all in a good mood. In the evening, during dinner, Zhang Sui also continued to tell everyone about those enlightening movies he had once watched. Although the second young Miss Shinmi had a look of disgust on her face, she didn't hide anymore. Mixing with these men, she also gradually understood what her mother once said, there is no man who is not horny. It was only on the 7th day of the march that the army finally arrived at Qinghe County next to Chuliang. The army set up camp outside of Qinghe County. Madame unexpectedly rushed from Wuji County, with her housekeeper, to Chuliang. After that, without stopping, he personally escorted a large amount of grain and grass over. Eldest Duke Yuan Tan and farewell Master Tianfeng were both very satisfied with the performance of the Jin family. They are running out of food. Over the years, Jizhou has been on the warpath. Although the Yuan family is a top family of 4 generations and 3 dukes, However, it is also exceptionally difficult to collect taxes on the hands of the major families in Jizhou. This time, the Jin family took the initiative to send in grain and grass, or such a large amount. Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tian Feng, the special ruler, received the lady in person and gave her a banquet, to which the second son, Jin Yan, and the second young lady, Jun Mi, were also invited. In the marquee, the eldest son, Yuan Tan, repeatedly thanked his wife. Only after a banquet did the eldest son, Yuan Tan, smile at his wife and say, "When I first met Jin Lang, I thought that Jin Lang looked civilized and weak. I didn't expect that Jin Lang would show exceptional bravery in this fight. It's so unassuming, yet admirable." Her ladyship looked at second Duke Xinyan, a gentle smile on her face, and said to eldest Duke Yuan Tan and farewell master Tian Feng, "It's all due to the cultivation efforts of eldest Duke and farewell master." Eldest Duke Yuan Tan shook his head and said, "We wouldn't dare to be greedy for credit. It's clearly the good tutelage of the Jin family." After a pause, eldest son Yuan Tan looked at his wife and second son Jin Yan and said, "Madam, Jin Lang, it's like this, because of the difficulty of transporting grain and grass. This follow-up, we're going to cut back on our soldiers. I've conferred with the bio over the past few days, and both thought it would be condescending for Jin Lang to continue to follow us. So, we conferred and made a decision. How about if I join Beizhu in petitioning the officials of Jizhou and recommending Jin Lang to take the 800 men of your Jin family to Chuliang and serve as Chuliang's commander? I had originally thought that it would be better for Jin Lang to be a magistrate in Wuji County with such talent. However, my great Han has a law of exodus, and an official cannot hold the largest official position in the local area. And the Jin family, they have properties right here in Chuliang. Letting Jin Lang benefit the people in Chuliang feels like the best choice." Her ladyship was busy pulling the second son, Jin Yan, to bow. The elder duke busily gestured for them to get up, saying, "But don't be so polite, you all deserve this." He also looked at the second son, Jin Yan, and encouraged, "Jin Lang, your Jin family ancestor was famous for a long time, so don't degrade your Jin family's reputation." Second Duke Yan Yan responded. Suddenly, the second young Miss Shin Mi, who was on the side, said, "Our Jin family has 900 people here." The lady also looked at the eldest son, Yuan Tan, suspiciously. Elder Duke Yuan Tan laughed. "It's like this, out of these 900 men of your Jin family, including Vice General Zhang Sui of the ministry, there are 100 who have performed exceptionally well, and Bei Jiao happens to have a mission for them, so they can only remain there." The lady's pretty face turned a little white. Let Zhang Sui stay? But what could she say? Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tian Feng, the special governor, were able to let their second son and second daughter go back with 800 men, already looking at their own great kindness in personally escorting the grain and grass this time. What's more, they even personally petitioned the Jizhou government to make their son a Chuliang order this time, and take 800 people with you. These 800 people, taking some of them back to Wuji County, would be enough to deter other great families. The lady could only force a smile of thanks. After that, Madame left with the second son, Jin Yan, and the second young Miss, Jun Mi. The three parted ways. Second Duke Xinyan and second Miss Xinmi continue to return to their camp tents with the news that they will not be ready to separate from the army until tomorrow. Madame and the others were also placed in the barracks, but in a corner. Looking at the backs of second Duke Xinyan and second Miss Xinmi as they left, the madam let out a long sigh before rushing towards her tent. Coming to the tent, the lady stood inside, looking at the night sky outside the tent, her heart indescribably despondent. Cannot take Zhang Sui away, and having to be on the lookout for him all the time. On the other side, Zhang Sui was eating with the crowd in his tent. However, a soldier walked in and said, "Zhang Sui, the Beidao asks you to head to the martial tent." Immediately, Zhang Sui put down his dishes in a panic and dashed to the marshal's tent. When he rushed to the martial tent, he saw that the eldest son, Yuan Tan, and Tian Feng, the special driver, were both there. Seeing Zhang Sui coming over, Tian Feng of the Beidao said, "Now, out of the 900 men of the Jin family, choose 100 who are extraordinarily outstanding and stay in the army, with you as the 100 commander. For the other 800, have them all leave tomorrow after the Jin family crowd." Zhang Sui, splitting up so soon? Zhang Sui springs into action though. That's actually a good thing. Building a career is not that easy. A general will be a great success. If it continues, the vast majority of people will die. This great turmoil at the end of the Han dynasty, according to the history books, less than 10% of the people eventually survived. It's better for these people to exit the battlefield early. As for myself, I really can't go. For one thing, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Since eldest Duke Yuan Tan and farewell master Tian Feng had taken a liking to himself, Not complying with them was basically a dead end. Secondly, he did need to build up his career to earn a good status so that he could marry his wife and Hongyu. Zhang Sui rushed to the Jin family's 900 men's tent, called them up, and selected 100 men, including Captain Zhen Hao and Huang Han, and the other 800 men, and told them to follow the second son, Jin Yan, and the second young lady, Jun Mi, out tomorrow. For a while, some people were happy and others were sad. Zhang Sui registered the names of the 100 men and went to the marshal's tent to give the list to Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tian Feng, the special governor. Eldest son Yuan Tan is not here. Only the don't drive Tian Feng was busy. After glancing at Zhang Sui's list, Tian Feng nodded with full intention. It's hard to do this in such a short period of time. Only, Tian Feng looked at Zhang Sui's registered name somewhat oddly. Part of the word he recognized. Part of the words, surprisingly, even he didn't recognize. Zhang Sui hurriedly lied without blushing. This is what Sir left in the bamboo slips. These are well simplified words. Mr. says some of the words nowadays are too complicated for learning. Tian Feng was a bit surprised. Only after listening to Zhang Sui read out the names one by one, and the words were the same as those in his familiarization, did he let Zhang Sui go? It was already completely dark. Zhang Sui is about to go back. Passing by the vicinity of the Jin family's convoy, Zhang Sui hesitated slightly and saw that no one was paying special attention to his place before walking over quickly. After this departure, I don't know when I'll see you next. Perhaps one will die in battle the next time, and then there will be no chance of meeting again. Though wandering around the barracks at night carries big risks, but he had an excuse to send a list to Tian Feng, the buyer. Zhang Sui rushed to the caravan and quickly found the tent where his wife was. At this point, Madame was not sleeping at all. She stood just outside the curtained doorway, staring blankly at the night sky. Her drapery was dark and not lit. Seeing Zhang Sui appear, the lady looked happy and was about to welcome him, but when the words came to her lips, the lady was busy swallowing them. Watching Zhang Sui come over, the lady whispered, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" End of chapter. Chapter 115, Madam, you're my little heart. I'll wait for you to come back and marry me. Chapter 115, Madam, you're my little heart. I'll wait for you to come back and marry. Zhang Sui walked toward the tent while whispering, "Go inside and talk." The lady then looked around nervously, although the convoy was inside the barracks. However, this was after all a place where the Jin family caravan resided and did not belong to the army, so there were no patrols in the tents in this corner. Only outside the corners are patrolling soldiers. The lady and Zhang Sui entered the tent and stood in the shadows, though the light from the campfire outside shone into the entrance of the tent, giving the entrance some light, but not in the depths. However, against the dim firelight of the doorway, blurry black shadows could still be seen in the depths. Madame whispered, "Bo Qing, do you not want to die? Running over here so late at night?" Zhang Sui asked. "Tanger, did Hongyu not come today?" The lady said, "How could she come? It's not convenient for her, an unmarried girl, to show her face." Her words had just finished, when Zhang Sui held her in his arms, his lips landing on her face and neck. The lady's voice was trembling a bit as she said, "Bo Qing, it won't work here. If we find out, we'll be finished." Only then did Zhang Sui stop and rubbed her pretty face. Feeling his lady's pretty face rolling, Zhang Sui laughed. "Tanner, did you miss me?" The lady sighed darkly before saying, "I want to. Why don't I want to? I can't sleep every day." Zhang Sui said, "Unfortunately, I can't go back and marry you in a short time. I was just approached by the elder duke and the buyer and told to bring 100 men to stay. This time, we're going to hit Qingzhou. If something is shown, let me join the cavalry. I'm going to build a career, and I'm going to marry you in a way that matches you." When the lady heard Zhang Sui say this, her heart was softened to the core. Her arms encircled Zhang Sui's waistband and pressed her face against Zhang Sui's chest. The lady said in a hoarse voice, "A general will become famous and 10,000 bones will wither. I'd rather you were able to follow me back this time. All your previous ploys have come true. Yen has also become a Chuliang order. Only you, and you can't go back." Zhang Sui felt some wetness on his chest. The lady's body trembled slightly and said, "How can it be so easy to build a career? If I'd known you'd be left behind, I'd have let you stay in the Jin family. But then again, I was a little too selfish after all. If you stay in the Jin family, how can Yen or possibly go back this time? You must be to blame for this. What do you want me to do?" Zhang Sui also hugged the lady, resting his chin on top of her head and gently rubbing it. "This is of my own free will. If I do die in battle, it will be on my own. But you have to wait for me to get back and have faith in me." The lady didn't respond. Zhang Sui could only feel the warm tears spreading in his chest. Zhang Sui hugged his wife a little tighter and said, "I can't stay too long. Before I go, can you fulfill a few wishes for me, Tainer?" Only then did the lady raise her head and choke out, "Tell me, I promise you everything." Zhang Sui lowered his head and softly said, "Call me heart and soul again." Suppressing her sourness, the lady returned softly, "My heart's darling." As Zhang Sui listened to this soft cry, he only felt his entire body boiling with hot blood. In the next moment, he directly picked up the lady, and in the midst of a cry of surprise from the lady, he quickly tore off her clothes, so excited that his voice trembled and said, "Heart and soul, there's a woman in my hometown who says that in order to get inside a woman's heart, you have to get inside the woman first. Zhang Sui attached his ear to Madame's ear and whispered a few words. The lady only felt her face burning, feeling her clothes being stripped off. Madame wrapped her hands around Zhang Sui's neck and clasped his head dead center on her chest. 10,000 words omitted. Zhang Sui helped his wife get dressed. Looking at the lady lying on the hay and closing her eyes deeply, Zhang Sui gently dropped a kiss on her red lips before he left reluctantly. The lady lay down on the hay of the camp tent, and listened to Zhang Sui's footsteps disappearing into the night. Before she opened her eyes, her sweat-dampened hair covered her brow. A smile couldn't help but appear on his rosy face. This man, who obviously acted so horny and denizen-like on a regular basis, but just now, he couldn't find the location. The lady burst out laughing at the thought of his monkeyish appearance. Climbing up from the hay, the lady looked out of the tent into the night in the direction Zhang Sui had left, gently ruffled the wet hair plastered to her cheeks with both hands, and murmured, "Heaven forbid, be sure to bring my heart's darling back safely." Zhang Sui hurried back to his tent and lay straight back down on his hay. His mind was filled with the scene of the fierce battle just now. Obviously drenched in sweat, he didn't try to dry off this time. These sweats, as if lingering with the scent of the lady's body, with Madame's suppressed voice floating in his mind. Zhang Sui gulped. The lady's full-bodied body was truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, the day ended hastily. This would be great if there was no war, no need to build a career, and the two of them as a normal couple. Though before and after the crossing, in both worlds, it was the first time, but he felt he could still fight until dawn. Zhang Sui was about to drift off to sleep. Instead, he felt a kick in the soles of his feet. Zhang Sui came to his senses and stood up suspiciously, but he saw a figure walking towards the outside of the tent. The dim glow of the campfire spilled in. This back, it was second Miss Shinmi without a doubt. Zhang Sui climbs to his feet and walks out foxed. Coming outside the tent, second Miss pulled out an amulet from her sleeve and handed it to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui took it and wondered, what is the meaning of this? Second Miss Shinmi didn't have the good sense to say, "I'm going to part ways with you tomorrow. You'll have to go to war later. This amulet was given to me personally by my eldest sister when she married." Zhang Sui hurriedly handed it back and said, "It's too expensive. I can't take it." Second Miss Shinmi's face was clear and cold as she said, "I just lent it to you." "Who gave it to you? You really know how to think." "Zhang Sui." Second Miss Shinmi said, "When you return it to me. At that time, I'll give you a different one." Zhang Sui scratched his head. "And a different one? When I return, I'll be your father." What kind of daughter gives these things to her father? But, for now, it's better to take it and save her from losing her temper. The second young lady, Junmi, saw Zhang Sui accepting it, and only then did she want to go back. When she passed by Zhang Sui, her nose suddenly shrugged and she furrowed her eyebrows. "On you, why is there a familiar scent?" Zhang Sui's heart thumped. At the moment, it's not time for a showdown. This is a matter that will have to wait for his own return, so that the lady herself can come and tell a few of the young ladies and gentlemen. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui smiled and said, "Just now, I went to hand in the list, passed by the caravan, saw Madame, and helped carry some things. Seeing that I was sweating, Madame gave me a handkerchief to wipe it off, saying that going back like this would easily cause others to speculate. It feels like, maybe it's the scent on the handkerchief." Only then did second Miss Shinmi have no doubts, and while entering the tent, she said, "Go in early and sleep. You have to march tomorrow." End of chapter. Chapter 116, Holding Recruitment in Kongrong. Chapter 116, Holding Recruitment in Kong. Zhang Sui watched the second young Miss, Junmi, enter the tent before he let out a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, women are dogs. Such a good nose. Zhang Sui also returned to his tent and fell asleep. Refreshed today, he soon fell asleep. This day was the most comfortable sleep he'd had since college. Early the next morning, Zhang Sui got up. Her ladyship is going back with the caravan. Second Duke Xinyan, second Miss Shinmi, and the 800 members of the Jin family were to follow suit. Zhang Sui sent off with 100 men. Outside the camp, Madame had been waiting with a caravan. Seeing Zhang Sui come out, the lady's pretty face couldn't help but redden. Before that, she could never have imagined that she would have her first time with this man in a place like this. However, she was a bit vain. At a time like this, no one else could find out that the two had done it for the first time last night. Brushing her eyes away from Zhang Sui, the lady was busy welcoming the second Duke Xinyan and the second Miss Xinmi, bringing the second young Miss Xinmi onto the carriage. The madam then lifted the curtain of the carriage window and looked at Zhang Sui from afar, her brows all tender. Zhang Sui looked at the lady looking over and smiled at her as well. Only then did madam lower the curtain with fondness. The caravan and 800 people flanked the carriage of the lady, second Miss Xinmi and second Prince Shenrong as they left. Zhang Sui had watched the lady's carriage disappear from sight before returning to the barracks with 100 men. One by one, others in the barracks got up and began to dismantle their tents. As soon as the sun rose in the east, the army began to make its way. 3 more days of traveling. It was only at noon on the third day that the army arrived at Gaotang Harbor in Plain County. Officials from Hai Pond Harbor had already come to greet them. The leader of the group was a man in his 30s with a clear face and a long body. The man and the eldest son, Yuan Tan, and the other son, Tian Feng, successively made a meeting salute, and introduced the officials of Gaotang Harbor, and only then did he let the man guide the army into the designated area to station. The army rested for 7 days at Gaotang Harbor. During these 7 days, all the people gathered together during the day and were commanded by Tian Feng, the special commander, to train together on how to attack the city. On the morning of the 8th day, the wind blew from the northwest, and a drizzle fell from the sky. The army was led by the captain of Gaotang Harbor, Hao Zhua, who led 3,000 sailors downwind and straight to Linji Harbor. It's amazing that Linji Harbor is only defended by 2,000 men, and the defense sparsely pulls across. The battle lasted less than an hour before it was over. The defenders of Linji Harbor fled and returned directly to the territory of Beihai County. Takeshi led the army to hold the port of Linji. Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tian Feng, the special ruler, led an army of 20,000 men directly through the Yellow River and landed in Linji Harbor. After disembarking, the army was divided into 3 groups. Zhuaji led 3,000 sailors to continue to sit in Linji Harbor to prevent Lu Bu from sneaking in. Because, next to the port of Linji is the Taishan County of Yinzhou, and Taishan County, currently in the hands of Lu Bu. And Lu Bu and Jizhou were incompatible at this point. 2 years ago, Lu Bu joined forces with Sita Wangyun to kill Dongzhuo and sat down in Chang'an, only to be driven out by Li Ju and Guisi. Lu Bu chose to defect to Yuan Shao in Jizhou and was accepted by Yuan Shao. However, Lu Bu offended many families in Jizhou by indulging his generals in burning and looting. These families complained to Yuan Shao, who then sent his men to expel Lu Bu. There were several conflicts in between, and Yuan Shao even sent his men to surround and annihilate Lu Bu, all of which Lu Bu escaped. Just when Lu Bu had nowhere else to go, Chen Gong, a native of Yinzhou, took advantage of the fact that Cao Cao, the governor of Yinzhou, was avenging his father's death by massacring Shuzhou, and joined forces with Zhang Miao, the governor of Chenlu, and others to lure Lu Bu into Yinzhou. Today, Cao Cao only occupies 2 counties in Yinzhou. All other territories are under Lu Bu's control. Now that Lu Bu has Yinzhou as his foundation, Tian Feng did not dare to expose Linji Harbor to Lu Bu's attack. While Zhuo Jiahui was sitting in Linji Harbor with 3,000 troops to prevent Lu Bu from attacking and cutting off the path of the 20,000 troops of eldest Prince Yuan Tan. Eldest Prince Yuan Tan and farewell Emperor Tianfeng were leading 10,000 troops each to outflank towards the county of Drama, which is the capital of Beihai County. Zheng Sui followed Tianfeng. The army had an unimpeded journey. Little resistance was encountered during this period. The generals of Beihai County retreated all the way to the ruling county of Drama. It took only half a month for eldest Duke Yuan Tan and farewell Governor Tianfeng to rendezvous at Plei County, Beihai County. The 2 armies were further divided into 3 armies. Yuan Tan, the eldest son, led an army of 8,000 men to besiege the west gate of the city. A general named Han Mang led an army of 5,000 men to besiege the east gate of the city, and farewell Emperor Tianfeng led an army of 7,000 men to besiege the southern gate of the city. The 3 armies were not in a hurry to attack, but just trained outside the city. The county of Drama, the seat of Beihai County, housed all of Beihai County's large army, nearly 10,000 men. The siege lasted up to a month, and as winter began to set in, not a single counterattack was mounted by the county of Drama. According to intelligence, the city is running out of food and supplies. It was only on December 19th, when the intelligence that Drama County had been running out of food and grass for 7 long days, that Drama County finally responded. Kong Rong, the minister of Beihai, led a group of officials to sit at the south gate of the city, cooking wine, talking about the sky and talking about the world. with an air of not putting the army of Bia Tianfeng in his eyes at all. Eldest Duke Yuan Tan, farewell General Tianfeng. And General Han Mang greeted all the generals and gathered and made a decision. Kong Rong is bluffing. Tomorrow at noon, the army will attack the city from the south gate of the city and try to take it in one go. In this way, we will be able to get Tianfeng and most of the army back to Yicheng to recuperate before the third dynasty. The order was given and the three armies quickly converged. The original east gate of the city was completely liberalized so as to leave a way out for the officials and people of the Drama County, preventing them from being fish out of water. At the west gate of the city, only 2,000 troops were left to prevent any enemy troops from killing them. The rest of the army all converge on the north gate of the city. On the morning of the 20th day of the 12th month of the first year of the Xingping reign, 18,000 Yuan troops drew up their attack at the south gate of the city. The siege apparatus is all straightened out. Kong Rong has brought officials from Beihai County to guard the city. There were originally nearly 10,000 troops in the city. After yesterday's night, there are now less than 4,000 troops in the city. Last night, after learning of the retreat of Yuan's army at the north gate of the city, more than half of the army of Drama County fled out of the city. Kong Rong, the phase of the North Sea, did not stand in the way. He even made a promise to his generals. Those who wish to remain, and those who do not, each has his own will, and he will not force it. At this moment, with an army of less than 4,000, looking at the 18,000 troops outside the city, Kong Rong, while asking the defenders to prepare for battle, set up a desk and table on the city wall, and took a few officials to drink wine in a cloudy and relaxed manner. At noon, Yuan's army beat the war drums. The catapults were the first to attack, pressuring the defenders on the walls from shooting their bows and arrows in a big way. The infantry set up ladders and hitched them to the moat. Chariots and siege ladders were pushed across the moat. The chariots kept crashing into the gates. The siege ladder is mounted on the moat. As the war drums beat more and more urgently, the sound of killing shook the sky. Zhang Sui led 100 men to protect the chariots crashing into the city gates. Together with Zhang Sui himself, the Jin family had a total of 15 sets of paper armor. Except for the second son, Jin Yan, the second young lady, Jun Mi, and Zhao Yun, who each had a set of paper armor. All the other paper armors were among the 100. The 12 men, wearing paper armor, held their own against the fire of the archers directly above the gates and kept pushing the chariots against the gates. In an instant, Zhang Sui and the others were hit with dozens of arrows. Members not wearing paper armor fell in pools of blood. Those wearing paper armor dodged a bullet. Those bows and arrows didn't even penetrate the paper armor. Or perhaps it was because he had already experienced a bloody battle. This time Zhang Sui looked at the crowd that kept falling around him and surprisingly had no reaction in his heart. The gate was crumbled open when the chariots hit it for the 20th time. Behind the gates, there weren't many defenders at all. Just under 100. As soon as the gates crashed open, the cavalry on the other side of the moat that hadn't yet struck swarmed up. Zhang Sui and the others were busy stepping aside. As the cavalry all killed their way into the city, only then did Zhang Sui and the others follow with a hiss and kill their way in. The city was filled with defenders who had been rushed by the cavalry and fell to the ground. Zhang Sui and the others rushed in, the weapons in their hands constantly replenishing, harvesting a life that had yet to be broken. End of chapter. Chapter 117, Let the Jin girls come here to accompany you during the 3 dynasties. Chapter 117, Let the Jin girls come here to accompany you during the 3. The battle in Drama County lasted nearly 2 hours. Dusk was not yet upon us, and the whole county of Play was within grasp. Kong Rong, who was previously sitting on the wall of the city's southern gate, sipping tea in a carefree manner and defying Biajiao Tianfeng, finally failed to collapse and left in a hasty manner at the moment before the gate was breached. Even the wives and children stayed in the city and did not flee with them. Eldest Duke Yuan Tan did not kill Kong Rong's wife and son. As a son of the Yuan family with 4 generations and 3 dukes, he understood the importance of reputation better than anyone else. Instead of killing Kong Rong's wife and children, he had them released from the city and sent a carriage and some dry food to Kong Rong's wife and children. And Tianfeng, the farewell driver, went to pay his respects to a man. Zhang Sui and the others also temporarily acted as guards for Tianfeng of the Beihai, and a group of people protected Tianfeng in the past to prevent assassinations in the city. In this era of the late Han dynasty, many people kept gatekeepers and handlers. These disciples and handlers specialize in assassination. And today Tianfeng is going to pay his respects to the staff of Kong Rong, the escaped minister of the Northern Sea. This person's surname is Zhua, his first name is Xian, and his epithet is Qingzhou. Upon learning that Yuan Tan, the eldest son, was leading a large army to attack Qingzhou, Zhua Qingzhou, who was a member of Kong Rong's staff, advised Kong Rong to open the city gates and surrender to Yuan Shao, or maybe, hang the banner of Cao Cao. Yuan Shao, as the only two inheritors of the Yuan family of 4 generations and 3 dukes, with his disciples and officials all over the world, is bound to do something in the future. Cao Cao serves as an ally of Yuan Shao, and when Cao Cao previously avenged his father's death by slaughtering Shuzhou, Yuan Shao even sent his general Zhu Ling to aid Cao Cao at the head of a large army. Now Cao Cao's foundation, Yanzhou, has only 2 counties left, despite the sneak attack, but instead of losing, these 2 counties have stayed the course. If he chose to defect to Cao Cao now, on one hand, Yuan Shao would not be able to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Beihai County. On the other hand, pinning down Lubu and Yanzhou with Cao Cao would definitely be considered timely reign for Cao Cao. When Cao Cao achieves something in the future, Kong Rong will be Cao Cao's great benefactor. When Kong Rong heard Zhuo Chengzu say this, instead of listening to his opinion, he cursed Zhuo Chengzu as a scum of the court. Kong Rong is a court official and will not surrender to anyone. He will only surrender when the city is in the people, and when the city is destroyed, the people will die. In order to make an example of him, Kong Rong immediately arrested Zhuo Chengzu and his family and beheaded them all. After Zhuo Chengzu and his family were killed, their bodies were collected by people who had the intention to bury them in the wasteland not far outside the eastern part of the city. Beihai Tianfeng made some sacrifices before he let out a long sigh and lamented. Corrupt Confucians harm people and themselves. This Zhuo Chengzu, his vision is quite poisonous, and Kong Rong, a self-proclaimed loyal court official, is incompetent to the core. He doesn't play defense when we're on offense. When we attacked the city, he sat high on the wall drinking wine and having a good time. And I wonder where he gets his confidence. And talk about the city is here. The city is gone. In the end, the gates were breached and it was still a scattering of legs. It's just a pity that such a talented person was buried in his hands for nothing. After standing in front of the grave for a while longer, Beidao Tianfeng greeted Zhang Sui and the others before they left. The group returned to the city. Under the protection of Zhang Sui and others, Tianfeng rushed to the hall of the government office to liquidate the results of this attack on Beihai County with his eldest son Yuan Tan. Zhang Suizha and the others then stood guard outside the hall of the government office. It was not until late at night that Biejiao Tianfeng came out. Zhang Sui and the others escorted farewell Tianfeng to his temporary residence in Drama County and were about to go back. He had to rush back to stay with the soldiers. However, Tianfeng suddenly called out to him and laughed. Slow down. Zhang Sui looked at Tianfeng suspiciously and said, I don't know what else Beizhu has to say. Tianfeng asked, what are you wearing? I see a dozen of you. Your whole body is covered with arrows. Yet you only scratched some skin. Surprisingly, no one is seriously injured. Zhang Sui looked down at the paper armor he was wearing. It's in tatters today. Zhang Sui took off the paper armor and handed it to Tianfeng. Armor made of paper. Far less impressive than iron armor. However, it can also withstand attacks from arrows. Of course, I've estimated that it shouldn't be able to withstand the melee attacks of weapons such as ring-headed swords and long knives, much less against a powerful crossbow. When I was in the Jin family before, since the Jin family didn't have any armor, I asked the madam for a large amount of paper and made some. It's also expensive, but it's so much better than iron armor. Tianfeng caressed the paper armor and asked, you are quite thoughtful. Zhang Sui smiled non-committally. Tianfeng put the paper armor down before he said, remember what I told you before? You like the Jin girl. Zhang Sui scratched his face and smiled. His mind was filled with the bewildered look of the lady. Seeing this, Tianfeng laughed. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just male love. Before that, Elder Duke wrote the matchmaking letter for you and that Jin family girl to that Jin family's second male. The second son of the Jin family won't say no. After all, it was set up by the Elder Duke himself. Zhang Sui nodded and thanked. Please don't bother to thank Duke Chang on my behalf. Tianfeng said. Thank you very much. Duke Chang doesn't care. Nothing more than a woman. What Elder Duke needs is for you to build a good career and contribute to the Jizhou government. That's what I promised you before. If you can perform in this great battle, let you join among the cavalry. You've done a pretty good job this time. You go home for today, and in the morning, I will have the armor delivered to you. You take your soldiers who are alive and come with me tomorrow. Tomorrow we will hasten back to Yeqing and spend the 3 dynasties there. I also had someone send you a letter to Wuji County, asking that Jin family girl to come over and spend the 3rd dynasty with you. After saying that, he patted Zhang Sui's shoulder and said, do well. Don't degrade Ding Jianyang's name. Zhang Sui's heart was in ecstasy. This Tianfeng. Not bad. All can do this for themselves. He can also arrange for his wife to come over from Wuji County to spend the 3rd dynasty with him. 3 dynasties, that is, 2,000 years after the Spring Festival. The thought of being able to spend one of the 3 dynasties with his wife was like a cat's claw scratching Zhang Sui's heart. He was busy thanking farewell Master Tianfeng before Zhang Sui retreated. Tianfeng watched Zhang Sui leave and shook his head with a smile. His eyes fell on the paper armor. Tian Feng picked it up again, rubbed it for a while, and sighed quite a bit. Brother Jian Yang, you can rest in peace in the 9 springs. This disciple of yours, even though he has not been personally taught by you, he has inherited a few moments of your temperament. Don't worry, I'll watch over him and let him show more of your majesty. Zheng Sui went all the way back to the camp and gathered with the 100 men he had brought with him. Originally there were only 100. This attack leaves only 52 men. Those who wore paper armor survived. Unlike Zheng Sui, who was a bit jumpy, the 52 people who were alive were sitting or lying down in the tent at this time, each wiping their weapons and being quiet. Several of them, it seems, cried. On that face, there were dried tear tracks all over. End of chapter. Chapter 118, Kaiyan's husband. Chapter 118, Kaiya's husband. Zheng Sui looked at them, and his original joy dissipated into nothingness, but he didn't know how to comfort. When you fight a war, you have to die. Or perhaps, in today's chaotic world, it's not just fighting that kills people. It's not fighting that kills people. Let's just say that massacres have happened a dozen times. Zheng Sui just walked over to them one by one, patted their shoulders, and then returned to his position and fell asleep. Unable to sleep, he recalled in his mind the time it had happened with the lady. Without realizing it, he fell asleep. Early the next morning, the army began to regroup. Yuan Tan, the eldest son, because he was appointed by Yuan Shao, the shepherd of Jizhou, as the assassin of Qingzhou, would therefore take a large army of 15,000 men and sit in the county of Drama, the seat of Beihai County, and would continue to plot for other counties in Qingzhou, and even go south to Shuzhou. And farewell. Tian Feng selected strong men to accompany him to Yeqing to prepare for the formation of the cavalry. Beiwei Tian Feng selected 3,000 men, including Zhang Sui and 52 men under his hand. One of them, Zhang Sui, obtained a set of armor, though this armor has breaks at the shoulders. After explaining a few more things to Chan Gongzi Yuan Tan, Tian Feng headed straight to Lingji Harbor with 3,000 men. Here, the don't drive Tian Feng took away the hold move. Jiaizhu temporarily stepped down from his original position as captain of the Gaotang Harbor and returned to Yeqing with Tian Feng, the other captain. Only after that did the army rush to the plains and then all the way toward Yeqing. By the time he arrived in Yeqing, it was already the big morning of December 29th. Tian Feng, the Bei Jiao, placed the 3,000 men in a camp at the south gate of Yeqing City, and agreed to gather at the camp on the 3rd day of the first month to formally organize the cavalry. The days from the 29th to the 2nd day of the first month were considered a vacation period for the 3,000 men. Zheng Sui and Captain Jinhao and Huang Han went to the camp to confirm their tents. After that, the group went straight to the city of Yeqing. This was the first time the crowd had been to a large city like Yeqing. So did Zhang Sui. Since crossing over, he's been in Wuji County. Wuji County is a modest county. Moreover, because of its proximity to Zhuo County, it had encountered the yellow turbans before, so it was really a bit shabby there. The bottom line is that there are stragglers everywhere, especially near a few of the gates. Stragglers were strewn about. You see people die every day. The frail old man, the desperate lady, the skinny child. Yeqing is obviously completely different from Wuji County. There are all sorts of tall buildings, as well as well-planned stores and a bustling bazaar, and not a straggler in sight. Laughter can be seen everywhere. A wide range of goods can be found everywhere. Strolling around Yeqing, Zhang Sui even had a moment of trance. He even thought it was the Shang dynasty, not the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. Just as Zhang Sui wanted to buy some food, Jinhao patted Zhang Sui's shoulder and said excitedly, "Jin family store." Zhang Sui followed Jinhao's pointing. Sure enough, he saw the word Jinjia hanging in front of a fabric store. After 2 great battles, and seeing the Jin family in Yeqing, which is far away from Wuji County, Zhang Sui and the others felt a little happy and were busy welcoming them. The shopkeeper obviously recognized Jinhao and said excitedly, "Captain Jin, why are you here?" Captain Jinhao shook the shopkeeper's hand and laughed heartily. "We were conscripted from Wuji County and fought all the way to Yeqing, and because of our outstanding performance, we were transferred here to Yeqing this time. Don't drive us on vacation for a few days. We'll just come out and hang out." Without realizing it, "It's here," the shopkeeper busily said. "That would be a good thing to do. Just spend the next few days in the store with us for the 3 dynasties. A letter has come from Madam. She'll be here tomorrow morning." Zhang Sui's heart was ecstatic. Biejiao Tian Feng is really a man of his word. Jinhao curiously said, "Why did Madam come over here? Mistress is away from Wuji County?" The shopkeeper laughed. "This is not so clear. That's how it's determined anyway. I had the clerks stock up on all sorts of items today, and once the lady arrives, we'll have a good 3 dynasties this year." Captain Jinhao hurriedly looked at Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. "Madam is here. How can you not stay here yourself?" Zhang Sui busily said. Stay. This time it must stay. Looking toward the shopkeeper, Zhang Sui said. There are dozens of other people from the Jin family who came here together. The shopkeeper looked suspiciously at Captain Jinhao. Jinhao hurriedly introduced. Boss, his name is Zhang Sui. He's the centurion of our people, and the main record of the Jin family. The shopkeeper was taken aback. So young that he was able to become Captain Jinhao's 100 chief. The main record of the Jin family. The shopkeeper was busy telling Zhang Sui. We, the Jin family, can reside in any property, and we have courtyards behind our store. Enough for everyone to squeeze in. Madam will arrive tomorrow and will be happy to know that you guys are so accomplished. Zhang Sui was busy telling Huang Han and the others to go back to the camp and call the others over. The shopkeeper had the shopkeeper make some herbal tea for Zhang Sui and Captain Jinhao. Zhang Sui and Captain Jinhao stood on one side of the store's counter, chatting while looking out at the bustle of activity. Captain Jinhao was obviously a bit excited, describing with the shopkeeper the grueling experience of killing Koji. The shopkeeper listened in wonder, and now and then uttered an exclamation of surprise. Just then, a young woman wearing a long yellow dress, somewhat slim and tall with a flat chest walked in. The shopkeeper was busy interrupting Captain Jinhao's words and greeted him with a smile. Mrs. Kai, come to collect your clothes? The young woman hummed. The shopkeeper said. Then wait a moment. I'll go fetch it for you now. The shopkeeper walked inside the store while asking the clerk to bring tea and pastries to the young woman. The young woman was not polite either. Accepting the herbal tea and pastries from the clerk, she took small sips while gazing a bit dully at the crowds coming and going outside. Captain Jinhao gently touched Zhang Sui with his elbow, nudged towards the young woman, and whispered with his ear. Very good looking. It feels just a little bit worse than second miss. It's mainly the body. Second miss has quite a lot of meat on her. She doesn't have much meat on her. Zhang Sui nodded, but didn't reply. After waiting for a moment, the shopkeeper took out a package from inside and handed it to the young woman. Mrs. Kai, here it is. Check it out when you get back, and if there's anything that doesn't fit, come straight over to us to have it rearranged for you for free. The young woman nodded at the shopkeeper and left with the package. It was only when the young woman's figure disappeared into the crowd outside that Captain Jinhao said, Boss, what's the situation? Who is this woman? She's so pretty, just like the second young lady. The shopkeeper sighed, before he said in an unkind manner, Don't you dare bury the second young miss. If the second young lady finds out, you won't be able to get away with it. This lady is called Kai Yan, daughter of the great scholar Kai Yong, former second youngest lady of the Hedong Wei family. Zhang Sui, Kai Wenji? To be exact, it was still called Kai Zhaoji at this time. Surprisingly, it's her. The shopkeeper continued. This Mrs. Kai, with her outstanding talent, is probably far inferior even to our second miss, but she's a husband killer. She was married less than 3 months before the Wei family's second son was killed by her grudge. She's got a temper, too. The old lady of the Wei family then said something about her being a kleptomaniac, and she couldn't take it anymore, cut ties with the Wei family, and came to Yeqing alone. End of chapter. Chapter 119. Zhang Sui, my master, Zhua Ci, is skilled in divination and fortune-telling. Chapter 119. Zhang Sui, my master, Zhua Ci, is skilled in divination and... Captain Jinhao heard the shopkeeper say this and lamented. That would be a pity. So good-looking, but a woman who is a husband killer. The shopkeeper agreed. Or what? So pretty, but dared to roam around without a veil. She's been in Yeqing for more than a month, and there are a number of males from a number of families inquiring about her. Knowing that she's the nemesis former second youngest wife of the Wei family, it all stops. That's why I just reminded you not to bury Miss Two. Just the one about the husband killing. Our second young lady can't afford it. Captain Jinhao hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Zhang Sui looked at the shopkeeper and Captain Jinhao somewhat oddly. Husband? This Kai Wenji, too, is really ill-fated, though talented. However, he has been uprooted all his life. From a young age, she followed her father, Kai Yong, wandering around, to avoid persecution from enemies. It can be said that Kai Wenji counted in the Wu land to grow up. Later, when Dong Zhuo rebelled, her father, Kai Yong, was threatened by Dong Zhuo to exterminate his 3 clans, and Kai Yong had to go to the capital. This trip will be a father and daughter's farewell forever. Kai Yong died in Chang'an, at the hands of Wang Yun, the so-called loyal minister in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, and she was married by a friend of her father, Kai Yong, to Wei Zhengdao, the second son of the Wei family of Hedong. That's the difference between having a father and not having a father. If Kai Wenji was still under the care of her father Kai Yong, odds are she would not have married Wei Zhengdao. It's not that Wei Zhengdao's family history is not good. Rather, Wei Zhengdao fell ill and died 3 months into the marriage, apparently having been terminally ill beforehand. If Kai Yong was alive and right next to Kai Wen-ji, how could he not see it? How could he let his daughter suffer this crime? Kai Yong entrusted his daughter to a friend. Friends are not real fathers after all. Kai Yong died again after that. If a woman has no father, can a friend take her at will? Seeing the identity of the Hee Dongwei family, the friends were still eager to get together. The saddest part is that Kai Wen-ji is far from arriving at the trough of this miserable situation today. Historically, and probably in the coming year, Li Ju and Guasisi revolted against Chang'an, and the southern Xiongnu took the opportunity to move southward from the Hedong County to carry out a massacre, burning and looting of Chang'an. It was at this moment that Kai Wen-ji was taken captive by the southern Huns, and this trip lasted 12 years. It wasn't until 12 years later that she was ransomed by Cao Cao for a large sum of money and then married to a man called Nothing Much, who seems to have been called Dong Si. Dong Zi despised Kai Wen-ji and did not even stay in the same room with her, and even flirted with her all over the place. Kai Wen-ji had spent 12 years with the Huns, and her temperament had long since been smoothed out. She listened to Dong Zi's behavior and went against the grain. It was only later, when Dong Si committed a crime and was to be executed, that Kai Wen-ji, barefoot, knelt down in front of Cao Cao's door and begged so hard that Dong Si's life was saved. Thinking of the tragic fate of the historical Kai Wen-ji, Zhang Sui hesitated slightly, but still walked out quickly. Participate even if you want to. Just a reminder. Captain Jin Hao hurriedly said, Bo Qing, where are you going? Zhang Sui said, I'm going out to meet someone. Zhang Sui exited the store and took a quick scan. Soon, he captured Kai Wen-ji's figure. She was standing in front of a floor stand. Jugs of booze lay on the floor stand. Her eyes were dead set on the drink, and she seemed a little hesitant. Zhang Sui quickly stepped forward and bowed towards Kai Wen-ji. Mrs. Kai, I'm polite. I'm Zhang Sui, the main record of the Jin family in Wuji County. Kai Wen-ji looked at Zhang Sui expressionlessly, but did not say anything. Zhang Sui met Kai Wen-ji's cold gaze and organized his words in his mind. I have a master who was proficient in divining and telling fortunes for people. He once gave me a divination and said that I would meet the daughter of a close friend of his named Kai Yin and Yecheng in the future. Only then did Kai Wen-ji furrow her brows and interrupt Zhang Sui's words. What is this master of yours called? Zhang Sui said. From Lujiang, Zhua Ci. According to historical records, Mr. Zhua Ci Dao, known as Mr. Wu Jiao, has been operating in the area of Lujiang, and Kai Wen-ji's father, Kai Yong, once took Kai Wen-ji to live near the Wu land for more than 10 years. Wu Di, that is, the area of Wu County, Danyang County and Lujiang County. When Kai Yong was in Wu Di, he was very famous and knew many famous people in the neighborhood. Therefore, it is very likely that Kai Wen-ji heard about Zhua Ci. Sure enough, when Kai Wen-ji heard Zhang Sui say this, her eyebrows slightly stretched a bit as she said, I have heard of your master's name. However, my father and your master seem to have no dealings. Zhang Sui secretly sighed in relief when he heard Kai Wen-ji say that. I've heard of it but haven't interacted with it, and that's the best thing to do. His greatest fear was that Kai Wen-ji was very familiar with Zhua Ci. In that case, he'd have to make up more lies. Since it's unfamiliar, that's good. Zhang Sui laughed. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, I'm following master's instructions. Kai Wen-ji blinked. Still no words. Zhang Sui said, my master told me to tell you that you've had bad luck these past few years. First you married, and your husband has been sick for a long time and will soon die. Originally, this was not your problem, but, unknown to others, you were said to be a kleptomaniac. Kai Wen-ji listened to Zhang Sui before she lowered her head, her heart somewhat touched. Since the death of her late husband, she has been criticized everywhere she goes as a husband hater. In fact, she knew better than anyone what was going on with her late husband. When she married, her late husband was so weak every day that he couldn't even get out of bed. If she hadn't already been betrothed to her late husband by her father's friend, she would have wanted to leave right then and there. She endured great aggravation at that time and stayed in the Wei family. But it did not occur to him that this full of goodwill of his own had become the beginning of his being denigrated by the world. For the first time in so long, she had heard it said that her late husband had not been killed by her grudges, but had died of his own illness, and that she had been wrongly accused. But she is a hard nature. When her father was murdered, she didn't even cry out when she heard the news, and held her tongue, insisting that her sister be married off. Nowadays, she was even less likely to cry out in public. Kai Wen-ji forced her tears back, before she raised her head and looked at Zhang Sui. Nothing else? Zhang Sui said. One more thing. In these 2 years, remember not to leave Yecheng. Yecheng is a blessing to you. In Yecheng, you were able to be safe and well. When you leave Yecheng these 2 years, you will have a great calamity. You will be taken captive by the Hoosiers and will bear children to the Hoosiers and will not be allowed to leave for 10 years of your life. Kai Wen-ji's face brushed pale. Taken by the Hoosiers? Giving birth to a Hoosier and not being allowed to leave for 10 years of your life? After Zhang Sui finished speaking, he turned around and left without waiting for Kai Wenji to reply. All that can be said. If she didn't listen to advice and insisted on leaving Yecheng, or even going south to Chang'an, then she deserved to be taken captive. Kai Wenji watched Zhang Sui leave without any hesitation, and only then did she come back to her senses from her fear. To be honest, she was a little unconvinced by all this talk of fate, but he was the first to say that his late husband's illness was not a result of his own nemesis, but that his late husband himself was terminally ill. Kai Wenji took a deep breath and slowly suppressed her inner uneasiness as she watched without moving as Zhang Sui disappeared inside the Jin family store. End of chapter. Chapter 120, 3rd Miss Yuan Me. Chapter 120, 3rd Miss Yuan. Zhang Sui went straight back inside the store under Kai Wenji's gaze, and he didn't look back. It's not like he's related to Kai Wenji. Being able to offer help to this point is all about being at her mercy as a descendant of 2,000 years. There is also the fact that before crossing over, he often played the Three Kingdoms game. And when he collected female characters, the three female characters Kai Wenji, Huang Yuing, and Jin Mi were the ones he almost had to collect. And now, it's a crossing. Zhang Sui was very clear about the gap between the game and reality. Captain Jin Hao saw Zhang Sui return and asked curiously, "Who did you go to see? Have you been to Yecheng? Got an acquaintance here?" Zhang Sui laughed and didn't explain, but looked at the shopkeeper and said, "So what? Where do we sleep?" The shopkeeper then asked the clerk to keep an eye on the store, and he personally took Zhang Sui and Captain Jin Hao to the backyard, arranging for a few people to stay in the houses. Zhang Sui caught a glimpse of the rice poles piled up in the woodshed in the backyard. Thinking in his mind of the previous Vice Captain Zhao Su's last words before his death, Zhang Sui approached the shopkeeper to ask if there was any ordinary paper. After receiving an affirmative answer, Zhang Sui asked for dozens of pieces of yellow paper. Only after that did he tie up a scarecrow with a straw. In fact, he said something about a scarecrow, and that was to cajole everyone. The inflatable doll he was going to say. The brother of his female co-star had all kinds of dolls at home. Inflatable. Silicone. After the college entrance exam, when Zhang Sui helped his female classmate carry books back to her house, the door to her brother's room was accidentally left open. It also happened to be a windy day. The room window was left open again. A gale blew through the window and rattled the door and windows of the room. He thought about going in to help close the window. Then you see all kinds of dolls. Even, Zhang Sui saw one lying on the bed. It's inflatable. The model was a supporting actress in a movie he had once watched called Qin Shi Mingyu, a woman called Duan Mu Rong. Zhang Sui was still getting into this for the first time at the time, and didn't know the purpose of this thing yet, thinking it was just purely a hobby. It's just that the hobby is a little kinky. Duan Mu Rong on top of the inflatable, naked to the core. He also reached down and poked it somewhat indiscreetly. Then I saw the co-ed and her brother standing in the doorway. Zhang Sui couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. Only, what he didn't expect in any way was that the two didn't think he was perverted. On the contrary, the two siblings even taught him about inflatable girlfriends and current and so on. That day, Zhang Sui had wanted to talk about this, because this was the late Han era. There could be no inflatable kind of plastic. That's why they said scarecrow, but did not expect. Vice Captain Zhao Su took it for real, and before dying, he wanted to pour out his family's money to make a scarecrow for him, but also more realistic, and burned it over. Thinking of Vice Captain Zhao Su's expectant and hopeful face before he died, Zhang Sui sighed. You make your own sins, you take the blame. Although he does not believe in ghosts and gods, but, well, at least do one, so that the Vice Captain Zhao Su and the Nine Springs to rest in peace. Zhang Sui found dry branches and tied them into the shape of a skeleton, then used the skeleton as the centerpiece and tied dry rice poles to it. He doesn't really know how to make a scarecrow. He learned all of this when he first taught himself to draw online. A very crucial part of learning to draw is the understanding of the human skeleton. While Zhang Sui was making the scarecrow, Huang Han came over with the others. At this moment, everyone watched Zhang Sui busy, and one by one, they gathered around, their eyes glowing. Several were originally going to hang out at the brothel. Ever since Zhang Sui came to the Jin family, they hadn't gone to the brothel to hang out. The reason is simple. Used to go to brothels because there was no other outlet. Zhang Sui came and painted many beauties for them. It was expensive, but it was still cheaper than going to a brothel. With those beauty paintings, they take care of themselves. Then he met Koji Yi and came on a journey, so he had no time. Now that they saw Zhang Sui actually start pounding with rice poles, the crowd immediately understood what Zhang Sui was going to do. One by one, the crowd watched Zhang Sui busily with burning eyes. Zhang Sui didn't care about the others either. These are old color batches. Earlier in the Jin family compound, these old colorful grunts were even crazier than him. At least, he was not doing anything with the picture. These old colorful skins, especially Dog and Captain Jinhao. All have their backs to him and come directly to the photo. In the midst of a group of such perverts, Zhang Sui felt like nothing he did was perverted. While Zhang Sui was fully focused on making the scarecrow, the store was once again filled with customers. It was a young girl in a strong, short coat, with a riding crop at her waist and a veil. The shopkeeper was taken aback when he saw the young girl coming over, and busily greeted her. "Third Miss, why are you here?" "Third Miss Yuan Mi, the third first daughter of Yuan Shao, the governor of Jizhou." Yuan Mi looked at the cloths hanging around the store and said, "Are there any good-looking clothes lately?" The shopkeeper smiled fawningly. Just like that. We're still the same tailors." "They did. And you didn't like it." Third Miss Yuan Mi gave a cut and said, "You're all dead men, aren't you? Your Jin family store has been open in Yecheng for so many years, and I've given you so many requests, and you can't fulfill any of them?" The shopkeeper wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. "Our ladies have gotten several tailors with excellent craftsmanship to sit here. They make clothes that everyone compliments. You're the only one who can't see it. You're a man of honor. Wouldn't it be good to get someone to customize it directly at the state pastor's residence? It has to be difficult for us little people. The target of our store isn't someone like you, Third Miss, either." Third Miss Yuan Mi ignored the shopkeeper. She continued to watch the cloths hanging around the store, shaking her head in disgust. Suddenly, she heard ha-ha-ha-ha lewd laughter from inside the store. And, not just one, like a bunch. Third Miss Yuan Mi curiously poked her head towards the inside of the store, but didn't see anything. Third Miss Yuan Mi said, "What's going on inside? Why do I feel like I'm hearing the dirty sounds of a bunch of denizens?" The shopkeeper was busy saying, No, Third Miss, inside is our Jin family's ministry. These ministries made war and were left in Yecheng, to be reorganized into the cavalry after 3 dynasties. Third young Miss Yuan Mi let out an and said, "So it's the cavalry that father wants to reorganize. Your Jin family, to think that someone was able to enter it." The shopkeeper smiled sarcastically. "This, I am not very clear about. I only know that they have just participated in the great battle to overthrow Koji." Hearing the shopkeeper talk about Koji, Third Miss Yuan Mi's pretty face then sank. She really didn't like Koji. Before that, Koji had begged his father to make himself his concubine. "Pissed my father off enough. That's one reason why father wanted to kill Koji. Now, Koji is finally dead." However, it did not occur to him that among the people of the Jin family, there were also people who participated in the great battle to exterminate Koji. After a slight hesitation, Third Miss Yuan Mi still touched the horsewhip at her waist and walked in alone. The shopkeeper was busy saying, Third Miss, there's a bunch of roughnecks back here. I'm afraid I'll startle you." However, Third Miss Yuan Mi didn't stop at all and continued walking towards the inside. Captain Zhenhao, Huang Han, and the others were watching as Zhang Sui finished the scarecrow completely and began to paint the scarecrow's skin so that he could stick it on. Instead, the voice of the shopkeeper was heard exclaiming in shock. The crowd looked quizzically down the aisle of the store. He saw a woman in a strong short coat, with a riding crop at her waist, and a veil on her face walk in quickly. That look was rather overbearing, although the crowd did not recognize the woman. But hearing the shopkeeper address her so eagerly, everyone still collected their lewd smiles and looked at the woman with a wary face. End of chapter. Chapter 121 Third Miss Yuan Mi, make me several sets of these clothes. Chapter 121 Third Miss Yuan Mi, make me several sets of these. The shopkeeper followed Third Miss Yuan Mi in. Seeing that everyone looked wary, the shopkeeper was afraid that they would offend Third Miss Yuan Mi, and busily said, "This is the third first daughter of the state pastor. Third Miss." The crowd was busy retreating to the sides with respectful faces. "The third first daughter of the Jizhou pastor. This is a status that even Madam wouldn't dare to mess with. Those of them are even more afraid." Zhang Sui was also startled. "Yuan Shao's first daughter? What are you doing here?" Zhang Sui was originally drawing the scarecrow, using the paper to make skin and various clothes. At the moment, he also had to stop and step aside. Third Miss Yuan Mi noticed the scarecrow at a glance, noting the paper beside the scarecrow. Although these are the most common papers, but a bunch of ministries, and they're even willing to part with these papers? Also, the papers weren't for writing, like they were for drawing or something. Third Miss Yuan Mi walked straight to the scarecrow, picked up another piece of paper on the desk, and scanned everyone in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Everyone looked at Zhang Sui in unison. "Zhang Sui, these mother asterisk airs. What are you looking at me for at this time?" But now that it was already like this, Zhang Sui could only stand out with a stiff upper lip and accompany the smile. "Third Miss, I'm making a scarecrow, a female scarecrow." The paper in Third Miss Yuan Mi's hand was lifted up and she glanced at it again, wondering, "How can I not see that it's a drawing of a woman?" Zhang Sui said, Because, the paper you took is just a part of a piece of clothing I drew the woman wearing. A part of the armor to be exact. This scarecrow was made for Vice Captain Jiao Su. Vice Captain Jiao Su is a martial artist. Zhang Sui thought of the woman who burned him. And naturally, she was also a Wu Yang. Third Miss Yuanmi glanced skeptically at Zhang Sui and picked up a few papers on the ground and read them a few times without understanding them. And she's in no hurry. Clasping her hands to her chest, Third Miss Yuanmi said, "You continue. I'll watch you." Zhang Sui. Third Miss Yuanmi's beautiful eyes under her veil rose slightly as she said, "Why? Do you dislike me?" Zhang Sui let out a forehead, but still picked up the pen, ink and paper, and drew on the desk while saying, "I don't dare to dare. I just think that I'm just messing with this for fun, and I'm afraid of dirtying Third Miss's eyes." Third Miss Yuanmi snorted and said, "Go ahead and draw yours." Zhang Sui could only continue to draw while secretly sighing. He had originally thought of drawing a skin of an armor-wearing woman with big breasts and thighs for Vice Captain Jiao Su, but I didn't expect Yuan Shao's first daughter to come here to join in the fun. It's also really breathless. How can you draw a picture with big boobs and thighs? You've offended people. This is Yecheng. Under their noses. I'm afraid I won't get killed in a minute. However, if you can't draw big breasts and thighs, then draw stockings. Zhang Sui grunted darkly. Can you really make it hard for me? I don't have to be a denizen too if I draw stockings and long legs, do I? Speaking of long stockinged legs, Zhang Sui grinned. He thought of a skin. The stunning salamander from the anime Qin Shi Mingyu, which he had watched before crossing over. TSK, thinking of the scene when he saw the shocked salamander showing her face in stockings, the corners of Zhang Sui's mouth rose slightly. Vice Captain Jiao Su was a deus ex machina with himself. He liked it for himself, and he absolutely loved it. Unfortunately, this was the end of the Han Dynasty, and realistic women here certainly couldn't accept dressing like that. But the scarecrow skin, well, there's no kink there. What kind of skin did it want? And it was still not up to it? With that stocking scene floating in his mind, Zhang Sui put down his brush with the help of a god, and in a short while, he took a branch and brushed dozens of sheets of paper. When the final drawing of the memorized appearance of the startled salamander was done, Zhang Sui threw the branch on the ground as he rotated the wrists of his next two hands. After that, he got Captain Jin Hao and Huang Han to come over. Tell one of them to go to the kitchen and bring some of the broth in which the cornmeal was cooked, and one of them to help him. Soon, Captain Jin Hao came over with a small wooden bucket of soup with corn rice. Instead, Zhang Sui pasted a sheet of drawn paper on the scarecrow in order, pasting it together with a soup of corn rice. Within moments, a woman in armor with long black stockings on her feet appeared in front of the crowd. A backward intake of breath sounded. The crowd's eyes went straight to the scarecrow. Is that a scarecrow? No wonder it can be used for that. With this, doesn't it smell better than a woman? Let alone in brothels. How many of the great ladies are this beautiful? Zhang Sui couldn't help but laugh with joy as he looked at the amazing salamander with its well-pasted skin. He really wanted to give himself a thumbs up. That's awesome. I didn't realize that I had a talent for it. It's true that if you don't push yourself, you don't realize you're such a genius. Had he known that he had this talent, before crossing over, he would have stopped going to work and dedicated himself to buying materials at home to customize these types of silicone dolls for people. Third Miss Yuanmi also stared at the scarecrow with dead eyes. Her eyes, however, were not on the scarecrow's features. Instead, it was on the scarecrow's armor and stockings. As Yuan Shao's first daughter, her family was infested with all kinds of generals and had seen too much armor. This type of armor, however, is a first. And what's that silky-looking pair of pants underneath the hem of the armor? It feels kinda nice. It was more different than all types of clothes she had worn before. Third Miss Yuanmi was busy pointing at the stockings underneath the scarecrow and asked Zhang Sui, what kind of pants are these? I've never seen them before. The crowd also took notice. Obviously pants. But why are these pants extraordinarily attractive? At least, it made their group of ministries look angry. Seeing Third Miss Yuanmi asking this, Zhang Sui looked a bit odd and said, these pants are called long stockings. Third Miss Yuanmi said, if you can draw it, then you must have produced it, right? Zhang Sui. He really wouldn't. How could a big man like myself possibly look into making stockings? Before crossing over, these things were so cheap online that you didn't even have to do them yourself. However, Third Miss Yuanmi didn't care so much. Bringing the shopkeeper over, Third Miss Yuanmi pointed to the long stockings the scarecrow was wearing on the lower half of his body, and then pointed to Zhang Sui. This is it. You guys make me a few sets of these pants. I'll come pick them up in half a month. Boss, why do I feel like these pants are a little bit of a bad influence? I'm about to tell Third Miss Yuanmi that I'm afraid this isn't a bit improper, but before the words could be uttered, Third Miss Yuanmi excitedly pointed to a few ministries at the scarecrow that Zhang Sui had just produced and said, This one, carry it back for me. He also looked at Zhang Sui and said, you, what's your name? Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui. Third Miss Yuan Mi sized up Zhang Sui and nodded her head in satisfaction. Half a month later, you make one of me out, and wear pants like this, exactly the same pants. When it's done, there will be a heavy reward. The few ministries that were named looked at Zhang Sui with a difficult face, but in the end, they lifted the scarecrow that Zhang Sui had just made and left. Zhang Sui. He was somewhat speechless. This was made for Vice Captain Showuk in the 9 Springs to burn for him. How is it still taken by a living person? Or a woman? End of chapter. Chapter 122. Chapter 122, The Seaman Scarecrow. Chapter 122, Dashin. After third Miss Yuan Mi left, the entire backyard let out a wailing sound. Who let the third lady in? My scarecrow. Zhang Sui looked at the crowd and rolled his eyes. What do you mean? My scarecrow? That was burned for Vice Captain Zhao Su. Pity. Gotta redo it. And, not only do they have to be rebuilt, but they have to be a third lady's. Zhang Sui looked a little odd. Just now, what did the third lady look like? Wearing a veil, they didn't even get a good look at the face. To do that, you still have to meet a real person. If you can't see it, then draw one wearing a veil. It didn't take long for the shopkeeper to return. The shopkeeper shot a glance at Zhang Sui, and with a somewhat odd expression, he said, that dress just now, Lord Record, you still remember it? Zhang Sui nodded his head. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? He can draw them all. The shopkeeper sighed and said, then trouble the Lord's Record to draw out the diagrams, and I'll have the store's tailor make a few sets out for third miss according to third miss's measurements. I didn't realize that third miss liked this kind of drawing by you. Lord's mark. The tailor at our store offered her dozens of styles before, and she didn't like any of them. Zhang Sui. Then this Yuan Shao's third daughter. Her aesthetic is quite unique. Zhang Sui suddenly looked a bit odd. I wonder what she'd think if this were to design a Cheongsam. At first glance just now, the figure was quite tall. Nope. Zhang Sui had some strange itch in his heart. For what? Third lady? There are tailors in the store. Madam is coming again tomorrow. Let them process and add more, and make a set of Cheongsam out, and let the lady wear it tomorrow night. Zhang Sui gulped. He couldn't even imagine it with Madam's voluptuous and svelte figure. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui pulled the shopkeeper, who was about to leave, and said excitedly, do we have Madam's size in our store? How many tailors are there? Can we rush out a dress in one night if we rush? The shopkeeper said suspiciously. The third miss will not come to pick it up until half a month later. Zhang Sui insisted. All you need to do is tell me if you can rush out a dress in one night. The shopkeeper then said, that depends on what clothes. If it's easier, one night, no big deal. For example, simple means such as cutting down and dealing with stitching. If there are other complicated requirements, then naturally it won't be finished. Zhang Sui patted the shopkeeper's shoulder and said, that's fine. I'll draw a few drawings out for you, and you get the tailor to help produce one out first. Captain Jinhao hurriedly said, Bo Qing, so you're not going to be a scarecrow? Rubbing his hands together, Captain Jinhao said with a lecherous smile, if I can produce one tonight, I'll take it first. Zhang Sui waved his hand and drilled into the room while saying, this won't work. Third lady's orders matter. You don't want to offend third miss either, do you? But we are in Yecheng. Zhang Sui's words caused the crowd to be a bit disappointed. Indeed, they can't go against the third miss, but anyone who dared to go against third miss, that scarecrow just now, would not have let third miss take it away. Nevertheless, the crowd rushed into the room and surrounded Zhang Sui. The shopkeeper looked a little odd. These people, what are they doing? Why are you so attached to this master? Feeling like a heel, Zhang Sui ignored the crowd. Earlier, when he was painting in the Jin family's ministerial compound, these people didn't just gather around, they also made obscene noises. And now, it's just painting some clothes. This is a group that won't be interested. The group was just color-coded, not really interested in painting. Zhang Sui drew a few quick drawings up based on his memory of the startled salamander's clothes. The main reason why I remember it is because I've seen it so much. When he first watched Qin Shi Mingyu, he was deeply impressed by Tianyan's clothes. That was art, though he was bitter about the anime and thought the later episodes were proper. But the costumes of the characters in it, especially the women's, that one looks great. That, and it's still commendable. Later, wanting to search for more detailed drawings, he went online. Hey, then wait until the little theater of the primordial salamander. The shocking situation of the primordial salamander getting dressed in the shower stayed with him for a long time. He even fantasized that if he traveled inside, he must find a way to get the other party into his hands. Unfortunately, it didn't work out after all. But the clothes took note, as Zhang Sui drew both sets of clothes for Tianyan and the primordial amazing salamander. Sure enough, Captain Jinhao and the others, feeling bored, all went out and started chatting about what they were going to do in the Three Dynasties tomorrow. Zheng Sui ignored them. After painting the 2 sets of clothes, he then began to paint out a red cheongsam, even painted a set of black stockings and a set of white stockings. After drawing this, Zheng Sui found the shopkeeper and asked him to first make the red cheongsam and the 2 sets of stockings in an urgent rush. And, according to Madam's size, the shopkeeper took the drawings and went to the tailor while muttering, "What the hell is this? The lady's clothes need to be worried about by him. A master record? And it has to be rushed out? Instead, none of third Mrs. clothes are in a hurry?" However, despite his doubts, the shopkeeper had no choice but to do as he was told, not for any other reason than Zhang Sui is at least a master marker, or Captain Jin's centurion. He could not afford to offend a Yecheng branch shopkeeper. Zhang Sui watched the shopkeeper leave before picking firewood from the firewood room to remake a scarecrow for Vice Captain Zhao Su. How can you not accomplish the work of a faithful man? Not to mention a dead man. Not to mention, Vice Captain Zhao Su had helped him too much and taught him the 16 styles of the Zhao family gun. After eating at dusk, Captain Jinhao and the others went out. According to the shopkeeper, there is a weekday curfew in Yecheng. However, it is possible to go out at night during the Three Dynasties. Yecheng is rich in nightlife these days. The streets and alleys are full of people wandering around. Zhang Sui didn't go for it. He would try to make a good scarecrow for Vice Captain Zhao Su and burn it before the crowd returned. Otherwise, these guys come back and whimper and slag again. Because of the experience of making the last scarecrow, Zhang Sui did it much faster this time. And, this time, the skin Zhang Sui made for scarecrow was much simpler. The skin that was made this time is Dashin from Qin Shi Mingyu. Simple clothes. Also, the hair accessories are simple. Make the set of skins and Zhang Sui glued them on. Looking at the dim light, Dashin stood with a demonic figure. Zhang Sui grinned. Unfortunately, it's ultimately a straw man. If this were silicone, Zhang Sui scared. He's good enough to make a couple for himself. Unfortunately, this is the late Han era, and silicone is not possible. Zhang Sui picked up a pile of firewood from the woodshed, then took out Vice Captain Zhao Su's 2 sets of clothes. Although Vice Captain Zhao Su had said on his deathbed that these things were given to him, how could he really want them? Laying the produced Dashin scarecrow flat and placing it on the firewood, and placing the last 2 sets of clothes of Vice Captain Zhao Su on the hands of the Dashin scarecrow and lighting the firewood, Zhang Sui paid a serious obeisance and said, "Older brother, I can afford to be honest with you. You're the first to enjoy this scarecrow. Enjoy yourself in your 9 springs. Don't think about being alive. People die. I hope that you will look down in the 9th heaven for the sake of the scarecrow I made for you with so much care, and bless a long life. Build up your career, and have many children." As he watched the Dashin scarecrow blaze up, Zhang Sui couldn't help but sigh. Despite praying so, he really wasn't confident that he would survive. There was only one thing he wanted to do now, and that was, before he died, to be attentive to those he liked and cared about, and not to do things that entangled him. End of chapter 123. Chapter 123, Here Comes the Lady. Chapter 123, Here Comes Her Ladyship. After Zhang Sui burned the scarecrows, Captain Zhenhao and the others hadn't returned yet. Zhang Sui went straight to the shopkeeper and found the store's tailor. The Zhen family has 2 stores in Yecheng. In all, there were 5 tailors and 2 shoemakers. The shoemaker has gone on break. The 5 tailors were rushed through the night at the behest of the shopkeeper. When Zhang Sui arrived, they had already produced 2 sets of stockings. The stockings are all made of silk. Zhang Sui took it in his hand and played with it. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. Imagining the lady wearing it on her body, Zhang Sui somewhat couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at the crowd's odd sights, Zhang Sui then busily collected himself. Ever since the first time he had had sex with the lady, he had found himself getting a little more and more demented. After waiting for nearly half an hour more, the 5 tailors produced a red cheongsam. A tailor curiously said, "If you are making it for the lady, do you really not need to embroider some decorations on it?" Another tailor said, "The style of this dress is something I've never seen or heard of before. I always feel that it's a bit too nasty. The right thigh is completely split at the waist pole. Madam, how could she wear this kind of dress?" Zhang Sui took the cheongsam and examined it carefully. TSK, 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 and also silk. Even if you put it in 2,000 years from now, it's still worth a lot of money. Greeting the curious gazes of the crowd, Zhang Sui snorted, "What do you know? This is a blasphemous garment worn on the inside, and it doesn't need to be worn outside, so what's nasty about it?" Tailors, the blouses worn underneath. They had never seen this style either. And, why does a master mark need to design the blasphemy? Can't figure it out. However, if it was really blasphemy, It wasn't that hard to accept. Zhang Sui thanked the shopkeeper and a few tailors before returning with 2 sets of stockings and cheongsams and placing them under his pillow. Satisfied, just waiting for the lady to arrive tomorrow. It was only after that Zhang Sui took off his jacket and practiced extra outside bare-chested. During that time Captain Jinhao and the others returned. Looking at Zhang Sui standing bare-chested in the freezing night wind for extra training, the crowd looked at Zhang Sui with admiration. Ever since they met Zhang Sui had to work out naked at night. It hasn't stopped all day. Now that it's so cold and he's still like this, he's a role model among men. Everyone admired Zhang Sui, the 100th chief, to the core. A person is obviously talented and so hardworking, and they are willing to work under his hand. After practicing for half an hour, Zhang Sui had surprisingly gained 2 pounds of strength today. Zhang Sui was somewhat overwhelmed with joy. Ever since he had this gold finger that added strength, this was the first time he had added this much strength. Zhang Sui drummed his arms. The heart was unusually satisfied. He was suddenly hopeful about life. At this rate, maybe in a year he'll be a Hercules. After rinsing off with cool water, Zhang Sui dried his body before going to sleep. Early the next morning he rose in haste, found the shopkeeper, and inquired the time of going down to meet the lady. The shopkeeper looked at Zhang Sui's eager face, and secretly slandered. No wonder he was able to get Madame's generous treatment and become the main record at a young age. So he is so good at pleasing people. That's the kind of dog the missus likes, I guess. Though Madame is coming today, and everyone is happy, but as eager as he is, how can you beat that? What's the rush? The missus isn't your parent. Despite this spat, the shopkeeper still smiled and said, it's still early. At the earliest it will be in the morning. If we go to greet them, we will have to wait until after the sun rises. You're so early. You haven't even opened the city gates. Zhang Sui could only press on. Since today was the 3rd dynasty, the store prepared 3 meals for everyone. On weekdays, it's 2 meals. In the morning the doer had some hot sourdough pancakes. After that, everyone under the command of the shopkeeper and Captain Jinhao, a dozen people went to the east gate of the city to greet the madam, while the others cleaned up the store and prepared for the banquet this evening. The 3rd dynasty was the only opportunity for them, the subordinates, to feast with the main family of the Jin family. Zhang Sui rushed to the east gate of the city with a dozen underlings. It was only when it was close to noon that they saw the Jin family's carriage. Unexpectedly, Zhang Sui saw an acquaintance, Zhao Yu, Zhao Yun's sister. She led a group of people to escort the Jin family's carriage. Zhang Sui hurriedly greeted him and said, Sister, why are you here? When Zhao Yu saw Zhang Sui, a smile appeared on his face as well and said, Madam originally wanted to hire my second brother to escort her here. My second brother had an appointment with his friends this year to spend the 3 dynasties together and didn't want to come, so I came. For this escort, her ladyship has given 3 ponies of silk. It's a cutie if you don't make money. Zhang Sui drifted off. Zhao Yu stretched out her small hand toward Zhang Sui and said, Where are my things? Zhang Sui looked at Zhao Yu suspiciously and said, What is it? Zhao Yu stared at Zhang Sui dead in the face. After a moment, she bristled and ignored him, steering her horse to the side. Zhang Sui originally wanted to inquire, but when he looked at the carriage, he put it aside and instead greeted the carriage and said through the curtain, Ma'am, are you going to go to the store to rest for a while first? Or are you going to stroll around for a while first? The curtain was not lifted, and only the lady's rather tired voice came saying, Go back to the store and rest first. Zhang Sui heard his wife's tired voice and only thought it was caused by the bumpy ride. After all, the roads in this era, there would be no smooth ones, and it was torturous to sit in the carriage. Taking a carriage all the way from Wuji County, a normal person would lose half their life. He had some regret in his heart. If I had known, I would have stopped Tianfeng from writing a letter to ask Madame to come over. But thinking about being able to see Madame again, Zhang Sui's heart leapt a little. Zhang Sui led his party into the city of Yecheng. Zhang Sui tried to talk to Zhao Yu, but realized that Zhao Yu was just silent. As he turned his head, he seemed to feel her looking over again, and with a rather haunted look. Zhang Sui thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of anything he promised to give her. It was hard to get to the store. The shopkeeper and Captain Jinhao and the others had already greeted them. Only then did her ladyship get down from the carriage wagon. As soon as she stepped off the carriage, she greeted the shopkeeper, Captain Jinhao, and the others all with a smile. Surprisingly, he didn't look at Zhang Sui. After the greeting, the lady asked the shopkeeper about the arrangements for the 3 dynasties tonight. Getting a reply from the shopkeeper, the madam nodded and asked the shopkeeper to give everyone a handout ranging from a zhang to a pai of silk, so that the store's underlings could go and buy something to have a good 3 dynasties with their families. After that, she burrowed into her room and told the palmist to wake her up again at dusk. The whole time, he didn't say a word to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui felt suffocated. Seeing that the shopkeeper told the subordinates to leave the vicinity of the madam's room and keep quiet so as not to affect the madam's rest, only then did Zhang Sui quietly go to the doorway of the madam's room, go in, and quickly close the door of the room. Madam was arranging the quilts on the bed. Seeing Zhang Sui come in, the lady was not much surprised. She just lifted up the corner of the quilt and sat on the bed, looking at Zhang Sui with an expressionless face. End of chapter. Chapter 124, Zhang Sui, I've prepared a gift for you. Chapter 124, Zhang Sui, I've prepared for you. Seeing the lady staring at herself expressionlessly, Zhang Sui walked over and stopped in front of her with a depressed look on his face. You care about the others and ignore me? I feel like my heart is cracking. The lady said coldly. Your death has nothing to do with me. Looking at Madame lowering her head, her face turning blue. Zhang Sui, this is Tian Feng making her come over so she can't be reunited with her family and she's angry? Zhang Sui squatted down, looked up at the lady, and said tentatively, it's because you can't the second duke, the second miss, and the fifth miss and the others to go through the 3 dynasties, so you're angry? The lady still didn't say anything and just looked at Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui sat down on the ground and sighed. I'm sorry, this matter, it really wasn't me who intentionally made Elder Duke do this. The eldest male made it himself. He had the chauffeur tell me afterward. Of course, I can't get out of this. I know that when he wrote to the Jin family and asked you to come over to Yecheng for the 3rd dynasty, I was actually incredibly happy in my heart. I'm probably more selfish that way. I only thought that I would be happy to see you, but I didn't think that this would be difficult for you and your children. It was then that the lady spoke coldly and grimly. The elder duke did not call for me. Zhang Sui raised his head in consternation and looked at his wife. Not calling you? What he told me was that he wrote to the Jin family girl and asked her to come to Yecheng to accompany me for the 3 dynasties. The lady closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and her puffy breasts rose and fell up and down before she said, Jin family girl? I'm still a girl? Zhang Sui. That's it. Madam is a woman now. How can she be linked to girl? Zhang Sui tapped his head. At the time, he was purely thinking of pleasure and didn't even try to figure out the word. The corner of Zhang Sui's mouth twitched and said, if I say I really didn't pay attention, do you believe me? In the Jin family, besides you, who else could I like to go to? Only then did the lady say with a sullen face, do you like me? Zhang Sui. Seeing that Zhang Sui did not answer, the lady closed her eyes again and said, you should know about this matter of Elder Duke setting you up with Mir. Zhang Sui busily stood up and said excitedly, I know a gurgle. Elder Duke, how could you possibly set me up with second miss? Although the second young miss looks like a heavenly fairy, and is a beautiful woman, I really don't have any feelings for her in terms of a man or a woman. My biggest dream has always been to be her daddy. Also, I want to be 5th Mrs. Father. As the lady looked at Zhang Sui's excited expression, the icy coldness on her face eased a lot, saying, you didn't lie to me? Zhang Sui heard the softness in the lady's words and realized. It turned out that the lady was actually angry because of this. Zhang Sui went back to the lady and tugged both of her small hands over to her chest. The lady was about to draw it out and said, it's cool, don't freeze. Zhang Sui pulled her small hand back again and laughed. You just had a stern face and ignored me. That's what's cool, isn't it? Inexplicably, I didn't offend you. You suddenly ignored me. The lady frowned her eyebrows and said, then you didn't even know about the matter of Elder Duke setting you up with Mir? Zhang Sui pointed to the top of his head and said, this one knows, but, at the time, I thought it was you who was being talked about. At that time, the Elder Duke and the buyer asked me to stay in the barracks and go with them to form the cavalry later. To pull me, they even asked me if I had a favorite girl. I said at the time, yes, I'm full of you. Then Elder Duke said, that's fine. He'll write a letter to me and the Jin girl and set us up. I wasn't even thinking about anything else, because, well, we've all done it. I thought of that. That's setting up. Definitely setting up me and you. Now that I think about it, the eldest male doesn't know that I've done it with you. And besides, he's talking about the girl. Zhang Sui grabbed his wife's small hand and slapped it on his face saying, it's all my fault for being too excited at the time. In that case, I'll go to the buyer later and explain it to him. Only then did the icy coldness on the lady's face disappear completely, and she said in a good-natured manner, it was set up by Elder Duke. So what is the point of you looking for the farewell driver? And the eldest male is far away in Xingzhou. This matter, for the time being, is closed. As long as you and Mir don't want to, when the time comes to find Mir a husband of her liking, this matter will be put to rest. In any case, the Elder Duke is only setting up a match, not forcing it. Zhang Sui nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice and laughed. I'll listen to you on all counts. The lady pulled her small hand out from Zhang Sui's chest, rubbed his face, and softly said, I asked you a question. Tell me honestly. Zhang Sui busily said, feel free to ask. The lady said with a serious face, If you really like me, I won't agree. Me. Zhang Sui hurriedly raised his hand and said, are you kidding? I like you. The two of us together. I want what I want. You do what you want. The second young lady is always singing against me. And cold. And I don't seek offense. The lady then smiled and said, then you can't be angry with her. When I marry you in the future, she will be your daughter. If you get angry with her, then what will I do when I am caught between you? Zhang Sui stood up, pressed his wife underneath him, and laughed. Alright, whatever Tan Air says, then I'll do it. With a bite on Madame's earlobe, Zhang Sui quickly undid Madame's clothes while saying, you suffocated me just now. Now, you compensate me. While holding Zhang Sui's head, the lady said in a trembling voice, finish the matter first. You, aren't you curious as to why it's me who came this time and not me? Only then did Zhang Sui stop, tearing away the last of the lady's blasphemous pants, smiling as he looked down at the lady and said, need you ask? Of course it's because the heavens had mercy on me and sent you to me. The lady's pretty face swelled red and she plucked out Zhang Sui. You're just not decent. 10,000 words omitted here. After a bit of flirting, Zhang Sui looked at his wife shrinking in his arms, motionless like a kitten, and a smile appeared on Zhang Sui's face. This time it was at least 2/4 longer than last time. This woman, who clearly looked soft and weak, was active enough, enthusiastic enough, and hard-working enough at the critical moment. Thinking of the stockings and cheongsams in his room, Zhang Sui carefully removed his lady's small hands around his waistband and was about to leave. The lady opened her eyes and asked, where are you going? Zhang Sui kissed his lady's sweat-stained pretty face and laughed. I've prepared a gift for you. I'll go fetch it for you now. The lady laughed. What gift can you give me? Now, you sleep with me for a while. I'm sleepy as hell. After a bumpy ride and tossing and turning with you for so long, I feel like my bones are falling apart. Zhang Sui said, you sleep by yourself first, and when I fetch it, I'll stay with you. Madame looked at Zhang Sui's iron will to leave. Then she said, then be careful, even though there's no one outside. Just in case. Zhang Sui hummed and got out of bed. Madame let out a laugh as she watched Zhang Sui's ass wiggle and flop on the bed. After all, they're young. It's a real brute force. End of chapter. Chapter 125. Chapter 125 Zhang Sui, the uses of the cheongsam. Chapter 125 Zhang Sui, the of the cheongsam. Zhang Sui is getting dressed. Seeing Madame staring at her ass sense, Zhang Sui patted his own ass and smiled lewdly. There is meat. Like it or not. The lady then blushed and scolded with a smile. You really don't have any decency. You're not ashamed to be alone. Zhang Sui raised his eyebrows and said, if I'm bashful, how can I you? The lady bit her red lip and covered her head with the quilt. This man, there's no way to tell. Any slur will do. Zhang Sui saw that his wife ignored him and was still hiding under the covers, humming a little tune comfortably. Getting dressed. Zhang Sui then quickly left. Only then did the lady poke her head out from under the covers and let out a soft laugh. How did you get yourself from such a nasty thing? On weekdays, it looks like he's pretty decent. What's with this time of year? Sure enough, men are all the same. Besides, Zhang Sui flew back to his room. The room was empty. Everyone else is out there wandering off. Today is the third dynasty, and the lady has asked the shopkeeper to distribute silks and satins, and they are all going out to buy some good things for the third dynasty. Zhang Sui isn't going out. As far as he was concerned, what with the three dynasties, there was no misses. Fragrance. Taking out the stockings and cheongsam from under the pillow, Zhang Sui flew back to the room where Madame was sleeping. Madame was lying on her back, not yet asleep. Seeing Zhang Sui excitedly running over, the lady wrapped the quilt tighter and said, you still want to come? At night, okay? I'm really tired today. Zhang Sui somewhat painfully kissed his wife on the nose and said, what are you thinking? I didn't think so. If you want to, just say so, and you keep pushing me away. The lady cried and laughed. Okay, then I want to. You don't. Zhang Sui busily said. Of course I want to. Isn't this sympathetic to you? Otherwise, I'll come now. The lady shook her head and lay back down saying, I really need to rest. Zhang Sui placed the cheongsam and stockings at her feet, before he stripped himself naked in 3 tries and lay down on her side. The lady rested her head on his chest and looked curiously at the foot of the bed. What have you taken? Mysterious? Zhang Sui hugged some Madame Dao tightly. You go to sleep first. I'll tell you after I wake up. The lady, however, became curious and climbed up. Let's see it first. I can't sleep without it. All these years I have not received a gift from a man. Seeing that his wife had come to her senses, Zhang Sui proudly climbed to his feet and said, that's what you said yourself. I didn't force you. Zhang Sui picked up the white stockings and gave the lady a demonstration. Put this on. This is called a stocking. The lady stretched out her full and slender thighs and put on the stockings, while wondering, this is called stockings? What is it for? It feels too thin to keep warm. Zhang Sui gazed at his lady's thighs with stockings on, licked the corners of his mouth, and laughed. You put it on first, and when you're done, I'll tell you, Mrs. This thing, what's the mystery? Zhang Sui watched his wife put on her stockings, and then he was busy picking up the red cheongsam, signaling his wife to put it on. The lady put on a cheongsam. Zhang Sui looked at the lady standing on the bed, draped in green silk, a red cheongsam and body. Will be a full-bodied and slender figure to display a glimpse. Zhang Sui only felt his mouth dry. Madam is truly a superb creature. This kind of woman was better looking than many of the highly PS-degree beauties he'd seen online before he crossed over. Zhang Sui forced himself to hold back his excitement, took his wife's small hand and stepped down from the bed, and said in a trembling voice, Come, Tanner, take a step and walk around a bit. The lady stepped away from Zhang Sui's burning gaze, and as she walked, she also surveyed herself and said, Why are you so excited? This dress, it feels weird. Silk made, right? Thin as a pancake. And, the right side cracked at the flush pole. If this was worn out of the house, it would be absolutely cursed. It feels nasty. The stockings I'm wearing underneath are weird, too. I haven't seen those pants before. These stockings, what's the difference between wearing them and not wearing them? At a glance you can see the skin inside. Where did you get this? It couldn't have come from some whore in a whorehouse, could it? The lady stopped and looked at Zhang Sui, a hint of gloom flashing in her beautiful eyes. Zhang Sui's heart was in his throat as he watched this walk of the lady. A pair of big, fat legs under these stockings. The rhythm of perfect curves under this red cheongsam. Zhang Sui went up with a few healthy steps, picked up the lady and threw her on the bed, tearing open the cheongsam while kissing it. The lady exclaimed, You're crazy, aren't you? You just gave me a gift. 10,000 words omitted here. 3/4 of an hour later. Looking at the lady with her back to herself, snoring lightly, Zhang Sui contentedly moved his eyes away from the ceiling and landed on the torn stockings and red cheongsam under the bed. He somewhat understood why the hero of a certain spy movie he had seen before crossing over was keen on ripping off long skirts and stockings. There's a different kind of excitement in it. Looking at Madame with her back to herself, snoring lightly, Zhang Sui moved closer and hugged Madame from behind. The lady leaned her head toward him. Zhang Sui gave her a kiss on her pretty face before he too closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The two slept until dusk, when the shopkeeper sent a maid to call for them. That's when the lady woke up. Looking at the torn cheongsam and stockings on the floor, Madame glared at Zhang Sui and said, Wasteful. Zhang Sui sat at the head of the bed, quietly watching the lady bend down, picking up the clothes, and laughed. It's not a waste. This is something that, I feel, was originally meant to regulate the amorous feelings between husband and wife. The madam glared at Zhang Sui and said, You're so young. Where did you learn that? Don't go to a brothel, or else. Zhang Sui grinned. I'm crazy to go. With a woman as good as Tanner. She doesn't smell 10,000 times better than those prostitutes. The lady grunted. Let's see if you'll still say that when I'm old and gray. Carefully hiding the cheongsam and stocking pieces in the package, the lady was about to get dressed when she saw Zhang Sui staring at her. The lady's face reddened, and while putting on her clothes, she laughed and scolded. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and get dressed. Only then did Zhang Sui climb up, and while putting on his clothes, he asked, How many days are you staying here? The lady said, We'll go back tomorrow. I'm not comfortable with a couple kids at home. Mir would have come this time, but she just contracted a wind chill and couldn't come. As it happens, I wanted to ask you about that, so here I am. If you really like Mir, I'll castrate you. Me won't like you either. Me can't see you as a denizen. Zhang Sui quickly put on his clothes and bit the lady's earlobe. It's fine. It's only good that she doesn't like me. I'm her father. What's wrong if she likes me? The lady allowed Zhang Sui to bite her earlobe for a while before she said, Well, but, you can't dislike her. In the future, the Jin family will need you and Mir to work together to hold it up. That child Yenner, even if he is allowed to serve as the Chu Liang order, he will not be able to hold up this Jin family. End of chapter. Chapter 126, Zhao Yu, I'm very gentle and considerate. You'll know if you try it. Chapter 126, Zhao Yu, I'm very gentle and considerate. Just try it and you'll know. Hearing his wife say this, Zhang Sui nodded and laughed. Nonsense. Aren't your sons and daughters also my sons and daughters? Madam was very satisfied with Zhang Sui's answer. Dressed, the lady sat down in front of the dresser mirror to dress up some more. There were marks all over her chest. Thankfully, Zhang Sui still had some measure of control, and it was all below the neck, able to cover it completely. After dressing up, the madam was the first to go out of the room, supporting the people outside before letting Zhang Sui go out. Zhang Sui went straight back to his room. After the lady came out of her room, she went to the mess hall and looked around. The underlings had already prepared the drinks and food for the 3 dynasties tonight. It was then that the lady summoned everyone to the hall and seated them all. After that, the lady personally poured a glass of wine for all of them, thanking them for their efforts in the Jin family over the past year. The crowd ate until it was completely dark, leaving a few underlings to watch over the store. The madam took Zhao Yu and the others out of the store and went to stroll up the street. The evening of the third dynasty in Yeqing was lively. The cool breeze seeped in, but, nonetheless, everyone stepped out. On both sides of the street and in the bazaar, people were gathered. The madam was clearly in high spirits today as well, buying Zhao Yu and a few made several hair accessories and other things. Zhang Sui and the others followed behind the lady and quietly watched as the lady and the others swam. The crowd wandered back late into the night. When Zhang Sui came back, he was ready to continue practicing extra hard, only to see a knock on the door of his room. A small head poked in. It was certainly Zhao Yu. Captain Jinhao and the others all looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Zhang Sui hurriedly signaled for everyone to go to sleep as he greeted them and smiled. "Sister, what's wrong?" Zhao Yu cocked her head with a depressed expression. "You haven't thought about it yet?" Zhang Sui smiled sarcastically. Zhao Yu spat out a breath, stretched out her small hand, and shook it. "My full-body statue. You said, you're going to send someone to give it to me." Zhang Sui let out a forehead. "Completely forgotten." However, with a twinkle in his eye, Zhang Sui changed the topic in a serious manner. "Yes, Zilong told me to stay away from you, saying that you're fierce, and said that you wouldn't like my kind." Zhao Yu raised her diaphanous eyebrows and said, "Why is my second brother telling you this?" Zhang Sui shot a glance at Zhao Yu and laughed. "Perhaps he thinks that I am a person with impure intentions. Before, when you went to pick him up in Wuji County, didn't he say? Said that I'm a denizen and asked you to stay away from me. In case a denizen like me hits on you, that would be bad." Zhao Yu cut out a sound and said, "What man am I looking for? And what does it have to do with my second brother? He and my mother promised me before that I would pick as I pleased. That's what I like about you. What does he care? What does he care about me now? That nephew of mine, he's getting a wife. He worries about his son. I don't know him yet. Thinking all the time of marrying me off to those brothers of his. Which of those brothers of his do I not know? Can't even say half a good word except to dance around with a sword all day long. As a friend, as a brother, I am happy to do so, but I wouldn't be happy to be my man. I like readers. Any day I'm upset, he tells me something nice. Instead, when I get upset, he puts his head down and can't spit out a word for half a day." Zhang Sui gave Zhao Yu a thumbs up and said, "Sister's idea is very good, but the readers aren't all good. Like me, there's nothing good. Sister, if you're looking for a man, you should still find an honest one who can protect you." Zhao Yu skimmed his lips and said, "Just you are still a denizen? The more I think second brother is lying to me. Denizens, which one doesn't put himself in a good light? That's what I like about you. Pissing off my second brother." Zhang Sui. Zhao Yu's topic circled back around and said, "I'll be going back tomorrow. When will you give me what you gave me?" Zhang Sui hesitated slightly and said, "I'll draw it tomorrow and have the stagecoach send it to you." Zhao Yu then laughed. "That's a deal. If you haven't delivered it yet, the next time I see you, I won't recognize you as a friend." After saying that, he extended his little thumb toward Zhang Sui and said, "Pull the hook." Zhang Sui looked at Zhao Yu somewhat oddly, but still extended his hand and pulled the hook with her. Zhao Yu then bounced away. Zhang Sui sighed. "Little girl, so coaxing." Zhang Sui hesitated slightly, but still went back to his room first, picked up the ink stone and paper, and drew a full body picture for Zhao Yu Xian. Tomorrow she's going back with Mrs. The little girl has been memorizing this for so long, how can he or she make her wait? Zhang Sui only took 2/4 of an hour to draw a full body picture for Zhao Yu. "I've drawn it before, so this time it's at my fingertips." After the painting was finished, Zhang Sui mentioned a sentence on it. "The people in the shop look like the moon, and their white wrists are covered with frost and snow." After writing, Zhang Sui blew dry the ink and personally delivered it to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was wearing a profane shirt and pants and was about to go to sleep. Looking at the painting that Zhang Sui handed over, Zhao Yu sniffed it and could still smell the faint scent of ink on it. Zhao Yu's brows were all smiles as she said, "Did you just draw that?" Zhang Sui smiled and returned, "Yes, I was sorry to you before and forgot about it. I thought about it. You're going back tomorrow. If I really wait to send it to you, then I don't know how long I'll have to wait, so I might as well draw it now." Zhao Yu cocked her head and sized up Zhang Sui. "You're quite considerate." Pointing at the words on the painting, Zhao Yu said, "What did you write? Why are there several words that I can't recognize?" Zhang Sui recited, "The man in the shop looks like the moon, and his white wrist is covered with frost and snow." Zhao Yu looked at her wrist, then glanced at Zhang Sui and said, "You talk so nice." Zhang Sui let out a forehead. It's not what he said. It was just a line from a poem he had seen when he used to read, by Wei Zhuang. Of course, After telling Zhao Yu, she didn't know, Zhang Sui could only say, then, hurry up and rest. The night is cold. Don't freeze. Besides, you still have to catch up on your journey tomorrow. Zhao Yu nodded vigorously and said, aha. Zhang Sui waves his hand and is about to leave. Zhao Yu hurriedly said, wait a minute. Zhang Sui stopped in his tracks and looked at Zhao Yu suspiciously. Zhao Yu raised her right index finger and pointed to the sky. Don't listen to my second brother's nonsense. I swear to the heavens that what I've been saying is busy. I like readers, and my future husband must be a scholar. Of course, it's naturally better to be able to read and fight at the same time. Brother Sui, keep an eye out for me. Write to me if you have. I'm a very nurturing person. I can carry my own water and cook and wash my own clothes. Besides, I don't eat much. I'm a bit of a martial artist. But, you can't judge a person by their appearance. My martial arts are only to protect my husband. Actually, I'm very gentle and considerate. Just try it. Zhang Sui laughed. I'll remember. Moreover, I also believe that you are not mean and are very gentle and considerate. You continue to rest. I have things to do. End of chapter. 127. Chapter 127, Captain Jinhao's adoration. Chapter 127, Captain Jinhao's. Hearing Zhang Sui say that, Zhao Yu was busy nodding her head vigorously. Look at that. This is the difference between a scholar and a martial artist. If this was one of those friends of Ergo's, it would probably be half a day without a response. Zhao Yu hid the full-body portrait that Zhang Sui had drawn for her into her sleeve, before pointing at the house and saying, so, why don't you go in and sit for a while? When I go back tomorrow, I won't know how long it will be until we meet again. Zhang Sui hurriedly waved his hands. Are you kidding me? Alone? Or in the middle of the night? What's the point of this if someone finds out? It didn't matter to him. The problem is that people's little girls can't afford it. Thinking of Zhao Yun's tall figure, Zhang Sui was even more afraid. In case Zhao Yu really bad reputation, Zhao Yun to a cloud-great anger. Their own will not be dead? This did not die on the battlefield. Died in the hands of Zhao Yun. That unjust Zhang Sui left while saying, hurry up and rest, and nourish your spirit. Zhao Yu let out an also slightly disappointed sigh. Only after watching Zhang Sui's figure disappear into the distant room did Zhao Yu close the door. Returning to the side of the bed, he drew the portrait from his sleeve and opened it. Zhao Yu smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Look at the painting. The nose is the nose. Eyes are eyes. How nice. It's not like second brother, that martial artist, who just holds a copy of the spring and autumn annals in his arms all day long, and hides it when he sees himself coming over. Look at Zhang Sui. Not just brightly, but also painted so nicely for myself. Find a way to save it when you get back. When I'm old and gray, I'll take it out and look at it again. Zhao Yu had an open mind. I wonder what kind of mindset it would be at that point. If my husband is like him, let him paint a portrait of himself every year. And when he gets old, dozens of portraits will be placed together, so that he can see how he is getting old. Thinking of him, Zhao Yu skimmed her lips. What a coward. That's all. How did Ergo describe him as a denizen? If this were a denizen, how would he have come into the house today and said something nice? After thinking for a while, Zhao Yu shook his head and carefully rolled up the portrait and placed it on the bedside. Got it. It's inevitable that people are a bit shy as a reader. Although she is a woman herself, she is a martial arts practitioner. Find a chance later and read it. Besides, Zhang Sui went back to his house, and only then did he continue to practice extra hard. Surprisingly, I only gained 0.1 pounds of strength on this extra practice, but think of the 2 pounds of strength I gained yesterday. Zhang Sui's psyche balanced a little more. Zhang Sui sat in the cold wind to dry his sweat, then finished his shower. Just get ready to go to bed. Only to find that there was no one at the door of her ladyship's room. Zhang Sui looked around somewhat nervously. Seeing that there was really no one around, Zhang Sui's heart was in his throat. Tiptoeing to the door of the room, Zhang Sui knocked on the door. A footstep came from inside. Zhang Sui hurriedly pushed the door open and entered, closing it again. But she saw that in the dim light, the lady was approaching. When she saw Zhang Sui, the lady smiled and said, sit down for a while I sew up your torn clothes. After saying that, she went to the bedside, and in the dim light, she sewed the cheongsam that was torn open by Zhang Sui. Stitch by stitch, Zhang Sui sat beside her and asked, the people outside were detached by you? The lady hummed, I'll be back tomorrow. This time we go back, and the next time we see each other. We don't know when. I was thinking that you might have to come back later. Her ladyship's pretty face was full of spring as she glanced at Zhang Sui and said, if you don't support those people, how will you come? Zhang Sui's heart itched as he watched his wife look like this. He couldn't help but reach out his hand and caress the lady's thigh and said, Tanner, you are so gentle and considerate. As they say in my hometown, when a woman is older, she carries a brick of gold. I'm not hugging a gold brick. I've stolen a bank safe. Madam looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. She didn't listen. Zhang Sui understood what she meant and grabbed her hand, taking her into his arms and said, "All you need to know is that I like you a lot and am satisfied. That's all." Madam breathed a little sharply and said, "Little heart. Stop it. Wait for me to finish sewing the clothes. This dress is the first gift you gave me. I sewed it. I can't get over that hurdle in my heart." Zhang Sui put the clothes in her hand aside and kissed her on her earlobe. "Little heart. It's not too late to go back tomorrow. I'll give you a gift every year from now on. No less. You're leaving at dawn. If you don't come, you won't have a chance for a short time." Madam lay underneath Zhang Sui, her hands cupping his face, her pretty face full of blush and anger. "I don't know if I should say it's a blessing. If you were still by my side every day, I wouldn't even want to do anything." Zhang Sui stayed until close to dawn. If this doesn't go, the others will wake up later and be exposed. Looking at his wife lying on her side on the bed and looking at himself with affection, Zhang Sui sighed. He really didn't want to go. For the first time, he understood the meaning of the word tenderness. But the situation is not human, at least for now. Closing the door reluctantly, Zhang Sui turned back to his own house. "I ran into Captain Jinhao getting up." Zhang Sui almost lost his soul. Captain Jinhao laughed. "Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Where have you been?" Zhang Sui secretly took a deep breath to suppress the panic in his heart, wiped the corners of his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Yesterday, he burned a scarecrow for the vice-captain. At night, I just had a dream about the lieutenant. When I woke up, I was a little lost, so I went and sat outside for a while." When Captain Jinhao heard Zhang Sui say this, the smile on his face was replaced by a look of sadness. Still, he quickly squeezed out a smile and said, "There's no need. People always die. Even rich people like the head of the family have to die. In any case, we have been fed and watered as a ministry of the Jin family. In this chaotic world, look outside. How many stragglers have been easy pickings?" Patting Zhang Sui's shoulder, Captain Jinhao said, "Moreover, you burned a scarecrow for him, our first in these ministries. He'll be satisfied." Zhang Sui hummed. Seeing Captain Jinhao going out, Zhang Sui asked, "Where are you going?" Captain Jinhao's face reddened as he pointed outside and said, "It's going to be dawn, so I'll go help clean up. That way, when Madam leaves, she can have a good mood as well." Not waiting for Zhang Sui to agree, Captain Jinhao closed the door and left quickly. Zhang Sui had only just experienced a charming experience with his wife, and at the moment, he was also completely unable to sleep. He opened the door to his room and quietly followed him out. Only a young girl of 12 or 13, wearing a long dress, was wiping all around clean with fabric in the front of the store. Captain Jinhao, on the other hand, held a broom and swept the floor while smiling and talking to the young girl. Captain Jinhao, of our group, the most impressive is of course Berchang. Teenage girl, is it that centurion of yours? Captain Jinhao said. Yeah, what do you think? The young girl's pretty face contained spring and said, feeling quite a stable person. Yesterday, at the Three Dynasties banquet, I saw him rowing with everyone, even us maids. He was very polite. Captain Jinhao's smile immediately disappeared and he coughed dryly a few times. Don't let him fool you. The young girl looked at Captain Jinhao suspiciously. Captain Jinhao said, this man is an old colorful stick. He always draws all kinds of women, or the kind without clothes. The young girl suppressed her voice and exclaimed, he's even this kind of person. Captain Jinhao nodded his head repeatedly and said, yes, that's the kind of person he is. Don't let this kid's dunce face fool you. Besides, the lady is disgusted with him. However, seeing that he is talented, I promised him my personal maid. Maiden, Madam dislikes him? Then why did you pledge your personal maid to him? Captain Jinhao froze, his face a bit embarrassed, and snapped, This I don't know, but he has a wife. He just hasn't gotten married yet. That wife, I know very well, is quite good looking. He won't look at you. The young lady continued to wipe the table while saying, what are you thinking? He's a centurion, or a master organizer. How could I possibly have that kind of idea? Captain Jinhao muttered, I'm not actually married. The young girl looked at Captain Jinhao and said suspiciously, what did you say? Captain Jinhao hurriedly waved his hands and said, nothing. End of chapter 128. Chapter 128, Kai Wenji is very downtrodden. Chapter 128, Kai Wenji is very. Zhang Sui is hiding in the shadows on the far side, listening to the conversation between Captain Jinhao and the young girl. Zhang Sui really had an urge to rush in and give Captain Jinhao a kick in the ass. This group, Zhao Yun is like this. So did Captain Jinhao. I'm a old sex maniac, drawing all kinds of naked women. I don't know who got hold of my paintings and didn't even avoid people. They just came behind my back. Madam dislikes me? Zhang Sui snorted. Madam is all my woman. However, Zhang Sui spat on it, but he didn't bother to break it up. This captain, Xin Hao, looks like he likes this maid. It was just that the maid didn't seem to have much interest in him yet. Zhang Sui was also quite curious. He wanted to know if Captain Xin Hao had the ability to get this maid into his hands. The fastest way, of course, was to go through her ladyship and get her to pledge this maid to him. But, obviously, Captain Xin Hao didn't have the guts. Zhang Sui quietly retreated back and returned to his room, lying on the bed with his eyes closed. It didn't take long for dawn to break and for the crowd to get up. Huang Han and the others drilled in the open space in front of the entrance. Zhao Yu is also there. The shopkeeper directs the store's underlings to cook and to prepare the lady's belongings for her departure. Mrs. Last up, after breakfast, Zhang Sui and the shopkeeper, Captain Zhen Hao and the others escorted Madame Zhao Yu in the carriage away. It was only after he had been out of the city gates that Zhao Yu bid farewell to Zhang Sui and the others. The madam lifted the curtain of the carriage window and watched Zhao Yu talking to Zhang Sui with a joyful smile on her face, and her heart was a bit torn. This man, I don't know when he started. Why is he so pleasing to women? The matchmaking letter written by eldest eunuch Yuan Tan came to mind, as well as her second daughter's somewhat flushed face, and the lady slightly furrowed her eyebrows. Zhang Sui finished saying goodbye to Zhao Yu before steering his horse to the carriage window. Looking at Madame's pretty face tightening, Zhang Sui leaned his head over. The lady was then startled and busied herself with pulling her head back. This man is crazy, isn't he? In public, Zhang Sui, however, didn't really stick his head over, but put his hand into the car window and said, Madam, these things are troublesome to give to the second prince. The crowd is standing together. Hearing Zhang Sui say that, none of them had any particular reaction. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, was gesticulating something in front with the other subordinates escorting him. Madam plucked out Zhang Sui. The other guy didn't really give anything. That's obviously just confusing. The lady opened her mouth and said wordlessly, Hurry up. It's annoying to look at you. Just after the words were finished, he saw Zhang Sui's hand wipe on her red lips and then wipe towards his own lips. The lady bit her red lip, a touch of helplessness flashing across her reddened pretty face. The man! Who taught him that? What a shameless man! No wonder the second daughter was adamant that he was a dunce. Lowering the curtains of the windows, Madame urged the caravan away. Stay any longer and hell knows what other ridiculous things the man would do. Only then did Zhao Yu greet the convoy as they moved forward. Zhang Sui was a little sad as he watched the carriage slowly leave and eventually disappear from sight. He didn't calm down until the shopkeeper greeted everyone back. He, Captain Jinhao and the others didn't go straight back to the store. According to what Tian Feng, the bike driver, had said earlier, his group had 2 more days of vacation, today and tomorrow. It's only natural to relax for the next 2 days. Zhang Sui, Captain Jinhao, and the others returned to the city of Yeqing and strolled around. Before, when Madame was around, Zhang Sui only thought of getting bored with Madame. Now that the lady was gone, he was in the mood to stroll. What he didn't expect was that he would encounter Kai Wenji again. At this moment, she was standing next to a place in the bazaar that sold liquor, looking at an altar of liquor, seemingly hesitant. When Zhang Sui found her the day before yesterday, she was also standing in front of a floor stand full of drinks. Zhang Sui led his horse over and stopped beside Kai Wenji, pointing down the drink. You like to drink this? Kai Wenji was visibly staring out at the drink. Zhang Sui spoke beside her before she came back to her senses. Her face went white, and she was busy leaving. Zhang Sui, the wine seller, saw Kai Wenji disappear into the crowd before he said, This girl has been standing here with me for quite a while. My family's dukkhan smells so sweet. There's probably no money, so I can't afford to part with it. Zhang Sui, after a slight hesitation, Zhang Sui pointed to a few altars of Dukang wine and said, I'll take these. Looking behind him again, Huang Han said, Go to my room and fetch the silk that Madame rewarded me with yesterday. Huang Han answered and spurred his horse away. It didn't take long for Huang Han to return. After Zhang Sui settled the bill, there was still some silk left. Captain Jinhao and the others all bought something at the bazaar as well. At the exit of the bazaar, Zhang Sui and his group surprisingly ran into Kai Wenji again. She was standing by some cages containing chickens, biting her lip with a hesitant look on her face. Zhang Sui signaled the others to go back first, and Taguchi he still wanted to stroll around. The crowd did not doubt it, and they went ahead and left. Zhang Sui waited for them to leave before walking over and buying 5 chickens with the remaining silk. Kai Wenji saw this and tried to leave again. Zhang Sui led his steed and followed with his chicken and Dukang. Kai Wenji walked to the alleyway before stopping, looking at Zhang Sui with an icy expression. Zhang Sui patted the Dukang wine and chicken on his steed and said, These things, I will lend them to you first. You can return them to me one day when you have money. The words that Kai Wenji was just about to question were stuck in her throat at this point. Zhang Sui asked. Where do you live? I'll send you there? Otherwise, you're a woman with just 2 hands, so you can't take it all at once. Only then did Kai Wenji turn around and walk towards the depths of the alleyway. Zhang Sui led the warhorse more up. It was a long walk before he stopped in front of a dilapidated wooden house. The wooden house has only 1 floor. The walls outside were wooden, crooked, and felt like they were going to fall down at any moment. There was only 1 room in the whole wooden house. A hall, to be exact. The lobby was lackluster. To the left, in the gloom, on top of the hay, lay a board and a quilt. A wooden box was placed on the east side of the board. On top of the wooden case, there was an ancient zither. In the right corner, on some hay, lay a mule. Overall, however, it was clean, albeit dilapidated. Zhang Sui lifted up several jars of Ducom wine and the cage containing the chickens. Kai Wenji is crouching on the west side. Water was boiling under a wooden wall that was almost tumbling down. Zhang Sui looked around and said, "This is where you live? Then why did you see her going to the store the day before yesterday to customize her clothes? Store customized clothes are very inexpensive." Kai Wenji said. "Wait a moment and take a sip of hot water." After a pause, Kai Wenji added, "I left the Wei family without taking anything with me. A man lives for a breath. The Wei family has been treating me as a calamity that killed my ex-husband. I just hate that I've been hesitant before. I'm not completely broke, though. When my sister married, she left me some money funds, but there comes a time when the money fund runs out. At least, until I find the means to make a living, I'll have to save it. Now that the world is in chaos, the starving corpses are everywhere, and on my way here from Hadong, there are corpses everywhere. It's good enough for me to have a place to live in Yecheng, a mouthful of food and hot water. Where can I ask for too much?" Seemingly thinking of something, Kai Wenji added, "Of course, clothes are not missing. As a woman with no clothes to wear, what am I living for then?" Zhang Sui, that's a true statement. One could ascertain from her mere words that she was really as stubborn as the history books had written. Unfortunately, in the history books, this stubbornness was smoothed out with the 12 years of not being in the Huns. Zhang Sui asked, "What can you do?" Only then did Kai Wenji turn her head to look at Zhang Sui. The 2 men looked at each other in all directions. Zhang Sui said, "Don't think too much. As I said before, my master and your father had a karmic connection in life. Anyways, we're kind of after the deceased. I'll try to help a little if I can." Kai Wenji didn't respond and continued to boil water. It was when Zhang Sui was a bit bored and looked out the door that Kai Wenji suddenly spoke up. "Although my father is a great scholar, I am not the type of pampered lady of the house. I've done everything since I was a kid following my father around. I can also embroider and do tailoring. It's just that, when I went to ask, people didn't want me. They won't say exactly why. I can also recite poetry and paint, read and write, and organize books. I was probably happiest when I was living in exile in the Wudi with my father and sister. What I have to do every day is to help my father organize various books." End of chapter 129. Chapter 129 Yuan Shao summons him. Chapter 129, called Yuan Shao. Zhang Sui was also puzzled when he heard Kai Wenji say that. If she's so capable, why can't she find something to do? Zhang Sui waited for a while at Kai Wenji's place. Kai Wenji boiled a pot of hot water and poured a bowl for Zhang Sui. After that, she was seen grabbing a chicken out of the cage and strangling it straight away. Watching the chicken flopping around in Kai Wenji's small hands and finally gagging. Zhang Sui, this Kai Wenji, looks thin and weak. It feels like one of those women who can't even unscrew a bottle cap. How come you're so raw when you're killing chickens? Kai Wenji also froze when she saw that Zhang Sui's eyes seemed to look at her with some trepidation. However, she quickly came back to her senses. Looking at the gagging chicken in her hand, Kai Wenji's face was a bit unnatural as she said, I'm used to doing rough work since I was a child. When I was in the Wu land, I followed my father though, and was picked up by many families. But we don't keep maids and other underlings in our house. I do all these things. Besides, it doesn't take much strength to kill a chicken." After a pause, Kai Wenji added, "You'll stay here for dinner later?" Only then did Zhang Sui put down his bowl and busily said, "No, I'll go back to the Jin family store to eat." After saying goodbye to Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui left. Kai Wenji watched Zhang Sui's back disappear outside the house before she sighed in relief. Looking at the chicken in her hand that had completely gagged, Kai Wenji carried the chicken to the left side of the house and directly broke the chicken's neck with ease. And the head was twisted off, letting out the blood. Before she nimbly started plucking the feathers, Zhang Sui steered his horse back to the Jin family store. The image of Kai Wenji's house was all that came to mind. Recruiting the shopkeeper, Zhang Sui asked, "Are we still hiring people for the store? Like tailors, shopkeepers, and whatnot?" The shopkeeper nodded and smiled. "Recruited. Yecheng is full of powerful people. Those powerful women love luxurious and chic clothes. With 5 tailors in our store, We are sometimes too busy. Once those powerful people want clothes, it's a rush. But our store is very demanding. The craft should be familiar, and to have a certain look and demeanor. Dealing with powerful women who are too ugly and too old to come, like Miss 3, who was our regular as a child. It's because the seamstresses in our store are young, beautiful women. It's just that in recent days, Third Miss has pursued novelty and chic, and our tailors can't make the clothes she wants. Zhang Sui busily said. Then how about I recommend you one that meets the requirements? The shopkeeper laughed. Lord Record, you've only been in Yecheng for a few days and you still know such a woman? Zhang Sui said. It's that Mrs. Kai. She knows these. The person is young and pretty looking too. Boss. Zhang Sui looked at the shopkeeper's embarrassed face and asked, where is the problem? The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before saying, the Lord's Record does not know that Mrs. Kai fell out with her in-laws, the Wei family, and completely offended the Wei family to death. That's if her father is still alive. The Wei family wouldn't dare do anything. The problem is, her father is dead. As great as they were in life, they are 100 in death. And she doesn't have a mother's family. The Kai family has no queen. Who wants to offend the Wei family over this? Zhang Sui. The shopkeeper lamented. Mrs. Kai is also pitiful. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on her grimacing husband. Zhang Sui wanted to roll his eyes. After a slight pause, Zhang Sui said, what would happen if our store had to let her in to do something? Boss. Zhang Sui asked. The Wei family, it seems, has also fallen. The shopkeeper said. Yes, the Wei family, like our Jin family, has fallen. At the moment, if we're talking, no one from the Wei family has gone out to serve either. However, the Wei family and our Jin family have always been well-watered. No one else is willing to offend the Wei family for the sake of Mrs. Kai. And we don't have to. And, say, after all, kvetching and inviting in bad luck. Zhang Sui unclasped the sword at his waist and placed it on the counter. This is the personal sword given to me by Madam. Can I beckon her in? The shopkeeper looked at the saber and smiled sarcastically. Zhang Sui said. Then it's decided like this. I'll go recruit her in and make her a seamstress. The shopkeeper wanted to say something else, but when he met Zhang Sui's eyes, he finally shut his mouth. Gotta. It's not good to offend him after all. And, he's about to become a cavalryman. Another 100 long. Maybe the Jin family will have to rely on him in the future. Zhang Sui then rushed back to find Kai Yin, brought her to meet the shopkeeper, and arranged for her to live in the backyard with 5 other tailors. Kai Wenji obviously didn't expect that Zhang Sui would really step in to help and be so numb. Knowing that the store was making a dress for the third young lady, Kai Wenji rushed to work that night. The shopkeeper watched Kai Wenji being so diligent and sighed darkly. It wasn't that he hated Kai Wenji. On the contrary, he sympathized. But, after all, this woman had offended the Wei family, and had also killed her husband. But now that the main record Zhang Sui insisted on doing so, and took out his wife's personal sword, he could only admit it. But even so, he decided to write a letter to the Jin family in Wuji County, telling them about Zhang Sui recruiting Kai Wenji into the store as a tailor. The second day of the first month, Yecheng is still bustling with activity. After waking up in the morning, drilling for a while, and eating breakfast, Zhang Sui went to the tailor's office to take a look around. He saw Kai Wenji and 5 other tailors cutting down the clothes for the third young lady. Looking at Kai Wenji's nimble movements, Zhang Sui nodded. Just get ready to leave. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It was then that he noticed that Kai Wenji seemed to be a clothes rack. Tall, leaning towards thinness. Also, the chest is flat as a pancake. The 2 calves, in particular, were very straight. His mind drifted to the various clothes he had seen before traveling. And heels, and plimsolls. Zhang Sui's heart leapt a little. I wonder if Third Miss would like these. This is a constant flow of money if you like. As Yuan Xiao's first daughter, Third Miss is certainly not short of money. You can draw it yourself and make a sample. Then let Kai Wenji try it on. Zhang Sui let out a laugh. This Kai Wenji, proper pre-crossover model of a certain treasure. Zhang Sui went back to his room, so he prepared to draw a few pictures out first. Captain Jinhao scrambled to the door and said, Bo Qing, there are people outside, asking you to go to the government hall. Zhang Sui hurriedly put down the paper and walked out quickly while saying, Where is everyone? Did you say anything? Captain Jinhao said. Where would I dare to ask? It's right in front of the store. Zhang Sui flew to the store door. There was indeed a young scribe standing outside. Zhang Sui hurriedly saluted. Wuji County Jin family's main record. Zhang Sui, meet envoy. The young scribe glanced at Zhang Sui, opened the bamboo slip, and said, Tell 100 Chief Zhang Sui to rush to the hall of the government office at once. In the handwriting of Yuan Xiao, the pastor of Jizhou. Zhang Sui. Yuan Xiao's handwriting? Zhang Sui had no time to think about anything else and immediately spurred his horse toward the hall of the Yeqing government office. Although before crossing over, he was looking down on the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. Both were openings with skyhooks, and the result was a hand of good cards that went to. But now that you've crossed over and are working under the hands of people, they are able to pinch themselves to death at any time. To look down on it again would be pure death. End of chapter. 130. Push the book I, a Han Chinese, have become the emperor of the Yuan dynasty. Push the book I Tang Tang Han people even become the emperor of the great Yuan. Recommend a friend's book. I Tang Tang Han people even become the emperor of the great Yuan. Synopsis. Lu Yuan, a Han Chinese in the latter days, comes to the end of the Yuan dynasty with a superb library of books and is reborn as the last emperor of the Yuan dynasty. In 1333 A.D., he ascended the throne as emperor. The year. Lu Bowen passed the entrance examination. The examination paper wrote, "I am very fortunate to be a fool," and the intersection of the world of the Holy Ming. Zhu Yuanzhan was just 5 years old, and his family was not yet completely broken. At this time, there were still 18 years to go before the Red Turbans revolt. Both come and go. Lu Yuan decided to die Yuan, be the second Xiaowen emperor, learning the Han language, changing the Han name, and wearing the Han uniform is the basic national policy of the Great Yuan, and no one can waver from it. What? Yumabe Mongols and host Mongols don't listen to you. Then I'll have to take the Han guards and kill them again. I, first, was the emperor of the Great Yuan, and only afterward the Mongol Khan. The Mongol tribes, like the Huns, are descended from the Xia. I, Lu Yuan, emperor of Daiyuan, am a descendant of Lu Bang. End of chapter. 131. Chapter 130 Yuan Shi, through his sister, he took Lu. Chapter 130 Yuan Shi, through his sister, he takes Lu. Zhang Sui rushed all the way to the government office. The soldiers in the hall of the government office went in to report to Yuan Shao. Zhang Sui then stood outside and waited. Though before crossing over, he really didn't have a good feeling about Yuan Shao. But now, standing outside the government office, he was a little nervous. After all, Yuan Shao today holds the power of his own life and death. Chang looks around to divert the tension within. Suddenly, a surprised female voice sounded behind her. "Yo, it's you!" Zhang Sui turned around. Only a woman in a strong short dress, wearing a veil, with a horsewhip at her waist was approaching. Beside her, she was clearly followed by Yuan Shi, the second son of the Yuan family, whom she had met before. The woman was no one else but the third young Miss Yuan Mi, whom Zhang Sui had met at the entrance of the Jin family store earlier. Yuan Mi came to Zhang Sui's side, looked Zhang Sui up and down and said, "What are you doing here?" Zhang Sui honestly said, "General urgently summoned me here to meet with you." Yuan Mi looked at Yuan Shi beside her. Yuan Shi shook his head and said, "How should I know?" However, just on second thought, Yuan Shi said, "It's possible that they are talking about the cavalry. Yan Liang has already rushed over. He's in charge of training the cavalry." Yuan Mi looked around Zhang Sui and said, "He does cavalry? Even if he can do it, why did father summon him alone?" Yuan Shi shook his head. Zhang Sui did guess a little. It may be related to the Butiligen. Previously, he followed Biajia Tianfeng and Chang Gongzi Yuan Tan to fight in Xingzhou, and on the way, the two of them had seen him alone a few times. If it wasn't related to Ding Yuan, the two probably wouldn't have bothered with themselves at all. Just like the second son Yuan Shi in front of us. I've seen it once before at Jin's house. However, looking at Yuan Shi's clear face, he obviously did not recognize himself. After all, in terms of Yuan Shi's identity, he has seen too many people, and how could he possibly remember himself as a small Jin family master record? Zhang Sui was somewhat glad that he had given himself the identity of a Ding Yuan disciple in the first place. And there's no living soul left in Ding Yuan's family. There is no proof of death. And there's no fear of people breaking it down. Seeing that Yuan Shi did not know, Yuan Mi asked Zhang Sui again. Zhang Sui didn't bother to answer. The more this is answered, the more troublesome it becomes. Zhang Sui could only shake his head. I don't know. Yuan Mi obviously wasn't particularly interested in this either. She just looked curiously at Zhang Sui and said, "That dress of mine, is it done yet? Also, the scarecrow I asked you to make, have you made it yet?" Yuan Shi, Zhang Sui honestly said, "Third Mrs. Clothes, they are already being made. It's just going to be finally done, so it's going to take some time. As for the scarecrow, haven't gotten around to it yet." Yuan Mi was busy saying, "That dress of mine, what was it like? I just remembered that it was pretty. I didn't even look at it closely." Seeing Yuan Mi's eagerness, Zhang Sui crouched down, took out his dagger from his waist, and drew a few quick strokes on the ground. Yuan Mi's eyes glowed slightly. On the contrary, Yuan Shi, who was on the side, was quite a bit bored. Yuan Mi added, "Just this dress? Can you think of any other clothes? Zhang Sui hesitated slightly. After all, she is the third miss, and she is expensive. Zhang Sui shot a glance at the third young lady. Or maybe she was wearing a powerful short dress, and Miss San's curvy figure was revealed. The calves were not as straight as Kaiwenji's, but, nevertheless, they were slim. The ass is quite a bit perked up. The crotch looks wider compared to all of the ladies. Overall, the lady is plump, but her figure is actually petite. This morning, he was able to pick the missus up and do that. And MS3, the bone structure is overall large, plus a bit taller. It gives the impression of a big female lead. Zhang Sui thought of a piece of clothing at once. Zhang Sui drew quickly on the ground with his dagger. For this outfit, the top half is a white shirt. The bottom half is a black wraparound skirt. Below the thighs are stockings. Add a pair of boots to your feet. Zhang Sui secretly gave himself a nod. Perfect. The dominant female president. I just don't know if third miss, with her unique aesthetic, would like this. Zhang Sui finished drawing and pointed to the graphic. The upper half of the body is white. I call it a shirt. It's more flattering and can emphasize the femininity of a woman's figure. The lower half of the wraparound skirt is black. White and black together, contrasting, also set off a woman's figure. The ones on the thighs are called stockings, which are also a kind of pants. A cover-up that's also for aesthetics. The shoes were my own idea. The long ones. Aspect writing. And it sets off the slimness of the legs. Zhang Sui looked at third Miss Yuan Mi somewhat nervously and said, "It's not made, it's just what I thought. I've shown it to other seamstresses before, and they thought it was a bit cheesy." Yuan Shi originally hadn't been very excited about it. Hearing Zhang Sui say this, he lowered his head, took a closer look, and said with a somewhat odd expression, "You're a big man who doesn't build up his career and spends all day thinking about this bit of women's stuff?" Zhang Sui let out a laugh and patted the sword he was wearing and said, "Second Duke. I've only just come over after fighting Koji and then Xingzhou." Yuan Shi, Zhang Sui added, "Moreover, fighting a war is not in conflict with doing this. My greatest wishes in life are 2. 1. Build a career. 2. Dress my woman in my favorite dress." Yuan Shi, why does it feel like this man is still a bit of a quest? You can fight a war and think about this stuff? I underestimated him just now. The third young lady, Yuan Mi, who was on the side, suddenly laughed out, "Ha ha." Zhang Sui and Yuan Shi looked at Yuan Mi in unison. Yuan Mi looked at the diagram drawn by Zhang Sui on the ground while erasing the stockings and said, If you erase these pants and wear them privately to your own man, will it be extraordinarily somewhat erotic?" Zhang Sui, this third young lady Yuan Mi, I'm afraid she didn't cross over? It's quite discerning. He actually likes white shirts too plus black wrap skirts plus boots without stockings. Before he crossed over. That's how the company's little finance girl dressed at his workplace. Every time he watched her walk, those slender flesh-colored thighs kept swaying, and his heart raced a little. The only drawback is that the little financial girl has some short legs and looks a little weird. This is a wearable set for a woman with long legs and a good figure, such as his high school female classmate. Those long, slender legs were absolutely complete with this outfit. And now, he adds stockings for a simple reason. It's the end of Han. Though the ethos of this era is not so harsh. However, it is also unacceptable to expose your skin. It's still such a large expanse of skin. Women are even more so. If there are no stockings and the long legs are directly exposed, it is trivial to be scolded. In case you get killed, that's a big deal. When third Miss Yuan Mi saw that Zhang Sui did not answer, she raised her head to look at Zhang Sui and asked with an expectant face, "Have you tried it yet? Want to try it?" Only then did Zhang Sui come back to his senses. Glancing at third Miss Yuan Mi, he was tempted to say, "You can really do it if you try," but how dare he say that? Zhang Sui dryly coughed a few times and said, I'm not married yet. How can I try?" Third Miss Yuan Mi said, "It's fine. You go back to the Jin family store now. Let that tailor make it and count it as mine." The soldier who went in to inform Yuan Shao came out at this moment and said to Zhang Sui, "The Lord wants you to go in." Zhang Sui saluted Yuan Mi and Yuan Shi and walked in quickly. Yuan Mi was busy following her. Yuan Shi said sharply, "Sister, what are you doing?" Yuan Mi smiled thievishly and said, "Father has recently taken a concubine, Lu, so I'll go talk to father and ask him to make Lu a set of these clothes, and see what father thinks when Lu wears them privately for father to see." Yuan Shi didn't have the heart to say, "Nonsense. Father is busy with political affairs right now." Before he could finish his words, he saw Yuan Mi had already run inside the government office. Yuan Shi, this sister of his own, spoiled beyond measure by her father. Surprisingly, the idea hit Lu. Lu is as beautiful as she is, and was found by her father at great cost. One wouldn't dare hit on her. Any idea at all. Suddenly, Yuan Shi's eyes fell on the picture Zhang Sui drew on the ground. Last year, the eldest brother was passed on by his father to his deceased uncle. In other words, he himself is now his father's true firstborn son. He himself is qualified to compete with his big brother for a long time. I'm afraid, that's what the father intended. The intention, like father and uncle in the beginning. Moreover, father favors the elder brother. Big brother followed Biajiao Tianfeng to kill Koji Yi, and took the Beihai County in Qingzhou, which was highly meritorious. If you don't make something of yourself, I'm afraid you'll be compared to this. My sister was beloved by my father. Lu was again her father's favorite concubine. There was no way he could personally approach Lu, which would cause his father to resent him, but to strike up a good relationship with Lu through her sister, and then to have Lu blow pillow talk in her father's ear. Yuan Shi looked inside the government office. It's a means to an end. End of chapter 132. Chapter 131, Promotion of Little Commander, Yuan Shao Yenliang. Chapter 131, Promotion of Xiaotong, Yuan Shao plus Yen. Besides, Zhang Sui was guided by the soldiers to enter inside the government office, but I saw the third young lady, Yuan Mi Ili, following. Zhang Sui didn't think much of it. It could simply be the same road. It was only when he came to the threshold of the hall that the soldier signaled towards Zhang Sui to go inside the threshold, and then he retreated. Third Miss Yuan Mi entered inside before Zhang Sui and shouted from afar, "Father," only to see that at the very first place of the hall, there sat a middle-aged man in his 40s who was quite dignified. Although the middle-aged man was older, he had a handsome face and a smile at the corner of his mouth. It's quite a jade-like feeling. You can't see the pallor of being an uncle's generation on your body, but instead you have a flavor of a glowing Englishman. Zhang Sui secretly sighed a bit. This would be Yuan Shao without a doubt. Zhang Sui remembers that history books have vocabulary describing good-looking people, both men and women. For example, Zhuge Liang, 8 feet long, with a great appearance. For example, Zhou Yu, long and strong with a poised appearance. For example, Sun Tzu, Mei Ziyan. Historical books describe Yuan Shao. He has a dignified and majestic appearance. Let's just say that there really is a basis for being described that way. This Yuan Shao, even in his old age, this appearance is better than 99% of the men he has seen. Below Yuan Shao, on his left, knelt Tianfeng, the other driver. To his right, kneeling, sat a burly man with a stout body and still quite decent looks. Zhang Sui eyeballed it. About 5'9" or so. In his right hand he was holding a bronze wine marquee. That bronze wine marquee was like a small object in his hands. At this moment, Yuan Mi was nestled at Yuan Shao's feet. Yuan Shao laughed and said, all right, kneel. You go to the side first and have something to say later. My father has to meet a young hero now. Don't slow down others. Yuan Mi looked toward Zhang Sui, who walked in across the threshold, and said, a young hero? Him? Yuan Shao raised his eyebrows and said, what? You still underestimate people? My great Han Hussar General, Huo Daizi, became a Hussar lieutenant at the age of 17, and accompanied the Che cavalry general Wei Qing to strike the Xiangnu twice in the south of the desert. Yuan Mi gave an oh-so subtle sound, got up from the ground, stood behind the curtain on Yuan Shao's right side, and looked at Zhang Sui from a distance. Zhang Sui entered the hall, stopped at Tianfeng's flush position, and saluted Yuan Shao. Yan Men Zhang Sui, meet General. Yuan Shao shot a glance at Zhang Sui, pointed to the side of Tianfeng, the special driver, and said, come on man, take a seat. 2 soldiers came up carrying the desk. A maid followed with her hands on a branch heel. Another maid held aloft a wooden basin with a pot of hot wine and some pastries. Putting the desk table, support heels, hot wine and pastries in place, Yuan Shao said to Zhang Sui, sit. Zhang Sui gave a thank you and sat down on his knees in front of the desk, supporting his heel. Only then did Yuan Shao smile and ask Zhang Sui, I heard from Farewell that you are a disciple of Ding Jianyang? Zhang Sui, sure enough, it's all about Ding Yuan. In this late Han dynasty, a good birth is too important. Without a good birth, it is difficult to get ahead, even if one is capable. Zhang Sui returned. Yes, Yuan Shao lamented. It's a pity that your master, Ding Jianyang, was betrayed by Lu Bu's children. I was just a lieutenant in the center and wanted to meet him. Just sent a ruler. I heard at night that Ding Jianyan was killed by Lu Bu. It's a real shame. Zhang Sui said. Sir left words in the bamboo slip he gave me. There is a death in man, either heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. Though I was not at Mr. S side and do not know what he was thinking on his deathbed. It should be considered a good death for him to die for his country. I think the gentleman has no regrets. Yuan Shao looked at Zhang Sui and nodded. As Tianfeng said, it should be Ding Yuan's disciple without a doubt. He also sent people to Yanmen secretly to investigate. This Zhang Sui, indeed, was from the Yanmen side. The the son of an ordinary farmer. Ding Yuan, as the one-time assassin of the state of Bingzhou, did appear in the neighborhood as well. Only, there was no evidence to show that Ding Yuan and this Zhang Sui had been in contact. However, Zhang Sui, as the son of an ordinary farmer, was literate and could draw well. You can also make paper armor. None of this is possible for a mere farmer's son. It was far more likely than not that Zhang Sui was a disciple of Ding Yuan. Moreover, Zhang Sui's significance as a disciple of Ding Yuan was important. Although now he has occupied Jizhou, killed Koji Yi, and severely injured Gong Sunzan. But that's not enough. He's also going to take down the parallel state. He wants to unify the whole of Hebei. He's going to sweep the seas. The throne takes turns. Today it's my house. The great Han is dead. And now, it is time for the Yuan family to raise their arms and swing high. And to take the world. He needed a steady stream of talent. Zhang Sui had its necessity as a disciple of Ding Yuan, the one-time assassin of the state of Bingzhou. He needed the descendants of Zhang Sui and countless other celebrities and aspirants to throw their lot in with him, to manifest his sea of acceptance. Yuan Shao said to Zhang Sui, "Well said, Bok Sung, right? As Ding Jianyang's disciple, you can't degrade your master's reputation. Your master, Ding Jianyang, is a clanker, a model for my generation." Zhang Sui said. Here, only then did Yuan Shao say to Tianfeng, "By Chang, it's a bit small after all." "Farewell," Tianfeng said. "Then it will be the little metropolitan, in charge of 500 cavalry." Yuan Shao frowned and said, "It's still too young. After all, he is a disciple of Ding Jianyang. And, this time, he killed Koji Yi and attacked Beihai County. And he also has war credit." The AG Tianfeng insisted. "Now that the cavalry is being reorganized, it is unknown whether he can handle it. I think Ding Jianyang is alive and well, and I hope he climbs up the ladder step by step. If he's really strong, it's not too late to promote him again. Considering that he has performed war service and is still a disciple of Ding Jianyang, he may be given a property in the eastern part of Yeqing City, 5 maids, 10 male subordinates, and 100 pieces of silk." Beihai Tianfeng looked at Zhang Sui beside him and said, "Bo Qing, what do you think?" "Zhang Sui, what can I do? I can laugh it off. Because of a Ding Yuan disciple status, you can get all these. Don't be too cost-effective." Zhang Sui was busy saying, "I think it's too much." When Yuan Shao saw Zhang Sui say this, he laughed and said, "You are honest and naive. All this, and I still feel indebted to you. However, as Bujio said, you are, after all, a Ding Jianyang disciple, and it's only natural that the requirements for you should be stricter. Don't worry, you behave yourself. I'll give you credit for anything you get credit for." He also looked at the strong man on his right and said, "Come, Bo Qing, introduce someone to you. In the future, he will be your superior." The burly man stood up. Yuan Shao said, "Lieutenant General Yan Liang, from now on you will be the commander of these 3,000 cavalrymen." Zhang Sui followed and got up, saluting Yan Liang. "Zhang Sui greets the governor." Yan Liang hummed. Yuan Shao laughed. "I asked you all to come here today for these things. Men, take our young commander Zhang Sui to his mansion in the east of the city." Bujiao Tianfeng said, "Let me take him there, just in time, so I can confirm where he lives." Yuan Shao nodded. Only then did Bujiao Tianfeng stand up and greet Zhang Sui as he followed. Yuan Mi hid behind the curtain and watched Zhang Sui leave, the corners of her mouth rising slightly under the veil. Interesting, a martial artist who knows about women's clothes. She was under the impression that martial artists were reckless and rough around the edges. Just like that Koji Yi, he is a pain in the ass. Seeing that Zhang Sui followed Bujiao Tianfeng away, Yuan Mi then walked out and said to Yuan Shao, "Father, I'm going to the backyard to see Lu." Yuan Shao was about to stop. "Neil, don't bully." But before he could finish his words, Yuan Mi had already darted away. "I don't have any savings, not even a single chapter. It's not that I don't want to add more, it's that I don't have any savings, so I really can't. I have to keep busy. I still have to be busy. Keep 510,000 a day plus, is really the limit is not I swing. Also, recommend a book to a friend. How dare I, a Han Chinese, become the emperor of the great Yuan." End of chapter 133. Chapter 132, Supervisor Frustrated Professor. Chapter 132, Frustration of Supervisor. Yuan Shao shook his head when he saw Yuan Mi at this speed. This daughter of hers, she's been spoiled beyond belief. But what can be done? Who let her be born to himself and his main wife? And she inherited his and his main wife's beauty. Now only 14 years old. There are people stepping over the threshold who want to ask to marry her. Before that, even that arrogant and cocky Koji Yi wanted to beg for her hand in marriage. Just, surprisingly, only concubines. Yuan Shao snorted as he thought of Koji Yi, a pure martial artist. He also wants to get his hands on his favorite daughter. He doesn't know how high and mighty he is. My Yuan Shao's first daughter. How can she marry a prince? Only. Yuan Shao muttered now. Nowadays. Who in this world is qualified to marry this favored daughter of his? While Yuan Shao was muttering, Zhang Sui followed his donkey, Tian Feng, out of the hall of the government office and rushed all the way to the east of the city. Halfway there, he met a middle-aged scribe, Tian Feng, who had always been unsmiling, immediately greeted the middle-aged scribe with a smile when he saw him. Zhang Sui hurriedly spurred his horse to follow. Tian Feng took the lead in saluting the middle-aged scribe and said, Duke frustrated, where is this going? The middle-aged scribe pointed in the direction of the government office and said, I'm going to the government office. At the end of last year, the Lord told me that he wanted to completely annihilate Zhangyan this year and firmly occupy the state of Bingzhou, and then send out the second prince and Gaogan to take charge of Yuzhou and Bingzhou, respectively. I didn't think it was right, considering the 3 dynasties before. I don't want to disturb the Lord's pleasure. Now that the 3rd dynasty is over, I'm going to bring it up early. Tian Feng's face clouded over. Glancing at Zhang Sui beside him, Tian Feng said, You go over first. I'll arrange for Bo Chang later and go over as well. The middle-aged scribe looked curiously at Zhang Sui. This young man, who? To think that you need to personally arrange it. Tian Feng pointed at Zhang Sui and said, His name is Zhang Sui, a native of Yanmen County and a disciple of Ding Jianyang. Before that, when he destroyed Koji and attacked Beihai County, he made a considerable feat. As you know, the general is in need of talent right now. The middle-aged scribe nodded. Only then did Tian Feng say to Zhang Sui, This is our Jizhou supervisor. Frustrated professor. Zhang Sui was busy making a solemn bow towards frustration. Frustrated. He knew. Among the many famous generals at the end of the Han dynasty, Frustration's military talent and political vision could at least make it into the top 3. He was also the one who really proposed to hold the emperor in order to command his vassals. Sun Yu's proposal was to hold the emperor hostage in order to make him obey his subjects. Frustrated professor once also tried his best to persuade Han Fu, the former pastor of Jizhou, not to welcome Yuan Shao. However, Hanford wouldn't listen. Not only did he welcome Yuan Shao into Jizhou, but he was also snubbed by the famous Yingchuan scholar Sun Chen and others to give Yuan Shao the position of the pastor of Jizhou. The result was, Han Fu was killed by Yuan Shao, and Yuan Shao took complete control of Jizhou. Frustration's only flaw is a poor eye for choosing a lord. First, he followed Han Fu, then follow Yuan Shao. Han Fu was stubborn and could not listen to advice. Yuan Shao is good at planning but not at deciding and can't make up his mind. In the end, Frustration was killed by Cao Cao. Frustrated to see Zhang Sui performing such a solemn salute, he nodded and said, To be able to be looked upon by the Lord and the farewell master, and to be a disciple of Ding Jianyang, do well and you will have a future. Zhang Sui thanked the man. Frustrated. He then said goodbye and continued to leave. Tian Feng sighed as he watched frustrated professor leave, greeting Zhang Sui as he followed. Zhang Sui curiously said, Why is the Beijio sighing? Tian Feng looked at Zhang Sui, not wanting to say anything in the first place. Just a young man, or a martial artist. What insight can he have? However, looking at Zhang Sui's curious face, Tian Feng still couldn't help but open his mouth. Have you heard of Frustrated Duke before? Zhang Sui smiled. Tian Feng narrowed his eyes. Zhang Sui hastily collected his smile and said, I've heard of it. Tian Feng said, Frustrated Duke is famous all over the world. It's not surprising that you've heard of him. After a pause, Tian Feng added, What do you think of Frustrated Gong? Zhang Sui pondered for a moment and honestly said, I thought that Frustrated Duke was General Zhang Zifeng. Tian Feng's eyes lit up slightly and said, Zhang Zifeng? Are you sure of that? Who is Zhang Zifeng? How dare Duke Frustration be held in such high regard by you? Tian Feng looked Zhang Sui up and down. For the first time, he realized that this young man, so much to his liking. Zhang Sui greeted Tian Feng's gawking, secretly calculating. Historically, Tian Feng and Frustration have always had a good relationship. The two, as leaders of the Jizhou faction under Yuan Shao's 3 major factions, have always supported each other. Only unfortunately, the Battle of Guandu, 2 people completely down the altar. Now that Tian Feng asked this, then there was naturally no need for himself to hide his appreciation for Frustration. Even a slight exaggeration would be nice. Zhang Sui returned. Very sure. I heard that when General was still in Bohai, someone recommended General to Han Fu, the former pastor of Jizhou, and lured General to Jizhou. At that time, the reason given by everyone was that the General was after 4 generations of 3 dukes, famous all over the world, had disciples all over the frontier, and was also very benevolent. Only a few, such as Frustrated Gong, refused. The reason, Zhang Sui glanced at Tian Feng and didn't say anything further, but said, "Isn't the result in front of you now?" Tian Feng nodded. Zhang Sui continued, "Also, what Lord Frustration said just now. I also think that Lord Frustration is very wise. I have heard that the general has 3 sons. Nowadays, the eldest male is in Xinzhou, and now the general is sending the second prince and Gaogan to Yuzhou and Bingzhou respectively. Of these, both Yuzhou and Bingzhou were pacified only last year. There are 100 things going on right now. This is the time when power can best be demonstrated. The general himself is in charge of these 2 states, or he sends officials who are absolutely loyal to him. Then both Yuzhou and Bingzhou are in the general's own hands. But the general sent the second prince and Gaogan instead. The second son is the general's own son. Gaogan is the general's nephew. All are blood relatives. There is another long male in Xinzhou. This Hebei. It seems to occupy most of the area. But, in reality, it's another kind of cut and split. All of them are blood relatives. Then the local officials and the people. They will all be dominated by them. Plus the third prince has no arrangements to stay in Yecheng. Once the general has a change of heart, the land that the general has taken is falling apart. All the hard work that was put in before has gone down the drain. Scourge has always been the most taboo thing to do. The general, however, is partial to it. If the general can listen to frustration, then we are still saved. If you don't listen, the future is ill-fated. Tian Feng looked at Zhang Sui with quite a bit of shock. No wonder Ding Yuan had taken this man as a disciple. That vision, absolutely, coincides with himself. Plus, he's so young. Tian Feng took a deep breath and suppressed his inner excitement. Find a chance to talk to frustration about him. Maybe, to be able to stay around and train. Only then did Tian Feng smile at Zhang Sui. Not bad, very thoughtful. During this time, you train well with the lieutenant general. You'll come out on top. Zhang Sui had seen Tian Feng many times, and it was the first time he had seen him smile at himself. Zhang Sui clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for the mention." Tian Feng laughed. "It all depends on how far you can go." End of chapter 134. Chapter 133 Kai Wenji, this man has quite a lot of meat on his body. Chapter 133, Kai Wenji, this man has quite a lot of on his body. Zhang Sui followed Biejiao Tian Feng around the eastern part of the city. During this time, Biejiao Tian Feng explained the reason why there were so many houses vacant in Yecheng. 2 years ago, Yecheng was occupied by the Black Mountain Army. Many of Yuan Shao's men surrendered in that great battle. Later, when Yuan Shao retook Yecheng, these officials were killed, and their house was vacated. And Tian Feng's and Frustrated's houses were actually on the east side of the city. However, the 2 residences are far away from each other. Zhang Sui eventually chose a mansion not far from Tian Feng's residence. There are 3 houses inside the entire mansion. 3 houses were surrounded by a courtyard wall. The 3 houses present a front-to-back arrangement. All 3 floors. They have first-floor halls running through them. The open spaces between them are the 3 courtyards. Tian Feng found someone else and went to transfer 5 maids and 10 male subordinates to Zhang Sui to help with the cleaning. Another official sent 100 pieces of silk. Only then did Tian Feng leave in a hurry. Zhang Sui commanded 5 maids and 10 male subordinates to handle the mansion. Both sides of the third compound, cleaned out and ready to be tilled and some greens planted. In the second courtyard, make a pavilion for reading. Raise some grass around it. The first compound, connected to the gate entrance, faces a special wall, which is the facade. This compound is planted with some big trees and such. The 5 maids lived on the 3rd floor of the first house, burning fires, cooking, and doing some of the daily tasks. 10 male underlings, 4 of whom lived in a special room for the underlings at the entrance to the gate. The other 6, all arranged on the 2nd floor of the first house, the 2nd house and the 3rd house. Zhang Sui's mouth was grinning behind his ears as he watched the crowd get busy. The 3rd house was reserved for Madame and Hong Yu to come and live in Yecheng. As for their rooms, of course, they are their rooms. In this way, he was not afraid to be a little more reckless with them, with the distance separating them. The 2nd house is reserved for Kai Wenji and her guests. There could also be some sort of boardroom or something. In the past, they were only subordinates of the Jin family, and they didn't have a house, so naturally they couldn't have entertainment. Now that you have your own house, how can you not enjoy it? Zhang Sui planned to get billiards, mahjong, and solitaire out of the way sometime. Thinking of Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui asked his subordinates to go to the market to buy some chickens, ducks, vegetables and the like. Instead, he spurred his horse to the Jin family store. Previously, he had wanted to arrange Kai Wenji in the Jin family store. The shopkeeper wasn't very willing. That look of embarrassment is not even hidden. However, it might be in the way of one's identity as the Yen family's main record, and one would have to accept it. At that time, Zhang Sui had no choice but to leave Kai Wenji behind. Now, If you have this property yourself, just let Kai Wenji come and stay here. Kai Wenji doesn't have to go south when she has this place to stay. Then naturally, you don't have to go through Chang'an. Historically, she passed through Chang'an and ended up being taken captive by the Huns. This will naturally not happen. Of course, she had to go on her own, so there was nothing to be done. Zhang Sui returns to the Jin family store and informs the crowd that he has been promoted to a higher position and has been granted real estate, leaving them all quite shocked. Zhang Sui asked the crowd to help take Kai Wenji's things away, and the group rushed to the new mansion with great vigor. Zhang Sui gave Kai Wenji an arbitrary room in the second house, and let her be the housekeeper for the time being from now on. He was, after all, organized into the cavalry, and would have to train and even fight in the war, and likely wouldn't be able to live here permanently. In this house, it was natural to have a housekeeper. Zhang Sui also arranged something for Kai Wenji. He picked a room in the second house to be Kai Wenji's tailoring room, and found a way to make all the clothes he drew. The maids and male servants of the mansion were at her disposal. Zhang then hid 10 pieces of silk under his bed. All the other silks were given to Kai Wenji to make her own arrangements. Kai Wenji listened to Zhang Sui's gushing orders to do things, her expression a little confused and her eyes a little sour. She somewhat believed Zhang Sui's words. Her own father and his master might really know each other and be friends. It's just because the father didn't get around to giving an account. Otherwise, she couldn't figure out Zhang Sui's reason for helping himself like this. Couldn't figure out his reason for believing in himself like that either. Even all the money funds are given to myself to manage, and he's not afraid to roll his own money. In the evening, a few maids made some sumptuous food and wine in the kitchen, and Zhang Sui, Captain Zhenhao, Huang Han, and the others ate happily. This was the first time that Captain Zhenhao, Huang Han, and the others had participated in such a banquet-level gathering. Not even the night of the Third Dynasty was so luxurious and free. The group wrapped their arms around each other's shoulders and hissed vociferously around the room, thinking about setting up a heck of a fight. It was tossed and turned until late at night. When the crowd was put to bed in guest rooms in the second house, Zhang Sui didn't sleep right away. After arranging for the others to sleep, he walked around the third compound for a while to digest, before stripping off his shirt and starting to practice extra hard against the cold wind. Or now make a habit of practicing extra hard. He's all over the place now without practicing. Moreover, since this is his own house now, he is the master of this house, and he is not as constrained as he was in the Jin family. Back then, in the Jin mansion, every time he practiced extra, he had to do it while everyone was asleep, especially to prevent it from being seen by Madam, Second Miss, and others. This extra practice, the requirement that one must strip naked for half an hour of extra practice. I don't know what kind of bird rule it is, and this is the end of Han. Stripping naked is still not accepted. Except, of course, the barracks. A bunch of big old men at the barracks. Just as Zhang Sui was sweating profusely from practicing, a figure walked straight over from the second house. Because of the dim lighting, the figure apparently didn't notice that Zhang Sui wasn't wearing any clothes, but walked straight over. It's Kai Wenji. Kai Wenji was holding a bag in her hand. She made this today out of sheepskin. It's filled with hot water. She originally thought that on such a cold day, it would not be easy for Zhang Sui to sleep alone at night to warm the blanket, so she sent it to Zhang Sui. As a child, that's what she did when she and her father wandered around, hiding from their enemies. Father's body is weak. He couldn't sleep all night without this foot warmer. However, he did not expect to walk into Zhang Sui, only to realize that Zhang Sui's upper body was naked. Sweat rolled down his body. Kai Wenji's footsteps froze, and she couldn't help but blush. This man's body, quite succulent, and not afraid of the cold. She had married into the Wei family before and spent over 3 months with her late husband. The late husband kept shrinking into a ball. Not to mention taking off my shirt on such a cold day. I was shivering even when I was cowering under the covers. Her own body was on the cold side, and she couldn't get warm for a long time lying under the covers at night. As a result, neither has ever been together. The only time she saw her late husband's body was the day he fell ill and died, and she, as his wife, scrubbed his body. The late husband was all but a skeleton. Kai Wenji lowered her head and handed the water-filled sheepskin to Zhang Sui, saying, "Here, put it under your feet to warm them at night." After saying that, he turned around and left at a fast pace, not giving Zhang Sui time to thank him. End of chapter 135. Chapter 134, Kai Wenji's painting. Chapter 134, Kai Wenji's, holding the water-filled sheepskin. Zhang Sui was a bit confused as he watched Kai Wenji dart away, blinking as she disappeared into the night. This sheepskin, it feels like a warm water bag. The people of this land have been smart as hell since the beginning of time. All can come up with this kind of warmth. It's just that he doesn't need it at all. He's been warm and fuzzy. Lying under the covers, he would soon be warm. Sometimes, it will also feel hot and stick your feet out of the covers. Let's just say that we were lying under the same covers as the missus this morning. He was all but holding the lady's 2 feet between his thighs. As the lady's arms around his neck with a sweet look on her face floated in his mind, Zhang Sui's mind got a little carried away. Sheesh. Sure enough, it still smells like a woman. Looking forward to Mrs. S. next visit. When the time comes, you won't have to sneak around like you do in the store. He was bound to come in every position with his wife. Although Zhang Sui didn't need it, it was after all a piece of Kai Wenji's heart. Zhang Sui took the sheepskin to his room and tucked it under the quilt before continuing his extra practice, and Kai Wenji went back to her room. The house she picked out for herself was the first room on the east side of the third floor of the second house. There are windows here, and the windows face directly onto the third house. Through the window, she could still hear the sound of Zhang Sui moving his lance. Kai Wenji stood at the window overlooking the direction of the sound. Although the room was lit, it was dim and did not illuminate the outside at all, so it was completely impossible to see Zhang Sui outside. Kai Wenji, however, did not leave. She just looked quietly in that direction. Her mind drifted to the scene of Zhang Sui's naked upper body just now. With sweat dripping down his body, Kai Wenji bit her red lip. So, this is the man? It's really different from women. Even on such a cold day, I'm not afraid of the cold. After watching for a long time, until the sound of the Lance Martial movement stopped, Kai Wenji closed the window and returned to the desk. On the desk table were some blank bamboo slips, and some ordinary blank papers. Kai Wenji hesitated slightly, but still picked up the ink stone and began to grind the ink. The scene from earlier lingered in his mind. After grinding the ink, Kai Wenji then picked up the paper and laid it flat on the desk table. With her left thumb and middle finger twisting the cuff of her right hand and a brush in her right hand, Kai Wenji traced the paper. Within moments, the paper was filled with a scene of a man practicing martial arts with his naked upper body. Sweat ran down the man's muscles. However, Kai Wenji shook her head, resting the brush on the inkstone before kneading the drawing she had just made into a ball. Not that scene at all. Putting the paper ball under the lamp flame and lighting it, Kai Wenji watched it burn out and quickly returned to the desk, lifting her brush to draw again. The next moment, however, she put down her pen and her shell teeth clenched her red lips. It was a long time before she said to herself, "Shame on you." Stripping off her outside clothes, revealing her blasphemous clothes and pants, blowing out the lamp and shrinking under the covers, Kai Wenji said quietly, "Don't daydream. How can people look at you? A woman who is a kleptomaniac." The following day the crowd woke up late, had a drink last night. When she woke up, Kai Wenji had already commanded the maids to prepare a meal for everyone. After the crowd finished eating, Zhang Sui asked his maid to help the crowd pack the cooked chicken and duck meat that they didn't finish last night and bring it with them to eat. There won't be any big fish in the Jin family store. And, tomorrow everyone will be assembled. One by one, the crowd took it and all thanked them. Only one person did not take it. It's Huang Han, the lad who shoots well. Zhang Sui said suspiciously. What is it? Huang Han blushed a little and said, I don't like duck legs. Zhang Sui looked at the duck legs suspiciously and said, I remember when you set out from Wuji County. Didn't you nibble on it vigorously? Huang Han let out a forced laugh. Right after that, I stopped eating. As soon as I saw the duck legs, I thought of my mother's voice calling out to me. I haven't seen my mother in a long time. It's been so cold this year. I'm not sure she'll make it through. When I think of how she might have frozen to death and starved to death, I think of that day. If only I had looked at her one more time. After saying that, tears rolled down Huang Han's face. When the crowd heard Huang Han say this, the original smiles on each of their faces were all dimmed at this moment. When Zhang Sui thought of the scene of the expedition that day, he also had some bad feelings. Handing the duck leg to a maid, Zhang Sui rubbed Huang Han's hair and said, I'll write a letter back to Wuji County later and ask the housekeeper to send someone to inquire about your mother. If possible, have him send someone to send your mother to live here. Huang Han lowered his head, not daring to look up, just nodding his head vigorously. Zhang Sui asked the maid to replace the duck legs with other cooked meat before sending the crowd away. The people were to go back to the Yin family store first and pack up their things. After that, they were to go ahead and get to the camp. Although the agreement was to report to camp tomorrow, however, they are all newcomers and can only advance. Not daring to delay, Zhang Sui moved all his stuff to his new place, so he was able to stay in the residence for a while. After sending off the crowd, Zhang Sui didn't stay idle at home. He took with him the drawing of the stranger's sword that he had previously drawn at the Wujijin family, and searched Yeqing for a blacksmith store, as well as a fengshi. He previously looked for the fifth lady Jinrong to ask for the glaze. To do things 4 items, 3 prisms, magnifying glass, monocular telescope and glass mirrors. Now there is just the glass mirror left to do. Glass mirrors don't just have to be polished, they have to be silver-plated on the back. It's something that the average person can't even find a silver-plated potion for. The only people who could possibly find it are the Fonzies pounding these. As for the stranger's sword, that can't be built by the average person. Zheng Sui is looking to use 1,000 refined steel. It's been around since the end of the Han Dynasty. However, production is extremely rare. The average blacksmith store may not have one either. Yecheng is, after all, the seat of Jizhou, and it's still so prosperous. It is possible to find it. Have been found in the afternoon. Zheng Sui looked for a dozen blacksmith stores, but also really found one with 1,000 steelmaking. The store's old blacksmith was willing to give it a try. But it takes 5 ponies of silk as a deposit, and it takes at least a month to come and get it. Zheng Sui could only go back to his residence to go get the silk. I didn't expect to see third Miss Yuanmi at her residence. Zheng Sui was a bit puzzled. What's she doing here? Kai Wenji was currently accompanying the third young Miss Yuanmi. It seems that the two still know each other. At the moment, Kai Wenji was holding her zither and playing. The end of that violin, it's still burnt. The sound of the piano is very melodious. Third Miss Yuanmi also listened as her slender fingers kept tapping lightly on the case table. Seeing Zhang Sui coming back, third Miss Yuanmi then stopped Kai Wenji from going down, trotted up and laughed. The set of clothes you drew on the ground yesterday. Give me the drawings. I'll take them and find someone to rush them out urgently. Hey, I've already made a deal with Lu. Let her try it on first. If it looks good, I'm going to make a couple sets myself. End of chapter 136. Chapter 135 Zhang Sui equipped, horse lance iron armor Dewan horse dagger simple compound bow. Chapter 135 Zhang Sui's equipment, horse lance plus ironclad plus Dewan horse plus dagger plus simple compound. Hearing third Miss Yuanmi say this, Zhang Sui was a bit wary. For Lu to wear? Is that the general's favorite woman? Third Miss Yuanmi eeped. You actually know her too? Zhang Sui gave a frown and snapped. I haven't seen it. I've only heard about it since I came to Yecheng. Good looking and popular with the general. I'm told. Third Miss Yuanmi nodded her head deeply and said, it is quite pretty. Obviously in his 20s. He looks even more juvenile than I do. The flesh on that face, when you pinch it, it feels like water could come out. Seeing Zhang Sui listening attentively, third Miss Yuanmi teased. What? Are you moved? You've got a lot of nerve. Do you believe I'll tell my father? Zhang Sui hurriedly waved his hand and said, Third Miss, don't tease me. I'm not turning on her. I'm just worried that some of my clothes don't fit her. What shall I do in case the general thinks it nasty and wants to make me the only one to blame? Only then did third Miss Yuanmi laugh. What are you afraid of? This dress, I think it's just going to be nasty. Otherwise, what do you think would be appropriate to bear a large portion of your skin? It's for the man you like. Get it? You hurry up and draw it, and I'll see how father feels when Lu puts it on. If father likes it, then after I get married, I'll customize a few sets and wear them every day for my future husband in the future. Zhang Sui, having traveled so far, this was the first time he had seen a woman like third Miss Yuanmi, who did not hide her desire to please men. If this was put into the pre-traveling world, I'm afraid I wouldn't be scolded to death. However, this is the end of Han. Those people couldn't curse even if they wanted to. Zhang Sui asked a maid to fetch an inkstone and paper. He went outside and folded another strip of paper, casually sharpening it with his dagger into the shape of a pencil. When the maid came over with the inkstone and paper, Kai Wenji was grinding the inkstone. Under the watchful eyes of the two women, Zhang Sui quickly drew a white shirt and a black wraparound skirt. Front and side views were drawn. After that, a pair of boots was drawn. Kai Wenji looked at the drawings and looked at Zhang Sui with a somewhat surprised expression. It was a different style of dress than any other she had ever seen, but it does seem a bit odd. Feelings make people shy, but then again, they do seem to have a knack for women and know how to show their characteristics and attract them. In the months since she had married into the Wei family, there had been women in the Wei family who had been dressing in all sorts of variations in hopes of attracting men. But now, looking at the diagrams, Kai Wenji realized that the man seemed to have opened up a new avenue, a way for women to dress in a way that attracted men. Third Miss Yuanmi was quite excited when she saw that Zhang Sui had finished his drawing. Yes, I didn't expect that you, a martial artist, would have this ingenious mind. You hurry up and think of something else. I'll ask you for it later. When he finished, he took the drawings and flew away while blowing on the ink stains that hadn't dried yet. Without going far, third Miss Yuanmi added, also, make me the scarecrow. Hurry up and do it. I'll wait for your good news. When he finished, he hemmed and hawed and left. Kai Wenji watched third Miss Yuanmi leave. Her eyes retracted and looked at Zhang Sui, saying, I didn't expect that you would still know these. Zhang Sui laughed twice and said, interest only. After saying that, Zhang Sui went to fetch 5 silks and rushed to the blacksmith store. Kai Wenji watched Zhang Sui leave, and only then did she immediately take out her brush and draw on the paper. Not long after, On the paper, the diagram drawn by Zhang Sui just now unexpectedly appeared. Exactly the same. The maid next to her was a bit surprised. Butler, you're so powerful. It feels exactly the same as what the family master drew. I didn't even memorize what the family master drew just now at all. Kai Wenji smiled without saying anything. What are these? In his early years, when he and his father were exiled to the land of Wu, his father's health was not good, and he liked to give annotations to the classics. But the speed of writing every day was extremely slow. To speed things up, her father was all about explaining the annotations to her. Just one lecture. And after that, let her make inscribed annotations on those classics as they had been explained. Every 2 days, the father would check again. She's rarely wrong about any of it. My father had even said that she had the ability to forget things. But it was a pity that she was a woman. Or else she could have been a female doctor at the court. Kai Wenji finished her drawing. And only then did she ask her maid to go to the store to buy cloth and sheepskin. She's going to make the outfit and shoes and try them out. Zhang Sui took him in and gave her so much power. She had to do something to repay. These clothes, if they were really good, could well be sold to the women of the rich and noble families. It's too hard to make money from ordinary people in these troubled times, but the money of the rich and powerful is still so good. The only thing to note is that rich women are demanding and the demands are all in terms of attracting men. The dress, she thought, might work. The maid rushed to the various stores with silks to buy the specified fabrics and sheepskin as Kai Wenji requested. Upon his return, he ran into Zhang Sui coming back from the blacksmith store and handing over the note to Kai Wenji. If he doesn't return after a month, have Kai Wenji take a few male subordinates and ask for the stranger's sword. After that, Zhang Sui spurred his horse to the military camp. Kai Wenji, on the other hand, took the fabrics and sheepskins to the tailoring room and worked on them according to the drawings. Zhang Sui spent the night in the barracks. The next big morning, and while the people were training, the center general Yan Liang arrived with a few dozen cavalrymen. Yan Liang gathered everyone. Today was fairly simple: formations, distribution of horses, armor, and weapons. The cavalry formed on this occasion totaled 3,000 men. Yan Liang, the center general, was the governor and was responsible for the overall leadership. Under Yan Liang, there were 3 great capitals, namely, the first great capital, Zhuozhi, the second great capital, Suyu, and the third great capital, Ma Yan. 6 large and small capitals. One of them, Zhang Sui, was the first team under the account of the 3,000 cavalrymen, each equipped with 1 Dawan horse as the main battle horse. In addition to that, there were 2 side horses. The secondary horses were nowhere near as good as the main battle horses, and it was clearly felt. Each warhorse has stirrups on top, except, the stirrups are all single stirrups. Also, warhorses are not equipped with hooves. In weekday combat, the main drill is to work with the main warhorse. The long journeys were made with weapons on 2 sidecars, and riding sidecars. It is only when you are actually in combat that you ride a combat horse. By armor, except for Yan Liang and the 3 great commanders, they all had iron armor. The other cavalry, all leather soft armor. The clothes of the 3,000 cavalrymen, none of which must be robes, must all be in the mode of strong short plus pants. The weapons of all cavalry are ring-headed swords plus bows and arrows plus long-handled weapons. These are weapons that you can equip yourself with. It can also be distributed. Zhang Sui had his own iron armor, homemade improvised composite bow, lance, and a dagger. He also asked for a horse lance. When he asked for the horse lance, Zhang Sui also registered his name and number. The value of a horse lance, when registered, Zhang Sui realized that it was comparable to a Dawan horse. Also, only the minor and major metropolitans can apply to be drawing strokes at Zhang Sui's shocked look. He smiled and patted his shoulder. A good horse lance takes up to a year to build. That is, the general values are newly formed cavalry. The weapon, the horse lance, was originally all rewarded as a treasure to accomplished generals. According to the registration, the horse lance and the person are bound. People can die. The horse lance must be retrieved. End of chapter 137. Chapter 136, Bullying Female President Version of Kai Wenji. Chapter 136, Bullying Female President Version of Kai 1. After registering his horse lance, Zhang Sui recognized his cavalry. Zhang Sui was in charge of 500 cavalry as the first minor commander under the banner of draw recruitment. For these 500 horsemen, 5 centurions are to be chosen. The 5 centurions under Zhang Sui were Jin Hao, the first centurion, Huang Han, the second centurion, Ma Ling, the third centurion, Han Shang, the fourth centurion, and Yang Qi, the fifth captain. Training during the weekdays is focused on 2 parts, day and night, semi-monthly. During the day, the main training is riding, archery, killing, array, sprinting, and feeding the war horses. In the evening, the main training is ambush, Night March, Melee, Escape and Rendezvous. During the training period, the Grand and Junior commanders can return to the city to rest after the training, but they have to arrange for people to take turns to guard the town. Centurions can take 2 days of vacation semi-monthly. Other cavalrymen, only 1 day off in January. The specific dates of vacation were all arranged by Governor Yen Liang. The first day down there was no physical training. The main thing is to find out what you will be training for in the future, your superiors, and matters related to building your career. After the training, the other cavalrymen were resting in the barracks. Governor Yen Liang arranged for the Grand Commander, Tiao Zhua, to be in charge of guarding the barracks, while he himself, the other 2 Grand Commanders, and the 6 minor commanders all rushed toward the city. It was only when it was dark that Zhang Sui arrived at his residence. The male underlings were either asleep or cowering in the doorway of their rooms at the gate. The 5 maids, except for 2 on watch, the other 3 were also asleep. No sign of Kai Wenji. Seeing Zhang Sui return, the 2 maids were busy welcoming him out. Zhang Sui asked, "Where is Mrs. Kai?" One of the maids said, "The butler has been busy in the tailoring room all day. Eat, it's all we send up." Zhang Sui asked the 2 maids to go to the kitchen to help themselves to some food while he rushed to the tailoring room. He wanted to see what she was up to in the cutting room. The cutting room is located in the east room on the 2nd floor of the second house. At this point, the cutting room was lit. Dim. It's not closed. Zhang Sui walked in, only to see that under the dim lamplight, Kai Wenji was sitting on her knees by a wooden board, her head almost next to the lamplight. She was holding a black garment in her left hand and a needle and thread in her right. At that moment, the needle and thread in her right hand were weaving constantly between the black clothing. The maneuver was slick. On the board by her side lay a white dress. A glance over, Zhang Sui was in a bit of a trance. If he didn't know that this was the era of the late Han dynasty, he would have suspected that he had gone back to the pre-crossing era. A beautiful woman in Han clothes, making cuts. Kai Wenji was busy and serious. She didn't even notice when Zhang Sui walked in. Zhang Sui didn't bother her, but walked over to her side and picked up the white dress on the wooden board. The clothes are still really shirts. Just, not the thin kind. More like one of those white foxskin ones. White on the outside, hairy on the inside, split in the center, pearl inlay on the left side. The right side corresponds to a single thin rope clasp, and underneath the shirt was a white fur scarf. Zhang Sui touched the white shirt and said, "This Kai Wenji, I didn't expect, is so good at her craft. This handcraft is put into 2,000 years later. Open a store, can also be a small fire." The most crucial thing was that the black clothing in Kai Wenji's hand was really a wraparound dress. It's still leather. Kai Wenji originally knitted seriously. She snapped back to her senses when she heard Zhang Sui's slurping sound. Seeing Zhang Sui beside her, she shivered in fear. Zhang Sui hurriedly pulled away and said with an apologetic face, "Sorry for scaring you." Kai Wenji ruffled her hair with a needle before she snapped, "I don't blame you." After a pause, Kai Wenji asked again, "Why did you come back today? Didn't you say before that you might not be able to come back for a long time?" Zhang Sui scratched his head and said, "I'm now a minor commander, so I can come back to live every day. It just so happens that there was no training today, and the food in the barracks isn't as good as at home, so I came back." Kai Wenji gave a and was about to put down her hands and said, "Then I'll go get you something to eat." Zhang Sui busily said, "You're busy with your own business. I've already asked the 2 maids to get it done. I came up this time to see what you were doing. I heard the girls say that you were here all day and they brought up all the meals. There's no need to be so diligent. If you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, forget it." Kai Wenji hummed again. Zhang Sui stood to the side, watching Kai Wenji busy, somewhat unsure of what to say. "Just get ready to go down." But she saw Kai Wenji say, I've finished the shirt and the wraparound skirt. Do you want to see how it looks?" When she finished, she held up the black wraparound dress in her hands. Zhang Sui let out a forehead. "It's really not that fast. Made it in a day." After glancing at Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui looked at the wraparound skirt in her hands again. "To say you don't want to see it would be a lie. The question is," Zhang Sui said, "it's too dark. Don't freeze." Kai Wenji froze, with some inexplicable tinge of sweetness in her heart. It's amazing that he still worries about freezing. No one cared about this about themselves before, especially after marrying into the Wei family and the death of their ex-husband. Those people hated to die immediately. Kai Wenji took a deep breath, suppressing the sweetness within her and said, "You, either wait outside for a while? I'll call you when I'm done changing?" Zhang Sui just tried to refuse. It's the middle of winter. Kai Wenji is not like herself. She's a woman and so skinny. However, looking at Kai Wenji's earnest and serious look, Zhang Sui still nodded his head while saying, "That's fine. You move faster. It's really cold and these clothes are freezing, so don't freeze you out." Zhang Sui steps out of the cutting room and measures his feet in the second-floor living room. It didn't take long before Kai Wenji's voice could be heard from inside saying, "All right, come in." Zhang Sui takes a quick step into the cutting room. Still at the door, Zhang Sui's footsteps stopped. Only a slim, slender figure stood by the boards. In the dim firelight, the figure wore a white long-sleeved shirt on the top half and a black wraparound skirt on the bottom half. Two long, straight thighs, now together. Two small, slender hands, clasped together somewhat nervously, rested at her stomach. The hazy firelight spilled over the others already pretty and on the small side of her pretty face. It was as if a competent and domineering female president was standing in the light and shadows, gazing ahead with affection. Zhang Sui secretly swallowed his saliva. He'd always thought he only liked dainty, voluptuous women like Madame. Today, however, he realized that if thinness and beauty were like Kai Wenji, dressed like this, he would also like it. Seeing Zhang Sui staring at her, Kai Wenji's pretty face blushed, lowered her head, surveyed herself, and said, "I feel that it's quite good. If I make those long boots you drew again, it might feel even better. You're quite good at that. Martial arts can go to war, under the war horse." And with such a clever mind, Zhang Sui came back to his senses and smiled. Good looking. The clothes look good. And the person looks pretty good too. With a red face, Kai Wenji spun around and turned her back to Zhang Sui. She turned her own head and tried to look behind her. And with her right hand she touched her rounded ass behind her wraparound skirt and said, "How's it back there? I can't see back there." However, from the front, it wouldn't be much of a problem. End of chapter 138. Chapter 137. Two maids, do you want to warm your feet? Chapter 137. Two maids, do you want to warm your feet? Zhang Sui's mouth was a little dry as he watched this scene with Kai Wenji. Though Kai Wenji appeared a bit thin. However, this outfit is still very figure-flattering. That slap-happy little face looked incredibly flirtatious with this scene of butt stroking. It feels like a dominant female president who is looking at you with affection. Zhang Sui somewhat couldn't help but move closer. Kai Wenji didn't think much of it when she saw Zhang Sui approaching. Instead, she also leaned her knees forward a bit to show off her behind better. That pair of slender as if straight-line legs, at the moment under the black hip skirt, extraordinarily somewhat attractive. The moment he approached Kai Wenji, an evil thought flashed through Zhang Sui's mind. This is the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, a time of chaos. Kai Wenji's father, Kai Yong, are dead. She's been kicked out again by her in-laws, the Wei family, and has nowhere else to go. He himself is now considered a minor metropolitan. Not too bad looking. Zhang Sui came behind Kai Wenji, his eyes burning a bit. Even, he reached over with his hand. Kai Wenji had obviously noticed Zhang Sui's difference as well. She was no longer one of those little girls who didn't know what was going on in the world. When she first wandered with her father in the Wu land, there were quite a number of gentlemen from big families who looked at her strangely, though she wasn't exactly dumpy. However, she was also aware that she had a small presence, and a little bit of talent. It's not surprising that it attracts men. It was after arriving in Yecheng from Hedong that a number of people inquired about her. It was only when they found out who she was that they thought she was a kinky husband and left. At this moment, looking at Zhang Sui's hand reaching out, Kai Wenwa subconsciously pulled away from Zhang Sui and looked away. Zhang Sui watched Kai Wenji's movements before he snapped out of it. Zhang Sui blushed a bit awkwardly and busied himself. It's quite nice. Really, both in front and behind. It's a great way to show off your figure and beauty as a woman, like a very accomplished female doctor. Pointing to the doorway, Zhang Sui busily said, "The maids should have already made delicious food, so I'll go down first. I'm really a bit hungry, so I'll leave you to it. You don't have to be too busy. It's quite nice to be able to do it, and it's fine if you don't." After saying that, he left at a fast pace. If he didn't leave, in this atmosphere of a lone man and woman, Zhang Sui really suspected that he would use force. Zhang Sui secretly wiped a cold sweat from his forehead as he left. He had known before that he was no good. The reason why he could be an innocent old virgin before crossing over was entirely due to being too poor and because he didn't dare to break the law. Now that he has a little bit of status, he feels like he's about to let himself go. Surprisingly, I've thought about using strong on Kai Wenji. If I were to cross over to Cao Cao, Zhang Sui simply couldn't dare to imagine. I'm afraid I'll really go even further than Cao Cao. What Mrs. Bien, Mrs. Ding, Douchan, Mrs. Du, Zhou, Da Chia, Xiao and so on. I guess I will recruit all of them myself. Let's just say, I'm glad I didn't cross over into Cao Cao. Otherwise, one's reputation left in the history books could be even worse. Nowadays it's a mediocre little guy, slightly colored, and no one cares. Kai Wenji watched Zhang Sui thump down the stairs, and only then did her tense mind loosen up a bit. Looking down at her bare slender thighs under the black wraparound skirt, Kai Wenji blushed. Shame on yourself. Alone. I can't believe he's wearing such a dress and letting him look at it. Luckily he still has some restraint. Otherwise, with a different man just now, he might have been spoiled himself. Spoiled? Kaiwenji smiled to herself at the thought of the word. In her present status? Fatherless and motherless, and having left her in-laws, people need to spoil themselves? Kaiwenji let out a long breath and slowly took off her wraparound skirt, folding it to one side of the board. After that, the white shirt was taken off again. With her left white jade-like small arm blocking her chest, Kaiwenji picked up the clothes she had changed out of earlier and was about to put them on. After all, she stiffened, overlooking her slim body glowing hazily in the dim firelight. Kaiwenji's face was as pale as could be. He had said that his master had divined for himself that once he left this Yecheng, he would be taken captive by the Hu people and forced to follow them for 10 years, along with his children. Kaiwenji's body shivered at the thought of this delicate body of hers being violated by a Hu man. She'd rather die if she's going to end up in the hands of the Hoosiers. With Zhang Sui's burning gaze just now floating in her mind, Kaiwenji bit her red lip. An absurd thought came to mind. But soon, she shook her head and forced herself to calm down. As a lady of the house, her father's daughter, how could she do something like that? Absolutely not. Zhang Sui went downstairs and went straight to the kitchen. The two maids had already made a big bowl of soup cake and were cooking greens. Zhang Sui stayed in the kitchen for a while, waiting for the green vegetables to be ready. But she saw the two maids glancing at themselves out of the corner of their eyes every now and then. A smile spread across Zhang Sui's mouth. Nowadays, I'm a young man myself. It's not uncommon to be able to attract maids. This would have been so much better before traveling. Why have you been single for so many years? But now, well, I don't need it myself. Not hungry enough for that. Thinking of maids, Zhang Sui thought of Hongyu. Though the lady was promised marriage before, she has not yet been married. But if we let Hongyu come over now, will the two of them be able to do that? Thinking of this, Zhang Sui got a bit apoplectic. Got to write to the lady. Tell the lady to find a way to send Hongyu over. And, also, you must tell your wife that you have a house and servants in Yecheng. It would be best if the missus could come over. However, this is highly unlikely. The Jin family's base is in Wuji County. Madam has been away from Wuji County for too long, and the current Jin family is estimated to be difficult enough, because the second son, Yen Yen, can't support that family. The second young lady, Jun Mi, is also not capable enough at the moment. Thinking of the previous morning when Madam left, hugging Madam, and Madam's bewildered scene, Zhang Sui was quite a bit disappointed. It looked like if he wanted to live a normal married life with his wife, he would either have to help the Jin family rise to prominence or build a career for himself and be able to cover the Jin family with his own identity. Well, one still has to work at it. After the green vegetables were cooked, Zhang Sui signaled the two maids to go rest while he himself left with the soup cake and green vegetables. But I saw two maids walking in step. Kaiwenji also came down from the second floor at this time and walked to the stairway. Seeing that the two maids were actually following him, Zhang Sui stopped in his tracks and asked, "Something wrong?" One of the maids lowered her head, her chin going down to her collar, and said in a trembling voice, Do we want to warm the housemaster's feet? It's a cold day. Our bodies are hot." Zhang Sui. The other maid caught Zhang Sui's line of sight, and her small face also swelled red, busily lowering her head, not daring to look at Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui laughed rampantly in his heart. For the first time since he traveled, he felt so good. Being a man is cool. The two maids are going to be ood and odd today as long as they want. But in the end, he refused. The two maids were too sparse looking compared to Madam and Hongyu. There was no choice before. It's natural to be picky now that you have something to choose from. Besides, he was at least a minor metropolitan now, so it would be a bit unseemly for him to be hungry for more. Zhang Sui said, "No, you guys hurry up and go rest." End of chapter 139. Chapter 138 Zhang Sui's first letter to Madam. Chapter 138 Zhang Sui's first to Madam. Kaiwenji stood on the second floor stairs, listening to the conversation between Zhang Sui and the two maids. Her heart fluctuated very slightly. Just now, he was all turned on himself, but he was able to hold back in the face of the two young maids at home. It's really not easy. When she had previously wandered in the Wudi, she had been to the homes of a number of great families and had gotten to know quite a few of them. How many maids from those big families haven't been spoiled? And, not just being trashed by the head of the house, but also by those males in the mansion. Father and son take turns spoiling. These maids carry this fate and their status remains the same. A slightly more conscientious family might even give her a very low status, slightly above that of a maid. But most families, they have no conscience. Once the maids are pregnant, they are forced to abort the child. This man, on the other hand, was able to discipline himself, and from that point of view, was so much better than those people. The two maids could only bid farewell and return to their own quarters when they saw how decisively Zhang Sui refused. Zhang Sui was about to pass through the hall of the second house and head to the third house with his rice bowl. After eating there, he had extra practice. Just as he entered the hall, he saw Kai Wenji standing on the stairs. The two of them looked at each other, and Zhang Sui's face was a bit embarrassed. She must have understood what she was thinking just now when she tried to force herself on her, and now she was letting her hear the conversation between herself and the two maids. I wonder what I'd become in her mind. Maybe she'll sense danger tomorrow and go away. Really, there's nothing one can do about it. After all, he did act a little too colorful just now. In his place, he might have left too. Risk aversion. Zhang Sui didn't respond to Kai Wenji and left quickly, coming to the third building's hall and finishing his soup cake and green vegetables. From the room, he took out plain paper and an ink stone, and then picked up a twig to make a pencil. Zhang Sui did not immediately start writing to Mrs. Walking alone for a while, he waited to finish digesting before he stripped down to his shirt and started practicing extra hard in the courtyard outside. Seeing that Zhang Sui ignored her, Kai Wenji also returned to the third floor of the second house, her own room, and stood at the window, overlooking Zhang Sui's direction. Still can't see much. It's too dark. However, the sound of Zhang Suiwu moving his lance could still be heard, and there were big gasps. The way Zhang Sui had extended his hand toward him earlier with a burning gaze came to mind, and then he thought about what he had seen the day before with Zhang Sui's naked upper body. Sweat continued to flow down Zhang Sui's body. Kai Wenji took several deep breaths, but still mustered up enough courage to remove the sheepskin filled with hot water from the quilt on her own bed. That's right, he himself was just there to bring him foot-warming sheepskins. He trusted himself that much. Feed in-house yourself, and make yourself a housekeeper. I don't mind that I'm a kinky person at all. How can one be indifferent? What's the difference between that and a white wolf? Kai Wenji made a good decision, and only then did she quickly go down with the sheepskin in her arms, all the way down the stairs to Zhang Sui. Sure enough, he saw Zhang Sui with his naked upper body, wielding his lance in the icy night wind. The light from the hall spilled over, not particularly clear. However, the muscles of Zhang Sui's upper body could also be seen. It's very sturdy. At this moment, although the night breeze was cold, sweat could still be seen rolling down. Kai Wenji stood to the side, looking a little mesmerized. Zhang Sui was practicing seriously, and the light around him wasn't very clear, so he hadn't really noticed Kai Wenji's appearance all of a sudden. Zhang Sui didn't notice until he stabbed out a shot and got close enough to Kai Wenji to cause her to stagger backward in fear. Zhang Sui hurriedly stopped his extra training and greeted him quickly. What are you doing here? It didn't hurt you, did it? Kai Wenji stopped in her tracks and blushed a little, handing over the sheepskin in her hand and stuffing it into Zhang Sui's hand. Kai Wenji then quickly left. Zhang Sui looked at the sheepskin in his hand and then at Kai Wenji, looking rather suspicious. What do you mean? There are so many sheepskin ones in the house? She hadn't taken the sheepskin she'd sent over yesterday, herself. However, Zhang Sui didn't care that much. Putting the sheepskin under the quilt in his room's bed, Zhang Sui continued to practice extra hard. After the extra practice, Zhang Sui dried his body's sweat, took a shower, dried himself, sat down on his knees in front of the desk table, and began to write a letter to his wife. It's been half a year since the crossing. He doesn't write much really. The reason is also simple. He could recognize the vast majority of numbers at the end of the Han Dynasty, but couldn't write much. For one thing, he'd played with the computer so much before crossing over that he'd been tapping out words more than writing them, to the point where he'd forgotten how to write some of them. Secondly, although there were simplified Chinese characters at the end of the Han Dynasty, there were not many of them, and most of them were still traditional characters. After writing in front of Madam and second Miss Shinmi before, the two of them did not recognize many words. Looks like I need to add some culture myself. And now, apparently, it's too late. However, it was not difficult to defeat Zhang Sui. Graphically, he can still do it. Zhang Sui immediately drew on the paper. It begins with a simplified image of a woman, with the word Mrs. next to the logo as a greeting. I miss you. Zhang Sui drew a simplified man holding a simplified woman, with the logo I miss you next to it. I have a house in Yecheng. Zhang Sui draws a small house with a man and a woman holding hands as they walk in, with the sign I have a house next to it. You move in here. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, draws a bed with a simplified man holding a simplified woman next to a sign that reads, move over and sleep with me. Send Han Yu over. Zhang Sui then draws a carriage and another simplified woman climbs onto it. Next to the logo send Han Yu here. Climbing on the carriage of the simplified woman, Zhang Sui deliberately wrote the word red. This red character, however, is in traditional Chinese. The traditional Chinese character for red, Zhang Sui, can still write it. Finally, Zhang Sui added, I like you, ma'am. This sentence is followed by Zhang Sui's drawing of a man picking up a woman and the woman's thighs hanging around the man's waist. After writing the letter, Zhang Sui blew out the ink and wrote Zhang Sui, folding the letter. Zhang Sui then went to bed contentedly. The next day before dawn, when Zhang Sui got up, Kai Wenji had already commanded the maids to make breakfast. Zhang Sui finished eating and asked Kai Wenji to help him deliver the letter to the post station and send it to Wuji County to Madam. He himself spurred his horse straight to his quarters outside the city. Training will officially begin today. The first lesson of training today was about feeding the war horses. After feeding the horses, there was all kinds of mounting and dismounting, as well as horseback riding and archery. While Zhang Sui was busy training, Kai Wenji took 2 male subordinates and 2 mates to the bazaar to purchase some dishes and more cloth. The outfit she made yesterday, a white blouse plus black wraparound skirt, has proven to be very seductive and able to attract men. She's going to make more and sell them for a profit. Afterward, she went to the post station to help Zhang Sui mail the letter. After leaving the post station and just about to return to the residence, a surprised female voice sounded behind her. Sister Zhao Ji. What a coincidence. End of chapter 140. Chapter 139, Wooing, you are like this. Still shy even? Chapter 139, Wooing, you are like this. Still shy even? Kai Wenji stopped in her tracks and turned back in confusion. But behind her, she saw a dozen strong men clustered around a carriage, and at the door of the carriage, a young girl wearing a long green dress and a veil was about to get down. Kai Wenji's complexion perked up and she busily greeted him. The 2 women shook each other's hands, both a little excited. Ing, Sister Zhao Ji. It turned out that the young girl was called Wu Ying, a friend of Kai Wenji. 3 years ago, Kai Wenji's father, Kai Yong, was persecuted by Situ Wang Yun and died of illness in prison. Many officials pitied Kai Yong's suffering. One of them sent an escort to bring Kai Wenji from Wu to Chang'an to collect Kai Yong's bones and bury them. At that time, Kai Wenji had not yet married and had nowhere to live. Wu Ying's uncle, Wu Quan, offered to let Kai Wenji stay at his house with his niece, also known as Wu Ying. The 2 were of similar age. It's kind of another type of avoidance of suspicion. The 2 women thus bonded. Last year, Kai Wenji fell out with her in-laws, the Wei family, over the issue of her husband raping. Wu Ying, who heard the news in Chang'an, had her guards send her to Hedong, where she found Kai Wenji and personally delivered some money in capital. Only then did Kai Wenji have the courage to break with the Wei family and go north to Yecheng. Kai Wenji wants to see if she can support herself in Yecheng. If she could not, she traveled south to Chang'an to meet with Wu Ying one last time before rushing to Taishan County to join her sister. However, he did not expect to meet Wu Ying in Yecheng. Wu Ying surveyed Kai Wenji up and down, and said with some cheer, Sister Zhao Ji, you found something to do? A flash of unnaturalness crossed Kai Wenji's pretty face as she said, if you're fine, go to my place first and I'll make you some food. Wu Ying hurriedly nodded her head and said, yes, next time, we might not even see each other. Kai Wenji was curious. Where are you going? Wu Ying hugged Kai Wenji's arm and followed her while saying, I'm going to Azhou. Kai Wenji, that place in Azhou, so barren and the roads are impassable. Wu Ying said, if I go, I'm sure I can pass. Didn't I tell you before? My elder brother followed the Azhou pastor to Azhou, and is now thoroughly settled there. He wrote some time ago and asked me to follow my uncle there. Now he serves as a lieutenant general under the tent of the Azhou pastor, and is quite highly utilized. The Azhou pastor has also offered my brother a letter of engagement to marry the youngest son of Azhou. Brother promised. So, I came to Yecheng this time to see if I could run into you, and secondly, to buy some things and go over there. Hanzhong cuts the road between Azhou and Chang'an though. However, Hanzhong County Governor Zhang Lu is on good terms with the minister of Azhou. My elder brother said that the Azhou pastor has already made a deal with Zhang Lu, so I can bring my men there. Kai Wenji said with some envy, that's the youngest son of Azhou Mu. Your elder brother is quite considerate of you. Wu Ying bristled. Who knows? I haven't even met that man of mine. The 2 of them traveled all the way to Zhang Sui's residence. Wu Ying let out a new and said, it's quite grand. In Yecheng, whose family could have such a large mansion? This is? Kai Wenji asked the mansion's subordinates to take Wu Ying's subordinates to rest, and asked the maids to prepare some sumptuous meals before she pulled Wu Ying into the house and said, the owner of this mansion is called Zhang Sui, a disciple of one of my father's friends in the Wu land. He's out of town now as a cavalryman, a minor commander. I'm not at home during the day. I come back in the evening after training. He said that I don't have a place to stay, so he let me stay here and work as a housekeeper for him. Wu Ying was curious. It's a bad old man? Kai Wenji shook her head, her face a little scarlet as she said, no, it's the same age as us. Wu Ying exclaimed, to be the size of us and have such a large mansion? Or in Yecheng, little capital. It seems like you can manage 500 people, or cavalry. Young heroes, this is. raising an eyebrow towards Kai Wen-ji. Wu Ying smiled rather tight and said, Sister Zhao Ji, have you guys already that? Kai Wen-ji glared at Wu Ying without any good humor and said, how can that be? The scene of Zhang Sui's burning gaze last night came to mind, and Kai Wen-ji's ears flushed a bit as she said, he's not just a martial artist, but his mind is quite delicate. Taking Wu Ying to the third floor and bringing over the white shirt and black wrap skirt, Kai Wen-ji laughed. This set of clothes, it's the drawing he drew out and then I made it. I even wore it yesterday after I was done. Kinda attracts men. A teasing look appeared on Wu Ying's face. You wore it for him? Is he satisfied? He's not even here with Sister Zhao Ji. You that dash. Wu Ying raised an eyebrow. Kai Wen-ji spat and said angrily, you can't get away from that in 3 sentences, can you? I'm a woman at least. I haven't known him for a few days. How could I possibly do that? Wu Ying took off her coat and took the white shirt from Kai Wen-ji, putting it on with Kai Wen-ji's help, and getting ready to change into the black wraparound skirt again. Kai Wen-ji said, take off your blasphemy pants. This wraparound skirt. You can't wear blasphemy pants underneath it, or it won't look good. Wu Ying skeptically removes her blasphemous pants and replaces them with a wraparound skirt. Touching her butt, Wu Ying blushed a little and said, my butt is a little big. It feels too tight. Kai Wen-ji circled around Wu Ying and laughed. It's not tight. It feels just right. I can't see the back when I put it on myself. You wore it before you realized that the dress dash. Kai Wen-ji's snow-white neck was crawling with redness as she said, this dress, it's really proper for a woman to wear for a man to see and attract a man. Caressing Wu Ying's full and slender thighs, Kai Wen-ji said, I don't know how he came up with this half-covered, half-exposed. Ying, you're making my heart flutter. When Wu Ying heard Kai Wen-ji say this, she hid her mouth and laughed. Only after a while did she stop and said, if this weren't for the fact that I'm leaving today, I'd want to meet him and see what kind of a person he is, to have such an ingenious mind. Sister Zhao Ji, if he can draw this for you and watch you wear it, then he definitely has thoughts about you. A great beauty, a great talent like Sister Zhao Ji. If the Wei family doesn't cherish it, there are plenty of people who do. Hurry up and get it over with. Isn't it true that you'll have an in-law from now on? Kai Wen-ji sighed when she heard Wu Ying say that. Wu Ying took off her clothes reluctantly while saying, what are you sighing for? Sister Zhao Ji? Kai Wen-ji said, I'm a little mindful. I, too, can see that he has a bit of a heart, but I've only just broken away from the Wei family. People say I'm a kleptomaniac again and everyone stays away from me. Wu Ying said with a speechless face, Sister Zhao Ji, you're like this, and you're still this entangled? You're in a position where it could be worse? The fact that he's taking you in and still letting you live there already shows that he doesn't care about that. If I were you, I'd all just get naked and stand in front of him. If you don't pester him, there are plenty of women to pester him. He's so young and so capable. How many eyes are watching? End of chapter 141. Chapter 140, Wu Ying, to seize the opportunity. Chapter 140, Wu Ying, to seize. Kai Wen-ji was also a bit hesitant when she heard Wu Ying say that. She felt that Wu Ying had a point. Last night, both maids offered Zhang Sui to warm their feet. Zhang Sui is young. The two maids were also young. It's a foot warmer. Warming up, isn't that what it's all about? Moreover, third Miss Yuan Mi came looking for it earlier. Under normal circumstances, what kind of person is third Miss Yuan Mi? How is it possible to find a small metropolitan like Zhang Sui? Wu Ying saw Kai Wen-ji's hesitation and advised, Sister Zhao Ji, you don't have any relatives now. What else do you have to worry about? This man, at any rate, you fancy yourself, don't you? And there is a future. Look at me with this. I have no idea what he looks like. I'll take it all. You're better than me, right? When Kai Wen-ji heard Wu Ying say that, she laughed. How could it be better than you? You're not even out of the house yet. I'm already from the Kirchers. Wu Ying held Kai Wen-ji's waist from behind with both hands and laughed. Mr. and Mrs. Junka? Others don't know, but we still don't know? This is because I am not a man. Otherwise, I would have eaten Sister Zhao Ji. Why don't Sister Zhao Ji and I share a husband? And you come with me? Kai Wen-ji gently slapped the back of Wu Ying's hand and said in a bad mood. Nonsense. Wu Ying guffawed and said, I really can't leave and want to see how this man looks. Unfortunately, the elder brother's side will not agree. My elder brother wrote to say that the Ijo pastor is seriously ill, and asked me to hurry over and consummate the marriage with my young son, so that I can give the Ijo pastor a flush of joy and see if he can get well. When Kai Wen-ji heard Wu Ying say this, she frowned and said, in case you can't flush out the joy, when the time comes, they blame you for it? Only then did Wu Ying release his hold on Kai Wen-ji's waistband and said, I don't think so. I'm not like you. Sister Zhao Ji, my elder brother is now a Zhonglong general, and was one of the first to follow the Ijo pastor to pacify Ijo, so he is also considered to have the merit of being a slave to the dragon. regardless of whether something will happen to the Ijo pastor. The Ijo pastor's son will not dare to neglect my elder brother. The only thing I'm not sure about is my future husband. I've asked around, and I've been told that the health isn't very good either. Now get the healer to prescribe that 5-stone powder. Kai Wenji looked at Wu Ying in shock. Just wanted to say something, but she saw Wu Ying laugh. Sister Zhao Ji doesn't need to persuade me. Big deal. I'll just be widowed. We women of the worldly families. Growing up, I had a better life than anyone else. There are some things that are natural to take on as well. That's life. Pulling up Kai Wenji's small hand, Wu Ying laughed. Rather, it's you, Sister Zhaoji, who should seize the opportunity. You climb into his bed now, and he's still a little metropole who will cherish you. When he builds up his career in the future and becomes a county governor sitting on one side, or even a general, and you try to climb again, what will he think of you? At that point, what's the difference between you and any other woman who wants to climb into his bed? Wealthy people don't forget their chaff wives. The sooner you are with him, the more important your place in his heart will be. Everything before it's too late. Sister Ziohe, you have this condition, but don't waste away. Saying that, Wu Ying grinned and picked up the white shirt and black wraparound skirt, saying, Sister Zhao Ji, this, can you give it to me? Tutaying her mouth, Wu Ying shook Kai Wenji's hand and pleaded, I can't even find a few good-looking clothes. I'm rushing to Ijo to marry someone, all for the first time. In case my future husband doesn't like me, I always have to take the initiative, don't I? I'm definitely a proper wife. If a proper wife can't hold her own husband, then are you waiting for other women to push me down? When Kai Wenji heard Wu Ying say that, she laughed and said, Here, give, here, what do you want? I'll give it all. Wu Ying let out a laugh and said, I didn't expect that this time, coming to try my luck. I really didn't come to the wrong place. Kai Wenji helped Wu Ying wrap up her white shirt and black wraparound skirt before taking her downstairs for a stroll. The maid fixed the meal. Kai Wenji and Wu Ying then began to eat and drank Dukan wine. Wu Ying picked up the wine, took a small mouthful of the wine, and said, Sister Zhao Ji, look how considerate he is. This Dukan wine, he even prepared it for you. Like my elder brother, he used to forbid me to drink when he was in Chang'an. Every time I want to drink, he says that women, especially our kind, have to remain demure and soothing, and that it's easy to get drunk and lose your bearings. Kai Wenji's heart was quite touched when she heard Wu Ying say this. That's it. This Zhang Sui, from all sides, took care of himself quite well, though the two hadn't known each other long. Accompanying Wu Ying to eat and drink before Kai Wenji sent Wu Ying to the carriage, the two fell into tears as they hugged at the side of the wagon. In this day and age, once a woman marries, she has no freedom but to follow her in-laws. The vast majority of former playmates and relatives had to be disconnected. Wu Ying cried with pearly rain and said, Sister Zhao Ji, the next time we meet, it may only be in the next life. I can't help you even more once I'm gone. You don't have any family, so you must take advantage of the opportunity. Otherwise, it hurts me to think of you being displaced alone. Now that the world is in turmoil and starving, what can you, a woman, do? If you don't take the initiative now, what will you do then if you get trashed by someone else in the future? Kai Wenji wiped her tears while holding Wu Ying's small hand. The two of them cried for a while longer before Wu Ying reluctantly got into the carriages. A dozen strong men flanked the carriage as it left. Wu Ying sat in the carriages and kept waving towards Kai Wenji through the window. Kai Wenji was mortared in place and kept watching the carriage leave. The only two relatives she had in this world, Wu Ying and her sister. Now, Wu Ying is gone. That leaves the sister. But her sister was sent by her own hand to the Yang family, a great family in Taishan County. It's not good for a woman to marry into a big family, especially if she's newly married. Gotta simmer. She didn't want to go to her sister until she had to. This will only cause trouble for my sister. Kai Wenji watched as the carriage disappeared from sight before she let out a long sigh and returned to the house. With Wu Ying's sentence just now floating in her mind, Kai Wenji rushed to the tailoring room, and after a slight hesitation, she still picked up her needle and thread, and quickly processed the fabric she bought. Yesterday I made a white blouse and a black wrap skirt and was a little slow because it was my first time and I had to look at the drawings. Now for the second time, drawings and various processes, all in your head. She moved much faster making those two dresses up again. While making it, her mind was guessing Zhang Sui's reaction. A blush quickly crept up her pretty face and neck, especially at the thought that Zhang Sui might be a bit of a monkey wrench. Kai Wenji hissed. The sewing needle pricked his finger. Kai sighed as she watched blood bubble out of the knuckles of her fingers. It always felt like I was teeing it up a bit too much, and too calculating. She hates it. I wonder if it will bore him. What if he gets bored? Kai Wenji took several deep breaths to suppress her inner irritation. We'll go when it's time. What else? Just where can one go in this big world? End of chapter 142. Chapter 141, Kai Wen-ji, Follow Me. Chapter 141, Kai Wen-ji. While Kai Wen-ji was cutting down fabric to make a white blouse and a black wraparound skirt, Zhang Sui was at the barracks training for the last event of the day, archery on horseback. After training, it was not yet evening. Due to Yan Liang did not continue, he had the heavy cavalry feed the horses and develop a bond. Zhang Sui named his 3 war horses as well. The main war horse is called Goku. The white paraplegic horse is called 8 Rings. The brown sidekick horse is called Sandy Monk. At that moment, Zhang Sui was humming a little song while using scissors to cut Goku's mane. This was something Zhang Sui had only learned since joining the cavalry, to trim manes and tails from time to time. If you space them out too long, the mane is too long and tends to cover the eyes, affecting your vision and therefore the speed of your run. For the moment, Zhang Sui hadn't thought about bringing up the horseshoe. For one thing, after the past 2 days of understanding cavalry, he understood that cavalry combat, more often than not, relied on more than 1 or 2 technological items. Secondly, according to history, Yuan Shao was so strong that he could win without using horseshoes. The third coming, and the one he was most worried about. Historically, Yuan Shao changes after taking down Gongsun Zan. All decisions are made. By then, Yuan Shao will be sick and die. Tian Feng will be driven to suicide by him. Zhang He and Gao Yuan will stay away from him. At that time, whether he would still stay on his side, Zhang Sui could not be sure. Zhang Sui had no loyalty to anyone in his heart. He wouldn't have been able to die for a friend. He had only one thing on his mind, to live himself plus and take his family with him. At that point, the horseshoe could potentially be his pitch. If you hand something over in a brainstorm now, when you need to use it, it will be your own death. Just as Zhang Sui was cutting Mukong's mane in earnest, a soldier darted over and said, "Young Commander Zhang, the governor has asked all the young commanders and great commanders to go to the handsome tent. He has something urgent to discuss with all of them before they return to the city today." Zhang Sui greeted Huang Han, who was feeding grain to the war horses next door, and said, "Help me finish cutting, and I'll go back in the evening and write you a letter, asking the housekeeper to inquire about your mother's whereabouts." Huang Han was busy saying, okay. Zhang Sui rushed to the marquee. When he arrived, Yan Liang was holding a bamboo basket and distributing fruits for people to eat. It's pears, general pear to be exact, none of it's cheap. Zhang Sui had seen it in the bazaar during the previous 3 dynasties. Yan Liang shoved 2 pears into Zhang Sui's hand and laughed. "I'm happy today. My concubine is pregnant, so let's all be happy together." Zhang Sui was busy expressing his joy. Yan Liang looked at Zhang Sui and asked, "Bo Qing, have you taken a wife yet?" Zhang Sui laughed sardonically. "There is a woman, but there is no marriage." Yan Good wondered, "Why don't you get married?" Suddenly, as if he understood something, he laughed obscenely. "It couldn't be a concubine of any family, could it? That's not good. Boy, you're so young to be screwing someone else's concubine? What do you want? I'll get it for you." Zhang Sui. He was somewhat speechless. He didn't know why Yan Liang would think on this matter. Su Yu, the second great commander, looked at Zhang Sui oddly and said, "Bo Cheng likes other people's concubines? In that case, my daughter just reached maturity this year. If you like it, marry my daughter first, and then I'll give you a concubine of my family surnamed Zhang along with her. That concubine is good in bed. It's just that it's been 2 years since I played with it and it still doesn't lay eggs." Zhang Sui. Seeing the serious look on the face of second great commander Su Yu, Zhang Sui was busy waving his hand and said, No, I'm not into other people's concubines. I'm just too busy building my career right now to have time." While nibbling on a pear, Traction Recruit said, "Bo Cheng is from the Jin family, right? I've heard that the lady and second miss of the Jin family are both women of national beauty, of which the second young lady, it seems, has reached maturity long ago. Earlier it was rumored that both the Grand Duke and the Second Duke wanted to propose marriage. Then there was a delay because of Koji. Zhang Sui busily said, "All the names have owners. Don't pry. The lady is on her own. These old colorful sticks can't be allowed to get the wrong idea." Drawing strokes froze and said, "Although the Jin family has declined, but the ancestors are incomparably generous. Mrs. Jin has been taken down. How come there is no movement?" Everyone else looked over. Yan Liang narrowed his eyes and said, "I wonder how second Miss Jin family compares to Mrs. Lu." Zhang Sui. Sure enough, women are a constant topic for men. Zhang Sui changed the topic and said, "Not to talk about this. Didn't you say that you had found us over for something urgent?" Do. Only then did the crowd look at Yan Liang. Yan Liang placed the bamboo basket with the pears on the case table and said, "Yes, this general training of the cavalry is in my hands. But, privately, you yourselves, as metropolitans large and small, are in control. In the future, when you go into battle, you will follow me overall. but in localized battles, you will be in control. Go back and think about how you should control yourselves in the next few days, so that when you fight, you will have your people following you and no mistakes will be made. Taking a dozen scrolls from the desk table, one for each of you, Yan Liang said, "This is what I have written for you in accordance with the training methods of the Western Liang cavalry, which you will use as a reference. This time, the Lord has expended tremendous financial and material resources to form this cavalry of ours. If it's just the same as the Shiliang cavalry, then we won't be able to do justice to the Lord. Do you understand what I mean?" The crowd nodded. Yan Liang looked at Grand Commander Suyu and said, "Then today, you have Grand Commander Su to guard the camp. Everyone else, disperse and go back to your women." Zhang Sui bid farewell to the crowd before returning to his 3 warhorses. Shoving a pair into Huang Han's mouth, Zhang Sui rode the sand monk toward the city. Instead of returning directly to his lodgings, Zhang Sui found the post station and asked the post official to write a letter for himself, sending it to the housekeeper of the Wu Jijin family, asking the housekeeper to help find Huang Han's mother. If he found it, he would send it to Yecheng. The post official wrote and made a note, and only then did Zhang Sui steer his horse back to his lodgings. It's still early in the day. Zhang Sui handed the sand monk over to the male servant of the residence while he prepared to go to the 3rd house, ready to take a good look at the contents of the scroll given by Yan Liang. Also, the scarecrows that 3rd Miss Yuan Mi asked for earlier. It's still early in the day, so we need to start making them as well. Just after passing through the hall of the 2nd house, he saw Kai Wenji coming down the stairs with quick steps. Zhang Sui asked, "Something urgent? Watch your step." After saying that, he was going to continue to leave, but she saw Kai Wenji blush and say, "Can you come here for a second?" Zhang Sui, "Dare I say it's for myself? Could it be for the drawings for the new dress?" Zhang Sui's mind suddenly thought of several other kinds of clothes. The cheongsam, which I've worn before for the missus, is very seductive. Painting for Kai Wenji today too? She was thinner than the lady, a figure that would probably look better in a cheongsam. Also, various maid outfits, aprons. Think of those little movies you used to watch where the heroine is cooking with an apron on and the hero approaches. Zhang Sui fantasized in his mind that Madame was wearing those clothes. Zhang Sui couldn't help but hiss, "It's unimaginable. Don't be too happy." If this worked, he felt like he was going to be drained by the lady. End of chapter 143. Chapter 142, Kai Wenji, I do not compete for favor. You do not drive me away. Chapter 142, Kai Wenji, I don't compete for favor. Don't drive me. The two made it all the way to the cutting room on the 2nd floor. Kai Wenji picked up the white shirt and black wraparound skirt that were folded on the board and blushed a little as she said, "You like this kind of clothes?" Zhang Sui, "What does that mean? Didn't she wear it yesterday? Besides, she should have known she had a small mind." Nevertheless, Zhang Sui nodded honestly and said, "It's like that." Only then did Kai Wenji put down her clothes and stood at the window, looking out. "I have a friend today who came from Chang'an specifically to find me." Zhang Sui, "Where is everyone?" Kai Wenji looked at Zhang Sui and said, "She went back. Her brother married her off to Izhou. Said he went to give a flush. The point is, she hasn't met her future husband either. I only know that his health is not good either. And now he relies on the medical workers to prescribe 5-stone powder to hang on every day." Zhang Sui, 5-stone powder? Isn't that crazy? This stuff is not good. During the Wei, Jin, and North-South dynasties, those sons of the family, they liked to smoke this. None of it ended well. He had once read some information, not knowing whether it was wildly rumored or true, and it was said that Gui Jiao was also a sucker for 5-stone powder. There's also Li Tai, the son of the 2nd Phoenix Li Shimen, who smokes this stuff. 5-stone powder does have a healing effect, but the side effects are even scarier. Zhang Sui honestly said, "Then your friend won't be having much of a good time. I talk hard and may lose my husband early. One needs to hang on to life by taking 5-stone powder all year round. 5-stone powder is a bit of a cure, but not much. And what's even scarier about this stuff is not the healing effect, but the fact that it's addictive and damages the body." Kai Wenji lamented, "My friend knows it too, but she can't do anything about it. She herself accepts this outcome. She comes from a famous family in Chang'an, and under the pomp and circumstance, she may yet be complete. But today is a time of chaos. Even the great families of the world have to ride the waves sometimes. Her brother is being used heavily under someone else's hand, and by marrying there, she'll still be able to preserve her brother's career. With his brother around, it's not like the other side is going to put her to death. Just like me." Zhang Sui was silent in response. "Not really, exactly. The problem is that in this day and age, almost all women are incapable of doing anything other than acting as a good wife and teaching children." This was the reason why he couldn't read any female ancient language crossover novels when he saw them before he crossed over. In the ancient times of this land, A modern man crosses over and wants to house fight? What's on your mind? Out of no good. And a woman, destined to be pawns at the mercy of others. And jumpy? Probably couldn't even be a maid. And climb into men's beds for favor? Kaiwenji is slightly different. At least, her father was too loud in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. So, historically, Cao Cao even ransomed her with heavy money. Because, even if she had lived in the Huns for 12 years, she still had some use of her reputation back at court. But not much. Ma'am, that's the exception. It can be said that the Jin family is blessed to have a madam. If madam was like other women, who only taught children, the Jin family would have been swallowed up to the bone and crumbs long ago. Kai Wenji sighed and said, before she left today, she said something to me. She said. Zheng Sui quietly looked at Kai Wenji. After waiting for half a day, she did not see her say anything further. Just a red face, her back against the windowsill, her head lowered, her hands together on her stomach, her 10 fingers twisted together. Zheng Sui's old face was also a bit unnatural. He guessed what Kai Wenji's friend had said. Her friend was able to accept that kind of sickly fiancé and still go for the punchline. Then her friend is at least a very cognizant woman. In these troubled times, you need to look for this kind of woman. Just looks and nothing else can really get you killed in this environment. Compare that to He Jin's sister, Empress Dowager He, the woman who triggered Cao Cao's human wife attribute. Zheng Sui took several deep breaths before walking towards Kai Wenji. He was a little nervous inside. There's a little bit of a threat in there. Of course, it wasn't him who initiated the threat. Let's just say that it's due to circumstances. But now that the beauty has said this, should he or she be indifferent? If we miss it now, should we wait for her to leave and then repeat history? Kai Wenji's heart beat violently as she watched Zheng Sui step closer. The blush climbed from her neck all the way up to her pretty face and finally even her earlobes. Though it was a decision made by myself, but she still had the urge to run away. For the first time, she felt like a asterisk. This is if my father knows in the grave that he is going to seduce a man. I wonder how angry he will be. Zheng Sui came to Kai Wenji's body, looking at Kai Wenji's whole face so red that it was emitting scorching heat, but he did not move his feet. Instead, he lowered his head and looked like he was letting the king have his way. Zheng Sui suppressed his inner restlessness and held her small hands that were twisted together, pressing her directly onto the windowsill and kissing her. Kai Wenji buried her head at Zheng Sui's neck and said in a trembling voice, hopefully, June has mercy. Be gentle. I haven't. Kai Wenji didn't say anything further. It was the kind of thing that she felt she couldn't say how to say. Zheng Sui kissed her red lips and retreated the blasphemous pants directly under her long skirt. 10,000 words omitted. After some stormy love, Zheng Sui looked at Kai Wenji and was a bit lost in thought. This Kai Wenji, it's really the first time. Looking at Kai Wenji's left snow-white arm covering her eyes, her head full of hair, her voice as low as a gnat said, it's a little cold. Zheng Sui then snapped back to his senses. Quickly putting on his clothes, Zheng Sui closed the window and wrapped Kai Wenji, who was still lying on the wooden board, with his clothes, then quickly went downstairs and went straight to his own room, placing her under the quilt. Looking at Kai Wenji shrinking under the quilt and still covering her eyes with her arms, Zheng Sui scratched his head and said, I'll go find you some clothes. Only then did Kai Wenji move her arm that was covering her eyes and said, you, come over here. I have something to say to you. Zheng Sui walked over suspiciously. Kai Wenji hadn't even opened her mouth. Zheng Sui could only put his ear to it. Kai Wenji wrapped her arms around his neck and said, I don't compete for favor. You don't drive me away. Don't think I'm a husband killer. I don't eat for nothing. You paint those clothes? I'll do it for you. Even if it's the kind that you like and can only wear for your look. I can. After saying that, she loosened her arms around Zheng Sui's neck, and her entire body burrowed inside the quilt. Zheng Sui looked at the ball under the quilt. His heart was quite complicated. She said these words, it's really low to the ground. Zheng Sui wrapped Kai Wenji in his arms through the quilt and softly said, I won't drive you away. This is your home. Even if we fall out later, I'm not in a position to kick you out. Those clothes, you can make them if you want to, and if you don't want to then you don't. Kai Wenji didn't get out from under the covers. Zheng Sui only heard her cries coming out from under the covers. End of chapter. Chapter 144. Chapter 143 Zheng Sui, what are you drawing? The previous chapter was censored. Chapter 143 Zheng Sui, what's that thing you drew? The previous chapter was reviewed. Zheng Sui looked at Kai Wenji shrinking under the quilt, listening to her suppressing her voice and crying, and after a slight hesitation, he still stripped naked and flew under the quilt, wrapping her into his arms. Having already experienced it once, he wasn't as embarrassed as he was before. Kai Wenji was wrapped in his arms and didn't struggle, but pressed her face against her chest and continued to cry. After crying for a while, she sniffled and said, It's getting late. I'm going to make dinner. Zhang Sui, however, held onto her and wouldn't let go. Kai Wenji struggled a few times and didn't let go before saying, "I'll go cook." Zhang Sui whispered in her ear, "I haven't had enough." Kai Wenji turned red and froze under the covers. It was a while before she moved off Zhang Sui and lay down beside him. Zhang Sui is busy climbing up. The two were busy for a while longer, looking at Kai Wenji lying under the quilt, sticking her head out, but with her eyes closed. A pretty face red under a head full of wet hair, her small mouth slightly open, emitting a slight breathing sound. Zhang Sui then carefully pecked her on her red lips, cautiously got out of the quilt and crawled under the bed and couch, and while quickly putting on her clothes, hummed a little song. Sisters sits at the bow of the boat, brothers walks on the shore. Kai Wenji originally had her eyes closed, wanting to take a nap. Hearing Zhang Sui's humming sound a bit odd, he opened his eyes and looked over, asking, "What are you humming? Why does it feel so strange? I've been wandering with my father since I was a child, and my father raised me like a son, teaching me classic history and all kinds of music, but I've never heard such a song." Zhang Sui put on his clothes, climbed onto the bed and whispered in her ear, "This is a song sung by the common people in my hometown," says the man and woman whose hearts are in the right place. After a man s a woman, the two of them are in love and sing to each other to express their happy feelings. The original redness of Kai Wenji's face was going to dissipate. At this moment, when she saw Zhang Sui say this, the blush crept back up and her head shrunk into the comforter, saying, "You get my clothes, I'll get up and go cook." Zhang Sui put his hand under the covers and twisted Kai Wenji. Kai kicks him in the hand. Only then did Zhang Sui take out his hand and smiled. "You go to sleep first. I'll have the maids go cook." "What do I want you to cook? You're my woman. Formerly a housekeeper, now a hostess. Even if the maid isn't there, I can cook, and it's definitely not bad, and you may not necessarily be as good as me." It was only then that Kai Wenji drilled her head out of the comforter once again and looked at Zhang Sui skeptically. "Men still cook?" Zhang Sui touched her pretty face before he continued to hum a little song and left. Zhang Sui rushed to the third floor of the second house and carried all of Kai Wenji's things down from her room, bringing them all to his room. The 5 maids of the mansion were also people with eyes. Seeing Zhang Sui hurriedly carrying Kai Wenji from the second floor to the third building room, they knew what had happened and consciously went to the dining room to cook. Cooked a pot of cornbread rice, 2 green vegetables, and a plate of duck. After Zhang Sui and Kai Wenji finished their meal, the two of them strolled around the third courtyard holding hands. After wandering around for a few moments, Zhang Sui stripped off his shirt and continued to add to his training. Kai Wenji, on the other hand, stood and watched. She hadn't dared to be too blatant before. After looking at it for a while, she remembered and went back to her room, pulling out a pen, ink, paper and table. Zhang Sui, who was practicing extra hard, watched her carry the case table with one hand in her left hand, and her extra practicing stopped. This case table, made of solid wood, the weight unit before crossing over, Zhang Sui felt like it was all at least 30 pounds. This Kai Wenji, who looks slender and thin, can carry this case out single-handedly with her left hand, and it was a tour de force. Zhang Sui couldn't help but recall the scene when he went to her earlier, where she had crushed a chicken with her bare hands and then ripped the other person's head off. Zhang Sui thought about when he was a child. In those days, that's how my mom, who was used to doing farm work, killed chickens. But Kai Wenji comparing her strength with her mom who was used to doing farm work as a child, Zhang Sui's eyes fell on Kai Wenji's small, slender, white hands. He swallowed his saliva. Would she twist her dick off if she got mad one day? Kai Wenji set the desk table by the threshold, lit the lamp, and set up the ink, paper, and inkstone before she looked at Zhang Sui and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Zhang Sui hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, it's nothing." Watching Zhang Sui move his lance with his arms, Kai Wenji then knelt down and sat on the supportive heel of a futon, observing Zhang Sui while he drew. Zhang Sui wasn't in the mood to bother with her either. It's important to add practice first. It's not too late when the extra practice is done. Zhang Sui finished his extra training and gained 0.5 pounds of strength today. Zhang Sui came to Kai Wenji's side and looked at the picture she had drawn. Zhang Sui laughed outright. "Is this yourself? A bare-chested man with a lance is a bit of a likeness, but the bulbous head is still a bit potato-like." This was if the two hadn't just rolled. He would have suspected that Kai Wenji had a so-called white moon. Also, it's ugly as hell. When Kai Wenji saw Zhang Sui laughing, her pretty face burned a little and said, I paint. Even my father said I have 60% of his skill." Zhang Sui raised an eyebrow and said, "Wait, when I dry my sweat and take a shower, I'll draw it for you." Looking at Kai Wenji's painting, he thought of the historical portrait of He Xiaodong. Obviously people are only in their 20s when they die, but the portrait, painted like a rough hunk of 40 or 50 years old. Kai Wenji heard Zhang Sui say this, and then she let out an "oh." Moved the casework back into the house. Kaiwenji held up the light and went to the cutting room in the second building, retrieving the set of white blouse and black wraparound skirt and placing them at the foot of the bed. Zhang Sui dried his sweat and took a shower before picking up his pencil and was about to make ink. Instead, he saw Kaiwenji grinding up on the sidelines. Zhang Sui glanced at Kaiwenji and let out a laugh before he began to draw. This time, however, he was not painting himself. What's the point of painting yourself? Zhang Sui drew Kaiwenji lying on a wooden board, covering her eyes with her left arm and with a head full of messy hair. Kaiwenji stood aside, looking at the painting, her face so red that it was dripping blood. This man, this painting, if this was seen by others, then one would have no face. Zhang Sui finished his drawing, blew the ink dry, handed it to Kaiwenji, and laughed. See, this is the painting? That painting of yours? I didn't even know it was me. Kaiwenji took the painting and glared at Zhang Sui. Then you draw a picture of you practicing martial arts just now. Zhang Sui looked at Kaiwenji beside him. Her palm-sized little face was flushed like a red apple, and was a little tickled. It had only been 2 visits, but now the flood of energy in his body was about to spread again. Zhang Sui said, "It's getting late. Let's rest first." Kaiwenji looked at Zhang Sui's unbridled eyes and knew what he was thinking. Kaiwenji's heartbeat was a little messed up. She felt a little weak in the knees. Quickly climbing into bed without removing her outer clothing, Kaiwenji shrunk inside the bed and said, "That's fine. Go to bed early." Zhang Sui looked at Kaiwenji dressed like this, scratched his head, and did not force himself. Anyway, today was also her first time and she came twice. Zhang Sui took off his jacket and lay down under the covers, wrapping his arms around Kaiwenji's waistband from behind and not moving a muscle. Kaiwenji waited for a few moments and saw Zhang Sui snoring lightly before she slowly turned her head and lay face to face with him, tracing Zhang Sui's face with her sight. Kaiwenji took off her jacket and squeezed her body into his arms, pressing her face against his and closing her eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 145. Chapter 144, Hanoi Sima Defense's Request. Chapter 144, Hanoi Sima Defenses. When Zhang Sui woke up with a start, he realized that Kaiwenji in his arms was still sleeping soundly. The whole thing looked like a sleeping kitten. The original tunic she was wearing had been stacked up to the foot of the bed. Looking at Kaiwenji's small face, Zhang Sui carefully moved away from him and got dressed. The maid had already made breakfast. Zhang Sui finished his meal hastily and asked his maid to keep Kaiwenji's breakfast warm in a pot before he rode his sand monk and hurried to the camp. There was a short morning meeting with Governor Yan Liang, Grand Commander Draw Recruit and others. The morning meeting was also very simple, mainly Yan Liang arranging specific training. When the morning meeting was over and the people were about to disperse, Yan Liang said, "Remind me that the Lord, the supervisor, and Zhang He are coming over. It's either today or tomorrow. I don't know exactly what day, but get your act together for me. The Lord has given us so much support. Don't you guys embarrass me. There's no problem calling you guys brothers and sisters on weekdays. Don't blame me for being merciless if you can't use your strength at the critical moment." The crowd responded in unison. Zhang Sui returned to his own group and told the news that Yuan Shao and the others were coming over for an inspection. After that, it was time to train with the crowd. Though the common people and common soldiers were given 2 meals a day. 1 meal back from work in the morning. I came back from work in the afternoon for another meal. Moreover, this meal in the morning after work was the main meal and relatively hearty. The evening is the second meal, as they go to bed early in the evening, so they usually eat something like a thin meal. But the cavalry is different. Cavalrymen, like the average wealthy family, have 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. After lunch, there was a half-hour break. Only then did Zhang Sui pick up the scroll that Yan Liang had given him yesterday and read it carefully, before Zhang Sui crossed over. He liked to follow history bloggers and some vintage inventions in short videos. The scroll was basically not too different from the ancient cavalry he'd read about in the history blogs that had been popularized. Zhang Sui swept a glance at the cavalryman beside him. He hadn't studied this area much before either. Follow this reel for now. Zhang Sui only added one thing, and that was to give these people cultural classes. Culture class is right after lunch. Time is short. Culture classes teach one thing, literacy. Let's just say that among the 500 cavalry under his command, there were very few who knew how to read. Of the 50 or so people he had brought out from the Jin family before, he was the only one who recognized some words. Huang Han and others, not recognizing a single person in big letters. Captain Jinhao recognized some words, but he couldn't even read a piece of Liu Bei's text in its entirety. Not recognizing the words, that's a big problem. The map may not even be readable, and it's not easy to deliver the message. Zhang Sui remembers watching anti-Japanese war movies when he was studying, and those martyrs were asked to read and write when the war was raging. Zhang Sui called the 5 centurions over and handed out the task of learning to read and write every day at noon from now on. A class was also discussed for this purpose. Find 5 people who can read and write and take responsibility for teaching each of the 5 teams. Competitions are held on this day at the end of each month. The question was asked by Zhang Sui himself. There's a prize for the team that does the best. The team that performs the worst, to be penalized. 3 times in a row the worst performing team. The centurion is demoted to become a sergeant. The sergeant is demoted to become a sergeant. And the sergeant is demoted to become a regular cavalryman. 1 month's leave is cancelled. And the original leave is dedicated to cleaning up the feces in the barracks, etc. As for the cavalry in charge of the other big and small capitals, Zhang Sui didn't care. One word was taught at noon today, handsome. The Marquis of the Marquis. No paper or pens. Zhang Sui told them to take a branch and write directly on the ground. Training continued in the afternoon. Near dusk, Yuan Shao came. Come with a personal guard. In addition to Yuan Shao, the supervisor, frustrated professor, and the lieutenant general, Zhang He, Yan Liang organized all the cavalry to perform some of what they had trained in the past 2 days. It's mostly mounted shooting and roundabout encirclement, and 2x2 fighting on warhorses. Yuan Shao watched the performance of the cavalryman, nodded his head repeatedly, and smiled at Yan Liang. General Yan has not lived up to my expectations. I expect you to build an elite cavalry. Yan Liang smiled and said, Don't worry, Lord, I won't let you down. Yuan Shao looked at frustrated and said, Frustrated Gong, what else do you have to say? Frustrated and silent for a moment, he said to Yan Liang, The Huns in Hedong County Governor Wang Yi have colluded. They claim to be Han ministers and do not want to be governed by us. According to the information obtained, on the day of the 3rd dynasty, the Huns also attacked our Hanoi County, burning and looting. Sima Defense, head of the Sima family clan in Hanoi County, has organized a ministry to fight against it. Failed. The Huns sent out their cavalry and grabbed and left without stopping. The Hanoi County Shihua clan ministries, all of which are infantry, can't keep up. Sima Defense has requested the Lord to send troops. The Lord is ready to oblige. And to deal with the Huns, the biggest thing to rely on is this cavalry of yours. Just the infantry would end up letting them get away. It would be best if we could destroy the Huns in one fell swoop this time, but the chances are slim. But we also have to fight to hit them hard. Only by hitting them hard can we give a warning to the Huns and the county governor of Hedong County, Wang Yi. Our main battlefield today is in Yuzhou, taking down Gonsunzan. But deterrence, too, is needed. Otherwise, where is the majesty of the Lord if anyone dares to flail at us? Yan Liang immediately hissed, Absolutely do not dishonor your mission. Yuan Shao smiled and said, I look forward to your performance against the Huns. Glancing over Zhang He, Yuan Shao said, General Zhang, didn't you say before that you wanted to see the generalship of this cavalry? Zhang He gave a and spurred his horse forward, sweeping his eyes over all the great and small capitals, including Yan Liang and the others. Zhang He said, I also have a cavalry, but it's my own soldiers, less than 100. When the Lord mentioned forming a cavalry before, I made a furtive proposal, but General Yan made a military order that the cavalry he formed would be better than mine. It's too long to wait for you to attack the Huns. If you are not talented, it will be a waste of the Lord's time if you take so long. So, I'm going to test you all a little bit now, so the Lord can see what you can do. If it doesn't work, replace it before it's too late. Yan Liang's face fell. Look to Yuan Shao. However, Yuan Shao just smiled and didn't look at him. Yan Liang took a deep breath. As the earliest general who followed Yuan Shao in his southern and northern campaigns, he could be more senior than Zhang He. Now, being provoked by Zhang He sticking his face in the air, how can one still mix if he doesn't return the favor? Yan Liang scanned his 3 major dominions, Hold Chao, Su Yu, and Ma Yan. His eyes finally landed on Ma Yan. Yan Liang coldly said, Let our General Zhang give us some pointers. End of chapter. Chapter 146. Chapter 145 Zhang Sui vs Zhang He. Chapter 145 Zhang Sui vs Zhang. Seeing that Yan Liang had designated himself Grand Commander, Ma Yan could only welcome him. Zhang He swept a glance at Ma Yan and snorted. Ma Yan, he recognized. A veteran soldier brought up by Yan Liang. His gaze swept over the draw move and said, Let him come. Everyone else, they are no match for me in one round. Yan Liang's face fell. This person. The smile on Yuan Shao's face also faded. Yan Liang and Wen Chou, 2 of the earliest war generals to follow him, were also his beloved ones. Zhang He was the same Zhonglong general as Yan Liang, though, but Zhang He was not brought out by him. Zhang He was a native of Jizhou, originally a general of Han Fu. It was only after Han Fu was killed by his design that he asked the supervisor Frustration to persuade him to surrender, in order to give the people of Jizhou an image of him as a son of the Yuan family of 4 generations and 3 dukes, and as a man of virtue and ability. He was promoted to the same official position as Yan Liang. The name now seems a little too inviting. Seeing this, frustrated professor was busy saying, General Zhang, there's no need for this. A good cut is, don't hurt everyone's face. Zhang He saw frustration speak, and only then did he roar, and slammed his fist toward Grand Commander Ma Yan. Ma Yan was already angry. Now when he saw Zhang He attacking with his bare hands, he was enraged and slammed his fist. The two of them threw their two fists against each other, and Ma Yan staggered several steps directly towards the back, sitting on his butt on the ground. His face was twisted together from the excruciating pain. Zhang He, who had blasted against him, merely shook his fist. Yan Liang narrowed his eyes and was about to go up. Instead, he saw the other grand tutor, Su Yu, come forward with a strong step and slammed his arm. Zhang He swept his arm across the room, pushed Su Yue's slamming arm right against it, and kicked Su Yue in the back of the right thigh. Su Yu wailed and was about to fall directly to his knees. Seeing that the two big dudes were knocked out, the draw move was about to go out. Instead, he saw several of the lesser metropolitans hiss and pounce. Yan Liang's face completely fell. If so many people can't beat a Zhang He today, where will they put their old faces? Zhang Sui had been thinking of watching the fun. He also deeply marveled at the force of Zhang He. This person is worthy of being one of the four court pillars of Hebei. But it did not occur to him that a couple of other minor metropolitans had already attacked. He was the only one left still frozen in place. Seeing a small metropolitan being kicked away by Zhang He, Zhang Sui came back to his senses, and busied himself with looking at Yan Liang and drawing recruitment. Both of them were dead set on the fight, apparently not having the energy to pay attention to him. Zhang Sui saw this and rushed forward. Zhang He was in the midst of a fight when he saw that there were others coming up. Just in time, 6 little metropolitans gathered. Zhang He slammed an arm into Zhang Sui, the young metropolitan who had just attacked. Zhang Sui meets him with an open arm. He had previously competed with Zhao Yun when he was in Wuji County. It's more than a notch below Zhao Yun, but not yet smashed. Now it's been practiced so much longer. Besides, Zhang He isn't as brave as Zhao Yun, is he? At least, that's how it seems on the surface. Zhao Yun, that's a big guy. It's far from the Zhao Yun that Nie Yuan in the New Three Kingdoms before crossing over. The two men's two arms blasted against each other. Zhang He only felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if he had smashed it on a stone, and retreated 2 steps in panic. Zhang Sui sucked in his breath as well. Although it didn't hurt as much as the blast against Zhao Yun, it still gave him the feeling that his bones were about to break. However, it was still bearable. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui charged up again. Zhang He was a little shocked at the strength of this young metropolitan when he saw the other charging again. Zhang He slammed his fist up again, fending off Zhang Sui's slamming fist, and swept his feet directly into Zhang Sui's lower body. Zhang Sui meets the same with a leg kick. The two men suffered pain and retreated wildly again in unison. Zhang He was quite angry in his heart. Can Yan Liang also recruit the best? Still such a young junior. If we don't knock him down today, Yan Liang and the others will be even more likely to overwhelm their own people in the future. Zhang He hissed and lunged toward Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui saw Zhang He pounce of his own accord, and came to his feet. This Zhang He, too, is like that. Can't beat yourself up. There's still a bit of flagging going on. So what's to be afraid of? Yan Liang and Draw Recruit are both in. I don't believe that if they really failed, Yan Liang and Draw Recruit would still watch themselves being killed by Zhang He. Zhang Sui also charged head-on. The two directly blasted each other a dozen times. Surprisingly, no one was knocked out. As the other small capitals watched this scene, they all looked at each other, not daring to come up for fear of dragging Zhang Sui's feet. Yuan Shao watched as Zhang Sui and Zhang He blasted each other. He remembers that this is Ding Yuan's disciple? There was some contempt for him before. He was recruited purely because of his status as a disciple of Ding Yuan, and he himself needed signs if he wanted to unify Hebei. This Zhang Sui is a bit of a signboard, and yet, it didn't occur to me that he was really something. At least the force is. Seeing that Zhang Sui was starting to lose ground a bit, Yuan Shao was busy stopping him. Alright, that's it. They were all under his own command, and there was no way he was going to let them lose face. Zhang He heard Yuan Shao say this, and then he stopped somewhat unwillingly. He fought the fire. He himself was a center general, but he couldn't take down a small metropolitan for more than 10 rounds. Zhang Sui saw Zhang He stop and showed his teeth for a moment. This group of ancient famous generals, to be able to go on the history books, really are not to be underestimated. The move was like hitting a steel plate. One's own. This is still the basis of nearly 200 days of additional training. Every day increased a little strength. Now all added more than 80 pounds of strength. This have just crossed over that time in this Zhang He fight. Afraid that not a punch will be beaten to see too much milk. Yan Liang saw the two men stop, and laughed loudly with some excitement, saying to Yuan Shao, this boy Buicheng, before when he wanted to apply for a horse lance, I had suspected him of bravado. Now it seems that I have underestimated him. Yuan Shao sized up Zhang Sui and nodded his head in satisfaction. Young hero, yes. Come over to my house for dinner tonight and let my infant and second sons take a look. You're about the same age. Yuan Shao looked at the others and said, you guys come along and join the fun. Yan Liang and Zhang He clasped their fists in unison. Yuan Shao gave some more instructions, and then he left first with frustrated Professor Zhang He and his personal guards. It was not until Yuan Shao and the others disappeared from sight that Yan Liang slammed his fist on Zhang Sui's shoulder and laughed. Not bad, not bad. When you came in today, I thought you were glowing. Was it moisturized by a woman yesterday? Zhang Sui. Zhuozhao stroked Zhang Sui's head and laughed. It should be. After all, you are young and everything is written on your face. I wonder which woman. Could it be from a brothel? Yan Liang laughed and scolded. Nonsense. How many times have those sickly women in the brothels been stabbed to satisfy our Bo Chang? When I was his age, I had 3 women in one night and got up twice. The crowd burst into laughter. Yan Liang ended up putting one of the junior captains in charge of sitting on the barracks, while he greeted the likes of Zhuozhuo and Zhang Sui and rushed straight to Yuan Shao's residence. End of chapter 147. Chapter 146 Lose. Chapter 146 Lu. Before Zhang Sui left the barracks, he asked Jin how to rush to the door of his house and inform Kai Wenji that she should have dinner by herself in the evening without waiting for him. Following Yan Liang into the city, he came straight to Yuan Shao's residence. Yuan Shao's mansion is even more imposing than the government office. No other mansion could be seen within 100 paces. The courtyard wall is nearly a foot high. The top of the courtyard wall was also lined with various daggers and sharp objects. Outside the courtyard walls, there were regular patrols of soldiers going back and forth. Zhang Sui and the others were stopped at the gate. The guards of the mansion will have to go in and inform them. Zhang Sui looked around and scared. Historically, this would have been the place where Cao Cao and Xiao Pai, father and son, fought over the second young lady, Xun Mi. According to history, Cao Cao broke through Yecheng and immediately sent troops to surround the area. Originally, Cao Cao wanted to enjoy Lu and the second young lady, Xun Mi. Unexpectedly, however, his son Xiao Pai was usually obsequious. Once Yecheng was breached this time, Xiao Pai forced his way into the place, braving the dangers of life and death. None of the guards Cao Cao placed here could stop Xiao Pai. Xiao Pai enters the mansion, finds the second young lady Xunmi, and directly takes her into his arms, stating that he wants her to be his woman. When Cao Cao arrived and saw the scene of Xiao Pai, he almost didn't just get Xiao Pai killed, but in the end, Cao Cao still endured. It's not a good thing to spread the word when you're competing with your son for a woman. Not to mention, he's already had a son killed because of a woman. Still the favorite concubine's eldest son, who originally wanted to be established as the heir apparent. Thinking of second Miss Xunmi, Zhang Sui looked a little odd. The matchmaking letter that eldest Duke Yuan Tan wrote to the Jin family was surprisingly not a matchmaking between himself and his wife. Rather, it was the one that set himself up with the second young lady, Xunmi. I wonder how second Miss Xunmi felt when she saw this matchmaking letter. Shouldn't agree with that either. After all, she seemed to despise herself, with a mouthful of denizens, and always cold. Just then, 2 people walked out of the mansion. It's 2 sassy, noble men. The one on the left was clearly the second son, Yuan Shi, whom Zhang Sui had seen several times. The 12 or 13-year-old on the right side, who was already nearly 1 meter 8 tall and looked quite a bit handsome, was the first time Zhang Sui had ever seen him. However, Zhang Sui could also guess his identity. It would be Yuan Shao's third son, Yuan Shang. Historically, Yuan Shao's 3 sons were actually okay. It's just that the opponent encountered is Cao Cao, each other and lost their minds because of power. If Yuan Shao, before his death, had been able to fully support either of them as heirs, it is possible that Cao Cao might not have been able to take Hebei in his lifetime. Of course, there are no ifs. Yuan Shi and Yuan Shan led the crowd inside. This time it was the front door, not the side door. Zhang Sui followed the crowd inside while constantly looking around. In these chaotic times of the last years of the Eastern Han Dynasty, this Yuan family residence, however, is very opulent. Even if you put it in 2,000 years, it's still enviable. Zhang Sui sighed a little. It is true that when the people rise, they suffer. When they fall, they suffer. No matter how the dynasties change, it is the common people who suffer. The world's great families, how they should live their lives, or how they should live their lives. Work on it yourself. If one could not become a member of a great family and just wanted to be a commoner, at the end of this Han Dynasty, it would be a fool's errand. Think of Mrs. Think of Red Jade. Think of Kai Wenji. It's going to take a little more work anyhow. The group entered the hall of Yuan Shao's residence. There, Yuan Shao is not there. There's only 2 of them in. One is frustrated. The other was a middle-aged scribe. as soon as the crowd walked through the threshold. Second Duke Yuan Shi was busy introducing the middle-aged scribe to Zhang Sui and the others. It turned out that the middle-aged scribe was called Guo Tu, with the character Gongza, and was serving as Yeqing's commander under Yuan Shao's command. Zhang Sui looked at Guo Tu and winced. This Guo Tu, historically, is definitely one of the several culprits that led to Yuan Shao's loss in the Battle of Guandu. It was also his handiwork that Zhang He and Gao Dan, two of the four court pillars of Hebei, would eventually surrender to Cao Cao. But then again, Yuan Shao himself is the main culprit for Hebei ending up in Cao Cao's hands. But if he had been more decisive, he wouldn't have hesitated and confused Guo Tu. Guo Tu is still a good strategist in the early stages. At least, he united with Sun Quan and other Yingchuan celebrities to lobby fellow countryman Han Fu to cede the Jizhou pasture to Yuan Shao for nothing. It was them again, who finally gave Yuan Shao the idea to exterminate Han Fu, who was no longer a threat. Zhang Sui and Guo Tu have closed the distance a bit. Nothing good can come from getting involved with such people. Guo Tu obviously didn't notice Zhang Sui's move. He still looks smug now, greeting the crowd. Guo Tu sat alone in one place drinking a small wine and eating pastries. Yuan Shi, the second son, and Yuan Shang, the third son, chatted with frustrated Professor Zhang He and Yan Liang. Zhang Sui sat at the very end of the table, drinking alone with his head down while thinking about going back early. It was only yesterday that I broke the last final layer of barriers with Kai Wenji. He had been a bit unable to resist the urge to revisit old favorites today. Just as Zhang Sui was thinking about Kai Wenji, someone gently touched his sleeve. Zhang Sui looked over in confusion. He saw a rather good-looking maid waving at him, signaling him to follow. Zhang Sui looked to the others. No one else had much of a reaction. Only then did Zhang Sui stand up and follow the maid out. The two men exited the hall, circled around to the side hall, and passed through the curtains on the left side of the side hall to a courtyard. Inside the courtyard, bursts of laughter were being heard at this moment. Not long after, Zhang Sui saw Yuan Shao talking with the third young Miss Yuan Mi and a young woman who looked in her 20s, wearing a long dress with a black fur scarf around her neck. The young woman's brow contained love, and her eyes looking at Yuan Shao had constant autumn waves. The end has a kind of charming bone-like crisping mood. Only when they saw the maid and Zhang Sui appear did the trio's laughter stop. Yuan Shao beckoned toward Zhang Sui and said, "Come here, Bo Qing." The maid stepped aside. Zhang Sui walked over and saluted each of the three Yuan Shao men. Yuan Shao pointed to the young woman beside him and said, "This is my wife Lu. You can just call her ma'am." Zhang Sui. So this is the woman Yuan Shao favored to the heavens in history. History books say she was extremely beautiful. Now it seems that there was no faking. It's really pretty. It's comparable to Mrs. And it's all the plump type. The difference was that the lady looked demure and virtuous, and only unusually passionate in bed. And this woman, on the outside, looks like she exudes seduction. The most critical issue. History records that this Lu seduced Yuan Shao, even to the point of influencing Yuan Shao to establish the crown prince. After Yuan Shao's death, she even buried Yuan Shao's other 5 concubines alive. It's true what they say, the most poisonous woman has a heart. Zhang Sui busily bowed towards Lu and said, "Your ladyship." Lu sized up Zhang Sui and covered her mouth and laughed. "What are you afraid of? Can I still eat you?" Yuan Shao said with wide eyes. "He dares?" Third Miss Yuan Mi walked to Zhang Sui's side. Her right index finger and thumb pinched Zhang Sui's sleeve and said, "Raise your head. What are you afraid of? You're just a small commander. What can you do?" Zhang Sui smiled sarcastically. He's not afraid. He just didn't want to be associated with Lu in any way. Seeing Zhang Sui in this state, Lu said, "When Meal brought that dress to my concubine, I thought you were some kind of a denizen. Now that I've seen it, I'm really a little disappointed. You have been summoned this time, and for no other reason. Those clothes, do you have anything else? Paint a few if you have them." Zhang Sui looked at Yuan Shao with some skepticism. "This thing, can you really draw it yourself? Your old man won't be angry?" Yuan Shao met Zhang Sui's searching gaze, and his old face was a bit unnatural as he said, "Not bad. Your kid is quite talented. You'll just, draw a few pictures for the lady. It's just a drawing of a dress. It's not a dress. Just enjoying it, out of the way. It's my idea to make that dress or not. It's none of your business." End of chapter 148. Chapter 147 Zhang Sui, the design of the apron. Chapter 147 Zhang Sui, the of the apron. Seeing Yuan Shao say so, Zhang Sui could only nod his head and say, "All right then, I'll draw now." It's true. Since the beginning of time, men have been old and colorful. Even Yuan Shao is not immune. People are now their top superiors. It would be foolish to go against him. Gotta know how to take stock of the situation. When Yuan Shao saw that Zhang Sui had agreed, he immediately asked the maid to bring pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and let the two maids carry the table. the futon, and the support heel. Looking at these maids struggling, Zhang Sui couldn't help but think of Kai Wenji. These are things that she picked up all by herself. Thinking of Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly. Talented woman. This is now in your own hands. How could she have a soccer team and be tied to herself for the rest of her life? When everything arrived, Zhang Sui knelt on the futon, sat on the branch heel, and sharpened a branch with his dagger. Yuan Shao, Lu and third Miss Yuan Mi looked at this scene of Zhang Sui and were all a bit odd. None of them knew what Zhang Sui was doing with the branch. Zhang Sui ignored the three people's strange expressions. He's going to start drawing the costume he has in mind. This first one is definitely an apron. This costume was the most titillating in the little movie I saw before crossing over. Anyway, it hits his aesthetic spot every time. Zhang Sui drew the front and back of the apron. Yuan Shao was a bit confused and asked, "What is this?" He felt his previous statement should have been clear. It wasn't for Zhang Sui to actually draw ordinary clothes to come. Ordinary clothes? Need Zhang Sui to come? He has no idea how many brilliant tailors he has in his mansion. They can then design really great clothes. The clothes he was wearing were made by that group of tailors. Noble and dignified. Majestic. Lu looked towards Zhang Sui, her pretty face a little annoyed. How dare third miss find a deadhead? Zhang Sui looked at Yuan Shao and Lu with this expression and knew what they were thinking. After all, once before watching a small movie, he'd seen someone else wearing an apron, and he hadn't thought about it that way. After watching the little movie, he realized that there were so many biggest differences between humans and animals. But what was probably most satisfying to him was the fact that humans could always come up with more brilliant minds for that aspect of excitement, especially in terms of dress. Originally, man invented clothes to cover his face. Yet, there are old colorful grunts who will take what this can cover up and play it out. Zhang Sui looked at Yuan Shao and coughed dryly a few times. "General, I'm afraid there are some things I can't say." Yuan Shao had gotten a little impatient. "Disappointing. I asked you to draw that kind of dress, and you give me this inexplicable one. Didn't see how it was appealing either. Now it's covered up." Yuan Shao said, "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm very much in love with the dress you designed for the lady. You were specially recruited privately today to give you that privilege." Only then did Zhang Sui say, "General, do you think that women look good in clothes or without?" Yuan Shao's collapsed face suddenly revealed a touch of playfulness. "There's that. This kid, he's got it all figured out." Glancing at Lu beside him, Yuan Shao said to Zhang Sui, "Nonsense. Of course it's shirtless." Lu's red face, incomparably flavorful, gouged out Yuan Shao, and her hand even pinched Yuan Shao's waist. Zhang Sui, this Lu, really know how to show off. This would probably drive Cao Cao crazy if he saw it. Zhang Sui didn't look at Lu again, but said to Yuan Shao, "Nonetheless, General, once anything is fully understood, it is rather uninteresting. When you get it completely, you're not interested. It's like I'm going out on a limb to be an official. I didn't make it to this official position before. I'm sure towards the end, but when I do make it to this official position, I won't be happy for more than a few days, and I'm sure I'll be thinking of a higher one." Yuan Shao pinched the beard on his jaw, pondered for a long time, and nodded his head. "It's somewhat reasonable, worthy of being Ding Jianyang's disciple." A little bit of thought, Zhang Sui continued, "This woman, too. Even the youngest and prettiest women get tired after looking at them and playing with them for a long time." Zhang Sui's words caused Lu's pretty face to suddenly sink. She loosened the flesh that was pinching Yuan Shao's waistband. Seeing this, Yuan Shao busily glared at Zhang Sui and coaxed him nicely. "My heart, I will always favor you. How could I possibly get bored of you just because it's been a long time? Look at me. Even though I have more than a dozen concubines, don't I only favor you one now?" Lu separated Yuan Shao and looked at Zhang Sui, coldly saying, "You continue." Although Zhang Sui's words were hard to hear, Lu was clear that this was the reality. How could she not realize that a woman's period is just that? Yuan Shao was somewhat helpless. This Sui, somewhat unable to speak, how can he say this in front of a woman? Seeing that Zhang Sui didn't speak again, Yuan Shao was a bit displeased and said, "Continue. Can't you see that madam told you to continue?" Only then did Zhang Sui continue. "Therefore, when men and women are together, although they have to be honest, they also have to keep a proper distance and maintain a sense of mystery. On the side of the third young lady Yuan Mi under the veil, ears are red, spit a mouthful, said to Yuan Shao, "Father, you hurry to find someone to give this person a lesson. Frankness is used in this way?" Zhang Sui smiled and said, "Third miss, there are some words that mean as much as they mean. You know it and I know it, so if you have to say it openly, everyone will be embarrassed." Yuan Shao clasped his hands on his chest, his face looked much better and said, "And then?" Zhang Sui pointed to the apron he had just drawn and said, "This clothing is called an apron. It's all about maintaining that little bit of mystery between men and women. It was originally used by the women in my old neighborhood for cooking. Newlyweds are always a little warm. Some woman just came up with this dress. Wear nothing on your body but it for cooking. Zhang Sui raised an eyebrow. Yuan Shao. Lu. Third Miss Yuan Me. Zhang Sui said. While the new wife cooks for her own husband, the new husband stands by and watches. Lu covered her face and scampered away, leaving her voice behind. General, you let him go. My concubine has never seen such a brazen and shameless man. Third Miss Yuan Me also stared with wide eyes and grew her small mouth. Give her 800 hearts and minds. She hadn't even imagined that this ordinary-looking apron would be used in such a way. Just now, he had actually thought to himself that he was a bit of an elf, and couldn't even figure out what his father meant by calling him here in private today. Just found out now. Where is the lack of understanding? The man knows better than anyone. And, what a way to play. No wonder he came up with that outfit earlier. It felt like, if I let him draw any longer, he could draw something even nastier. Yuan Shao's old face also swelled red. Kicking Zhang Sui in the ass, Yuan Shao said angrily, hurry up and leave. How did Ding Jianyang teach such a disciple like you? Zhang Sui laughed twice. Though a leg kick is thrown, it has no force. This Yuan Shao, he's quite stuffy. Sure enough, since time immemorial, the old colorful lot have been good friends with like-minded people. Zhang Sui is about to take the drawings away. Yuan Shao immediately said, leave your things and get lost. It's nasty to look at you. Only then did Zhang Sui let out an oh-so-subtle sound and grayed out. End of chapter. Chapter 149. Chapter 148, Zhang Sui, my women should be of quality. Chapter 148, Zhang Sui, my women must be. It was not until Zhang Sui dashed away that Yuan Shao's reddened old face broke into a smile and scolded. Ding Jianyang. Ah Ding Jianyang, you taught this disciple. Third Miss Yuan Me's pretty face under the veil also turned red. Eyes on Lu stopped in the distance. Third Miss Yuan Me was about to snatch the drawings from the desk and said, Father, this nasty thing, I'll go and burn it for you. But Yuan Shao was quick on his feet and snatched it away, saying angrily, Neil, you are a woman waiting to be released. How can you take this? In the future, you stay away from this kid. Don't be coaxed by him. This stuff, I'll take it and burn it, he said, walking towards Lu in the distance. While walking, Yuan Shao also turned back and pointed at the third young Miss Yuan Me. Remember, stay away from this kid. Third Miss Yuan Me stomped her foot as she watched Yuan Shao walk towards Lu. Still far away? You wouldn't even know him if I hadn't recommended him, but it doesn't matter. If you take it, you take it. I'll just get him to draw it again. I know where he lives anyway. It feels like the man has quite a lot of ideas. Third Miss Yuan Me covered her veil with both hands, using the coldness of her small hands to cool the rising redness of her cheeks a bit. Gotta get him to draw something that he can wear out, that he can see, yet is attractive. What's the point of always wearing it in private for your favorite man? One doesn't have a man at the moment. If you're going to wear it for the others, to be envied by men and women alike. Besides, Zhang Sui went all the way back to the hall. Drawing strokes had long since noticed him going out. Seeing that he went out for so long before coming back, holding recruitment came over and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Where did you go? Zhang Sui also said, it's nothing, it's just that the general asked me to go over and ask something about my master. The hold move nodded. The fact that Zhang Sui was a disciple of Ding Yuan, the former assassin of the state of Bingzhou, was something he had heard of before. Yuan Shao wants to be bigger and stronger. So naturally, he needs to be nicer to Zhang Sui. It's made for outsiders. It demonstrated that Yuan Shao valued the great families of the lineage, and that he was able to promote the virtuous and the capable. That's how more sons of the great families will defect. Not to mention, Zhang Sui has some ability. At this moment, watching Zhang Sui return to his seat with a calm demeanor, draw recruits secretly nodded. This Sui, in the younger generation, is still respectable. Facing Yuan Shao, he was still so calm. Holding stroke returned to his position, also caught up in memories. He thought of himself at Zhang Sui's age. At that time, he followed Mr. Luin to follow General Huangfu Song to encircle the yellow turban bandits in Changsha. He met Liu Bei, who was from the Han family. At that time, there was Cao Cao. At that time, the three of them were so excited to see Huangfu Song that they couldn't sleep for days. Compared to Zhang Sui, it's really more than a little bit worse. Being calm and introverted is the quality that should be present in people who do great things. This Sui, his future may be more than a little better than his own. When he thought of the past, the drawstrokes thought of Liu Bei. Mentally, I couldn't help but sigh. After the battle at Changsha, he and Liu Bei were like brothers, lying down in the same bed. When Mr. Ten Changsha was killed in the chaos, he had to collect his body and had to separate from Liu Bei. The two haven't seen each other since that mess. Now that he has at least become the Grand Commander under Yuan Shao, he still has something to look forward to. I heard that Liu Bei is under Gong Sun Zan's command. This man, Gong Sun Zan, is at the end of his rope. Following Gong Sun Zan, what development can Liu Bei have? He couldn't help but worry about Liu Bei. It wasn't long after Zhang Sui returned to the hall that Yuan Shao appeared in the hall. The underlings began to serve the food. The banquet officially began. At the banquet, songs and dances were sung and danced, and the graceful singers were enchanting on the hall. Yan Liang, Zhang He, and others even went right down to the stage and threw their arms around these songstresses and laughed heartily. Yuan Shao also laughed his ass off. After the party was over, everyone left with a songstress or two. Yan Liang even took 3. It's a good time for the left and the right. Zhang Sui didn't take one. When he left Yuan Shao's residence, Zhang Sui was about to head for home, but he was stopped by someone. It's Third Miss Yuan Mi. Zhang Sui suspiciously looked at Third Miss Yuan Mi and said, Third Miss, you have something? Third Miss Yuan Mi pointed at the crowd leaving left and right and looked at Zhang Sui with a puzzled expression. If you're so nasty, why don't you take one of the songstresses with you? Zhang Sui can even think of that kind of clothes. Logically speaking, he should be the happiest when his father rewarded him with a songstress at the banquet today. She had previously thought that Zhang Sui would take away the most songstresses. Zhang Sui glanced at the crowd hugging the songstress in the distance and left, letting out a laugh. People have limited energy. I do like beautiful women, but, like beautiful women with substance. This kind of songstresses, it's not that I speak harshly or look down on them. It's that they've been groomed from birth by the worldly families to please men, and don't have any thoughts of their own. What's the point of me bringing it home? The maids at home are not much worse. Third Miss Yuan Mi looked puzzled and said, what difference does it make? Zhang Sui scratched his face and pondered for a moment before he said, put it this way, these songstresses, she can be rewarded today. Come with me. Tomorrow, I'll give her to someone else, and she'll sleep with other men without any mental burden, and she won't see anything wrong with me giving her away. What I like is being able to be with me. I don't want to give her away. Even if we're forced to separate temporarily at some point in the future, she'll still miss me. Third Miss Yuan Mi remained puzzled and said, in this world, how can any woman still miss you after separating from you? Zhang Sui shrugged his shoulders. Pointing at the darkness, Zhang Sui said, if there is nothing else, Third Miss, I will leave first. Third Miss Yuan Mi gave an oh-so-sweet sound before she said, you remember to give me a copy of my scarecrow, as well as today's painting. Zhang Sui hummed before he steered his horse away. Third Miss Yuan Mi frowned as she watched Zhang Sui's figure disappear into the night. Men, what an unfathomable existence. Obviously so nasty, but so much thought is given to the women's side. In this world nowadays, which man with some ability doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Could it be that all those wives and concubines, they will never forget him? Third Miss Yuan Mi shook her head and turned to leave. Zhang Sui galloped back to his lodgings. The male servants and maids are asleep. Only the rotating night watch remains. Zhang Sui handed the warhorse over to the male subordinate and let the 2 welcoming maids on duty go about their business as he went straight to his room. Kai Wenji isn't asleep yet. She was looking mesmerized with the painting that Zhang Sui had drawn for her. Didn't see Zhang Sui come back at all. Zhang Sui came to her side and watched her mesmerized before he kissed her on the side of her face and laughed. Do you want to draw another one? Let's do it again today and I'll draw it. Only then did Kai Wenji come back to her senses. Her pretty face swelling red. Folding up the drawing and placing it in her sleeve, Kai Wenji stood up and walked away. I'll go and heat up some food for you. Zhang Sui was busy pulling her back and said, I came back after eating enough. It's so cold outside. You sleep first. I'll pamper you after I finish my extra practice. Kai Wenji glanced at Zhang Sui, but did not respond, just obediently sitting on the edge of the bed. Zhang Sui lowered his head and kissed her red lips again, before he stripped off his top, picked up his lance, and practiced extra outside. End of chapter 150. Chapter 149, Kai Wenji, despite your drawings, I will make clothes to wear to you. Chapter 149, Kai Wenji, you can draw drawings. I'll make clothes for you to wear. Kai Wenji saw Zhang Sui go out, and then she followed him out. Standing at the threshold of the hall, watching Zhang Sui practicing martial arts seriously in the night, Kai Wenji's gaze sized up his figure from the dim light. Thinking of the way he tossed himself yesterday, a blush surfaced on Kai Wenji's pretty face. Although she was married to Wei Zhengdao before, but this was the first time she had ever experienced what it was like to be a man. It very much gave her a sense of security. It's rough at times though, but a lot of the time it's subtle. After watching for a while and seeing Zhang Sui sweating from practicing martial arts, Kai Wenji folded back into the house and stacked a stack of plain paper on the desk table. After that, her eyes fell on the white shirt and black wraparound skirt in her closet. With a slight hesitation, she stripped off her clothes and replaced them with a white shirt, a wraparound skirt, and lay down under the covers. Zhang Sui finished practicing for an additional half hour and gained 0.3 pounds of strength today. He would not be able to help but think of the scene where he and Zhang He fought in the barracks today. Step it up a notch. In a year at most, he should be able to surpass Zhang He in strength. It's still something to look forward to. Drying the sweat on his body with a dry cloth, Zhang Sui wiped his lance again. After drying in the night breeze for a while until his sweat dried, Zhang Sui took a shower. He dried off, changed his clothes, and returned to the house, only to see Kai Wenji lying on the bed, cowering under the covers from the neck down, staring wide-eyed at the drapery. Only when she saw Zhang Sui come in did Kai Wenji turn her head and ask, Can you teach me to draw like you do? Zhang Sui walked towards the bed while smiling. No problem. I support whatever my heart wants to do. Kai Wenji's face flushed red before she got out of the quilt and stood in front of Zhang Sui, looking down on him, her voice trembling a bit as she said, Does it look good? Zhang Sui tilted his head and looked at Kai Wenji, his heart instantly on fire. Look at these calves that are as straight as a line. Look at these thighs that are like alabaster and you can even see the veins on them. Look at the teasing sight of the dominant female president generally looking down. Zhang Sui swallowed his saliva and smiled while caressing the marvelous figure under the wraparound skirt. My heart. I didn't even know that you're so good at teasing people. Kai Wenji's mouth watered as she looked at Zhang Sui, and her earlobes were burning. With her eyes looking away, Kai Wenji's puffy breasts rose and fell as she said, It's good that you like it. If you like that, you later you draw the drawings of the clothes out. I'll make them and wear them for you alone. Zhang Sui's heart softened as he listened to Kai Wenji's words. What a beautiful love story. Thinking of the tragic Kai Wenji in history, Zhang Sui took her into his arms and kissed her forehead hard. My heart, you're so good at talking. In this life, you're mine. We shall have 1, 2, 3, countless children. Even if we die, we will be buried together. Kai Wenji cowered in Zhang Sui's arms, feeling Zhang Sui's hand roaming around her thighs dishonestly. She didn't stop it, but tilted her head and laughed. And countless children? I'm not a pig that gives birth to several in one litter. Zhang Sui laughed. I was just making a metaphor. As long as it's yours, I like it. Kai Wenji hummed. Getting out of Zhang Sui's arms, Kai Wenji wrapped her arms around Zhang Sui's neck and kissed him, attaching her ear to Zhang Sui's ear, her voice as low as a gnat. Husband, it's getting late. Let's rest early. Zhang Sui just felt like his head was going to explode. As soon as he picked up Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui stripped her naked in 3 strokes and rolled up the quilt to cover the two of them. Kai Wenji trembled. You're like this. What's the use of wearing my clothes? Zhang Sui didn't answer her and just kissed her. Early the next morning, before dawn, Zhang Sui got up, lighting a lamp. Zhang Sui sat down on his knees in front of the desk table and carefully drew the new clothes. It was something that Kai Wenji had proposed to him last night after the two of them had gotten busy. How can you procrastinate on your own woman's request? The cheongsam, that's a must. An apron, for sure, must be there too. And sailor suits, maid's outfit, all have to come. Zhang Sui had many more costumes he wanted Kai Wenji to wear. Unfortunately, painting takes a lot of time. He had only finished the drawings for the maid's outfit, and it was about to get light. Looking at Kai Wenji still lying soundly asleep on the bed, Zhang Sui climbed over and gave her a kiss on her red lips. Kai Wenji murmured, hooking her jade arms around his neck and initiating a kiss. Be safe. Zhang Sui gave a fond gently breaking her jade arm and tucking it under the quilt before going to eat breakfast and then steering his horse to the military camp. Training was much more involved today. It's a good thing that we all come from a poor background and have suffered a lot. Some of them screamed and screamed, but they all managed to hang in there. After lunch, we practiced how to write shui and began to learn how to write the 3 characters yen, and zhang. Yen, that's Governor Yen Liang. Draw, that's Chancellor Draw Recruitment. Zhang, on the other hand, is Zhang Sui, the young commander. When in combat, there will be flags. Everyone follows the flag. If you don't even recognize these 3 words, when the time comes to rush apart, we won't know how to converge. Training continued in the afternoon. It's Zhang Sui's turn to guard the barracks today. Zhang Sui asked Huang Han to go to the house to inform Kai Wenji that he would not go back today, while the cavalry is special. But there were no lights in the barracks at night either. Lights are also a benefit that very few people are eligible for in this era of the late Han dynasty. Lamp oil isn't cheap this time of year. However, the barracks had campfires. Zhang Sui doesn't dare to sleep at night, although this is outside of Yecheng. But as the general in charge of the town, if something goes wrong, the consequences are unimaginable. All he could do was gather firewood and straw and tie up scarecrows. Midway through, something occurred to him. Earlier Kai Wenji had filled a sheepskin with hot water for him to warm his feet. Let the sheepskin. The elasticity is quite good. This if you change the scarecrow's skin from paper to sheepskin. Wouldn't it have some of the characteristics of those dolls from before the crossover? This is if the Scarecrow's skeleton is transformed from firewood to rested, specialized sticks. The Scarecrow's skin is transformed from straw and weeds into resilient animal hair. Zhang Sui laughed a little. This is if there is a cell phone. There is the internet. There is a short video. He at least want to send a short video. The text is called, I made a fortune in the end of the Han Dynasty by selling sheepskin girlfriends. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui directly dismantled the Scarecrow built from firewood. He sharpened the firewood with his dagger, chipping it to the right size. Tomorrow, when you go home during the day, ask your maid to look for sheepskins and all kinds of animal hair. He wants to create a real-life version of her for third Miss Yuan Mi. Scarecrows are nice, but they can be more than a little bit worse, tactile or otherwise. What he didn't expect was that the next big morning, third Miss Yuan Mi came. There was also a wooden box screwed into his hand. End of chapter 151. Chapter 150, second Miss Yen? That's a vase. Chapter 150, second Miss Jen? That's the bottle. As soon as third Miss Yuan Mi arrived, she beckoned towards Zhang Sui, signaling him to go over. Everyone looked at Zhang Sui with a somewhat odd expression. An unmarried woman, specifically looking for a man. What can I do? Third Miss Yuan Mi also noticed the crowd's attention and droned. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Is the training too easy? The crowd then proceeded to get busy in droves. Zhang Sui ran over and asked, Third Miss, what do you want to see me about? Third Miss Yuan Mi signaled him to follow her out. The two went all the way to about 300 paces away from the barracks before third Miss Yuan Mi put down the wooden box, opened it, and took out 2 meat and 2 veggies from it, a big bowl of corn rice, and put it on the ground. It's not that I'm looking for you. I've been entrusted by someone. Saying that, he handed the bowls and chopsticks to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui thanked him as he accepted the dishes. He was kinda hungry, although the cavalry also had 3 meals a day. However, the barracks were equipped with a thin meal for the cavalry in the morning. It's only wheaten rice or hotcakes for lunch. It was also the best meal. However, yesterday, Zhang Sui was on duty to guard the barracks, so he could only eat with the other cavalrymen. If he had just crossed over, Zhang Sui would have been able to get through it. However, it had been more than half a year since he crossed over, and he had long since been fed a spoiled appetite by Hong Yu and 5th Miss Shinrong. There's really not enough spaghetti. By now it's starving up to its chest. Now the third young lady, Yuan Mi, has sent food to her, so it's really a sleepy pillow. While eating, Zhang Sui asked, Third Miss, which one commissioned you to send it over? With a status like yours, how could anyone entrust you? Third Miss Yuan Mi smiled. Lu. Zhang Sui looked at third Miss Yuan Mi suspiciously. Lu entrusted third Miss Yuan Mi to deliver food to herself? It's unlikely by any stretch of the imagination. Third Miss Yuan Mi piled on the ground, her hands on her knees, and laughed. What's the point of lying to you? It's just that, of course, she can't have me bring you food. She commissioned me to get you to do something. She's father's woman. She can't possibly see you in private. I came to see you and I had to bring you something anyhow. Getting someone to do something with empty hands is something I can't do. Seeing Zhang Sui's lack of interest, third Miss Yuan Mi teased. What? Are you disappointed? You don't want your life anymore, do you? Zhang Sui was dumbfounded and said. Third Miss has misunderstood. I have no thoughts about Mrs. Lu. Third Miss Yuan Mi leaned closer to Zhang Sui and curiously said, Why don't you have any ideas? Lu is the best looking, most seductive woman I've ever seen. As much as I hate to admit it, it has to be said that I'm not even as good as her. Not just in looks, in stature, but even in personality. The other men, when they see Lu, are also all apoplectic. If Lu wasn't father's woman, I'm afraid the others would have snatched her up like crazy. I'm surprised you don't have an idea? Zhang Sui honestly said. It really isn't. I won't lie to you. What about this man? He has to be self-aware. Thoughts that shouldn't be there. Then don't think them. A woman like Mrs. Lu, and the general's woman, has nothing to do with me. Why should I be interested? Even if 10,000 things were possible, that kind of woman, with all her tantalizing bones, I couldn't grasp it. The chowder man is not guilty of harboring a false accusation. If I have her, it's like digging my own grave. Sooner or later I'll get killed by someone else. Third Miss Yuan Mi gave a heave and said, You're quite self-aware. By the way, you're from the Jun family in Wuji County. Then you must know Mrs. Jun and the second Miss. How are these two women? How are they compared to Lu? How are they compared to me? Zhang Sui warily surveyed third Miss Yuan Mi. Third Miss Yuan Mi laughed. What are you afraid of? It has nothing to do with my father and a few elder brothers. I simply want to know. If you don't believe me, I could have sworn it. With that, he raised his hand and said, Yuan Mi, swear to God that I Zhang Sui stammered. How? Her ladyship already has her heart in the right place. Your father is out of luck. Of course, to rob it by force, that's fine. But, your Yuan family is a fourth-generation family with 3 dukes. So it's definitely not right to make a big fuss over a woman. Not to mention, the lady has had several children. A woman like that certainly doesn't fit your father's vision. Third Miss Yuan Mi nodded and said, that's true. It's not like there are no beautiful women in the world. Why would my father do something so irrational for such a woman? Although I don't actually like Lu very much, if I compare Lu to Mrs. Yen, I'm still more biased towards Lu. After all, Lu doesn't have that many children behind him who can treat my father with single-minded devotion. Zhang Sui, your old man doesn't like Lu, and you're still so close to her? Third Miss Yuan Mi asked again. What about the Jin family's second miss? What kind of woman is she? I've heard she's pouring. How is it better than me? Have you ever moved? My big brother and second brother have moved on. However, my older brother has since inexplicably stopped talking about it. For the moment, it's just the second brother who's still thinking about it. Ergo was going to mention this to father at this time. I heard that father wants to hit on Mrs. Yen. Ergo wants to get a head start. Otherwise, if father takes a concubine of that Yin family's wife, second brother will have no chance. Now that you're saying that Mrs. Jin is bad, that's all the more reason to make it possible for second brother to propose marriage. I'd like to inquire in advance about this second young lady. If it's not good, let second brother marry another woman. Zhang Sui, Yuan Shi is not letting go? Is this going to be a historical trajectory? Second Miss Jin Mi's appearance floated in his mind. Zhang Sui hesitated slightly, but still said, it doesn't feel quite right. Third Miss Yuan Mi asked, why? Zhang Sui saw that the third young lady Yuan Mi had a kind of break the sandpot and asked to the end look, and secretly pondered. Anyways, second Miss Jin Mi is also her own daughter. As her future dad, how could he watch her go into the fire? Although this girl always has a cold face to herself, and she calls herself a dunce. However, when they were in the Wu Jijin family, they didn't make things difficult for themselves. It's all just scratching the surface. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui laughed. There's no reason. It's just that I feel like she's not even close to you. Third Miss, that's a bottle. Know what a bottle is? It's the kind of woman who's all looks and not much to go on. Besides, she's always got a stinky face and feels like people owe her money. Your Yuan family is a top family with 4 generations and 3 dukes. And the second duke is so handsome and noble that the woman he marries doesn't just have to have looks, but also something in her stomach. Marrying a bottle over there, isn't that burying your Yuan family? Third Miss Yuan Mi smiled under her veil and said, you haven't even seen how I look. How can you conclude that she is inferior to me? Only then did Zhang Sui glance up and down at Third Miss Yuan Mi and said, Third Miss, you have an extraordinary aura about you. Such a person must be a person of national color, treating people and being kind. Even a little metropolitan like me, you can deliver the food yourself. Appreciation of vision is also very good. Such a person must be a national beauty. It's called temperament from the inside out. That second lady of the Jin family, that's a bottle. Beautiful on the outside, nothing inside, just like that bamboo, with a sharp mouth and thick skin and an empty belly. Third Miss, you are a stunning beauty from the inside out. Not a woman on the same level at all. Anyone who isn't blind would choose you. Third Miss. After a pause, Zhang Sui thought of the scarecrow that Third Miss Yuan Mi wanted and busily said, oh, right. Third Miss, if you want to make a scarecrow, then you have to show me the face. Otherwise, I won't know what you look like, and the face won't be drawn. End of chapter 152. Chapter 151, Third Miss Yuan Mi's appearance. Chapter 151, Third Miss Yuan Mi's. Third Miss Yuan Mi laughed outright at Zhang Sui's remark, though she warned herself over and over again that she couldn't smile like that at a compliment. But she just couldn't help it. This Zhang Sui is really good at talking. The little mouth looked like it was smeared with honey. Again, you can come up with all sorts of whimsical outfits. It looks nasty though, but wouldn't it be erotic if couples did it in private? Better than your own father, right? All I know is my heart. There's no point in actually doing anything. Zhang Sui was a little confused as he watched Third Miss Yuan Mi smile and shake her branches. What is this madness? You didn't tell any jokes yourself, did you? Third Miss Yuan Mi laughed for a while, and when she saw Zhang Sui staring at her, she coughed dryly, collected her laughter, and said, Father said that you are Ding Yuan's disciple, and I was more or less unconvinced before. It really seems like it now. The average family, they can't teach someone as articulate as you. Besides, there's something different about you and those men. After I reached maturity, a number of men also proposed marriage to my father, but it's all a bunch of crud. Either that or fancy my father. Either that or it's only going to be on the outside. Some of them are even worse. Haven't even met me? and they give my father a heavenly rotten compliment about how beautiful I am. Disgusting as hell. Zhang Sui nodded deeply. That's it. Third miss. A woman marrying is a reincarnation, especially in this situation today. Choosing the right husband directly determines your future. Third Miss Yuan Mi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and said, yes, 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 that's what I thought. Who am I? Yuan Mi? It would be stupid not to find a man worthy of me. Other women don't have a choice. I have the Yuan family at my back, and my father will be able to at least unify Hebei in the future. How can I be sloppy? Zhang Sui gave Third Miss Yuan Mi a thumbs up and said, Third Miss has a good eye. The general has the backing of the Yuan family, which has 4 generations and 3 dukes, and the talents of the frustrated supervisor, Tian Beiwei, and Yan Zhonglangang at his disposal. There is absolutely no problem in unifying Hebei. As the daughter of such a general, Third Miss should never be sloppy when choosing her husband. Third Miss Yuan Mi heatedly laughed a few times before saying, talking to you is just fun. Do you, really, want to see what I look like? Zhang Sui smiled and said, it's best to be able to watch. I can draw the third lady out. It doesn't matter if Third Miss really doesn't want to. When the time comes, I'll also draw a veiled-looking Third Miss. Anyway, make it as satisfying as you can. Third Miss. Hearing Zhang Sui say this, Third Miss Yuan Mi hesitated slightly and said, since we're going to do it, let's make it the best. Taking a deep breath, Third Miss Yuan Mi gathered her courage and slowly removed the veil she wore on her face. Zhang Sui. Let's just say that the historical Yuan Shao was not very capable, but a family of genes really isn't covered. Whether it's Yuan Shao himself, his 3 sons, or the third young lady Yuan Mi, it's all top-notch looks. It was a small face, not the melon-like face of the pre-crossing days. Instead, it's a face of national security. However, all the features of the face were extremely well-groomed, especially a pair of eyes. It doesn't feel too great when you're wearing a veil. Now that the veil is removed, with such a pretty face of the country's prosperity, it is as if it were sparkling and imploring, just gazing at people like that, but as if they were discharging electricity. Zhang Sui's mind subconsciously rang with a person, the king of the Daughter Kingdom from Journey to the West. Also, the skin is really tender, white and clean, like you could pinch out water. Those red lips, they should be without rouge. However, the color is vibrant. It gives you a desire to have a kiss. Seeing that Zhang Sui looked at her for a while and then lowered her head to eat, Third Miss Yuan Mi asked, how is it, compared to that second Miss Xin family? While eating, Zhang Sui said, it looks good. Then the second Miss of the Xin family is a bottle, and not as good looking as you. Third Miss isn't just good looking, her temperament throws her off by 18 blocks. Whoever can marry the third Miss is definitely smoking in their ancestral grave. Third Miss Yuan Mi gave a hefty laugh and said, so are you still looking? If not, I'll put it on. I'm not married yet. One who cannot easily reveal their appearance to outsiders. Zhang Sui said, it's okay, I'll remember. Third Miss Yuan Mi put on her veil while saying, if you want to see it someday, look for me and I'll show you again. Zhang Sui hummed. Only then did Third Miss Yuan Mi add, right, I forgot about the big event. Lu said that your clothes are good, but there are no shoes. Can you come up with some shoes and have them made? Zhang Sui nodded and said, alright, I'll go back and draw the diagram of the shoes and send it over. Third Miss Yuan Mi reached out her hand and gently knocked Zhang Sui's head under his puzzled gaze. Zhang Sui. Third Miss Yuan Mi laughed. How did you grow this brain? I heard father say that you could even fight General Zhang He. Obviously a martial artist. But he can come up with all that nonsense. Sweet mouth again. Unfortunately, it's just a lower birth. The son of a farmer. Although you worshipped Ding Yuan as your master is dead after all. Zhang Sui laughed and was non-committal. Third Miss Yuan Mi watched Zhang Sui finish his meal before she packed up the dishes and put them into a wooden box, then rode away on her warhorse surrounded by several guards. Zhang Sui finished his meal, burped, and returned to the barracks. Yan Liang, Zhuozhuo and the others all gathered around. Yan Liang squeezed his eyebrows and said, good boy, good fortune. The third young miss is bringing you food. Why didn't you act just now? I see that third miss is so close to you. Directly kiss up ah. Zhang Sui looked at Yan Liang's lewd smile and hissed. Third miss doesn't mean that to me. People come to me for work. Besides, I'm a farmer by birth, though my husband is Lord Ding. Do you think the third miss will look at me? The door is not right. I'm kissing down, and the general will come and cut me down later. Believe it or not. There was some disappointment on the face of the whole trick. That's true. Pity. Bo Qing. If you can marry the third young lady, you'll be the Lord's son-in-law, and you'll have a great future in the future. But you have a point. You can't kiss. That's really going to kill you. Yan Liang and the others all sighed in disappointment. Zhang Sui. What's wrong with these guys? Why do you feel more anxious than you are? And one sighed. Seeing this, Taizhou laughed and said, Bo Qing, everyone is also doing this for your own good. But it's all a bunch of reckless people who think too simply. You're right. You and the third young lady don't have the right door. Don't think nonsense. Train well. Today there are many factions under the general's banner and many talents. Trying to do it by going the wrong way won't work after all. It's still a matter of killing the enemy to get credit for it. End of chapter. 153. Chapter 152. Second Prince Yuan, she comes looking for you. Chapter 152. The second Prince Yuan, she comes. The crowd, hearing that from holding trick, dropped off to go about their business. They also know the words of the whole trick, just trying to take the easy way out. Drawing a move, he pulled Zhang Sui aside and said, You too, if you want to live a more comfortable life, stop thinking about the mess. The first signs of the Lord's unification of Hebei have been shown. Today, we have our fingers in the states of Bing, Jizhou, Yuzhou and Qingzhou. By sweeping away the remnants of Zhangyan here in Jizhou, it is completely pacified. Everyone took sides individually, wanting to make a bigger war chest with the Lord. But then again, the bigger the official position, the more right and wrong you get into. Bo Qing, you're still young. Your days are long. There's no need to mess with this. Understand? Zhang Sui smiled and nodded at holding trick and responded. Good. This hold move is so nice for a human being. As one's direct superior, one is often instructed. It was only then that Taizhou pushed Zhang Sui's back and said, Go train. Nothing matters as much as your own strength. With strength, there is no fear that there is no way to build a career. Only then did Zhang Sui join his own group of 500 cavalrymen and continue training. Dismissed at dusk, Zhang Sui then followed the crowd back to his home in Yecheng. Surprisingly, I was surprised to see second Duke Yuan Shi in the hall of the first house. The male underlings and maids of the family had obviously never seen such a big shot, and were all hiding far away, not daring to come close. When they saw Zhang Sui return, they all came together. The second prince is here, house master. He didn't say anything when he came, and had a couple of guards standing at the door. Scary as hell. Her ladyship had him serve tea and went back to the cutting room. Ignoring him, Zhang Sui let out a laugh and handed the warhorse over to the male subordinate, signaling the others to go about their own business. He walked into the hall. Second Duke Yuan Shi was sipping his tea in boredom. When he saw Zhang Sui return, he waved at him, signaling for him to sit by his side. Zhang Sui didn't sit over there. He just found a seat on the right side below. Even though it's your own home and you're the master. But who made it so that people are Yuan Shao as the second son? Holding moves today's words made him realize, even though he was a traveler, he had to fit into this late Han world. It's easier to live with the flow. Keeping up the pretense of being a traveler and thinking you're superior will only get you played. And for now, all he has to do is recognize who and what he is. Although the second son, Yuan Shi, has not accomplished much historically, he is, after all, Yuan Shao's second son, and is not something that his current self can mess with. Second Duke Yuan Shi secretly nodded when he saw Zhang Sui sitting on his right side below. Young is young, but still, it's a good idea to know the difference. Second Duke Yuan Shi laughed. Commander Zhang, don't be so formal. We're not that far apart in age, and you're just about my third sister's age. I am sincere in my friendship. Zhang Sui smiled non-committally. Only then did second Duke Yuan Shi continue. You come from the Wujijin family, and you're the main recorder, so you know a lot about the Wuji family, don't you? Zhang Sui honestly said, Yes, a lot. And I've come up with quite a few schemes, and because of that, the lady trusts me a little. Second Duke Yuan Shi's eyes perked up and said, I have heard before that the second Miss of the Jin family has white skin and looks quite like Mrs. Jin. Zhang Sui. This kid, it looks like he really wants to hit the second Miss Jin Mi's idea as the third Miss Yuan Mi said, knowing full well that his old man Yuan Shao wanted to hit on the lady. It seems that fathers and sons also have wars when it comes to women. Tang Xuan's own Li Longji is like this. Today Yuan Shao and Yuan Shi did the same thing. Just, Zhang Sui secretly snorted. One is my woman. One is my future daughter-in-law. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't push them into the fire pit. Zhang Sui pondered a little before he said to Yuan Shi, Second Duke, this Shin family's second miss is named Jinmi, and she does indeed look okay. Inheriting Madame's looks. Yuan Shi's eyes glowed a little. Zhang Sui continued. The ancestors of the Jin family were indeed generous as well. Yuan Shi nodded. Zhang Sui, however, sighed instead of continuing. Yuan Shi was busy saying, Why are you sighing? Zhang Sui looks like he wants to talk. Yuan Shi was a bit anxious and urged. Just say what you have to say. Why are you stammering with me? I came to you today for no other reason than to hear you divulge some information. If you don't say anything, it's somehow disrespectful to me as the second son. Zhang Sui nodded and said quietly. However, this second Miss Jin family is a bottle, and has a particularly bad temper. She can't do anything, and spiteful. Earlier, when Tian Biajie asked the second son of the Jin family to be a ministerial general and train the stragglers as soldiers, this second miss of the Jin family had to disguise herself as a man and join the stragglers, heckling with them. To those like me who know who she is, she's just cold, and one minute she's making me do this, and the next she's making me do that. She also said that if I dared to report what she had done to her ladyship, she knew that she could not drive me away. After all, her ladyship valued me, but she pinched me. Zhang Sui rolled up his sleeves, lifted up the clothes on his waistband, and almost cried out. Twisted hard. It's all purple. Yuan Shi's face sank. A bit skeptical. The second miss of the Jin family is at least the daughter of the Jin family. How come there is no one to discipline her? But I have heard that Mrs. Jin family is a very capable woman. Even father praises her from time to time. She's a woman who can support the huge Jin family. How come she won't discipline the second miss of the Jin family? Zhang Sui looked around. Yuan, she said suspiciously. There's no one else, so go ahead and say it. Zhang Sui whispered. Madam has been widowed for some years. All those years of being widowed, she was in her prime, and she must have had needs. Her ladyship has had her heart set on it for a long time. And, moreover, it's all been out of the house a few times. With her heart and the Jin family to manage, how could she care about that? Yuan Shi grimaced. Lady Jin has a heart? How come there's no news coming out? Zhang Sui sighed and said, after all, Mrs. Jin is a woman and wants face. If this gets out, it won't be easy for her to manage the Jin family. What do the others think of her? And, her son and daughter seem to know it too, but not much, I guess. That's why the second miss of the Jin family is reckless. She expects that Madame wouldn't dare to be overly disciplined. Otherwise, she would have made a scene, and the Jin family would have been in chaos. Her ladyship is a person who focuses on the big picture. How could she make the Jin family's chickens come home to roost because of a man? Moreover, the second miss of the Jin family has a good-looking appearance, and there aren't any bad rumors going around. When she marries out, the Jin family will be quiet. She's also reached maturity and is ready to be married. As for which ingrate married a bottle like the Jin family's second miss, this kind of bratty and capricious woman, that's not even something that Madam should be concerned about. Think about it, for someone who can marry the second miss of the Jin family, how bad can his family background be? Zhang Sui shot a glance at second Duke Yuan Shi and laughed. Even if it's not the likes of second Duke, it's still not too far off from a great family. Don't the families of the world want to lose face? All married the second miss of the Jin family. Surely she's a proper wife. Who would want to publicize the scandal of a proper wife? A family scandal. It can only be eaten dumb. Maybe it's even thanks to the Jin family. At least, that's how it appears to show the pattern. Zhang Sui retracted his sight from second Prince Yuan Shi and sighed. It's only you, second Prince, who came to ask me. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for me to say these words. Anyways, I'm also from the Jin family. These words are degrading to the Jin family's reputation. If this causes the Jin family's second young miss not to be able to marry a gentleman like you, second son, then wouldn't I be committing a great sin? It is the poor future to marry the second miss of the Jin family, which married home, only a look, but caused the whole family to not have peace. It's possible that the head of this family will also be angry at the future man of the second miss of the Jin family from this, and even be disappointed in him to the extreme. The head of the family may not feel aggrieved for the man, but rather, how can a house be swept if it is not swept? It's a sign of incompetence when you can't handle your own woman. After all, what big man has a messy backyard? Look at the first emperor. He doesn't even have a queen, and the harem doesn't even dare to say anything. Look at Emperor Wu of my dynasty, who forced the empress to commit suicide, and no one dared to say anything. Zhang Sui said with a rather sympathetic look. Pity, this man. End of chapter 154. Chapter 153, Kai Wenji, Yu and Mrs. Yan's family. Chapter 153, Kai Wenji, Yu and Yan's family. Second Duke Yuan Shi's face directly darkened. Previously, although I heard the third sister say this Shin family's second Miss Shin Mi's situation, but he didn't believe it. But I didn't expect it to be so serious. Moreover, it did not occur to me that Mrs. Yan's family had a heart, and it was all add up. Father will have to be informed so that he can die. Father still has his heart set on annexing the Jin family through Mrs. Shun. There you go. As expected, there are more or less lousy hookups in the big families. Only the Yuan family is better. But his own Yuan family has also seen the kind of scum like his uncle. This Shin family, it's really well hidden. Luckily, someone knows the Yen family. Otherwise, both my father and myself have eaten their words. If he married that Jin family's second young miss, And in the future the family's chickens would fly and cut off the possibility of him becoming the son of the world. Then he would really have to kill someone. As for the father, the cost of a large sum of money to take the kind of woman, Mrs. Jin family, there are still men outside. The father still do not know. I guess the later generations of history books do not dare to read. Can't even begin to imagine what future generations will say about their fathers. Taking a deep breath, Second Duke Yuan, she stood up and said to Zhang Sui, Commander Zhang, you at least come from the Jin family. There are some things you can say and some things you can't. The situation of the Jin family, today out of your mouth, into my ears, will not be transmitted to the ears of a third person. Understand? Zhang Sui busily said. Thank you for the teachings of the second prince. Second Duke Yuan, she left with a big stride, and when he reached the threshold, he stopped again and said to Zhang Sui, also, don't listen to rumors. I'm only asking you this today out of my father's regard for the great families of the lineage. Nothing else, understand? Zhang Sui said. Understood, understood. Only then did Second Duke Yuan Shi leave with the guards at the door. Zhang Sui quickly followed, sending Second Duke Yuan Shi off on his horse surrounded by his guards. Only until they disappeared from sight did Zhang Sui exhale. He had just returned to the lobby of the first house when he saw Kai Wenji come out. Kai Wenji looked a little odd and said, the second miss of the Jin family, is it really as spiteful and capricious as you say? Zhang Sui ordered his maid to cook while walking towards the inner room. Ah, yes. What? Did you think that I, as the Jin family's main record, would still intentionally speak ill of her? Kai Wenji followed Zhang Sui all the way to the courtyard of the third house before she laughed and jogged forward, blocking Zhang Sui's path, raising an eyebrow and saying, I don't even see you bad-mouthing people on weekdays, even the maids and male servants in the house. You are all pleasant. This is a way to denigrate a girl today. Then the second miss of the Jin family, is she your old flame? Zhang Sui's heart thumped, and while continuing to enter the house, he was busy saying, don't talk nonsense, that's the Jin family's second miss. How can I be qualified for that? Kai Wenji hugged his waistband from behind and laughed. You said here that you are not qualified, and just now you denigrated it like that. Sure enough, the second miss of the Jin family is not what you said. You don't want the Jin family's second miss to marry the second prince, do you? Only then did Zhang Sui stop and turn around, coming face to face with Kai Wenji. Looking at Kai Wenji's curious face, Zhang Sui let out a laugh. Compared to before, when I saw her, she always had a cold face. Now she was obviously much more cheerful. That's fine. Historically, she has suffered all her life. Zhang Sui also wrapped his arms around Kai Wenji's waist and laughed. So smart. Worthy of being my favorite woman. Kai Wenji became more and more curious. Then what kind of person is the second mission family like? How could she even like an underling like you? Zhang Sui shook his head and said, how can that be? She doesn't like me, and she's sick of me. Every time you see me, you're cold. And she also scolded me in one breath with madam, calling me a denizen. Kai Wenji looked at Zhang Sui skeptically and said, how do you know she scolded you? Zhang Sui rightfully said, madam told me. How else would I know? Kai Wenji stared at Zhang Sui with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. Ma'am, Mrs. Jinjia told you this? Zhang Sui said. Ha, yes, what's the problem? Kai Wenji bit her red lips before she said, I heard that Mrs. Jin's family is also incredibly beautiful. Although she has a child and a daughter, she is like a girl of 2 or 8, and she is also undead. You won't. Zhang Sui. Women, it's not good to be too smart. He had only said a few words himself, and Kai Wenji had actually guessed it. Zhang Sui hurriedly lowered his head and kissed Kai Wenji as he picked her up and ran into the room. Kai Wenji was about to struggle up. Zhang Sui threw her under the comforter and darted in. My heart, let's not talk about this today. I haven't seen you for 2 days. It's like I haven't seen you for 2 years. Kai Wenji laughed. You coaxed me. You were still thinking about Mrs. Yen just now dash. Kai Wenji's laughter came to an abrupt end. In its place, there was a hiss of pain. Zhang Sui hurriedly lifted the covers. Looking at the stripped Kai Wenji frowning, Zhang Sui hurriedly asked with concern. What's wrong? Is this? Kai Wenji's entire face looked like it was about to drip blood as she wrapped her arms around Zhang Sui's neck and whispered a few words with her ear. Zhang Sui scratched his face in some embarrassment. While putting the quilt back over the two of them, Zhang Sui wrapped his arms around Kai Wenji and said with an apologetic face, sorry, I'll pay attention next time. It's mainly because you're so good looking. I couldn't help it. Kai Wenji whispered. Then you and Mrs. Yen. Zhang Sui dryly coughed a few times and honestly said, there have been. Kai Wenji. How do I compare to her? Zhang Sui said. It's all pretty good. Kai Wenji rolled over and turned her back to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui poked his head over and said with a nervous face, little heart? But she saw Kai Wenji turn her head again and laugh. Just kidding with you. You don't dislike me as a husband killer. And you still treat me like this. I'm more than grateful. So how could I possibly be angry because of this? However, the fact that the second prince just plotted against the second miss of the Jin family means that the second miss of the Jin family is about the same age as you. Don't you feel awkward being with Mrs. Yen's family and seeing the second Miss Yen's family? Zhang Sui sighed in relief before he said, it's not like I like her. So what's the point of twisting? My idea is that when I'm a little more official and able to help out the Jin family, at that time, I'll fetch Madame out. We live together. Madame's arrangement for the second miss of the Jin family is to find her a son-in-law among the residence's subordinates, so that the second miss of the Jin family can stay at home and take charge of the Jin family. The second son of the Jin family is a man without much ability. He can't support the Jin family. Kai Wenji asked. Find a flunky among the Jin family's subordinates? Zhang Sui hummed. Kai Wenji said. Is there anyone else among the Jin family's subordinates who is better than you? Zhang Sui forehead. Probably not. Anyway, I didn't find out. Maybe, it's me being a little conceited. In the eyes of her ladyship and the second Miss Yen, there may be. Only then did Kai Wenji climb up and lie on Zhang Sui's body, gently teasing Zhang Sui's eyebrows with the tips of her fingers, saying, if you don't want me one day, tell me, don't purposely put on a scowl on me, and don't. Zhang Sui held Kai Wenji's small hand and softly said, I've said it before, you're my woman, and this is your home. I don't want to say too much, just watch me do it. Kai Wenji hummed and pressed the side of her face against Zhang Sui's chest. End of chapter. Chapter 155. Chapter 154, Jinmi is here. Chapter 154, Jinmi is here. For the next 20 days, Zhang Sui lived a surprisingly quiet life. Aside from painting a pair of sandals and a pair of long, small leather boots for Lu, and a sailor's uniform for Kai Wenji, his entire focus was on training. The maid had bought him sheepskin and animal hair, and he had no time to deal with it, especially when it was the turn of night training. The extent was such that a bunch of cavalrymen were screaming for help. Zhang Sui was training his warhorse to mount and dismount as it galloped, and once he didn't hold the reins steady and fell headfirst directly to the ground, coming to a 90-degree bend and almost dying, scaring a group of people to death. Thankfully, Zhang Sui is young and fit, just twisted his neck. He was scared to death himself. Other than that, Zhang Sui hadn't made out with Kai Wenji for days. It's not that I don't want to, rather, it was the intense immediate training that wore his ass right out and made it bleed. Bloody hell! The blood on his ass hadn't dried. He bandaged it, and continued training the next day, staining his pants directly. He did call in sick once, and was outright denied by Yan Liang. Yan Liang told him that it wasn't enough. When he has worn less skin and calluses on his ass, this is the real cavalry. Zhang Sui also saw that quite a few other people were just like him, so he could only endure it. Every time Zhang Sui returned to his residence, Kai Wenji treated his wounds and cried. Zhang Sui still practiced extra for a while during this time, but the injury to his hip was so severe that the intensity of his extra practice was greatly diminished. As he had guessed before, the greater the intensity of the hike, the higher the triggered blitz rate and the higher the blitz amplitude. These days he adds basically 0.1 pounds of strength with extra practice. Zhang Sui simply let it go for a few days. After training that night, in the early morning, Zhang Sui limped towards the city. The wound on his ass was still bleeding, and after the training was over, he didn't dare to ride the horse anymore, and could only walk back every day. He would have liked to stay in the barracks, but with a bunch of big old men in the barracks, it's always weird to deal with wounds. He was still in the habit of letting Kai Wenji help him with his wounds. The most crucial thing was that although the barracks food was too much better than that of the common people, it still couldn't satisfy Zhang Sui's appetite. The barracks are still noisy. It's all hooves and horses all day long. It also stinks. It was hard to enter the city, but Zhang Sui saw a figure and winced in fear. He saw the second young Miss Shinmi wearing a veil, and was stopping at the entrance of the bazaar with Hongyu, and a group of underlings from the Jin family store. What's second Miss doing here? Thinking of what he had said to third Miss Yuanmi and second Duke Yuanxi earlier, Zhang Sui gulped. I don't think they'll tell Miss Tu. Will they? If I tell Miss Tu? Zhang Sui gave a strong laugh. Are you kidding me? How could you possibly say that? If they knew that the second young lady was like that, they probably wouldn't even see her. His eyes fell on Hongyu, and Zhang Sui licked the corners of his mouth, though he was reluctant to meet Miss Tu. But how could one not see Hongyu when she was here? During this time, since he was unable to do those things with Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui chatted with her, talking about the Jin family, chatting about the lady in red jade as well. Kai Wenji is aware of Hongyu. Now that Hongyu is here, she has to be received into the residence. Of course, if Hongyu didn't want to, he wouldn't force it. Zhang Sui limped over to him. Second Miss Shinmi and Hongyu were standing at the entrance to the bazaar lamenting the grandeur of Yecheng. Even the bazaar was so much larger than the one in Wuji County. a figure was seen walking towards them. Hong Yu's eyes reddened a bit as she looked at Zhang Sui's miserable appearance, and she busily greeted them, saying, "You, why are you like this?" Zhang Sui held Hong Yu's small hand and said, "It's fine. Training, training, training." Hong Yu did not pull her small hand out of Zhang Sui's hands this time. Her eyes fell on Zhang Sui's ass. Blood had already stained Zhang Sui's pants. Hong Yu tears fell down at once. Choked. What training practiced like this? Fear is not beaten? When second Miss Shinmi saw Zhang Sui in this state, she was also busy looking over. Seeing that Zhang Sui's pants were covered in blood, second Miss Shinmi frowned and greeted a male subordinate to carry Zhang Sui on his back. Zhang Sui busily said, "Second Miss, you are busy with your business. This injury is nothing." Second Miss Shinmi ignored him and told the others to continue to the bazaar. The male subordinate carried Zhang Sui to the Jin family store while she and Hong Yu went to the pharmacy and grabbed a few pairs of medicines. It had been a long time since Zhang Sui had returned to the Jin family store. Not that it's anything else. It's just because there's no one too familiar in the Jin family store. These people in the palm of the hand had gotten along, but there was a bit of an age difference. The owner is in his 40s. Seeing Zhang Sui in such a miserable state, the people from the Jin family store busily told him to get down in the previous room. It didn't take long for second Miss Shinmi and Hong Yu to rush back. Second Miss Shinmi told her maid to go and decoct the medicine and asked Hong Yu to go and help Zhang Sui with his wounds. After all, Hong Yu was a woman, moving more gently, and was also the woman her own mother had promised to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui flopped down on the bed and looked at Hong Yu's red eyes as she came in and laughed. "What are you crying about? It's just a braided skin. How can building a career be that simple?" Red Jade walked over to him without saying a word. Zhang Sui reached out and grabbed her small hand and smiled. "Sister, was it Madam who asked you to come over? In the future, will you go back?" Hong Yu let him play with her small hand for a while before she huffed and said, "I'll help you take off your pants. Don't be embarrassed." Zhang Sui let go of Hong Yu's small hand and laughed. "What am I shy about? You are my woman. Sooner or later, my person is yours, and I'm still afraid of you looking?" Hong Yu slowly peeled off Zhang Sui's pants. Zhang Sui couldn't help but hiss. "The blood stuck to my pants and it hurt when I took them off." Zhang Sui felt tears welling up in his eyes. Before crossing, when he was studying, there was a dike outside the school, and some people rode horses there, the kind that was so thin that it was just a bone, and it was $5 a round trip on the dike, and he was envious, but he didn't want to give up the money. Later on the mind was preoccupied with this. Unfortunately, there has been no opportunity. Now it's hard to get a chance to ride a horse, but it's tossed like this. If it wasn't for the fact that in this chaotic world, he couldn't protect his wife and children without some official position, he wouldn't even want to practice anymore. Practice a chicken. It feels like people are going to waste away. When he was growing up, he always thought that he had suffered enough as a child growing up in the countryside to feel that he wouldn't be reincarnated. Now I realize that the hardships of growing up in the countryside as a child were nothing. It's nothing compared to today. Hong Yu heard Zhang Sui's hissing voice and winced in fear as she darted away. She didn't dare take it off. Flesh and blood. She felt like she was going to pass out if she took any more off. Zhang Sui is trying to be comforting, but feeling the fiery pain in his ass, he didn't bother going out again. A few moments passed before a figure was seen hurrying in. Surprisingly, it was second Miss Shinmi. Zhang Sui struggles to get back to his feet. Second Miss Shinmi is an unmarried girl. It wouldn't be good for her reputation to see herself in this state. Before Zhang Sui could climb up, second Miss Shinmi snapped. "Move again?" Zhang Sui smiled sarcastically and said, "A lone man and a woman. Second Miss, you can just replace it with a male subordinate." End of chapter 156. Chapter 155, Second Miss Shinmi, mother asked me to come and make good relations with him. Chapter 155, Second Miss Shinmi, mother asked me to come and make good with him. Second Miss Shinmi greeted Zhang Sui's sardonic smile, closed the door, and while walking forward, coldly said, "According to you, medical workers don't need to treat the sick to save people? How many medical workers stripped the hems of their patients and saved men and women alike? And I haven't seen any female patients dying." Zhang Sui laughed. "It's not the same, Second Miss. A healer is a healer." Zhang Sui's body shivered before he could finish his words, but it was Second Miss Shinmi who had slowly lifted his pants. Looking at the bloody mess underneath her pants, with various herbs mixed with blood, Second Miss Shinmi secretly took a deep breath. Her fingers were shaking a little too. In all her life, she had never seen such a miserable scene. Zhang Sui's teeth were clenched in pain. Now he dreads 2 moments a day. One is to change the medicine. One is when you take a day off and then go to train for a mount. But thinking about Second Miss Shinmi staring at his butt behind him, Zhang Sui still forced out a smile and said, "Second Miss, after looking at my butt, don't tell anyone else later." Second Miss Shinmi's eyes were also a bit sour as she listened to Zhang Sui's words with a tremor in his voice. She didn't have the heart to accompany Zhang Sui to talk. Suppressing the shiver that ran through her insides, she carefully pushed aside the bloodied pants and the bond of the wound. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. It took a while before she completely separated her pants from the wound. Looking at Zhang Sui unloading his strength and generally lying motionless on the bed, his whole body wet with sweat, second Miss Shinmi wanted to curse twice. Eventually, she swallowed back, opening the door to her room. Second Miss Shinmi quickly stepped out and went to bring the herbs over. Hong Yu cowered in the corner, wiping her tears over and over. Second Miss Shinmi was too lazy to comfort her. After helping Zhang Sui apply the medicine and rewrapping him with the sterilized cloth, Second Miss Shinmi helped Zhang Sui cover up with the quilt. Zhang Sui was just about to tilt his head and give a thank you when Second Miss Shinmi snorted. It seems that the injuries aren't very serious and you still have the strength to move around. Zhang Sui. Second Miss Shinmi closed the door to her room before leaving. Red Jade was already outside. Second Miss Shinmi frowned her eyebrows and said, "How can you take care of him like this? He's not dead here. He's just a little injured. What if he..." The second Miss Shinmi was going to say, "if he died in battle, blood and flesh." When the time comes to ask his wife to go over to recognize the body and carry it back, "You still dare to go?" But in the end, she didn't say it. That's an unlucky thing to say. She's afraid to say. She just rushed to the kitchen in silence and instructed the maid to decoct the medicine. Before standing alone in front of the store, staring at the stream of people coming and going in a daze. This time, she came because her mother told her to rush over. Her mother told her to rush over and spend time with him. It should have been for himself and him to get their relationship sorted out before mentioning him joining the family. Just, how can he mention joining the family when he looks like this? Thinking of him fighting like this, second Miss Shinmi often sighed as well. "I blame myself for being a daughter. But if you were a man yourself, why would you need him to fight so hard? Ergo can't take charge of things. It's just up to you. This man, who looks like a denizen, is quite reliable when it counts. It's just not that simple to build a career. It's not even a war yet and he's hurt like this. This is a real war." Second Miss Shinmi's beautiful eyes were also brimming with tears. Or, the person is just plain gone. After sighing several times and suppressing the sadness inside, second Miss Shinmi then returned to the store. "This time my mother let over to stay for a long time. In addition to fostering a relationship with him, it was also a test. Test your ability to run the Jin family's industry in Yecheng. One had to get one's spirits up." The second young lady, Jun Mi, stayed in Madam's room this time, having the shopkeeper bring over all the account books from the nearby stores. Second Miss Shinmi began to look at the account books. After watching for a while, she was still a bit uneasy and walked towards Zhang Sui's room. Looking at Hong Yu standing in the doorway, second Miss Shinmi waved her hand and said, "The injuries have been taken care of. You go and get busy as well. I'll alert you to any changes he has here." Only then did Hong Yu redden her eyes, and reluctantly leave. Second Miss Shinmi watched as Hong Yu disappeared into the depths of the corridor before she pushed open the door to her room. However, he saw Zhang Sui lying on the bed and had fallen into a deep sleep. Second Miss Shinmi stood by the bedside, overlooking his face, looking at the hair that had dried on his forehead pasted onto his face. Second Miss Shinmi was a little hesitant. Biting her red lip, she reached out her fingers anyway, gently pulling his hair up and skimming it over the rest. Looking at Zhang Sui's lack of reaction, second Miss Shinmi squatted down and met him flush with 4 eyes, fingers gently poking Zhang Sui's eyelashes and nose. Second Miss Shinmi secretly spat. So much for good looks. Eyes are eyes. The nose is the nose. It wasn't much more handsome. It's not even close to being a jade tree. Why does mother like him so much? Even let himself come all the way over here to make nice with him? And don't ask for your opinion. But then again, it's not about picking a man based on his appearance either. Men, in these chaotic times, are still mainly based on ability, body and character. At least, competence-wise, he's still a bit out there. Physically, it's so much better than the second brother. Character. Second Miss Shinmi pressed her finger against the end of Zhang Sui's nose like a pig's snout and snorted. Just a denizen. Seeing Zhang Sui scratching his face, second Miss Shinmi panicked and moved her hand away, about to get up. But then he saw Zhang Sui move again. Second Miss Shinmi raised her palm and gritted her teeth as she was about to slap Zhang Sui's face. After all, she still lowered her hand. Her slender fingers pinched Zhang Sui's cheek, and spat in a small voice. "Denizen, it hurts you to death." When he finished, he turned to leave, closing the door to his room softly behind him. Jade came over again. Second Miss Shinmi frowned. "Nothing to do?" Hong Yu lowered her head and said, for the time being, no." Second Miss Shinmi said, "Then go to my room and help look at the books. In the future, the two of us will be here for a long time." Hong Yu glanced at the door of Zhang Sui's room and let out a hum, before she followed second Miss Shinmi inside. Second Miss Shinmi looked at the ledger for a while when a knock sounded outside and said, "Second Miss, Kai is outside asking if the main record has come here." Hong Yu raised her head to look at the door. Kai? She hadn't even heard of it. Second Miss Shinmi. Which Kai? The voice said. The eldest daughter of the great scholar Kai Yong, married to the Wei family of Hadong, the one who killed her husband. Second Miss Shinmi signaled Hong Yu to continue looking at the ledger, and only then did she stand up and leave. So it's this Kai. She's heard it before. When the denizen had told his mother's fortune before that her second brother would die early, and when her mother had invited Dr. Ho to see her second brother, Dr. Ho had spoken of this woman. It's a poor woman. She remembered that he medical worker had said that this husband of hers, like her second brother, was suffering from physical deficiencies. It's just that the second brother was caught early enough to be saved, and the other side found out too late, and now the world blames her for the death of this husband of hers. End of chapter 157. Chapter 156, Kai Wen-ji vs Miss Shinmi vs Hong Yu. Chapter 156, Kai Wen-ji vs Miss Shinmi vs Hong. Second Miss Shinmi exited the room with sympathy. When he came to the door of the store, he saw a woman with a beautiful appearance, dressed in a thick, with fur wrapped around her neck, looking inside with an anxious face. It's none other than Kai Wen-ji. Before Zhang Sui left for training yesterday, he said he would be back today. She had decocted the medicine early in the morning, ready to treat Zhang Sui's wound when he returned. It was now late morning, but Zhang Sui had not yet returned. She didn't know where to find Zhang Sui either. However, she knew that Zhang Sui was someone from the Wuji Jin family. The first time they met, the two met at the Jin family store. Had to come here to take my chances. Without waiting long, a young girl in a long dress and a veil was seen walking out. Kai Wen-ji busily stepped forward and gave a full salute. Concubine Kai. This is a courtesy. The second young Miss, Junmi, also returned the salute and said, Junmi of the Wuji County Jin family, meet Mrs. Kai. Kai Wen-ji was a little surprised. Junmi? Is this the second young lady of the Wuji Jin family? Previously, Zhang Sui said, it's a great look, beautiful as it is, and it feels like a good temper. Why did Zhang Sui say she was unruly and willful? Despite her suspicions, Kai Wen-ji didn't ask. Compared to that, she was more concerned about whether Zhang Sui was here. If it wasn't there, we could only ask the Jin family for help in finding it. For one thing, Jin's family knew Zhang Sui. Secondly, there are many members of the Jin family. Kai Wen-ji busily said, Miss Jin, is Zhang Sui here? Second Miss Shinmi nodded and said, he is here. I just got here this morning and was taking a stroll through the marketplace when I saw him limping from out of town. I've had a look at it and it's badly injured. So, I brought him here and had his wounds treated. When Kai Wen-ji heard second Miss Shinmi say this, she let out a huge sigh of relief and said, thank you, Miss Jin, for making a move. Second Miss Shinmi invited Kai Wen-ji in while saying, what kind of relationship do you have with him? It seems like you care about him a lot. The two of them walked towards Zhang Sui's room. Kai Wen-ji's face reddened. Her red lips mumbled, and her voice was a little low like a gnat. I am fortunate to have his favor. Second Miss Shinmi's heart missed a beat and her footsteps stopped, her pretty face under the veil turning a little white. This denizen, it's only been a short time and he's hooked up with one. And, favor? Has he forgotten that he still has a Han Yu in Wuji County? No wonder my mother had made herself come all the way here. Dare I say that his mother had already seen through his denizen nature. Here, eat one. Raise another one there. Kai Wen-ji noticed the change in the second young Miss Shinmi's face and felt something odd in her heart. Why did she feel that this second young lady was interested in him? But he clearly said that this second young lady disliked him and loathed him. It was him and the missus who had an affair. Had he misunderstood something? Kai Wen-ji asked tentatively. Mrs. Jin? Only then did second Miss Shinmi come back to her senses. Stopping in her tracks and saying to Kai Wen-ji, Mrs. Kai. Kai Wen-ji stopped in her tracks and met the second youngest lady, Junmi, at eye level. The second young Miss Shinmi said, that denizen. No, Master Zhang Ji, just finished changing the medicine and fell asleep. The wound is deep. It hurts. It's so hard to fall asleep. We'd better leave him alone. You go back and I'll tell him when he wakes up. Kai Wen-ji. She somewhat did not understand what second Miss Shinmi meant. People are already here. Moreover, all told her about her relationship with Zhang Sui. How could she have the nerve to just let herself go? But Kai Wen-ji is also thin-skinned. And after all, it was in someone else's house. And knowing that Zhang Sui already had help with his wounds, or the Yen family, although Kai Wen-ji had some small twinges in her heart, she still said, that's fine. Then I'll trouble Miss Shin to help take care of it. Miss Shin's favor. I will definitely return it some other time. After saying that, she gave a graceful bow towards the second young Miss Shinmi and turned back to leave again. The second young Miss, Junmi, sent Kai Wen-ji to the entrance of the store and watched as the other party disappeared into the distance, before she iced her face and walked directly deeper into the store. The store's underlings were all silent, nor did I see her arguing with Mrs. Kai, even talking politely. Why is it so scary now? Second Miss Shinmi came straight to the door of Zhang Sui's room, just pushed the door in, and yet, he held back raw. After standing at the door for a while, Second Miss Shinmi folded back into her room, looking at Hong Yu who was helping with the account books by the case table. Second Miss Shinmi returned to her position and picked up the account books to look through them while saying, Hong Yu. Hong Yu hummed and raised her head, looking at Second Miss Shinmi. Second Miss Shinmi said, just now that Mrs. Kai, do you know what relationship she has with that denizen? Hong Yu shook her head. Second Miss Shinmi looked at the account book while saying, you are my personal maid and grew up with me. Red Jade hummed. Second Miss Shinmi said, I've always treated you like a sister. Hong Yu hummed and was moved. Second Miss, I know all that. I have always treated the Jin family as family. Second Miss Shinmi sighed, put down her account book, and said to Hong Yu, mother has promised you to that denizen. Hong Yu blushed, lowered her head, and gave a hum. Second Miss Shinmi said, although you are not yet married, you already have the name of husband and wife. What's that denizen doing? All over you. Hong Yu buried her head into her chest, her voice as low as a gnat said, no need. If he can marry me, I will be satisfied. I'm just a maid. I don't know much, except for being able to help with some underhand work. He's a man and so talented. What he decides must be well thought out. No need to ask me. I couldn't have gotten an idea if I'd been asked. Second Miss Shinmi. Hong Yu was a little flustered in her heart and continued to pretend to read the ledger. The second young Miss, Junmi, only felt her heart flare up with anger. What's with this guy? I used to know that she was coy and easy to bully. But the question is, how can you still be like this when it comes to men? Second Miss Shinmi suppressed the anger in her heart and said in a good manner, Hong Yu, that's not how it's said. There are some things that don't need to be asked. But when it comes to women, I think, you still have to ask questions. Hong Yu looked blankly at Second Miss Shinmi. She had known that Second Miss Shinmi was going to find someone from the male subordinates of the mansion to join the family. With so many male subordinates in the Jin family, she thought that the most outstanding male subordinate, and the only one who could be a good match for the second young miss, was naturally only Zhang Sui. The second young miss was looking for Zhang Sui to join her family, and she was able to accept it. After all, it's second miss. There's no harm in being a concubine yourself. There was no argument about being a maid herself and having a lower status than the second young lady. Why? What does the second young lady mean that's so inscrutable? Let yourself be questioned? Asked what? Should we keep Zhang Sui from joining the family? That's not good either. The Jin family had raised her, and it wasn't too much of a stretch to say that she was her own mother's family. He himself was even blessed by the second young lady to be able to follow her. Nowadays, why should we ask Zhang Sui if he wants to join the family? Not to mention, by joining the Jin family, Zhang Sui would also be able to help Madame support the faltering Jin family together. If the Jin family is good, everyone is good. Thinking of this, Hong Yu said with a serious face, there's no need for that. Second Miss, I completely agree. What you guys decide, that's fine. I'm all for it. Second Miss Shinmi almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. This Hong Yu, it's hopeless. That denizen slept with that Kai before you did. You're his first woman. Instead of making a scene, you say you totally agree? You really don't have any talent. End of chapter 158. Chapter 157. Who is better, Mrs. Kai or I? Chapter 157. Who is better, Mrs. Kai or I? Second Miss Shinmi wanted to say something else, but when she met Hong Yu's innocent look, she swallowed her words back. This person, Hong Yu, she knew too well. It felt too silly to encourage her to go to Zhang Sui. Hong Yu had grown up with herself over the years, and just wasn't the type to come out of the woodwork. It seems that one still has to step in on one's own. Second Miss Shinmi looked through the account book with depression. She waited until noon for dinner before she stopped. Although the underlings in the store all had 2 meals a day, Second Miss Shinmi and Hong Yu, the shopkeeper, still had 3 meals a day. Zhang Sui hasn't woken up yet. The second young Miss Shinmi finished her meal and had her maid prepare the meal and mention it to Zhang Sui's room, holding back the others. Second Miss Shinmi stood by Zhang Sui's couch. Zhang Sui sniffed his nose and woke up in a daze, subconsciously saying, Zhao Ji, what kind of food did you make today? It feels quite fragrant. TSK, that's a very affectionate name. Zhao Ji, is Zhao Ji the epithet of Mrs. Kai, truly worthy of being the daughter of a great scholar? Even a woman has an epithet. A yin and yang voice rang in his ears, but it was mixed with a chill. Zhang Sui. The sound. Second ladies, The image of second Miss Shinmi taking off her pants and treating her wounds earlier came to Zhang Sui's mind as he looked in the direction of the voice and smiled companionably. Second Miss. You? How are you? Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui expressionlessly and said, not good. I've traveled a long way. From Wuji County to here. And I'm not tired? You've never been in a carriage? That's if I'm not well. I might be sick by the time I get here. Zhang Sui. The thing is, I didn't ask you to come over either. I'd love to have the missus over. But those words obviously can't be said out loud. That feels a bit unconscionable to say. No matter what. Just for the fact that she was an unmarried girl who took off her pants to treat her wounds. And was also a lady of the house. This favor had to be borne. Zhang Sui said. It is quite hard. I also have to trouble the second young lady to help me with my wounds. The second young miss is really a fairy descending to earth. Not only good looking, but also quite kind. A model for my generation. Second Miss Shinmi hummed. Am I really that good? Zhang Sui's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said. Seriously, it's truer than a pearl. Second Miss is really wonderful. Which one can marry the second young miss? That's the blessing of 8 lifetimes. To go burn incense and sacrifice to the ancestors. To thank the ancestors for their blessings from the fountain. The second young Miss Shinmi's heart was then much more comfortable. Thinking that her mother had asked her to come to Yecheng this time in order to deepen her relationship with this denizen. Second Miss Shinmi took the meal from the side. Sat down next to Zhang Sui. Picked up a spoon. Dug up a bit of corn rice. And handed it over to Zhang Sui's mouth. Saying, open your mouth. Zhang Sui looked at the spoonful of corn rice for a while. And then glanced at the second young Miss Shinmi. Why does it feel different? In the past, when he was in the Jin family in Wuji County, he had never enjoyed this treatment. Besides, she's the Miss Yen family. Zhang Sui was about to climb up and said, I'll just do it myself. Second Miss Shinmi said in a deep voice, open your mouth. Zhang Sui and second Miss Shinmi looked at each other. This chick, why does she feel so harsh all of a sudden? It feels a bit like a pre-crossover Kawasaki Tyrannosaurus Rex. Used to feel like quite a well-behaved person. It's just a bit colder in nature. What has offended her and taken it out on herself? If he knew about this, he'd have to give him a few kicks in the ass. Thinking that he was with his lady and had to be bullied by her. Zhang Sui secretly hissed. Gotta stay away from her from now on. Zhang Sui smiled sarcastically while opening his mouth to swallow the rice, accompanying him with a smile and said, I'm probably also blessed in my 8 lifetimes, to be able to be fed by the second young miss. I'm going to be moved to tears. Second Miss Shinmi continued to feed her while raising an eyebrow. Oh, that Zhao Ji of yours, she doesn't even feed you? Zhang Sui. I didn't get to the point of feeding either. It's not like your old man's murderous intentions are written all over his face. I'd rather eat by myself. Zhang Sui dryly coughed a few times and said, No. Mainly, I think, I can eat by myself. Second Miss Shinmi said, so I'm being redundant? Zhang Sui hurriedly waved his hand and said with a righteous face, No, absolutely not. To be able to be fed by second miss, my ancestors' graves are smoking. Second Miss Shinmi snorted lightly and said, Then you say, is it me who treats you well? Or is that Zhao Ji of yours good to you? Zhang Sui. Is that even a comparison? Kaiwan Ji, that's my woman now. Someone I can warm the bed every day. You're my daughter. Yes, you'll be my daughter in the future. It's not like you can press under the covers. It's just that, naturally, these words can't be said. Zhang Sui laughed twice and said, Second Miss can tell jokes. So of course Second Miss is better than you. Second Miss, you are better than her everywhere. Second Miss Shinmi said, Where exactly? Zhang Sui scratched his face. That was a rowdy Neil. Zhang Sui sighed darkly. It's the first time I've realized that women are so difficult to deal with. I still like the time when I first met Miss Tu. A cool, uninviting look. The second young miss, Junmi, sighed darkly as she looked at Zhang Sui's grasping appearance. It's a waste of time to ask. Ask again and I guess he'll have to hurry. That Mrs. Kai of others. She slept with him. Men, indeed, with a bit of skill are like the cat with that foot, dabbling around. It's a fait accompli. Just castrating him down there won't help. He can't be allowed to get rid of Mrs. Kai. For one thing, he hadn't recruited him into the family himself, nor do they have the authority to do it for him. As he was now, he was no longer considered an underling of the Jin family. Secondly, that Mrs. Kai is also pitiful. As the daughter of a great scholar, she now has no family. It's also been labeled as a husband killer. If we really go, where can we go in this chaotic world? Along the way, there were corpses and dead bones everywhere. She was a woman of the world and so good looking, it was impossible to imagine the encounters she would face. Let's just say that mothers know men. It was expected that he would attract bees and butterflies, so as soon as he was well enough from his own wind chill, he hurriedly let himself over. Zhang Sui secretly sighed in relief when he saw that the second young Miss, Junmi, was concentrating on feeding and stopped talking. Second Miss Junmi finished feeding and left without saying a word. Zhang Sui plopped down on the bed and looked at the back of second Miss's departure, secretly sighing. This future daughter of his own is so nice. The back is definitely something that makes you want to commit a crime when you look at it. It was just a pity that he already had a lady. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would have to try to ruffle feathers. After second Miss Shinmi left Zhang Sui's room, she did not immediately return to her room. Having someone call for Hongyu, second Miss Shinmi said to the shopkeeper, "Prepare some expensive gifts. Go and call Hongyu and that denizen up as well, and accompany me on a trip to the state pastor's residence. When you first come here, you have to pay a visit and say hello without being rude." End of chapter 159. Chapter 158, Second Miss Shinmi, how do I feel they all dislike me? Chapter 158, Second Miss Shinmi, why do I feel like they all dislike me? Second Miss Shinmi didn't have to wait long in front of the store before she saw Hongyu and Zhang Sui come out. Zhang Sui is limping. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui and said, "I shouldn't have let you out in the first place, but I'm going to be here a long time from now. Heads up, heads down. Moreover, the state shepherd had dealings with our Jun family before. I always have to go to a meet. You're Ding Jianyang's disciple and a bit of an official dash." Zhang Sui busily said, I should. I'm fine. Usually I have to walk around after applying the medicine. And, to be honest, I'm actually much better injured than I was before. I have to go to training at night." Gently patting his butt, Zhang Sui laughed. "I've got thick skin. It doesn't bother me." Hearing Zhang Sui say this, Hongyu hesitated, but still assisted Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui looked at Hongyu. Hongyu lowered her head and didn't say anything. The shopkeeper prepared the carriage, which was loaded with gifts. Second Miss Junmi greeted Hongyu and Zhang Sui to follow. The second young lady, Junmi, made Zhang Sui lie down directly in the carriage wagon. She and Red Jade were sitting next to him. As the carriage slowly moved forward, the second young lady, Junmi, began to instruct Hongyu and Zhang Sui on things to pay attention to. It's all a matter of etiquette. Zhang Sui watched Hongyu obediently respond as his eyes fell on her ass, round and bulbous. Or maybe he'd already rolled with Kaiwenji and he was feeling much thicker. Seeing that neither Hongyu nor second Miss Shinmi had any intention of turning back, Zhang Sui reached out his hand and gently stroked Hongyu's butt. Hongyu was listening to the second young Miss Shinmi's instructions, listening attentively. Feeling her ass being touched, her body suddenly tightened and her whole face instantly caught fire. Though it had been known that the man was a denizen, but now in the carriage, with the second young lady, he dared to do such a thing with impunity. Hongyu wanted to grab Zhang Sui's hand and tell him not to move, but before she could exit, she saw second Miss Shinmi frowning and asking, "Why is your face so red?" Zhang Sui hastily retracted his hand. Hongyu sighed in relief, her voice stuttering a little. Maybe a little wind chill. It's the first time I've been on a carriage ride this long." Only then did second Miss Shinmi turn her head and glance at Zhang Sui. "It's all because of this denizen." Zhang Sui met the second young Miss Shinmi's cool gaze and squeezed out a smile. "Second young Miss, do you have something to order?" Second Miss Shinmi was too lazy to bother with him and said to Hongyu, "It's also for you to work hard. When we get back, we'll rest for a few days to get better, and then we'll talk about what happens after that." Hongyu busily said, It's fine. It's just a little wind chill. Second Miss, I can do things." Just as the words left her mouth, she saw Zhang Sui's hand covering her ass again. Hongyu's pretty face was so red that it was dripping blood. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Zhang Sui behind him, meeting Zhang Sui at eye level. Hongyu glared at Zhang Sui, signaling him to move his hand away. Only then did Zhang Sui reluctantly retract his hand. Second Miss Shinmi didn't notice Hongyu and Zhang Sui's differences this time. She just looked out of the car window, nervousness showing in her eyes. She thought of the fortune telling that Zhang Sui had given her earlier. Zhang Sui calculated that she had 2 husbands before and after her, and this first one is the second son of the Yuan family. And it didn't turn out well. She didn't want to make the same mistake. Naturally, she didn't want to marry the second son. But what if, in a million cases, what should we do then? You're not going? Not again. One has to deal with the state house if one is going to live here for a long time. Finally, the carriage arrived at the state pastor's residence. Second Miss Shinmi told the carriage to wait outside as she led Zhang Sui and Hongyu up. Taking out a letter of obeisance from her sleeve that her mother had prepared back in Wuji County, Second Miss Shinmi handed it to one of the guards and bowed. Trouble. The guards glanced at Second Miss Shinmi, Hongyu and Zhang Sui. He doesn't know Second Miss Shinmi, but he knew Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui has been here once before. As a guard, memorizing the faces of everyone who comes here is a must. Otherwise, if they accidentally offended someone, then none of them guards would be able to save their little lives. The second young Miss, Junmi, also noticed the guard's glances towards Zhang Sui and felt a bit sad in her heart. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Now it's up to this denizen to act on his face. The guards went in quickly. It didn't take long before he trotted out and said, "The Lord is still inside. Letting you in." Second Miss Junmi thanked the guards and let Hong Yu and Zhang Sui inside. At the door, there was already a maid waiting. As soon as the three arrived, the maid made a gesture of invitation. After guiding the three to the hall and taking their seats, the maid retreated. The three of them didn't have to wait long before they saw two figures walk out one after the other. Surprisingly, it was the second son Yuan Shi and the third young Miss Yuan Mi. As soon as second Duke Yuan Shi came out, he swept his gaze icily over second Miss Junmi and left straight away. Only the third young Miss Yuan Mi smiled and said, "So it's the second girl of the Jin family. My name is Yuan Mi. I am my father's third first daughter. My father had some business inside and asked me to come and keep you company first. Please don't be offended." Second Miss Jin family. Second Miss Junmi was filled with suspicion. Who was this man just now? It was the first time she had seen it. Obviously there was no interaction. But why did it feel like the other party had a look of dislike for him? However, second Miss Junmi didn't ask. This is obviously not the time to ask that in today's situation. Second Miss Junmi busily said, "What is third Miss talking about? It is also a great honor for me to be able to meet with third Miss." Third Miss Yuan Mi sized up second Miss Junmi and secretly marveled. Though with the veil on, it was impossible to see the face clearly. However, it is also clear that the figure is superb. The skin is also fair and glowing. It's the big girl. Under the veil, the looks can never be bad. That rumor that the second girl of the Jin family was a beautiful woman was not false. Just, third Miss Yuan Mi looked towards Zhang Sui and smiled gratefully at him. If he hadn't reminded him, he, his father, and his second brother would have thought she was a brilliant lady of the house. At least, so far, she's been courteous and in and out. People who don't know her well can really be mesmerized by her. But who knows? Inside she is a not very capable bottle, but also savage capricious. A brother in his own family can't afford to have someone like that. As third Miss Yuan Mi sized up second Miss Junmi, second Miss Junmi's entire body was slightly confused. That man, just now, was full of dislike for himself. This third young lady, it felt like the gaze was a bit disgusting as well. What's going on here? The atmosphere in the hall was somber, and no one spoke. It was a long time before a tall figure was seen burrowing through the curtain on the left side of the hall. It was certainly Yuan Shao. Third young Miss Yuan Mi busily got up and said, "Father." Second Miss Junmi was also busy getting up. Yuan Shao signaled Zhang Sui to sit down and laughed. Second Miss Jin family. No need to be polite. Please sit down. End of chapter 160. Chapter 159 The Son of Heaven has come with an imperial edict. Chapter 159 The Son of Heaven has come with an imperial edict. The second young Miss, Junmi, made a bow at Yuan Shao and gave a thank you. Yuan Shao's gaze, however, did not fall directly on the second young Miss Junmi, but rather on Zhang Sui, who was standing by the side of the second young Miss, and asked with concern, "How have you been? I heard the training was hard. The vast majority of people have their asses ground up." Zhang Sui clasped his fists and said, "General, this is all what we should do." Yuan Shao was satisfied with Zhang Sui's reply before he said to the second youngest lady, "Junmi, Buqing is from Yurjin family. Burqing is very promising. It's all because Yurjin family taught you well." Second Miss Junmi said seriously, "Thank you General for cultivating me." Yuan Shao picked up the hot tea on the desk table and took a small mouthful of it before asking, "How is your mother?" It's really not easy for the large Jin family to be supported by a weak woman like your mother. Although he had already learned from his second son and third daughter that the lady had a sweetheart, but he was undeterred. How can you lose something you've been looking forward to for so long? Today he must ask the real situation from this Jin family's second girl. Second Miss Junmi honestly said, "Thanks to General's blessing, everything is fine with my mother." Yuan Shao hesitated slightly, squeezed out a smile, and asked tentatively, "I've heard some rumors. I don't know if they're true or not. Of course, I don't have any intention of getting involved with your Jin family." The Jin family, that's a family I've always respected. Your ancestor, Jin Han, that was an outstanding meritorious official of my Han court, an existence worthy of my respect. Now that your father has unfortunately died early, if there is anything I can do to help, I want to do my best to help. The descendants of meritorious men are worthy of the protection of our future generations. Second Miss Junmi was moved. I will express my gratitude on behalf of the Jin family for General's kindness. Future generations of my Jin family will remember the General's kindness. If the General has something to say, just ask. Only then did Yuan Shao whisper, "I heard that your hall seems to have a sweetheart? Moreover, there is a skinship?" Second Miss Junmi was confused. When did your own mother have a sweetheart? And skin to skin? You don't even know it when you're following your mother around all day. How is it that the state shepherd in Yecheng knows instead? While being shocked, a sleeve was pulled down on one side. Second Miss Shinmi glanced over out of the corner of her eye. It's Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui gave her an imperceptible nod. Second Miss Shinmi, does this denizen seem to know what's going on? Just nod your head yes for now. Earlier, my mother had talked about the fact that the state shepherd had written to her, wanting to take her as a concubine and subsequently annex the Jin family. Mother doesn't want to be the concubine of the state minister. At this point, a yes is definitely better than a no. Second Miss Shinmi hummed. Yuan Xiao's face was a bit ugly as he said, second girl of the Jin family, you are not yet married. How come your mother has a sweetheart and skin to skin? The second young lady, Junmi, returned, General, these things are, indeed, shady, but then again, my father died many years ago, and my mother has been struggling to support the Jin family all by herself. There's not much of a fangirl left in my mother today. How can you, as a child, bear to see her alone for the rest of her life? And, it's something that my second brother mentioned to us. My second brother also said that we, as children, can't stand by and watch our mothers go gray, because this is, after all, a family matter. We've kept it under wraps. I wonder where the general got that from. When Yuan Shao saw the second young lady Jinmi admit it, his heart felt like it had been stabbed with a knife. Pity, I heard that Mrs. Jin's looks are no worse than Lu's. The most crucial thing was that Mrs. Jin was much more capable than Lu. She was a weak woman who was able to support the entire Jin family, which was exactly what she needed. If you take her under your wing, then the Jin family will be your own. Although the Jin family was in decline, however, there were still many industries. She can also help run her own backyard. Years earlier, he had plotted this. It was just that the situation was unstable and he was surrounded by enemies, Gong Sunzan, Ko Ji, and Zhang Yan from Black Mountain. So he shelved it. I didn't realize that this shelving had put things on hold. However, Yuan Shao was still upset and asked, that sweetheart, who is it? The second young Miss Shinmi didn't know at all. Nature can't tell. Definitely can't name it either. Second young Miss Shinmi said, Mother actually approached several of our children to talk about it. But, it was rejected by second brother. Second brother said that as long as my mother doesn't delay the Jin family and isn't known by outsiders, none of us as children will ask questions about such matters. Of course, when mother wants to formally remarry, we will send a generous dowry to thank her for all these years. Yuan Shao could only close his eyes when he saw that second Miss Shinmi was unwilling to speak. The wood has been turned. Moreover, Hebei has not yet stabilized. One can't make a big deal out of a woman who has been slept with by another man. It's not worth it. Yuan Shao sighed. He was no longer in the mood to talk to second Miss Shinmi. He was disappointed in the Wu Jin family. Mrs. Yan's family is being slept with. This Shin family's second girl, again, was a woman who looked civilized and weak on the outside, but was actually spiteful and capricious. Regardless of whether it was Mrs. Jin or this Shin family's second girl, neither of them were suitable for their Yuan family anymore. Just then, someone from outside hurried in. Surprisingly, it was the supervisor. Frustrated, still outside, frustration said, something big has happened. Lord Ming, the Son of Heaven has sent an edict from Chang'an. Yuan Shao saw the arrival of frustrated professor and was as if he had been pardoned. He happened to not want to talk to second Miss Shinmi anymore. Yuan Shao stood up and said to the second young lady, Junmi, second girl of the Jin family, I still have some things to do, so I won't keep you. Second Miss Shinmi busily got up and said, General, I'm sorry to bother you. After saying that, he greeted Hong Yu and Zhang Sui and hurriedly left. The three of them went out of the state pastor's residence. The underlings had already unloaded the gifts from the carriage. The group got into the carriage. Second Miss Shinmi looked at the state pastor's residence through the car window and wondered, it feels strange today. Looking toward Zhang Sui, second Miss Shinmi said, who was the man who first walked past us? Zhang Sui laughed, it's second Prince Yuan Shi. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui and smiled, narrowing her eyes. So, the fact that mother has a sweetheart and has skin in the game came from you? Zhang Sui nodded his head busily. It's just that, ma'am, this is true. She has more than just a sweetheart and skin in the game. That sweetheart, that's your dad to me. Second Miss Shinmi reached out and pinched Zhang Sui directly on his arm. Zhang Sui hissed, second Miss, what are you doing? Second Miss Shinmi said with a sullen face, so, what exactly did you do to second Duke and third Miss? I even said why they looked at me with disgust. Zhang Sui asked rhetorically, then the second young Miss wants to marry the second prince as in destiny? Second Miss Shinmi rolled her eyes. End of chapter 161. Chapter 160. Second Miss Shinmi, denizen. Your mind is all about this. Chapter 160. Second Miss Shinmi, denizen. Your mind is all over this. Zhang Sui rode in the carriage and followed the second young Miss Xinmi and Hongyu but did not return to the store. Zhang Sui guided the carriage to his mansion. This was the first time second Miss Xinmi and Hongyu had come here. Standing at the entrance, looking up at the mansion, second Miss Xinmi and Hongyu were both a little surprised. That's pretty generous. In a place like Yecheng, to be able to have a mansion of this grandeur, one must be either rich or noble. Zhang Sui looked at the shock on the faces of the second young Mrs. Xinmi and Hongyu, guessed what they were thinking, and laughed. It's not just the rich and famous here. Pointing ahead, Zhang Sui said, ahead is the residence of Beizhu Tianfeng, greeting the second youngest lady, Junmi, Hongyu, and the Jin family subordinates who came with them into the house. Zhang Sui said, this is my mansion in Yecheng, and make yourselves at home, as if you were in your own home. We're all members of the Jin family. No need to be polite. The male servants and maids of the mansion heard the commotion and greeted them. Zhang Sui did not see Kai Wenji and curiously said, where is Zhaoji? A maid said, Madam is in the cutting room. Zhang Sui let out an oh-so subtle sound and said to the maids, you guys get second Miss and sister Hongyu something to eat and drink. He also said to second Miss Xinmi and Hongyu, I'll go call Zhaoji to come down. He said, limping away. Second Miss Xinmi secretly snorted. Ma'am? So intimate. Second Miss Xinmi and Hongyu strolled around the mansion. Zhang then rushed to the second floor cutting room of the second building. Sure enough, I saw Kai Wenji cutting down the fabric. It's a Cheongsam. During this period of time, Zhang Sui was injured from training, and Kai Wenji was so anxious that she didn't have the heart to make clothes according to the drawings drawn by Zhang Sui. Took a walk to the Gen store today. Seeing that the Jin family's second young miss had come and was calm, her hanging heart gradually relaxed. Moreover, although Zhang Sui's injuries had been horrific, they were much better compared to before. Keep this up and the injury will gradually heal. These days, because of Zhang Sui's injury, the two hadn't been intimate. However, according to Zhang Sui's nature, once he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely be unable to press on. When the time comes, wear the clothes he painted and feed his eyes. After all, he always said that those clothes of his were for flirting between couples. He was in the middle of cutting down seriously when he saw Zhang Sui come in. Zhang Sui smiled and said, my heart? Kai Wenji heard the sound, raised her head, and smiled. Why are you back? I feel good today. Zhang Sui walked up to her and said, you've been to the Jin family store today? Kai Wenji hummed and said, you haven't come back yet in the morning of the big day, so I was afraid that something had happened to you, so I went to the Jin family store to ask. If it's not there, ask them to help look for it. After all the Jin family stores know you, and there are so many of them. Zhang Sui looked at Kai Wenji somewhat nervously. Hongyu came today after all. He was afraid that Kai Wenji would be a bit too much to take in. Zhang Sui said tentatively, that one, Hongyu, is also here. Kai Wenji said, well, I know, Mrs. Jin didn't come, but the second miss of the Jin family came. I spoke to her today and felt like a pretty good person. I get the feeling that she's quite concerned about you, not like someone who hates you. Seeing that Kai Wenji did not look angry, Zhang Sui was relieved and said, second miss loves her face in front of outsiders and will not throw her face at anyone. However, in private, she doesn't have a good face for me. Kai Wenji looked odd. Just wanted to say something. However, he saw Zhang Sui's days fall on the cut-down Cheongsam in her hands and said, my heart, you haven't made clothes for a long time. I thought you had forgotten. Kai Wenji snapped. You come back bruised and battered every day. I have to think of ways to get you medicine. How can I be in the mood to do this? Now, seeing that you look good and your injuries are lighter than before, I'm in a bit of a mood, so I'll just do it. It's not like I'm worried about them bullying you when you're at the Jin family store. Zhang Sui lowered his head, pressed his forehead against Kai Wenji's forehead, and whispered, I'm somewhat wanting. Kai Wenji stopped her hand movements and met Zhang Sui's eyes. In the next moment, she gently kissed Zhang Sui on his lips and smiled with a red face. Good boy. We're not in a hurry. Don't you have injuries on your body right now? Wait until you're healed. Zhang Sui held the cut fabric on the wooden board and swallowed. Then when the time comes, you wear this and we'll do it. Kai Wenji bit her red lips and gouged out Zhang Sui with incomparable flavor. The man. Full of that stuff. And make yourself this kind of dress. Seeing Zhang Sui staring straight at her, Kai Wenji lowered her head and nodded. Seeing that Kai Wenji agreed to this, Zhang Sui was so excited that he held Kai Wenji's small hand and placed it on his mouth and kissed it vigorously a few times before he said, the second young miss and Hongyu are here. Let's go meet them. I want Hongyu to stay here. Kai Wenji put down her things and said, Hongyu was originally the wife first promised to you by Mrs. Jun, so it's normal to live here. Do you want her in your room, or do you want to arrange another room? Zhang Sui raised his eyebrows and said, you're willing to accompany me with her? Kai Wenji shook her head at this. Although she accepted making out with Zhang Sui, but to put her with another woman, she couldn't accept it. Zhang Sui laughed. That's not it. Just let her live next door to me. You're still staying in my room. Kai Wenji hummed. The two were about to go downstairs when they saw second Miss Shinmi and Hong Yu were walking up under the guidance of a maid. Seeing Zhang Sui and Kai Wenji going down as well, the second youngest lady, Junmi, said, "What is this for?" Kai Wenji didn't think much of it and said, "This is the tailoring room. I make clothes on weekdays." Second Miss Shinmi walked towards the wooden boards while saying, "Mrs. Kai still understands this?" Zhang Sui was just about to compliment Kai Wenji when he saw second Miss Shinmi pick up a few drawings. Zhang Sui's heart thumped. Oops, forgot to put it away. Kai Wenji watched as the second youngest lady, Junmi, picked up the drawings, and her face was a little unnatural. The drawings? They could be the kind of clothes that Zhang Sui drew for women to show their men in private. Second Miss Shinmi looked at the drawings. There are white shirts plus black wrap skirts plus long legs. There's the red cheongsam. There are aprons with nothing on them. There are sailor suits. There are maid costumes. There's even a bikini added behind Zhang Sui. The second young Miss, Junmi, looked towards Zhang Sui, her pretty face under the veil swelling red, playing more and more. Used to just draw kind of pretty pictures. Now they all just draw clothes for women to wear. Look at the various cuts of fabric on the board. There are even stacked white shirts plus black wrap skirts. Second Miss Shinmi looked towards the sardonic-looking Zhang Sui, and Kai Wenji who had her head lowered, her chin going down to her chest. Second Miss Shinmi opened her mouth. She finally understood why Zhang Sui would do that with this Mrs. Kai. It's indulgent. There is no lower limit to indulgence. A woman who indulges a man like this, even to such an extent, is simply spoiling him and making him even more reckless. But, as soon as second Miss Shinmi rolled up the drawings and tucked them into her sleeve under Kai Wenji's stunned gaze, she looked coldly at Zhang Sui and said, "Denizen, you're going to build a career and waste your mind on this all day? I'll take the drawings and not draw them again." End of chapter 162. Chapter 161, The Cavalry's Excitement. Chapter 161, The of the Cavalry. Kai Wenji mumbled and was about to ask for the drawings back. How am I going to make clothes without this drawing? But before he could open his mouth, he was stopped by Zhang Sui. Pictures only, as many as it takes. He can draw. Zhang Sui greeted the second young Miss Shinmi and Hong Yu down. Together with Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui introduced the layout of the mansion. It was only when he reached the third building of rooms that Zhang Sui pointed to his room and smiled at Hong Yu. "Sister Hong Yu, I'm staying here. You live next door to me." Hong Yu stood behind the second young Miss Shinmi, glancing at Zhang Sui and then at the second young Miss Shinmi. Second Miss Shinmi said, "I've just arrived in Yecheng, and I still need Hong Yu's help, so I'll let her stay at the store first." Red Jade hummed. Zhang Sui was a little disappointed. This was if Hong Yu could move over now. Not only could he only find Kai Wenji to play with every day, but he could also be with Hong Yu. But there's no rush on this. In any case, you have to wait for your ass to heal. A group of people strolled through the entire mansion, and a few maids made a table with a sumptuous dinner. After dinner, second Miss Shinmi made her way to the carriage and left with Hong Yu. Zhang Sui and Kai Wenji escorted them to the door. Watching the carriage disappear from sight, Zhang Sui wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and said to Kai Wenji, "I always feel that this time when I see Miss Air again, Miss Air carries a stern aura all over her body. It's a bit scary, though she used to dislike me too." With a mouthful of denizens, it was just a wave of coolness. Now I feel like she's going to glare at me if I don't say the right thing. Kai Wenji sized up Zhang Sui's expression for a while before saying, "You didn't do that kind of thing with second Miss, did you?" Zhang Sui said suspiciously, "That kind of thing? What is that kind of thing?" Kai Wenji shook her head and said, "It's fine." Zhang Sui originally wanted to follow Kai Wenji into the house and continue to ask for clarification, but looking at the sky about to get dark, Zhang Sui could only say, "I'm going to the barracks." With that, he limped towards the barracks outside the city. When I arrived, a bunch of people in the barracks were pouting. Campfires and torches were lit in the campgrounds at night. Reluctantly, the men mounted their warhorses and continued their training. In between breaks, there are words to learn. The next morning, big morning, after the training, one by one, the men got off their warhorses and slumped to the ground, wailing differently. Yanlian laughed and walked past the crowd, saying, "Petulant, you people are used to living the good life. It stands to reason that quite a few of you are natives of Jizhou, especially Bocheng. You're still from Yanmen, belonging to the province of Peking, and you have to deal with the Hu people a lot, and horseback riding is a must. Should have gotten used to the intensity long ago. Look at Captain Hands. Drawing strokes will help one individual into the tent." Hearing Yan Liang say that, he laughed. "It's not the same. Like Bo Cheng, he still reads and writes. and may not have put his mind to mounting a horse and killing the enemy. Yan Liang tries to help Zhang Sui up, but Zhang Sui waves his hands in the air and refuses. He's ready to go back. He was going to go back and get Kai Wenji to help with the wound. Just as Zhang Sui was limping and preparing to leave, Yan Liang said, "Don't complain either. Hurry up and train. It's possible. You guys could be a big shot." As he assisted the other man inside, Holding Recruit asked, "How so?" Yan Liang said, "Yesterday the Lord recruited several of us to go over. The Son of Heaven has sent an edict from Chang'an, wanting the Lord to lead an army to serve the king. The Son of Heaven is now in Chang'an, being held hostage in all directions by Li Ju, Wei Si, and other disorganized officials, and screaming for help. On the very day of the Third Dynasty, Li Ju even killed Fan Shou. The entire city of Chang'an is now in chaos. The supervisor says this is the perfect opportunity for us to welcome the Son of Heaven to Yecheng. When the time comes, the Son of Heaven will be in Yecheng, and Yecheng will be the imperial capital. We are significant as the only cavalry under the Lord's banner. Me, I'm going to have to go from a lieutenant general to a four-conquest general anyhow. I am one of the 4 great generals under the Lord's command." Looking toward Traction recruitment, Yan Liang laughed. "Traction commander, you're so capable. Why don't you become a partial general?" The crowd of cavalrymen, who had originally screamed in agony, rose to their feet and became excited. "What kind of official can I, a shiksa, be made by the Son of Heaven? I'm a centurion. Can I be a governor?" Yan Liang laughed and cursed. "Doing? A bunch of little brats who don't train properly. Why don't you work hard? Once the Son of Heaven arrives, you'll have plenty of opportunities to build your careers. If you don't suffer now, what the hell does the chance of being crowned a marquis have to do with you when the time comes?" Zhang Sui sighed darkly as he listened to the longing voices of the crowd. "What are you thinking? This crowd? How could the Son of Heaven come to Yecheng? If Yuan Shao really wanted to make a move, he really had that chance. Then the historical Cao Cao doesn't have that chance. The problem is, Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu brothers. In fact, the bones are the same virtue. They are thinking of becoming emperor every day. But Yuan Shu is not the only one who is dead in the grave. Yuan Shao is the same way. Historically, Yuan Shao had just taken down Gong Sunzan, and secretly arranged for a chief bookkeeper called Gung Bao to push Yuan Shao to become the emperor at the morning meeting. If not for the strong opposition from the civil and military officials, Yuan Shao would have become the second Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu at least had some courage to admit it. Yuan Shao, seeing the strong opposition of the civil and military officials, turned his hand to Gung Bao, with the appearance of a loyal minister of the Han dynasty. For Yuan Shao, he didn't care what the Son of Heaven stood for. All he knows is that once the Son of Heaven comes to Yecheng, then he will no longer be the first person in Hebei. Everywhere you are subject to the constraints of the Son of Heaven. Moreover, the Son of Heaven, Lu Xia, was originally a man who loved to mess around and was not capable of much. He could more or less understand Yuan Shao's concern. It's just that some things aren't black and white. It's weighing the pros and cons. It is clear that the significance of the Son of Heaven is still present in this moment today. Not to mention other places. It is the Hedong County, the current county governor Wang Yi under the banner of Han's vassal, and the Xiangnu people in collusion with the amount. Once the Son of Heaven arrives in Yecheng, Hedong can be taken in name only. Zhang Sui shook his head. Just thinking to myself. Seeing that Zhang Sui was going to leave instead of reacting in any way, Yan Liang chased after him and curiously said, "Why are you upset?" The others all looked over when they heard Yan Liang ask this. Zhang Sui pondered slightly for a moment before he said, "I feel that it's better for everyone to train well and not make unrealistic fantasies." Yan Liang said sharply, "How is this called a fantasy? It's true that the Son of Heaven issued an imperial edict to attend to the king, and the Lord even let me go there yesterday." Zhang Sui glanced at Yan Liang. This Yan Liang ability is there. Besides, he still enjoyed doing things with Yan Liang. Yan Liang is quite good at training soldiers and horses. The force is pretty strong too, but there seems to be little vision. The point is, he is also Yuan Shao's beloved. If you talk nonsense yourself, if Yuan Shao finds out, you won't be able to eat it. Zhang Sui laughed. "I believe it. I just personally don't think it's going to be that easy." Yan Liang was going to say more. Zhang Sui busily said, Do. I'll go back first. The wound is a bit painful. I have to go back and let the women at home help treat the wound." Seeing this, Taishua said to Yan Liang, "Let Buchun go back. We're all just a bunch of little soldiers and generals, and our opinions don't matter." Zhang Sui smiled gratefully at holding move. Yan Liang watched Zhang Sui limp away for a while before he spurred his horse back into the city of Yecheng as well. End of chapter 163. Chapter 162, Zhang Sui, beating is kissing, scolding is loving. Chapter 162, Zhang Sui, beating is kissing, scolding is. Zhang Sui came back from the barracks, and this time, He first went to the Jin family store to take a look around. After all, second Miss Shinmi is here. As her future father, now that the lady isn't here, he or she has to get on the good side of things anyhow. Right now at this time, it should be considered second Miss Shinmi's most vulnerable time. After all, having traveled a long way from Wuji County to Yecheng, and having been removed from the original atmosphere, a young girl would certainly be uncertain and uneasy. Take more care of her yourself. How valuable is the friendship that comes from the snow. After taking down the second young Miss Shinmi, the rest of the Jin family basically didn't have to worry about it. When he arrived at the Jin family store, he found that the second young Miss Shinmi was busy. She was wearing a veil and having a nice chat with a rich lady. She gestured at the rich lady and said something. The rich lady also wore a veil and her earlobes were red. Zhang Sui was a bit confused as he looked at this scene of second Miss Shinmi. That's pretty adaptable. It feels like it's already swimming. Second Miss Shinmi also noticed Zhang Sui coming over and was a bit surprised. Looking at his appearance, he should have just rushed back from outside the city. I'm surprised he didn't go to his Jiaoji in the first place. Looking at Zhang Sui limping, second Miss Shinmi signaled Hongyu, who was standing by the side, to go over and help him change his medicine. Before she continued chatting with the rich young lady, Hongyu greeted Zhang Sui as he followed himself out. The two walked forward and backward toward the hallway inside the store. Hongyu said, "To your room? I'll help you change your medicine today. Second Miss has it all ready." Seeing that no one was looking around, Zhang Sui quickly stepped a little closer, and with his right hand, he touched Hongyu's buttocks and curtly said, "Sister, let's go to your room. My room is so cold. It's not comfortable to lie down." Hongyu panicked and peeled away Zhang Sui's hand, looking behind her nervously. This denizen, last night in the carriage, in front of the second young lady, he even touched his own ass. I don't know how he got so bold, and no shame. Seeing that no one was watching from the distance behind her, Hongyu blushed and spat. You're going to die, aren't you? There are people outside. To be seen later. Zhang Sui sighed and said, "Sister, don't you like me anymore?" Hongyu glanced at Zhang Sui, lowered her head, and muttered for a while. Zhang Sui touched his right hand again. Hongyu didn't peel away this time. The two of them arrived at the door of Hongyu's room, and Hongyu hesitated, but still pushed open the door of her room, signaling Zhang Sui to enter. Zhang Sui walked in and plopped down on the bed, sniffing the quilt with his nose. Zhang Sui lamented, "It's been a long time since I've smelled the scent of my sister's body." Hongyu walked over, sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the blood on his pants and said, "You're like this and you can't stop your mouth." Zhang Sui held Hongyu's small hand and smiled. "Are you really not going to move in with me?" Hongyu lowered her head and allowed Zhang Sui to hold her small hand and said, I want to go too. But the second young miss is new here. There are many things that can't be handled alone. I always have to help. Madam and second miss raised me. Whether I would have grown up alive without Madam and the second miss is another story. Now that second miss is in need of me, how can I abandon her? Wait, I'll try to offer to go to your place to Miss Tu when she's done here. Zhang Sui looked at Hongyu's face full of seriousness and felt quite comfortable in his heart. Not bad for a woman you've had your eye on. Quite grateful. Zhang Sui angrily nudged toward the door and said, "Sister, close the door first." Hongyu said suspiciously, "I'll have to go get medicine and treat your wounds later." Zhang Sui said, "There's no rush on this one. You close it first." Without questioning it, Hongyu walked over and closed the door behind her. Zhang Sui scrambles to his feet. Hongyu turned around and saw Zhang Sui getting up, and snapped, "Get down. There are things you can say even when you're lying down." Zhang Sui took her small hand and pulled her into his arms, pressing her directly onto the bed. Hongyu said anxiously, "You have a wound on your butt." Zhang Sui reached into his clothes and laughed. "A wound on my ass doesn't hinder what I have on my hands." Hongyu looked at Zhang Sui's smile and her breathing suddenly intensified. Seeing that Zhang Sui was about to kiss down, Hongyu turned her head away and pretended to be angry. "You don't have a proper form all day long. You just know how to bully people." Zhang Sui softly said, "Beating is kissing. Scolding is loving. If I don't bully you, do you want me to bully other women?" Only then did Hongyu turn her head, biting her lip and looking at Zhang Sui with a ghostly look in her eyes. In the next moment, she raised her head and took a bite on Zhang Sui's neck. Zhang Sui secretly hissed, "Women really are all dogs, moving and biting." Seeing that Hongyu would not let go, Zhang Sui's hand slid down and pulled down Hongyu's blasphemous pants. Hongyu shuddered. "Don't. The second young lady could come in at any moment." Only then did Zhang Sui kiss Honyu's red lips, looking at Honyu's eyes a bit mesmerized. Zhang Sui's heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. In the end, he forced himself to hold back. Let's not talk about a bruised ass. It's broad daylight, and it's still in the Jin family store now. In case second Miss Shinmi broke in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jung Sui took a heavy breath on Hong Yu's neck before he said in a trembling voice, "Hurry up and follow me. We're an old married couple. People have been separated for a little while, and we've been separated all this time." Hong Yu's pretty face was almost dripping blood. Looking at the man lying on her chest, Hong Yu whispered ahem and said, "I want to too." The sound of approaching footsteps sounded outside. Only then did Hong Yu scramble to her feet and put her blasphemous pants back on, her hands quickly picking at her messy hair a few times. Looking at Jang Sui still lying on the bed, smiling at herself, Hong Yu glared at him with incomparable style, signaling him to lie down. Jang Sui smiled. It was worth the trip today. Lying obediently on the bed, Jang Sui said, "If you don't dare, I'll go back and get it later." Hong Yu overlooked Jang Sui's bloodied pants and took a deep breath. Still suppressing her inner panic, she carefully separated the pants from the wound. She was actually scared to death. In all her life, she had never seen such a serious injury. But when she thought of her cowardice and timidity yesterday, and that she had to ask the second young lady to do it herself, she lay in bed at night in an unusually difficult and self-reproaching manner. "I'm afraid to get my own man with an injury." "Then you'll need a woman other than second miss to help you deal with it in the future? Wouldn't that push him further away from his original? Some things, after all, you have to deal with yourself personally." It was hard to separate Jang Sui's bloodied pants from the wound, and Hong Yu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Fine beads of sweat were breaking out, especially on his nose. Jang Sui looked at this scene of Hong Yu and blamed himself a bit. "I'll go back and get it tomorrow." Hong Yu shook her head. "I can do it." Footsteps stopped at the door of the room. The voice of second Miss Shinmi sounded outside. "Can I come in?" Jang Sui subconsciously tried to say that it wasn't very convenient, but when he thought of the fact that he was the one who helped him treat his wounds yesterday, Jang Sui looked a little awkward and said, "Come in." When he grew up, no one had ever seen his ass before, except for Madam and Kaiwenji. This is good. Adding two more people, Hong Yu and the second young lady, Jun Mi. Hong Yu looked at him but no burden. After all, is his own woman, just not married. This second young lady, Jun Mi, always feels strange. End of chapter 164. Chapter 163. Second Miss Shinmi, how about I wear a cheongsam? I heard that my mother also wore one. Chapter 163. Second Miss Shinmi, how about I wear a cheongsam? I heard that my mother wore one too. Second Miss Shinmi heard Jang Sui's voice and pushed open the door to come in. Looking at Jang Sui lying on Hong Yu's bed couch, his pants being removed a bit to reveal the wound, second Miss Shinmi looked at Hong Yu and said, "Go get the medicine." Hong Yu hummed, and somewhat sheepishly walked away quickly. Jang Sui watched as Hong Yu disappeared into the doorway of the room before he tilted his head and smiled at the second young Miss Shinmi. "The second young miss is truly awesome. I came over today specifically to see if I could help in any way. After all, second miss, you're out and about, and it's inevitable for a girl to be nervous." Only to realize that I still underestimated second miss. Second Miss Shinmi looked down at Jang Sui with a cool face. This man, he's quite the underestimator. When I used to be at home and my mother was sick, I used to go and help deal with it myself. Still, it was rare for the man to consider himself at this time. It was not in vain that his mother saw him as her flunky. Just make sure he understands what he can do. Otherwise, he still underestimates people. When we get married, he'll be on top of the world. What's the big deal? Second Miss Shinmi said. What did you say? When I was 9 years old, my older brother died young. My father was sick, and my mother was bedridden. At that time, I was the one who conducted my father's funeral, though there is help from the family as well. Jang Sui looked at second Miss Shinmi with some surprise. Officiating at your father's funeral at the age of 9? Looking at second Mrs. Cool Eyes, a trace of sympathy flooded Jang Sui's heart. What can a 9-year-old girl understand under normal circumstances? I think when I was 9 years old, I was still competing with my classmates to see who could pee farther down the embankment on the way home from school. The year I graduated from college, my father died after a long illness, and my whole self was at a loss. If I didn't have my oldest sister and her husband in charge of the family, I probably wouldn't have known how to handle all these funerals for my father. The contrast is so much worse. Jang Sui softly said, I'm sorry, it was my mistake. The second young lady has been very capable. Even if it's me, I'm still willing to be defeated. The second young miss, Jun Mi, heard Jang Sui actually apologize solemnly, and for a moment, she didn't know how to answer. She hadn't expected the denizen to be so solemn and serious. After a while, second Miss Shinmi said, no need to apologize. You don't owe me anything. Just know that I'm not as soft as you think I am. Jang Sui's head nodded like a chicken pecking rice and said, I have never felt that second miss is soft. I've always felt that the second young lady was a favorite of the heavens. Not only is she beautiful, but she's so smart and such an officer. It just didn't occur to me that I still underestimated second miss. The second young Miss Shinmi was complimented by Zhang Sui with some sweetness in her heart. This denizen, he's quite a flatterer. Suddenly thinking of something, second Miss Shinmi said, right, that cheongsam of yours, there are two rich ladies looking at it today. It's all good except for the thighs that are too far apart there. I didn't think that you were still this talented in this area. In her mind's eye, the clothes in Zhang Sui's paintings with a few threads tied together. Second Miss Shinmi's pretty face under the veil flushed a bit and said, but there are also a few pieces that are too immodest to be used at all. You will set your mind on the right path more often in the future. Don't think about that all day. Zhang Sui. So that's what second Miss and the rich lady were talking about just now? Second Miss Shinmi is quite business-minded. That, and Kai Wenji come to mind. Zhang Sui laughed. Good. Second Miss Shinmi hesitated slightly, then frowned and asked, I heard the tailor in the store say that you gave mother a piece of this cheongsam before? Or is it red? Zhang Sui's heart thumped. Oops. I forgot to tell the shopkeeper and the tailors to keep their mouths shut. Her ladyship, however, had said that she did not want the second duke, the second miss and the others to know about her and her ladyship's affairs at the moment. Think about it. He hadn't even dealt with his relationship with the second young lady yet. This instantly let her know that she was going to be her father, and there was no telling how she would mess it up. Zhang Sui hurriedly smiled and said, that is, it was too hasty that day. It happened to be the third dynasty that day, and when your ladyship arrived, I was just then arriving as well, and hadn't even prepared a gift. Just random drawings to catch up on work. At that time, I just wanted to please the lady. After all, the lady came a long way. How can you say that without a present? Just didn't notice those places much. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui's stuttering and swollen red face, and was somewhat satisfied in her heart. Though the denizens are a bit more. However, for the sake of this marriage, he was really doing something to please his mother. Thinking of Grand Duke Yuan Tan's matchmaking letter, second Miss Shinmi suppressed her inner petulance and remained calm on the surface. Oh, that's no wonder. And what did mother say? Mother didn't blame you, did she? Seeing that the second young Miss Shinmi did not suspect anything, Zhang Sui let out a huge sigh of relief and was filled with complacency. How can it be weird? She even wore it that day. Only, sadly, I tore it up. Thinking of the cheongsam, Zhang Sui's heart was on fire. The lady wears a cheongsam. It's really something else. Just then, the second young Miss Shinmi's face looked a bit unnatural and said, the tailor made one today. Slightly altered. The thigh spread is not that big. Do you want to see how I'm dressed? Zhang Sui. What? Second Miss wants to wear a cheongsam for herself? Zhang Sui subconsciously nodded his head. Second Miss Shinmi said, that's fine. I'll bring it over later when you're done with the medicine. Zhang Sui looked at the second young Miss Shinmi's pretty face before returning to his senses. Just now, did you hallucinate? Second Miss really wants to wear a cheongsam for herself? Zhang Sui had already seen the lady wear it. Haven't seen Miss Tu wear it yet. Compared to Madam, the second young lady was not as voluptuous, but it's not as skinny as Kai Wenji. There's actually some meat on it. And, very tall and slim. Zhang Sui really wanted to see how well it was dressed. No, not just the cheongsam. Looking at the coolness of the second young Miss Shinmi's face, Zhang Sui's mind instantly conjured up countless images. Miss Tu wore a white shirt plus black wrap skirt and stood tall. Miss Tu was wearing an apron and cooking at the stove. The second young lady stood in the doorway in her maid's outfit. The more I think about it, the more my thoughts get out of control. Surprisingly, his mind drifted to Miss Tu in her bikini, lying on the bed. Zhang Sui hurriedly forced his thoughts back. Finished. Any more nonsense and something is definitely going to happen. Although the second young lady is pretty, but, one can't think about it. The lady will get herself killed. He himself has a wife. Fortunately, at that moment, Hanyu also came over with medicine for injuries in a wooden basin. Zhang Sui didn't dare to look at second Miss again. Looking at it again, I don't know what else I'll be thinking about that's demoralizing. End of chapter 165. Chapter 164, Tianfeng's visit. Chapter 164, Tianfeng's. Zhang Sui looked his head inside the bed. Second Miss Shinmi saw Hanyu carrying the medicine to the side before she rolled up her sleeves and took the medicine to clean Zhang Sui's wound. A while later, after handling it, second Miss Shinmi said to Hanyu, let him rest first. Hanyu hummed and left with her things. Second Miss Shinmi also exited the room and closed the door. Zhang Sui lay alone on the carnelian bed and let out a long breath. He was really a scumbag himself. I was unconditioned and poor before I crossed over, so I looked harmless. After crossing over and getting a little bit of conditioning, you're tripping over yourself. It was amazing that he had just fantasized about second Miss scratching her head in front of him in various little movie outfits. What's going on? It's time to figure out how to quit coloring yourself. Second Miss here is not to be messed with in any way. After a few moments, the door to the room pushed open and closed again. Zhang Sui turned his head in confusion, and saw that the second young miss was still wearing a long dress outside, looking no different from before. However, the next moment, in Zhang Sui's stunned gaze, she unzipped her long skirt. Zhang Sui's eyes contracted dramatically as his heart stopped beating. What is second miss doing? Is he going to force himself on you? Not so much. It shouldn't. Although he himself had shown a little bit of skill, it wasn't enough to make a beauty like second miss monkey around like this. Just as Zhang Sui's eyes were dead set on the second young lady untying her long skirt, a flash of purple suddenly appeared before his eyes. Under the long skirt was a purple cheongsam. The purple cheongsam clung to the second young lady's slender and slim body as if it were a perfect curve. Although second Miss Shinmi's breasts were not as high as Madame's, at the moment they also looked exceptionally eye-catching under the tight cheongsam. The full and rounded ass was reflected in the elegant curves even under the fit of the purple cheongsam. The right side of the waist, from the knee forked, hidden calves white as jade. Zhang Sui's gaze rose from the second young lady's feet to her neck. The purple color of the cheongsam and the long, white necks reflected each other. Paired with the fact that the veil had been removed above the neck, a faint blush permeated the somewhat green and boyishly pretty face. Zhang Sui subconsciously swallowed. It's truly the best thing on earth. Madame wore a red cheongsam like a ripe red apple. The second lady is wearing a purple cheongsam, just like a flower that is about to bloom in the hazy cold vale, and like the hibiscus with dew when the sunrise has just risen. Both are mouth-watering. Compared to the lady, there was a perverted possessiveness that made you want to destroy it. The second young lady at this time gave a feeling of wanting to be carefully cared for in the palm of one's hand, which could be viewed from afar but not profanely played with. Looking at Zhang Sui's gaze as he looked at himself somewhat straight, the corners of the second young Miss Shinmi's somewhat wide red lips rose slightly. By herself, she was still able to charm this denizen, although she knew that Zhang Sui was already mesmerized. Second Miss Shinmi still asked knowingly, "How is it? Good looking?" Zhang Sui hurriedly nodded his head and said, good looking, like a hibiscus out of water, a lotus blooming in a lotus pond, noble and cool, to be worshipped." Second Miss Shinmi was quite satisfied in her heart and pulled the cheongsam on her body and said, "You're quite capable. Usually I just know you're a denizen who draws women that way. I didn't realize that would design clothes. You'll have time to draw some more serious ones that you'll be able to wear outside. I'll have the tailor make them and sell them to the women and ladies of the great families." After saying that, under Zhang Sui's fond gaze, she put on the long dress outside again and put a fur scarf around her neck, saying, "Then you rest. I'll go and get busy." Walking to the door of the room, she opened it and walked out. Looking at Zhang Sui still looking at himself, second Miss Shinmi closed the door to her room, and only then did a smug smile appear on her face. "Can't you handle it? That Zhao Ji of yours is good. I'm not so bad." Zhang Sui watched the door of the room close until he came back to his senses and sighed. Mencius was right, you can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. No wonder it is rumored that there are two Chao in the south and Jinmi in the north. Second Miss Shinmi can kill all women when she dresses up casually and puts on some matching clothes. Zhang Sui patted his head. "Don't think about that. If you think about it again, you'll be sorry, ma'am." Zhang Sui slept on his back in bed for most of the day until he was woken up by Hongyu for lunch. This time second Miss Shinmi didn't come to feed. Zhang Sui finished eating by himself and was going to talk to Hongyu for a while, but then he saw Hongyu and the second young Miss Shinmi looking at the account book. Zhang Sui didn't dare to interrupt. Although men and women are important, but it also depends on the situation. Zhang Sui left a message for the shopkeeper to go back by himself and limped back to his place. Still on the far side of the gate, a male subordinate greeted him and said, "Family master, don't come. I've been waiting for you for an hour." Zhang Sui's face suddenly changed. Tianfeng is here? His home is not far from his own. What was so urgent that he had to wait in his own house for an hour? Zhang Sui was a bit anxious. "Then why didn't you send someone to inform me?" The male subordinate said. "Her ladyship wanted to send someone, but the buyer said there was no need." Zhang Sui walked in full of suspicion. Only in the hall of the first house, Tianfeng was sitting on his knees in front of the desk table, his hands folded in his sleeves, looking like he was about to fall asleep. A maid stood in the doorway with an agitated look on her face. The maid was relieved when Zhang Sui arrived, and she was busy reminding him in a low voice, "Don't drive, our house master is back." Only then did Tianfeng open his eyes and watched Zhang Sui walk in. Zhang Sui hurriedly increased his speed, limping and jumping over the threshold, saying, "Bei Dao, what wind has blown you here?" Tianfeng smiled and said, "There is no harm. It is not a very urgent matter. That is, you have come for a long time, and I have not come to see you. Today I thought of it, and specially came to see." Zhang Sui asked the maid to change the hot tea and pastries. Tianfeng sized up Zhang Sui's ass and said, "I heard that you guys have been training hard during this time." Zhang Sui snapped, "I should. The general has gone to so much trouble to organize this cavalry. We eat and drink and dress the best of soldiers. I'm sorry for the general if I don't work harder to make something happen. Tianfeng nodded with full intention and said, it's good to have this idea. What's not to give when you build a career? Train more and suffer more in peacetime. And in wartime you'll have a better chance of surviving than anyone else. Since ancient times, those who have achieved great things have always starved their bodies and bones. Those who can't suffer, can't become great. Zhang Sui concurred. Bei Shu's lesson is correct. Tianfeng added. Did Lieutenant General Yan speak to you today about the imperial edict of the Son of Heaven? Zhang Sui. So that's what this is all about. Zhang Sui honestly said. Yes, he said it this morning after night training. Tianfeng said. I heard that you don't think the Lord will greet the Son of Heaven? End of chapter. 166. Chapter 165, Learning to Take Sides. Chapter 165, Learning to Take. Zhang Sui secretly scared when he saw Tianfeng ask this. Seems like you can't talk nonsense. Well, that's news travels fast. If this is nonsense, it will probably reach Yuan Shao's ears and get him killed. No wonder the ancients used to say, silence is golden. However, now that Tianfeng has asked to the head, he himself has to say something. The only way to get care is to talk a good game. It's too difficult to stay out of the way when you're an official under someone else's hand. You have a bigger official position. Others may not dare to bully you. Your official position is too small. If you don't take a stand, others have ways to screw you. Zhang Sui more or less understood that in the dramas he watched before crossing over, there were often a lot of characters who were on the wrong side of the line and were then killed. I used to think they were too stupid. Why don't they just stay out of it? It is only now that they realize that it is they who have no choice. And as a traveler, standing in line was not too complicated for Zhang Sui. Just aim for the rednecks of each period to stand in line. From now until the Battle of Guandu, if there are no accidents, history walks in accordance with the original trajectory. Then, the next nearly 10 years, Tianfeng and frustrated this faction are Yuan Shaohand under the meat and potatoes of. This body of his own was also from Yanmen County, in the state of Meridian, so it made sense to side with the people of the Jizhou faction. Yuan Shao had two other factions under his hand, the Nanyang faction and the Yingchuan faction. These two factions, themselves, are not half-assed. Can't get a ride. People can't afford to look down on it either. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui said, yes, I do. Tianfeng asked, reason? Zhang Sui organized his language in his mind before he said, 1. The Son of Heaven is too young and easily compelled. And General now needs to take down the entire Gongsunzan, take down Zhangyan, and take down the entire Hebei as soon as possible. Take Hebei as soon as possible in order to recuperate and then sweep the other regions. A general needs to be decisive. This time of year is best when no one interferes. But when the Son of Heaven arrives, the Son of Heaven is the greatest, and should he be compelled, shall the general resist? But if the general resists, he is resisting the order. Others won't care what his intentions are. Others will only say that he is relying on his status as a son of the Yuan family of 4 generations and 3 dukes to act recklessly and to be the second Dongjua. Those ministers in the court, at least, are likely to do so. Tianfeng. Zhang Sui continued. Second, nowadays, although the general has taken most of the land in Jizhou, Yuzhou, and Qingzhou, but rebellions continue everywhere. There are still tons of stragglers all around. The second miss of the Jin family just recently came over from Wuji County, and I heard her say that the corpses and white bones were visible everywhere on the road. It's fair to say that we are still in a food emergency at the moment. If the Son of Heaven arrives in Yeqing as soon as he does, the buildings that should be there must be there, right? We can't let the Son of Heaven live in the government office, can we? Even if the Son of Heaven can live, those concubines in the harem, where will they live? Also, once the Son of Heaven arrives, there's absolutely no way he'll be the only one. Those old ministers, they have to come, don't they? No lodging for them? And, these people have poisonous mouths. They will hold the general down with all kinds of propriety. Tianfeng's brows furrowed high. Zhang Sui continued. Of course, there are advantages to inviting the Son of Heaven to Yeqing. Let's say that Wang Yi, the county governor of Hedong County, is colluding with the Huns. Aren't they under the banner of court loyalists? If the Son of Heaven arrives in Yeqing, then they will either carry the banner of rebellion or submit completely. They are under the banner of rebellion, so there is no need to be polite and destroy them openly. Hedong County is then completely in the general's hands. If they choose to submit, there are also many great families in Hedong County, and the grain can be collected partially. The Huns still have good war horses, making it easy for us to form more cavalry. It's a process of weighing the pros and cons. I guessed with my personal thoughts, that the general might weigh it against diligence. Anyway, I personally don't like having a lot of people on my head. Zhang Sui's words are a lie. The so-called trade-offs are bogus. Yuan Shao and the Yuan Shao brothers are definitely crouching dragons and phoenix brothers. They did not greet the son of heaven purely because they wanted to claim the throne. Both brothers are inexplicably obsessed with claiming the throne. Let's just say the Ten Changsha Rebellion. Zhang Sui read a lot of information before he crossed over and suspected that it was directed by the Yuan family. The purpose was to bring in Dong Zhuo, a disciple, and to completely purge all obstacles against Yuan's behind-the-scenes rise to power. It's just that they didn't count Dong Zhuo as a factor. After Dong Zhuo became so powerful, his ambition exploded and he no longer cared about the Yuan family. That's what led to the situation being in such a mess. Zhang Sui said this and said no more. He's too young, and there is no power. Just point and click. Saying too much is apt to invite trouble. At this point, it makes sense to make small mistakes instead, without making people overly suspicious or even guarded. The truth of the gun method of hitting the head of a bird is always in Zhang Sui's mind. Seeing that Zhang Sui said no more, Tianfeng raised his chin and said, "Continue." Zhang Sui feigned a surprised voice and said, that's all I know. Tianfeng. There was a little disappointment in his heart. However, he soon adjusted. It's a brat after all. It's remarkable to know so much. Much better than Yanliang and Wenshou. Those two manginas, they don't get it at all. Yesterday the Lord summoned them to discuss this, and the two mangaka were still all excited, thinking it was a great thing. Tianfeng stood up and said to Zhang Sui, "I will go to the Lord later and ask you to attend the morning meeting tomorrow, so you can say what you just said to the Lord and the other ministers. Be nice. Do not dishonor your master's name. You have this vision, and with some more merit, you are able to have a good future. Maybe, it will be able to surpass people like Yan Liang and Wenshou. Although the Lord favors them, they are all martial artists." Zhang Sui hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you for your advice." Zhang Sui is about to send Tianfeng away. Tianfeng waved his hand and said, "It's right in front of the house. Don't send it away. Rest well." Zhang Sui still escorted Tianfeng to the door. Tianfeng muttered something and didn't know what to say as he drifted away. Only then did Kai Wenji come out from inside and whispered, "The Hall of Farewells has come to ask you. A little commander." Zhang Sui turned around and smiled at Kai Wenji. "Both the Boo and the supervisor are very good people. Or maybe I'm from parallel states. The states of Nam and Jeju are contiguous. Everyone's kind of a family. Isn't it always like that in the courtroom? Ganging up, but anything that can help, that can be pulled together, will be pulled together somehow." Thinking of her father's tragic death, Kai Wenji sorrowfully said, "The courtroom strife is too thrilling." Zhang Sui pinched her pretty face and said, "Don't worry, I'll get a good grasp of the situation. I'll evacuate before anything happens. I still want to be in your ear every day, but I can't afford to die. Not to mention, even you." End of chapter 167. Chapter 166, Lu's feet. Chapter 166, Lose. Kai Wenji let out a hung when she heard Zhang Sui say that. Zhang Sui pulled her into the house. Thinking of today's scene of second Miss Shinmi wearing a cheongsam, Zhang Sui licked the corners of his mouth and whispered, "My heart, have you made any clothes today?" Kai Wenji looked at Zhang Sui's almost green eyes with some amusement. Knew he was like that. This injury hasn't healed yet. Just think about that. Kai Wenji said, "Working on that maid's uniform. Be glad I have a good memory. Yesterday the second miss of the Jin family took away the drawings. I still remember. Those dress pictures you drew. Just that maid's uniform can be worn out. I want to make it first and see if it looks good. And if it looks good, let one of the maids wear it. And go to the bazaar one day to attract the attention of those noble women or rich ladies." Zhang Sui hissed when he heard Kai Wenji say that. Not bad for a talented woman who has left her name in history. Brains are just great. This is the equivalent of modeling. It's definitely doable. Moreover, Zhang Sui was somewhat looking forward to Kai Wenji's appearance in her maid's uniform. Thinking of Kai Wenji standing in front of him in a maid's uniform, obediently calling out "Master," Zhang Sui's mouth was grinning to the back of his ears. Dryly coughing a few times, Zhang Sui busily said, "Then you get busy. I look forward to the clothes you make." Kai Wenji glanced at Zhang Sui's ass. There was no blood. Apparently, having been to the Jin family store and having the people there take care of the wounds, he didn't have to worry about it himself. Kai Wenji then went to the cutting room and cut up the clothes. Zhang Sui then went to the woodshed. "The scarecrow that I promised to make for third Miss Yuan Mi earlier is still not done yet. Good form today. Just do it slowly." Selecting a few dozen regular pieces of firewood from the woodshed, Zhang Sui took his dagger and started peeling them. "Sharpen the sticks to the size of your heart." Zhang then used rope to tie up these sticks and make a model of a human being. He also asked the maid to bring over the various animal hairs that had been purchased earlier. It was only after this that Zhang Sui went to the tailoring room, took some cloths, cut them down according to the well-made model, put them over it, and then stuffed all kinds of animal hairs into it. so that the whole character model could be plumped up. Then go over the top of the cloth with the sheepskin. The face is made of sheepskin, while Zhang Sui draws on it. Painting third Miss Yuan Mi's face hadn't particularly bothered before. I only remembered that third Miss Yuan Mi was very good looking and stunning. That pretty face is not like those so-called melon face or gooseegg face in the latter days. Rather, it is the face of the nation. It has the beauty of the king of the daughters of the journey to the west. But specifically, I was afraid to look at it for too long at first, and I didn't draw it. It's been a busy time for training again. Surprisingly, I can't remember exactly what it looks like. Zhang Sui hesitated slightly. He remembered that before, third Miss Yuan Mi had said that he could go to her if he wanted to see it. It's not like he's there to beat her up. He's just making her a scarecrow. Oh no! Now it should be called a sheepskin man. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui called for his male subordinates to carry the sheepskin man and the sheepskin to the carriage outside, while he himself plopped down in the carriage compartment and headed towards the state pastor's residence. Rushing to the entrance of the state shepherd's residence, Zhang Sui asked the guards at the entrance to notify the third young Miss Yuan Mi. It didn't take long for third Miss Yuan Mi to come out, still wearing the veil. Seeing Zhang Sui, third Miss Yuan Mi laughed. "What are you looking for me for today?" Zhang then asked his male subordinates to carry the sheepskin man off the wagon. Third Miss Yuan Mi surveyed the sheepskin man with a curious look on her face. "How come this doesn't look like the scarecrow I took away earlier?" Zhang Sui said. "This is my improved version. Scarecrows are too rough. However, I'm still missing the last step." "That's what you look like, third Miss. It's been too long since I last saw you. I wouldn't dare look at it for too long." Zhang Sui coughed awkwardly a few times and said, "Third Miss should be able to understand." Third Miss Yuan Mi nodded and greeted Zhang Sui as she led the people inside. However, no underlings were let in. 2 maids were called to follow them in, carrying the sheepskin man, but it was straight into the backyard. There, Lu was sitting on her knees in front of a desk in a cluster of fresh, and was painting carefully. It's herself. The stance is very similar, though the face is anything but. Seeing third Miss bring Zhang Sui over, Lu smiled delicately and said, "Commander Zhang is here? Concubine was about to send someone to find you." Zhang Sui looked at Lu suspiciously. What does she want? Lu stood up and came to Zhang Sui. Only then did Zhang Sui notice, under her feet, she was actually wearing a pair of long, small leather boots. He drew it for Lu before. "I didn't realize that someone would actually make it work." Lu smiled and lifted her foot in front of Zhang Sui and said, "This one, General likes it a lot, but that's not enough. I'm only 2 pairs. You draw me another 10 pairs that aren't the same. I'll have the cobbler do it." Zhang Sui let out a forehead. 10 pairs? Not bad for Lu. This would have been difficult for the average person, who made himself a traveler. Zhang Sui said, "That's fine." Lu sat on the case table again, took off the long small leather boots on her left hand, revealing a white and small foot and said, "This is my foot. You draw shoes according to the shape of my foot." Saying this, he also handed a handkerchief to Zhang Sui and said, "The cobbler has to make close-fitting shoes and measure the size of the feet. You take this DD." Zhang Sui looked at Lu's feet with a somewhat odd expression. "Dare I say it? You really think you're a cobbler?" Seeing that Zhang Sui did not take the handkerchief, Lu waved it in front of him and said, "You don't measure?" Zhang Sui smiled sarcastically and said, "Ma'am, I'm not a cobbler. I just design drawings. I don't know how to measure either. I'll draw the plans, and ma'am will just get a cobbler to make them to the size of her feet." Lu let out an oh-so-subtle cry. Zhang Sui's eyes skimmed over Lu's feet. However, the feet felt somewhat white and cute and small. Zhang Sui secretly lamented. No matter what age, there are exquisite beauties. And it's still all natural. Not like 2,000 years later. Looking at Lu's small feet, Zhang Sui sighed. No wonder he had a foot fetish. There is a history of flying swallow in the palm of the hand. Said a generation of demon consort Zhao posture is light, able to dance in the palm of a person. This little foot of Lu's, there was an urge to take her feet in the palm of her hand and play with them. Of course, it's just impulsive. This Lu is Yuan Shao's favored woman. If you dare to hit on her, you're afraid that a few heads won't be enough to chop off. And this woman is so mean. Or the presence of a scourge. Yuan Shao's 3 sons would die at the hands of Cao Cao, and this Lu could not be blamed. Zhang Sui retracted his eyes from Lu's small feet and looked at third Miss Yuan Mi. Third Miss Yuan Mi took off her veil and said, "This time take a good look." Zhang Sui hesitated slightly and said, "I can draw it?" Third Miss Yuan Mi laughed. "As you wish," said, greeted a few maids carrying a desk and table, took pen, ink, paper and inkstone over. Zhang Sui sat down in front of the desk table, folded a branch, and began to draw carefully. Lu sat on her knees. Originally she was still painting herself. At the moment, looking at the sheepskin man on the side, and watching Zhang Sui painting third Miss Yuan Mi. She then stopped and quietly watched the two. End of chapter 168. Chapter 167, Zhonglong General 1 Show. Chapter 167, Zhonglong General 1. Zhang Sui drew for a long time, and it was about to get dark before he drew the third young lady Yuan Mi. Third Miss Yuan Mi looked at the portrait and said with some delight, "As a martial artist, you didn't expect to have this hand. I thought you had some craftsmanship when I was at Jin's store before. I didn't expect to realize today that I still underestimated you." Zhang Sui had been so numbed by compliments that he had been able to face it all with a straight face. He was a little emotional. What was thoughtless in the first place could have such an effect? When he learned to sketch, pure envy of the school behind the art students, want to rely on this craft, the future free to pick up a wife. As a result, it didn't soak before crossing over. Got it now. He had even thought about it before. If he really had some power and status in the future, he would no longer fight in the battlefield, and make a small fortune by painting for people. He kind of got it. Regardless of the pomp and circumstance, those who are powerful are so rich, it's really not that complicated to make their money. The problem is to have a talent that they don't have at hand. Lu couldn't help but come over it this time. Her eyes fell on the portrait, and there was some amazement in her beautiful eyes. The man drew a portrait that looked more like himself than the one he drew. Looking toward Zhang Sui, Lu said, "One day when you have time, help me paint a full-body one?" Zhang Sui busily said, "Ma'am, it's fine." Greeting Lu's slightly curled mouth, those somewhat beautiful eyes that were flowing, Zhang Sui hurriedly lowered his head and looked away. Though before crossing over, he had read quite a few texts written by people which mentioned that there were women who were capable of winks, but this was the first time he had seen the word materialized in a woman. Lu's looks would have been delicate and comparable to Mrs. Now there is such a look. No wonder Yuan Shao was eaten to death by her. This is a woman one can't afford to think about. Not at all. It just so happened that it was getting late, so Zhang Sui busily said to third Miss Yuan Mi, "Third Miss, I have to train at night, so I'll go back first. This sheepskin man, I'll continue to deal with the follow-up when I have time." Third Miss Yuan Mi smiled and waved her little hand. "Go go go. Be as quick as you can." Saying that, he picked up the portrait and said to Lu with a smile. He also observed it carefully. "Even my eyebrows are shaped enough to draw. I feel like the mouth is the best place to draw." Lu watched Zhang Sui leave in a hurry and thought freely in her heart. It seems that the general likes this pair of feet of his best. He always likes to play with it when the two are together. Got time for him to draw his own feet? Zhang Sui left the state pastor's residence before he let out a huge sigh of relief. No wonder the old ancient favorites used beauty tricks. Before crossing over, he had always scoffed at this scheme. Always thought that if a woman was beautiful, she was just that, a red powdered skeleton. But today, when he met Lu's eyes that seemed to tease, Zhang Sui realized that the very best woman really teases a man, and that man is almost hard to resist. Be more careful in the future. Otherwise, it would be a laugh if you lost your life one day because of a woman. A traveler is played to death by a woman in ancient times. It's definitely a shame for the travelers to think about this ending. Zhang Sui came out of the state shepherd's mansion and went straight to the training ground outside the city. It's getting late. It's too late to eat. You can only get some food from the soldiers in the barracks to fill your stomach. Some training in the evening led to some more dead and alive. This time, however, Zhang Sui left early. Cavalry Commander Yan Liang had apparently been notified that Zhang Sui would be attending the morning meeting, and told him to go back early to treat his injuries and change his clothes. Zhang Sui didn't go to the Jin family store this time, but returned to his mansion. Kai Wenji was sleeping soundly. Zhang Sui didn't dare to wake her up, simply removing his bloodied pants and dotting the back of his ass with a layer of soft cloth. Zhang Sui changed into a clean robe. Getting changed. It's still light out. Zhang Sui lay on the bed and looked at Kai Wenji's pretty face sleeping peacefully. After placing a kiss on Kai Wenji's red lips, Zhang Sui's hand touched inside the quilt and gently kneaded on Kai Wenji's body. The soft touch between his fingers, and the warmth. Zhang Sui couldn't wait to turn into a hungry wolf at the moment and pounce directly on him. The lips moved from Kai Wenji's red lips to her collarbone. Kai Wenji opened her eyes in a daze, lifted the quilt, and moved inside saying, "You're back so early today. Sleep for a while first." Just after the words were finished, he seemed to remember that Zhang Sui had a wound on his buttocks and was about to get up again. "I'll change the medicine for you." Zhang Sui pressed her down on the bed and softly said, "No change for now. You keep sleeping. I'm going to the morning meeting." Only then did Kai Wenji lie back down on the bed, looking a bit in love. Only then did Zhang Sui pull the quilt up a bit to cover Kai Wenji's neck, before he reluctantly left. The two hadn't been that close in over 20 days due to training and an injury to his ass. Thinking of the various moves in those little movies, Zhang Sui licked the corners of his mouth. "I'm healed, so I'll be sure to test it out on Kai Wenji this time." When he thought of Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui thought of Mrs. The two had tried several positions before. Let's just say that young women really do have their wonders. As far as those poses were concerned, he had mentioned them to Kai Wenji before, and was put off by Kai Wenji with a red face, which is like Mrs. When he mentioned it himself, she instead took the initiative to welcome him, only moving a little stiffly at first. Zhang Sui sighed as he rushed towards the government office. I don't know when I'll get a chance to go to Wuji County either, or when Madam will be arriving. The second young Miss Shinmi rushed over, so it's unlikely that Madam will be able to rush over in a short time. All the way to the government office. The sky was already slightly light. The entrance to the government office was full of people. At a glance, Zhang Sui saw Tian Feng, the Buji, the supervisor frustrated, and Yan Liang, the Zhonglong general. However, Tian Feng, the Buwei driver, and frustrated professor, the supervisor, were surrounded by people and were talking about something. Zhang Sui can't be bothered to come over. Zhang Sui just stands there in one corner. However, he did not expect that Yan Liang, the center general, beckoned towards him. Zhang Sui hurried over. Yan Liang said to a big-bellied, burly man beside him, elder brother Wen, introduce him, his name is Zhang Sui, a small commander under my banner. This time we're 3,000 horsemen, and it's just me and him coming. He also said to Zhang Sui, Bo Qing, this is Wen Shou, also a Zhonglong general. Zhang Sui was busy saluting Wen Shou. Wen Shou gave him a polite nod, not overly enthusiastic. After that, Wen Shou was talking with Yan Liang on the sidelines. Zhang Sui stood to one side, sizing up Wen Shou. This Wen Shou looks shorter than Zhao Yun seems to be, but a big belly is hard to associate with a fierce general. Before he traveled, he had seen countless fantasies of fierce generals who were teenagers, long, muscular and bulging, little wolf dogs, white-faced and buxom. But by now, he realized that those who could afford to be generals were either big-bellied or as strong as an ox, like Zhao Yun. If someone who was not familiar with him stood in front of him, that robust body gave a sense of intimidation. Zhang Sui thought of Cloud's great anger. Zhao Yun suddenly let out a furious cry. That gave the impression that it could really overwhelm a person instantly in terms of aura. It's quite possible to stab an enemy with a single shot while someone is confused. When he thought of Zhao Yun, Zhang Sui thought of Zhao Yu, obviously brother and sister. How come there's such a big gap? Zhao Yun is strong as an ox and very tall. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, is petite and cute, and a very small one at that. Zhang Sui felt like he could twist her up with one hand. But Zhao Yu, however, has a good martial arts skill, just like Kai Wenji, who is obviously soft and weak, but is full of strange power. Sure enough, you can't judge a book by its cover. Zhang Sui swept his gaze over the military generals other than Yan Liang and Wen Shou, and a smile appeared on his face. Before, he had always found this body to be mediocre. But now, comparing to other military generals, he himself was properly considered a big handsome man. Just as Zhang Sui's gaze swept over the civil officials, a voice from the entrance of the government office said, open the morning meeting. At once, the crowd took the initiative to split into two columns and slowly went in towards the government office. End of chapter 169. Chapter 168 Attending the morning meeting for the first time. Chapter 168 First morning. Zhang Sui noticed the two columns. On the left, at the head of the group was the supervisor frustrated. Behind frustration was a middle-aged scribe with a serious face. After the middle-aged scribe, there was a man with a short stature and a somewhat lewd gaze. The man's eyes were darting around and his mouth kept saying something. Behind the man, only then was Tian Feng, the other driver. And on the right, at the head of the group was Wen Shou. Behind Wen Shou is Yan Liang. Behind Yan Liang is Zhang He. Behind Zhang He was a middle-aged man nearly 1 meter 9 in height, with a country face and a somewhat long beard. Behind the middle-aged man was a chubby hulk. The big man followed the crowd while gently slapping his right hand against his high belly. Zhang Sui memorized the appearance of the two columnists. There were nearly 500 of them. Zhang Sui secretly smacked his lips. Yuan Shao's class is really not normally strong. If he and Yuan Shu generally didn't do anything to die and played normally, it's really hard to imagine that the end of the Eastern Han dynasty would end up in a situation where the three kingdoms would prevail. Historically, after Yuan Shao's death, his 3 sons and nephews, 4 of them, divided up Hebei and fought to a standstill. In this way, Cao Cao unified Hebei for 7 or 8 years. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. That's life. This damn if he traveled into Yuan Shao. So thick class, do not die of laughter. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Zhang Sui is at the very end of the line on the right. The two columns of people entered the government office, and under the leadership of the government officials, they came all the way to the hall and divided into kneeling on the left and right. Frustrated, clearly a civil official at the head, sat on his knees on the left side. when Cho led what were obviously military generals. All on the right. Only the middle passage is left. Each column to the hall is further divided into 5 columns. Zhang Sui sat on his knees at the very end of the 5th column on the right, hiding behind a tall man. Due to the injury on his buttocks, Zhang Sui didn't dare to sit directly on his knees on the support heel, but instead tended to kneel in a kneeling position. Thus, a head taller than everyone else, he was able to take in the entire scene in the hall of the government office at a glance. Yuan Shao sat at the top of the center. Once the morning meeting begins, we'll also take roll call. Beside Yuan Shao, a minor official took the roster and nodded over one by one. Supervisor frustrated professor? Frustrated then knelt down and straightened his body, saluting Yuan Shao, and don't have to talk back. No need to get up either. It was only after listening to the junior official's roll call that Zhang Sui memorized each and every one of these people. Behind frustrated was Sun Chen. Sun Chen, Sun Yu's fourth brother. History books record that it was one of Yuan Shao's schemers, and an able man. He lobbied Han Fu, the former pastor of Jizhou, to surrender the position of Jizhou pastor to Yuan Shao, the head of the Yingchuan faction of Yuan Shao's 3 major factions. Behind Sun Chen, the man with a short stature, darting eyes, and a somewhat lewd look, turned out to be Su Yu. Su Yu, the one who called Chao a concealer with a mouthful of words and then was stabbed to death by Su Chu. Zhang Sui also saw the likes of Qing Shui, Hua Tu, and Feng Ji. Zhang Sui sked. It's an unusually wonderful feeling. Yuan Shao's original team. He felt like he was playing a game, and a virtual reality one at that. This should be Yuan Shao's men at his peak. Just a handful of people like Koji are missing. After ordering the civil officials, it's time for the military generals. The man beside Zhang He with a Chinese character face and a somewhat long beard was Gao Lan, one of the 4 court pillars of Hebei. Gao Duan has not been seen since he defected to Cao Cao in history. Cao Cao has always been bragged by history books about how much he lifts up the virtuous and the capable, but in reality, all of Cao Cao's are exceptionally reverent of their clansmen. Foreign generals, who defected to the past, were basically suppressed. As strong as Zhang Liao, he basically never led an army alone. Zhang He also came into prominence only after many years of defection in the past. Gao Tan was even less absent. Zhang Xiu defected to the past and was finally forced to die by Cao Pai. Zhang Sui secretly grasped that if he were to lead Yuan Shao in the future, he would never be able to defect to Cao Cao's either. Cao Cao, 4-1, is a ruthless man, slaughtering cities as a matter of routine. Secondly, there is much suppression of foreign generals. Being from a peasant family himself, even under the banner of a disciple of Ding Yuan's disciples, he was probably not going to have a good ending, hinged on being used as cannon fodder. It was only after the roll call that Yuan Shao began his deliberations. The deliberations were many and varied. There were negotiations to send troops to continue the attack on Gongsunzan in Yuzhou. There was an expedition to the vicinity of Changshan for the final siege of Zhangyan and the others. There was also the Hanoi County that was again attacked by the Huns and burned and looted. There was also Zhu Ling, the general who had previously been dispatched to aid Cao Cao in the siege of Shuzhou, who now came with a letter expressing his willingness to follow Cao Cao through the difficult times with his own men and women, to fight against Yanzhou together, and to drive out Lu Bu. There were even those who were looking for candidates for the first wife for the eldest son, Yuan Tan, and the second son, Yuan Shi. Zhang Sui's heart was in his throat when the discussion came to the choice of the second son Yuan Shi's main wife. He really didn't want second Miss Xinmi to marry Yuan Shi. Historically, the end of the second young lady Xinmi was truly tragic. Zhang Sui hopes that the second young lady, Xunmi, will be able to break the curse of fate and take another path. Even if the path may not be a good one, it's better than history. According to the historical trajectory, the second Miss Xinmi was not only poisoned by Cao Pai, but also stuffed with chaff in her mouth and wore her hair over her face after her death. The reason why he did this is because Cao Pai heard people say that this is the only way to make the soul of the second young lady Xinmi be suppressed after death and never be allowed to transcend life, so that she won't be able to find him to settle the score. Fortunately, this time, the second son Yuan Shi's candidate for his first wife really didn't take the second young Miss Xinmi into consideration. Considered were the young ladies of the other 3 worldly families. It was only after this that the matter of whether or not to send troops to work for the king was discussed. This matter, which was discussed yesterday, just did not come to fruition. This time, Bei Dao Tianfeng made Zhang Sui get up and answer. Zhang Sui repeated what he had said to Tianfeng yesterday. Yuan Shao looked at Zhang Sui from afar and nodded rather admiringly. This Zhang Sui, so young, has quite a lot of ideas. The bottom line is that his ideas, and his own, coincide. He himself pressed on, not wanting to welcome the son of heaven to Yecheng. He himself is now in Hebei, where he gets the wind and the rain. What's the difference between the current state of affairs and the state of China? To welcome the son of heaven to Yecheng? Isn't that getting yourself a father? The problem is, it's okay if this son of God is clear about his position, but he had inquired clearly. This son of heaven, he doesn't have any knowledge of himself. Today, the son of heaven is a puppet, being called around. Even his harem was spoiled by Dong Zhuo, Li Ju, and Guasi. However, even so, the son of heaven still always had to put up an imperial front. Every time the insurgents had a clash, he had to come out and mediate. The key thing is that those courtiers around the son of heaven are also ambitious. General Dong Chang of the charioteer general, and Fu Wan of the state abbot. All of them are the kind of people who don't have much of a military presence, but are making waves in the name of the son of heaven's relatives. Bringing these messy people to Yeqing gives me a headache just thinking about it. End of chapter 170. Chapter 169. Tian Feng, third miss hasn't gotten married yet. You need to learn to take shortcuts. Chapter 169. Tian Feng, third miss is not married yet. You have to learn to take. At this morning meeting, Yuan Shao still hadn't decided whether he wanted to work for the king or not. The supervisor, frustrated professor, was a firm supporter of the diligence of the king and welcomed the son of heaven to Yeqing. Sun Chen and Su Yu, among others, were firmly opposed to the diligence of the king. Eventually the morning meeting ended hastily. The morning meeting ended and the crowd did not immediately disperse. The subordinates of the government office prepared breakfast for the people to finish eating. Zhang Sui finished his breakfast and was ready to go back. Seeing this, Tian Feng called out to him and said, "I'll give you a ride?" He had noticed early on that Zhang Sui had limped over when he arrived. Zhang Sui hurriedly thanked him and pointed to his buttocks. "My buttocks are injured, so I'm walking over here," Tian Feng said. "Get on the carriage and lie down. I'll send you there." Seeing Tian Feng say that, Zhang Sui could only comply and go up. After all, it's not far from where Tian Feng lives. Tian Feng, as an elder, was also his superior. He took the initiative to invite himself, and by repeatedly excusing himself, he was not giving him face, which was not wise behavior. Tian Feng sat on his side, looking out through the car window. Looking at Zhang Sui slumped in the carriage, Tian Feng looked out the window while saying, "Someone saw you go to the state pastor's residence yesterday?" Zhang Sui glanced at Tian Feng with some surprise. "You know all this?" "Sure enough, this Yeqing city seems to be calm and peaceful, but it is full of eyes everywhere," Zhang Sui honestly said. "It's to look for third miss. I made a sheepskin man out of a wooden frame, fabric, and sheepskin, about the size of a man. Face painting, figure drawing, other places to draw costume pictures. That way, it makes a dummy that looks almost like a real person." Tian Feng laughed. "You still have this craft?" Zhang Sui smiled sarcastically. "It's just for fun, to attract the attention of attractive women," Tian Feng said. "I saw you painting well before." Zhang Sui hummed. Tian Feng said, "Third miss likes you a lot for these?" Zhang Sui laughed. "It's average, right? After all, women are mostly this virtuous." Tian Feng said, "You haven't taken a wife yet?" Zhang Sui looked at Tian Feng suspiciously. Tian Feng and Zhang Sui looked at each other in all directions before he said, "Did you see the scene at the government office today?" Zhang Sui. Tian Feng should be referring to the fact that when frustrated Zhu proposed the king's diligence at today's morning meeting, Sun Chen, Su Yu, and others jumped out to oppose it, especially Guo Tu, Feng Ji and others. Some of the rhetoric makes no sense, but anyone with a bit of brains could see that they were deliberately targeting frustration. Zhang Sui nodded and said, "Nowadays, among the civil officials, they are roughly divided into three factions. Supervisors and alibis. You're from the same faction, sort of the Jizhou faction. Sun Chen, Hua Tu, and the others are from a faction that all came out of Yingchuan. Su Yu, Feng Ji, and others of a faction that came out of Nanyang. For the present, the supervisor and the buyer occupy higher official positions under the general, but Yingchuan and Nanyang have the largest numbers, and quite a few of them were among the first to follow the general, Feng Ji and Su Yu. For example, among them is Su Yu, who is also the general's childhood playmate. The general is now straying between three factions. Emotionally, he favors the Yingchuan and Nanyang factions. However, nowadays, the general has Hebei as his foundation, so he chose to make the supervisors and Biejieyu a higher official position, so as to enlist the great families of Hebei. Tian Feng's eyes glowed slightly when he heard Zhang Sui say that. Yesterday, when Zhang Sui proposed not to attend to the king, he still thought that Zhang Sui was too young and could not see through it. This amount of legal eyes made him realize that he had underestimated this brat. He was more and more certain that this brat was a Ding Yuan disciple. An ordinary person would not be able to cultivate this kind of eyesight. Tian Feng laughed. "That's very true. You may be young, but you have a good eye." The situation today, indeed, and, with Gongsun Zan's step-by-step defeat, this situation will intensify and, moreover, begin to tilt toward those in Yingchuan and Nanyang. The general is an emotional man. And, well, good planning and little judgment. Once Gong Sunzan is taken down, the position of us Hebei natives in his mind will gradually decline. He will have to use the power of Nanyang and Yingchuan when he goes south then. Zheng Sui nodded. Indeed. Yuan Shao. But whenever he wants to go south, then he must reuse the Nanyang faction and the Yingchuan faction. The base of the Nanyang faction is in Jingzhou. The Yingchuan faction's base is in the Central Plains. Jingzhou and the Central Plains, where there are many big families. Yuan Shao has to win over these big families to take it down. Then, it is necessary to center on the Nanyang and Yingchuan factions, thus giving more official positions and power. Tian Feng said, I was originally a bit overwhelmed. Just now, your words woke me up. Zheng Sui looked at Tian Feng suspiciously. What did you just say? What woke him up? Tian Feng touched Zheng Sui's head and said, You're a native of Parallel State, and you're also a native of our Hebei province. Your husband is Ding Jianyang, a famous vassal. As his disciple, you must also remake his glory. It has to be for my Hebei people, too. You said before that you like the second miss of the Jin family? All the more reason, then, for you to rise to prominence, build your career, and then marry the second miss of the Jin family. Zhang Sui. I mistakenly thought before that you asked me what I liked in the Jin family about misses. However, Zhang Sui wasn't prepared to explain. If you talk about this with outsiders and it gets out, how will madam face the Jin family? She's not ready right now. Zhang Sui asked. So, Tian Feng smiled and said, then do you know what kind of approach will bring you to prominence faster? Zhang Sui said, build a career. Tian Feng shook his head and said, not really. Building a career is a result, not a method. To come into prominence faster, you have brains and force. That's basic. If you can climb into a relationship with the general again, you'll be flat on your feet. The third young miss has reached maturity, yet she has yet to marry. The general inquired of me before if any of the males were suitable, and the general had a headache. You are a disciple of Ding Jianyang, and as far as the general is concerned, managing Hebei, he will have to give the appearance of doing so that it will be known that he has raised the wise and capable. You're a good example, and you've got the force and the brains. It just so happens that the third young lady has been good to you as well. You find a way to get the third lady, as the general's third first daughter. Third Mrs. status is also too much stronger than the fallen Jin family. If you have the ability to get the third young lady back, then if you make that girl from the Jin family the youngest, she will have nothing to say, so that you don't get to sit back and enjoy all of them. Besides, third Mrs. looks, not to say that she's a beautiful woman, as the general's first daughter, inheriting the general's bloodline, her beauty is definitely second to none. Bok Sung, one must learn to take shortcuts. Understand? End of chapter 171. Chapter 170, Yuan Shao Sorrows. Chapter 170, Yuan Shao's. Zheng Sui looked at Tian Feng. His heart was quite strange. This Tian Feng. He even advised himself to please third Miss Yuan me and then marry her? Zhang Sui snapped. General, I'm afraid you might kill me? After all, even though he was under the banner of a Ding Yuan disciple, in reality, he was still from a peasant family. The Jin family may need to build themselves up and help support them, so they are putting their foot down. But what is the Yuan family? That's the top family of the fourth and third generations. Yuan Shao is even the premier great vassal. Tian Feng said in a bad mood. Would I harm you? Besides, who said the general would kill you? Among these daughters of the general, the third miss is the most favored. You get the third young lady, and the two of you hold little hands, so that the third young lady can't get enough of you to marry anyone but you. What else can the general do? Besides, don't I have me? In the next 2 days, I'll ask you to be a guest in my house and accept you as a disciple. Zhang Sui. Seeing that Zhang Sui didn't respond immediately, Tian Feng blew his beard and glared. What? I still can't teach you? Or do you want to defect to those people in Nanyang or Yingchuan? Zhang Sui came back to his senses and laughed with him. What are you talking about? Those people in Nanyang and Yingchuan look down on me even more. It's not like I'm blind. Tian Feng nodded comfortably and said, it's good that you can understand things. There was a man, also from our Jizhou, who chose to go with the Nanyang group. He's not going to end well. Zhang Sui curiously said, who is it? Tian Feng looked out of the corner of his eye at Zhang Sui and said, Auditor, Zhang Sui. Just then, the coachman's voice rang out from outside and said, Family Master, we're about to pass by the Jin family store. Tian Feng looked toward Zhang Sui and nudged his mouth. Should we go in and take a look? Zhang Sui hesitated slightly, but still shook his head. Let's not go today. I haven't changed the wound on my ass today. The 2 times I'd been there before, it was the second young lady who helped change the medicine. It's really embarrassing for someone to be an unmarried girl. Only then did Tian Feng say to the horseman, "Keep going back." Only then did the carriage carry Zhang Sui and Tian Feng back to their residence. Zhang Sui returned to his residence and let Kai Wenji help treat his wounds. Kai Wenji helped him change his medicine while curiously saying, "Why are you allowed to attend the morning meeting today? Little capital. It doesn't seem to be qualified enough, does it?" Zhang Sui laughed. "Why else? Someone needs to utilize me." Kai Wenji asked. "Who?" Zhang Sui said. "Don't drive and supervise those people. I was at the morning meeting today and saw them being tit-for-tat by both the Nanyang and Yingchuan groups. The number of local civil and high officials in Jizhou is small. Local military officials, in general, are not involved. They see that your man is young and still knows something, so they want me to join among the Jizhou faction. In Hebei today, Yuan Shao is a dominant force. Once we take Hebei, we must go south. At that time, the status of these local civil officials in Jizhou will surely decline. Lay it out early now." Kai Wenji worriedly said. "Those people in Nanyang and Yingchuan, if they know that you chose those people from the Beizhou and supervisors, they are afraid that they will make a move against you." Zhang Sui laughed. "At least not at the moment. It will be years before Hebei is taken. The alibis, the overseers, and these people will still be able to protect me for the time being. In a few years, I'll see if I can find a place to take you guys to have children." Kai Wenji then hummed. After changing the medicine, Zhang Sui put his arms around Kai Wenji and lay down on the bed to sleep. Kai Wenji woke up only in the morning, originally not wanting to sleep. However, feeling the force of Zhang Sui's arm around her was quite a bit strong. She didn't struggle. Shrinking in Zhang Sui's embrace, Kai Wenji pressed her face against his chest, letting his big hands play tricks on her chest. It wasn't until Zhang Sui stopped moving and snored lightly that Kai Wenji carefully got out of Zhang Sui's arms, pulled her clothes, and rushed to the tailoring room to start cutting down her clothes. She also called the 5 maids of the house as well and taught them to cut and reduce their clothes. There are limits to what one person can do. There isn't that much for them to do at home. Might as well follow and make clothes. Zhang Sui slept until noon. It was only after lunch that Zhang Sui limped off to the state shepherd's residence to continue making sheepskin figures for the third young lady. Following the portrait of the third young lady drawn yesterday, he drew it on the sheepskin as well. It was only after this that Zhang Sui drew the clothes of the startled salamander on the sheepskin. Third Miss Yuan Mi and Lu stood by and watched. Yuan Shao is also here today. With his hands behind his back, Yuan Shao stood behind the sheepskin man in front of Zhang Sui, watching Zhang Sui busily with an expressionless face. Seeing the third young Miss Yuan Mi leaning towards Zhang Sui, her head about to lean over, Yuan Shao dryly coughed a few times and said, "Me-er." Third Miss Yuan Mi hemmed and hawed, and only then did she move away from Zhang Sui. Finally, it was at dusk that Zhang Sui finished making the sheepskin man. Third Miss Yuan Mi was so excited that she hugged the sheepskin man and excitedly kissed him a few times. Yuan Shao looked at Zhang Sui and was also a bit surprised. "You still have this little craft. Among us martial arts generals, it is estimated that only the draw move beats you by a mile. Holding moves are also fine-minded." Third Miss Yuan Mi was surprised. "Commander Zhang is so powerful?" Yuan Shao didn't have the heart to say. "I mean the comprehensive aspect." "Comprehensive aspects? Do you know? It's the civil and military together. In terms of martial arts only, Bozan's abilities are not yet known. There are many factors in martial arts, including commanding, practicing, fighting, and martial arts. Even though Bocheng is a disciple of Ding Jianyang, I won't show favoritism. In all these ways, he didn't show it." Third Miss Yuan Mi sized up Zhang Sui and said, "But he's the youngest, right? It also feels more handsome than the others." Zhang Sui. Yuan Shao snorted. "In terms of handsomeness, don't you consider your 2 older brothers and your younger brother?" Third Miss Yuan Mi hugged Yuan Shao's arm and shook it vigorously. "In that case, you're the most handsome of all. Father, if I want to find a man, wouldn't I be unable to get married if I were to find one with daddy's looks?" Yuan Shao said smugly. "That's true, but men aren't all about looks. It still depends on ability, depending on whether you like it or not. Of course." Zhang Sui saw Yuan Shao's father and daughter the smushy and said goodbye and left. Third Miss Yuan Mi said, "Then I'll send you." Yuan Shao was busy saying, "Honey, do you have nothing to do?" Third Miss Yuan Mi followed Zhang Sui away while smiling. "There's no rush. We'll do it when we come back." Yuan Shao watched the third young Miss Yuan Mi leave and furrowed his brows. Lu laughed. "Why, General, are you still worried that this tutor is hitting on me?" Yuan Shao sighed and said, "Those people under his hand have been making small moves lately. Yesterday they suddenly recommended this Bozong to me. This Bozong is the age of honey. Good looking, how shall I say? Not to the point of being handsome, but, again, not bad for a bunch of military generals." Lu asked, "Is it Frustrated Professor and the others? Or Sun Chen and the others?" Yuan Shao held Lu's small hand to one side and sat down, frustrating them. End of chapter. 172. Chapter 171 Third Miss Yuan Mei takes off her veil again. Chapter 171 Third Miss Yuan Mei removes her again. When Lu heard Yuan Shao say that, a touch of viciousness appeared on her pretty face and said, "General, you are their human lord. Since they're blatantly under your nose, kill a few of them, especially this frustrated professor in Tianfeng, pointing their fingers at you. General, kill and fear them." Yuan Shao cried and laughed. "How can it be as simple as you say? There's still a huge swath of land north of this river that hasn't even been taken. If we make a move on these local people in Jizhou now, they're afraid they'll turn against us," Lu said with a thoughtful face. "General can be really hard and laborious." Yuan Shao raised an eyebrow at Lu and said, "Do you think a human lord is so easy to be? I'm not doing this for you guys. When I'm king and conqueror, you'll be the king's consort, or even the queen." Lu smiled sweetly. "General, you really have great aspirations." While Lu was praising Yuan Shao's eyebrows, Zhang Sui and the third young Miss Yuan Mi also went out of the state pastor's residence. Third Miss Yuan Mi saw Zhang Sui glancing at herself from time to time and laughed. "You can look if you want to. What's the point of sneaking around?" Zhang Sui smiled awkwardly. He wasn't actually peeking. He was simply vain. Before this, he really hadn't thought about having anything to do with third Miss Yuan Mi. Now that he was being talked to by Tianfeng, he didn't know why, but he felt that his mind was a bit out of control. When third Miss Yuan Mi was close to him when he was making the sheepskin man just now, smelling that scent on third Miss, he was actually a little lost in thought. Seeing Zhang Sui in this state, third Miss Yuan Mi added, You don't think you've fallen in love with me, do you, Zhang Sui?" Subconsciously he was about to wave his hand in denial. There was even an urge to run away. "I really didn't think that third Miss would still be this bold. No little woman shyness at all." Meeting third Miss Yuan Mi's gaze, Zhang Sui hesitated slightly and finally nodded. Not for anything else. Tianfeng's mission had to be done. Not to mention that third Miss Yuan Mi's special status was indeed conducive to standing on one's own feet more quickly. Not to mention that third Miss Yuan Mi was already beautiful. The Cathay Pacific kind of beautiful. It was because of Tianfeng's disciple status that he was somewhat eager to try. It's only the second year of Xingping, and there's still a long way to go before the Battle of Guandu. Tianfeng and Frustrated will still be read under Yuan Shao's banner for a long time. At this time, the banner of Tianfeng's disciple could be far more useful than the banner of Ding Yuan's disciple. Ding Yuan, after all, didn't have much to do with Yuan Shao and was already dead. Tianfeng is a living man. Not to mention, the identity of Ding Yuan's disciple was false. If you become a Tianfeng disciple, it's a real status. Now, the third young lady Yuan Mi took the initiative to poke this point. If you still deny it, it will not be easy to carry out work in the future. Seeing that Zhang Sui actually admitted it, third Miss Yuan Mi's pretty face blushed under the veil and said, "You wish, did you see that just now? Father is on guard against you. You've got a lot of nerve. Little capital. How dare you hit on me?" Zhang Sui let out a forehead. Why does this third Miss Yuan Mi's words feel a bit soft? It's not so much a rebuke as it is a pout? It can't be true, can it? This mission of Tianfeng. It's so simple? Zhang Sui's heart also thumped, before and after crossing over. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, Zhang Sui still didn't dare to be too reckless. Third Miss Yuan Mi's identity was right there. The consequences of taking a chance are unimaginable. Zhang Sui took a deep breath before he gathered his courage and said tentatively, "Third Miss, so what? Can I see your face again? You said it yourself before. I can tell you whenever I want to see it." Third Miss Yuan Mi gave a hum and greeted Zhang Sui to a short distance away, turning her back to the guards at the entrance before she took off her veil and lowered her head. Zhang Sui looked at the pretty face near him, swollen red, even the neck and earlobes, and his heartbeat accelerated a bit. One word came to his mind, grass. It's really pretty. Same with Madam Miss Tu and Kai Wenji. And each of the 4 women is unique in their good looks. This third young lady, Yuan Mi, has a dignified prettiness about her. When you see this kind of pretty, you can understand what it means to be a lady of the house, dignified and virtuous. It's just that his literary skills are really lacking, and he can't even think of a stunning poem of praise. The words and phrases that praised the second young lady in Luo Shenfu popped into his head, and he felt that they were not apt. When third Miss Yuan Mi saw Zhang Sui staring blankly, she raised her head, exchanged a glance with Zhang Sui, and asked, "Have you looked good?" Zhang Sui returned to his senses and was busy nodding his head. Only then did third Miss Yuan Mi put her veil back on and said, Then I'll go back." After saying that, not caring whether Zhang Sui answered or not, he left quickly while biting his lips, with an uncontrollable smile on his face. It was the first time in all her life that she had been shown such a generous display of affection by a man. All the other men, they're all twisted. Moreover, even his father said that among those military officials today, he was the only one who was handsome. Without going far, third Miss Yuanmi was busy stopping her footsteps again. No way. Your own identity is at stake. What if he doesn't dare to come to him in the future? Gotta give him a reason to come to himself anytime he gets a chance. Thinking of this, third Miss Yuanmi called out to Zhang Sui, who was ready to leave. Hey! Zhang Sui looked at third Miss Yuanmi suspiciously. Third Miss Yuanmi said, that, painting is quite good. Come over and paint me sometime. I want to draw 100 of them. All kinds, remember? After saying that, she lifted up her skirt and trotted back to the state pastor's residence. Zhang Sui looked at third Miss Yuanmi's back as she flew away and unconsciously laughed alone. I wonder if it counts as a little bit of a treat for myself as well. Come closer the next time we meet? Watching the sky darken, Zhang Sui went straight to the military camp outside the city. A night of training. This time, Zhang Sui was on duty to guard the military camp and did not go anywhere else. However, he was not idle. According to Tian Feng's previous statement, tomorrow, Tian Feng would accept him as a disciple at the mansion. Tian Feng wants to pull himself together. There are bound to be others who will accept disciples this time. One must give a distinctive gift of worship. Zhang Sui asked for help to go to the Jin family store and get the help of the second Miss Shinbi to buy 2 sheets of zobo paper and paste them together with rice grains. After that, Zhang Sui took the zobo paper and carefully drew a full-body portrait of Tian Feng. Tian Feng's position as a special driver is there, and there is no shortage of money. Tacky stuff as a worship gift will only be a disgrace. To give, naturally, something different. Nowadays, in his own condition, there is nothing else but painting and mentioning a line or two of poetry to show off. After finishing the painting, Zhang Suikai inscribed a sentence next to it, saying, Tiangong's peaches and plums are all over the world, and there is one more branch in front of the hall. Only after writing this did Zhang Sui blow dry the ink and carefully roll it up. If everything goes well tomorrow, then one will have an identity that one can really hold, a disciple of Bieja Tianfeng. End of chapter 173. Chapter 172, The Dream of a Female Classmate. Chapter 172, of a Female Classmate. After finishing his painting, Zhang Sui then took a nap. It's daytime. The cavalry was now basically resting after a night of training. He arranged for soldiers to patrol the area. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to approach. However, Zhang Sui didn't dare to sleep to death. Fear not. Fear not. In this era at the end of the Han Dynasty, all kinds of killers and spies are everywhere. Just the day before yesterday, he had heard that the supervisor Frustration had been assassinated in the street. The killer is hidden in the stragglers. The moment the supervisor Frustration's carriage stopped at the entrance to the marketplace, assassins rushed out from the stragglers and tried to assassinate. It was just quickly restrained. It was only after severe torture that it was realized that the killer came from Yuan Shu. That's right, it's Yuan Shu, that dead bone in the mound. Yuan Shu. So far, the entire end of the Han Dynasty is actually divided into 3 camps: Yuan Shao's camp, Yuan Shu's camp, and Zhanshan's camp. Those who occupied the mountains were mainly found in places like Liangzhou, Yizhou and Jiazhou. Everywhere else, it was the territory of the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, or alliance territory. For example, Cao Chao of Yanzhou and Lu Biao of Jingzhou were allies of Yuan Shao. Gong Sunzan of Yuzhou and Tao Qin of Shuzhou, on the other hand, were allies of Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu sent someone to assassinate Frustrated Professor this time, presumably because he thought that Supervisor Frustrated Professor had too much help to Yuan Shao in destroying Gong Sunzan, so he wanted to send assassins to assassinate Supervisor Frustrated Professor. Thus Yuan Shao would not be able to take down Gong Sunzan of Yuzhou so easily if he compromised his help. In order to prevent killers and spies from sneaking into the camp, Zhang Sui didn't even dare to go inside the tent, so he directly laid a layer of hay on the ground at the entrance of the marquee and slept directly on it. That way, if anything happens, he can hear the commotion. And, since it was only just entering February, the weather in Yecheng was still very cold. Sleeping outside, the cold air cools you off from sleeping too much. Unexpectedly, Zhang Sui had a dream. In the dream, he returned to the company where he worked, and at the moment, was sitting with his co-workers at a hot pot restaurant waiting for the hot pot to be served. As he ate the crispy meat, he looked down and swiped the short video on his cell phone. A carpenter restoring a wooden oxen and horses video screen. Suddenly, his co-worker arched his shoulder, signaling him to look over toward the door. Zhang Sui looked up suspiciously, only to see a young woman in a white suit with long hair tied on top of her head and wrapped in a silk scarf walk in front of the hot pot restaurant. The young woman's face was icy cold, very much like a high-cooled president in an urban novel. Zhang Sui froze. Surprisingly, I was at the same table in high school. The two haven't seen each other since their high school exams. The last time we saw each other was 3 days before the entrance exams and the last class at school. After dinner, he was cleaning up the papers on the table. The table saw him finish cleaning up and called him out. The two stood in front of the parapet of the balcony, and the table asked him if he had any plans for a relationship. He rightfully said, "Let's wait until after college. At that time, we'll find a gentle and considerate one. For now, it's to study well in college and try to get a good job." And then the two just fell apart. After college, Zhang Sui often thought of this scene with the two of them. He was a little chagrined at his stupidity at the time, but it's been missed. Naturally, life is not a movie, but there is no reunion. But I didn't expect to actually meet. It's just that the two are so far apart today. The tablemates could still see the same eyebrows from high school, but the aura, it was completely different. Look more competent and successful in your career. By comparison, he was a jerk after he graduated. No house, no car, no salary, not even holding a girl's hand. A co-worker joked, "That's the regional director who transferred from the department next door. Still single, I hear. Graduated from Qingbei. High and dry." It's the GM who confessed to her and she didn't even say yes. The young woman came in with the others. Her gaze swept over the fondue restaurant. Zhang Sui hurriedly lowered his head and smiled sarcastically without responding. His heart was a little sad. "You're a regional director now. Even the GM confessed. It's really awesome. Which is like myself. What a piece of crap I'm mixed up in now." When his co-worker saw him looking down and continuing to look at his cell phone, he said suspiciously, "Pretty girls don't even look." Zhang Sui was unimpressed and said, "I don't like the high-flying model." The young woman seemed to have spotted Zhang Sui and approached him. Hearing Zhang Sui's words, his footsteps paused and he continued to walk over. The co-worker was a little excited. "Coming through." He came over. I'll be damned. It can't be that he fell in love with this handsome guy at first sight and wanted to come over to ask for contact information, right? Zhang Sui tapped favorite on the video of the wooden oxen and horses he was watching and scratched to the next video screen. On the video screen, a long-legged beauty was dancing flirtatiously. Those big white legs, twisting and turning, looked like Zhang Sui's eyebrows were all smiles. Seeing that his colleague kept patting his shoulder with excitement, Zhang Sui shook off his hand and said in a bad mood, "What are you excited about? Our kind. Take a look at the urine. It's a good match, you know?" The young woman turned around and left again when she heard Zhang Sui's words. Zhang Sui looked at the beautiful woman in the short video and slipped through again, sighing darkly. The next moment, Zhang Sui woke up. That ghostly sigh caused Zhang Sui to lose his concentration for a moment. It seems to have just issued itself. Getting up from the pile of hay on the ground, Zhang Sui scratched his face and sighed again. "It's the first time I've had a dream since crossing over, almost a year ago, and dreaming about high school classmates. What's even stranger is that it's still a dream about the last time the two saw each other. Inexplicably turned on God's view this time. Weird as hell. They say that dreaming about a deceased person you haven't seen for a long time is because the person has forgotten them." Zhang Sui yawned, stretched his back, stripped off his shirt, and picked up his horse lance to work out in place. "Then forget it. It was never meant to be a world. Now that you've traveled to the end of this Han dynasty, it's even more unlikely that you'll go back. So what if you remember? Not to mention, he already has a favorite woman." Zhang Sui forcibly discarded the woman in his mind and swung his horse lance with his whole body. "The injury on my ass has indeed been getting better in the flesh for a while now." Swinging the horse lance now was bearable, though it still hurt a bit. The soldiers patrolling around the area cast their eyes over. Looking at Zhang Sui's naked upper body, the soldiers on patrol shrunk their necks. This little metropole. I've heard for a long time that he has a perverted hobby of taking off his shirt. Now it seems to be true. It's so cold. All off. Zhang Sui ignored their strange sights. After half an hour of extra practice, I gained 2 pounds of strength this time. Zhang Sui gave a ghostly cry of excitement and stuck his horse lance by the pile of firewood at the entrance of the handsome tent, strolling up around to dry his sweat. But the sound of horses' hooves was heard rapidly approaching. Zhang Sui suspiciously looked in the direction of the sound of hooves. It was several guards flanking 3rd Miss Yuan Mi. Zhang Sui busily greeted him. I had just taken a few steps when I realized that I was still topless. Zhang Sui folded back to the entrance of the marquee and picked up his clothes from the ground and quickly put them on. 3rd Miss Yuan Mi steered her horse to a short distance away, handed her steed over to the guards, and carried a wooden box up herself. Watching Zhang Sui leave in quick steps, the corners of 3rd Miss Yuan Mi's mouth grinned slightly upwards under her veil. This man, he can be built, quite meaty, and, on such a cold day, topless. 3rd Miss Yuan Mi trotted up while asking, "Where are you going? Why did you run away when you saw me? Didn't you just say yesterday that you liked me?" Zhang Sui limped back to the entrance of the marquee, and while putting on his clothes, he snapped and turned back. Like it? Didn't say I didn't like it. It's just, I'm naked here. You wait for me to get dressed. What are you doing running the barracks? Third Miss Yuanmi came to Zhang Sui's body and stopped him by holding his wrist. Zhang Sui lowered his head in puzzlement. There's something on me? Third Miss Yuanmi poked Zhang Sui's chest with her slender white fingers and said, this is the second time I've seen a man's chest since I grew up. You're still hard. This meat. Not like me. Floppy. End of chapter. 174. Chapter 173, Tianfeng's Disciple. Chapter 173, Tianfeng Disciple. Zhang Sui looked at Third Miss Yuanmi's slender, white fingers poking her chest, and felt a little strange in his heart. This third young lady, her character is a bit different from all the other women, looks dignified and virtuous, but a bit big-headed, a big man himself. He stripped off his shirt, and she didn't hide, and poked his chest with her finger. Seeing that Third Miss Yuanmi's eyes were still staring at her chest and her earlobes were flushed, Zhang Sui gulped. There was something about that look that felt inexplicably cute. Zhang Sui measured it in his mind, this distance between the two. This angle. It seemed as if he could have kissed it himself just by looking down. It felt like, Third Miss should be fond of herself. If you keep kissing like this, you shouldn't have to be told off by her to Yuan Xiao. Seeing that Third Miss Yuanmi was still poking, Zhang Sui gave a dry cough and was about to lower his head. I don't know if it was because he had already had a relationship with Madame and Kai Wenji. At this moment, he found that he had become incredibly thick-skinned and bold. Third Miss Yuanmi was poking Zhang Sui's chest happily, when she suddenly saw Zhang Sui lowering his head and leaning his lips towards her. Third Miss Yuanmi subconsciously took a few steps backward, and panically placed the wooden box on the ground, opening it while saying, I heard that you're on duty today, so I came over to take a look. You eat, I'll be back. I've got a few things going on. After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhang Sui to agree and darted away. As she left, the third young lady stroked her small, burning face under the veil with her small, cold hand. She felt like her heart was going to beat out of her chest, knowing he likes her though, but she really hadn't thought that he was so bold as to try to kiss himself just now. Definitely, should be trying to kiss her. It was the first time in her entire life that she had ever been treated like that by a man. She felt a pang of joy in her heart. It was so refreshing to be liked by a man other than my father and brother and sister. It's just that it seems a little too fast. Third Miss Yuanmi walked a long way before sneaking a glance back at Zhang Sui. Seeing that Zhang Sui had already squatted on the ground and ate his meal without looking at himself, Third Miss Yuanmi skimmed her mouth again. Himself, though he didn't let him kiss, but he doesn't even watch himself go? Dare I say that in his eyes, the food smells better than he does? Third Miss Yuanmi's little excitement that had just risen turned into a hint of loss. Go back and ask Lu for advice. This Lu, she actually hated in her heart. Although on the surface the two are close, she always felt that this Lu's tie, look at their own father's eyes. Straight hook, but also hooked their own father to 5 fascinated. So much so that their father's feelings for their own feelings have faded. But now, she realized that Lu seemed to be quite capable. As Third Miss Yuanmi mounted her steed and left surrounded by her guards, Zhang Sui watched her leave while eating his meal. Still a little too eager. The fire is not enough. If he had known that he could have this strange encounter when he traveled to the end of the Han Dynasty, he should have sought advice on how to fall in love before he crossed over. Brainstorming about the same table, Zhang Sui was inexplicably sad again in his heart. It seemed that she had taught him all the ways of courting women himself, especially the Liu Bei text she wrote. It's so damn pretty. That kind of nuance, that kind of subtle wording, is really something he can't even shoot for. It was just a pity that one did not get her inheritance. After I crossed over, I also wrote some Liu Bei texts, but the writing was not half a star worse. Zhang Sui shook his head. It's all over. Even if she could travel back now, it would be impossible to seek her out for advice. Pity. Zhang Sui finished his meal and went back to sleep. Night training continues. Today is the last day of night training. Tomorrow is a day off and training is switched to daytime. The one in charge of sitting in the military camp was Suyu of the 3 major capitals. Zhang Sui finished his training and rushed back to his residence. Today is the day he worships Tianfeng, so he can't be too late. This was not just his own face, but also Tianfeng's face. Rushing to his residence, Zhang Sui didn't dare to change his medicine, and with the help of Kai Wenji, he changed into a clean outfit, and then went straight to Tianfeng's mansion with the painted portrait. Many people had already come to Tianfeng's mansion. In addition to the overseer, frustration, there was Zhang He. Seeing Zhang Sui hurrying in, Zhang He snickered. Zhang Tutone, you're paying your respects to the don't drive today, and you don't even have any gifts? Don't blame Beijio for getting mad. Zhang Sui drew the portrait he had drawn yesterday from his sleeve. Tianfeng laughed. There's no hurry first, General and Lieutenant General Yan are coming too. Zhang Sui stepped aside obediently. Frustrated Professor and Tianfeng and Zhang He, on the other hand, continued to discuss the subject of what had just been said. They were all in favor of welcoming the Son of Heaven to Yecheng, with the object of holding him hostage to his vassals. The manpower they had arranged had inquired that Sun Quan and Gua Tu of the Yingchuan faction were actually in favor of holding the Son of Heaven hostage at the beginning. Even, they spoke to Yuan Shao. However, since Frustrated and the others also strongly suggested that Yuan Shao welcome the Son of Heaven, Sun Quan and Gua Tu went the opposite direction again, and at yesterday's morning meeting, together with the Nanyang faction, they strongly supported Yuan Shao's refusal to welcome the Son of Heaven. Now Frustrated Professor and Tianfeng and Zhang He were discussing what persuasion to give Yuan Shao to welcome the Son of Heaven to Yecheng. Zhang Sui stood on the sidelines without making a sound. Historically, Yuan Shao ultimately failed to welcome the Son of Heaven to Yecheng. Any more persuasion is useless. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the Center General Yan Liang and Yuan Shao arrived successively. In the presence of Yuan Shao, the supervisor Frustrated Professor, Yan Liang and Zhang He, Zhang Sui took out the portrait he had drawn for Tianfeng yesterday and formally worshipped him. The group marveled. It's really the first time they've seen this way of painting. It's a little rough though. However, it does paint an 8% resemblance of Tianfeng. Tianfeng hosted a banquet at his residence. Yuan Shao ate for a while and then left with his men. Yan Liang and Zhang He were drunk. Zhang Sui was also a bit dizzy from drinking, and was carried back to his residence by several male subordinates of Tianfeng's family. By the time he woke up again, it was early the next morning. Woken up by Kai Wenji. The clothes on him had been changed. The wound on his ass was also changed. After living with Kai Wenji for so long, this was the first time Kai Wenji had woken up so early and was dressed to the nines. While giving Zhang Sui a peck on his mouth, Kai Wenji laughed and said, "I've already prepared a meal for you, so hurry up and eat, and go to the barracks afterward. I'm taking 4 maids to the fair, so I won't see you off today." Zhang Sui took Kai Wenji's small hand and said, "What are you going to buy at the bazaar?" Kai Wenji said, "What I told you before, that white shirt. I added a pair of pants underneath, and then there were 2 maids' outfits, and an apron. Today, I'll have them dress and go stand in front of the fairgrounds. That way, someone will see it. When someone sees it, someone will come and ask questions. If it's a rich lady and a young lady, I'd recommend a couple of other sets dash." Kai Wenji's pretty face slightly reddened as she said, "Just that kind of clothes. It would be best if we could make some money." Zhang Sui climbed up and licked his face and smiled. "I want to see it too." Kai Wenji softly said, "You're going to the barracks. Have you forgotten? When you come back, I'll wear it for you alone at night, okay?" End of chapter 175. Chapter 174, The Sima family of Hanoi County's renewed request for help. Chapter 174, The Sima family of Hanoi County's renewed request for. When Zhang Sui heard Kai Wenji say this, he could only let her go even though he was still upset. Gently pinching Kai Wenji's buttocks, Zhang Sui said, "All right then, I'll wait for you at night." Kai Wenji turned back as she left. She laughed out loud as she watched Zhang Sui keep staring at her. This man, so dominant in bed, on weekdays, but like a wailing child. Thinking of the scene when she first met him more than a month ago, Kai Wenji had the feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. She was a little thankful for her friend, Wu Ying. If she hadn't woken her up, she would still have to put up a front. Naturally, the bond with Zhang Sui would not be so deep. She'd heard about her the last few days when she'd gone to the fair. She is to marry Lu Mao, the youngest son of Lu Yan, the shepherd of Yizhou. However, before the people arrived, Lu Mao was surprisingly dead. I wonder if the world will blame Lu Mao's death on this friend of his. Kai Wenji was worried. However, there was nothing she could do about it. One can only pray for her luck. Kai Wenji left a maid at the mansion. Instead, she took 4 of her maids and rushed to the marketplace with each of them dressed in their well-made clothes. Zhang Sui got up, ate breakfast, and hurried to the barracks. Starting today, it's going to be daytime practice. When I arrived, surprisingly, training had not started. He was about to inquire as to the reason, when he saw Huang Han say to him, "Hurry to the marshal's tent when the governor tells you to arrive." Zhang Sui hurried to the marquee. Rushing to the marshal's tent, Yan Liang was gathering with the people of the, passing a document in his hand. Seeing Zhang Sui coming over, Yan Liang said, "Coming. Last night, the Lord summoned me urgently, regarding the matter of the imperial edict of the Son of Heaven. The Lord has decided that there should be no imperial edict for the time being." Zhang Sui nodded and said, "So, what does this have to do with our cavalry?" Yan Liang handed the paperwork to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui took the paperwork. It's a letter asking for support. It was written by Sima Defense, the family head of the Sima family, the top family in Hanoi County. The letter expressed that half a month ago, The Huns invaded Hanoi County again, and even chanced upon his wife and young son, almost killing them. The middle section of the family tried their best to protect him, and more than 50 people were all killed in battle before they were able to escort his wife and young son back to the Sima family. Sima defense requested Yuan Shao to send troops. Otherwise, he could only contact Wang Yi, the county governor of Hedong County, for support. Zheng Sui remembered that Sima defense had asked Yuan Shao for help before. This is at least the second time. Zheng Sui had gotten word before that Hedong County was in cahoots with the Huns. The meaning of Sima defense's letter is clear. If Yuan Shao was unable to protect Hanoi County, then Hanoi County joined forces with Hedong County and the Huns. This is not good news for Yuan Shao, who wants to unify Hebei. After reading the letter, Zheng Sui handed it back to Yan Liang and said, "So, what can we do? This cavalry of ours has only been trained for a little over a month. Can we fight against the Xiongnu?" Yan Liang said, "This naturally cannot be. The Lord gave orders yesterday for my brother Wen Chou to lead 10,000 foot soldiers to defend Hanoi County. First to ward off any invasion the Huns might come. The infantry can't keep up with the Hun cavalry, but the defense is still possible. Our 3,000 horsemen follow. One, to give peace of mind to the great families of Hanoi County. Secondly, we implement the Huns in the field and then train them in a targeted way so that we can integrate them into the battle as quickly as possible, and hit them hard, or even crush them." Zhang Sui. Yan Liang patted Zhang Sui's shoulder and said, "I know you have a woman at home, Harry boy, and your fire is on fire, but building a career is what matters to a great man. As long as you have merit, women are at your disposal." Yan Liang then looked at the other grand and small commanders and said, "These words of mine are addressed to you as well. The Lord's great effort to nurture us is not for us to enjoy coming. Be good this time. Strive for the earliest within half a year, and the longest within a year, to inflict heavy damage on the Huns, or even overthrow them, so that they will never dare to invade our land and harm our people again. Understand?" The crowd chimed in. "Understood," Yan Liang said. "Then all go and get ready now. Have everyone get their belongings. Tomorrow morning at the hour of the day, the Lord will be here to count the troops. Also following us this time is the supervisor frustration. It is evident that the Lord is taking this battle seriously. Our cavalry has only been created for a little over a month, but we are all the best of the best. 3 war horses for each of you, and the weapons in your hands. Those are treasures that other generals wouldn't even think of. If you disgrace me, don't blame me for getting you killed. Scatter." The crowd then dispersed. Zhang Sui and Draw Recruit returned to their own men and declared Yan Liang's order. After that, everyone started quickly organizing their belongings, especially war horses and weapons. This busyness lasted until midday. Zhang Sui accompanied the crowd to finish their meal and recognized 2 more characters at noon. Only after that did he ride Goku towards the city. This time away, it's going to be at least 6 months. Gotta say hello to the others. This first one to greet well is the second young lady Jinmi and Hongyu. Second Miss Shinmi rushing here should have been Madame's arrangement to allow herself to help take care of second Miss Shinmi so that the Jin family could carry out their industry in Yecheng. Now that you're leaving yourself, how could you not have said something ahead of time and apologized? When he rushed to the Jin family store, he saw that the entire Jin family store was dead, and the atmosphere was so depressing. Zhang Sui found the shopkeeper and asked, "What is it?" The shopkeeper glanced at Zhang Sui and whispered with his ear, "Mrs. Kai is your person now?" Zhang Sui nodded. The shopkeeper sighed before continuing, "Mrs. Kai brought 4 maids with her today, wearing newly made clothes, and went to stand at the market entrance for so long that she attracted the third miss who happened to be passing by. There were quite a few rich ladies who saw that all the third young misses were interested in Lady Kai's clothes, and they all talked to Lady Kai and then followed her to your house. Took a lot of business from our store. When second miss found out, she got angry and is now giving those tailors a lecture in the tailoring room. Those clothes of Mrs. Kai's, we also have them in our store, but we do it slowly." The shopkeeper glanced at Zhang Sui with a somewhat complicated expression. He knew that those clothes of Mrs. Kai were definitely helped by the man in front of him. The man had gotten a set of them before, and they were very much to the liking of the third young lady. Zhang Sui smiled a little awkwardly when he heard the shopkeeper say that. This is really a case of the water has hit the Dragon King's temple, and the family members are fighting with each other. He had the urge to go back immediately. He had the feeling that he didn't quite dare to face second Miss Shinmi. However, he has to leave tomorrow, and today is the day that the Jin family store is a mountain of knives and fire. He also has to go to see the second young ladies. Zhang rushes stiffly to the cutting room floor. Sure enough, the 6 tailors stood together, heads bowed. The second young lady wore a veil, and with an ironclad face, her icy voice was laced with anger as she said, "The 6 of you, all of you, are my Jin family's highly paid tailors, and you are no better than a couple of other maids? The same drawings, the Jin family, have raised you for food? I don't want to see you guys fall behind again. If you can't do it, talk to me. I can directly dismiss you on behalf of the Jin family. End of chapter 176. Chapter 175, Second Miss Jinmi's Disapprehension. Chapter 175, Second Miss Jinmi's. Zhang Sui stood aside and hissed darkly. He thought about when he was being trained before crossing over. Second Miss Jinmi has a bit of those leadership auras. Zhang Sui is about to retreat. Second Miss Jinmi, however, had already looked over and coldly said, "Where are you retreating to?" Zhang Sui laughed twice and pointed at a few tailors. "I'm afraid of disturbing you, so you guys continue. I'll wait outside." Only then did Second Miss Jinmi look back at the 6 seamstresses again and said, "Every set of clothes on the drawings, rush them out for me. Whether it's fit to wear or not, whether it's fit to sell or not, that's not for you to worry about. All you have to do is follow the assignment." Only after that did he turn to leave. Each of the 6 tailors wiped cold sweat from their foreheads. The second young lady is so full of energy that she's even more difficult to deal with than the lady. To be precise, it was actually better to face Mrs. Instead, Madame seldom lost her temper outside and was always smiling. However, now that Madame isn't here, the second young lady has the final say, and will have to act accordingly. Now that the world is in chaos and starvation is rampant outside of Yecheng, if they didn't do a good job and were really sacked by the Jin family store, the consequences would be unimaginable. The second young lady, Junmi, left the 6 tailors and found Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui was at the counter, wanting to spit a few words with the shopkeeper. In the past, she only felt that Second Miss Jinmi was cool, but she hadn't seen her lose her temper a few times. Now that Second Miss Jinmi had come to Yecheng and broken away from the Wujijin family, she felt that her temper had become fierce. Before he could even open his mouth to say a few words, he saw Second Miss Jinmi walking deeper into the store while saying, "Follow me." Zhang Sui hurriedly followed. Second Miss Jinmi led Zhang Sui straight to the room where affairs were handled. There, Hongyu was sitting on her knees in front of the case table handling the account book. Seeing Second Miss Jinmi push the door in, Hongyu hurriedly lowered her head. Second Miss Jinmi signaled Zhang Sui to find a spot to stand before she said, "You haven't been here for a few days. Something happened today?" Seeing that Second Miss Jinmi's anger seemed to have been suppressed, Zhang Sui was secretly relieved and said, "I'm going to temporarily leave Yecheng for a while tomorrow." Hongyu looked up. Second Miss Jinmi furrowed her brows and said, "The Jizhou government has a mission?" Zhang Sui gave a hum and said, "Over there in Hanoi County, the past 2 years have been subject to invasions by the Xiangnu near Hedong County. The great families of Hanoi County also suffered a crisis. Half a month ago, the wife of the head of the Sima family of Hanoi County went out on an errand with her young son, and was caught up by the Huns, and all 50 of their ministries were killed in battle, and the wife of the family head and her young son were almost killed. The head of the Sima family was furious and wrote to Yuan Shao. If he doesn't send any more troops, he's decided to organize the big families of Hanoi County to defect to Hedong County. Yuan Shao now wants to take down Gongsun Zan of Yuzhou and the remaining Black Mountain army still near Changshan, and doesn't want anything to happen to Hanoi County. He has decided, therefore, to transfer the generals there. As a cavalryman, I'm going over to, on the one hand, appease the great families of Hanoi County. On the other hand, I'm also observing the Huns' fighting style, and then targeting my training, so that I can improve the strength of the cavalry more quickly. Time is pressing. We have to leave tomorrow." Hongyu's eyes were a little red, but she didn't dare to speak, just lowered her head, her right thumbnail clasping the knuckles of her left hand. The second young lady, Junmi, asked, "Does your family know about it at Zhaoji's place?" Zhang Sui shook his head and said, "No, I came here first thing when I came back here." Second Miss Junmi's pretty face under the veil looked much better, and after a long silence, she said, "Then wait here, I have something for you to do." With that, he stood up and left. Zhang Sui watched the second young Miss Jinmi leave the door of the room before he busied himself by walking towards Hongyu, holding her hand and saying, "I'm going to be away for a while, so I won't be able to see you." Hongyu gave a hum and tears fell from her eyes. Zhang Sui squatted down his body and looked at Hongyu Pearly Rain, wiping her tears with his hand while saying, "What are you crying for? It's not like I'm going to die." Hongyu suddenly raised her hand and heavily slapped Zhang Sui's chest, choking, "Don't say anything if you can't speak." Zhang Sui held Hongyu's hand inside. He also liked the peace and prosperity. Every day just training and then flirting with a couple of women. But this is the end of the Han dynasty, a time of great turmoil. Where can we find such a beautiful thing? Taking Hongyu into his arms, Zhang Sui softly said, "I was wrong. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Even if I go somewhere else, I'll think of you every day. Sister, I'm not even in the same room with you yet. Where would I want something to happen?" Hongyu tilted her head from Zhang Sui's arms and looked at him, somewhat speechless. "It's all I think about all day. Although she said this, the next moment, she still propped her hands on the case table, tremblingly brought her red lips over and took the initiative to place a kiss on Jiang Sui's lips. Trembling, be sure to come back safely. When you come back, I'll apply to the second lady to let me stay at your place. Han Yu's pretty face was so red that it was dripping blood. At that time, what do you want to do? I'll promise you everything. Jiang Sui looked at the pretty face in front of him, wrapped his arms around her face and kissed her hard, kissing her lips out of shape. After being with Han Yu for so long, this was the first time she had taken the initiative. What sweet words, messy love words, at this moment, are not as pleasant to the ear as these words. This time, instead of squirming as usual, Han Yu greeted her warmly. The two of them kissed for a while before Han Yu was busy letting go and said, "Alright, second young miss is coming later." Jiang Sui licked the corners of his mouth and said, "Just come, it's not like she doesn't know what kind of relationship we have." Han Yu looked down and pretended to look through the ledger. This denizen, who looked immodest as hell, didn't understand what second miss meant at this time, and didn't bother to remind him. Wait for second miss to clean him up herself in the future. Jiang Sui still wanted to put his head over and kiss for a while longer, but then he saw footsteps ringing outside. Jiang Sui hurriedly squared his shoulders. It didn't take long to see second Miss Shinmi holding several sets of clothes over and placing them on the case table. Jiang Sui. One set is a purple cheongsam, which the second young lady Shinmi has worn before. One set is a white shirt and black wrap skirt. One set is an apron. One is a maid's outfit. Second Miss Shinmi furrowed her brows and laid out the 4 sets of clothes. These 4 sets of clothes, except for the purple cheongsam that I know you like, the other 3 sets, I really don't understand where it looks good. I looked at your drawings and didn't get it. Just think you're shy about drawing, but I was at the entrance of the bazaar today, and I saw Mrs. Kai whispering a few words of even in the ears of the third young lady and the rich woman, and they, red-faced, followed them away. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Jiang Sui with a puzzled face and said, "What is the reason? That Mrs. Kai, what did she say?" Jiang Sui looked at second Miss Shinmi with some consternation. "Then when you took away the drawings before, what were you blushing about?" End of chapter 177. Chapter 176 Second Miss Shinmi's maid costume, meow. Chapter 176 Second Miss Shinmi's maid outfit, meow. Second Miss Shinmi's cool face flashed a flash of sulkiness and said, "Where is there a garment with just a few strings and 2 pieces of cloth?" Jiang Sui oh twice. "So it is. I feel like a mess." 2 was bashful by the bikini picture. Jiang Sui wanted to laugh a little and said, "That's called a bikini, and it's actually worn outside." Second Miss Shinmi obviously didn't believe it. Scarlet red climbed on her snow-white neck, spat and said, "A denizen is a denizen. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? That kind of clothing, how can you wear it outside?" Jiang Sui scratched his face. It was the end of Han after all. Women aren't that open-minded these days. Jiang Sui could only argue, it is indeed outside. Only, that's what women wear for the men they like. Second Miss Shinmi sneered. "Wouldn't it be better not to wear it?" Jiang Sui let out a laugh and retorted. "Second Miss obviously doesn't understand men. It's not the naked kind that men like, it's the kind that covers up but leaks a little. This is called a refusal. Being able to tickle a man's fancy a little bit." Second Miss Shinmi's eyes narrowed. Hong Yu was busy coughing dryly. The man had gotten a little carried away. She felt, is it possible to talk to Second Miss about this kind of thing? Second Miss is a lady of the house, dignified and virtuous. How could she have heard such nasty things? It's not like you're just a maid. Only then did Jiang Sui stop, glanced at Hong Yu, and let out a hefty laugh. Second Miss Shinmi pointed outside and said, "Go wait outside for a while." Jiang Sui walked towards the door in disbelief. Second Miss Shinmi closed the door to her room. Jiang Sui stood at the doorway, only to hear a voice from inside saying, "Second Miss, I can't wear this." The second young lady's voice rang out saying, "Where?" Hong Yu's aggrieved voice rang out, This is that little bit too much." The second young lady's voice rang out, "Mother has already promised you to him. You are his woman. What are you afraid of? Didn't you want to live with him before? What are you doing at this time?" As Jiang Sui listened to the conversation between the two, the corners of his mouth grinned slightly. "I'll go. Is this something you're going to wear for yourself? What's the big deal?" Second Miss Shinmi this body. The last time he wore that purple cheongsam, almost did not let him spray nose blood on the spot. "I wonder what I'm going to wear this time." And red jade. Red jade has a pretty good body, too, especially very white. I wonder what she looks like in a purple cheongsam. It didn't take long for the door to the room to be opened, revealing a crack inside, but it was Hong Yu with a red face, waving at him and saying, "Come in." Only then did Jiang Sui hustle forward and squeeze through the doorway. Only in the room, The second young lady was wearing a white shirt on her upper body and a black wraparound skirt on her lower body, exposing her two slender big white legs. Second Miss Jinmi's calves are also straight. Like Kai Wen-ji's in general, they are straight as a straight line. However, she is a bit meatier than Kai Wen-ji. The hip dress was obviously a little tight, all strangled into the flesh of the thighs, setting off the second Miss Jinmi's originally full thighs especially fleshy. Zhang Sui only felt his heart beating like a numbness. Is this something you should see for yourself? Suddenly, he had a feeling that this time he crossed over. Or it was a benefit from God who took pity on him for being a single dog before crossing over. Zhang Sui quite had an urge to pounce on and hug second Miss's long legs and caress them fiercely. The second young miss looked at Zhang Sui's eyesight as he looked at himself with a somewhat straight line. Rather possessive. Second Miss Jinmi's heart was a little sweet and a little nervous. With Zhang Sui's appearance, she was really worried that this denizen had no scruples and would directly pounce on her. He's a big man. When the time comes, should I yell and scream if I can't push myself? Or should I just let him have his way? Second Miss Jinmi moved a step backward. And under the veil, her pretty face snapped. If you keep thinking nonsense, I'll gouge your eyes out. Zhang Sui came back to his senses and forcefully averted his eyes to look at Hongyu. Ruby is wearing an apron over the original dress. Zhang Sui let out a forehead. Hongyu is not wearing the right clothes. The second young lady, Junmi, looked at Zhang Sui's appearance. The corner of her mouth rose imperceptibly, and asked, "This apron, what's wrong with it?" Zhang Sui once again looked at the second young Miss Jinmi, his gaze involuntarily falling on the stranglingly long legs of the wraparound skirt, and gulped before he said, "Too proper for this apron. Inside this apron, wearing nothing is the charm of its design." Second Miss Jinmi, Hongyu's entire face instantly climbed red. This man, he's hopeless. What sane woman would wear something like this with nothing underneath? It's all exposed. Zhang Sui looked at the two women's red to the point of dripping blood, and knew what the two were thinking, and laughed. That's why Xiaohe spoke privately to third miss, and those rich women, and then brought them to the house, wasn't it? But if she could have said it, she must have said it on the spot. It was only then that second Miss Jinmi reacted, glaring fiercely at Zhang Sui. Second Miss Jinmi was busy waving her hand to signal him to go wait outside. Zhang then exited the room. The moment the door to the room closed, he couldn't help but take another look underneath Miss Tu's wraparound skirt. A pair of big meaty legs. Second Miss Jinmi is truly the best on earth. This pair of big legs, coupled with the hip skirt, really have a kind of let a person pomegranate skirt under the death. Do ghost also wind flow impulse? He didn't have to stand in the doorway for long before the door to the room opened a crack again and Hongyu greeted him as he entered. This time Hongyu was wearing that purple cheongsam. Hongyu's height was on the shorter side by a head compared to Madam Second Miss Jinmi and Kai Wen-ji. Plus her face was a little babyish. Therefore, this purple cheongsam on her, although stunning, was nowhere near as good as what Madam and Second Miss Jinmi wore before. As for the second young lady, Junmi, she was wearing a maid's outfit. Zhang Sui let out a forehead. Or maybe it was because of the beauty of the person. The second Miss Jinmi wearing this maid outfit was also somewhat unusually conspicuous. Especially that cool face. It felt like just showing another expression of disgust would definitely be able to make the latter-day geeks so excited that they would just faint a whole lot. Seeing that Zhang Sui's reaction wasn't as exaggerated as before, second Miss Jinmi furrowed her brows and lowered her head to take a look and said, "So, these clothes aren't particularly good?" Zhang Sui came back to his senses and busily waved his hand. "Good. It's actually exceptionally good too. It's just that this dress is designed for women to wear, but it's for men to see, and second Miss isn't a man, so she can't understand the beauty of it." Second Miss Jinmi was skeptical. "Really? If it's really good, I'll have the tailor make a few more." Zhang Sui's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Rather, there is still one thing missing." Second Miss Jinmi and Hongyu both looked towards Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui swallowed hard before he made a cat paw motion with his right hand and said, "Second Miss, you follow me and do it, meow." Second Miss Jinmi, what kind of action is this? Where's the attraction? What's this dunce going to do? Although skeptical, second Miss Jinmi still made a cat paw motion with her right hand and let out a meow. Like this? End of chapter 178. Chapter 177, Second Miss Jinmi, when you come back. I'll tell you something. Chapter 177, Second Miss Jinmi, when you come back. I'll tell you. Zhang Sui watched as second Miss Jinmi clenched her right hand into a cat's paw and meowed, her entire body stunned. Second Miss Jinmi really had a dumb feeling with this kind of appearance. Obviously, they are usually cool looking, especially with the way she had just reprimanded a couple of tailors. It was scary as hell, but at the moment, it made you want to go up and touch her head. The second young Miss, Junmi, saw that Zhang Sui looked a bit baffled, and her heart was happy. This denizen likes himself like this? But then, there's nothing special about it. She didn't understand Zhang Sui's preference. How is it that there's always a feeling that you can't understand? Nonetheless, the second young Miss Shinmi still stared at her right hand and meowed twice with a puzzled face. Zhang Sui. It's not working. This kind of appearance of the second young Miss Shinmi made him feel a sense of whimsy. Zhang Sui hurriedly interrupted second Miss Shinmi, who was about to continue. Second Miss. This dress with this set of moves is what sells. These clothes of mine are designed for women to please their men. When you sell clothes to those rich women or ladies, tell them these characteristics. You can start with no charge. Let them do as you do and see if they can please their own men. If it pleases those rich women and young ladies, they will surely come back and buy it again. Those rich women and young ladies, too, are not short of money, and will not be cut off from their future hopes by coveting a dress. Only then did second Miss Shinmi react, sizing up Zhang Sui and secretly sighing in her heart. The denizens are a bit more horny though, but there's some real ability on all sides. That, he could understand. It's really quite appropriate to be your own husband, with him out in the field, throwing his weight around, and himself at home to keep the Jin family in check. Husband and wife working together, the Jin family will surely rise again. The two of them will have a couple more kids later. He's so smart. He's not so bad himself. Growing up well on my own. The kid must be smart and good looking. Also, he can tell fortunes and can prevent accidents from happening to children. Thinking about the future of the Jin family and the operation of the two children more and more prosperous. The second Miss Shinmi heart full of yearning. Zhang Sui's eyes finally wandered between the second young lady, Junmi, and Hong Yu. In the end, he was still reluctant to leave. Then, second Miss, sister, I'll be leaving. During this time, I was not in Yecheng. Second Miss Shinmi hesitated slightly and said, you go out first. Zhang Sui let out a before exiting the room. Second Miss Shinmi signaled Hong Yu to close the door to the room before the two took off their clothes and changed into their original clothes. The second young Miss, Junmi, saw Hong Yu change her clothes before she said, go and say a few words of farewell to him. This trip, I don't know when I'll be back. Hong Yu gratefully bowed towards second Miss Shinmi before opening the door to her room and going out, greeting Zhang Sui in a corner and handing him a purse. This, I embroidered it. Here, take care of yourself. When you get back. Zhang Sui took the purse, put it on the end of his nose and smelled it, and smiled. It has the scent of your sister's body. Hong Yu looked at Zhang Sui with a look of lewdly sniffing the scent of the purse, somewhat wanting to dislike his look, but in the end, she didn't give up. This time, it's going to be a long time apart again. How can you blame him again? Standing on her tiptoes, her pretty face crawling with scarlet, Hong Yu gently dropped a kiss on the side of Zhang Sui's face and said, take care of yourself. I'll be waiting for you to come back. After saying that, he panicked and left. Zhang Sui touched the side of his face where he had been kissed and watched Hong Yu wiggle her rounded ass as she left, so he was busy chasing after her. Hong Yu saw him catching up and stopped in her tracks suspiciously. Zhang Sui scratched her ass and laughed. It's very moist. Hong Yu bit her lip, her pretty face so red that it was dripping blood. This denizen, she thought of the previous scene with him, and second Miss in the carriage. He had dared to fondle his ass behind second Miss's back. Hong Yu plucked out Zhang Sui, was about to rant at him. However, he saw second Miss Shinmi standing not far away. Hong Yu was busy darting away. Finished, though himself and him are Mrs. Explicit. However, it was still a bit embarrassing in front of the second young lady. Second Miss Shinmi watched this scene without making a sound. Zhang Sui also noticed the second young lady Shinmi looking on, smiled sarcastically and was about to leave with his head down. Second Miss Shinmi said in a bad mood, what's the hurry? Follow me. Only then did Zhang Sui follow second Miss Shinmi with a stiff upper lip. Second Miss Shinmi led Zhang Sui all the way to her own room, signaling Zhang Sui to wait at the door. Second Miss Shinmi fished out a dagger from her room, held it out, and handed it to Zhang Sui, saying, this one is made from the 1,000 refined steel that father bought for a heavy amount of money during his lifetime. Originally, my father said that this world is chaotic and told me to bring it with me for defense. Now, for the time being, I'll lend it to you. Zhang Sui. Thousands of steel builds? In this era at the end of the Han Dynasty, although the 1,000 refined steel was available, the production was extremely low, worthy of being the Jin family. Even if it had fallen, its energy was not something that could be compared to ordinary people. Zhang Sui took the dagger and slowly unsheathed it. A cold, chilling light burst out the moment it was sheathed, giving people a feeling of numbness in their scalps. It feels like it could cut off a person's bones. Zhang Sui exclaimed, good dagger. Under the veil of the second young lady Jinni, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly and said, what my father sent me, can it be bad? Zhang Sui returned the dagger to its sheath and handed it back. It's too valuable for me to borrow. If I lose it, I can't afford to pay for it with my life. On second Miss Shinmi's cool face, her beautiful eyes flashed a touch of grimness and said, if I really lose it, I'll have my own way. What I give away, I don't take back. If you don't want it, throw it away. Zhang Sui. After a slight contemplation, Zhang Sui still took the dagger and was somewhat moved in his heart. Second Miss. Thank you. No matter what happens to me in the future, I am a member of the Jin family. Zhang Sui secretly added. Good daughter, this cute. Must help the Jin family in the future. Can't do as much as Dorgan though. However, the children of the Jin family will certainly not be subjected to bullying. Second Miss Shinmi lowered her head and pondered for a while before she said, it's getting late. You should also go back to rest early. I won't keep you today. When you get back, I have something to tell you. Zhang Sui let out a laugh and said curiously, tell me now? I don't know when I'll be back yet. Second Miss Shinmi waved her small hand and said, wait until you return. Zhang Sui said, Second Miss, you can say it now. Second Miss Shinmi stared wide-eyed, and under the veil, her pretty face was quite angry and helpless as she said, are you leaving or not? How can we talk about this kind of thing now? I wasn't even prepared for that. Zhang Sui saw that the second young Miss Shinmi seemed to be a little angry, so he let out an "oh" and left towards the outside of the Jin family store. As second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui's departing back, a flash of worry also flashed across her beautiful eyes. But if the Jin family had not fallen, and there was a man who was able to support it, it would not be necessary for him to go on this kind of campaign. The world is a difficult place now, with wars everywhere and countless deaths and injuries, but wherever possible, she didn't want him to go out and risk his life. But now the Jin family is in this situation. If he does not go out, the Jin family will only become more and more extinct, especially in this chaotic world. Family plus military power is the most secure backing. Now that the Jin family is in decline, it is too dangerous to have only the heritage of the family but no military power. Although the second brother served as the Chuliang order, he was too weak. Second Miss Shinmi sighed lightly. If only I were a man myself. End of chapter 179. Chapter 178, Kaiwenji, there's always someone at home waiting for you. Chapter 178, Kaiwenji, there's always someone waiting for at home. Zhang Sui left the Jin family store and galloped his horse to the state pastor's residence again. The original task that Tian Feng had set for himself could not be completed for the time being. This trip will sever ties with third Miss Yuanmi. At least say hello. The guards went inside to announce it. Not long after, he saw third Miss Yuanmi humming a little song as she walked out. Seeing Zhang Sui waiting with his warhorse, third Miss Yuanmi hemmed and hawed. You're going to paint me today? Zhang Sui scratched his face and said, no, I was bidding farewell to third Miss. Third Miss Yuanmi looked at Zhang Sui doubtfully. Farewell? Where are you going? Zhang Sui said, orders have come from above, and I'm going to rush with the cavalry to Hanoi County tomorrow to prepare for the fight against the Xiongnu. This trip will be as short as 6 months and as long as a year. I thought I wouldn't see you for so long, so I came to say goodbye to third Miss. Third Miss Yuanmi was a little disappointed. Going away for so long? Then one won't be able to see him for a long time. However, she couldn't say anything. As Yuan Shao's first daughter, she knew exactly what was going on in the world today. A man, especially a small capitalist who can't stay cooped up in Yecheng. Moreover, the cavalry was still father's highest priority. This time to form the cavalry, father spent a huge amount of financial and material resources. Zhang Sui looked at third Miss Yuanmi's meaty look of disappointment and was somewhat helpless. After all, he still spoke. Third Miss, then, can I see your face under the veil again? Third Miss Yuanmi immediately perked up. What others ask, she may not grant. That's the first man who's admitted to liking him. And, still, the most handsome man she'd ever seen besides her father and a few of her brothers. Third Miss took off her veil and said to Zhang Sui, you look good then. Zhang Sui took a deep breath as he looked at the pretty face of the third young Miss Yuanmi, who was in a state of peace. So damn happy. In other words, before crossing over, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that he would have the chance to see a pretty face of this caliber. Before the crossing, any slightly decent-looking beauty is a goddess sought after by countless men. His own poor hangers-on, not to mention watching from such a close distance, even from a distance, are somewhat self-inflicted shame. Today, however, it is close at hand. Thinking of what Tian Feng had said before, Zhang Sui hesitated a little and still asked, third Miss, can I have an excessive request? Third Miss Yuanmi blinked her eyes and said, tell me. Zhang Sui gave a frown and said, can I touch your face for a bit? A hint of scarlet climbed on third Miss Yuanmi's snow-white neck. It's really excessive, but it's also bold enough. He really wasn't afraid of his father until, well, he got him killed. Father had gotten defensive about him before, but isn't that his character? Also, he's leaving. It's just, it feels a little awkward. though he liked himself and he had a pretty good feeling about him too. But something like touching your face always feels a bit excessive. But after muttering in her heart for a while, third Miss Yuanmi still closed her eyes and said, "Just for a moment. Move quickly. No one can see it anyway. Let him touch it and it won't kill him." Zhang Sui watched as third Miss Yuanmi brought her pretty face over, her long eyelashes fluttering ceaselessly. The next moment, he brought his lips over and kissed her on the eyelids. Third Miss Yuanmi opened her eyes. She looked at Zhang Sui with some dismay, looking at the face that was so close to her eyes. He dared to kiss himself. Zhang Sui kissed third Miss Yuanmi's eyelids before leading the warhorse away and waving his hand. Third Miss Yuanmi bit her red lips, her earlobes gradually turning red. The man! Only after watching Zhang Sui walk away, third Miss Yuanmi reached out and touched the place where her eyelids had been kissed and mumbled, "Men are really strange. What's wrong with kissing where? The eyes?" Granted. A strange emotion rose in her heart. This Zhang Sui really gives off a different vibe, bold and passionate. Or maybe it would be nice to find a husband like that? Anyway, he likes himself too. He's quite fond of him himself. It's a pleasure to see him. This feeling, I don't know where it came from. Zhang Sui bid farewell to the third young Miss Yuanmi before returning to his mansion and telling Kai Wenji about the expedition tomorrow. Kai Wenji is teaching her maid to cut down her clothes in the cutting room. This morning at the marketplace, she met third Miss Yuanmi. Third Miss Yuanmi loved these maid clothes. After that, she met other rich women and ladies. She brought the women back and gave them descriptions of the clothes in the drawings. These clothes, Zhang Sui had explained to her in detail before. A little bashful though. Still, she wrote it all down. These rich women and young ladies, obviously interested in these clothes as well, had approached her to customize a few sets to try on. So she commanded 5 maids to rush the making of these clothes. However, he did not expect to hear the news that Zhang Sui was going to go on an expedition. Kai Wenji had some panic in her heart, but looking at Zhang Sui, she didn't know what to say. As Kai Yon's eldest daughter, she knew early on that men couldn't stay at home. As a woman, it's impossible to stop. All she could do was nod and tell him to be safe. Kai Wenji made a few dishes with her own hands and accompanied Zhang Sui to drink a little bit of wine. In the evening, Kai Wenji helped Zhang Sui treat the wound on his buttocks and change the medicine. And the two of them stared at each other wide-eyed and didn't know what to do. Zhang Sui usually looked at Kai Wenji and thought about it. At the moment, it was surprisingly calm. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Zhang Sui just carried his lance, stripped off his shirt, and practiced more outside. Kai Wenji stood at the door of the room, watching Zhang Sui at practice without saying a word. It wasn't until Zhang Sui finished his extra training, dried his sweat, wiped his body, and came in wearing his thin clothes that Kai Wenji looked at Zhang Sui and hesitated for a moment. In Zhang Sui's dismayed gaze, Kai Wenji gently hugged his waistband from behind, pressed her chest tightly against Zhang Sui's back, and softly said, "It's been a long time since we've made out. You've gone on a journey this time, and there's no telling how long you'll be back. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to me? Let's have one tonight. I miss you a little." Zhang Sui listened to Kai Wenji's calm and enthusiastic voice, and originally had some inexplicable sadness in his heart. At the moment, however, it felt like the blood was boiling. Turning around, he and Kai Wenji were forehead to forehead, looking at Kai Wenji with her eyes closed, her long eyelashes fluttering ceaselessly, and her red lips constantly welcoming up towards herself. Zhang Sui wrapped his left arm around Kai Wenji's waistline, and his lips enthusiastically greeted her. Zhang Sui felt like his heart was going to jump out of his throat. After stripping Kai Wenji clean in 3 tries, Zhang Sui placed her on the desk and pressed up hard. Kai Wenji lay on the desk table, quietly and deadpanly looking at Zhang Sui, as if she wanted to use her sight to trace the whole of Zhang Sui and carve it into her memory. It wasn't until Zhang Sui carried her under the quilt that she wrapped her arms around Zhang Sui's neck, catapulted her head into Zhang Sui's tight grip, and exhaled. "You have to remember that there are people waiting for you at home, waiting for you to come." Zhang Sui looked down at the beauty in his arms and let out a heavy before lying down on top of her and hugging her, the two of them not moving at all. End of chapter 180. Chapter 179, Sima Defense and Sima E. Chapter 179, Sima Defense and Sima. Zhang Sui woke up early the next morning before dawn. Kai Wenji hasn't slept all night. The two tossed and turned 3 times last night. This was the first time Kai Wenji had taken such initiative in all the time the two had been together. Zhang Sui felt like his waistband was going to be clipped by Kai Wenji, though it had been known for some time that she looked thin and soft. However, Zhang Sui still underestimated her force. Her 2 thighs made Zhang Sui feel like he was caught in a vice. When the two of them made out last night, a scene lingered in Zhang Sui's mind. It was a short video he'd seen before he crossed over, of a Czech woman, challenging the Guinness World Record with her thighs. With both thighs, she popped a dozen large watermelons a minute. At that time, Zheng Sui was astonished. I didn't think that I would be able to experience this kind of horrifying weirdness myself nowadays. It was a good thing that although Kai Wenji's thighs were strangely strong, the endurance was not long. After one fight, she had no strength left and lay like a puddle, so much so that the latter time, she was at Zhang Sui's mercy. At this moment, Zhang Sui had gotten dressed, and she was still lying motionless on the bed, just quietly looking at Zhang Sui. She felt sore and weak all over. Zhang Sui got dressed and put on his armor, dropped a kiss on her red lips, pinched her nose, and softly said, "Wait for your man to come back." Kai Wenji reached out and hooked her soft and feeble hand around Zhang Sui's neck, pressed her face against Zhang Sui's neck, and rotated it a few times before she said in a hoarse voice, "Husband, you must come back well." Listening to Kai Wenji's hoarse voice, Zhang Sui was a little embarrassed. For the third time last night, it was a little overplayed. It was mainly because Kai Wenji had aroused him the first 2 times he was passionate and aroused his desire, but she couldn't bear it the third time herself. Zhang Sui let out a hum, and only then did he peel off her jade arm and place it under the comforter before covering it with the quilt. Signaled Kai Wenji to close her eyes and go back to sleep. Seeing Kai Wenji obediently close her eyes, Zhang Sui then reluctantly walked out of the room and closed the door. The cold, chilly wind outside made him shiver. Zhang Sui sighed. Tenderloin is so nice. This would have been worth it in his life if he had been able to do this before he crossed over. But the thing is, it's the end of Han. Here, with power and status, comes everything, including women. If he didn't go out to conquer and just stayed at home, then he would probably still be the same drifter who had just crossed over and almost starved to death. Whether it's Madam, 2nd Miss Shinmi, 3rd Miss Yuan Mi, Hong Yu, or Kai Wenji, they are built on their power and status. Without that, they will eventually drift away. That's the reality. Picking himself up, Zhang Sui stopped looking at the mansion, ordering 5 maids and 10 male subordinates to guard the house. Zhang Sui spurred his horse to Tianfeng's mansion and waited at the entrance for a while. Going away for a long time on this expedition, Tianfeng won't follow. He himself worshipped Tianfeng again. Say goodbye to him anyhow. Only by maintaining a good relationship will Tianfeng help take care of the family and the Jin family store. Tianfeng is now strong and is liked by Yuan Shao. Now he has room to help take care of that too. Tianfeng instructed Zhang Sui to build up his career and not to let him and Yuan Shao down. And this time was also his chance to try to brush up his favor in front of 3rd Miss Yuan Mi. As for the family's Kai Wenji and the 2nd Miss of the Jin family, Tianfeng knows, let him rest assured to go, will not let people bully them. Only after that did Zhang Sui bid farewell to Tianfeng and steered his horse straight to the military camp. When he arrived at the barracks, the entire barracks was also up and arrayed below the general pointing platform. Dawn identity, countless footsteps sounded. Instead, it was Wenchou who led 10,000 infantrymen, coming from another military camp. 13,000 troops, waiting at the point of view. It was only when the east showed the white of the fish's belly that a luxurious carriage arrived surrounded by a crowd of people. It was clearly the supervisors, frustrated professor and Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao stood on the general's counting platform, first letting the supervisor, frustrated professor, quickly count down the list of generals and soldiers for this expedition according to the roster to make sure there were no missing people. Afterward, Yuan Shao gave a passionate speech. The content is simple. It's all about mobilization. Mobilizing people to lay down their lives to train, fight, build a career, and come back to marry and have children to bless their offspring. It was only when the sun rose high in the sky that the army, with frustration as its leader, officially set off. Hanoi County had a total of 16 counties, with its seat in Huai County, Wyoming County, which is also where Hanoi is ruled. The Sima family, the top family in Hanoi County, is in one county. This time, the army did not head to Huai County or Wen County, but went straight to Wild King County under the rule of Hanoi County. Wild King County, a county adjacent to Hadong County. It was also a county that suffered perennial invasions by the Huns. The Huns have been burning and looting here for the past few years. What was once a county of over 20,000 people is now almost completely deserted. The people of Wild King County have been dying and fleeing for the past few years because of natural and man-made disasters. When the army arrived here, they didn't meet a single person along the way. Instead, we see various skeletons from time to time. A vast expanse of desert in all directions. Can't see a bit of green. Some wild dogs followed far behind the army but did not dare to come forward. This time 13,000 troops, Wen Chao's 10,000 infantrymen, sitting directly on the town of Wild King County, took over the city's defenses and quickly began constructing fortifications. The 3,000 cavalry under Yan Liang's command set up camp in the east of the city of Wild King County. Compared to the bustle of Yechun, with all its traffic, Wild King County, with its lack of people and sprawling wilderness, was clearly better suited for training. It was on the 10th day of the army's training that the first group of people came from Wild King County. Early that morning, Yanliang summoned all the big and small capitals, went out of the camp, and rushed away 3 miles outside the city. After waiting for less than half an hour, they saw a caravan slowly coming from the east. It's like a giant dragon, and it's endless. Yanliang led the large and small capitals to meet them. It's a big family in Hanoi County. They organized a caravan with the Sima family at the head, sending nearly 50,000 ducats of grain, various kinds of horse forage, etc., and even some weapons. Holding stroke directed the caravan into the camp. Yan Liang, on the other hand, led the others in approaching the people of these worldly families. The leader of these great families was Sima Defense, the family head of the Sima family. Sima Defense introduced Yan Liang and the others to the heads of the various great families, before pulling Yan Liang aside and saying, "General Yan, can I request something?" Yan Liang smiled. "If Lord Sima has something to say, just say it." Sima Defense hurriedly greeted a 13 or 14-year-old boy behind him and stepped forward, pressed his head towards Yan Liang and saluted. "This is my family's oldest too, Sima Yi," with the watchword Zhangda. "This kid doesn't learn. He fights with people every day. 5 days ago, this child offended Zhou Shang, a powerful man in Chaogui County. This man has raised many disciples, all of whom are killers." Then Zhou Shang put down harsh words. "Within 10 days, the head of the canine son will be taken." End of chapter 181. Chapter 180 Zhang Sui vs Sima Yi. Chapter 180 Zhang Sui vs Sima. When Yan Liang heard Sima Defense say this, he laughed. "Ooh, quite crazy. Daring to say this to the Sima family head? Sima family master, you're still afraid of a local magnate?" Sima Defense said somewhat helplessly. "If it's a hard fight, our Sima family is naturally not afraid, but it's easy to hide from open fire, but it's hard to defend against hidden arrows. Besides, I can't just hunker down with all my family, out of the house, in the middle of a crowd. They could strike at any time. It's too stifling to live like this." Yan Liang nodded and said, "That's true." After a slight hesitation, Yan Liang said, "In this case, let Lord Sima stay with us for a few days, and I will write a letter to that Zhou Sheng to persuade and reconcile you. Is it bad to make peace? Besides, our enemies today are all Huns. Don't start infighting." Sima Yi's complexion perked up and said, "This is good. I'll follow you guys in practice. I'm very strong in force. I'm very strong. Not many people my age can beat me. I've always wanted to build a career and kill on the battlefield, and my father has never allowed it. Today, I will show father that I am capable of becoming a great general-level existence." Sima Defense kicks him in the ass, sending him tumbling to the ground. This second son, not only causing trouble everywhere, but also dare to be so arrogant in front of others. Yan Liang, the best of the best in people's elite, all cavalry, scared of a kid like you? Yan Liang let out a laugh and turned behind him. "Buoqing, come on, this boy from the Sima family, let's put you guys to practice first." Zhang Sui was originally standing with the other capitals and was chatting with the heads of the various worldly families, but he didn't think that Yan Liang had asked himself to go over and take Sima Yi. Zhang Sui, wearing his armor, walked up to Sima Yi and looked down on Sima Yi, who had risen from the ground. Sima Yi looked Zhang Sui up and down and said, "What is your name? You look about my age, and you're not very strong. What kind of official do you do?" Zhang Sui looked down on Sima Yi, who was a head shorter than himself. "Is this the historical Tsukuho? The source of the 5 Hu rebellion is located there." Zhang Sui had a moment of dislike, but it didn't happen after all. Moreover, now that Sima Defense is still in front, he and Yuan Shao have a great relationship. Just put up with it too. Zhang Sui faintly said. Zhang Sui, a native of Yanmen County. His cousin's name is Buoqing. He's about 3 years older than you, and he currently holds the position of primary capital. Sima Yi drew the sword at his waist and leapt to his feet. "Let's try. Let's see if you're good enough to be the little commander." Sima Defense scolded. "Zhang Da, don't be rude." Zhang Sui looked at Sima Yi playfully. This Sima Yi, when he was young, was quite a tiger, not at all the go when he was old. His go seems to have started when he was forcibly conscripted by Cao Cao. "When I was young, I was a hotshot too." Thinking of all the sins his offspring had committed, Zhang Sui looked at Yan Liang and said, Do. After being underestimated like this, you have to show the little guy a thing or two. Otherwise, he really thinks that all of us cavalrymen are soft." Yan Liang and Sima Defense glanced at each other. Sima Defense was a bit embarrassed. The canine son does have some bravery. Yan Ling Liang sneered in his head. It's no wonder that they were given such a hunting order by the people's magnates. "My cavalry is no match for you. A country brave. So much for being a father. It's no wonder being a son is so difficult." These local magnates, the great families, each one of them is wildly out of control. This is the Lord going against Gong Sunzan. But if you really take out the strength to deal with Gong Sunzan and deal with your various big families, what will you do? Seeing Sima defense say this, Yan Liang suppressed the unpleasantness in his heart, clasped his hands to his chest, and said to Zhang Sui, since the Sima family master praised Lord Sima in this way, I think he must have some means. Bo Chang. Then you and Mr. Sima will spar, point by point. The others looked over when they heard Yan Liang say that. Sima Yi looked at Zhang Sui and asked, sword competition or bare hands? Zhang Sui said, you pick one. Sima Yi loosened his fists and feet and said, bare hands then? Swordsmanship is my strong point, and it's not a good idea to win. By the way, who is your master? Zhang Sui stood still and watched Sima Yi circling around him. I have two masters. However, neither of them teaches martial arts. Sima Yi said, my master is called Wang Yu, the former Huban Zhonglong general of the imperial palace. Zhang Sui nodded. The history books don't say who Sima Yi's master was. However, it does say that Sima Yi is good at martial arts. As for Wang Yu, he had heard of him, a sword saint in some wild history, with a status comparable to Tong Yuan in wild history. It's no wonder Sima Yi is so rampant. Zhang Sui asked, do you want me to take off my armor and fight you? Sima Yi grinned and said, as you wish, armor or no armor, it doesn't matter much. With armor, you have thicker defenses, but you move slower. A true master is adapted to fight on all occasions and doesn't pick his enemies. After all, when it comes to a real life and death struggle, how can you expect others to put aside their advantages and fight on the same level as you? Zhang Sui nodded and said, alright, I'll listen to you. After Sima Yi finished speaking, he suddenly circled around behind Zhang Sui and slammed his fist into the back of his neck. The crowd hissed. This second son of the Sima family is indeed brave enough. In the crowd, a figure with a dark face and some extraordinarily large eyes stared dead at Sima Yi and Zhang Sui. Seeing Sima Yi attacking Zhang Sui so swiftly, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Although brother Zhangda is young, he is highly skilled in martial arts and is a wizard in practicing martial arts according to Mr. Wang Yu. Someone his age and wearing heavy armor and trying to outsmart him? There was also some pride on Sima Defense's face. He had 8 sons, proudest of this sub. Young, exceptionally intelligent, capable of writing and fighting. Even Hu Zhao, a famous scholar who lived in the secluded Hanoi County, said that this time the son was a wizard seen in 500 years and wanted to be a forgotten friend with him. A flash of viciousness flashed across Sima Yi's face as well. The district's small capital is nothing more than that. Just as his fist was about to smash on the back of Zhang Sui's neck, Zhang Sui suddenly reached out to grip his wrist and slammed his backhand arm on Sima's head. From the time he crossed over to now, a total of more than 250 days, he had not been practicing extra hard, except for those days when his ass was seriously injured. Gain 0.1 pounds per day with extra practice. Later on, as the hike gets more intense, the chances of triggering a blitz each day get higher and higher in magnitude. Today, his one-arm strength has increased from 150 pounds to 250 pounds. Though this pound is a Han Dynasty pound, only half of what it was before the crossing, 125 pounds, but this one is a one-armed force. He remembered, and seemed to have read before crossing over, that the one-arm Olympic record was 82 kilograms, or 164 pounds. It's a little worse though. However, today this power is definitely enough for the average person. Before that, he was just about as good as Zhang He at the Yeqing barracks when he threw punches at him. You should know that Zhang He is one of the 4 court pillars of Hebei. A great general. End of chapter 182. Chapter 181 Zhang Sui, under the teachers of Ding Yuan and Tian Feng. Chapter 181 Zhang Sui, under the teachers of Ding Yuan and Tian. Moreover, Zhang Sui could even pick up Madame and Kai Wenji doing it with one hand before and still hold on for so long. Now wearing his armor, Zhang Sui was also confident enough not to scare Sima Yi. As expected, Sima Yi's head was swept by Zhang Sui's arm, and he directly made a 90-degree bend on the ground and smashed heavily on the ground. The crowd was instantly dead silent. Sima Defense's eyes contracted dramatically, and his breath caught a little. The figure's little mouth opened wide with an expression of inability to be confident. What's going on? Yan Liang watched the scene with a big smile on his bearded face. This is Boxung, someone who can throw punches against Zhang He. Who is Zhang He? Sima Yi was on the ground, his eyes black for a while, not reacting. Sima Defense looked at Sima Yi struggling to get up from the ground, shaking his head, and busily rushed forward. Zhangda, my son, are you alright? The figure also rushed out from the crowd, saying eagerly, Brother Zhangda. Sima Yi came back to his senses, pushing the rushing Sima Defense and figure away. Sima Yi looked towards Zhang Sui, his eyes bloodshot. It was the first time in all his life that he had been hit so hard by someone of a similar age. With a hiss, Sima Yi once again lunged towards Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui watched Sima Yi come up and turn around. Sima Yi rushes forward and drills Zhang Sui in the crotch, sending a leg kick towards his chin. Although Zhang Sui's head had turned to look behind him, his right hand grabbed towards the bottom, grabbing Sima Yi's ankle that was mentioned near his chin and flung it straight out. Sima Yi was directly thrown out by a distance of 10 feet and landed on the ground with a dull thud. The crowd gulped one by one. Is this a tear fight? After being thrown to the ground, Sima Yi rolled around a few times before getting up, standing in the distance. His teeth chattered as he looked toward Zhang Sui standing in the distance. For the first time in his life, he had been suppressed by someone in terms of force without the ability to fight back. But how could he be willing to do that? His master was Wang Yu, a former imperial master. With such a defeat today, how can he face going back to see his master? As soon as he rushed in front of his father Sima Defense, Sima Yi pulled out Sima Defense's sword and stabbed directly and abruptly towards Zhang Sui. Sima Defense came back to his senses and exclaimed, "Zhang Da, do not hurt." Before he could finish his words, Zhang Sui also met him, his left arm clamping down on the stabbing sword. Although the saber was sharp, it was completely unable to break through the armor's defense. In the moment of using his left arm to grab Sima Yi's stabbing sword, Zhang Sui's right hand 5 fingers suddenly grabbed Sima Yi's face and pressed down directly. A scream. The long sword in Sima Yi's hand came off. His face was pressed down by Zhang Sui and slammed right into the ground. Sima Defense screamed, dizzy flying up, rather hysterically flavored. "Zhang Da, my son." The figure did not come over this time. It was frozen in place, its eyes glaring dead at Zhang Sui. This man, how can he be so horrible? Brother Zhang Da, such a brave man, was beaten helplessly in front of him. It feels like the sky is falling. All along, Brother Zhang Da was his heaven and his earth. Yan Liang watched as Sima Yi was smashed face down on the ground by Zhang Sui, unable to get up for half a day, and glared viciously at him. "Bo Qing, overdo it. I told you to point it out. How could you beat Lord Sima like this? Still not apologizing?" When he finished, he was busy making eyes. Zhang Sui understood and clasped his fists towards Sima Defense. "Sima family master, I'm sorry. I'm just a martial artist with little ability to control my force. I'll be careful next time." Sima Defense glanced at Zhang Sui and gulped, and then he looked at his son, Sima Yi, who was beside him. Seeing Sima Yi raise his head tremblingly, his face covered in blood, Sima Defense's teeth gritted. His own son this time, he was so precious that he didn't even bother to hit him on weekdays. Now, it was being injured like this. If this was anyone else, he would have found someone to get him killed. But this is the cavalry of the state pastor, the elite of the elite. Although he hated it with a passion, he could only endure it for the time being. Blame yourself for being reckless just now. I didn't realize that these cavalrymen were really so terrifying. While gently wiping the blood from Sima Yi's face with his hand, Sima Defense said in a trembling voice, "Zhang Da, are you alright?" Sima Yi looked a little dazed, glancing around. He then looked at his father Sima Defense beside him, and then at Zhang Sui. Meeting Zhang Sui's eyes as he looked down, Sima Yi's heart felt like it was being stirred with a knife. "I apologize to the master myself. Always thought that he was a genius once in 500 years, the best of his age. I realize today that I'm no better than that." Sima Yi squeezed out an ugly smile at Sima Defense and said, I am fine, father." Sima Defense said with concern, "Are you really alright?" Sima Yi hooned. Only then did Yan Liang step forward and said to Sima Defense, "Don't worry, Sima family master. Just now it was just a sparring match. Normally, Bo Qing wouldn't dare to do this to Sir Sima. Sima family master, wait a moment. I'll go write you a letter of persuasion and peace, and you bring it to Zhou Shang." Sima Defense nodded his thanks. Supporting Sima Yi, Sima Defense then asked, "I wonder who Zhang Dutong's teacher is, daring to hurt my favorite son so much today in front of me." Sima Defense, "I will take revenge sooner or later." Everyone else looked over. This Zhang Dutong is more or less reckless. This Sima family is not an ordinary family. It is the top family in Hanoi County. In front of people, Sima Defense to seriously hurt people's favorite son. This is to dig a hole for themselves to bury. Zhang Sui honestly said, "My two gentlemen. One is Duke Ding, the former assassin of the state of Bingzhou. One is the present-day Don Tiangong, heads of various lineages." Sima Defense. Sima Defense felt like eating. A disciple of Ding Yuan and Tian Feng? Surprisingly, they are their disciples. Ding Yuan is the former assassin of the state of Bingzhou. He, and not to mention, after all, has been killed for years. However, Tian Feng is one of the most favored strategists under the hand of Yuan Shao, the governor of the state. Although his own Sima family is the top of Hanoi County, however, Comparing to Yuan Shao, it is still too much worse. Yuan Shao favored Tian Feng. That naturally did not dare to touch its mold. Sima Defense let out a dark sigh. It was carelessness after all. Sima Defense forced out a smile and said, "So it's Tian Biejia's senior disciple. No wonder he's so brave." Looking at Sima Yi again, he snapped, "Zheng Da, I told you to abstain from arrogance and impatience on weekdays. Look." The figure also returned to his senses and curiously surveyed Zhang Sui. Tian Feng's disciple? It's said that Biejiao Tian Feng is arrogant as hell. Even the state pastor often eats him behind closed doors. The man in front of him would be his senior apprentice. End of chapter 183. Chapter 182. Zhang Sui has completely let himself go. Chapter 182. Zhang Sui completely let himself go. Sima Yi's eyes looking at Zhang Sui were also filled with shock. Father had even thought of letting him worship Tian Feng as his teacher in the first place. The exact moment would have been 4 years ago. At that time, Tian Feng was still under the name of Han Fu, the former pastor of Jizhou, and he was very talented. However, because of his rigid nature, he was not utilized. Father went to invite him, but he refused. I didn't expect that after 4 years, this Tian Feng actually collected disciples, and it was the person in front of me. With Tian Feng's sagacity, that is to say, the man in front of him, who was about 3 years older than himself, had not only suppressed himself in terms of force, but in terms of literature, he wouldn't be too far behind him. How can that be? He definitely didn't believe it. Zhang Sui saw that Sima Yi just looked at himself deadpan and didn't come up again, so he didn't bother with him. How many days is this kid going to be on his own? Hopefully he'll be honest. Otherwise, one would have to clean him up a bit. The crowd heard Zhang Sui say that he was Tian Feng's senior disciple and surrounded him, asking Zhang Sui about Tian Feng. Zhang Sui replied one by one. Sima Defense helped Sima Yi wipe the blood while whispering, "Zheng Da, my son, have you learned your lesson? There is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the people. In Hanoi County, you have good potential, but there are many capable people in this Han for miles and miles. Stop being so proud and arrogant." The figure with a dark face also walked over, looking somewhat complicated. "Brother Zheng Da, it's time to tighten up." Just now, he definitely stayed his hand. Sima Yi lowered his head and did not make another sound. The group waited for a long time before they saw Yan Liang come over with a bamboo slip, handing it to Sima Defense. "Lord Sima, this, you send to Zhou Sheng of Chaoge County. If he'll listen, then it's all over. Sometime, I'll go buy you two a drink and shake hands later. If he doesn't listen." Yan Liang pointed to the barracks behind himself and said, "At a time like this when a foreign enemy is present, he doesn't know what's good for him, so I'll let him learn the power of my cavalry." Sima Defense received the bamboo slip and thanked him in a hurry. Then he said to Sima Yi, "Zheng Da, then you will follow General Yan during this period of time. Don't make any trouble, and listen well." The dark figure busily said, "Uncle, I'm here too. I take care of brother Zheng Da." Sima Yi glanced at the dark figure before he attached his ear to Yan Liang and spoke with a low, curt smile. Yan Liang glanced at the dark figure and nodded with a smile. Sima Defense and the heads of the other great families watched as Holding Recruit commanded the caravan to send all the grain and grass into the barracks before leaving. Yan Liang and the others then watched them leave. It was not until Sima Defense and the others had completely disappeared from sight that Yan Liang waved at Sima Yi and the dark figure. The two men walked over quickly. Yan Liang put his arm around Zhang Sui's shoulder and said, "Bo Qing, these two, put them with you for now. You know, not us cavalry. Just let them live. You'll act as protection. The rest, too, don't care." Zhang Sui's eyes swept over Sima Yi and the dark figure. Looking at the petite body of the dark figure, Zhang Sui looked odd. He instantly thought of second Miss Xinmi. When Tian Feng appointed the second son of Xinyan as the general of the ministry, the lady was worried that the second son of Xinyan did not have the ability to lead the displaced people, so she let the second young lady Xinmi disguise, and she assisted the second son together. Second Miss Xinmi often dresses like this. Previously, he had thought that it was just the second young Miss Xinmi who was naughty. It now seems that women at the end of the Han dynasty were actually far less restrained than later generations mistakenly believed. It's still pretty bold. As for the identity of this dark figure, Zhang Sui guessed about it. It should be Sima Yi's fiancé, also from an official family, called Zhang Chunhua. It's just that the name is nowhere near as loud as the Sima family. History records that the two were married at an early age. Moreover, Zhang Chunhua is very scheming. The tactics are also extremely ruthless. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. Throughout history, countless examples have proven that the woman standing behind a man is especially important to his success. Although he hated Sima Yi, however, it must be said that Zhang Chunhua is also a strong woman. Zhang Sui nodded at Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua before he turned around and left. Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua were busy following. For the next half a month, Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua followed Zhang Sui around, watching him train with the cavalry and read and write together. Although they had long thought that Zhang Sui was able to become Tianfeng's senior disciple, he must not be bad in terms of literature either. However, they did not expect Zhang Sui to be so shameless. Zhang Sui would go so far as to write Liu Beiwen in front of everyone at the end of a day's training. And countless people come to hear it every time. Even the governor Yanliang and the three major commanders were not absent every day. The meticulousness of that Liu Beiwen was an eye-opener for both Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua. They've never seen it so detailed. It's also extremely fast. In less than half an hour, he had easily written more than 1,000 words. And instead of writing with a quill, he folded a strip of paper at random, dipped it in some ink, and wrote. The rest of the barracks followed Zhang Sui's lead in writing with branches, and it was really fast. What makes Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua even more astonished is that Zhang Sui writes about Liu Bei's literary protagonist. Rarely, there are snakes that turn into people. There are so-called zombies. There are foxes that transform into people. As for the men in it, the names are all the generals around them. The hero is whoever gives him the money capital. He writes every day without repetition. I don't know what's going on in his head either. The whole barracks, there's a lot of people who owe him money. What made Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua blush even more? Zhang Sui also gave pictures to Yan Liang in drawing recruitment, and extremely realistic. Sima Yi always thought he was a genius. Watching Zhang Sui's maneuver, Sima Yi felt tons of blows for the first time. Although Zhang Sui was a bit nasty, but the talent really isn't his for the taking. It is that does not carry a heavy sample. A day a Liu Bei text. More money can also match the picture. This point, beat him to death cannot do. At dusk that day, Zhang Sui wrote a 500-word essay with pictures for Huang Han as well. Instead, it's a story about Huang Han, the hero, who patrols at night, passes by graves, and is haunted by a female ghost. Looking at Huang Han surrounded by the crowd, with one mouthful of good brother. Huang Han was so excited that he ran back to the tent. Sima Yi looked at Zhang Chunhua. Zhang Chunhua's earlobes were also reddened under his dark little face. She heard the stories too. Zhang Sui wrote while the bystanders read. The final draft of the story, however, was sold to Huang Han for a high price. At first, she was a little shy. After hearing it more, she simply listened to it together in a big way. At this moment, looking at Sima Yi staring at himself, Zhang Chunhua looked a bit unnatural and said, Brother Zhang Da, why are you looking at me like this? Sima Yi said, Go rest first, I have something to do, don't follow me today. End of chapter 184. Chapter 183 Zhang Sui, you can't just treat things as things. I have a deeper plan. Chapter 183 Zhang Sui, you can't just treat things as things. I have a deeper. Zhang Chunhua looked at Sima Yi in this manner, biting her lips and spewing fire from her eyes. Brother Zhang Da, you're not thinking of going to see Commander Zhang to do that, are you? Sima Yi reddened his neck and said with wide eyes, Nonsense, am I that kind of person? I'm the one who reads holy books. Besides, the barracks are boring. I'm just having fun. Zhang Chunhua narrowed his eyes. Sima Yi, on the other hand, left at a quick pace. Zhang Chunhua was about to follow when Sima Yi stopped and gave him a vicious glare. Zhang Chunhua watched Sima Yi leave and spat. Who are you trying to coax out of a man's little heart? You think I didn't see it? You look at the paintings that Zhang Dutong draws for people, and the corners of his mouth look like he's about to burst into tears. Sure enough, men have been that way since the beginning of time. Zhang Chunhua left depressed. Sima Yi saw that Zhang Chunhua didn't follow him. Then he continued to leave. Find Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui was brushing the hair of the three warhorses. Wu Kong, Beiji and Sha Monk. Holding Stroke was standing next to him, talking to him, drawing strokes. Then it's a deal. Tomorrow, with me as the hero, write one with a descending fairy, and with a picture, 2 pictures, a set of separate fairies, a pair of me and a fairy. For the money, feel free. What's our relationship? What else could I owe you? Remember that first. I'll give it to you right away when we get back to Yecheng. Zhang Sui brushed the warhorse's fur while smiling. Good. When the two saw Sima Yi come over, the face of the hold move was a little unnatural, and they were busy leaving quickly. Zhang Sui looked at Sima Yi and said, What does Mr. Sima want to see me about? Sima Yi came to Zhang Sui's side and stroked Goku's mane while saying, Brother, can I ask you to do something? Zhang Sui was taken aback by Sima Yi's address. Rub. It was the first time he had ever been addressed as brother. Zhang Sui busily said, I wouldn't dare to do that. You have something to say. Sima Yi smiled sarcastically. That's what I call talented elders. It's affectionate address. It's just a term of endearment. Zhang Sui gave a dry cough and said, You say something. Sima Yi said, Brother, Does Tian Biejia know that you often write this? Zheng Sui rolled his eyes and said, how is that possible? Lord Tian is a reader of holy books. How could he write such a nasty thing? Besides, a man of Tiangong's stature doesn't need this. He's surrounded by beautiful women. Where does real beauty smell as good as fantasizing about this stuff? I don't usually write about this stuff either. Don't look at me writing this. I'm doing the general a favor. How boring is the barracks? Can't see a woman all year round. People have needs. You don't want to find a way to let them vent. They can't hold it in. They're prone to screw up. The barracks are near the city, and the generals can still go to the brothels to let off steam. But now in the middle of nowhere, without a brothel, it's easy to get into trouble. Once you come across a woman on the prowl, can you imagine? It's all good intentions on my part. Sima Yi nodded rather approvingly. Brother, you're quite thoughtful. Every time the city is broken, there are always soldiers raping women. Repeatedly. If you use your ploy, and the soldiers get ventilated on weekdays, and when the city is broken up, and then a strict order is put in place, there is a real possibility that this sort of thing could be put to an end. After a pause, Sima Yi added, but what do you think? You have one of these essays a day, and it's over 1,000 words in half an hour, without repetition. Zheng Sui looked at Sima Yi and wanted to laugh a little. What do you think? Think. It's all plots from Liu Bei's text and various mini-movies I read before crossing over. I won't tell you. Before I crossed over, this kind of small movie had more than 200 G. This kind of Liu Bei text once had more than 2 G. Any kind. Modern antiquity. If it weren't for the environment, the modern ones move over and blow you away even more. Although this was the truth, Zheng Sui definitely couldn't say so, and could only lie without blushing, saying, how do you think? It's just this way of thinking. Every day I see anything, I fantasize that it's a woman and then I fantasize about having something with it. It's for brain exercise. You mustn't think of such things as dirty tricks. You have to think of it as exercising your abilities. Exercise the active brain. What do you think is the biggest difference between a commander and a soldier? Sima Yi blurted out. Saw a lot. Zheng Sui shook his head and said, no, it's the ability to learn by example. A soldier sees a thing, just a thing. The commander saw one thing and was able to associate it with several things, even dozens of things. For example, fighting a war. Soldiers see the fight. It's all about killing and cruelty. The commander-in-chief saw the fight, not only with the killing and cruelty in his eyes, but also whether there had been similar battlefields before. What is the difference between these two battlefields? What a difference in outcome after the war is over. Sima Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. So true. Zheng Sui continued. And this ability is trained. Don't stop your brain. And I wrote the Liu Bei text to exercise that. Keep writing. Keep your brain active all the time. My brain just won't stop. Sima Yi's face was filled with admiration as he said, brother, I had always thought you were just a nasty person before, but now it seems that I understand why Tian Biejie accepted you as a disciple and didn't agree to accept me. Brother, why don't you take me as your disciple? I'll listen to you properly from now on. Zheng Sui's movement of brushing the hair of the warhorse stopped, and his heart was happy. When you look at it this way, Sima Yi, when he was young, was quite cute. Rub, how nice it would be to be this cute all the time. Historically, Sima Yi can be annoying as hell. When he thought of the 8 Kings Rebellion and the 5 Hu Rebellion that his descendants had caused, Zheng Sui was a bit enraged. But anger is anger. It's nowhere near that time. Thinking of what the historical Sima Yi's family did, Zheng Sui then continued brushing his hair while thinking darkly. Killing him? That's definitely out of the question. As a son of the top family in Hanoi, not to mention killing him, if anything happened to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not something you can afford to do on your own. Yuan Shao would not let himself go in order to unify Hebei. Perhaps, circumstances can change people? Now while he's still young and okay to fool around and subliminally change him? Moreover, the Sima family is the top family in Hanoi County. Sima Yi's father, Sima Defense, was even a mentor to Cao Cao. In the future, no matter how Hebei will change, the Sima family will not see too much change. It seemed nice to have such a backer. After all, one cannot remain an official under someone else's hand, especially knowing full well where the historical Yuan Shao ended up. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui said, disciple is even better. I'll take you as my brother. You're pretty talented, too. Do well and develop as I say, and there will be a future. Sima Yi looked pleased. Didn't think it was possible to be a brother to him. Sima Yi was busy grabbing the horsebrush from Zhang Sui's hand and brushing the warhorse's hair. Alright, brother, I'll listen to you. In the future, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Zhang Sui said. I'm afraid your father won't agree. Sima Yi laughed. My father favors me the most. He won't stop me from doing anything. Besides, brother, You're so talented. My father wouldn't be happy if he knew you were willing to teach me. End of chapter 185. Chapter 184, Teaching Sima Yi to Learn by Touch. Chapter 184, Teaching Sima Yi to Learn by Touch. Zhang Sui looked skeptically at Sima Yi and said, "Really?" Sima Yi laughed. "Brother, I've never been a liar." Zhang Sui snorted darkly. "You Sima Yi, if you don't lie, then there's no one under the sky who doesn't lie. Historically, you have lied. Not too much. When Xiao Chao first recruited you, you pretended to be hemiplegic. He and Xiao Shuang made the oath of Luoshui, but ended up raising 3 of his clans with his own hands. Despite saying that, Zhang Sui still laughed and said, "All right then, I'll trust you." Sima Yi licked his face and smiled. "Brother, then can you teach me to write one today?" With a twinkle in his eye, Zhang Sui pointed at the sand monk that Sima Yi was brushing and laughed. "Then take the warhorse you're brushing as a reminiscence, and you fantasize that it can turn into a beautiful woman." Sima Yi stopped the brush in his hand and looked suspiciously at the warhorse in front of him for a while, shaking his head. Seeing this, Zhang Sui organized his language and said, "The story is set in the 2nd year of our Xingping, and one day, you Sima Yi were brushing the hair of the horse for me. Your big brother. You're unusually gentle when you brush a warhorse. You just think of it as a beloved treasure, pampered like a woman. The warhorse has a spirit and you haven't noticed. After brushing the warhorses, you fed them some more concentrate and then went to bed. What you don't know is that at night, when all is quiet, everyone goes to sleep and only the soldiers patrol around. You were sleeping too. The warhorse you brushed is shrouded in golden light at night. After the golden light, it transformed into a young girl who was completely naked. She followed your scent to your barracks and got under your covers." Sima Yi's eyes went wide. It's a snap. This brother of his own is really something. The brain is also a little too powerful. Listening to Zhang Sui, the warhorse transformed into a woman into the quilt. The two people cuddled together. Sima Yi looked at the warhorse in front of him. Surprisingly, this warhorse is more than a woman's shyness. Compared to his own fiancée, this warhorse was all the more tender. Until Zhang Sui said a lot of things with his mouth hanging open. And when he finished, his mouth was dry. Sima Yi was still a little bit not coming back to his senses. It was a feeling that was inexplicably very intimate, very strange, very immersive. It felt as if this warhorse would actually turn into a beautiful woman and burrow into his barracks at night. Zhang Sui saw Sima Yi staring blankly, lost in thought as he looked at his warhorse, and a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, since the beginning of time, men have been fantasizing, and still love fantasies related to women. At this point, up and down the line, men have been like-minded buddies for 5,000 years. Zhang Sui snatched the brush from Sima Yi's hand and continued brushing the warhorse's hair while telling Sima Yi, "Go back and ponder what you just said. Why is it that I open my mouth and you are attracted? Why can't you say it? That's your lack of exercise. There are no nasty things in this thing, only nasty people. How you are yourself is how you see other people as you see them in your mind's eye." Sima Yi came back to his senses and realized, "Brother, what you said really makes sense. I've been taught. I'll go write down what I just said now, and learn from you in the future." "Brother." Zhang Sui laughed out loud as he watched Sima Yi leave at a fast pace, snubbed and crippled, feeling so bad about myself. Looking at the warhorse beside him, Zhang Sui seemed to see Madame Kai Wenji and Hongyu. It would be nice if they changed. Sima Yi returned to his tent. Although he lived with Zhang Sui and the others, however, he does have a desk and bamboo slips. It was all prepared for him by Yan Liang. After all, he is the second son of the Sima family. And in this military camp, people are not really here to train. They are just here to avoid trouble. Sima Yi wrote it up while recalling in his mind what Zhang Sui had just said. However, soon he was stuck. He had forgotten many of the details that Zhang Sui had said. Zhang Chunhua was originally hanging out. He saw him return to the tent before following him in. Looking at Sima Yi's pen stagnantly looking at the bamboo slips, Zhang Chunhua curiously said, "Brother Zhang Da, what are you writing?" Sima Yi looked at Zhang Chunhua and said, "Just now, I recognized Zhang Dutong as my brother." Zhang Chunhua's beautiful eyes glowed slightly as she said, "What did he say?" Sima Yi said, "He promised. And, with a warhorse, casually told me a story about a warhorse turning into a beautiful woman entangling with me, all without a pause. I just thought it was easy, but now I realize that I can't be as fluent as he was, even if I recall." Zhang Chunhua squatted beside him and tilted her head. "He's really somewhat powerful." "You say, how come he's so powerful?" Sima Yi put down his pen and sighed. "You should learn more from him in the future." Zhang Chunhua's earlobes climbed red and said, "Brother Zhang Da, can I learn from him too?" Zhang Chunhua looked at Sima Yi somewhat cautiously, just in case he thinks he has a dirty mind. What she didn't expect was that Sima Yi nodded and said, Naturally. He just said he wrote it to exercise his brain. Look at the object. Not just as an object, but see what it connects out. Writing this thing, it's not nasty in itself. The reason it's considered nasty is because we're nasty ourselves. So we've made it like ourselves. It's not nasty as long as you study hard and don't think of it as nasty. Zhang Chunhua was busy nodding his head. With that, she stood up and clapped her little hands. Then, Brother Zhangda, you continue. I'll go ask him. It was as if Sima Yi remembered something, and only then did he continue to put pen to paper. After Zhang Sui finished brushing the warhorses and feeding them with concentrates, he saw Zhang Chunhua walking over. Standing in front of Zhang Sui, Zhang Chunhua turned red and said, I want to learn from you. Zhang Sui looked blankly at Zhang Chunhua, the little girl who had painted her face dark, and said, learn what? Zhang Chunhua mumbled for a while, though just now Brother Zhangda said that looking at an object can't be an object, and that it's not nasty if you don't treat it as nasty. Still, she pulled her face down a bit, seeing Zhang Chunhua's desire to speak. Zhang Sui did not urge him and continued to busy himself with the matter at hand. After a while, just as Zhang Sui was about to finish feeding the concentrate, he heard Zhang Chunhua lower his head, his voice trembling a little. It's just learning those things you wrote. Why were you able to write it off the top of your head? Zhang Sui's movement of holding the concentrate in his hand and feeding it to the warhorse paused, and he let out a forehead. What does this Zhang Chunhua want? It's amazing that you would want to learn this stuff. Zhang Sui thought of the time when his female classmate wrote 10 Liu Bei essays for him, and his face burned a little. Tao. At the time, he was stupid and dead himself. After feeding the semen, Zhang Sui left while saying, don't even think about it. I don't teach women. Zhang Chunhua was originally a bit embarrassed. Seeing Zhang Sui said so, immediately anxious, and busy followed the same step, said, why? You all teach Brother Zhangda. There's no such thing as teaching. Or do you look down on me? Do you think I'm a woman and incapable? Zhang Sui waved his hand and said, don't say that again. Not teaching means not teaching. End of chapter 186. Chapter 185 Attack of the Huns. Chapter 185 The Huns. Zhang Chunhua was very upset. This Mr. Zhang Dutong, he can teach Brother Zhangde, but not himself. In the following days, she followed Zhang Sui from time to time. Zhang Sui was a bit out of temper by her following him. It was a little too much to bear when the Sima family arrived. Zhou Sheng of Chaoga County got the letter written by Yan Liang and finally put down his hatred for the time being. Yan Liang, he knew, was one of Yuan Shao's two most trusted war generals. Now, Yan Liang was again leading the cavalry right in Nuowan County, and could arrive at Chaoga County at any time, although he is a powerful man in Chaogai County. However, at this distance, he really didn't dare to collide with Yan Liang's cavalry. If he angered Yan Liang, when the other side's cavalry killed him, his family would have to suffer. The man sent by Sima Defense told Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua to leave after him. Sima Yi left with an air of fondness. Zhang Chunhua, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Sui with a grimace on her face. Zhang Sui watched as the two men followed the Sima family away, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. If he doesn't go, he'll go crazy. To beat him to death, there was no way he would teach Zhang Chunhua to write Liu Bei 1. Ignoring Sima Yi is even better. Ignoring Zhang Chunhua, that is a woman. And I don't know how to end it in the future. On the 11th day after Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua left, the cavalry training ended. The Huns are at it again. The war report from the scouts ahead. The Huns sent nearly 10,000 cavalry this time, killing towards this side. Apparently, the Huns were not outstanding in intelligence, and none of them knew that cavalry had been placed in Wild King County. The purpose of meeting the Huns this time, however, was not to kill off the Huns, but to give Yan Liang's group of cavalry as an observation, so that the cavalry could quickly familiarize themselves with the Hun style of combat. Although various books have been written about Huns in combat before, but books are books. After all, what's better than seeing it with your own eyes? Yan Liang took the 3 major and 6 minor commanders and galloped away, rushing to the west of Wild King County to join Wen Shou in the midst of his army. Zhang Sui followed Yan Liang and the others to sit at the rear of the army. Wen Shou led his army of 3,000 troops toward the front for less than 3 miles before encountering the vanguard of the Xiongnu cavalry. The Huns obviously did not expect to encounter infantry in this invasion of Hanoi County either. Also, the numbers are small, 3,000 generals only. They could have 10,000 cavalry on this visit. By killing these 3,000 infantrymen, they would be able to capture a large number of weapons and even get some armor. These were desperately needed by the Huns. This group of Huns was originally recruited by Great General He Jin to kill the 10 constant ministers. Because of the haste, not much rations were brought. The Huns are not well fed either. Who knows? When they came to the neighborhood of Hadong County, Before they reached Chang'an, they found that the great general He Jin was killed. The entire court was in chaos, officially entering the era of the War of the Vassals. They could neither reach Chang'an nor retreat back. 4. Their way back was blocked by the lords. They could only collude with Wang Yi, the governor of Hedong County, because Hedong County was completely unable to provide enough food and grass. This group of Huns constantly invaded the nearby Hanoi County, snatching women, materials, and population from Hanoi County to use as slaves, and even killing government generals and soldiers to seize weapons and battle supplies. Now that these 3,000 are in sight, they are the meat and potatoes of their eyes. In their opinion, these 3,000 people must be the ministries organized by the great families of Hanoi County. It's just a total delivery of combat supplies. The advance troops directly surrounded the army and sent people to urgently ask for help from the rear army, preparing to encircle this army and take it down completely before continuing to invade Hanoi County and looting the supplies. Wenshou immediately ordered the 3,000 infantry to stop and surrounded the outermost perimeter with 30 chariots. The chariots are all pushed back. Behind the chariots, there were shield walls. Behind the shield wall were all long-handled weapons. The Han advance guard kept attacking around the 3,000 strong army. However, they couldn't break through the defense at all, until the following 7,000 cavalry came to the rescue. 10,000 cavalrymen sent out constant jabs around the army of 3,000. Wenshou led his army in a deadly defense. Yan Liang signaled the 3 major capitals and 6 minor capitals to keep in mind the fighting style of the Han cavalry. The siege lasted nearly half an hour. The 3,000 infantrymen were a bit overwhelmed and began to suffer a large number of casualties. In the rear, in the direction of Wild King County town, more than 5,000 Baoan infantry soldiers killed out. It was a step that the Han cavalry had obviously not anticipated. There were more than 8,000 archers and infantry in this front and back, and there was no telling how many enemies were still in the city. Continuing the siege may result in heavy losses. The Han cavalry were quite reluctant and had to withdraw. Wild King County's Baoan infantry reinforcements pursued them, but the speed was far too great to keep up with the Han cavalry. It didn't take long for the 10,000 Han cavalry to quickly leave under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zhang Sui followed Yan Liang and the others back to the military camp. Supervisor Frustration also came this time. Everyone gathered around the Supervisor Frustration, and together they studied the Han cavalry fighting style, as well as the evacuation. After that, the 3,000 cavalrymen conducted a month-long intensive training program against these Huns. A month later, the Huns were clearly not happy and came back to attack again. Frustration and Wenshou still met the attack as they did last time. The Huns had to retreat again. A month and a half later, the Huns attacked again. This time there are not only 10,000 cavalry, but also 10,000 infantry from Hedong County. There are also various siege implements. Obviously, Wang Yi, the county governor of Hedong County, also made a move. However, with the assistance of the high and thick defense walls of Nuowan County, the 10,000 infantrymen of Hedong County and the 10,000 cavalrymen of the Huns did not take any advantage. The army attacked the city for nearly an hour, but did not shake the walls of Wild King County. In the end, the 10,000 infantrymen and 10,000 cavalrymen from Hedong County left behind hundreds of corpses and could only leave unhappy. The 12th day of the 7th month of the 2nd year of Hingping, Zhang Sui was in the middle of training with his cavalry when a secret report came from the direction of Hedong County. The Son of Heaven had fled all the way to Hongnong Harbor under the auspices of countless ministers. Li Ju and Guisi led their troops on a wild chase. According to the report from the secret agents, with the best efforts of General Dong Chang of the Chuji cavalry, the Son of Heaven was ready to cross the river northward from Hongnong Harbor and take refuge in Hedong County for the time being. Supervisor Frustration made the first decision, and all the leading troops rushed to a high ground by the river in Wild King County. Yan Liang, with 3 large capitals and 6 small capitals, arrived at his destination, and the supervisors, Frustrated Professor and Wenshou, and a dozen others had already arrived. From afar, one could see that there were countless small boats converging in the direction of Hongnong Harbor. Frustrated, he pointed in the direction of Hongnong Harbor and said in a deep voice, "Generals, I called you here today for no other reason. It is for you to witness the fall of dynasties. This court, it is beyond saving. If we want to live in peace and prosperity, we can only cluster under the Lord's banner." The generals were silent. Little by little, time passed. Until dusk, the harbor of Hongnong on the opposite shore in the distance was densely packed with thousands of small boats. There was an emergency dispatch from a great family near Hongnong. There was also an emergency rush from Hedong County across the river. Frustrated, he looked at the Hongnong harbor across the street. At this time, surprisingly, there is no one to ferry the boat. side, if you want to escape to Hadong County, then as soon as the boat arrives, you have to transport people across the river immediately. But they are gathering all the boats together and waiting to cross the river together. Once Li Ju and Guosi arrive, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Son of Heaven is incompetent, surrounded by civil and military officials, and all pedantic. Frustrated, he blanched a little and said, "What is there to look forward to in such a court?" End of chapter 187. Chapter 186, Tragedy at Hongnong Harbor. Chapter 186, Tragedy at Hongnong Harbor. Hearing what frustration said, Zhang Sui said, "It should be that the Son of Heaven and the civil and military ministers are still holding on to a trace of unrealistic residual thoughts. They thought that Li Ju and Guosi would not immediately come after them, or any of the powerful and loyal ministers will be able to appear in time to stop Li Ju and Guosi. Therefore, they are waiting. I don't know that when it's time to stop, it's time to stop." Frustrated, he looked to Zhang Sui and nodded. He thought so too. This time, they didn't have to wait long, and in the extreme distance, as they watched, densely packed figures converged towards Hongnong Harbor. As they got closer, the crowd could see to the slow rush of the Son of Heaven's Huagai coming to a stop in the harbor. A figure in a basilisk robe and a crown stood in the harbor. They looked around the room with a fond look. The figure seemed to be still on its knees. The others followed and knelt. The cries began to ring out. The cries even reached frustration and Zhang Sui. Frustrated, he stomped his foot and said, "At this time, what is the point of crying like a little woman there? To go immediately. If you're not leaving, get your defenses in order. These stupid people." There was a vibrating sound coming from the ground. Zhang Sui followed the source of the vibration. Only countless black dots were seen emerging from the extreme distance, in the direction of Goban Port opposite Hongnong Harbor. But it is the infantry of Hadong County, and tons of Hun cavalry. The figure of Hongnong Harbor, still not moving, all seems to be fixed in general, until, in their wake, countless clouds of dust came covering the sky. The crowd that was originally standing still at the Hongnong Harbor saw movement almost in an instant. The figure in the basilica-colored robes and crown, supported by several figures, climbed to his feet and slowly boarded the boat, rowing towards the opposite side. As soon as this small boat was gone, countless figures behind it swarmed and rushed towards the thousands of small boats on the shore. Those who boarded the boat first rowed desperately towards the opposite side. The people behind them surged denser and denser toward the harbor shore. Thousands of small boats, with few people boarding them at first, were already partially gone. More and more people were boarding in the back. There are clearly not enough boats. The boat began to row no more. The people who boarded the boat wanted to hurry up and row the boat away, but they can't row. The people in the back screamed and tried to climb aboard. The ships in the entire port of Hongnong looked like they were bound. Behind Hongnong Harbor, the dust that covered the sky transformed into countless hordes that killed the crowd. The entire Hongnong Harbor was filled with screams and cries. Dismembered limbs were splattered everywhere. Countless concubines and civil and military officials jumped into the river and tried to climb onto the boats. The crowd on the ships watched the enemy troops in the rear killing over. And there were constantly people raising their weapons and slashing towards the figures picking at the ships, regardless of men, women, children, concubines or officials. The crying intensified instantly. A vivid human figure was transformed into a corpse. Before the enemy arrived, people were already dying horribly under the butcher's knives of their own people. Frustrated and the others looked at this tragic scene and turned their heads in impatience. Rather, they had been in the battlefield for a long time and were accustomed to seeing life and death. However, such a one-sided massacre, or death at the hands of their own people, still made them unable to look straight. Corpses littered the river at Hongnong Harbor. The river was dyed blood red, reflecting a demonic glow in the setting sun's afterglow. The boat then headed slowly towards Pope's Board Harbor on the other side of the river. Suddenly, Wen Chou pointed across the river and said, "There, isn't that the queen?" The crowd heard Wen Chao's voice and were busy looking in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, they saw dozens of gorgeously dressed women tripping down into the water. At the head of the group was a young girl of 13 or 14 years old, luxuriously dressed. On her head, she is wearing a crown. Wen Chao's face turned a little white as he swallowed and said, "Should we go to the rescue?" Frustrated, he glanced at Wen Chou and said, "If you rush over from this position, everyone will be dead." The queen and dozens of women waded through the water while crying nonstop. Behind them, the enemy army had already killed. Several women were caught. Some of them had their clothes ripped off on the spot and were held down in the water, struggling incessantly. Thankfully, a boat slid quickly past on the opposite side. They pulled a woman in front of them up and shoved her into the boat. Frustrated, he said with relief, "Look at that dress. It's a nobleman." Draw beckoned. "Hu Benwai." The crowd looked uplifted. The queen tries to climb aboard the ship. However, the enemy was already approaching. The Huban guards drew their swords and slashed down towards the several women who were still trying to pickpocket the ship. Several women had their fingers chopped off and sank screaming into the river. The Empress had originally grasped the boat with both hands and struggled to climb up. In the next moment, one of the Huban guards directly kicked her down into the water. A few Huban guards panicked and rowed their boats towards the opposite shore. The enemy had pursued to the ships. Watching the queen fall into the water while the boat rowed toward the opposite side and the water flooded up to her jaws, the enemy withdrew. Seeing this, frustration panicked and said, "Hurry down and see if you can save it." Only then did the crowd gallop off the heights and toward the riverbank. Frustrated, he peered into the distance at the tragic situation and fell into tears. What is the need to save the dynasty from such a situation? Zhang Sui and the others rushed to the river bank while running wildly down the river. They also dared not go near the upstream port of Poipan. Even with today's chaos, bodies kept floating down from the upper stream. A group of men jumped into the river and kept rummaging through the bodies. Zhang Sui rummaged through a dozen corpses. He turned up the bodies of several young girls. Each one was dressed in fancy clothes and had a childish, delicate look. But, at the moment, there was no anger in any of them. Their bodies were never intact. Someone lost half their head. Someone with 10 broken fingers. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. This is the Eastern Han dynasty in chaos. Miserable. The group searched for a long time before they heard someone hiss. The Empress is here. The Empress is here. It's Chancellor Suyu. The crowd heard the shouts and fought to swim back to shore. It was already dark. Staying in the water any longer, there was no telling what dangers he might encounter. The crowd made their way back to the shore. Frustrated also steered his horse over at this time. It's a good thing the moon is still somewhat bright. The Empress was lying on the bank, being pressed out of the water in her abdomen by the whole trick. Others stared blankly at the river. The river was full of bodies in the moonlight. The river was red with blood. It was a while before the Empress coughed violently and woke up from her stupor. Looking around, the queen shivered. She quickly came back to her senses and bawled her eyes out. Instead, Drawbait stood up and stepped back. A group of people stood around the Empress and fell silent as they watched her cry her heart out. End of chapter 188. Chapter 187, The Empress Arrangement. Chapter 187, The Empress. The queen cried for a long time without stopping. The group was a little confused. Women can really cry. How can I go back if I can't stop crying? Frustrated, he gathered everyone together and whispered, in this situation today, either the Empress should be sent to the Hedong County seat, either bring it back to Yecheng. What do you think? The crowd was a little snappy. Drawing strokes said, after all, she is the Empress. If not with the Son of Heaven, then with whom? Although the court has fallen so far nowadays, we still have to abide by our duties as courtiers. The crowd nodded. Zhang Sui looked at how the crowd was taking things so for granted and was quite a bit offended. That's ancient. What an honorable woman. All bound to a man. Frustrated to see Zhang Sui's displeased expression, he asked, what does Zhang Tutong think? The crowd looked at Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui didn't bother to beat around the bush and said, just now, I did see the Empress being kicked into the water by the Huban guards. The faces of all the people were a bit ugly. Zhang Sui said, before the Empress, the woman who looked like a noblewoman was picked up on the ship by the Hubanwei. Noble and Empress. Which one is of honorable status? Under normal circumstances, to say? But the behavior of the Hubanwei is contrary. Explain what? It means that the ministers around the Son of Heaven nowadays are from your side. And the Queen? Dispensable. What's the difference between sending the Queen there now and pushing her into the fire? I know that all of you are not that attached to women, and all of you think that women are nothing more than objects of attachment to power. But, after all, that is the Queen, isn't it? Frustrated, he frowned and said, then what does Commander Zhang think should be done with the Empress? Zhang Sui said, the treatment is simple. Now that chaos reigns, the status and position of the Empress is far less important than it was in the heyday. Under the pomp and circumstance, just what the Hubanwei did just now is enough to execute his 9 clans. If the Empress is not so important, then why must she be returned to the Son of Heaven? Get her own opinion first. If she chooses to return to the Son of Heaven, we, as vassals, can't force it, so we'll send someone there. Even if Hedong County Governor Wang Yi and the Huns were no longer enemies of ours, at this time, they would not be able to put to death the person who sent her back. If she chooses to stay, we'll send her back to Yecheng. In that case, the general will still have a good reputation. After all, we're the ones who saved the Queen. We can also make a big deal out of it. The Empress represents some of the royal power, at least on the surface. But again, the Empress is far from qualified to decide on imperial power in these troubled times. The general also need not worry about the Empress attracting some unnecessary trouble from her power. It's nothing more than an extra mansion. And then send some underlings to protect the Empress for a lifetime of honor and wealth. The crowd was silent again. It took a while for Frustration to come back to his senses and walk towards the still sobbing queen. When the Empress saw Frustration come over, the crying then slowly stopped, hands clasped on her knees. The Empress looked at Frustration with trembling eyes against two crying red eyes. We can send someone to transport you to the Hadong County seat now. The Son of Heaven has crossed the river and should be stopping there. Or, we could send you to Yecheng, where our Jizhou rule is located, and where the Jizhou pastor, Yuan Shao, is located. The Empress lowered her head and buried her face inside her knees for a while, then said in a muffled voice, I can go to Yecheng? Frustration and the crowd looked at each other. I didn't expect the choice to be Yecheng. Frustration slightly pondered for a moment before he said, then, please also ask the Empress to come with us. This is the wilderness. It's not safe at night, and the Huns may be infested. He also looked at the crowd and said, who will take off their clothes and change them for the queen? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Zheng Sui was somewhat speechless. At this point in time, what are these people still concerned about? It was July, but it was night, after all, and the queen's clothes had been soaked through long ago. Zheng Sui quickly took off his own top and was naked. Yan Liang and Wen Shou looked at each other and both nodded. This little metropole is, as usual, delightful. There is no twisting and turning at this time. Frustrated, he handed the queen her clothes. Only then did the Empress take the clothes and walk a little farther away. Trembling, Grand Metropolitan Suyu lamented. Even the hallowed Empress can end up in such a state. Not as good as my family's concubine. Son of Heaven, this is a complete lack of regard for the Empress. Frustrated Professor lamented, the chaotic world. The Son of Heaven to save themselves. Where will care about the Empress? When I think about it, when Emperor Gaozu of our dynasty rose up, my father, Lu Taigong, was captured by the king of Chu, to cook, and Emperor Gaozu also had a piece of meat to eat. After that, Empress Lu was even thrown into captivity for several years, and Emperor Gaozu still talked to Meiji. The group was silent again. Zheng Sui also secretly sighed. Although he himself is a Han Chinese and possesses extraordinary feelings for the Han dynasty, however, he was somewhat uncomfortable with all the Han emperors, except Lu Xiao. The vast majority of these Han emperors inherited Lu Bang's general cold-bloodedness, especially toward their wives. It's like Lu Bang abandoning Lu Qian, emperor, when Lu Hong poisoned his wife. Lu Che, Emperor Wu, forced his wife to hang herself. Now the Son of Heaven, Lu Xia, doesn't care about the Empress. Even Liu Bei, the Zhaolai Emperor, who was popularized by later generations, left his wife and fled several times. Frustrated, he said, well, don't dwell on it either. That's what we do as courtiers. The affairs of the heavenly family are not enough. At this time, Empress Fushou had also changed her top. The group of people then flocked to the queen back to the Wild King County town. Frustrated, the crowd was about to leave after arranging a place for the queen to stay. Frustrated, he looked at the crowd and said, leave one person outside to watch in case something untoward happens to the Empress. So many things have happened today. In case she can't think straight and dies here, all of us will not be able to eat. At least, until we get her to Yecheng, we'll be on guard. Yan Liang said. Then, supervisor, you send someone. We'll go back first. We have training early tomorrow morning. Wen Shou was busy saying, Commander Zhang stays. Zhang Sui pointed down at himself suspiciously and said, what am I staying for? Yan Liang and Zhuozhuo were also a bit baffled. Although everyone was under Frustration's command, Zhang Sui was a cavalryman and Wen Shou was an infantry commander. When Clown pulled a scroll out of his sleeve and shook it in front of the crowd, Yan Liang's face suddenly changed, and he was busy about to seize it, but Wen Shou dodged it. This was something he had bought from Zhang Sui earlier for a heavy price. It's the kind of thing Zhang Sui writes about with a fox demon with him as the hero. The picture, which was paired with a scene of him making out with a fox demon. Originally, he was the one who showed off to Wen Shou, look at this. This master is screwing with the fox demon. But I didn't think that Wen Shou would take it out now. The crowd looked at the picture of Yan Liang, naked, crushing a naked woman underneath him, with the other having a furry tail, and all looked a little odd. Rao frustrated. His old face was also a little red. Frustrated, he coughed dryly a few times and said to Wen Shou, General 1, it's excessive. What are you doing with this? Yan Liang looked at Zhang Sui somewhat sheepishly. Wen Shou looked at Zhang Sui with a smile and said, this commander, he knows women very well. It's still graphic, the way he writes his words, the way that woman is so delicate and feminine, he definitely reads women. We're all a bunch of big old men. How do we know anything about women? Now that the Empress is in this state, I think it's the best arrangement to have Tutor Zhang watch over her. What do you all think? End of chapter 189. Chapter 188 Empress Fushou's Confession. Chapter 188 Empress Fushou's The crowd nodded in agreement when they heard Wen Shou say this. Seeing that everyone had decided so, frustrated Professor smiled and looked at Zhang Sui. Commander Zhang, then I'll be troubling you for this period of time. The matter of sending the Empress back to Yeqing is in your hands. You're out with the company today. Tomorrow, select some men from the cavalry to send back. It's the Queen. You know. Zhang Sui scratched his face and glanced at Yan Liang beside him. Yan Liang's old face reddened, and he snapped as he retreated behind the drawstrokes. Zhang Sui said, "Alright then, get me some clothes to wear." Frustration sent clothes. It was only when Yan Liang and the others said goodbye. Zhang Sui put on his clothes and watched the crowd leave before he came alone to the doorway of Empress Fushou's house, pulled out his dagger, and gently wiped it with his sleeve. His ears, on the other hand, stood high. As soon as he heard movement coming from the room, he rushed in. This guarding the queen thing is not easy to do, in case she seeks death. Even if she didn't have any status now, she wouldn't be able to eat herself. At the very least, you have to take a malfeasance charge. However, among these generals today, he is considered the lowest in rank. If he doesn't take responsibility for any problems, who will? After wiping the dagger for a while, Zhang Sui didn't hear any movement in the room and was a bit panicked. After a slight hesitation, Zhang Sui still whispered toward the inside. Empress? There was no response from the room. Zhang Sui was a bit flustered, so he busily stood up, moved to the door of the room, and called out again in a low voice. Empress? It was only then that the queen's voice, somewhat hoarse from crying, came from the room and said, "Don't be afraid, General. I didn't kill myself. I'm still alive." Zhang Sui's old face flushed red, being poked and prodded a little. Zhang Sui gave a sarcastic laugh and said, Then you continue to rest, Empress." Thinking of the way she cried her heart out today, Zhang Sui couldn't help but still comforted twice and said, "In this world, in fact, apart from the four things of birth, old age, sickness and death, all other things are not a matter. Birth, old age, sickness and death. We can't decide. It's something the body can actually feel. All else, be it affection, conjugal love, or even betrayal, is nothing. None of this is a thing when you don't care anymore." There was no response from the room. Seeing this, Zhang Sui stopped trying to persuade him, but continued to sit in the doorway, holding his sword with both hands and gesticulating back and forth. After a while, a voice came from the room and said, "General is the one who just gave me clothes to wear?" Zhang Sui said, "That's all I should do." The Empress said, "General, are you indifferent even to the betrayal of affection?" Zhang Sui said, "Kindred spirits, it's really just like that. You really don't care anymore. And that's not a thing. Man croaks and begins as a man, eventually buried in the ground, and alone. Kinship, in fact, only accompanies a person on a small part of the road of life. Not to mention, some intimacy isn't even companionship." The Empress was silent again, and it was another long time before she said, "Before I followed His Majesty to Hongnong Harbor, I had written to my father." Zhang Sui was a bit surprised. "I didn't expect the Queen of the Hall to be able to talk to herself, but when I think of the history books, this Empress seems to be called Fushou, and she seems to have been lonely all her life, and died in a miserable way. It's normal to want someone to talk to." Zhang Sui hummed. The Empress said, "I told my father that the Son of Heaven has no intention of treating me. The journey was bumpy. I was bullied by my courtiers, and the Son of Heaven never offered any semblance of comfort. Earlier, when I escaped from Chang'an, General Dong Chang of the Chevalier's cavalry even killed my personal courtesan, seized my silks, killed my elder brother, and kicked me in the abdomen with his foot. I tried to seek justice from the Son of Heaven, who never saw me. I wrote to the deacon's father to ask him to take me away. Father, however, said that I am now the woman of the Son of Heaven, and that even if the Son of Heaven killed me, in front of him, I would deserve to die, and that he would not do anything to make me die. He said that I was born a man of the Son of Heaven and died a ghost of the Son of Heaven, and that I no longer have anything to do with the Fu family." Zhang Sui looked down at the sword in his hand and sighed. The Empress continued, "This time, the Cheqing General Dongcheng sent the Huban guards to rescue noble Lady Dong from the ship, and I." The queen's voice trembled as she said this. When Zhang Sui heard this, his heart was also heavy. If he and Madame Kai Wenji, Hong Yu and the others encountered these close calls, he would rather die himself than leave them to escape alone. He will definitely not be like the Son of Heaven. Lu Xia. Thinking of the countless people in later generations praising Lu Xia in various ways, Zhang Sui shook his head. He really couldn't praise Lu Xia. However, he also understands that there is no comparison. Himself and these ancients were brought up differently. Zhang Sui said in a hoarse voice, "Empress, as a subject, there are some things, or I shouldn't say more, but I thought that even in this chaotic world, the only one who can help himself is himself. It's not just men who should hear this, but women too. Empress Lu of Emperor Gaozu. Although criticized by posterity, I have always thought that it was quite good for her to have made it this far. It is only because the history books were written by men, by the sons of the scholarly families, that Lu was disliked. Don't put your hope in a so-called father, a kindred spirit, a husband, or anyone else. Today is not actually a lesson. After all, the Empress is the Empress, utilizing her identity. She may not be able to do one person under another in this chaotic world, but it's still more than enough to protect her own well-being. Women, they're not all soft. I know someone. Her name is Zhang. She is the helmsman of the Jin family in Wuji County. Her husband died young. Although she was a weak woman, she dragged her family along and supported a large family by herself. No one helped her. It's all up to her alone. You are the Empress. And what the mistress of a small family can do, you must be able to do. Empress. Zhang Sui didn't say anything further. His mind drifted to the lady's smiling face. It had been a long time since he had seen Mrs. He kinda missed it. The queen hummed. It was a while before the door to the room opened. The queen stepped out of it. Zhang Sui hurriedly got up and saluted the Empress, saying, Empress. The Empress said to Zhang Sui, General, raise your head. Zhang Sui raised his head and met the Empress in 4 eyes. The Empress sized up Zhang Sui and praised. General looks young. How old is he? Zhang Sui said. 17. The queen said, about my age. Zhang Sui didn't know how to reply and could only say, aha. Only then did the Empress say, General, come in with me. I have something to ask for your help. With that, he turned and entered the house. Zhang Sui looked around. There's no one around. Only the far doorway was guarded by 2 soldiers. This is Wild King County. All the people in the entire city of Wild King County fled because of the repeated invasions by the Huns. Nowadays, only Wen Chao's infantry is stationed within this county city. Not even a maid. Zhang Sui hesitated slightly, and in this situation, he wasn't worried about other people talking nonsense. Zhang Sui walked in. End of chapter 190. Chapter 189 Empress Fusho's Blackening. Chapter 189 Empress Fusho's. Zhang Sui walked into the house. He saw the queen come up quickly and close the door to the room. Zhang Sui's mind tightened. Is there something extremely confidential? He couldn't think of anything extremely confidential about the Empress these days. Zhang Sui looked at the Empress suspiciously. In the next moment, she saw the Empress suddenly open her hands and wrap them around Zhang Sui's waistband. Zhang Sui's heart jumped and he was busy trying to break the Empress's hand. The Empress pressed her face against Zhang Sui's chest and said in a trembling voice, I entered the harem from the age of 9 and became the woman of the Son of Heaven. But the Son of Heaven has never looked me in the eye. Nor was it I who was to be the original queen, but someone else. But the Empress who was to be installed was taken by force by Li Ju and Guisi. On that day, I saw her being pressed by Li Ju on the desk and crying her heart out, begging for help from His Majesty, who was cowering in his room, not daring to come out. Zhang Sui. The Empress shuddered. When all the screaming stopped, I took my personal palace maid in to check, and the Empress was disheveled, lying on the case table, covered in blood, until she cut open her own abdomen with a dagger. His Majesty never came to see her. Feeling the Empress' body shaking like a sieve, Zhang Sui's movement to break her fingers stopped. The queen continued in a shaky voice, and he is not a man. Really, he doesn't have any semblance of mercy for his women. Today, he is a clown under the control of Chechen General Dongchang. Just a clown. But, I just thought about it, and I have to go back. Zhang Sui was a bit stunned as he looked at the Empress who was hugging her waistband. It's amazing that she's going back to the Son of Heaven. The Empress hugged some of Zhang Sui's waistband tightly, her pretty face buried in Zhang Sui's chest, tears wetting the clothes on Zhang Sui's chest, and said, You were right just now. No one is worth relying on, including affection, including that father of mine. I want revenge. I want revenge. Whether it's the Son of Heaven, or that father of mine, or the Chevalier General Dongchang. I want them all dead. I'm going back. Only by returning to that clown of a Tenno, that weakling, can I be of some use as Empress? Zhang Sui. Only then did the Empress raise her head, her tear-filled eyes all scarlet as she laughed sardonically. You're right. In this world, nothing is a matter except for old age, sickness, and death. General, you are young and insightful. There's no one there tonight, so you'll indulge with me. I don't want to repress it anymore. I want to be a normal woman. After dawn, you're you and I'm me. Zhang Sui looked down at the Empress' scarlet eyes and somewhat grim expression, and his heart thumped. It feels like the queen is crazy. Zhang Sui swallowed his saliva and busied himself. Empress, this is a matter of life and death. Please let go. The queen smiled sardonically. It's just you and me here. I'm holding you now. As soon as I yell it out at the top of my lungs, What do you think the people out there are going to think? So, supervisor frustration, do you think he'll kill you? Or me? Zhang Sui. The Empress trembled and reached out her hand, cupped Zhang Sui's face, stood on her tiptoes, breathing a little sharply, and said, General has been in the barracks for a long time, and can't see a single woman. Do you really don't want to taste a woman's flavor? I have scrupulously abided by female virtue all these years, and I have never been intimate with any man. But today, the Son of Heaven still abandons me. I don't want to put up with it anymore. I'm going to be myself. I'm going to get them all dead. Not one of them. Saying that, the Empress kissed hard on Zhang Sui's lips. Zhang Sui was caught off guard by the Empress' initiative. Feeling her pair of small hands reaching into her clothes and constantly pulling, Zhang Sui felt his blood boiling a bit throughout his body as well. The next moment, when the Empress's small hand touched a certain forbidden place, Zhang Sui's entire body shuddered. As soon as he picked up the Empress with one arm, Zhang Sui quickly retreated her clothes and pressed her close to his body. Been in the barracks too long. Or maybe it was experiencing the taste of Madame Kai Wenji, some of the taste, and now that he hadn't touched a woman for so long, the sudden agitation made it a little difficult for him to control himself. The Empress was held tightly by Zhang Sui and her body stiffened. Wrapping her hands around Zhang Sui's neck, the Empress buried her head in the nape of Zhang Sui's neck, trembling and catering upwards with all her might. A wild storm. The two went from the doorway to the bed and couch. The two didn't stop until dawn. Before dawn, the Empress was lying on Zhang Sui's chest, looking at Zhang Sui's hand still moving around her abdomen in an unfaithful manner. The Empress ruffled her sweat-dampened hair and said in a voice as low as a gnat, My name is Fusho. Remember that. In the future, if I die, for today's sake, find a way to collect my bones and dig a small mound to bury them. Let not my bones be exposed to the wilderness, gnawed by wild dogs and hawked by maggots. I'm a little afraid of that. Only then did Zhang Sui's movement stop and he said, You really want to go to the Son of Heaven? Instead of answering, Fusho slowly climbed to his feet and peeled Zhang Sui's hand away. Just as she walked under the bed, her eyebrows furrowed, but she still stubbornly got up and slowly put on her clothes, turning her back to Zhang Sui and said, Thank you, General, for your enlightenment. The General is young but open-minded. In one's life, indeed, the only physical pain that is actually felt is birth, old age, sickness and death. The rest, if you don't care, is not a thing. Picking up a torn piece of cloth from the ground, Fusho walked to the doorway and wiped the blood from the ground before he said to Zhang Sui, who was still lying on the bed, General, it's time for you to go out. It's getting late. The overseer will inevitably arrange for me to be sent away later. You stayed too long to say no. After all, you are the minister and I am the queen. Zhang Sui got out of bed, looking at Fusho's pretty face without a single expression. Zhang Sui's heart was indescribably strange. This woman, just now, that passionate. But I didn't expect to change my face all of a sudden, and it felt like I had just dreamed. That's pretty much pulling off the ruthlessness. Only, this time it was a woman, not himself. Zhang Sui quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Fusho closed the door to his room. Looking at the closed door of the room, Fusho then leaned against it and slowly sat down. Her body shook like a sieve. There is no turning back from the bow. The madness that had just occurred had doomed himself to no longer be the coy Fusho of old. The cold words of his father's reply to his letter came to mind. Surfacing himself, he climbed onto the boat in terror and was kicked off the boat by the Huban guards. The scene of the woman who was supposed to be made empress, dressed in rags, with blood dripping from underneath her, holding a dagger and cutting open her abdomen, constantly wailing, but still unable to wait for the Son of Heaven to arrive, floated in the background. Blood crept into Fusho's tear-filled eyes. All must die. This group of people, they all have to die. End of chapter 191. Chapter 190 Frustrated Professor's Young Plot. Chapter 190 Frustrated Xiang. Zhang Sui stood outside the door of the room, looked at the closed door, scratched his face, and sat down on the ground again. It feels like history is starting to drastically deviate from its original trajectory. After all, the original history, there is no record of Empress Fusho being rescued by Frustration and the others, and then having skinship with a junior general. But this is a world where that happens nonetheless. The bottom line is that Empress Fusho turned out to be a first-timer. Unbelievable. In the original history, one of the women Lu Xie is recorded to have carried his offspring was the daughter of the present-day General Dongchang of the Cartwriter, also known as Dong Guoran. However, when noble Lady Dong was 6 months pregnant, she was poisoned by Cao Cao's poisoned wine. Another woman who carried his offspring was Cao Cao's first daughter, Cao Jie, Lu Xie's second empress. As for Empress Fusho, there is no record of her having offspring with Lu Xie. The end of the final empress, Fusho, is described in two ways. One is to be imprisoned to death by Cao Cao. The other is also like Dong Guiran, who was poisoned by Cao Cao. Zheng Sui looked at the door of the room. Let's hope she does change the ending. And at the moment, in his own capacity, he can't help much. The sky had just dawned when the supervisor, frustrated professor, brought his men over. It's a couple of cavalrymen. Surprisingly, they were Xinhao and Huang Han. After arranging breakfast for Empress Fusho and eating it, the supervisor, frustrated professor, asked Zhang Sui to escort Empress Fusho to Yecheng with Xinhao and Huang Han. At this time, Empress Fusho, however, informed frustration that she preferred to rush to Ani County, the capital of Hadong County, to meet with the Son of Heaven. Supervisor frustration didn't hesitate. A queen is a queen after all, even if it's a chaotic time. The respect that should be given is given. Since she decided to go to Ani County to meet with the Son of Heaven, Supervisor frustration could only have Zhang Sui and the others send her there. Zhang Sui took Xinhao and Huang Han to escort Empress Fusho to Ani County, the capital of Hadong County. At the entrance of Ani County, the group was stopped. The guards at the entrance checked the identity of Empress Fusho before going in to inform them. The Son of Heaven has rushed to Ani County. For now, Tenshi is doing fine in Ani County. Wang Yi, the county governor of Hadong County, brought with him the Xiongnu monarchs and the heads of the families of the great families of Hadong to present the Son of Heaven with all sorts of brocade clothes, jade and food, as well as beautiful women. A group of civil and military ministers, including General Dong Chang of the Che Cavalry, even agreed to set the new capital at Ani County. Today, there are even talks about building a palace. When the guards at the gate reported the return of Empress Fusho, the Son of Heaven, Lu Xia, did not go out of the city to greet her, but only sent the abbot of the state, Fu Wan, now the deaconess of gold, to the gates of the city to greet him. Fu Wan and Empress Fusho met with their father and daughter. Without any consolation, Fu Wan just bowed towards Empress Fusho and greeted her as she entered the city. Empress Fusho took one last look at Zhang Sui. Somehow, on her way over, she saw Zhang Sui. Let's just say that it's not a bad idea to be a teenage general with a lot of guts. Anyone else, considering their status as empress, would probably have kowtowed so much that they didn't dare to get up that day. She had originally thought the same thing, but I did not think that this man, under his own then somewhat trance seduction, actually dared to do that kind of thing to himself. I've grown up so much. Only then did she realize how weak she was, as a woman, under a man. But it can only happen once after all. The two will not cross paths in the future. Empress Fusho withdrew her gaze and entered the city surrounded by her own father. Return to the Son of Heaven once again. This time, one will not be the weak and feeble little woman one was in the beginning. Father too. So is the Chevalier General. So is the Son of Heaven. None of them would end up well again. Zhang Sui, Xin Hao, and Huang Han watched Empress Fusho enter the city before they galloped back and rushed back to the eastern camp of Wild King County to continue their training. According to the secret letter, after receiving the Son of Heaven at his seat of governance, Ani, the Hadong County governor, Wang Yi, under the banner of the Son of Heaven, collected grain and grass from the officials of Jizhou, and a grain transportation caravan had been sent out, moving in great numbers towards Wild King County. This caravan of grain was then escorted by 10,000 Han cavalry. Both Wang Yi, the governor of Hadong County, and the Huns boasted of being Han ministers. Previously they had been in cahoots under the banner of Han ministers. Wang Yi, the county governor of Hadong County, provided information about Hanoi County, and the Huns burned and looted directly. Now, with the name of the Son of Heaven, they are even more blatant. Therefore, he is now implementing a two-step strategy. One step, the imperial decree of the Son of Heaven cannot be disobeyed. Hadong County County Governor Wang Yi and the Xiongnu people, this is a young conspiracy. It is unavoidable, but can only let the caravan and the Xiongnu cavalry in. In another step, no matter what the Han cavalry did, it was impossible for them to encroach on Hanoi County. There were many big families in Hanoi County, and they simply looked down on the Huns and were bound to resist. The big headquarters of the Huns are still in Hadong County. The Huns could only retreat back to Hadong County after burning and looting. And to return to Hadong County, they must pass through Wild King County. North of the county seat of Wild King there is an upland area where there is a section of canyon, not very long, only about 200 paces. Therefore, according to Frustration's strategy, he would have a general lead 2,000 infantry to set up an ambush here. At the same time, he had already sent someone to urgently send a secret letter to Sima Defense and the others, so that these great families of Hanoi County could urgently organize more than 20,000 ministries. No need to tangle with the Huns. The Huns are weak-minded after all. The Huns, now under the banner of the Son of Heaven, were unlikely to tangle with these foot soldiers and Shurhua clans for too long. By then, they must have broken out of the encirclement. And Yan Liang's 3,000 cavalry were waiting on another high ground 5 miles away from the gorge. When the time came, once the Han cavalry arrived, Yan Liang's 3,000 cavalry stormed down from the high ground, taking the high ground to the low ground. Take the easy way out. Moreover, Yan Liang's 3,000 elite cavalrymen had undergone half a year's worth of targeted training for the Xiongnu cavalry. This time, the Huns must be taken by surprise. This was also the time for Yan Liang's 3,000 cavalrymen to confirm the results of their half-year-long training to Yuan Shao. The shepherd of Jizhou, frustrated himself, he sat in the county seat of Wild King. This time, when Hedong County sent a convoy to Jizhou to collect grain and grass, it would definitely send someone to monitor Frustration. Frustration just happened to be sitting in the town, using this to attract the attention of Wang Yi, the county governor of Hedong County. As for the reasons for hitting the Huns hard, Frustration had it all figured out. It's just that the Xiongnu people burned, killed and looted Hanoi County under the pretext of the Order of the Son of Heaven, which caused the people of Hanoi County to revolt. At that time, the Huns would be speechless even under the banner of the Son of Heaven. This was the first time Yan Liang's 3,000 elite cavalrymen had ever officially fought, and against the Huns. Yan Liang immediately led 3,000 cavalrymen to their destination. 3,000 cavalry hunkered down on the heights for nearly 3 days. 3 days later at dusk, the messenger arranged by Frustrated Professor came to report. The Xiongnu people really did what Frustrated Professor said, and when the caravan entered Hanoi County to collect grain and grass, they suddenly burned and looted, and cleansed several counties in Hanoi County. It's a good thing that the various great families of Hanoi County had already been warned. Leaving some of the grain and grass as bait, the various great families withdrew their concubines and maids and allowed the Han cavalry to plunder them. As for the ordinary people being burned and looted, the various big families cared nothing. Being able to use their wives and children and provisions as a lure is the destiny of the common people. When the 10,000 Xiongnu cavalry burned and looted and retreated back, they passed through the canyon and were besieged by the infantry and more than 20,000 Shihua clan tribes that had been placed near the canyon in advance. The Han 10,000 cavalrymen were already weak. Another surprise ambush. They didn't dare to explore the real strength of this ambush army, and with the food and herbs and beautiful women they had burned and looted, they rushed all the way out of the heavy siege, and utilizing the advantage of the cavalry's fast speed, they ran wildly for 5 miles before they got rid of the pursuit. 10,000 cavalrymen retreated towards Wild King County, and one of them let out a leaping cheer. The Huns were unproductive, and food and provisions were partly supplied by the government of Hedong County, and partly by burning and looting Hanoi County. This time, they got so many supplies from the burning and looting, it was enough for them to drink and eat for a long time. End of chapter 192. Chapter 191, The Death of Lu Bao, King of the Xiongnu left Huns. Chapter 191, The of Lu Bao, King of the Xiongnu left Huns. By now it was nightfall. The moonlight was bright and sprinkled the earth, laying a layer of silver light on these 10,000 Han cavalrymen. Some of the cavalry had a young girl and child tied to their war horses. It's all ordinary people. They had long since cried themselves hoarse and without strength. However, just when these 10,000 cavalrymen were in high spirits, in front of them, hundreds of cavalrymen were straddling the center of the avenue. At the head of the group was Yan Liang, the cavalry governor. Yan Liang moved towards a suit of iron armor, carrying a horse lance in his hand, and looked expressionlessly at the 10,000 Xiongnu cavalry slowly approaching. The sudden appearance of the crowd caused the 10,000 cavalrymen to stop in their tracks. When they saw that there were only a few hundred people, the 10,000 cavalrymen were excited. More, however, looked around, trying to see if there was an ambush nearby. Just then, Yan Liang turned the horse lance in his hand, raised his right hand high and swung it down. Leading the way, Yan Liang charged directly at the Han cavalry. When the Han cavalry saw that Yan Liang only had a few hundred men and dared to take the lead in the attack, they greeted him with ghostly cries. Behind Yan Liang, hundreds of cavalrymen followed him, presenting a sharp knife formation and plunging directly into the middle of the Han cavalry. Yan Liang's entire body was armored. Even the warhorse beneath him was covered in battle armor. As he charged into the Han formation, countless curved swords slashed towards him, but their curved swords slashed at the battle armor of the warhorse beneath Yan Liang, and fire splashed everywhere, but they did not injure the warhorse in the slightest. The warhorse charged straight all the way through as if it couldn't feel the pain. The horse lance in Yan Liang's hand quickly swept past these Han cavalrymen. These Xiongnu cavalrymen don't have battle armor, and even more so, curved swords, so how can they fight against Yan Liang's horse lance? As the horse lance swept across, several Han cavalrymen were swept across their necks and chests by the horse lance on the spot, and they fell off their horses with screams. Before he could land, the cavalry behind Yan Liang had already charged. War horses trampled over the heads, chests, and bellies of these falling Hun cavalrymen. Countless horse lances, halberds, and spears jabbed down. The screams instantly resounded through the night sky. The Huns roared and charged. The next moment, a shrill horn sounded. Thousands of cavalry suddenly emerged from the heights on either side of the avenue. These cavalrymen galloped down from the heights like a flood from a dike. Behind the countless cavalrymen pounding down, a sky of dust rose in the rear. The Hun cavalry were alarmed. The cavalry that had already killed the formation. Dusty. How many enemy cavalry were in the ambush? Also, there were only a few long-handled weapons compared to their curved swords. The enemy cavalry in this ambush were clear of long-handled weapons. The battle was a one-sided situation. The Hun cavalry commander's face turned pale as he watched the enemy cavalry continuously surround his army, continuously encircling and narrowing the encirclement. Over the years, he hadn't seen cavalry since he had burned and looted in Hadong and Hanoi counties. And so much cavalry. And it seemed to be directed at himself. Seeing that the enemy army kept on impacting, kept on releasing arrows, kept on blitzing with long-handled weapons, and their own cavalry kept on being forced to shrink towards the center. The Hun cavalry commander, with a clench of his teeth, greeted the cavalry behind him and followed him in impacting a point in front of him in an attempt to tear open a gap. The disorganized Hun cavalry, urged on, quickly pounded toward the front. The next moment, two cavalry outflanked them from the right and left. On the right side, there was a man at the head, fully armored, carrying the machete attacks of several Xiongnu cavalrymen. He is Yan Liang, the cavalry commander. The scimitar slashed at Yan Liang's armor, bursting into flames in several places. Yet, he was undaunted, using his body to force away the slashes of several scimitar blades, chasing to the front of the Hun cavalry commander. The horse lance in Yan Liang's hand directly brought a whistling sound, and a horse lance stabbed at the back undershirt of the Hun cavalry commander. The force is too great. The Hun cavalry commander was directly stabbed and stumbled, lunging towards the front. Luckily, this Hun cavalry commander was also wearing armor, so he was able to avoid the danger of being pierced through him with a spear. Behind him, several Hun cavalrymen saw this and screamed in fear in unison. Zhuo Wang. It turned out that the 10,000 Hun cavalrymen were the left part of the Huns. The man at the head of the group was the king of the left part of the Xiongnu, King Lu Bao, the left virtuous king. Lu Bao was stabbed by Yan Liang's horse lance to the point that his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He was known by the Huns as a young genius with great strength. I didn't expect that I would meet such an expert today, but he didn't dare to linger or recall the ferocity of what he had just seen. After being stabbed forward by Yan Liang's horse lance, he simply leaned over his warhorse and continued his onslaught towards the front. Several hisses rang out again saying, "Behind you, behind you," but it was on the left that another cavalry force came sharply after him. At the head of the two men, one bent his bow and arrow, and one held a horse lance. It was certainly the Grand Commander, Zhuo, and the Junior Commander, Zhang Sui. The bow and arrows in the hand of the Drortrick fired continuously. The arrows were not false, and put down several cavalrymen behind Lu Bao. Seeing Lu Bao was Yan Liang a horse lance stabbed to the back undershirt, which are not dead. Draw strokes as soon as the curved bow set on the neck. Draw out the horse lance. Toward the back of Lu Bao is directly thrown over. The force is so great that the horse lance thrown out is like a meteor flashing by, blinking to come behind Lu Bao. Lu Bao secretly cursed. He didn't dare turn around. Hearing the sound of breaking air, he backhanded towards his back and grabbed. Surprisingly, he grabbed the horse lance that was thrown out by the hold move. However, the force on the horse lance was so great that it directly yanked him into a tumble to the right. Lu Bao's horsemanship is extremely skillful. Even so, he did not fall off his horse. With his left hand clasping the neck of the warhorse, Lu Bao's entire body hung over the side of the horse, just about to roll over and get on his horse. Zhang Sui had already chased after him, and a horse lance was directly stuck on the head of Lu Bao's warhorse. The wildly running warhorse tumbled out directly toward the front. Lu Bao, who was holding the horse's neck and hanging from its side, was tipped over. His entire body fell and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, but he dared not linger. After a few rolls on the ground, he was about to grab the warhorse of a Hun cavalryman who was catching up behind him. The next moment, a horse lance impacted directly from behind him. Yan Liang prostrate on the warhorse, lowered his body. Under the warhorse galloped wildly. His hand horse lance pierced through the back of Lu Bao's neck from the back of Lu Bao, who stood up. The horse lance stabbed Lu Bao's body out a long way. The Xiongnu cavalrymen at the back who were going to rush out of the encirclement looked at Zhuo Xianhua and Lu Bao, who was directly stabbed to death by Yan Liang with a horse lance, and each of them had a pale face. Some even strangled their war horses outright. Yan Liang stabbed King Zhuo Xian's Lu Bao to death, picked his body up, flung it high into the air, and swept his horse lance across the sky, decapitating Lu Bao's head, before he, Zhang Sui, and drawing recruitment, turned back with 2 columns of cavalry, and stormed backward at the Hun cavalry that was trying to protrude from the encirclement. The 2 columns of cavalry decimated dozens of Hun cavalrymen in a row before the Hun cavalrymen dared not raid again. They're all trapped in the middle. Thousands of cavalrymen galloped wildly around them, continuing to shrink the encirclement ever more. These Hun cavalrymen looked at the galloping enemy cavalry around them and saw the decapitated head of Zhuo Xianwang Lu Bao. They put down their weapons, their eyes blank, frightened and at a loss. End of chapter 193.